when the real young master would rather jump into the sea than return to the wealthy family with them. My four sisters were practically on their knees begging him not to act impulsively when suddenly, my inner thoughts appeared in their minds. Don't bother persuading him. Makoto never intended to jump. He just wants to escalate the situation so everyone on this ship knows he is the true biological son of the Gu family. All I need to do is walk over, and Makoto will take the opportunity to drag me into the sea with him just to see whether my four sisters and younger sister will save me or him. But after all the wicked deeds I've committed over the years, they've long been utterly disappointed in me. There's no way they save me, especially since I'm not even their real brother. Makoto would be rescued, while I would drown in the sea, fulfilling the role of the villainous supporting character. His scheme would succeed, I would smoothly return to the real world, and the main story would finally begin. The five women perked up their ears and turned their gazes toward me, who was standing by watching the spectacle, their eyes filled with shock. Lost in thought, I walked toward Makoto, completely oblivious to the 5 pairs of eyes fixed on me. 1 step, 2 steps. Just as I was about to reach Makoto, someone suddenly grabbed my wrist. Gu-chun, it's dangerous. Come back. I turned around to see Gu Li, my nominal elder sister. What a beautiful and charming elder sister I have. But unfortunately, she will later be brutally murdered by Makoto and left to rot on the streets until her body is discovered, already decomposed and foul-smelling. Gu Li heard my inner thoughts and froze for a moment. Eldest sister, that paternity test of Makoto must be fake. He's not your real brother. I am. Don't believe him. I spoke fervently while shaking off Gu Li's hand, determined to charge toward Makoto. Makoto, I know you're jealous of me, but you should never have used the fact that I'm not the Gu family's biological son against me. You, get out of my way. Breaking free from Gu Li's grip, I thought to myself, almost there. The male lead looks furious already. The moment I step forward, he'll surely drag me into the sea, and I'll drown in no time. But my joy lasted only a few seconds before the remaining 4 grabbed hold of me. Gu-chun, are you out of your mind? You'll die if you fall. Gu-chun, what's wrong with you? They glared at me furiously, like beasts ready to tear someone apart. I instinctively swallowed hard. Host, there are only 10 seconds left until your death time. If you don't fall into the sea within these 10 seconds, you'll never be able to go back. The system's voice echoed in my mind, triggering alarm bells. I shouted at them, don't you know why I'm acting crazy? You're my sisters. How could you be Makoto's family? I don't believe it. This is all Makoto's scheme. I hate him. I loathe him. At the same time, I thought to myself, please, just let go of me. Makoto is your real brother. I'm just a cannon fodder side character. It's time for me to die. So let go. I need to die. I mustered every ounce of strength I had and finally broke free from the grip of the 4 of them, then sprinted toward Makoto at full speed. Makoto couldn't react in time and was dragged into the sea with me. After plunging into the water, seawater rushed into my ears and nostrils, choking me until my brain throbbed with pain. It was far more agonizing than I had imagined. Is drowning really this painful? Gu Li was the first to jump in, followed by the second sister Shu Lin and the third sister Shu Ziming, each diving in one after another like dumplings into boiling water. Seeing figures swimming toward him, Makoto felt a surge of joy. They still cared about him after all. But the next moment, someone suddenly shouted, Gu-chun is sinking. Immediately, the figures heading toward Makoto abruptly changed direction, plunging deeper into the water. Makoto couldn't believe it. He was their biological brother. So why wouldn't they save him, choosing instead to rescue a complete stranger? The system's countdown to world detachment echoed in his mind. 5, 4, 3. I relaxed my body, slowly sinking into the depths, waiting for death to come. When suddenly I felt someone grab my waist and yank me upward with brute force, sending the world spinning. Then I felt someone frantically pressing on my chest, so rough it hurt, my ribs aching fiercely. Gu-chun, if you dare to die, I'll chop you into 8 pieces. Who is this so ruthless? Even after I'm dead, they still want to chop me into 8 pieces. I suddenly choked on a mouthful of water, and when I opened my eyes, they were filled with joy. I'm back. 5 heads suddenly popped up, staring straight at me. I immediately stopped speaking, my eyes darting around, clearly nervous. Didn't I die? Second sister Shu Lin sneered, her hair still dripping wet. You didn't die. Hearing this, I abruptly stood up, ready to jump into the sea again. But third sister Shu Ziming grabbed me and dragged me inside. I struggled frantically on the ground. Shu Ziming, let me go. I want to go home. I'll take you home now. No, I'm going back to. I'm going to die. We're running out of time. Chapter 2. You can't die without my permission. The mood to go home is very urgent. Shu Yu an elbow strike on Shu Ziming's shoulder. The force is surprisingly large. The pain of his wail, the hand also unloaded the strength. Shu Yu then took the opportunity to jump down, straight into the sea, did not expect to directly head on into the effort to grab a swimming ring to climb up the Qin railing. With a fluttering sound, Qin Curly fell back into the sea, and Shu Yu was dumbfounded. I'll go. How come no one saved the heroine? What are you waiting for, help? Shu Yu yanked over the nearest watching Shu Chun standing next to him and threw him into the sea with an over-the-shoulder slam. Shu Chun? I'm the one who messed with you and you're throwing me under the bus? Shu Chun was forced to save Qin Railing from the sea, and Shu Yu was relieved to see it. Well, the heroine is rescued and it's time for me to die. With that in mind, Shu Yu jumped downward, and before a few of them could react, she had already disappeared into the boat. Shu Yu had just jumped, when suddenly an invisible force bounced her back, and her head hit the deck, directly fainting. In the dream, she saw her long-lost parents, a happy family sitting at the table to make dumplings. Grandmother also stuffed her with a New Year's red packet, talking and laughing, very cozy. But soon outside the dark clouds, thunder roared. The cozy scene all of a sudden became horrible, and her parents and grandmother also disappeared. Dad, Mommy, Grandma. Shu Yu sat up violently from the bed, panting heavily. In front of her eyes was the familiar layout of the room, high profile and luxurious decorations. It was not at all the bedroom of her original world. It was her room in the Shu family. Am I not dead? I got the best medical team in Haicheng to save you, and that's how I got your life back. Shu Rin's cold voice sounded next to him. Shu Yu looked sideways, only to realize that he had been sitting on the sofa looking at the computer office. Shu Yu laughed awkwardly. Second brother. I'm not dead. That Qin Curly's plot to recognize their ancestors opened up According to the original plot development, I died after the Qin Curl back to the Shu family, for brothers and younger brothers and Shu parents are extremely favorite to her, Qin Curl while enjoying but also when again, I feel that they use money to humiliate her, so the trouble to run away from home, so in the rainstorm save the pervert who is the main character of the perverted Fu Himing. No, what's the point of the program now? It's that I didn't die into not going home. System, come out. I don't know how long it took before the system's voice came out quietly. Host, I'm really sorry, but the passage for you to go back has closed at the right time. Shu Yu? What do you mean? You mean I can't go back? I worked diligently and conscientiously for you just to fix the bugs in this world, and you're telling me that I can't go back. Shu Yu felt that she had been tricked. It was clear that it was agreed from the beginning that as long as she followed the original character plot, she could be reborn back to the real world after she died. And now she was told that the channel was closed and she couldn't go back? What are you talking about? The system's voice spoke a few points lower. Host, it's not impossible for you to go back if you want to. Stutter and fart. Now that you're still alive, the plot will suffer. The female lead's intimacy line won't develop, and then the world will still be off its original track. Okay, I'm going to die now. Before the system could finish speaking, Shu Yu got out of bed and walked to the window in a gesture to jump. The system wowed. Host, as long as you help the male and female leads go through the plot to get them together, you can go back. There's no need to die. Shu Rin threw away her computer and walked over in time to pull her back, her brow furrowed with impatience. Shu Yue, who gave you permission to die? Shu Yu was carried back in one hand and thrown on the bed, and with one lean Shu Rin imprisoned her in death. Shu Yu, I don't care for what purpose you seek death. You'd better hold it back. Without my permission, you want to die? Impossible. Shu Yu was just about to kick him out of the way when she heard this with a shocked face. No, Shu Rin, what's wrong with him? What's with the boss quote? It's so disgusting. And also, this pose is too weird, right? He's my brother. Shu Rin glanced down at the duo's posture, the tips of his ears inexplicably red, and just as he was about to get up from her, the door was opened from the outside. Second brother, Qin Curly Shi. Shu Huai pushed the door and saw Shu Rin pressed on Shu Yu's body at a glance, and then anger bubbled up in his eyes, and he ran straight over and kicked Shu Rin, and Shu Rin's backside slammed into the corner of the desk, and he grimaced in pain. Damn. Shu Huai, are you sick? Shu Huai didn't listen to either ear, but instead looked at Shu Yu with a worried face. sizing her up all over. Sister, are you alright? Shuyu shook her head. I'm fine. Shu Huai, this bright eyes with puppy eyes, really cute, if not I know the plot. He pretends to be a pig to eat a tiger, people before the cheerful little puppy. In fact, the fighting strength of the burst table at a young age is the Shu family dark core boss. The hands stained with a lot of blood, if I do not know the plot, but also to be deceived by the appearance of his. I can still remember when Qin Curly was kidnapped at the age of 18. He killed his way into the abandoned steel factory alone, and more than 20 strong men were no match for him. This force value is not a cover. Can be such a force value of the roll of the table, finally, or by the male lead Fu Himing to design the death of a terrorist attack. Qin Curl also for this and Fu Himing break up. Abuse of death. Poor Shu Huai is the male and female main feelings of sadism on the line of the stepping stone. While thinking about this, Shu Yu's eyes became compassionate when she looked at Shu Huai. On the contrary, Shu Huai's face was getting worse and worse, and when he was about to open his mouth, Shu Rin covered her aching waist and walked over to pull him back. Did you just come in and say what happened to Qin Curly? Only then did Shu Huai suppress what he wanted to say and said, against Shu Rin, Qin Curly has run away from home. Shu Yu's eyes lit up when she heard this. Have you started the plot yet? Qin Riling ran away from home to save Fu Himing. Although Fu Himing is the male lead, but he is very perverted, do things only for revenge regardless of the consequences. The Qin Curls abused the family broke, pulling out the kidneys to waste heart. The last two, even he, I really want to see what he looks like. Can Qin Curls into digging wild vegetables ancestor milk. Second brother, sixth brother, you guys go find Qin Curly. Don't worry about me. Shu Yu urged them to go quickly, and the two men looked at her suspiciously before looking at each other and still leaving Shu Yu's room. Ergo, I think I hear. Shut up and wait and see what happens. Shu Huai stopped talking. After packing up, Shu Yu left the villa alone, but was blissfully unaware that Shu Rin and Shu Huai were following her. If I remember correctly, Fu Heming is now being chased by someone. A dagger smashed in front of him and was about to stab him in the chest when Qin Curl appeared in time and then saved him, and the two of them started a love line, and the place where the story takes place is the back alleyway entrance of the old Southwestern Street. Chapter 3. What can I do if the heroine doesn't go through with the plot? Shu Yu took a taxi to rush to Southwest Old Street. Just after the car on the rainstorm, she hurriedly opened the hand of the umbrella to hold up. Fortunately, I knew that it would be raining heavily when Qin Curl and Fu Himing first met, and I brought an umbrella with me when I went out. Shu Rin and Shu Huai, who came along without umbrellas, were drenched as soon as they got off the bus. The rainstorm came, then the next male lead will be chased and killed. Qin Curl passed by and drew his sword to help, and the two of them thus fell in love. I have to go over in advance to see this thrilling novel's famous scene. Shu Rin and Shu Huai temporarily bought an umbrella to follow Shu Yu. Brat, stop right there. Behind them suddenly sounded a rough male voice. Then someone bumped Shu Yu, directly knocked her umbrella, flew out, and then the person who chased after her even stepped on her umbrella. Stepped on it, Shu Yu was directly poured through the cold. That's a Rolls-Royce umbrella worth $100,000. I gleaned it from my big brother's car, and just stomped on it for me? She looked over to the culprit as the teenager running at the front of the pack made a U-turn and went into the back alleyway entrance, and Shu Yu froze. The super sick male lead, Fu Himing, who plays with the female lead in Captivity. Shu Yu hurriedly followed, hiding in the position of the entrance of the alley to probe to see the hilarity. Run, aren't you a good runner, kid? The front is not accessible, Fu Heming is blocked in the middle of it, and they are a dozen people taking out sticks and knives from their waists, and the battle is very big. I want to remember correctly, these chase Fu Heming is the previous to his mother's treatment and then borrowed the loan sharks, originally only borrowed 100,000, the back of the interest rolled into 1 million. So much money let him a only 19-year-old child how to pay off really sinful Fu Himing was forced into that crazy like there is a reason hateful people will have a poor place. If it is not because of the Fu Himing killed so many people, I really quite heartbroken him. Fu Heming heard some sounds and frowned, looking towards the position at the entrance of the alleyway, and at a glance, he saw half of Shu Yu's head poking out. I'm going. Did he just look at me? I was hiding pretty well. I don't think I was noticed, right? Shu Yu was so scared that she shrunk her head back, and when she glanced at her sight, she happened to see Qin Ruling, who was not far away from the rain to help the grandmother close the stall. And she was not in a hurry to help the grandmother pick up the oranges on the ground and put them in the back of the tricycle. What's this Qin Curly doing? Your Mr. Right is here and you're still picking up oranges? You're going to be a helpful and kind hostess at this time? Go with the plot. Qin Curly simply cannot hear her heart, single-mindedly in the help of the grandmother to pick up oranges, and finally help people pedaling 3 wheels to go away without taking away a cloud. Shu Yu's eyes widened as she watched Qin Curly's back, which was blurred by the heavy rain as she stomped farther and farther away. I'll go. Qin Curly, you come back here. Can't hear you. She can't hear you at all. Host, you won't be able to go back if the plot doesn't go the way it should. The system's voice rang out weakly. Shu Yu froze for a moment, and with a heartbeat, she took out a leather cord from her pocket and draped her long hair over her face, tying it from her chin to form a hair face mask blocking her face, revealing only her eyes and mouth. Dear. Stop it all. Shu Yu rushed in just as a flying dagger towards Fu Himing threw over. Shu Yu screamed bad, feet speed surprisingly fast. 2 or 3 steps to the Fu Himing's heel, a whirlwind leg kicked the knife. Sharp blade straight into the wall, did not enter, half visible if stabbed in the body of Fu Heming. That do not die also have to be half a life. Shu Yu was dressed strangely and those people were startled. Are you a human or a ghost? I'm your grandma, committing murder and harming people in front of me. Do you think the law is just for show? When the man leading the group heard this, he laughed. Playing God, brothers? Give it to me. They swarmed towards Shu Yu, and when Shu Huai in the dark saw this, he was about to go forward to save them, but he was pulled back by Shu Rin. Shu Yue has been strong since she was a child. She is more than capable of dealing with these guys. She doesn't need you. Shu Rin was right. Shu Yu was indeed strong, or the only golden finger given by the system when she wore the book, Hercules. She had spat at the time that it was too impractical for a girl like her to give such a skill, only to find out later how fragrant it was. For example, when she was 10 years old, she carried out a boy who weighed dozens of pounds heavier than herself at the scene of a fire, and at 11 years old when she was kidnapped and kicked her human kidnappers to break 3 ribs, all of which were kinda helpful to her a lot. The dozen or so people were coming in aggressively. Fu Heming had a black face, and just when he wanted to push Shu Yu out to block the knife for him, Shu Yu herself fell against them first. Left hook, right hook, whirlwind, 3 consecutive kicks, moves dazzling not according to the rules, but the fist to the flesh, feet to the bone, 3 or 2, the dozen or so people are all down, wailing constantly. Shu Yu struck what he thought was a handsome pose. Nah meh, I'm so handsome too, I'm falling in love with myself. The star of martial arts is me, right? Ha ha ha. Shu Yu inwardly laughed maniacally, but on her face, she coldly swept over the several people on the ground who were covering their stomachs. Why don't you get lost? Go, go. They ran out of the alley in a heap. Shu Huai's obscure line of sight fell on their backs, took out his cell phone and snapped a picture, sending it to the group. Say Chuh, do away with these people. Thank you. Shu Yu turned back to hear Fu Himing thank you voice, just focusing on fighting off those people. Did not notice Fu Himing looks. Now there is no party tense atmosphere. She just carefully measured up in front of Fu Himing. Torn and somewhat dirty white shirt worn on the teenager, because the rain is hidden through his thin muscles, the muscle line tempting reverie. Fu Heming's skin was very white, and the bloodstains were very conspicuous and abrupt on his face, carrying the beauty of battle damage. His features were exquisite, and those eyes were dark and bright, like bright stars in them, especially a mole dotted under his eyes, seducing the heart. I'm super. Don't look at your brother's young age, but his body is surprisingly good. Homeless, lost teenager under the rainstorm. I'm standing up. I'm standing up. Fu Heming stared at Shu Yu, whose hair was draped like a female ghost in front of him, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. What the hell is she talking about? You're welcome. My name is Qin Curly. Nice to meet you. Shu Yu raised her hand to shake his hand. Fu Himing looked down and reached out to shake her hand, smiling very politely at her and nodding. Hello. My name is Fu Himing. It's a shame that such a good-looking kid is actually a perverted male lead who will also play captivity play. The kind that strangles the female lead and watches her beg for mercy and shed tears, so it's better to have less contact with him. Fu Heming's eyes flashed slightly, and his grip on Shu Yu's hand couldn't help but tighten a few points. Shu Rin, Shu Huai? Why are you guys here? I'm not going back with you guys, so don't come looking for me. Chapter 4. To know the truth of her heart's voice, Qin Curls must go. Damn it, why did Qin Curly make a comeback? Why are Shu Rin and Shu Huai there too? Shu Yu panicked when she heard this voice and hurriedly let go of Fu Himing's hand. After all, she is now posing as Qin Curly. If Fu Himing knows that she is not Qin Curly, then this plot will be messed up. Young man, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I'll go first. Shu Yu lowered her head and ran quickly in the direction of the alleyway entrance. Don't see me. Don't see me. She thought wildly inwardly when suddenly a hand pulled at her. Sister. As soon as Shu Yu turned around, she met Shu Huai's harmless eyes. Brother. You've got the wrong person. I'm not your sister. Shu Yu reached out to peel away his hand, but Shu Huai held on for dear life. I won't be mistaken, you're my sister, you're Shu Yue. His face was serious. Shu Yu was so scared that she hurriedly looked into the alley. It was empty. Long gone Fu Himing's figure. She was relieved. Haha. I didn't expect this to be recognized by you. You really have good eyesight. Shu Yue snorted and spread her hair out. But because of the rain, she looked like a water ghost fished out of the water. Shu Rin walked over with a cold face and held the umbrella above her head to help shield her from the rain. Shu Yue, are you so content to enjoy everything I'm supposed to enjoy? Qin Ruling suddenly walked over, knocking the umbrella out of Shu Rin's hand, and the heavy rain once again fell on his body, cold and uncomfortable. I'm the Shu family's real daughter. If it wasn't for you, all this glory and favor would have been mine. Now that I'm back, you still want to fight with me, don't you? Qin Curly said. The tears fell down. If not, she held an umbrella, thought it was a rainstorm. Shu Yu was speechless. This author shaping Fu Himing is adding 100% face value, 100% IQ into it. Shaping Qin Riling is adding 100% brain damage and 100% love brain, right? What ancient morning persona? Too angry. First, I am also the one who was carried wrongly. I am also a victim. Secondly, it was you who said you didn't want to go back to the Shu family, you didn't want to be the fifth miss, you just wanted to be Qin Riling. Third, it is also your own to leave home, you have a little self-awareness, okay? Don't be and stand. Dignity want, glory and wealth also want. Open mouth is a green tea flavor. Smoked dead people. Shu Yu didn't spoil her and didn't eat her pretending to be weak. When Qin Ruling heard this, her face directly collapsed. She looked at Shu Rin, full of grievances. Second brother. This second brother was called with such intimacy. Shu Rin heard straight goosebumps. On the one hand is living nearly 20 years of Shu Yu, on the other hand is the blood relations of the real sister. He is really not good to make a choice. All stop fooling around and hurry home. The Chun family's daughter's birthday banquet in the evening. We said we can't be absent. Chan Shuer birthday I remember the birthday banquet. Qin Curl mistakenly drank the wine was drugged. And almost in Fu Himing's brother-in-law Fu Jingshan relationship. Fu Jingshan. That is the capital of the hand over the clouds of the big brother Shu Rin's breath hitched and her face was clearly not very good. Shu Yu saw it and asked him worriedly, Second brother? What's wrong with you? Shu Rin shook her head. It's fine. There's no time to lose, let's go. He suddenly looked again at Qin Ruler, who had followed on the side. Don't go. Why? Qin Curly was puzzled. It's not appropriate for you to attend this kind of scene when you haven't been around since you were a child and don't know the rules and etiquette of the circle. Shu Rin said the heartless, Qin Riling but listen to the heart. Clearly think that she cannot be on the stage. Then why Shu Yu this imposter will be able to go? Qin Rueishi's eyes were looking at Shu Yu as if they had knives in them. Shu Yu is innocent too. Didn't you say that after I died, Qin Curly became a Shu family favorite? This doesn't look like it. Back in Shu's villa, Shu Yu took a hot bath and then started to put on her makeup, just halfway through. There was a knock on the door. It was Shu Quan. Big brother. Shu Quan nodded slightly. This is the evening dress for you. Wear it to the birthday banquet later. He was carrying the gown in his hand. A light blue half-length dress, slightly puffed up, lace trimmed, gold thread embroidered with a floral pattern on it. Understatedly luxurious and playful, very suitable for her age. Unlike the last cruise where the dress was as glamorous as it could be. This is not my style at first glance. I'm a royal sister This is too sweet sister. Shu Quan raised an eyebrow. Don't like it? Then I'll ask for a new one to be sent over. With that, he was about to make a call when Shu Yu held down his hand and took the gown in. No, I love it. Chun Shuer's birthday banquet. She's the main character. I'll wear this one to be more low-key. Shu Quan retrieved his cell phone. Then I'll wait for you downstairs. Come down when you're done packing and we'll go over there together. While Shu Yu was putting on a bit of makeup, Shu Ziming came again and said he was giving her a necklace. And then fourth brother Shu Chun also came and said he was giving her earrings. Strange. Why are they so attentive today? Shouldn't all these things be given to Qin Curly? Next door study. Well, did you guys hear that? Shu Quan sat on the couch clutching his chest with a heavy face. Hear that? Like a sister's heart. Shu Huai was the first to speak, breaking the quiet atmosphere. The expressions on the faces of all five were not considered too good. Although I didn't hear a lot of it, it's somewhat believable in terms of Shu Yu's erratic behavior and what she said about the plot development of the male and female leads. Shu Rin told what happened today. and everyone unanimously sucked in a breath of cold air. Yes, and my sister also said that I'll be killed in a terrorist attack later on by what's her name Fu, He Ming's male lead by design. Xu Huai blinked. Xu Quan frowned. I also heard her say that I would die a horrible death on the streets by Qin Curly. These are just her one side of the story. Maybe it's because Xu Yu knows that she's not our real sister. So she's intentionally divorcing the relationship between our siblings? Xu Ziming questioned. Third brother is right, it's not impossible, the world we live in. How can it be a novel? Then, according to this, wouldn't we all be virtual characters not existing at all? This is too ridiculous. Xu Chen also expressed disbelief. Xu Rin's eyes fell on the teacup in front of her. Xu Yu said that at Qian Shuer's birthday banquet tonight, Qin Riling would be drugged and almost have sex with Fu Jingshun. Fu Jingshen? The one from the Fu family in the capital? He is thousands of miles away, how could he be in Haichang and still attend Qian Shuer's birthday banquet? And also almost have a relationship with Curly? This don't be too far-fetched. Xu Ziming felt that this plot development was just magical. How could people who couldn't hit each other with 8 poles possibly cross paths? Xu Quan listened to them for a long time before he spoke. Let Qin Curly follow us. Big brother, no, in case this is true, if Qin Curly was really drugged, then she is also our own sister. Even if we didn't grow up together, we can't allow her to be sullied. Xu Rin was the first to disagree. Xu Quan's words were undeniable. To know the truth about Xu Yu's heartbeat, this is the key. Qin Curly must go. Chapter 5. Chen Sher can hear her heart too. When Xu Yu arrived at the entrance of the banquet hall, she saw Qin Ruling, who was exquisitely dressed and wearing a pink gown, at a glance. Qin Curl smiled at her in greeting. Big brother said I could come along too, but I don't know how to put on makeup. So second brother specially asked the company's celebrity makeup artist to do my makeup, and the gown was also given to me by fourth brother, and this necklace, which was given to me by third brother. She smugly touched the jeweled necklace around her neck. Her eyes moved from Xu Yu's face to her neck, which was also brightly hung with an identical necklace only with a different gemstone color, and instantly changed her face. A pink and a blue, reflecting the dresses of the two of them, which at first glance did not know that they thought they were a pair of very close sisters. The corners of Xu Yu's mouth twitched slightly as she looked to the next few brothers, inwardly spitting madly. At least you come from a famous family. Do you have any sense of aesthetics? But yeah, since I was a kid, the gifts that a few of them gave me were either limited edition princess dolls or pink tutus or crystal balls, so there really wasn't much of an aesthetic. The 4 brothers without aesthetics felt badly beaten. The Chen family was in the real estate business in Haichang and had invited all the dignitaries in Haichang to come over, all of whom were either rich or noble. Qin Curl's first time attending this kind of banquet at a loss, so she had to follow behind a few of her brothers until she saw Chen Shuer, which made her leave and walk over. Curly seems to know Chen Shuer very well, huh? Xu Chen looked at the duo talking and laughing and was a bit puzzled. Xu Yu pursed a mouthful of champagne in her hand and faintly said in her heart, of course familiar, Qin Riling in order to make money, in addition to doing temporary housekeeping in the Xu family, but also to Chen Shuer's 10-year-old sister as a tutor teacher. The two relationships are not bad. The idea of drugging is still Qin Riling to Chen Shuer out of the Xu Yu thought. Sympathetic gaze fell on Xu Chen's face. Originally that drugged wine was given to Xu Chen to drink. Chen Shuer pursued Xu Chen. He refused many times. Qin Curls made a bad idea. Raw rice cooked rice, who knows that by mistake? Let Qin Curls drink by himself. I have to say, this plot, enough mischief. Xu Chen's back went cold when he heard that, and a few others couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xu Ziming's hand landed on Xu Chen's shoulder, and he couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. So that medicine was for you, ha ha ha. Everyone laughed even louder when this came out, and Xu Yu looked at them with a strange expression. What are you laughing at? Xu Quan shook his head and suppressed a laugh. It's nothing. In the distance, Chen Shuer came with a glass of wine in her hand, wearing a white diamond-encrusted fishtail dress with a smile on her face as she passed a glass of wine towards Xu Chen. Xu Chen, long time no see. Xu Chen looked at the glass of wine in her hand and backed away in fear. Sorry, I don't drink. Xu Yu couldn't help but laugh at the side. Chen Shuer attacked too fiercely, and also peeped at Xu Chen's bath. So Xu Chen has left a psychological shadow on her, and is scared to death, if it wasn't bad to brush off Uncle Chen's face. I'm afraid that he wouldn't even come to this birthday banquet. The brothers inexplicably laughed again. Only Xu Chen's face was black. A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Shuer's eyes as she looked at Xu Yu. You're Xu Yue. It's me. Other than that, Chen Shui's story is also quite tragic. Bravely chasing after love cannot be responded to. But also by Qin Curl, this so-called good sister almost died in the mouth of the beast. If not Shu Qin arrived in time, she was afraid that she would not be alive. But also because of this, she lost her legs and later faced Shu Chen's show of love. She is too inferior to accept and leapt from the roof of the building. Shu Chun and Chen Shui looked at her almost at the same time. Shu looked confused. What's wrong? Do I have flowers on my face? The waiter passed by, and Chen Shui subconsciously placed the wine in her hand. I heard that Miss Shu plays the violin very well. I wonder if I have this honor to hear it? Chen Shui's smile was bright. Shu Yu's heart could beat fast when she saw it. God. She's so pretty when she smiles. I'm so tempted, sis. I can. Yeah. Shu Yu took the violin from the violinist's hand and stood still, slowly pulling the strings. A salute of love that made everyone present quiet and listen in silence. The light hit Shu Yu's body, so beautiful that one couldn't take his eyes off of it. Seeing this, Qin Riling was a bit angry and left the place after drinking the wine in his hand. Seeing this, Shu Quan pulled Shu Ziming next to him and followed him up together. On the second floor of the banquet hall, the man was wearing a high-fashion striped black suit, sitting in the dark with his legs crossed. His bony hand pushed upward the silver-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose. His eyes faintly swept over Shu Yu downstairs. His eyes narrowed slightly, beckoning the waiter next to him to come over, picking up a glass of wine from his tray and slowly rising. He went into the second-floor lounge as he sipped his wine. When the song ended, many people applauded, and some recognized Shu Yu. If it isn't the Shu family's fake daughter, why is she here too? Not only that, I just saw the family's own daughter. Tonight this birthday banquet is destined to be uneventful. Last time the two of them even staged a jumping into the sea on a cruise ship. It was cool for Shu Yu to watch the people on stage applaud. After practicing so hard for so many years as a 1,000-year-old girl, if I go back to the real world, will I become some kind of violinist too and not have to take that hard class? She was fantasizing about becoming some kind of chief violinist in the future and opening recitals all over the world while descending the steps. A moment of inattention, directly stepped on the air, the heel of her shoes twisted and broke directly, and looked to be about to fall down in the earth to have a close contact with the speed of Shua to help her hold on to her. Sister, are you okay? It looks badly swollen. Quickly go to the restroom. I'll call the doctor over. Chen Shui said while calling. Shu Hui directly hit the cross and picked up Shu Yu, taking her to the second-floor restroom. It's just nice to have a die-hard fan brother, with arms that are so sturdy and secure. Shu Hui suddenly blushed, and his footsteps couldn't help but speed up a few points as he carried her to the restroom. Sixth brother. Why is your face so red? Shu Yu saw his red face and asked a curious question.
Teret facet proter isto kute toa
Shu Hui's face turned even redder. It's probably too hot. I'll go see if the doctor has come yet. He turned and ran, stumbling and nearly falling. The door to the lounge was closed by him, leaving Shu Yu alone. At this point in time, Qin Curly should be with Fu Jingxin, right? The man frowned and opened his eyes when he heard the sound, his eyes falling on Shu Yu's back. There were no lights on in the house, so I could only make out a few things by the moonlight from the window. Fu Jingxin, although Fu Himing's uncle, but the death is the most tragic one. Qin Curl, in order to test Fu Himing still love him, agreed to marry Fu Jingxun. The result led to Fu Himing hated Fu Jingxun. Fu Himing mastered the Fu family power. Fu Jingxun locked up in the basement, tormented day and night, so that he could not beg for death. Cannot be too miserable, yo. Suddenly a hand behind her pressed down on Shu Yu's shoulder, pulling her directly downward. She fell violently onto the bed and met a pair of deep eyes. You're saying I'll be tortured to death? Startled, Shu Yu grabbed the man by the shoulders and threw him forward, slamming him hard into the floor. Chapter 6. Almost lost my innocence. Fu Jingxin completely did not expect this woman, who looked so soft and weak, to be able to throw him out with one hand, and his back slammed hard on the floor, hurting him so much that tears came out of his eyes. Shu Yu reached out to turn on the lights in the room, and grabbed a pillow in her hand and threw it towards Fu Jingxun, but Fu Jingxun reacted this time, which didn't get attacked by her pillow. Who are you? Why are you here? Shu Yu looked at Fu Jingxin with a wary face. Fu Jingxun frowned tightly, covered his buttocks and climbed up from the ground, throwing the pillow in his hand back towards her in a bad mood. I'd like to ask who you are. Can't you see the words private lounge hanging on the lounge door outside? Shu Yu was instantly speechless. Shu Hui carried her in, It's not like she noticed that there was such a sign posted on the door. Knowing that she was in the wrong, Shu Yu's head lowered, her heart calculating how to leave this place of wrongdoing for good. The people who came to attend this banquet are all either rich or noble. This man has his own private lounge. He must be a big shot, although I am still the Shu family's young lady on the surface. But after all, I am a fake Chenjin. If I mess with any unimaginable characters, the Shu family will definitely not care about me. It seems that I can only rely on myself to turn the danger into a blessing. Shu Yu's eyes darted around, her mind racing. Fu Jingxin just stood in front of her staring at her, not saying a word. Actually, I'm the cleaning lady here, and I'm here to see if you have any cleaning needs, sir. Shu Yu put on a smile and pulled a lie that no dog would believe. Fu Jingxin looked her up and down with a probing meaning in his eyes, and Shu Yu was made uncomfortable by his stare. He stepped closer towards Shu Yu. Oh? How come I didn't know janitors needed to wear tuxedos to clean? Is this your new staff uniform or the boss's new fetish? He leaned down and propped his hands on both sides of the bed edge, imprisoning Shu Yu in an embrace style. Fu Jingxin raised his eyebrows, a smile in his eyes with a hint of mischief. Too close, the hot air he exhaled when he spoke sprinkled on Shu Yu's face, making her heartbeat inexplicably accelerate. Her head unconsciously tilted away, dodging Fu Jingxin's eyes with a probing meaning. Even though you're quite handsome, your behavior like this is ex-harassment. I can call the police. The smile at the corner of Fu Jingxin's mouth stopped, and when he just wanted to get up, his feet stepped on a pillow and slid forward, and his whole body pounced on it, pressing Shu Yu underneath him. His lips were soft, and he froze for a few seconds before reacting to the fact that he had kissed Shu Yu's face. Shu Yu? I'll go. How could such a Mary Sue plot happen to me? Get up, pervert. Without waiting for her to do it, Fu Jingxin himself took the initiative to climb up from her body. But just after that touch, he had already felt the changes that had occurred in his body. The dry heat came out from within, and his body couldn't help but tremble lightly. His face changed violently, suddenly remembering the glass of wine he drank before he came in. Could it be that something had been put inside the wine? Shu Yu hurriedly got up and wanted to go out, but she was yanked over her wrist by Fu Jingxin, over her head, and forcefully held her down at the corner in an ambiguous position. Shu Yu saw that Fu Jingxin's face was flushed, his breathing was rapid, and the eyes that fell on her face carried a kind of primitive desire that was very wrong. Shu Yu stared wide-eyed and suddenly thought of something. He would not have drunk Chen Shuer's glass of wine that was spiked with something? Wasn't this wine drunk by Qin Curly by mistake? Big brother? Brother? You calm down. Shu Yu stared at him nervously, trying to break free from his arms, and before she could exert any effort, footsteps sounded outside. Sister, the doctor is coming. It's Shu Huai, a savior. Shu Yu opened her mouth. Shu! Oh! She was just about to scream for help when the man in front of her covered her mouth, unable to say a word. Fu Jingxin was afraid of being discovered and raised his hand to unlock the door. I've never been in love in over 20 years, so my innocence won't be ruined here, right? Although there is a big handsome man in front of me, but I am not a casual person. I believe that the girl has a life of good deeds, never done bad things, in view of the fact that I do not have the merit but also have the hard work of the sake. God, you should not do this to me. Shu Yu was so nervous that she forgot her Hercules skills. She could have easily pushed away the man in front of her. Fu Jingxin tried his best to stoically suppress the fire in his heart. Shut up. Shu Yu scrunched her head and protested. Ooh, I didn't say anything. He's too mean. I don't know if it's the heart of many years of sibling love, but Shu Huai outside violently kicked the door of the room, and with a bang, the door shook and looked like it was about to fall down. Shu Yu froze, tears still hanging on her eyelashes, her eyes full of dismay. My God! Shu Huai's destructive power can be compared to a small artillery shell, right? Sister, are you okay? Who bullied you? I want him to die. Shu Huai came to Shu Yu in an arrow step, grabbed her shoulders and looked her up and down to see if there was any injury. His heart and eyes were full of Shu Yu. He's the one who bullied me. Shu Yu reached out and pointed, where there was someone else in front of him. Holy! Running that fast? She and Shu Huai ran to the window that had been opened and looked down, only to see a black Maybach take off. Shu Huai hurriedly took a picture with his cell phone and called someone to check this car. He stared at the Maybach that was fading into the darkness, his eyes dark. Anyone who bullied his sister deserved to die. Mr. Fu, are you all right? The driver, Wang, kept looking through the rearview mirror at the man behind him as he drove. Fu Jingxin had scared him to death when he tumbled down from the second floor just now. It's okay. Don't mind me. Just go straight back to the hotel. Fu Jingxin leaned his head against the car window, using the hint of coolness brought by the glass to cool himself down and clear his head a little. If he hadn't run fast just now, he was afraid that he would have been caught. I see you're having a hard time. Do you want to go to the hospital? No need, go back to the hotel. Fu Jingxin's voice became hoarse, and the driver Xiao Wang didn't dare to slow down, and drove directly back to the hotel where he was staying. Fu Jingxin staggered back to the hotel. The first time he rushed to the bathroom, turned on the shower, cold water from the head to feet, pouring him a through and through this only that the heat on his body suppressed a few points. After a little conscious, he picked up the phone and dialed the phone. Shouldn't Mr. Fu be in Haichang looking for your true love at this hour? Why are you free to call me? The man on the other end of the phone flirted. Fu Jingxin turned off the shower. His eyes were very deep. Cut the crap and go check on someone. Upon hearing this, the man got energized. Really found your true love, huh? Which is so much nonsense. Miss Shu Yu of the Shu family in Haichang, in half an hour. I want to know all her information data. Chapter 7. How dare you hit me? I want you to be barred forever. Hiss. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The doctor rubbed Shu Yu's highly swollen ankle with bruises, and her features crumpled together in pain. Miss Shu, remember to apply ice to reduce the swelling when she goes back. It's better not to walk around for the next 2 days. Otherwise, it will become more and more swollen and hard to get well. The doctor had just finished his explanation on the front foot, and on the back foot, Shu Huai pushed a wheelchair in from outside. It's okay, sis. I'll push you later. Shu Yu looked at his serious and grave look. The corner of her mouth twitched. Brother, I just twisted my ankle. I'm not crippled. I don't need to push a wheelchair. Shu Huai pushed the wheelchair over, holding Shu Yu down as he pushed her to sit in the wheelchair. His attitude was tough. No, until your feet are completely healed, you have to be in a wheelchair. Didn't you hear the doctor say you shouldn't walk around for the next 2 days? Shu Yu looked at him and sighed helplessly. Shu Huai is good at everything, just too paranoid what he wants to do. He won't change easily. He is so good to me. It really makes me a little reluctant to leave this world. Shu Huai's eyes flashed slightly. Then don't go. What? Shu Yu froze when she coldly heard him say this. Nothing. The dance is about to start. Let me push you down. Shu Huai lowered his head and pushed her down in the elevator. It's not like I can dance with my feet like this. You can watch from the sidelines. Shu Yu sat in the corner. Shu Huai was afraid that she was freezing, took off his suit jacket to cover her legs, passing by the dancing people at first glance. Really thought it was a girl with disabled legs. Eyes have penetrated a touch of sympathy. Shu Yu was made uncomfortable by the look. She tilted her head to look at Shu Huai on the side. Why are you alone? Where are the brothers? Big brother and third brother have something to go and get busy. Second brother is talking to Luz about cooperation. As for fourth brother, Shu Huai said. His eyes glanced to a direction. Shu Yu obediently looked over. In the middle of the dance floor, the handsome man and beautiful woman were dancing. The woman was smiling a lot, but the man was a little reluctant. It was Shu Chan and Chen Shuer. Shu Yu stared at the dancing duo with interest. Don't look at Shu Chan's reluctance now, but he's a love brain back there, and a person who's crazy about love. Bang! A loud noise called back Shu Yu's thoughts, and she followed the sound. The lean man was kicked out by Shu Ziming and smashed in the center of the dance floor. Shu Chan subconsciously protected Chen Shuer when he saw this. Chen Shuer froze, her eyes falling on the side of Shu Chen's face with a smile in her eyes. How dare you hit me? Do you know who my father is? The man fell to his buttocks and couldn't even crawl in pain, but for the sake of face, he stalked his neck and screamed at Shu Ziming. My dad is the chairman of Lu's company. I'm his own son. If you dare to hit me, I'll let my dad come and clean you up. Make it impossible for you to mix in Haichang. Make you go to jail for eternity. Shu Ziming twisted his neck from side to side, cackling. It had been a while since he had fought. His bones were falling apart. Yeah? You want me to be barred from my life forever? I'd like to see if your Lu family has the ability to do that. In Haichang, no one dares to say one if my dad says two. As soon as the words fell, the man was lifted up by his collar, and the big-bellied middle-aged man slapped him in the face. Rebellious son, you want to rebel. Lu's father's face was red with anger, a pair of cloudy and bloodshot eyes staring straight at his uneducated and mouthy youngest son. Dad! When the man saw his father, he didn't care if his face hurt or not. He pointed at Shu Ziming and shouted, Dad, you have to take it out on me. He hit me. No one has hit me like that since I was a kid except you. I want him to lose his reputation. Lu's father glanced at Shu Ziming and was so angry that he slapped his son again on the other side of his face. Drinking and blinded you? Open your eyes and see clearly. That's Shu Ziming, the third young master of the Shu family. If he hit you, he hit you. What do you want to say? With that, he shook off his son and threw him back to the ground, walking towards Shu Ziming and apologizing with a smile on his face. Young Master Shu, you are generous. This young son of mine has been spoiled by my wife and is lawless. I apologize for bumping into you. Is apologizing enough? Do you want to hear what your son did to make my third brother so angry? Shu Quan assisted Qin Ruishi to walk out. Qin Ruishi's whole body buried her head in Shu Quan's chest, and the larger suit draped over her body, wrapping her completely. She just looked soft and weak. She was still whimpering in Shu Quan's arms. Seeing this, Lu's father glared at his youngest son, who was lying on the ground. What the hell is going on here? The dazed man mumbled. I just wanted to make friends with that beautiful young lady. Shu Ziming sneered when he heard this. Is that what you call making friends? Hands and feet. What else do you say, beautiful girl? You don't look at me, is it because I'm too handsome? You don't dare to look at a... Shu Ziming mimicked it so well that Shu Yu didn't hold back her laughter at the originally serious scene. I'm not ashamed to be in the entertainment industry. Acting is a snap. The corner of Shu Ziming's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, and he glared back at the man on the ground. If I hadn't arrived in time, who knows if you would have done something even more excessive. Is it true what young Master Shu said? Lu's father kicked his son. His ass was already hurting and this kick wailed in pain. Is it against the law for me to hit on a pretty girl? No offense, but she's my Shu Ziming sister, and you're guilty of hitting on my sister. The audience was in an uproar. Surprisingly, it's the Shu family's daughter. Then this Lu family is kicking the iron plate. Shu family's position in the Sea City that is extremely high. Their several brothers are excellent, all the forces involved. Lu family messed with the Shu family. I'm afraid that in the Sea City cannot stay. Mr. Lu, I think it's better not to continue the cooperation between us. Shu Rin also walked over. Lu's father had a hard time negotiating business with Shu Rin. As soon as he heard his words, he was so scared that he immediately pulled his son up and bowed in apology, wanting to make up for some of his faults in this way. Ms. Shu, I'm sorry. It's my eyes that didn't recognize MT Tai. I'm sorry for bumping into you. I'm sorry. I have an old man and a small family. Our whole family relies on me to earn money to eat. If the company collapses, what can we do? Upon hearing the apology, Qin Curly then poked her head out of Shu Quan's arms, her eyes red, and I felt sorry for her. Big brother, since they have apologized, let them go. I didn't suffer any harm. It's better not to make things difficult for them. It's not easy for them to watch. When these words came out, the one who couldn't hold back the most in the room was Shu Yu, who lowered her head to stifle her laughter, her shoulders shaking. Boo hoo hoo hoo. Can't stand it. Author, you have no heart. To your heroine arranged what Mary Sue Madonna persona or do not make it difficult for them, they look also not easy. Ahaha, too funny. Chapter 8. I'm really envious of the Qin Curl. Shu Yu smiled and laughed as she looked up. Several of her brothers and Chen Shuer were staring straight at her. She stopped laughing momentarily and became serious. No, what are they looking at me like that for? Could it be that I'm laughing too loudly? Shu Quan withdrew his gaze and coughed softly. Curly, they bullied you first. These punishments for them are what they deserve. It's not easy for them. Do you have to put up with being bullied? That's right. Bad guys should be sanctioned. You're our sister. It's our due responsibility to protect you. You don't need to have a mental burden. Shu Rin also stood out. A member of my Shu family can't afford to be bullied. Seeing this, Chen Shuer's father hurriedly gave a wink to the security, who knew what to do and immediately came up to drive people away. It's over. It's all over. It's not easy for me to get to this point today. It's all been ruined by you. This brat. On the way out, Lu's father cried and scolded. Lu family father and son were invited out after this today. Who would dare to have cooperation with the Lu family in the future? I am afraid that it is going to be the end. I'm really sorry. It's Uncle Chun who sifted people poorly, inviting this kind of person to the banquet, letting Miss Shu be frightened. Chen Shuer's father, Chen Yongkong, walked over to Qin Ruling with a wine glass and apologized with her. Chen Yongkong was startled when Qin Ruler's eyes fell on him. Fong didn't pay attention to look. Only now did he realize that it wasn't Shu Yu who was in Shu Quan's arms. It was Qin Riling. Qin Curly. Qin Curly saw Chen Yongkong's face, skimmed his head and did not look at him. Obviously the two of them are a little wrong. Uncle Chun knows my sister? Shu Quan asked knowingly. Only then did Chun Yongkong explain. Miss Chin is working as a tutor teacher for my youngest daughter at my house, helping her with her homework. So it's like this sister of mine is also just found back, before suffering a lot of pain, is also a poor child. Speaking of these, a few brothers and inexplicably heart to Chin Riling produce a sense of guilt. Shu Yu looked at that cozy scene with a lot of emotions. Although I didn't die, but Chin Riling is still quite competitive, so that several brothers have feelings of pity and guilt for her. Repairing the line of kinship is just around the corner, and I'll be able to go home earlier. Chin Riling was frightened and obviously not suitable to stay any longer. So Shu Quan chatted with Chun Yongkong for a few moments and was about to take Chin Riling home. By the way, Uncle Chun, my third brother's occupation is a bit special. I hope that what happened tonight will not be revealed before it is revealed. Shu Quan suddenly thought of something and reminded again. Chun Yongkong nodded understandingly. I understand. Public figures. When she passed by Chun Shuer, Chin Curly felt her gaze and looked pitiful. Sister Chun, I'm sorry for making your birthday banquet turn out like this. Chun Shuer looked at her with a smile. But how that smile looked fake. It's fine. It's just a small birthday banquet. Besides, you've helped me so much. She bit that word help very heavily. The people on the sidelines didn't hear that something was wrong. But Shu Chun sensed it, and his sideways glance at Chun Shuer became a bit strange. Sister, let's go. Shu Huai pushed the wheelchair behind him and took Shu Yu away with him. Back to the Shu family villa, the living room was lit, a few people just went in, and before they saw anyone, they heard Shu's mom's voice coming from inside. Curly, Mom and Dad just went to the next city for an errand. Why did you run away from home? Is it because you don't like this family? Or is there something we did wrong? You talk to Mommy. Mommy will change everything. Shu mother hugged Chin Riling. Chin Riling shrunk her neck. Timid. Looks not very adaptable to this kind of intimate behavior. Mom, you're scaring Curly. Shu Quan stepped forward to speak. Mom is too excited, by the way. I heard that you guys went to Chun Shuer's birthday banquet. Why are you back so early? Hearing this, Shu Ziming angrily told the original story of the incident. Shu mother heard that Chin Riling was bullied. Scared her all over the body, to make sure that nothing is wrong, which is only a little relieved. I know that young son of the Lu family. He's uneducated and often causes trouble. Shu Rin, your previous project was in cooperation with the Lu family, right? Shu's father frowned. Shu Rin quickly said, there was a cooperation originally today and Lu talked about the renewal of the contract. The quality of their products are very guaranteed, but after curling this matter, I have publicly said that I understand, in the future will not have a cooperative contact with the Lu family's company. That's good. This kind of scum doesn't deserve this. I'll greet my friends in the circle. The Lu family won't be able to mix in Haicheng. Shu's father said one thing and was about to make a call right away. Aya, don't stand at the door and chat, quickly go in. Today Mom personally cooks a lot of dishes. Curls, I don't know what you like to eat, so I made some of them all. Come and try. Shu Mom happily pulls Chin Riling in. Shu Yu watched the cozy scene in front of her from the entrance hall. The tip of her nose slightly sour. But at least it's a brother-sister mother-daughter relationship after 10 years of getting along. This watching them transfer their favor to me to another person. This taste, it's really a little bit unpleasant. Before, my persona is spiteful and capricious, relying on the Shu family's daughter to do whatever she wants. My brothers are still very tolerant of me. And now there is a well-behaved and understanding pro-sister. I'm afraid that it will be even more favored her. Shu mother felt that I am a child cannot be taught. My attitude is extremely harsh, but it is a very gentle to the Chin Riling. Shu Yu grew up as a left-behind child. Her parents went out to work, and when she was 5 years old, her parents died accidentally in an accident at a construction site, and she has been brought up by her grandmother, and has never felt any other affection. And when she came here, she felt affection and amiability that she had not felt before, but she clearly knew that these did not belong to her, so she has been very restrained in avoiding them. Still, at this moment, she couldn't help but feel a little envious. The family is well off, and there's mom, dad, brother and sister, and a whole family loves her. Unlike me, who has nothing but my grandmother. But really, I'm such a big guy in a wheelchair. Can't you see me? My presence is too low, right? Shu Yu secretly spat. The four brothers who were heading to the restaurant stopped in their tracks and turned back to Shu Yu in unison, their eyes very complicated. Shu Quan spoke. Shu Huai, push her in for dinner. When Shu Huai heard this, he was immediately happy to push her in. Sister, you're not the outsider in this family. Shu Yu heard this. The heart is quite not taste. After all, Shu Huai's life is also curly. Come and eat meat. Look at how thin you are. Shu's mom's voice interrupted Shu Yu's thoughts. Before long, the dishes in Chin Curly's bowl were piled up as high as a small mountain. Mom, I can't eat that much, Chin Ruling said while still looking at Shu Yu with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Shu Yu glanced at her and ate her own food, not affected in the slightest. Chapter 9, It's over. I've messed with Fu Jingshin. Mom, my sister seems a little upset that I'm back. Chin Curly will not let Shu Yu have a good time. Her sense of existence is so low. Chin Curly also want to cue her a bit, afraid that no one will notice her like. It was only then that Mama Shu and Papa Shu's gazes fell on Shu Yu. Both men saw Shu Yu for a moment of trance. I didn't even notice that Yaya was there, Shu mother said. Then she realized that Shu Yu was sitting in a wheelchair. A flash of worry flashed in her eyes. Yu, what happened to your legs? Why are you in a wheelchair? Maybe it's because in the original plot, Shu Yu is dead, so there's nothing about her at all in this family, and that's why she's being ignored. Shu Yu lowered her head to eat, her tone a little sour. It's nothing. I just broke my foot. It's just a broken foot, ah. Then recuperating for 2 days will be fine, Papa Shu said blandly. Then there was nothing for her to do at this table again. All talking around Chin Riling, and Shu Yu struggled to dry her rice until Shu Rin, who was sitting across from her, gave her a pig's trotter. Don't just eat the vegetables. Have a pig's trotter to make up for the shape. Shu Yue. Originally I was a bit touched to see the worst tempered of you giving me food, but now I'm left speechless. No one takes you for a dummy if you don't speak. Pig's hooves. Pig's hooves. You look like a pig's hoof to me. The corners of Shu Rin's mouth quivered slightly. A few other people couldn't help but laugh out loud when they heard Shu use heartfelt words. Brother, what are you guys laughing at? Chin Curly asked curiously. Shu Quan stopped laughing and waved his hand. It's nothing. Let's eat. Z City Hotel Karshi. The information you want I have found out. Shu Yu is the daughter of the Shu family in Haicheng, but it is said that 2 days ago it was found out that she is not biological. The Shu family's biological daughter is called Chin Curl. The specifics I sent to your mailbox, you can see for yourself. I have to go to sleep, beauty sleep. The man yawned and hung up the phone after that. Fu Jingshin opened the mailbox and saw Shu Yu's information material, and the last page was accompanied by her family's situation, as well as the general information of that Chin Curl. Fu Jingshin's eyes fell on Shu Yu's photo. She smiled brightly and openly, and his eyes traveled down and landed on the column of the school. Shu Yue. Jewelry Design, Ocean City University. Chin Curly's room in Shu Yu's next door. According to the original plot development, Shu Yu died. Her room belongs to Chin Curly, but now she did not die. Chin Curly had to live in the next door guest bedroom, but it was also well arranged by Shu's mother, very cozy princess room. When Shu Yu passed by with a bounce, Chin Curly walked out from inside, leaning against the door frame, staring at Shu Yu, raising her chin, slightly condescending. Sister, if I were you, I wouldn't have the face to stay in this house. She didn't hide her mouth in front of Shu Yu. Shu Yu was puzzled and laughed out loud. The Shu family is rich and powerful. They will give me 100,000 pocket money every month. I still have a room twice as big as yours that hangs in the open. I'm still surnamed Shu, so I'm still the Shu family's young lady. Why would I want to leave? She wasn't stupid, even if she was a fake $1,000. Why would she want to leave when she was so comfortable in the Shu family? Chin Curly was furious. Why are you so thick-skinned? I'm sorry. I've always had thicker skin. Did you just realize that? Shu Yu was in a good mood to see her angry and crossed over to her room with a bounce. Seeing this, Chin Curvaceous grunted and closed her own door as well. The brothers stepped out of the shadows and looked at the 2 closed doors. Actually, Shu Yu's nature isn't bad except for being a bit capricious. Will we neglect her because of the curls? Shu Chen inexplicably felt some heartache for Shu Yu. Don't forget how Shu Yu bullied Curly in the past, Shu Ziming said without a trace of anger. Shu Rin hugged her chest. How do we say that Curly is also our own sister? She has suffered so much outside. We deserve to be nicer to her. Shu Yu has enjoyed the glory and wealth in our family, and knows that we are not treating her poorly, and is unnecessarily guilt-ridden. But sister is also eager for the love we give her. Shu Huai interjected. He didn't want to see Shu Yu's sad and disappointed expression. And don't forget, Sister Heartbeat mentioned that we'll be breaking up our family later on because of Chin Curly. Big brother and I followed Curly all the way. We didn't find Fu Jingshin at all, and almost let that Lu family kid bully Curly, so it proves that Shu Yu's heartfelt words don't count. Shu Ziming felt that the credibility was not high. The matter of being able to hear the voice of Shu Yu's heart is still to be examined. But having two sisters is not a bad thing at all. Everyone still agreed with what Shu Quan said. Because of the rain, Shu Yu some hard, wash up a bit, fell asleep on the bed. To the second half of the night always feel sore, want to get up to take a temperature, but no strength, froze straight lie to dawn. Her head was groggy, and looking outside at the dawn, confused, she struggled to get up to find her body temperature to measure it and fix her eyes on it. 39 degrees 6. That's a high fever. Must be from the rain yesterday. Shu Yu changed his clothes and limped downstairs. And he didn't see anyone else downstairs except his aunt. Mrs. Awake, huh? Would you like some dinner? Although she was a fake Chanjin, but she was still living in this house. Auntie wouldn't dare not to treat her with disrespect. No, where are the others? Shu Yu asked casually. Auntie cleared her throat and said deliberately. Master and Madam accompanied Miss Curly to the household registration. Shu Yu's movement to put on her shoes gave a start. It's quite fast. Expecting her to be as loud and standoffish as before when one thing didn't go her way, Auntie didn't expect her to be so calm this time. That's right, they're all fake $1,000 now. How can they still have the capital to be arrogant? As an aunt in a rich and noble family, she naturally has the eyesight to see that this Shu Yu has fallen out of favor. So she didn't ask where Shu Yu went out. Shu Yu took a taxi to Kongyang Hospital, where the doctor examined her and then prescribed medication and Unforeseen. The burning head was so disoriented that Shu Yu couldn't even feel anything when the needle went in. She squinted and leaned against the wall when she suddenly heard a cry of pain in her ear. This voice, it sounds so familiar. Shu Yu opened her eyes and looked. The opposite door was hidden. Fu Jingshan's handsome face with a tightly locked brow full of sadness appeared wherever she was. Her eyes widened miserably. Bastard! I don't know if it was an illusion or not. Shu Yu felt that he heard it because he looked over with a roll of his eyes. Shu Yu looked down in fear. Can't see me, can't see me. The nurse to Fu Jingshan after the needle out, mouth still red. You a big man, how to play a needle is still so afraid of pain. Opposite that little girl needle even did not frown. The little girl she's talking about is Shu Yu. Shu Yu lowered her head, not daring to raise her eyes to look, fearing that it would be embarrassing if she was recognized. Suddenly, a pair of polished, high-fashion leather shoes came into view. Ms. Housekeeping, we meet again. Fu Jingshan's voice with a smile came, and Shu Yu knew that she was recognized. She looked up and smiled awkwardly. What a coincidence, sir. You're sick too? He wasn't the one who was sick. He was afraid that that medicine would have some after effects. Otherwise, how could he who fainted from the needle come to take the injection? But it was also a coincidence that he would still meet Shu Yu here. Unexpected surprises. Yeah, you beat me up last night, and it hurt a lot. He smoothly sat next to Shu Yu, staring at her with a smile. Shu Yu dared not speak, and the atmosphere was stiff for a time until the nurse spoke. Fu Jingshan, come and get your medication list to get your medicine, and remember to take it on time. Hearing that name, Shu Yu drifted off for a moment, then looked at the man beside her with a sudden thought. Fu Jingshan? Is he Fu Jingshan? Yesterday I was with Fu Jingshan, then Qin Curly was not with Fu Jingshan? Why is the plot yawning again? Ouch, messed up, all messed up. System, you come out. What the hell is going on here? She looked calm on the outside, but she was actually getting cranky on the inside. Fu Jingshan raised his eyebrows. System? She still has a system? The system was shouted out by her. Host, you're still alive already counts the plot off track. That's why I'll let you try to promote the development of the male and female main characters towards the right track of the plot. Well, time is tight and the task is heavy. Host, I believe in you, yo. After saying that, the system disappeared again. No matter how much Shu Yu shouted, it no longer came out. Damn it! Shu Yu cursed, but she happened to meet Fu Jingshan's line of sight, and she hurriedly explained, I didn't say that you were hateful. Who understands Fu Jingshan is in addition to Fu Himing outside of the second pervert. In order to climb the position of the Fu family in charge, his hands cannot do a lot of bad things. Scheming brother car accident, resulting in paralysis, bedridden, 20 years old, became the helmsman of the Fu family. The means is not simple. Messing with him, I am considered to be wasted. Fu Jingshan looked at her with a hint of inexplicable longing and curiosity, and Shu Yu cringed as he stared at her. Why are you looking at me? It's nothing, seeing as you're pretty. Fu Jingshan saw that she was afraid. His mood was inexplicably a little good. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. He complimented me on my beauty? He doesn't covet my beauty, does he? He's not falling in love with me at first sight, is he? Shu Yu looked like she had discovered some great secret and moved a few steps to the side in fear. The smile at the corner of Fu Jingshan's mouth froze. How did her brain circuits turn so fast? The two people sat in silence for a long time. Shu Yu's medicine was finally finished. The nurse finished pulling out the needle. She immediately got up and wanted to leave. Leaving this place of wrongdoing, Fu Jingshen also got up and followed. Somebody, kill someone. The doctor has killed someone. Someone was yelling, and soon there were people surrounding them. Shu Yu had wanted to go around the road, but she glimpsed that in that crowd. There was Shu Quan's figure, and the troublemaker was grabbing his arm and yelling, "It's this unscrupulous doctor who killed my wife. It's him. I want you to pay for it." Chapter 10. Qin Riling was stabbed and bled. "This gentleman, please calm down. We are rushing to operate on a patient right now. If you have any questions, can you wait until our Dr. Shu comes out after the operation?" The doctor next to Shu Quan tried to rip the middle-aged man's hand away, not realizing that because of this action, he became even more upset. "I don't care, you guys have to give me a statement now. I brought my wife all the way to Haicheng for an operation, and people died on the operating table. How do you want me to live? You murderer!" He glared angrily at Shu Quan in front of him, and raised his hand to throw a punch to hit him. Shu Quan dodged it, but he stood straight there and took the punch. Blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth, and he didn't even say a word. Shu Yu saw the scene in front of her and quickly searched for the episode in her mind. "I remembered, hit this man, his wife heart failure serious, the county hospital medical equipment and doctor's technology does not support can do this surgery. So only to come all the way to Haicheng specifically to find Big Brother to do? But the patient in the surgery during a sudden brain hemorrhage, the doctors operated to resuscitate a knight were not resuscitated. Shu Quan also guilty because of this matter for a long time. Then later on, Qin Curly will come out and take a stabbing for Shu Quan. And then the brother-sister relationship between the two will develop rapidly." Shu Quan's ears twitched slightly, and his line of sight had already landed on Shu Yu outside the crowd. He pursed his lips, the color in his eyes obscure. "This is a hospital. My brother is a doctor who treats people. How could he possibly kill someone?" Qin Curly's people but first heard her voice. She squeezed in from the crowd, directly in front of Shu Quan. She was shorter than the middle-aged man by half a head, tilted her head and stared at him with wide eyes, a look of justice. Shu Quan was a bit surprised to see Qin Ruishi. Remembering Shu Yu's heartfelt mention that Qin Ruishi would come over and take a stab for himself. "Curly, what are you doing here?" "Big brother, I believe you didn't kill anyone. There must be some misunderstanding on his part. Don't worry. I've already called the police. I won't let him hurt you." Shu Yu half squinted her eyes. Tiptoe want to watch the show. But the people who watched the show surrounded one circle after another. She could not see the heroine's so-called highlights. Let me see how this Qin Curl is a high moment of justice and heroism. Because one of her feet was injured. Her tiptoe posture was strange and funny. Fu Jingshin unconsciously raised a smile when he saw it, and taking a step forward, he directly hugged Shu Yu. The elevation suddenly rose. Shu Yu was startled. Looked down, it was Fu Jingshin. "Why is he hugging me? What's wrong with him?" Fu Jingshin's good mood was broken by her words, and the smile at the corner of his mouth disappeared. "You're the one who killed my wife, and I want you to pay for it," the middle-aged man shouted, pulled out a fruit knife from his pocket, and stabbed straight at Shu Quan. His knife was originally prepared for himself, but heard Qin Curl said that the police have been scared, simply 100, which pulled out a fruit knife to move the same mind. Hearing the movement over there, Shu Yu didn't care if she was hugged by Fu Jingshan, and looked over excitedly. Shu Quan had anticipated that he would pull out a knife, and at the first opportunity, he pushed Qin Ruishi away, fearing that she would be harmed. "Big brother, watch out!" Who expected that Qin Riling people have withdrawn to 3 steps away. The last knife stabbed over, she rushed back, a hug Shu Quan, the whole person hanging on him, that fruit knife impartial inserted into the position of her right waist. Blood spilled and stained her white dress, shocking and appalling to the eye. The Shu family's parents also arrived at this time and were frightened enough to see this scene. "Curly." Chapter 11. "Auntie, you've got it all wrong. I'm not his girlfriend." Shu father pushed away the middle-aged man who was standing next to him, foolishly hurting his daughter. And when he saw the overflowing blood of Qin Riling, he couldn't tell you how heartbroken he was. "Curly, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it." The man looked at his hand stained with blood fruit knife. People are scared silly. He also do not know how he just now, the brain is blank, directly out of the knife hurt people. Shu Yu saw the scene in front of her and once again lamented the power of the heroine's aura. Qin Curls have been pushed out so far but also come back to block the knife, really not afraid of death, and that knife and then deviate a little bit, it is going to hurt the kidneys, but there is a heroine aura in this is a small injury cannot be killed. Shu Quan, who was originally afraid that something would happen to Chin Curly, was slightly relieved after hearing these heartfelt words from Shuyu. It's good that there's no danger to his life. The police soon came and took away the middle-aged man who committed the murder and killing, and Chin Curl was also sent to the operating room. Outside the operating room, Shu's mom hugged Shu's dad and dropped her tears, her voice trembling. It was so hard for us to retrieve Curly, and she was hurt so badly. I'm so scared that something will happen to her. It's all my fault. I had to bring her for some kind of medical checkup, or else she wouldn't have been stabbed, and she bled so much. Curly must have been in a lot of pain. Shu's father's brows were tightly locked, clearly worried himself, but he still gently patted his wife's back to softly comfort her. It won't happen. Nothing will happen to Curly. Shu Quan stood against the wall, listening to his mom and dad while looking down at the blood in his hand that had already dried up, with an indescribably complicated mood. He had obviously anticipated and prepared for it, and had pushed Chin riling out to avoid her getting hurt. But why had she still blocked the knife for him? Mom, Dad, Big Brother, how's Curly? Shu Rin Dusty rushed, walking in a hurry, but also gasping for breath. Well-tended hair also fell down a few strands hanging in front of the forehead. He happened to be in the neighborhood to talk about business, and when he heard that Chin Riling had an accident, he rushed over to the hospital. Shu Quan shook his head. It's in surgery. We don't know what's going on yet. After Shu Yu finished watching the play, Fu Jingshin put her down, and Shu Yu didn't dare to talk to him more. Went to the window to get the medicine and left the hospital, but Fu Jingshin kept following her. What's he always following me for? Shu Yu suspiciously looked back at Fu Jingshin, 3 or 4 steps away. He just followed and didn't say anything, making Shu Yu strangely uncomfortable. The bus came. Shu Yu limped on board and swept the code, found an empty seat and sat down. She still has a lot of savings, but now she is no longer the Shu family's 5th miss. Chin Riling is, this money will have to be used sparingly. After the start of the school, spending money can be a lot of places to go. Shu Yu just sat down, saw Fu Jingshin also got on the car to come. He fumbled half a day from the body to find a cell phone, cannot find. Also did not bring cash, only a bank card. Dude, hurry up, will you? I'm in a hurry to get on the bus. The older woman behind him urged him on. Fu Jingshin's gaze fell on Shu Yu's face at once. Shu Yu hastily skimmed her head and looked out the window at the scenery. Can't see me, can't see me. Shu Yue, I don't have my cell phone or cash. Shu Yu? How does he know my name is Shu Yu? He's investigating me? Wow, this pervert. I can't hear you, I'm deaf. She continued to play dead. She didn't want to have anything to do with Fu Jingshin, and she didn't know how to die in the future. Not to mention that he should have gone to pester Chin Curly instead of her. Fu Jingshin see her indifferent. The heart is still so scolded him. Behind the people and urge, face cannot hang, had to get off the car to go, but did not expect the big mom behind the God help. Girl, if you and your boyfriend are fighting, don't waste our time. Okay? I'm in a hurry to go home and make lunch for my grandchildren. It's only $2. Just give it to your boyfriend. That's right. There's something going on. You guys go home and settle the score yourselves. Don't hold up everyone's time. Everyone you talk to me. Shu Yu listened more and more head, and finally couldn't sit still, got up and came over to scan a code for Fu Jingshin. Glancing at the older woman in passing, she explained, Auntie, I'm not his girlfriend, and I don't know him, so consider these $2 as my charity. Being made charitable by King Fu. Shu Yu finished paying the money and just walked to the seat to sit down when that big mom grabbed that seat before her. She placed her own vegetable basket at her feet and looked at Shu Yu with a smile. I'm sorry, girl. My legs are bad in my old age. I can't stand. At this time, there are no empty seats on the bus. Shu Yu foot pain, but also because of the cold dizziness, go back to at least more than an hour. In the middle of the seat is not necessarily grabbed, where she stood for so long. Auntie, my girlfriend sat in this seat first. Are you so shameless? You took my girlfriend's seat. Shu Yu hadn't even opened her mouth to speak before Fu Jingshin's voice rang in her ears first. Auntie didn't expect him to speak so harshly. Who are you calling shameless? Don't you know how to be courteous to the elderly? Besides, this girl has said she doesn't know you. What are you talking about? I just had a fight with my girlfriend. He smoothly took Shu Yu's shoulders. Shu Yu? Shu Yu tried to break away from his hand, but he wrapped his arms tighter around her. And I see that you just did not drop the senior card. You should not count the elderly do not need to yield, right? You! The older woman said, her face red with anger. I don't care. I sat down in this seat first, so it's mine. Then you're really unqualified. Fu Jingshin looked at the big mom with a very disgusted look. Eft. Shu Yu didn't hold back her laughter. How could she be so virtuous as to see Mr. Bully here raging against an older woman for a bus seat? The people around her were pointing at Big Mother, thinking that this was really wrong of her, and Big Mother couldn't bear to see her face, so she had to stand up with her basket of vegetables. Shu Yu obediently sat down. Not having to stand on his injured foot was indeed much more comfortable. She whispered her thanks to Fu Jingshun, who was standing next to her. "Thank you. This Fu Jingshun and the book depicted is not very much like it, but also quite helpful." When Fu Jingshun heard this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It was the first time anyone had ever complimented him on his helpfulness. "You're welcome. Consider it a payback for your $2 fare." The bus stops at the station. This stop on the bus is particularly large. Not long after the car is crowded with people, Fu Jingshun is very uncomfortable. To avoid contact with other people, small steps against the Shu Yu side to move. When the car started, Shu Yu was flipping through the part-time job information in the cell phone, not paying attention to the turn, the head to the side, and impartially hit Fu Jingxuan's stomach. Hard. Feel the abdominal muscles. OMO. This touch on the face. Could it be Fu Jingxun's abs? I remember that he works out all year round, soaking at least 2 hours a day in the gym. That muscle line must be very developed. This chin curl eat can be really good Although Fu Himing looks also quite good looking but ultimately is still a younger brother, Fu Jingxun, such a means to have the brains of the hegemony of a mature man, is the most sensual sexual tension force pull full. Cooking kung fu must be very good. If I were the heroine, I will choose Fu Jingxun. Cough, cough. Fu Jingxun choked and coughed at her words. He'd followed her all the way here to hear exactly what her heart said about what would happen to her if she were to die a horrible death, not realizing he'd hear her say something so revealing. After a shot, although the fever went down, but still dizzy head, not a moment Shu Yu's head leaned against the window and fell asleep. Fu Jingxun looked down at her. His line of sight fell on the screen of her cell phone that had not yet been extinguished. It also stops at the page of the software she's looking for a part-time job. Chapter 12. You're the Shu family's only daughter. Shu Yu woke up from the car. Fu Jingxun has disappeared. See to the station. She did not think much about when he left. Anyway, there will be no interactions in the future. Back at Shu's house, Shu Huai was the only one there. He had a band-aid on his face. He should have been injured during training. When he heard the sound, he twisted his head to look over. "Sister? Why didn't you tell me when you went out? This foot of yours is still swollen." As soon as Shu Huai saw Shu Yu, the first thing he did was to put down what he was holding and run over to help her. "I'll just break my foot, it's fine. It's Chin Curly. She's in surgery after being stabbed." "Silly brother, you always care about what I do. You should and Chin Curl go to play good relations, Do not hold tight to her thighs, you die faster, Shu Huai's brows tightened when he heard this, his eyes descending downwards onto the medicine Shu Yu was holding, a worried look coming into his eyes. "Why do you need medicine? Where are you not feeling well? I'll take you to the doctor." With that, he was about to take Shu Yu out. "No, it's just a fever. I've already had a shot." "Fever?" Shu Huai looked excited. "Fever, that's a big deal." Shu Yu tugged at him with such force that Shu Huai couldn't drag her away by half. "My fever's gone down, don't worry. I'm fine." Shu Yu was a bit helpless, but feeling Shu Huai's concern, her heart inexplicably felt a bit warm. In this book world, the only person who cared about her the most was Shu Huai. Shu Yu at that time just happened to have just crossed over, living in the Shu family manor. She still did not understand what the situation was bent on going home, so she escaped in the middle of the night and ran to the mountains behind the manor. The Shu family is powerful in Haichang. It's because they are involved in all kinds of business. That hill is the soldiers that the Shu family secretly cultivates. It's called the Dark Regiment. Shu Huai grew up there. That day he was bullied by the regiment, he was 9 times dead. It's Shu Yu who saved him. This was the very thing that had made Shu Huai so deadly loyal to her. "Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? I would have come back immediately to take you to the hospital if you had called me, and you had to go by yourself to get the injection and medicine." Shu Huai had a face of self-reproach. Next time I'll be sure to tell you, okay? How can there be a next time for something like being sick?" Shu Huai was disgruntled. The two were chatting when Shu Rin returned. "Auntie Hu, make a chicken soup? I'm taking it to the hospital for Curly." Shu Rin came in and saw Shu Huai. "You're back. Curl is injured, just after surgery. You later with me to the hospital to see her," he said as he was about to go upstairs to change. Shu Yu deflated. Whether there are feelings or not can be seen at a glance. Shu Huai found out that I took the medicine the first time. Shu Rin not only didn't find out that I took the medicine, but also didn't find out that I was also standing here. But it doesn't matter anyway, since I was little, I'm a transparent person. She was actually a bit aggravated, at least she had been their brother and sister for 10 years, and while the bond wasn't deep, she had genuinely thought of them as family for a while. Shu Rin stopped in her tracks, her eyes falling unnaturally on Shu Yu's face. Why do you need medicine? Are you sick? Shu Yu froze and said, idle egg pain. Take some medicine to ease it. Shu Rin. There was something wrong with him just now that he felt she was so aggravated that he asked this one more time. Shu Yu had just finished her medication, so when Shu Rin and Shu Huai went to the hospital, they took her with them as well. I don't have to go over there so early for my shots. Take you to see Curly. She's hurt so badly, you should go see her too, Shu Rin said while driving. I'm who she is and still should go see her too. It's not like I have anything to do with her getting hurt. The corner of Shu Rin's mouth twitched slightly. If you still want to stay in this family, you should know that you need to strike a good relationship with Curly. If Curly doesn't care that you bullied her before, then you can be good sisters and it's fine for our Shu family to raise one more of you. Oh, Shu Yu looked out the window. I don't care. Shu Rin was silent. Come on. Good intentions are being treated like a donkey's liver and lungs. Chin curl surgery went well, did not hurt the kidney, the wound is not deep, is a few stitches, the doctor said recuperate for a few months will be fine. That's good, that's good. Shu's mother breathed a sigh of relief and sat down next to Chin Riling, looking at her with a heartbroken expression. My poor child, you've suffered. It's okay, Mom, Big Brother is a doctor. He also has to cure the sick and save people. If it's my brother who is injured, how many people's illnesses must be delayed? This injury I suffered is worth it. Chin, curly face pale, raised a smile to add a few points of brightness. Good boy. By the way, the doctor said you could have some chicken soup after your surgery. Hungry? Shu's mom looked to Shu Yu. Yu, bring the chicken soup over. Shu Yu carried the chicken soup and walked over. She helped Shu's mother unscrew the lid in her hand and was going to put it on the table. But Chin Ruishi suddenly reached over to pick it up, and when she picked it up, her hand inexplicably shook, and it spilled out as much chicken soup as it could. It's hot. The chicken soup was freshly simmered and placed in an insulated lunchbox, spilling onto Shu Yu's hand, scalding it and making it instantly red. Sister, I know you don't like me, but you can't intentionally pour chicken soup on my quilt. Chin Ruishi preemptively attacked, with an aggrieved look on her face. Shu's mother frowned and looked at Shu Yu, just about to get angry when Shu Huai walked over and pulled Shu Yu's hand, which was burned red. Sister, does it hurt? A little bit. This Chin curl is really green tea. Clearly her own must reach out to pick up the results did not end steady spread. She covered the quilt on the body all right. My hand can be hot pain dead. With a distressed look on his face, Shu Huai pulled her to rinse the cold water. I'll go call the doctor over to take a look. Shu Rin also went out to help Shu Yu call a doctor. Chin Ruling originally wanted to use this opportunity to make them hate Shu Yu, but unexpectedly, each of them cared about her so much. Chin Ruling looked at Shu Yu with eyes that could not help but feel a little jealous. It was clear that she was the Shu family's own daughter, their own sister, but why was Shu Yu the one who was favored? The doctor quickly came over to check Shu Yu's injuries. The burns aren't serious. Just take a shower in time and rub some ointment on them. It's really unlucky to have a fever and burns. It seems that the world is somewhat unable to tolerate a dead man like me. Shu Yu couldn't help but spit as she glanced back at Chin Ruler in the hospital bed. Speaking of this, after the medical incident, Shu Quan was greatly affected, alone on the rooftop to think about life, met the love of his life. This point in time, the big brother should be in with the self-seeking girl to chat about life, and then saved her that girl. But this novel in the white moonlight in the general existence of but also one of my favorite characters, but unfortunately it is the death of the tragic, and Shu Quan is very abusive as well. Shu Rin and Shu Huai glanced at each other violently. It's amazing that Big Brother has a favorite. Shu Quan has always been intoxicated with the medical field, almost 3 years of age, have not been in love, thought he sealed the heart to lock the love, but still have a favorite. When Shu Yu left for the rooftop, Shu Rin and Shu Huai followed. Chin Curly watched the three of them leave. Her heart was very unfavorable. Mom, I get the feeling that my brother and brother don't like me very much. Shu's mother reached out to touch her head. How could that be? You're so well behaved and understanding. Of course your older brother and younger brother will like you. Chin Ruishi didn't say anything, but just stared in the direction of the doorway with tears in her eyes. Shu's mother was such a shrewd person that she guessed her mind at once. Don't worry. Since you've come back, you're the Shu family's only daughter. Chapter 13. What you want to assassinate Big Brother. Shu Yu was blissfully unaware that the two brothers, Shu Rin and Shu Huai, were following behind her again. She went up to the rooftop and poked her head out of the doorway of the rooftop in search of a figure, and at a glance, she saw the Shu Quan in a white coat standing there, and in front of him was a girl in a long floral dress. The girl was sitting on the edge, momentarily as if she was about to jump. She had long black hair and her white, pretty face was covered in tear stains, and Shu Yu felt heartbroken just by looking at her from afar. She was only 22 years old and had a heart attack at such a young age. She could have stood on stage as a sparkling dancer but had to give up dancing because of an acquired heart condition. Shu Quan was originally persuading the girl in front of him not to think about it, when he suddenly heard Shu Yu's voice and he turned around to look. Shu Yu jerked her head back. Scared the hell out of me. Almost got caught. The corners of Shu Quan's mouth twitched, having been discovered. Knowing that the girl in front of him was due to a heart attack, then he had a way to tell her to come down. Girl, I'm the chief of cardiac surgery in this hospital. I have a great say in heart problems. You should have just been checked out for heart disease, right? You show me the medical record list. Heart disease does not mean that there is no cure. You are still so young, you have not tried to treat it. Why do you have to think about it? Shu Kun tried to soften his voice as much as possible. The girl looked at him timidly and clutched the chart in her hand. I can't afford to heal. Money is not a problem. You can crowdfund it. Crowdfunding. Her eyes seemed to light up. Yes, I can help you write crowdfunding messages for people to donate to your treatment. So come down here first and I'll talk to you in detail about this crowdfunding thing. Shu Quan reached out towards her. He was good looking. His eyebrows were gentle. Girls were very affable when they saw him. She looked back down. Her high legs were weak. She looked at Shu Quan again and decided to trust him for a bit. She was just about to come down when her cell phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and glanced at it. Her face swished white as it kept ringing, urging her to get on it. The call was answered and the sound of mahjong clattering came from the other end as the woman's rambling voice came through. I heard your teacher say that the dance troupe won an award recently, and everyone was given a few $1,000s in bonuses. I happen to be playing mahjong, and I don't have any money in my hand, so transfer some money over here, touch. The girl's nose flared. Mom, I don't have any money. How can there be no money? Where did you spend the thousands of dollars in bonuses that were paid out? I've asked the teacher of your dance troupe, and this money was paid out only yesterday. Pei Xiao, I warn you, you do not learn those students of yours to buy what luxury goods, You have that money to buy luxury goods is not as good as the money to me to play mahjong. I can still win a few more. The sound of clashing mahjongs kept coming from the other end, and Pei Xiao only felt that her breathing was gradually becoming difficult, and her heart was throbbing for a while after a while. My money was spent on tests at the hospital, not on luxuries. The head froze for a moment, then cursed and said, What examination fee is so expensive? It costs thousands of dollars. You must have been cheated. Tell me which hospital. I won't sue him out of his home. Mom! Pei Xiao's tears could no longer stop falling. She just wanted to go down. But after receiving this phone call, she suddenly felt that there was no point in going down. Maybe this checkup for heart problems is God's way of warning her that there's nothing left in the world for her to hold on to. The phone hung up, and Pei Xiao glanced at Shu Quan in front of her, revealing a hint of apology. Doc, I'm sorry. Big brother. She's going to jump. Go get her. Shu Yu looked so scared that he shouted wildly with excitement. Before Shu Quan's brain could react, his body had already heard Shu Yu's words and ran over at the first opportunity. Grabbing Pei Xiao's hand when she was about to jump, Pei Xiao's legs dangled in the air as she looked incredulously at Shu Quan, who was tugging at her in front of her. Doctor, let go. There's nothing left for me in this world. Shu Quan grabbed her hand so hard that his face turned red. No, you can't die. I want you to live. He is the pride of God. He is extremely gifted in medicine. At the age of only 28 years old, he became the director of cardiac surgery in Kongyang Hospital. He has done the surgery, never failed. Born of a rich family, never lack of material conditions. The road to seek medical treatment is also very smooth. Even on the operating table, he has never failed. But 2 days ago, he saw the patient in the operation process brain hemorrhage, and finally failed to rescue. The first time he felt so small in the face of death. The original is not he has the strength to be able to fight against fate. Facing the family's questioning and scolding, he was very frustrated and felt that he insisted on this path was not the right one. But when he saw Pei Xiao fall, he still pulled her in the first place. He didn't want anyone to die in front of him. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, as a doctor, he was going to try to fight for it. Don't you move. I'll pull you up. It took Shu Quan a lot of effort to pull Pei Xiao up, and Shu Quan was relieved to see that she was safe and sound. The feet that were originally suspended in the air stepped on the ground, and that solid feeling made Pei Xiao feel unreal. Ever since her parents divorced, neither side wanted to take her, thinking she was a drag. Her mother's hobby of playing cards for fun, her father's new wife, she was the one left out, and even the dance troupe rehearsal dances, she was never on the C list for the teacher's consideration. It was the first time someone had chosen so firmly to pull her up by her bootstraps and told her to live well. Pei Xiao looked at Xu Quan and couldn't help but feel her nose turn sour. Xu Quan looked at Pei Xiao while rubbing his sore wrist, and he was just about to speak when Pei Xiao suddenly hugged him. It was the first time he was hugged by a girl, and Xu Quan completely froze. Sugar sprinkled sugar sprinkled sugar. Xu Yue covered her mouth in excitement. Xu Huai also couldn't help but poke his head out to take a look and took a picture and sent it to the group. Xu Zimming. You kids don't assassinate this or that every day. Are you posting today to assassinate that guy or that girl? Shuren, that's Big Brother. Xu Zimming? Xu Zimming. Big Brother? You want to assassinate Big Brother? Xu Huai nuts. Xu Zimming. No, why is Big Brother hugging a woman? Hasn't he always stayed away from women? In addition to Xu Yu and Curly, he actually hugged other girls? Xu Zimming. It looks like Mom's daily worship of the goddess of mercy is working. Xu Chun. I was following my teacher into the cave to see the murals. My cell phone kept dripping and ringing. I opened it, and sure enough it was you sending a message. It was really noisy at Xu Zimming. Xu Zimming. It's not polite, call Sango. Xu Huai. Sister said that the girl in Big Brother's arms is the one he likes. Xu Qin? Schultz. Class is suspended. Let me see what's going on. Xu Quan had his cell phone on silent, completely unaware that the group had gone crazy. All he knew was that Xu Yu's squeaky heart was really loud. How long are you going to hold me, miss? As soon as Pei Xiao heard this, she was so frightened that she immediately let go of Xu Quan. She blushed uncontrollably. I'm sorry. I meant to thank you for saving me. Thank you for making me feel like there are people in the world who care about me. It's been the norm for Xu Quan to be thanked as a doctor, but to be thanked after a medical scare and not being trusted is a bit of a mixed bag for him. I think whoever is here will save you. Chapter 14. Absolutely no more plot deviations. Xu Yu finished watching the scene, nimbly went down from the rooftop. Pai Shu Rin and Xu Huai had long ago avoided, so Xu Yu did not find them. Xu Yu hummed a little tune and was in a somewhat good mood. I liked this pair when I was watching the episode, and this live knockout CP feels really different. Ms. Xu. Xu Yu was about to go find a nurse to hang water, when someone behind her suddenly called out to her, and Xu Yu turned around to look. Ms. Chen. Cheryl Chan. Why is she here? Xu Yu looked at Chen Shuer in front of her wearing a leather jacket with a sharp ponytail and holding a helmet in one hand, and couldn't help but see stars in her eyes. My god, sister is also too handsome it. I remember Chen Shuer is a female race car driver to come, sister and cool and valiant and will drive a race car, but also took a lot of awards, so good cool sister. Xu Chen how the back to get the hang of it Change my early hold her refused to let go of the. Chen Shuer was originally in a bad mood from her injuries, but suddenly when she heard her praising herself so much in her heart, her mood inexplicably improved. Ever since that day's birthday banquet, she felt suspected that she could hear Xu Yu's heart, but she wasn't sure, thinking that it was her own illusion of drinking too much wine. But now that she saw Xu Yu again and could still hear this voice, she was a little curious instead. I was supposed to meet a friend to ride a motorcycle around the sea today, but there was a little hiccup on the road, and I accidentally fell while avoiding pedestrians, so I came over to take care of the wound. Chen Shuer casually raised her hand. Her body was scraped and skinned, blood mixed with dirt. It hurt to look at it. Xu Yu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. It looks like it hurts, so go take care of it. With that, she even took out her cell phone and snapped a picture. What are you taking pictures for? Chen Shuer was puzzled. Show it to my fourth brother. I kowtowed the CP. Of course their love should be guarded by me. Xu Yu lowered her head and sent the photos to Xu Chun individually. Xu Chun happened to be inside the group of brothers gossiping about Xu Quan when he saw Xu Yu sent a message. He clicked in, zoomed in on the photo, frowned lightly, and the teacher asked for a leave to walk outside where the signal was good, and a video call was made. Are you hurt? As soon as the video call was connected, Xu Chun opened his mouth to inquire. Xu Yu waved her hand. It's not me who's injured. It's Miss Chun. With that, she immediately turned the video to Chen Shuer next to her. Chen Shuer was caught off guard when she broke into the camera, and Xu Chun subconsciously held her breath, her eyes obviously a little flustered. How did you get hurt? Chun Shuer's smile was obvious at the corner of her mouth. There was a small car accident.
Car accident.
Shu Chun couldn't help but raise his volume. You're still laughing after a car accident? Shu Yu. Immediately take her to the hospital for a checkup. Did she knock her brain out? With that, he hurriedly hung up the video. It's really strange. How come I'm a little afraid of seeing Chun Shuer? Shu Chun shook his head, throwing away all the strange thoughts that were going through his head. I blame Shu Yue. If I hadn't heard what she said in her heartfelt voice, I wouldn't be like this. Watching the video being mercilessly hung up, Shu Yu shrugged her shoulders. Ms. Chen, my fourth brother is still very concerned about you.
Chen Xue laughed softly. Uhu.
Come on. It's just as well that I'm going to get a hangnail and stay with you to take care of your wounds. Shu Yu pulled Chen Shuer by her own hand. Are you sick? Little cold. Some people are quick to hang up the phone, but they can be very diligent with their messages. While Shu Yu was hanging water, Shu Chun sent several emoticons in a row. Shu Yu. Don't worry, brother. Miss Chun is fine. Only the palm of her hand rubbed the skin. The nurse has already disinfected and treated her. Shu Chun. Oh, I'm just trying out the emoticons I just stole from the group to see if they work. TSH, dead duck. Shu Yu couldn't help but spit. When she put down her cell phone, Chen Shuer had already bandaged her wounds and came out. Shu Yu froze for a moment as she watched. Why does this scene look a little familiar? Look familiar?
Chen Xue raised her eyebrows at Shu Yu.
Shu Yu was shocked in her heart. I remember. Chen Shuer's father, Chun Yongkong, brought his mistress to the maternity checkup was almost bumped into by Chen Shuer. The mistress began to hate this kind of hiding. The child was born without a name. So she secretly made a bad move, causing Chen Shuer's parents to divorce. Cheryl Chan? His father cheated on him, his mistress got pregnant, and got his parents divorced? Chen Shuer heard this also do not care whether it is true or false to go out to find that pair of scum men and women, what identity also dare to be a junior. According to the original plot development, Chen Shuer just almost bumped into her father and Junior, but didn't know about Junior's existence yet. With the lessons learned from the previous times, the plot deviated. Shu Yu was afraid that it would deviate this time as well, so she hurriedly called out to Chen Shuer when she saw her going out. Ms. Chun, I only have the last bottle of potion left. When I finish my infusion, I'll go with you. Chen Shuer looked back at her when she heard this. It's good for Shu Yu to follow, so she can hear her heart in time to make plans, and also know who's really the third party. Yeah. Chen Shuer obediently sat beside Shu Yu, with a gloomy face, not knowing what she was thinking. Shu Yu quietly glanced at her with emotion. In the morning it was Fu Jingxin who sat here with me for an infusion, and in the afternoon it was Chen Shuer. How can I, a cannon fodder, allow these big characters with roles to accompany me for an injection? Chen Shuer raised her eyebrows slightly, staring at Shu Yu with amusement. Miss Shu, it seems like we don't have any friends yet, or let's add a friend. She pulled out her cell phone and opened her QR code, and Shu Yu was pleasantly surprised. Is it really okay? This novel, in addition to the heroine, the other female characters she loves. Pei Xiao is the white moonlight, then Chen Shuer is the red rose with thorns. She loves this group of sisters, now the sister initiative to add her friends, which is not to add the reason. Shu Yu pulled out her cell phone with one hand and added Chen Shuer's friend despite the poor operation. The smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't be blocked. Ehehe. I have a beautiful sister's best friend too. Chun Cheryl stared at her smile. Why didn't I realize before that this Shu Yu was so interesting? After the infusion, Shu Yu accompanied Chen Shuer out, and while she covered her hand where she was sticking the needle, her eyes looked around to check if there was any figure of Chen Shuer's father, Chun Yongkong, and Junior in the vicinity. Chen Shuer couldn't help but whisper and laugh as she watched her sneak ahead like a monkey. Very good. No target detected. Shu Yu let out a sigh of relief and turned back to smile as she pulled Chen Shuer's hand intimately. Miss Chen. Let's go. Just call me Cher. How's that work? You're 2 years older than me, so I'll call you sister?
Chen Xue nodded. Yes.
Shu Yu walked with Chen Shuer towards the hospital entrance, the crisis she had just unloaded, but it surged back into her heart the first time she saw Chen Yongkong. Holy! Chen Yongkong and Junior. Chapter 15. What's the first in the whole school to be crazy about a millennial dick? Chen Yongkong is at the entrance of the hospital to help the pregnant woman Junior to get on the car. Her feet are across the car, but also to turn back to kiss Chen Yongkong. That I lasso, see Shu Yu inexplicably revolting. The girl looks is also more than 20 years old, and Chen Shuer about the same size. This Chen Yongkong are almost 50, and daughter of the average size of the girl in love. He is also really not diaphragm. That woman is also, she is really hungry. Chen Yongkong, that big belly, that stubble which are under the mouth, but also a look of love incomparable, cannot stand a little bit. Chen Shuer frowned as she heard Shu Yu's heartfelt words. She never thought that her father would cheat on her. Or a girl her age. It was disgusting. Chen Shuer's sight couldn't help but look over. But before she could see those two people clearly, she was dragged back to the hospital again by Shu Yu. Sister, I suddenly remembered that Qin Curly was stabbed and is hospitalized here. It just so happens that you are here, or else go with me to see her. I can't let Chen Shuer see Chen Yongkong and Big Belly. Chen Shuer wanted to turn around to see what that pot belly junior really looked like. To do such a shameless thing. Don't look over. Shu Yu suddenly cupped Chen Shuer's face to give her the opportunity to twist her head back and meet Shu Yu's line of sight. Looking at Shu Yu, who had a nervous face near her, Chen Shuer blinked and got up the idea of teasing her. Why can't I see it? Shu Yu stuttered. Because there is a person there who looks too ugly. I am afraid that he is ugly to your eyes. Beautiful sister's eyes are so beautiful. How can you see that kind of crooked? Chen Shuer was amused by her words and reached out to pinch Shu Yu's face. It was soft and kinda touchy. Good. Then I won't look. Didn't you say Qin Curly was injured? Let's go. She's still my sister's tutor now at least. I always have to visit her. Shu Yu was relieved to hear this. Good. After entering the elevator, Chen Shuer pulled out her phone and sent a message out. Although I did not see the big-bellied woman in the end what looks like. But since these two openly come to the maternity check, that move a little bit of contacts, a little bit of investigation is not clear. Chen Shuer retrieved her cell phone and glanced at Shu Yu, who was standing next to her and was still thankful that the plot hadn't gone off the rails this time. Shu Yu is still too young. Inside the VIP ward, Qin Curly was the only one, and Shu's mom didn't know where she had gone. Hearing someone knocking on the door, Qin Ruling lifted her eyes to look, and when she saw Chen Shuer, she immediately brought a smile to her eyes. Sister Cher, what brings you here? Chen Shuer walked in and put down the helmet in her hand. I heard from Yaya that you were stabbed, so I came to see you. I didn't bring any visiting gifts, you don't mind, do you? When Qin Curly worked as a tutor in the Chen family, Chen Shuer and her sister liked her very much, thinking that she was very down-to-earth and capable and hardworking, and that her teaching style was very interesting, which made her sister, who didn't like to study, improve her grades a lot in no time. And Qin Curl also do part-time housekeeping in the Shu family, often see Shu Chun, come to the Chun family will talk to Chen Shuer Shu Chun things, so the relationship between the two is getting better and better. Chen Shuer is also to see that her family is not good, and is to give her a raise in wages and festivals to give her a gift. Chen Shuer had originally determined that she could hear Shu Yu's heart, but whether the contents of her heart were true or false was not yet certain. But after that incident with Chen Yongkong just now, what Shu Yu said in her heartbeat was most likely true. That meant that Qin Curly would cause her to lose her life in the future. Chen Shuer's eyes looked at Qin Curly with a little more hostility. Don't mind. It's my honor that Sister Shuer can come to see me. Don't stand, sit down. I won't get up if I'm injured, lest my wounds split open. Qin Curly smiled and told Chen Shuer to take a seat quickly. Her line of sight inadvertently landed on Shu Yu, who was following Chen Shuer, and a trace of a strange emotion flashed in her eyes. I still don't know when Sister Cheryl became so familiar with Shu Yu. Yeah, that's a very affectionate name. Shu Yu had robbed her brother and sister and her parents before, robbed her of her Shu family's identity as the daughter of the family, and now she was even going to rob her of her best sister? Qin Ruling's hand under the quilt couldn't help but clench into a fist. Chen Shuer glanced at Shu Yu and reached out to pull her over, and Shu Yu obediently sat down next to her, next to each other very, very close. I kind of like Yaya, and I think you'd like her too, right? Shu Yu froze in place. Holy! The beautiful sister pulled me over and sat down, and she put her arm around my shoulder, and she said she liked me. God. My heart is beating so fast. I can't breathe because I'm surrounded by happiness. Chen Shuer didn't expect her reaction to be so big after she just pulled her and hugged her. On the surface she looked like a calm batch, but in actuality she had turned into a screaming chicken inside. Still really cute. Hearing her words, Qin Curvaceous smiled stiffly and said obediently, yes, she's my nominal sister now. As long as Shu Yu was still in the Shu family, she was Miss Shu. Definitely can't let her stay any longer, or not to mention the Shu family. Chen Shuer will be abducted by her. It was clear that all this she was enjoying should belong to her. Qin Riling. You've returned to the Shu family now, you're the Shu family's young lady. What about tutoring? You won't have to use it, and I'll pay you the wages that haven't been settled for the last month as usual. As soon as she heard this, Qin Curly inexplicably felt aggrieved. Sister Schwer, is it because I didn't do anything right that you want to dismiss me? Chan Schwer used to eat her up quite a bit, but now when she saw her commiserating, she felt as disgusted as if she had eaten a mouthful of poop. You are now the Shu family's miss. The Shu family is much richer than my Qin family. This small amount of money for tutoring, I don't think you can see it anymore. Tears in her eyes. It's okay. I can do without the money. My sister's grades are not easy to come up. If I give up on her, then what if her grades go down again? TSK said as if without you, she cannot learn the same. Do not raise yourself too high. Tutor for anyone can. You count who is the onion. My grades are still the first in the whole school. You have always been in line behind me as the second place. Teaching an elementary school student shows you. Shu Yu mentally muttered and spat. The corners of Chun Schwer's mouth rose slightly. I remember Shu Chan said that you've been the top student in the whole school from elementary school to high school. Or why don't you come and tutor my sister? She suddenly took Shu Yu's hand and invited her with a sincere face. And Shu Yu was instantly confused. Huh? Me? Yes, it's you. You have such a good personality. I think my sister will like you very much. And with you being the #1 in the whole school, her grades can definitely take a qualitative leap. Chan Schwer's eyes were bright as she looked at Shu Yu, making it impossible for Shu Yu to refuse. Yeah. Chapter 16. Nuclear blast damage caused by pampered imperial sisters. Sister Cher. She is not at all aware of her sister's studies. Before Qin Curly could speak, she was coldly swept by Chan Schwer. I want Shu Yu to be my sister's tutor teacher. Do you have a problem with that? Qin Curly shut up in fear when he saw the look in her eyes. Previously, Chan Schwer's attitude towards her wasn't like this although it wasn't considered a bosom friend, it was still a friend without words, and she would often send herself gifts, and now, for the sake of a Shu Yu, she was looking at herself with such cold eyes. Qin Curly stared at Shu Yu, her mouth pursed tightly. Shu Yu felt like her eyes were killing her. With that look in her eyes, she's not trying to knife me, is she? Stay away from the female lead. Cherish your life. Chun Schwer pulled Shu Yu to stand up obediently. It's almost time. We'll leave first. You rest and recuperate. Without waiting for Qin Curly to say anything, Chun Schwer pulled Shu Yu out of the hospital room. Qin Ruling angrily pounded the bed. Shu Yue. Shu Yu looked down at Chun Schwer pulling her hand, her mind filled with thoughts. Isn't Chun Schwer on good terms with Qin Riling? What's wrong with her today? She won't be allowed to be a tutor, even if she's not short of money. It's okay for her to be a tutor, right? And also named me to be her sister's tutor. She would not and Qin Curly joint design me, right? Shu Yu came to a realization at the thought of this possibility. The corners of Chan Schwer's mouth twitched slightly as she turned back to look at her. And just when she wanted to explain something, she heard noisy voices coming from the side. Cure what? We don't have the money for a cure. Go. Come home with me. Pei Xiao's mother didn't know how to find Kongyang Hospital, pulling and dragging to take Pei Xiao away. Mom, I'll die if I don't get cured. Pei Xiao was reluctant to leave and looked behind her at Shu Quan to ask him for help. Shu Quan came up and pulled away Pei Xiao's mother's hand, protecting Pei Xiao behind her. Auntie, Pei Xiao's is a heart attack, and if she is not hospitalized, her life will be in danger at any time. Pei Xiao's mother glared at Pei Xiao, then looked at Shu Quan and snorted coldly. I recognize you. You're the one who killed a human life when you did the surgery. The internet has gone crazy. You're an unscrupulous doctor. There's no way my Pei Xiao would have a heart attack. She's been healthy since she was a child. She pointed at Shu Quan and scolded. I think you just want to make black money and deliberately lied to my daughter that she has a heart condition. After saying that, she went behind Shu Quan to yank Pei Xiao. Come on, follow me home. Shu Quan blocked in front of her, and she couldn't even pull Pei Xiao halfway. I'm warning you. This is between us, mother and daughter. You stay out of it. Shu Quan protected Pei Xiao behind her and frowned at the older woman in front of her. Pei Xiao's mom. Pei Xiao's illness is a full checkup. It's not made up. If you keep making a scene like this, I'll call security. You call even if Pei Xiao is sick. Anyway, we have no money to cure. You insist that we spend money. Then you are fraud. I'll call the police to arrest you. Fraud plus murder. You definitely have to go into squat in prison. Pei Xiao's mom was raging. Not at all in fear. The people next to her pointed. Pei Xiao listened to the heart of the mouth is difficult. She reached for the corner of Shu Quan's coat and tugged gently. Dr. Shu, I'd better go with my mom. My mom is right. We don't have the money for the treatment. With that, she was about to walk out from behind Shu Quan. Suddenly someone stepped in front of her and pushed her back. Auntie, do you have a bit of legal common sense? Treatment spend money. This is natural, the doctor with the ability to save people get paid to eat. How is it fraud? Also, my brother saved people alive when how not to see everyone sent to the internet to say that he is in the world hua tua. God doctor wonderful hand. Operating table patient sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Doctors have tried to save the treatment, but did not snatch a life back from the hands of Hades. You have to make a big fuss to scold him as a murderer. There is no conscience, ah? Shu Yu couldn't stand to watch and stepped forward. This Pei Zhao's mother is really infuriating. Pei Zhao clearly found a heart source can live. It is she for the sake of money, to change out the heart that is not easy to match. Otherwise it will not make Pei Zhao sick and die. Shu Quan looked down at Shu Yu, who was blocking himself, his eyes complex and gloomy. You! Pei Zhao's mom was scolded and couldn't say a word, pointing at Shu Yu for half a day. As soon as Shu Yu pulled on her pointing hand, she used just a little bit of force, and Pei Zhao's mom wailed in pain. What you, this is a hospital, not your home. Trouble you do not make trouble here. Pei Zhao cure things do not worry you. My brother said we'll be responsible for him, will be responsible to the end. If you still want to take Pei Zhao away, then I'll call the police, say that you for the sake of money, you want to conspire to kill your own daughter, do not let her cure. I'll see the police to arrest or not to arrest you. Calling the police is most effective against a nuisance like her. Sure enough, as soon as she heard that Shu Yu was going to call the police, she was terrified. I'm not making a scene, I'm not taking her away. It hurts, you let go of me. Shu Yu heard this and released her. She covered her aching hand and glanced again at the timid Pei Zhao behind Shu Quan. You wait. Leaving this behind, she hoofed it out the door, afraid of being caught by the police. Seeing that there was no more fun to be had, everyone dispersed. Thank you. Pei Zhao thanked Shu Yu, and Shu Yu smiled and waved her hand. A show of hands, you're welcome. How did you know my name though? Pei Zhao felt like she'd never seen Shu Yu before. Shu Yu looked at Shu Quan and said in a hurry, I heard it from my big brother. Shu Quan shook his head helplessly. This child, lying without a draft. She's my sister. Don't worry. I'll make it clear to the security guards that I won't let your mom in. Just stay in the hospital and wait for the right. Shu Quan paused, his eyes darkening. You can be operated on as soon as a suitable heart source is available. Pei Zhao's eyebrows were arched and there was light in her eyes when she smiled. Well, thank you, Dr. Shu. Shu Yu looked at the scene in front of her with a great deal of emotion. What a great couple. Brother Shu. Chun Shuer walked over and greeted Shu Quan. Shu Chun is not with me. Shu Quan gave her a look. I'm not looking for Shu Chun. I kind of like Shu Yue. I want her to stay at my house tonight. Shu Yu's eyes lit up. Really? Sleeping in the same bed as you? Not right, Shu Yue, you have this unproductive look. What if this is a beauty plan, that is, she and Qin Curly designed to harm you? Be more reserved. Shu Quan frowned. No. She has her own home. Why would she want to live with you? Chun Shuer bristled. Your home is not Shu Yue's home. Your own sister is Qin Riling. Shu Yue is at best considered your family's adopted daughter. After saying that, she looked at Shu Yu with a sincere face. Yeah, I'm serious. I really like you and I won't hurt you. I just want to make friends with you. I haven't had many friends since I was a kid. You shouldn't reject me, right? The way she pouted slightly and pouted made Shu Yu hold her breath, her heart beating like thunder. Imperial sister spilling her guts. That's a million nuclear blasts of damage, right? I love it. Shu Yu couldn't hide the happiness on her face and nodded her head like garlic. Yeah. Shu Quan glared at Shu Yu in dissatisfaction. Shu Yue, no going. Big brother. It's just for one night. It's fine. Shu Yu only has beautiful sisters in her eyes. Where is Shu Quan? As Chun Shuer led Shu Yu away, she also turned around and glanced at Shu Quan in a provocative manner. Shu Quan pursed his lips, always feeling out of place, and pulled out his cell phone to send a message to the group. Shu Chuan. There's something wrong with Cheryl Chun. Chapter 17. Saving Fu Himing for the second time.
Tien Sue pult Shu Yu tog her locomotive.
What a handsome car. Shu Yu saw her car, eyes are bright. The car body is black. Red dew embellishments painted a red rose on the top, gold wrapping. In the sunshine dazzling, eye-catching very. Seeing that she liked it, Chun Shuer smiled and took out the spare helmet, pressing it on her head and putting it on her. Then get in the car and I'll take you for a ride to feel it. The helmet went on, revealing only Shu Yu's face. The flesh on either side of her cheeks squeezed and fleshy. Extraordinarily cute. May I? Sure. Chen Shuer got into the car with a single stride of her long legs, and Shu Yu also hurriedly climbed up and reached out to hug Chun Shuer's waist. Wow, her waist is so thin. Ahem. Chun Shuer choked and coughed. Hold on tight. As the words fell, the car sped away. The wind whistled in his ears, and in a short while he drove to the beach, and in the evening, the sun was already about to set, and the sunset haze shone on the sea, glittering. It's beautiful. Shuyu looked towards the sea. It was sparkling and beautiful. She used to always say that when she had money, she would take her grandmother to see the sea, but it turned out that after graduation, she went to work and made money but had no time, and now she came to this world even more so, she had no chance to take her to the beach. This situation inevitably made Shuyu a little sad. If only grandma was there too. Noticing that Shuyu was not in the right mood, Chun Shuer pulled over. Want to go for a walk on the beach? The fluffy touch of bare feet on the sand is to die for. Even though the sun was going down, the beach was still full of tourists. Quick, you grab his feet. I'll grab his hands. Let's throw him in the sea, ha 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 ha. The sound of maniacal laughter in his ears was obnoxious. Shuyu half squinted her eyes towards where the sound was coming from. It was a group of men who were up in arms, trying to carry the man in the center of the group and throw him into the sea. What a stench! Chun Shuer also saw it and spat. Shuyu just glanced at it, and when she retracted her eyes were sharp and suddenly saw the half of the face exposed by the boy who was being carried up. I'm going to go. Fu Heming? Shuyu's brain raced. Wait. Fu Heming was bullied by his high school classmates and thrown into the sea. Shouldn't this episode have happened after Qin Riling recovered from her injuries? High school reunion. Meet to the beach. Fu Heming was bullied and thrown into the sea. Qin Riling just happened to play with Chun Shuer in the beach. She saw the injustice and once again saved Fu Heming. Shuyu stared in Fu Heming's direction. Her brows locked. Why is the plot ahead of schedule? Qin Curly isn't here either, so it's not like I'm gonna have to rescue people again. Is it? This pitiful system. Chun Shuer looked at Shuyu in a daze. How come she started to be a little bit unable to understand what she was saying? Who's Fu Heming? Fu Heming, who originally wanted to struggle to escape, was caught off guard when he heard the voice, raised his eyes and met Shuyu's gaze, and with just a glance, he recognized her as the person who saved him that day. His eyes darkened and he gave up struggling, letting these assholes pick him up on their shoulders and throw him into the sea. She had stepped in to save herself last time. Would she do it again this time? And what he heard seemed to be the voice of her mind, in which it appeared that he was still the male lead. With a plop, Fu Heming was thrown into the sea. He was struggling in the water, choking on the water, and looked in pain. Help! Help! Ha 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 ha. Look at him that way, like a toad, ha 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 ha. Fu Heming, even if you're not in the same school as us now, if we want to find you to play, there are plenty of ways to do it. Don't try to get rid of us. A couple of the guys just stood around watching the fun and laughing, as if bullying was a fun thing to do. Shuyu was upset. Even if Fu Heming was behind the villainous persona of 10 evils, were these bullies not at fault? Host, Fu Heming has sunk. The system's voice rang in his head, calling back Shuyu's thoughts. There was no way out, the plot was ahead of schedule, and Qin Curly was not there, so she could only go on by herself. Shuyu ran to the seashore, jumped into the sea without saying a word, and swam towards Fu Heming. His head was already submerged in the sea, and Shuyu held her breath as she zipped downward, seeing him and yanking him up in a hurry. Chun Shuer at this time also threw a swimming circle. Shuyu one hand pulling Fu Heming, one hand holding the swimming circle, and struggled to swim up towards the shore. When those bullies saw that Shuyu had saved Fu Heming, the smiles on their faces stopped and they looked at Shuyu with cold eyes. Hey, you advise you not to mind your own business, ah. Believe it or not, later thrown into the sea is you, ah? The man at the head of the group walked towards Shuyu with a disgruntled look on his face. Shuyu put Fu Heming on the ground, coldly swept her eyes towards the men and twisted her neck, making a bone-cracking sound. I'll see who throws who in the water. It's really bad luck that she fell into the sea a few days ago, saved Fu Heming and got sick from the rain, and now she has a cold and has to jump into the sea to save people, and there's no end to it. Shuyu stepped forward, and in 3 or 2 strokes, she picked up the man who had been talking big, and with an over-the-shoulder slam, she dropped him inside the sea. Seeing this, the few remaining people all ran to subdue Shuyu. Shuyue, watch out! Chun Shuer just wanted to come up to help, but she didn't expect Shuyu to easily dodge their attacks, and one by one, they all let her throw them into the sea. The strength is frightening. Shuyu looked at the men flailing in the sea and grunted coldly. Next time you see Auntie Me, remember to take a detour. She looked down and took another look at Fu Heming lying on the ground. His eyes were tightly closed and he looked to have fainted. He has a male aura, so even if we don't give him CPR, he shouldn't be able to die. Playing dead? Fu Himing. The few people who had been thrown into the sea stumbled onto the shore, and when they saw Shuyu, they unconsciously tried to run. This woman is horrible. Stand still. Shuyu called out to them, and several people stopped uncontrollably. Give him CPR, and when he wakes up tell him that the person who saved his life is called Chin Curly. And don't think about bullying him again. If I find out about it, it won't be as simple as throwing you all into the sea. A few people looked at each other in disbelief, but still moved back to Fu Heming's side. Okay. Shuyu finished her explanation before walking towards Chen Shuer. Sister, let's go. She smiled as if the person who had fought so sharply and valiantly just now wasn't her. The corner of Chen Shuer's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Interesting, this plot development is getting more and more interesting with a male lead. On her way out, she glanced at Fu Himing, who was lying on the beach, with a playful smile in her eyes. Shu Yu's afterglow saw a person watching them from behind the tent, but by the time she looked over, the person quickly hid his figure again. Strange people. Seeing Shu Yu and Chen Shuer leave, those bullies looked at each other with an air of being bound to take revenge for the previous shame, said indignantly. I haven't been bullied so much by a female since I grew up. Let's see if I don't give her a lesson. They didn't take Shu Yu's words to heart at all. It would be even more impossible for them to give CPR to Fu Himing. Several people left behind Fu Heming, who was lying on the ground in an unknown state of life and death, and chased after Shu Yu and Chen Shuer. When Fu Heming slowly opened his eyes, a female appeared in front of him. Seeing him wake up, Qin Riling worriedly inquired, Are you all right? Fu Heming was a little wary of her. And you are? Qin Riling smiled. I was the one who saved you just now. My name is Qin Riling. Chapter 18. I treat you like a sister. You treat me like your grandmother. Shu Yu just took the helmet handed over by Chen Shuer and had not yet put it on. When she heard the roar of the motorcycle coming from her ears, so noisy that her eardrums hurt, and those few people rode by, reaching out to snatch her bag from Shu Yu's hand, and also did not forget to turn around to look at Shu Yu, flaunting the bag in her hand, as if she were showing off her trophies. Shu Yu frowned at the men. What a silly Denver. Get in the car and get your bag back for you. Chen Shuer sat on the car in one stride, and Shu Yu hurriedly went up. Those people are just playing around. Driving in front of a professional like Chen Shuer is a joke. Chen Shuer's speed is very fast. Shu Yu dead-hold her waist, a sharp and handsome drift, stopped in front of those people, blocking the way, forcing them to stop. Come on. They tried to run back, but their speed was nowhere near as fast as Shu Yu, who removed the helmet from her hand, threw it forward, and smashed it directly on the head of the one who grabbed her bag. With his head still dazed, he had been kicked out of the car by Shu Yu. The others froze in shock at the sight. Disgruntled, Shu Yu took her bag back from the hand of the man on the ground, who was still covering his ass and wailing. I said, don't mess with me, don't mess with me. Turn around and try to get back at me and snatch my bag. Wait for the police to educate you. Hearing that the police are coming, a few people want to run, but was stopped by Shu Yu and Chen Shuer. Chen Shuer parked the car and reported to the police. There is also a police station in the neighborhood. Not 10 minutes the police came. After a brief inquiry, they took the people away. Arriving at the Chun family villa, Chun Yongkong had not returned, and Chen Shuer's mother and sister were also not at home. Shu Yu followed Chen Shuer to her room and took the pajamas she handed over. New pajamas. I haven't worn them. Go take a shower or your cold will get worse again. Chen Shuer pushed Shu Yu towards the bathroom. Shu Yu lay in the bathtub. The hot water didn't reach her chin, warm and cozy. System, come out, she shouted, and the system numbly appeared. Yes, host, what's wrong? Shu Yu eyes sad. You tell me. Why the plot development will be advanced. Fu Himing was thrown into the sea is obviously something that happened after Qin Riling's injury is healed. Now it happened in advance. Now Qin Riling not only didn't meet with Fu Himing, but also didn't have contact with Fu Jingshun. The system broke out in a cold sweat when it heard that. Host, the main reason for this is probably because of you. Me? Yeah, you're not dead, so the plot has gone sideways, but you're gonna have to twist the plot back on track if you want to go back. The system dumped the pot quite accurately, and threw it all on Shu Yu. Shu Yu silently rolled her eyes. Whose fault is it that I can't go back? It's not because you didn't give enough time. Looks like she's got her work cut out for her. Outside the house, Chun Cheryl received a phone call. Miss, I found out. Today Mr. Chun went to Kongyang Hospital. He accompanied Lisa. Lisa. Chun Shuer frowned. The name was somewhat familiar. Yes. Lisa is the last secretary of Mr. Chun. Lisa has a strong work ability and has been doing a good job. I don't know what the reason is, Mr. Chun fired her. But today Mr. Chun accompanied her to the obstetrics and gynecology department of Kongyang Hospital. The man didn't go on. Chun Shuer's eyes darkened as she looked out the window at the limousine that drove into the villa area and parked in front of the Chun family. I know. Give me the information on that, Lisa. Yes. The phone had just hung up when Shuyu came out of the bathroom. The pink pajamas are full of girly, cute, and playfulness on her. Chun Shuer walked over and complimented her with a smile. I've bought this pink pajamas for a long time, but I've never felt that it's suitable for me to wear, and now it seems that it's found its true owner. Shuyu looked at the pink pajamas on her body and squirmed slightly. Really? I've always gone for the imperial style, and I don't think this pinkness suits me. You're in the wrong style. Girlishness is your appeal. Chun Shuer patted her shoulder in affirmation. The beautiful sister must have her reasons for saying so. It seems that I will have to change my dressing style in the future. Put on another coat and come downstairs for dinner later. Chun Shuer took out a coat jacket from the closet. When he went downstairs, Chen Yongkong happened to come back. Shuyu saw him, subconsciously looked behind him, also did not follow the pot-bellied woman. Did not see the pot-bellied woman, breathed a sigh of relief. Chun Yongkong had just returned from sending Lisa back, and it was inevitable that he would be a little weak when he saw his daughter. Cher, why are you back today? Aren't you going on a ride around the sea and staying at the beach house? Chun Shuer smiled faintly, only that smile was strangely cold. Yeah, I was supposed to stay over there after the sea ring, but I had a car accident on the way and went to Kongyang Hospital to treat my wounds. Hearing the words Kongyang Hospital, Chun Yongkong obviously froze for a moment. Is that hurt bad? Daddy, take a look. He came over to check Chun Shuer's wound, which Chun Shuer avoided. It's fine, just a little scratch. Father and daughter each have their own thoughts. Chun Yongkong turned his head awkwardly, and only then did his eyes fall on Shuyu. Ms. Shu. Hello, uncle. Shuyu nodded politely. Shuyue is staying with me today. Good. It's rare you bring a friend home to play. Father and daughter just stopped talking. Shuyu felt strange. Their father and daughter are quite close, I remember. How do I feel the atmosphere is not quite right? Shuyue, are you hungry? Go eat. Chun Shuer takes Shuyu to go to the restaurant, but Chun Yongkong pulls her back. Shuyu knew what she was doing, and knowing that they had something to talk about, she hurriedly left for the dining room. Chun Yongkong glanced at Shuyu, whispered, The Shu family's real daughter is Qin Riling. Shuyu is no longer the Shu family's only daughter of yesteryear. You want to pull together should also be pulling together Qin Riling. In the past, you and Riling's relationship is also quite good, and now multiply the victory, and she get on with the good relationship, you marry Shu Chen's, things are not much simpler? Chun Shuer pulled her hand out of his, her expression bland. Liking Shu Chun is my own thing. You shouldn't use my feelings for him as a bargaining chip to pull the Shu family and the Shu family into a marriage. You! Before Chun Yongkong could finish his sentence, Chun Shuer crossed over him and headed for the restaurant. During dinner, Shuyu didn't see Chun Shuer's mother and sister and couldn't help but ask a question. They've gone to grandma's and won't be back for a couple days. Shuyue nodded. After eating and watching TV for a while, it was time to go to bed, and Shuyu was inexplicably a little nervous as she lay on Chun Shuer's bed. Since I was a child, I've only slept in a bed with my grandmother, and this is the first time I've shared a bed with someone other than my grandmother, and I can't sleep a bit. Chun Shuer lay next to her and sighed as she heard her heartbeat. I'll sing to you if you can't sleep. Yeah. Cheryl Chun is a royal sister in appearance, but a sweet sister when she sings. Shuyu was the first to pull out her cell phone recording to send it to Shu Chun, so Shu Chun would definitely be impressed. Listening to it, Shu Yu's sleepiness came, her head leaning at Chun Shuer's shoulder, her breathing gradually calming down. You smell like my grandmother. The corner of Chun Shuer's mouth twitched slightly. I treat you as a sister, and you treat me as your grandmother? Shu Chen had just returned to the studio, flipping through the group chat. Shu Chuan. There's something wrong with Cheryl Chun. Shu Ziming. What's the problem? Isn't it just that Shu Chun will like her in the future? Shu Quan. Shu Ziming, you're the first to reply every time you send a message. Is the crew that idle? Shu Ziming. Not really. I'm too good almost all over again. So what's wrong with Chen Shuer? Shu Quan. She never used to hang out with Shuyu, and she didn't know Shuyu well, but today she suddenly took Shuyu to stay at Chen's house. Shu Huai, what? Sister followed Chun Shuer to the Chen family? I'm going to. Shu Rin. What are you going to do? In what name do you live there? Settle down. Shu, you won't be in danger. Shu Chan had just wanted to send a message over after climbing the stairs when he received a recording from Shu Yu. Tap to listen, the gentle female voice slowly came. Just listening to the first sentence, he could hear that it was a song sung by Chen Shuer. He was thinking that Chen Shuer's pursuit was quite distressing, but now he felt that it didn't seem too bad. After listening to it once, he silently set the recording to ring on his phone and sent a message to the group. Shu Chen. Chen Shuer sleeps in the same bed as Shu Yu and sing songs for Shu Yu to listen to. Shu Huai, what? I won't allow anyone else to sleep in the same bed as her. I'll go steal my sister back. Shu Quan. Steal what steal? Just now I went to check the room. Curl said Chen Shuer don't want her to do tutoring. Named Shu Yu to go. What will make Chen Shuer suddenly close to Shu Yu? Shurin. Could she know something? Chapter 19. It's a drunkard's delight. The old housing area on the outskirts of the city has unstable electrical circuits, and the lights in the stairwells are always flickering, and every time Fu Hemming goes up a step, that light has to be blacked out for a bit, and slowly climbing to the 4th floor, he pulled the key out of his pocket to open the door. When he pressed the switch, the living room lights half a day, no response. I do not know whether it is not pay the electricity bill, cut off the power, or the light bulb is broken, or the circuit is out of order again. He did not care, took off his shoes and entered the door, by virtue of the bright light coming in through the window all the way to the front of the mother's effigy. He placed the pancake in his hand in front of the effigy. It's the one you love. After saying that, he walked to the chair by the window and sat down, took the drawing board and brush from the ground, and drew by the light of the glimmer of light, and in a short while the person on the paper showed its shape, and what he drew was exactly Shu Yu. Fu Hemming stared at the person on the portrait. His face was grave. Twice. You have so coincidentally appeared and also saved me twice. In the end, what is the purpose? And what the hell was all that noise he was hearing? Just pondering, the cell phone in his pocket rang, and Fu Hemming answered the call. Fu, your last new software development project has been passed by the Tianyi side, but that side requires a meeting with the designer. Do you have time this week? Fu Hemming traced Shu Yu's hair and spoke blandly. It's still the old method. You go for me. Over their side pretending to regret, but once he opened his mouth, his tone was a little jumpy. Okay, you're young. Go to be pricked, maybe this business is not good to talk about. But don't worry, the money that should be given to you, I won't be missing you for a penny. Then thank you, Mr. Chin. After saying that, Fu Hemming took the lead and hung up the phone, and the recording of the call was automatically saved. When she woke up, Chen Shuer was no longer in her room, and when she got up and went downstairs, she found her playing with a white Pomeranian in the garden. Hearing the sound, Chen Shuer looked over and threw the ball in her hand farther away, and Bo Mei happily ran to pick it up. Awake? Fresh toiletries are ready for you. Shu Yu stared at the Pomeranian at her feet and walked over. Her heart was adorable. Did you raise this puppy? My sister's dog. My parents had to work and didn't have time to spend time with her. And I was still in school at the time and didn't have time to play with her either. So my dad gave her this Pomeranian as a birthday present for her 5th birthday, and it's her baby? Isn't it adorable? Chen Shuer smiled and stroked the puppy's head, and the puppy rubbed against her palm. Well-behaved and cute. Shu Yu's hands itched from watching. Can I touch it? Sure. Shu Yu stroked the puppy's head, softly. I had dogs when I was a kid, only to have them stolen. That should be a very expensive dog to keep. Chen Shuer thought, not being expensive shouldn't be missed. Shu Yu shook her head and didn't say anything. A small clay dog, which had been kept for 2 years, was stolen by the village people while my grandmother and I were not at home, and their relatives were called to eat dog meat that night. I will never forget the faces of that family when my grandmother and I went to the door to ask for it. Stinking and horrible, like maggots crawling in the gutter. Chen Shuer looked at Shu Yu's face. She was playing with Bo Mei and had a smile raised on her face. But through her heartfelt voice, Chen Shuer clearly felt her sadness. Chen Shuer wanted to say something comforting, but in the end, she held back and just reached out to pat her shoulder. Come on. Let's go eat breakfast. And we have to take you to the hospital for an infusion. Chen Shuer then drove Shu Yu to the hospital. She drove the tank Black Warrior, and her motorcycle as well as her personality, cool and handsome. I bought this car with my winnings 2 years after I started racing, and it didn't cost my dad a dime, cool? Chen Shuer couldn't help but bring pride when she saw the stars in Shu Yu's eyes. Shu Yu gave a thumbs up. This is super cool. Can it not be cool that your own family is so rich that you bought the car with your own race winnings and realized the beauty of economic freedom? Chen Shuer laughed. I'll ask you to watch it with me at the next competition. Is it really okay? Sure. It rained last night, there is water on the road. Fu Jingshin got out of the car, almost stepped into a puddle, but fortunately his legs are long and he easily stepped over. Mr. Fu, this jewelry design studio was quite hot in the first few years and had a large amount of clients. But with the chief designer leaving, it's gone down the drain. Wouldn't it be a money-losing deal for you to dish them out? Assistant saw no rain, put the umbrella away, looked across the street hanging Angel brand jewelry design studio. The doorway of the green plants are dead. At a glance, no one to take care of, this store to dish out, want to dish out that have to spend a lot of effort. Fu Jingshin raised his eyebrows slightly. What do you know? Drunkenness is not wine. The words just fell. Behind a tank Black Knight sped past. Tires whisked the standing water. Directly shot out. The umbrella in the assistant's hand had not yet had time to open. Fu Jingshin back wet a large piece. Mr. Fu! The assistant looked at her open afterthought umbrella and put her head down in embarrassment. Go get me a new dress. Fu Jingshin's brows furrowed together. Yes. Shu Yu had just arrived at the hospital entrance when she saw Shu Huai. Sister. He jogged over and pulled Shu Yu to look him over all over, seeing that there were no injuries before he breathed a sigh of relief. I'm a beast. Can I still eat your sister if she stays at my house for a night or what? Chun Shuer couldn't help but spit out a sentence when she saw Shu Huai's worried look. Shu Huai protected Shu Yu behind him and looked at Chun Shuer with a hostile face. You must be upset anyway. TSK, you child. How do you talk? Have I taught you to be polite? Call Sister Shuer. Shu Yu gently knocked his head. Only then did Shu Huai reluctantly call Chun Shuer a sister. Since your brother is here, I won't stay with you for the infusion. I have things to do, so I'll be on my way. Yeah. Chen Cheryl got in her car and left. Shu Yu looked at Shu Huai and asked him, why are you at the hospital? I figured you'd have to come over for more shots, so I'll just wait here. How long has the wait been? 2 hours. So long. So you won't call me? Shu Huai raised his cell phone, which showed that he had called Shu Yu dozens of times. Your cell phone is off. Shu Yu then remembered that he hadn't recharged his cell phone last night when it ran out of power and turned off. Ah, it's my negligence, you two. What's the point of waiting for me? I'll just get a transfusion, it's not a big deal. My sister's health is a big deal to me. Shu Huai looked serious. Shu Yu speechless but more moved. Chapter 20. What is my relationship with you? You ask so many questions. Chun Shuer drove to her destination, and when she went inside the cafe, Lisa had already arrived. She was sitting against the window, wearing delicate makeup and long, big wavy hair. She was wearing a relatively loose skirt, but it was hard to hide her already visible stomach. She was holding up hot milk in her hand, taking small sips. Chun Shuer's gaze that surveyed her was noticed, and Lisa's eyes retracted from the window to look at Chun Shuer. Chun Shuer twisted her head to avoid her gaze and walked over to the waiter to order. Hello, you're Lisa, right? The person Chun Shuer had arranged in advance had already walked up to Lisa. Lisa's eyes fell on her and didn't see Chun Shuer. Chun Shuer pulled her duck-tongued hat down low, blocking half of her face, and found the best viewing position to sit down. I'm Lisa. Ms. Lisa, it's like this. Our boss then appreciates you very much and wants you to come to our company to do administrative management. These are the things that I talked to you in detail yesterday on the internet, but you refused. I would like to know what's the reason for that? Lisa laughed at that and rubbed her stomach. As you can see, I'm pregnant and due in 3 months. It doesn't matter. Our company has never discriminated against women in this regard. On the contrary, we have great benefits for pregnant mothers and lots of vacation time. Chun Shuer looked at the situation over there while picking up her coffee and drinking it. Her eyes were so dark that it was impossible to see what she was thinking. How did your boss know about me? Lisa asked curiously. How did the personnel in front of her know about her when she went to Chun Yongkong's company to work as his secretary after graduating from college and had never done any other job? The woman was unperturbed by the change and smiled back at her. Our boss and Mr. Chun are friends, and she often heard Mr. Chun mention you, saying that Ms. Lisa is good at her job. So she entrusted me to come and talk to Ms. Lisa. She was also right. The company was owned by Chun Shuer, and Chun Shuer did quite appreciate Lisa's work ability, or else how could she have hooked up with Chun Yongkong at a young age, and even conceived a child? It's just that the external boss of this company is Chun Shuer's college classmate, also a young and talented person, and the Chun family's company has cooperated with him a few times, and Chun Yongkong appreciates him very much, and he did mention Lisa, so what he said to Lisa is also the truth. Lisa looked up the company online as she chatted, and she did have a heart attack when she saw that the owner was young, handsome, and rich. I'll think about it. Then I'll wait for Ms. Lisa's reply. The two men rose and reached out to shake hands when a man came in the doorway of the cafe. Shu Chun was wearing casual clothes and a pair of gold-framed glasses, and his lazy temperament attracted a lot of attention. When Chen Shuer saw him, she subconsciously sidestepped her head to avoid him. Shu Chen's studio was in the neighborhood. She often came here, but not once had she met Shu Chun. How could it be so coincidental this time that she met him when she was doing her job? He mustn't recognize himself and yell her name. If Lisa recognizes him, then her plan will go down the drain. For the first time, Chun Shuer wished so much that Shu Chen didn't recognize herself. After Shu Chen finished ordering his coffee, his eyes subconsciously swept around the cafe, and a glance landed on Chen Shuer. She only showed half of her side face, but Shu Chun recognized her at once. He lifted his step. Chan! Chen Shuer was shocked. Her reaction had never been so swift, standing up and violently rushing towards Shu Chun, holding him in her arms and burying her face at his chest. Shu Chen, I'm warning you not to call my name. Her voice was muffled, but Shu Chen's heartbeat was surprisingly loud. Oh! Lisa heard the commotion and subconsciously glanced at the two people hugging next to her. Excuse me, can you guys move over? I'm going out. Chun Shuer pulled Shu Chen back a few steps, but her face never lifted. Shu Chen raised his hands up and gulped, looking at Chun Shuer in his arms. How much longer are you going to cuddle? Is she gone? Who? That pot-bellied woman just now. Gone. As soon as the words fell, Chun Shuer immediately lifted her head from his arms and was about to leave without saying a word, but was pulled by Shu Chen's hand. What's wrong with you? Chun Shuer blinked and looked at the hand he was pulling on, a slight teasing look in her eyes. Shu Chen saw the look in her eyes and hurriedly let go of her hand. You don't explain? Chun Shuer laughed lightly. What kind of relationship do I have with you that I have to explain this to you? Shu Chen choked on her. You asked me to be a cover and I can't ask questions? I was just about to be found out because of you. So what are you doing avoiding that pregnant woman? Shu Chen was curious. Really want to know? Chen Shuer suddenly moved closer, those eyes staring straight at Shu Chun, looking at him inexplicably nervous. Shu Chen looked at her, his eyelashes fluttering, and just as he was about to speak, he heard the clerk calling out to him. Mr. Shu, your coffee is ready. I'm done with my coffee. I'm going back to the studio. After saying that, he fled like he was panicking and left the place. Chun Shuer looked at his back as he fled away, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a smile. On the other hand, Shu Yu was completely unaware that Chun Shuer had already met Lisa, and her so-called plot was starting to deviate again. This matter isn't all Big Brother's fault. Why was Big Brother dismissed? It's not fair. I'm going to go to the dean for an explanation. Shu Yu and Shu Huai had just arrived at the entrance of the ward when they heard Qin Reiling's voice of righteous indignation. Her wounds hurt as soon as she hit the ground, and she was hurriedly helped to sit back down by Shu's mother. Get it clear, just rest for 2 days. Avoid the wind, not dismissal. You are really conspicuous bag. Still want to go to seek justice. Don't. The wound cracked again, the pain cried out. Shu Yu couldn't help but spit out a comment. Shu's mother glared at her. Shu Yu, how do you talk? Shu Yue shrugged her shoulders with a look of indifference. Qin Curly was aggrieved by her ferocity. Even if it's not dismissal, then Big Brother is a doctor, and if he's not allowed to cure the sick and save people, then what's the point of him being a doctor? It wasn't his fault in the first place. I'm not like you. I don't feel sorry for Big Brother at all. Seeing her aggravation, Shu's mom quickly calmed her down. Shu Yue isn't my real daughter after all. She's definitely not as heartfelt as you are. Yes, Qin Curl is the most good at hurting people, and when you make your house upside down and broken, that can hurt like hell. Shu Yu silently rolled her eyes. I'm guilty of not wanting you guys to be heartbroken. It's just time to take a couple days off. My friend's new summer resort opened and invited me to take a break. Told me to bring my family. Shu Quan walked in, his eyes sweeping over Qin Ruishi on the hospital bed. Qin Ruler raised a smile and was just about to speak when he was interrupted by Shu Quan. Yeah. Curly is injured and shouldn't walk around, so you can accompany me. Chapter 21. The heroine's aura won't kill her anyway. Shu Quan suddenly spoke to Shu Yu. She didn't react for a moment and froze, pointing at herself. Me? Well, you stay with me. Shu Quan had a matter-of-fact look on his face. Shu Yu showed her disbelief and looked confused. This episode how I have no impression it. Shu Quan was forced to rest for a few days, But during this time he was helping pay Xiaozhong to raise money for the treatment and analyze the case of her condition. How suddenly appeared a summer resort. Xu Quan and Xu Huai glanced at each other, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Is there a plot that Xu Yue doesn't know about? The summer resort is owned by a high school friend of mine, and it's in the middle of a trial run, so you'll have nothing to do these days anyway. So come with me for a break. Xu Quan is somewhat convinced of the authenticity of the content of Xu Yu's heartfelt words. The events of the past 2 days have been verified, and while he has the time, he takes her with him to see if he can hear more, such as how exactly their family's family broke up, and how he was killed and crippled by Qin Curly and what's his name's male lead. Xu Yu felt an unkind line of sight fall on her. She looked sideways and bumped into Qin Ruling's sultry eyes. That look in her eyes, it wanted to kill her by 1,000 cuts. Xu Yu felt a chill down her back. Qin Curly is the female lead. If you want to shout, you should also shout her along. Why shout me? Can't you see that she's looking at me like she wants to kill me? Xu Quan obediently looked at Qin Curly. Does Curly have an opinion? Qin Ruixi changed her face very quickly. Just now she looked at Xu Yu still with dissatisfaction. And with a turn of her eyes, she revealed a pitiful look. Big brother, you and sister go. I'm injured and indeed should not move around. She also had to cough a few times as she spoke, as if to remind Xu Quan that the cut she made on her waist was injured to save you. Xu Yu worried to death, although it is not very like Qin Riling Bar, but the good or bad of their sibling relationship, about whether she can go home. Big brother, just let her go along for 2 days as well. As long as she doesn't do any strenuous exercise, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Anyway, the main female character, the big disaster, the original plot, she did not know how many times she was tortured and finally survived safely, go to the summer residence for 2 days, and Xu Quan to promote a brother-sister relationship. Good to go after the plot. It is the serious thing. Xu Quan somewhat agree with Xu Yu, said a few words in front of him, the man who made trouble out of the knife sharp and dry. He stood closer to see clearly. His knife body at least did not enter half into the body of Qin Riling, but Qin Riling's wounds but avoided all the vitals, and the depth of the side wound is not more than 1 centimeter. The stitches also heal quickly and are not commonplace. Rarely hearing that Xu Yu was on her side, Qin Ruixiang looked at Xu Quan with a hint of expectation in her eyes. May I, brother? I'm really anxious to get out of here. I'm really in a hurry to get out of the plot. I really want to go home soon. Xu Yu was so anxious she couldn't wait to say yes for him. Xu Quan didn't want to agree, but when he saw Xu Yu squeezing her eyebrows and almost shouting her heart out, he nodded his head. I'll arrange for a personal physician to accompany me. Qin Riling raised a smile. I knew brother was the best. Curly, you have injuries on your body. You have to be careful when you go out to play. Okay? Xu's mom worriedly explained. Got it, mom. When they arrived at the summer resort the next day, Xu Quan said his high school classmates were the first to come out to greet them. Old classmate, but it's been a while since I've seen you. You're busy. I can't even ask you to dinner. The man came up and stopped Xu Quan's shoulder, smiling brightly. Xu Yu looked at the man whose appearance looked almost 40 years old and still Mediterranean, and was deeply skeptical about his identity as Xu Quan's high school classmate. Xu Yu playfully pulled the corner of Xu Quan's coat and questioned him in a low voice. Brother, are you sure he's your high school classmate and not your high school teacher? When Xu Quan heard this, he looked at her and then at his old classmate, wanting to laugh but stifling it. He's just a little bit anxious looking. That's too much of a rush. Xu Yue spat in a small voice. Xu Quan gently rubbed her head. All right, don't dwell on that. Let's go inside. The two of them headed for the inn where they were staying, completely forgetting about Qin Riling, who was sitting in an electric wheelchair behind them. Xu Yue, I think you wanted me to come on purpose, to be so intimate in front of my brother on purpose. Qin Riling shouted again. Those two people have entered the house. Did not hear her? No choice but to remote control her wheelchair in. She came here looking redundant. Hello. Check-in requires information to register. They don't need to register. They're all my friends. Get them our best rooms. Okay boss, 2 rooms right? 3 rooms. Xu Yu suddenly remembered that there was another Qin Riling. Turned back to look. She people have already followed behind, just full of dissatisfaction. Open 2 rooms, she doesn't want to share one with Qin Curly. The receptionist looked apologetic. I'm sorry, but we're down to the last 2 of our best rooms. The Mediterranean owner frowned, his tone slightly condemning. Didn't I agree to keep 3 rooms? The receptionist whispered with the Mediterranean boss. A gentleman surnamed Fu from the capital came this morning. Beijing surnamed Fu's people are not rich, that is, the Mediterranean boss is his own business up. cannot afford to mess with Shu family in Haicheng is a certain prestige, but the status of the Fu family in Beijing is even more. The Mediterranean boss heard. They are shocked and happy, shocked at how to explain the situation with the old classmates, happy that his summer resort has just tried to operate. From the Beijing came a big shot. Shu Quan noticed that something was wrong with him and took the initiative to ask. What's wrong? After careful thought, the Mediterranean boss still told the truth. Shu Quan also grew up in this circle, and he would not say anything about the pros and cons of this kind of thing. Shu Quan frowned lightly at that. Then give the remaining 2 rooms. Shu Yu hurriedly said, "It's okay for me to live a little worse, big brother. You and Curly have to live in a better room. I'm just the tool man who came to supervise you guys. So don't pay too much attention to me." Shu Quan's eyes darkened slightly. The front desk hurriedly registered them properly and handed them their room cards. When he raised his eyes, he happened to see the gentleman surnamed Fu coming down from upstairs, and subconsciously pointed to the Mediterranean boss. "Boss, it's that Mr. Fu." Everyone couldn't help but look in the direction the front desk was pointing. Shu Yu glanced at it absently, and instantly her head shrank in fear, hiding herself behind Shu Quan. "I go, Fu Jingshen. Why is he here?" Shu Quan raised his eyebrows, his eyes fell on Fu Jingshen. He had never seen this one, but from the capital there were quite a few of his glorious deeds. Young age, Fu family under his hands, industry scale bigger and bigger, almost covered half of China. To say Shu family in the Sea City noble circle position when the first, but to the capital, especially in front of the Fu family, that is not worth mentioning. And inside Shu Yu's heartfelt voice, this Fu Jingshen was also mentioned a few times. As he was thinking, Shu Quan's cell phone dripped. He pulled it out and looked at it. It was a message from the group. "Shu Huai. I found out. The car that Chen Shuer escaped from her birthday banquet is a Maybach that the Fu family commonly uses in Haicheng." Shu Ziming. Fu family's car? Then that day birthday banquet, Fu Jingshen really came? But I didn't see, my big brother, and I only saw that denizen of the Lu family. Right, big brother at Shu Quan. Shu Rin. Shu Huai. Did you check it wrong? Shu Huai. Impossible, my information network is very accurate. There is no mistake, this is the Fu family car. Shu Quan silently went through the messages they had sent and finally typed a few words out. Shu Quan. Fu Jingshen is now in the summer residence as well. Chapter 22. Your CP is not Fu Jingshen, a big sister. With Shu Quan's words, the group instantly exploded. All of them ate Shu Quan. But Shu Quan ignored none of them because Fu Jingshen came over this way, and Shu Quan half squinted his eyes up to measure him. Fu Jingshen was wearing black suit pants and a black shirt, all black but lined with his white skin. He brushed his hair back a bit, a few strands hanging down in front of his forehead, swaying slightly as he walked. His features were superior, especially when that pair of deep eyes stared at one thing. It carried a kind of fatal attraction. This attraction to Shu Yu is very fatal. Fu Jingshen ruthless, not worse than Fu Himing. The difference is, Fu Himing has a protagonist aura. Qin Riling sat in the wheelchair, raised his eyes into Fu Jingshen's eyes. His heart suddenly began to speed up, as if there were deer in the heart bouncing around and bumping into the general. Fu Jingshen just swept his eyes over her. When he looked over, he didn't even notice Qin Curly. He was attracted by Shu Yu's heartfelt voice behind Shu Quan. "Hello, Mr. Fu." Shu Quan blocked in front of Shu Yu and politely extended his hand towards Fu Jingshen. Only then did Fu Jingshen drop his gaze on Shu Quan. He had investigated the identity and background of everyone in the Shu family, and he naturally recognized the person in front of him. "Hello, Dr. Shu." He reached out and shook hands with Shu Quan. The two of them exchanged glances and each hid 800 heart eyes in their hearts. Shu Yu probed out from behind Shu Quan and looked at the 3 people in front of him, feeling emotion in his heart. Fu Jingshen and Shu Quan have met. Fu Jingshen and Qin Riling have met. When will Fu Himing meet with Qin Riling? The affinity line is developing, the secondary relationship line is starting to develop, but the main CP has not even met yet. She had just finished her thought in her mind when someone she knew too well to look at appeared in her afterglow. Am I seeing things? Why is Fu Himing here too? Fu Himing is here? Fu Jingshen and Shu Quan present have long known that Fu Himing is the so-called male lead, but until now have not met. Today's luck is so good? They were excited as if they were meeting a star, completely forgetting that within the episodes Shu Yu had read, they all died horribly because of Fu Himing. Fu Himing wore a gray casual dress, half-length hair half blocking the eyes, looking extraordinarily well-behaved and cute. He stood out as he followed a group of middle-aged men. Fu Jingshen saw him at a glance. His eyes narrowed slightly with a hint of probing meaning in his eyes. This is his big brother's illegitimate son out there? In the past, he had heard that his elder brother cheated on him with another woman outside, and was sent to secretly do away with him after his sister-in-law found out that she was doing things in a thunderous manner and would never leave any aftermath, and he had thought that the woman and the child were already dead, but he didn't expect that they had survived. And it's right in front of him now. If what Shu Yu said was true, then Fu Himing would return to the Fu family in the future, and the position that he had climbed to now with great difficulty with great effort would be taken away by Fu Himing. Thinking about this, Fu Jingshen's eyes became sharp as he looked at Fu Himing. This is the kind of thing he must not let happen to him. Shu Quan looked at Fu Himing, that a good boy appearance. How does not look like Shu Yu said, that kind of morbid villain hero feeling. Is the news is wrong? The looks were good, but in terms of origin, it was a complete mismatch with their family curls, so how could the two be together? Curly is also really, for this kind of person, love brain destroyed a large family, really should not. Shu Quan was a little disgusted at the first sight of Fu Himing. Fu Himing always felt that someone was looking at him, staring at him uncomfortably. He raised his eyes to see, and met the eyes of the several people looking at him from across the room. Besides Shu Yu, he only knew Fu Jingshen. Fu Himei quickly lowered his head and put his hat back on, trying to block his features. Why is Fu Jingshen here? In order to take revenge, he had investigated the Fu family's current situation early, and had also planted eyes in the Fu family, but he hadn't heard that Fu Jingshen had come to Haiqing. Then there was only one possibility, that the eyes he had planted were either dead or had mutinied. Fu Heming wasn't sure if Fu Jingshen recognized him, so he could only hide himself in the crowd and went in the elevator with them. Shu Yu secretly looked at Qin Ruler. Qin Curly should have noticed Fu Himing. After all, he has the male lead aura that makes her motherly heart flare up. Qin Ruling didn't even see Fu Himing. Her eyes always fell on Fu Jingshen's face, and the love in those eyes couldn't wait to jump out immediately in general. Shu Yu? Sister, who are you looking at? Your CP is Fu Heming, not Fu Jingshen. What are you looking so deeply for? Fu Jingshen is just a passerby for you. Shu Yu subconsciously blocked in front of Fu Jingshen. Qin Curly tilted her head and continued to look, as if she had been given a descending head, looking straight at Fu Jingshen. Hey, you're still addicted to watching it, right? I said it's not your CP, and you're still watching it. Qin Curly, what are you looking at? Shu Yu tried to stand on her tiptoes and blocked Fu Jingshen's face with great dissatisfaction. Fu Jingshen stared at Shu Yu's suddenly drawn height, and the corners of his mouth inexplicably raised into a smile. She's kind of funny. With a reddened face, Qin Curly pulled the corner of Shu Quan's coat next to him. Big brother, do you know this gentleman? Shu Yu swept her eyes over, frowning as she stared at Shu Quan. Brother, you don't know him, do you? You haven't seen Fu Jingshen? No, just now Shu Quan also called him Mr. Fu? Shu Quan coughed. I don't know. Let's go. Go back to your room and put your bags away. We have other plans for lunch later. Shu Quan said, taking the lead in pushing Qin Rueishi's wheelchair away. For the time being, we can't let Shu Yu see the clues, or if she doesn't speak her mind in the future, won't they be the ones to suffer? Qin Curly looked back fondly, and did not stop until she entered the corner and could not see Fu Jingshen. Once Qin Curly left, Shu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Why don't you allow her to look at me? Fu Jingshen asked knowingly, just to tease her. Shu Yu's expression was slightly unnatural. It's nothing, Mr. Fu. I have to go unpack, bye. Shu Yu hurriedly ran away, but was pulled by Fu Jingshen's wrist. It just so happens that I'm going up there, too. So join me. Didn't you just come down? Shu Yu expressed doubt. Fu Jingshen pulled her to take the elevator without changing his face. I suddenly remembered I forgot my cell phone. Shu Yu glanced at him strangely. He forgot to bring his cell phone again. Does he have some kind of amnesia? Sure enough, in the book, the Overlord has either this or that problem. He doesn't have some kind of cleanliness fetish or stomach problem, does he? Chapter 23. I'm sorry. I've got to go with the plot, too. Perhaps it was because of the proximity. Fu Jingshen listened to her heart, all heard extraordinarily obvious. Not to mention, he really has a stomach problem, but that is often hungry and full when he was a child, resulting in old problems. The treatment cannot be cured, and occasionally will hurt so a moment or two. Fu Jingshen's room is on the 3rd floor. Shu Yu's room is on the 2nd floor. She went down first. Swiping her card and entering her room, Shu Yu packed her bags, fell back and flung herself on the bed. Originally, I wanted to make Shu Quan and Qin Ruiling's brother-sister relationship go further. Fu Himing came. It seems that I have to go with Fu Himing and Qin Ruiling's relationship line first. After all, it's the main CP and all the future plots revolve around the two of them. Shu Yu pondered how to get the two of them to meet. Knock knock. The door was knocked from outside, interrupting Shu Yu's thoughts. She got up and went to open the door. At the door stood Shu Quan. There's a pool behind the hotel. Want to go for a swim? And water, I have this period of time in water crime, right? Only 2 days ago from the water to Fu Hemming, right? I'm all with the name of the Chin Curl and Fu Hemming deal with. I'll be a moment to deliberately reveal to the Fu Hemming Chin Curl called Chin Curl, and the rest of let him take the initiative to take the initiative anyway. The original plot inside Fu Hemming is also the initiative to create a variety of chance encounters with the Chin Curl and then take advantage of her. Roughly figuring it out, Shu Yu's visibly furrowed brow stretched. Wait for me. I'll go get my bathing suit. Shu Quan stared at her back as she trotted in, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a hint of gravity. She's gonna set up Fu Hemming and Chin Curly? He would never allow that to happen. When the duo arrived at the pool, Chin Riling was there, but she sat on the shore and could only watch them play, but couldn't get into the water herself. Shu Yu wore a black bathing suit with lace trim, which set off her dimpled figure even more beautifully. Chin Ruixiang looked down at herself. Although she wasn't fat, her figure was definitely not as good as Shu Yu's. Another day of being jealous of her. Shu Yu's swimming skills in general, that day to save Fu Hemming not far from the shore within her ability, but really want her to swim up, it is a little difficult. She put on a swim ring and floated to the surface, moving slowly. The eyes swiveled around, trying to see if Fu Hemming was there. Fu Jingshun came in from the doorway. He was wearing dark blue swim trunks with a towel hanging from his shoulders, blocking his pecs but not those 8-pack abs. So top good Pacific big broad shoulders, 8-pack abs mermaid line body. Shu you want to not see are very difficult. She licked her mouth, those eyes staring straight ahead as if she wanted to brand Fu Jingshun. I can see Fu Jingshun's 8-pack abs This inverted triangle body in the end how he practiced This inverted triangle body he in the end how to practice so want to get on the hand to touch a touch. Feel must be very good he by his embrace the security must be bursting once again sigh Chin Curl really do not understand the pleasure of mature men When Fu Jingshun heard the voice, the corner of his mouth twitched, his footsteps stopped, and his line of sight quickly landed on Shu Yu, who was lying in the pool. He walked towards Shu Yu, who saw him approaching. Her eyes widened, and she just wanted to escape when he yanked her by the hand. Fu Jingshun crouched down and stared condescendingly at Shu Yu. The angle of view was a problem, and he saw something he shouldn't have, and averted his gaze with a reddening of the tips of his ears. Miss Shu, can't you swim? And a swimming ring. Shu Yu looked at him strangely. Why are this guy's ears red somehow? King Fu. Feeling a little hot in the face too. I'm not very good at it. I can teach you. Mr. Fu, that's something you don't need to teach. I can swim too. I can teach my sister too. Shu Quan didn't know when he appeared behind Shu Yu. He dragged Shu Yu's swimming ring with one hand and dragged her away from Fu Jingshun's face. Fu Jingshun didn't say anything. Directly went down to the water and swam to the siblings. Or else compare? Shu Yu looked confused. Then what? Yeah. Before Shu Yu could react to what they were going to compare, Shu Quan agreed. The pool is not a professional swimming pool, just for tourists who come here to play. There is no pool lane line, the two people just stick to the left and right side, at the same time raise their right hand, counted down for 3 seconds and then put their hands down, the two people almost at the same time, their heads did not go into the water. Then swim towards the finish line. Fast. Shu Yu was in awe. It's really a lifetime series, and I can still see Shu Quan and Fu Jingshun compete in swimming. She was too far away to see who was actually leading, and raised her hands to her eyes as binoculars, and before long, she saw Fu Jingshun arrive first and poke his head out of the water, followed closely by Shu Quan. A second male is a second male, and he swims pretty fast. Little Fu can you swim? A voice sounded behind her. Shu Yu turned around and looked over, and at a glance, she saw Fu Hemming. He did not wear a swimsuit or that casual clothes. In front of a few middle-aged men wore swim trunks, the body of each of the top of the strong. It looks like it can be swung in one fist to kill Shu Yu. I can't swim. In that case, wait on the shore. Shu Yu's eyes lit up. A good chance for Fu Heming and Chin Curly to meet has come. As soon as Fu Hemming's ears moved, his sight fell on Shu Yu, who was immersed in her own world and didn't notice Fu Hemming's sight at all. Chin Ruishi was bored and swiping her cell phone. A shadow fell in front of her eyes, and when she raised her eyes, it was Shu Yu. She said in a nonchalant voice, "What are you doing here with me if you're not going to go swim your swim?" Shu Yu smiled and smoothly sat next to her. "I see you're bored, so I've come to keep you company. No need for you to pretend to be kind. Shu Yu, don't think that I don't know your purpose. You just want to rely on our family so that you can enjoy the glory and wealth that our Shu family will bring you. I won't let you have your way. Chin Curly had a hostile face towards Shuyu. Am I that kind of person? Aren't you? Chin Curly asked rhetorically. Once upon a time when I was working in the Shu family, you were always picking holes and trying to bully me in every way possible. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Don't think that just because your brothers are protecting you that you'll be safe and sound. In this family, only mom and dad are good at what they say. She more than once secretly prompted Shu mother and Shu father. Their own daughter was bullied by the impostor of the fake daughter. How is to return the favor? But Shu Quan, a few of them secretly protect Shu mother and Shu father, which did not make a move on Shuyu. But also in the way of Shu family face, did not Shuyu directly drive away, but she left the Shu family is a matter of time. Qin ruling believes that there will be that day. Shuyu of course knew that she wanted to deal with herself, after all, the ones she did to her in the past, although not considered as much evil, but it was enough to make Qin Curl hate her and hate her. But it can't be helped who made her the heroine. Shuyu's gaze fell on Fu Himing, who was walking this way. Shuyu immediately got up and walked behind Qin ruling, and put her hands on her wheelchair. I'm sorry, I had no choice. Chapter 24. Doing everything will only hurt you. Before Qin Curly could react to what she meant by this, she felt a powerful force behind her, directly knocking her wheelchair out. Qin Curly cried out in fear. Help! Fu Heming heard the sound and looked over. He frowned and wanted to dodge at the first opportunity. Fuak Ming, what are you hiding for? Save her. She's your official mate. Official? What official match? Although he didn't understand Shu Yu's meaning for a moment, he still followed Shu Yu's meaning to stop Qin Riling. He reached out and pulled the wheelchair, pulling back to avoid the tragedy of Qin Riling falling into the water. Qin Ruixiang was frightened for a long time before she regained her strength and looked at Fu Heming. Thank you. Fu Hemei smoothly pushed her further away from the pool. You're welcome. After saying that he was about to leave, but he heard Qin Curly's voice ringing out behind him. Benefactor. My name is Qin Curly. What is your name? Qin Curly? Fu Heming revealed his surprise, first glancing at Qin Ruler, then at Shuyu, who was hiding in the shadows. Your name is Qin Curly? Qin Curly nodded. Yes, my name is Qin Curly, but soon, I will change my name to Shu Curly. She said this with a hint of a leap of faith. Fu Heming didn't care if she was called Qin Curl or Shu Curl. No wonder feel that the female heart voice strange always call themselves the original. She is not Qin Curl, this person in front of me is, but why she wants to fake this Qin Curl to save themselves? What are you talking about? Why can't I hear a word? Fu Himing Fu Himing, you do not be so detached. Qin Curl is your life-saving benefactor. You warm up to her you are going to start with her in the future life and death abuse love. Shu Yu hid and watched from the side. The more she watched, the more anxious she became, itching to run over and hold down her head to let the two of them kiss first before saying anything. This atmosphere of theirs, it doesn't even look like they're rubbing off on each other. Fu Jingshin's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Shu Yu was so scared that her heart stopped and she almost fell forward. Fu Jingshin reached out and scooped her back up. I say, Mr. Fu, you're out of your mind and scaring people to death. I haven't said that you sneak around and hide here to peek at others. Fu Jingshin felt Shu Yu's waist. It was very thin. There wasn't a trace of fat on her waist. Shu Yu was so focused on the development of the hero and heroine that she didn't notice where his hand was placed. Hey, what's Shu Quan doing over there? What does he mean by pushing Qin Riling away? Shu Quan didn't know where to come from, and as soon as he came over, he pushed Qin Riling away, directly separating Qin Riling and Fu Heming. No, it was hard for me to get the two of them to meet. Big brother, what are you doing? Shu Yu was just about to chase after him when Fu Himing came this way. Fu Jingshin didn't want to fight with him for the time being. He took Shu Yu's waist and lifted her up with one hand, walking towards the inside of the house. With her back pressed tightly against Fu Jingshin's abs, Shu Yu's entire body froze, completely forgetting to resist. What's he hugging me for? I'm going, this touch on my back. It's Fu Jingshin's abdominal muscle. Her heartbeat was a little loud, but somehow a little likable. On the way into the changing room, there is a mirror on both sides of the corridor. When passing by Shu Yu looked at it more than twice. Fu Jingshin is considered to be white inside the boys, but compared to Shu Yu, his skin color is more inclined to a healthy wheat color. Shu Yu in his comparison white glowing. Shu Yu's eyes went straight. Wow, this ambiguous pose, this skin color difference, this body type difference. I'm gonna kowtow to myself and Fu Jingshin. King Fu. Striking out at everything will only hurt you. When he reached the door of the women's fitting room, Fu Jingshin was finally willing to put down Shu Yu, but Shu Yu was still inexplicably a bit reluctant. Mr. Fu, I don't know you well, right? You and I engage in such ambiguity? Won't the person you like get jealous? Shu Yu didn't quite understand his brain circuit, letting the great Qin Slim not go to hook up, running to be so ambiguous with her. Fu Jingshan faintly swept a glance at her. I don't have a favorite. I just didn't want to swim anymore and wanted to come back to change my clothes. Then you didn't have to carry me all the way back. Shu Yu was even more puzzled. Fu Jingxian wanted to say something. He couldn't tell the truth. Could he? Because I didn't think you'd want to swim either, and I brought you back by the way. Appears, I don't want you to think I want me to think hegemonic literature. Shu Yu was inexplicably excited. Fu Jingshan was rather speechless and turned around to go to the male fitting room. Shu Yu also followed closely into the women's fitting room. After changing clothes out, Fu Jingshan is still waiting at the door. Go! When he saw Shu Yu come out, he then retrieved his cell phone and headed outside. Shu Yu followed. You're not waiting for me on purpose, are you? It's lunchtime. I'm just trying to find myself a lunch hitch. There's an agriturismo in the neighborhood. Want to try it? Your treat. Or else you invite? Fu Jingshan asked her with a raised eyebrow. Thank you, Mr. Fu, then. Although he didn't know why Fu Jingshan liked to follow her so much, but he seemed to be a relatively normal human being at the moment. He shouldn't be able to do anything perverted, make a friend, have an extra network. Then her chances of completing the mission and going home might be a little bit higher. Shu Quan took Qin Curly back and then lost Shu Yu and sent her a message. Shu Quan. Where are you? Shu Yu sat next to the fish pond and waited for Fu Jingshan to fish, and when she heard the cell phone ring, she opened it at the first time to look. Shu Yue. I'm preparing the ingredients for lunch, but I have a feeling that at this rate, I won't even be able to have this free lunch when the sun goes down. Shu Quan. Address. Shu Yu sent a locator over, and not long after, Shu Quan and Qin Curly came over. How did they get here? Did you call them? Fu Jingshan was wearing a straw hat and saw Shu Quan and Qin ruling at a glance. Shu Yu smiled curtly. Inviting one and inviting three for dinner is actually about the same. Don't you think so, Mr. Fu? Fu Jingshan glanced at her. They're paying for their own meals. I can treat yours. Mr. Fu also knows how to fish? After Shu Quan locked Qin Curly's wheelchair, he obediently sat down next to Fu Jingshan. As soon as Qin ruling came over, that line of sight fell on Fu Jingshan, not moving away for half a minute. Fishing for fun. And Dr. Shu is interested? Not much of a player. I'm fine with watching Mr. Fu fish. As soon as Shu Quan's words fell, Fu Jingshan's pole moved. Shu Yue. Bucket. Shu Yu hurriedly picked up the bucket next to him and put it in front of him, and a big fat fish landed inside the bucket. Mr. Fu, ausome. Shu Yu gave him a thumbs up. Fu Jingshan was very flattered. It's a piece of cake. Let's go. Next ingredient. What's the next ingredient? Shu Yu followed with a bucket of water. Chicken. Chapter 25. So she's so poor. The owner of the farmhouse took them to the backyard to look for chickens. Our chickens here are all raised in the mountains. They run hard, and their meat is tasty and chewy, so you've come to the right place. Shu Yu looked at the chickens that were all absent-mindedly nestled on the ground and did not move, revealing her skepticism. Boss, these chickens of yours look old. That meat must be very faggy and not tasty. The boss, who was recognized at a glance, touched his nose in embarrassment. This place is remote. The guests who come to our farmhouse here are few, if not for a newly opened mountain resort that has recently brought a lot of valuable guests to play. We are planning to quit after this year. These are old hens. Then there are younger ones in the back. Whichever we catch will make for you. The boss pointed with a letter, and the chickens that were grazing on that hillside seemed to sense something and scampered away. Shu Quan had grown up in the noble circle, where had he seen this kind of scene, he was far away. You guys go grab it. I'll watch the curls. Shu Yu looked at Fu Jingshan next to her. Mr. Fu, it's better for me to do this kind of work. Fu Jingshan lifted his foot and walked in, not caring about the mud on the ground. I'm not that delicate. Shu Yu stared at his back and shrugged. Also, although he grew up in the Fu family but experienced so many things since childhood, a little bit of everything, and not like my big brother so delicate, 10 fingers do not touch the water of the spring. Those hands will only take the scalpel. The kitchen has not been in the... Shu Quan felt an inexplicable thorn in his heart. Suddenly, I want to try. He abandoned Qin Curly and dove in headfirst as well. Qin Curly was puzzled. What kind of ability did Shu Yu have to make these two honorable men accompany her to drill chicken coops to catch chickens? As soon as they went in, the chickens ran away, fluttering their wings and scurrying everywhere. Shu Yu eyes aimed at a chicken, rushed over to catch it, and Fu Jingshan and Shu Quan collided with the head of the head dizzy. the chicken also ran away. Don't just look at this one. There are so many more. They always look at the same chicken as themselves and let it slip away every time. Forget it, you two don't have to do anything. I'll do it all right. It's really in the way. The obtrusive duo glanced at each other and quickly looked away. Fu Jingshan hugged his chest and looked at Shuyu, somewhat distrustful of her. Can you catch it? Yeah. Let the boss come if you really can't catch it. We're here to eat, not to catch chickens. Isn't that the fun of agriturismo? Believe me, I can catch it. As soon as the words fell, Shuyu bent down and lifted her hand to grab it, reaching out with an unparalleled sharpness. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The hen fluttered her wings in her hand in protest. See, I told you I could catch it. Awesome. Shuquan smiled and gave a thumbs up. Didn't really know she had it in her. That is, when I was a child, I did not help my grandmother to catch chickens, then 5 o'clock to get up to catch chickens and then rush to the market to sell, but also pluck the feathers to kill chickens and so on. To me as simple as drinking water, but then I do not know by which killers of chickens in our family all poisoned to death. The harm caused by the grandmother grieved for a long time, and during that period of time, we even ate a problem. Thinking of her grandmother, it was hard to hide the sadness on Shu Yu's face. And I don't know how grandma is doing on her own without me. Fu Jingshun and Shu Quan felt that her mood was not right and each lowered their heads. Was it so hard for her as a child? Couldn't even afford to eat. In the yard, the sun is very sunny. The boss moved the umbrella to block the sun. We feel more comfortable. Fu Jingshen took the tea and washed the dishes and put them in front of Shu Yu. Shu Quan half squinted her eyes when she saw this. Why is this Fu Jingshen so nice to Shu Yu? According to what Shu Yu said, the person he liked should be Qin Riling, but now he had no feelings for Qin Riling, and instead he was nice to Shu Yu. As Shu Quan analyzed the situation, he glanced at Qin ruling beside him, and her eyes fell on Fu Jingshen's body never moving away for half a minute. Shu Quan could not help but narrow his eyes to carefully measure the opposite side of the Fu Jingshun. This Fu Jingshun in the end what charma? But whatever the appeal, he wouldn't let his two sisters have anything to do with him. The water in the Fu family is so deep that even if you just wet the sole of your shoe, you will lose half your life. Here come the dishes. Boss a dish over. They're Fu Jingshin fishing fish. Shu Yu caught chicken, color and flavor. Just smell. Let a person's stomach cannot stop grumbling. Shu Yu had long been impatient to pick up her chopsticks and stare at the chicken legs, but out of politeness she still didn't move her chopsticks right away, knowing that Fu Jingshun had spotted her target. Eat. As soon as the words left his mouth, the only chicken leg landed in Shu Yu's bowl. Thanks for the treat, Mr. Fu. Seeing her wolfing down her food, Shu Quan frowned slightly. From before, I've always told you that you should have a look for your meals. At least you're a girl. You should pay attention to your image. Got it. Shu Yu's mouth said he knew, but in reality, he had no intention of slowing down at all. I grew up not enough to eat in school. If you do not go to grab, do not eat quickly. Simply cannot take my turn to play the second round of free meals, and got into the habit of eating as soon as you are hungry. What can I do? Shu Quan was about to say something, but when he heard what was on her mind, he stopped talking. Isn't he talking a little too much? Eat a little slower. Don't choke. No one's fighting you here. Fu Jingshin chucked the second chicken leg to Shu Yu. Qin Curly thought to herself, could it be that Fu Jingshin likes this kind of girl with a bold and uninhibited personality? So she also started to eat in big gulps like Shu Yu, but she ate in a hurry and choked herself. So it was good that Shu Quan was beside her and helped her pat her back and smooth it down. How do you eat so fast too? Qin Ruixiang sipped her water, slightly embarrassed. She would not admit that she had just tried to imitate Shu Yue. She glanced at her line of sight. Not far away came a group of people. Among them, when the most conspicuous, is Fu Himing. It's him again. Boss, any recommendations for specialties? Hearing the voice, Shu Yu looked over while gnawing on a chicken leg. It was that group of people again. How come this group of people were there wherever they went? The man who had raised his hand to indicate a menu had a cufflink on his sleeve. An exquisitely crafted cufflink with an iris symbol. The movement of Shu Yu's hand gnawing on the chicken leg paused. Iris, the clan emblem of the Shangguan family. The Shangguan family is the biggest powerful helper of Fu Heming. Its strength is powerful, doing some unseemly business, but the Shangguan family is in Fu Heming and Qin Curl to the capital only after the acquaintance of the family. How will appear in advance? The Shangguan family? When Fu Heming and Shu Quan heard this, they looked up almost immediately, and the others' eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 26. Explosion at the ball. Although the Shangguan family's financial power was not comparable to the Fu family and the Shu family, their people's power was like the roots of a big tree, reaching out to the whole of China, and it was the intelligence network of China, as well as the most terrifying existence in China. If you mess with the Shangguan family, you're already dead. They have 10 million ways to torture you and not let you die. How dirty the secret tricks are, only they know. How did Fu Heming get involved with them at this time, and how did they show up in Haiqing? Seemingly sensing the gaze, the people at that table all looked over, and Shu Yu and the others immediately turned back to eat calmly. Those guys, it looks like they've met at the hotel. Someone looked at Shu Yu and the others and spoke. It's just a bunch of mole crickets. Don't worry about it. Don't forget what we came here for. Fu Heming's eyes fell on Shu Yu's back. He had heard all the words she had just said. He had only come to be a guide, and did not know what Shangguan family these people were. If Shu Yu's words were credible, it would only be a matter of time before the Shangguan family would be pulled together. Shu Yu buried her head to eat, slightly heavy and bitter, without the energy of the party eating wolfishly. After lunch, we all went back to the hotel together, no one talking on the way, each with their own thoughts. Shu Quan reported all that had just happened in the group. Shu Huai, I know the Shangguan family, I've dealt with them. When we went to the harbor to pick up the goods before their people came to rob us once, they also took one of our brothers. We don't know if he's alive or dead. The means are cruel. Shu Chen, big brother, avoid them if you can. It's better not to have too much contact. Safety is most important. Shu Rin, what Shu Chan said is true. The Shangguan family's bottom line is most unclear. It's better not to provoke it easily. And on the other side, Fu Jingshan also sent a message out. Fu Jingshan, investigate what the Shangguan family has been up to lately and why they suddenly appeared here. He also sent a locator out. Shortly after returning to the hotel, the Mediterranean owner sent an invitation. There will be a ball held in the ballroom at night, so you must come and join us then. And by the way, remember to find a good dance partner. Shu Yu had just sent the Mediterranean boss away in the front foot, and Fu Jingshan appeared at the door in the back foot. Mr. Fu? Something wrong. I'd like to ask you to be my dance partner. I don't know if I'd have the honor. Fu Jingshan reached out toward her. Shu Yu opened her mouth, and before she could speak, Shu Quan popped up as well. Of course my sister is going to be my dance partner. Mr. Fu, you'd better find another one. She has me. Without saying a word, Shu Quan pushed Shu Yu into the house, closing the door behind him in the process. Big brother, you invited me to be your dance partner? What about Cheen Curly? How do curls dance in a wheelchair? Also, she still has sore wounds from standing up now. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door, accompanied by Fu Jingshan's voice. Ms. Shu, think about it. I'm a great dancer. Shu Yu raised her eyebrows slightly. Dancing with Fu Jingshan doesn't seem too bad. Shu Quan frowned and broke Shu Yu's face over to meet his, a serious look on his face. Big brother is also a good dancer. Instead of looking for an outsider, you should look for me. Shu Yue blinked. It's because you're my brother. It's so pointless to dance with you. It was genuine who would ask their brother to prom, even though he wasn't their real brother. Shu Quan choked on her words. In short, you can't look for Fu Jingshan. Why? Shu Yu asked sincerely. No reason. Shu Quan was adamant, and Shu Yu had no choice but to nod her head. Fu Jingshan, that kind of darkness means hi. Shu Yu is not his opponent at all, will certainly be played in the palm of the hand. Shu Quan cannot let his sister into danger. It wasn't long after Shu Quan left that the waiter came. Miss, this is the dress that Mr. Fu prepared for you. He said that he would like to ask you for a dance at night. Just one, I hope you can agree. Shu Yu looked at the dress in her hand. It was a white knee-length dress, exquisitely crafted, with butterflies embroidered on it, lifelike and beautiful. People have got their dresses ready for her, so it's a dance or nothing. Please tell Mr. Fu that the gown is beautiful, I love it. Although she didn't know why Fu Jingshan was close to her, but there was no good end in going against him, so she might as well go along and make friends with the handsome man. Maybe it would help in doing the plot in the future. Shu Yu, thinking as she did, accepted the gown. There are a lot of rich people from prominent backgrounds here today, and the ball is just a means to win favor. When Shu Yu arrived at the banquet hall, Fu Jingshan and Shu Quan were waiting at the door. Seeing Shu Yu coming over, Shu Quan took the lead and went forward. Since when did you bring a tuxedo? Tuxedos were different from suits that were so portable, so Shu Quan was a bit puzzled. Shu Yu glanced at Fu Jingshan behind him and explained, This is what Mr. Fu gave me. Shu Quan looked at Fu Jingshan, who smiled at him with some amusement. It just so happened that my assistant was coming over to see me, so I had him bring a gown over, and I didn't expect Miss Shu to look so beautiful in it. His unstinting compliments were well received by Shu Yu. Thanks. Come on, Ms. Shu. The ball is about to start. Fu Jingshen reached out his hand towards Shu Yu, and when Shu Yu was about to put her hand over, Shu Quan grabbed it first. He pulled Shu Yu's hand and held it tightly. Mr. Fu, Shu Yu is my dance partner. I should be the one to bring her in. Fu Jingxian had a smug look on his face. That's all right. Miss Shu promised I'd give me time for one dance anyway. Didn't she, Miss Shu? The two men looked at Shu Yu at the same time, and Shu Yu silently bowed her head and didn't dare to speak. I'm in a difficult position. I have no power. You all want me to be your partner. How can I choose? Children make choices. Of course I want them all. 1 second she thought she was just being pressured. The next her nature was revealed. The ball began. Fu Jingxian took the lead and invited Shu Yu to dance. Shu Yu leaped and held Fu Jingxian's hand and went to the dance floor, not forgetting to appease Shu Quan. Brother, your turn next, ha. No rush. To change before, dancing Shu Yu is not at all, but when 10 years Shu family daughter should learn these are now skilled through. Fu Jingxian's hand rested on her waist, and his other hand gently interlocked with Shu Yu, so close that each other's breath could be felt. Shu Yu unconsciously remembered the night the two first met. Fortunately, Shu Huai came in time or else. Bang! The explosion sounded. The fire shrouded everything. Shu Yu's eyes went violently black. Fu Jingxian subconsciously protected Shu Yu in his arms. The flames climbed up his back and burned him. The smoke drilled into his nasal cavity, and in a short while Shu Yu's entire body fainted. Chapter 27. Fu Jingxian and Shu Quan were both blown up. Tongues of fire swept through the darkness, devouring fresh lives. People in agony from the fire rolled on the ground. Shu Yu froze in place. Red light reflected in her eyes. The person on the ground suddenly reached out and tugged on her ankle. She looked down in fear. It was Shu Quan. Help me. The fire burned and consumed them, turning them into wisps of gray smoke that dispersed, moans of pain ringing in their ears. Shu Yue woke up with a jolt. She stared wide-eyed at the snow-white ceiling, the smell of disinfectant inside her nose calming her down a little. Wake up, doctor. My sister's awake. Shu Huai's excited voice rang in his ears, and then the doctor came over and broke open Shu Yu's eyes and looked at them, then listened to her heartbeat. There's nothing physically wrong with him other than minor burns. Thank you, doctor. Inside the large hospital room, Shu Huai was the only one keeping watch. Shu Yu sat up and looked at Shu Huai in front of her with a slightly puzzled expression. His eyes were red bloodshot over the whites of his eyes, and he looked like he hadn't slept well. Shu Huai, wasn't I with my big brother at the summer resort? Why are you in the hospital? Shu Huai froze for a moment and lowered his head without saying anything. Excuse me, is this Miss Shu Yu? Shu Yu heard the voice and looked towards the door. It was a police uncle in a police uniform. It's like this. I heard the doctor say you were awake and thought I'd ask you a few things about the explosion scene. Explosion. The things that happened before she fell unconscious played in her mind scene by scene. The explosion came suddenly. The fire burned to envelop the entire banquet hall. She just remembered Fu Jingxian holding her in his arms. Her head smashed on the ground. The pain made her faint. The police questioned, and Shu Yue answered, until the police said, with so many people present, dead and injured, you're the one with the lightest injuries, quite lucky. Shu Yu remembered the dream just now. Uncle policeman. How many people died? Who died? Big brother. Shu Huai suddenly spoke, and Shu Yu froze, not reacting. What did you say? Shu Huai lowered his head, his voice trembling. Big brother is dead. He was closest to the source of the explosion. How is that possible? Shu Yu didn't believe it and staggered about to get out of bed to find Shu Quan. This plot isn't even close to him dying. There's no way he's going to die. There must be some kind of misunderstanding here. Her legs went weak and she almost fell when she got out of bed, and Shu Huai hurriedly held her in his arms. It's true, the person has been sent to the funeral home. Mom and Dad and a few of my brothers went there. I was afraid that you would wake up and not be able to find anyone scared I was the one who guarded you. Shu Huai's words were like a bolt from the blue, hitting Shu Yu's head hard, dazed and incredulous. And that Fu Jingxian too. Shu Huai's voice was low, but Shu Yu also heard it, which meant that both Shu Quan and Fu Jingxian were dead. Take me to the funeral parlor now and immediately. Live and let live, she couldn't believe that they just died. According to the development of the plot, their deaths were all in the back. This had just opened not long ago. How could they die? When Shu Huai brought Shu Yu to the funeral parlor, He only heard a heartbreaking cry that rose and fell. Xu Huai pulled her and explained. The police said that the explosion was due to a bomb hidden in the banquet hall, and after that bomb exploded, a lot of people in the immediate vicinity were killed, and some of them were burned to death by the fire, and basically all of them were sent to this funeral parlor. What about me? Xu Huai asked. You were lying unconscious on the floor in front of the ballroom when I found you. Xu Yu's body only had a small area of burns, nothing else happened, so big fire. Xu Yu did not believe that she only suffered a little bit of superficial injuries, and she appeared at the door of the banquet hall is definitely not she climbed out by herself. System. What the hell is going on? These were questions that only the system could answer for her. Host, you're not dead or injured because according to the plot development, you would have long ceased to exist in this world, but due to a deviation that caused you to be in this world now, you're undead, so no matter how badly you're hurt, even if a bullet passes through your heart, you won't necessarily be able to die. Hearing the system's explanation, Xu Yu then realized why she was still alive and unharmed. The two were already inside, and Xu's mom was crying in Xu's dad's arms, unable to catch her breath.
Mike van u.
Mom, you have to take care of your health. If Big Brother saw you in such a difficult situation, he would be sad too. Xu Ziming opened his mouth to pacify Xu's mom. The atmosphere was heavy as the family gathered around Xu Quan's body. When Xu Yu walked over, Xu's mother saw her, and having lost her son, she deliriously rushed towards Xu Yu, grabbing her collar and questioning her. Why are you okay? Why are you alive and well? Why did my Quan lose his life? Why? Xu Yu was lifted up by her and faced with her questioning. She didn't know how to open her mouth. Mom, calm down. Xu Yu is also a victim. Xu Chun came over and pulled Xu's mom. Xu Yu's eyes turned to Xu Quan. The white cloth covered his body. Could not see the full picture. Only saw his exposed a section of fingers, burned dark and ugly. Xu Yu had even complimented Xu Quan's hands as being beautiful before, but now that these hands had been burned to this state, she couldn't say how hard it was in her heart. Clearly, yesterday he was talking to himself, eating with himself, and now he's lying there motionless. This suffocating and powerless feeling overwhelmed her. There was another person next to Xu Quan. It was Fu Jingshen. His relatives were all in the capital. Only one assistant was guarding next to him, dropping tears while shouting for Mr. Fu. Xu Yu felt that the sky was spinning. Her head was dizzy, and she fainted in both eyes. When she woke up, it was within the system space except for the time when she first came to this world. She came in once and never came back. With Xu Quan and Fu Jingshen dead, does it mean that my mission has failed and I will never be able to return to the real world again? Xu Yu was paralyzed on the floor. Her whole body was absent. The system circled around her. Host, I called you here to tell you that there is a chance that you can save them. But of course, if you fail, it is true that, as you said, you will not be able to return to the real world. Xu Yu frowned lightly. What are the chances? Host, have you forgotten? When you came to this world, I gave you the skill of Hercules in addition to the skill of time regression. Xu Yu's eyes lit up. Yes, when she first arrived in this world, the system had given her a time regression skill, which allowed her to go back to a critical point in time within 24 hours and change the things she wanted to change. But since she had been trying to get home early from her quests, she hadn't used the opportunity once. There is no limit to the use of backtracking, but backtracking to the same event point is limited to 5 times, and after 5 times you cannot go back to the same event point. Even if she could only backtrack once, Xu Yu was going to try. I want to backtrack. Chapter 28. Xu Yu at time rewinds to rescue people. As soon as the words fell, Xu Yu's head tingled, and when she opened her eyes again, the sound of music rang in her ears, and the scene in front of her had already turned into the banquet hall from last night, surrounded by people coming and going, men and women, holding hands and walking into the dance floor to prepare for the dance, and they were still completely unaware of what was going to happen next. Ms. Xu, may I invite you to the first dance? Fu Jingshen's voice rang in her ears, and then his bony hand reached towards her. Xu Yu looked at his handsome face in a daze, feeling very unreal. What's wrong? Do I have flowers on my face? Fu Jingshen raised his eyebrows, feeling strange. Xu Yu subconsciously reached out and pinched him hard on his face, and Fu Jingshen's face changed in pain. Ouch! This girl, why is she so strong? Xu Yu's surprise. Ouch? That means it's not a dream. I'm really back. Come back? What back? Before Fu Jingshen could react, Xu Yu pushed him outward. Fu Jingshen, run away. Run as far away as you can. Don't look back. She was so strong that she pushed Fu Jingshen and stumbled. Xu Yu turned around and rushed into the crowd to go get Xu Quan. The music was still ringing in her ears. Shu Yu clearly remembered at which drum beat the explosion happened. It was about to be too late. Big brother. Shu-kun. Her eyes swept over a face. Never seeing Shu-kwan, Shu Huai said he was close to the source of the explosion. So where exactly was the source of the explosion? It was getting closer and closer to the drumbeat she remembered, and it was about to explode, but she still hadn't found where Shu-kwan was. What should I do? It's going to explode. It's too late. Shu-kwan. Where the hell are you? Shu Yu was on the verge of tears in her anxiety. Shu Yue, what's wrong with you? Fu Jingshin suddenly pulled her hand. He did not know what she inexplicably was doing, just wanted to come and ask for clarification. Shu Yu had just opened her mouth to speak when the drums in her memory rang out, followed by an explosion behind her with a thud. The flames were so intense that Fu Jingshen still pulled her into his arms to protect her. Fu Jingshen. Shu Yu sat up violently from the hospital bed. Sister, you're awake? Doctor, my sister is awake. Shu Hui excitedly got up and went to the doctor. Shu Yue slowed down. Did she just fail? Things happened too fast. She simply didn't have the time to be able to save Fu Jingshin and Shu Quan Ah. Host, do you want to continue backtracking? The system asked her. Back. Shu Yu returned to the ball again, and this time there was Shu Quan standing in front of her in addition to Fu Jingshin. Shu Quan looked her up and down and inquired suspiciously. When did you bring your gown here? Shu Yu's pupils shrunk. This is back 10 minutes before the ball started? 10 minutes is enough time for me to save the day. Saving people? What people is she saving? Big brother, Mr. Fu, I don't have time to explain to you. This place is about to explode. Let's get out of here. Shu Yu was about to head outside the banquet hall while pulling them along, but the Mediterranean boss stopped them in their tracks. Old classmate, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Sun, in the gambling stone business. The latter sentence he was quietly and Shu Quan said. Shu Quan's sight fell on Sun, although he did not care about the family business as a doctor, but also grew up in this circle, naturally know some people in front of Sun and Haicheng and even the whole of Huaxia doing the largest gambling business. There are still a lot of minds under the hand.
Hello Mr. Sun, Shu Quan.
Shu Quan reached out politely. Shu Quan knows what this old classmate of his is thinking, afraid that this Sun always wants to know the Shu family, so he called him to this summer resort. Sun smiled and shook his hand. I've long heard of Mr. Shu's great name. At only 28 years old, he's the chief of cardiac surgery at Kongyang Hospital. Each of you brothers is outstanding na. Shu Yu saw that the two of them were still chatting, and was anxious at the side, pulling on Shu Quan's coat. Big brother, hurry up and go. If you don't leave, we'll be too late. That Mr. Sun didn't seem to intend to let them go, and his eyes lit up when he saw Shu Yu. This must be Miss Shu, right? What a natural beauty. Looking so pretty. He sized Shu Yu up, a glint in his eyes. I wonder if I have the honor of inviting Miss Shu to a dance? Shu Yu was uncomfortable by his look and just wanted to refuse, but Fu Jingshun beside her opened his mouth first. Sorry, she can't dance. It's okay. I can teach you, Miss Shu. What's wrong with you? Do I need you to teach me? With a belly that big, where do you get the confidence to hook up with a little girl? Shu Yu was close to rolling her eyes. Mr. Sun, we have urgent business to attend to, so we have to leave first. Saying that, he pushed away Mr. Sun in front of him and pulled Shu Quan and Fu Jingshin both to go out. Mr. Sun signaled the bodyguard next to him, who quickly reacted and stopped them. Mr. Shu, Miss Shu, our boss would like to invite you to the lounge for a chat. Shu Yu was just about to curse when Shu Quan pulled back. Yeah. Big brother, what are you promising him for? Later on this place will really explode and we'll all die. Let's go. Don't waste time with them. Shu Yu was in a hurry, but Sun would not let them go. The doors to the banquet hall were closed. Miss Shu, this is not wanting to give me face-ah? His eyes looked like they were quenched with poison. Shu Yu looked at the several strong men who surrounded in front of her, calculating whether her three-legged kung fu could be better in a fight with them. But it turns out that it obviously can't. Despite her strength, she couldn't argue with these professionally trained bodyguards. And in the end, all three were invited to the lounge booth. Shu Yue looked around. This private room is airtight. Not even a window. How can I escape if it explodes later? Shu Yu was thinking. In front of Mr. Sun picked up the wine glass on the table. He just picked up. Bang sound. The coffee table directly exploded. Shu Yue snapped her eyes open and gasped. Holy! It blew up again. Doctor, my sister is awake. Just as Shu Huai ran out, Shu Yu proceeded to start her next round of time regression. She just couldn't believe it anymore. She couldn't save these two. Shu Yue opened her eyes, this time to an hour before the ball. She looked at herself in the mirror in her gown and squeezed her arm. It hurt a little, it did come back. The first thing she did was to go out and look for Shu Quan and Fu Jingshan upstairs. But she knocked on the door for half a day and didn't see these two open it. Isn't it? Shu Yu opened her cell phone to call Shu Quan. Brother, where are you? I'm over here in the ballroom. I came to find you. Shu Yu pressed down the elevator to go in, and when it reached the second floor, the elevator door opened, and in came the Shangguan family, and one of them was carrying something in his arms, bulging, a big one. Chapter 29. She wrote him a love letter in her youthful ignorance. Shu Yu just glanced at it and thought it was strange, but didn't think much about it. The most important thing now was to quickly find Shu Quan and Fu Jingshan and take them out of here. When he arrived at the banquet hall, Shu Quan was chatting with someone Shu Yu didn't recognize, and when he saw Shu Yu coming over, he waved at her. Shu Yue, come here. Shu Yu ran all the way over. Big brother, let me introduce you. This is the cardiac surgeon of Renxin Hospital, Xiao Duo, my senior brother. Dr. Xiao smiled and looked at Shu Yu. I remember her. When she was in college, she even came to Beijing Central to look for you. At the mention of this, Shu Yu remembered. Brother Shaw. I just came to this world at that time, followed Shu's parents to visit their relatives in the capital, and incidentally went to see Shu Quan. I didn't expect to get lost in their school, and saw a kitten climbing on a tree and refused to come down. I didn't step steadily when I climbed up to catch it and fell down. Fortunately, Xiao Duo saved me, or else I was really a little life is not guaranteed. Shu Quan raised his eyebrows. He was surprised that he didn't know about this matter. Shu Yu hadn't said anything about it, and Xiao Duo had never said anything about it either. Shu Yu sighed. Speaking of which, I kinda liked Xiao Duo at the time. I had a brain fart and sent him a confession letter. Looking back on it, I really want to find a crack in the ground. Shu Quan? He looked incredulously at Shu Yu, and then at Xiao Duo, who was looking at Shu Yu with a gentle smile in front of him. The man with the face of a beast. Shu Yu was only 10 years old back then. Elder brother, you're hiding deep enough. He looked at Shotter with a knife-like look in his eyes, and Shotter didn't know what he meant by that look. Huh? What happened to me? Nothing. I'm complimenting you. Shu Quan inexplicably felt the sensation that his own cabbage had been arched by a pig. Shu Yu looked at Xiao Duo and inwardly sighed. Doctors are not all bald hair, not much. Well, Shu Quan, I understand, after all, is a very dramatic role, but Xiao Duo already 30 years old, surprisingly thick hair, face maintenance is quite good. Only when Shu Quan raised his hand, the wig piece on Xiao Duo's head was gripped off by him. The three were silent in unison. Shu Quan, what did I do to you to pull my wig piece? Shotter snatched the wig piece from him and put it back on, turned his head and ran away. Shu Yu had a shocked look on her face and hadn't slowed down yet. I'll be damned. Former white moonlight turned bald uncle. Shu Quan raised his chin triumphantly, wanting this effect. By the way, what did you want to see me about? Shu Quan asked to Shu Yu. Right ha. Getting things done is important. Big brother, we have to get out of here now. Do you have Fu Jingshan's contact number? I have to take away as well. Shu Yu pulled Shu Quan outside, just in time to bump into the Shangguan family coming out of the exploding lounge. Why are the Shangguan family there? Did they set the bomb? Did they want to kill Mr. Sun? Shu Quan heard her heart and looked towards those Shangguan family members. A bomb? Shu Yu took him out of the banquet hall, looking for the receptionist to get Fu Jingshan's phone. The phone was asked for, but the other party was slow to answer. Pick up the phone, Fu Jingshan. Shu Yu called several times over and it was always unanswered, but time was running out. Big brother, hurry up and leave. Get as far away from here as possible. Don't come to this side of the banquet hall, okay? Shu Yu pushed him out. You have to tell me why, right? Then if I tell you that later on this place is going to explode and both you and Fu Jingshan will be blown up, then will you believe me when I say that? Anyway, you were right to listen to me. Shu Quan's eyes deepened when he heard the words in her heart, pulling Shu Yu's hand to walk out together. To go, we go together. Something mustn't happen to Shu Yu either. I'll come out when I find Fu Jingshan. Don't worry, big brother. Shu Yu shook off Shu Quan's hand. Shu Quan tried to call out to her, but she quickly ran out of sight, so he had to go out and wait, calling the police in the process. Fu Jingshan's phone call never went through, so Shu Yu had to wait for him at the entrance of the banquet hall. She looked at the time. There were still 10 minutes before the explosion, and as soon as he appeared later, she would immediately run with him and absolutely nothing would happen. Sure enough, 10 minutes before the ball started, Fu Jingshan appeared. Fu Jingshan. Shu Yu jogged all the way over. Fu Jingshan, who was still talking to the assistant next to him, heard the voice and raised his eyes to look, and Shuyu took his hand and walked out. What's wrong? The dance is about to start. We're not dancing. Let's get out of here. It's going to explode soon. You don't want to live long enough to dance. Fu Jingshin frowned and followed her out. As soon as they were out the front door, the ballroom exploded in the back, and a wave of heat rushed out, startling both men. The explosion was loud. Fu Jingshin's grip on Shu Yu's hand was tight, and a hint of fear appeared under his eyes when he looked at the fire. Shu Yu looked at him, feeling strange. Is Fu Jingshin afraid of fire? Fu Jingshin heard the voice and his breathing gradually calmed down. Quick! Put out the fire! The staff outside saw the fire burning and rushed to call people to put out the fire, but the fire was too big to get in, and it took a long time for the firefighters to come over. Everyone was evacuated in an emergency and everyone was safe and sound except for those who were in the ballroom. Is everything okay? Shu Quan walked over and sized up Shu Yu. Shu Yu shook her head. I'm fine. She looked at Shu Quan and Fu Jingshun in front of her, standing alive in front of her, and the stone that was pressing in her heart still fell. Time was tight and I couldn't stop the explosion, but at least I was able to save the two of them. I won't tell you. Who knew that the two of them died twice and were burned to a cinder block? Shuyue lamented how great she was. It's just a shame I didn't save the rest of the banquet hall, but they're all NPCs, people from the world of fiction, not considered real life, so I don't think God would blame me. Fu Jingshun and Shu Quan both breathed a sigh of relief and subconsciously glanced at each other. They've actually been blown up twice now? It happened so suddenly that they needed to digest it. Fire quickly rushed to extinguish the fire. A total of more than 20 people, wounded and dead, carried out. Shu Yu did not dare to look. There is a deep sense of guilt, because she backtracked 3 times and didn't save them. An event node can backtrack 5 times, and I've only backtracked 3 times, or else I'll backtrack 1 more time to save them all. No, then what if I fail to save Fu Jingshin and Shu Quan the next time I backtrack? It's better not to backtrack. It's easy to get into trouble. Shu Yu was sandwiched between the two, and in her mind she kept thinking that it was better not to meddle. These words, however, froze Fu Jingshin and Shu Quan in their tracks. She can time travel back and back 3 times just to save them both? According to her, they were originally going to die in this explosion as well, but Shu Yu saved them. Shu Yu felt that the atmosphere was not right. When she looked up, the 2 people next to her were staring at her with hot eyes, staring at her strangely uncomfortable. What are you looking at me for? Chapter 30. Fu Jingshuan's old bull eating young grass. The explosion came suddenly. After extinguishing the fire, the police investigated the scene, as the 3 Shu Yu who left first before the explosion started are very suspicious, and Shu Quan also called the police at first, saying that there is a terrorist incident over here. To prevent them from colluding, the police interrogated the 3 men separately. It was a female police officer who interrogated Shu Yu. Little sister, you don't have to be afraid. Just answer whatever I ask. Okay? Shu Yu nodded. The dance is about to start. Why did you guys leave early? Shu Yu's brain was spinning and her CPU was dry burning before she came up with a reason. I like Fu Jingshin, but my big brother didn't agree, so I argued with my big brother, and my big brother went out first, so I wanted to take Fu Jingshin and elope while I had the chance. Suddenly, I feel that I am also quite talented in making up stories, fighting with my big brother for love, and having to elope with Fu Jingshin, and dodging a bullet this time and not being blown up. I am really a genius. Fu Jingshin almost choked on his own saliva. The 3 of them weren't too far away. Shu Yu was sitting in the car, Fu Jingshin was right outside the car, Shu Quan was a little farther away, but within the range where he could hear Shu Yu's heart, and the corners of his mouth twitched when he heard the drama that was being brainstormed inside her. How come I didn't realize she could make things up so well before? Let me ask you, what is your relationship with these 2? The police asked Fu Jingshin, and Fu Jingshin answered along with Shu Yu's statement. The girl is my girlfriend and the guy is her big brother. The 2 of them had a pretty good question and answer, and Shu Quan's side had called the police ahead of time, not saying anything about the explosion, but mentioning that there was a terrorist incident here. What is this horror you refer to? Shu Quan definitely cannot tell the truth, can only make up a decent reason. Sight glanced at the Fu Jingshin not far away. The plan came to mind, pointing at Fu Jingshin shouted. He abducted my sister. My sister is only 20 years old. He is an old man who wants to eat young grass and wants to abduct my sister. I absolutely will not allow it. He cursed fiercely and his voice was so loud that the police officer's mouth twitched slightly and he hastily pulled back. Is this a terrorist event? How does this not count? You have to judge. Shu Quan had never felt that he was so good at acting that he could go to the entertainment industry and steal a bowl of rice from Shu Ziming. In the end, the three were called together, and Shu Quan even pretended to scold Fu Jingxin. The swearing was dirty. Shu Yu looked at Shu Quan with wide eyes. Is this still my gentle and good-tempered big brother? What a dirty curse. Shu Quan also do not want this is not in order to make this lie look more truthful. Big brother. I'm also only 26, just 6 years older than Yaya. Where the old ox eats young grass, you don't talk nonsense Not to mention that Yaya and I truly love each other. Fu Jingxin also pretended, and with one hand, he took Shu Yu's arm and embraced her in his arms. Shu Yu was alarmed. When did the three of us have such a tacit understanding, not saying anything and still picking up the scene and picking up the words, like our hearts were in the right place? I was going to think they could hear the nonsense I just made up in the car. Both men froze, but they couldn't let her know that they could hear what was on her mind. Shu Quan looked at Fu Jingxin. This kid's expression is not right and he took over the drama so fast. Like he had planned it in advance. Could he also hear Shu Yu's heart? The seeds of doubt fall and take root. The police made a few more inquiries and found nothing unusual before letting them go. I'll leave the explosion scene to the police. There was a bombing, and both the injured and those who were not in trouble went down the mountain overnight. All three of them were ready to leave, and then they remembered that there was still a Qin curl. When Shu Quan went back, Qin Riling was hiding in the bathroom, and that explosion scared her into hiding. When she saw Shu Quan, tears fell from her eyes. Big brother. Oh, I just heard an explosion and I'm scared to death. When Shu Quan saw her crying, he was also a bit distressed and rushed forward to calm her down. But Qin Ruling cried while looking sideways at Fu Jingxin in the doorway, trying to seek a glimpse of his gaze. But Fu Jingxin always looked at Shu Yu next to him, not giving Qin Ruling a single glance. She instantly felt that there was no point in crying and wiped her tears before telling Shu Quan that she wanted to go home. You guys go. I still have some things to do, so I won't go down with you. The car arrived, but Fu Jingxin didn't go with them. Shu Quan couldn't wait for him not to join them, and without saying anything to keep him, he took his two sisters to the car. I just got in the car and opened my cell phone. Dozens of missed calls and hundreds of messages, all inquiring about Shu Quan's situation. Shu Quan then made a video call inside the family group. It wasn't long before the family was connected. Shu Quan, are you and Curly okay? Yes, big brother, we called so many times you didn't answer. Curls also didn't answer. See the news, we are scared to death. Shu Quan glanced behind him at Shu Yu and Qin Curly. We're all fine. The explosion didn't hurt us. We're on our way back now. I don't think we'll get home until later in the night, so don't worry about it, y'all. After reporting his safety, he hung up and went to clean up the messages from his WeChat friends. While cleaning up, one message popped to the top. She had sent hundreds of messages. Shu Quan froze when he saw it and clicked on it anyway. Pei Xiao. Dr. Shu, I just saw the news that there was an explosion at the summer resort you went to today. Did you have a good time? Pei Xiao. Dr. Shu, you're not in trouble, are you? Pei Xiao. Dr. Shu, if you see the message you have to get back to me, I'm a little worried about you. Pei Xiao. Dr. Shu, you are so nice. How can... Shu Quan read down one line and could imagine her worried expression, and a place in his heart inexplicably softened. Shu Chuan. I'm fine, don't worry. Pei Xiao returned quickly, as if she was holding her cell phone just waiting for his message. Pei Xiao, it's good that you're okay. She sent over a soothing kitten emoji, which was adorable, and Shu Quan tapped favorite emoji and turned off her phone. Shu Yu was so tired that she fell asleep as soon as she got into the car. Host, host. The system's voice rang in her ears, and Shu Yu opened her eyes to it in annoyance. It's so hard for me to be able to take a break, and you're arguing with me. I'm not here to congratulate you for saving Fu Jingxin and Shu Quan and breaking the plot back. If it wasn't for your dereliction of duty, I wouldn't have to remain in this world to do the quest, so you'd better be quiet and don't disturb my sleep. Shu Yue is irritable now. The system shut up and didn't speak anymore, and Shu Yue fell back into a deep sleep. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning when he returned to Shu's house, and Shu's villa was still lit up. Shu Yu just got out of the car. Shu's mom ran over worriedly, and Shu Yu subconsciously unfolded her arms. My good girl, eh? Chapter 31. It's all your fault. Shu mother came straight to Shu Yu. Shu Yu had a moment of trance, but also inexplicably some expectations, perhaps. She still cares about herself in her heart. Just as she was looking forward to it, Shu's mom was the one who hugged Qin Ruling, who had come down behind her. "Curly, are you okay? Are you hurt?" There was worry in her tone that Shuiwe had never heard in all her 10 years, especially to her. Although she knew she wasn't her real daughter, but at least after 10 years together, called her mom for 10 years, even if she was a log, she would still have feelings. But in her eyes, there was only Qin Curly. "Mom, I'm fine, look, I'm fine, aren't I?" Qin Ruishi smiled to pacify Shu's mother, and when she inadvertently raised her hand, the blood stain on her wrist appeared in front of her. The bloodstains weren't deep, but they did scare Shu's mom a little. "And you say you're fine, so how did this hurt?" she asked, touching her hand painfully. Qin Curly didn't say anything, but her eyes landed on Shuyu, who was on the side, just glanced at her and quickly retracted. That look was meaningful. Shu mother, how keen a person, quickly reacted to Qin Curl. "This eyes are not right," twisted his head to look at Shuyu. A slap in the face. Shuyu had no time to react. The slap landed on her face, crisp and loud. Her face quickly reddened and swollen. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes from the pain. "Are you into the heart? Know that the curl is injured, you still want to take her to play, and now also caused her to be injured. I ask myself these 20 years, I have not treated you poorly, right? Why are you so cruel, Harda?" Mama Shu slapped and scolded. Shu Huai saw this and rushed up to block Shuyu behind him. "Mom, how can you hit your sister?" "What sister? She's not your sister. Curly is your sister." The place where he was hit was hot and painful, but not as bad as 1/10,000th of what Shuyu felt in her heart. The tip of her nose was sore, and she held back the tears, pushing away Shu Huai, who was blocking her way, and looking at Shu's mother. "You say I harmed her. How did I harm her? Did I hit her or curse her or try to kill her? Such a small wound on her hand. I'm afraid that if she came home a few minutes later, it would have healed, right? You're saying that I'm trying to hurt her just because of this? Are you kidding me? When Big Brother died, you also questioned me, indiscriminately came to scold me, just want to beat me. I was not easy to save, Big Brother. You for the Qin curl, that almost negligible wound, just move against me, really disgusting. I've really treated you as my own mother all these years. Even if you were harsh to me, I wasn't that bad to you. And now when Qin Curly came back, even if you didn't say anything, you think I'm targeting her. It's hilarious. Even knowing that this was her persona, a mother who would do anything for Qin Curly, didn't it feel disgusting? And the original owner, to get along with more than 20 years of feelings, said no, and Qin Curl only know a few days, just like for her can fight against the world, really ironic. No wonder the original owner doesn't want to stay in this world and is bent on escaping. Mother Shu, facing her questioning, did not feel that she had done anything wrong in the slightest, shielding Qin Ruishi in her arms to pacify her, looking at Shuyu with a hint of disgust. If it wasn't for Curly and Quaner's good fortune, they might have died in that explosion. What are you doing if not harming her? Qin Curl shrinking in her arms, trembling, very scared look. Mom, cannot say so. Sister also do not know that there will be an explosion, and I was not to go to the banquet hall, so I'm also fine, just brother almost was. She didn't continue with the latter words, but Shu's mom was listening, and she was just about to speak when she was interrupted by Shu Quan. Mom, let's go inside and talk about what's going on. Curly is still injured. Moved out of the Qin curls, this is good. Everyone then went into the house. The family doctor came over to check Qin Riling's wound, go out for a trip, the wound not to mention cracked. No bleeding at all, the wrist injury also scabbed, afraid of accidental scratches. Shu Yu's eyes rolled up into the sky as she watched her pretentious cries of pain. I really do not know this persona of the heroine in the end who is like, when watching the drama also did not feel that she was so pretentious or have to really listen to really see, really feel A few brothers heard her heart and silently expressed their approval. Before they didn't feel that Qin Riling made. Now it seems that more than a little made. Mrs. Injury is fine if you take care not to touch the water. It's recovering well, nothing serious. The family doctor gathered her own things and got up, looking over at Shuiwe. This young lady's face is so red and swollen. You need to put medicine on it right away. When Qin Riling heard this, she pulled the corner of Shu's mother's coat, who then immediately said, she doesn't need to. The family doctor was also just getting paid to do his job, and when he heard the boss say he didn't need to, he naturally didn't dare to say anything. Picked up his own medicine box and hurriedly left. Sure enough, biological daughter and not biological daughter to treat up is a double standard. I'm this face hot and painful terrible, you do not let the doctor to give me medicine. Qin Curl, that wound a drop of blood did not flow, but the heartache of the failure to be afraid of accidents. Shu Yu spat in her heart, and the people present could not help but hear it in their hearts. Mom, Shu Yu is at least a girl. If there are any marks on her face, it won't look good when she goes out. She's still our Shu family's young lady. At least, if people see her, they'll think that we mistreated her, and it won't be good to tell the world. Shu Chun spoke for Shu Yu. Shu Chun is right, Mom. You can't favor Curly alone just because she's back. Shu Quan did not feel that there was anything wrong with treating them differently before. Shu Yu was not their real sister after all, but after knowing that Shu Yu timed back a few times to save her, and hearing her aggrieved heart, she really fought for her in her heart. Curly has not been by my side since she was a child, and has suffered so much. If I don't favor her, who will favor her? You who are older brothers also? Don't turn your elbows outward. Shu Huai is still young. He doesn't understand right and wrong. Don't you all understand that too? Shu's mother was bent on Qin riling anyway, so it was useless for anyone to say anything. Shu Quan wanted to say something else, but was pulled back by Shu Yu. Big brother, stop it. You guys can't change her mind with your 3 words, but according to the plot, all these brothers should hate me, and now they're even helping me out, so it seems like they still know right from wrong. A few of the brothers looked at each other, all a little sheepish. If it wasn't for the fact that they could hear her heart, they might have felt just as indebted to Qin ruler as Shu's mother did, and been so intent on being nice to her that they neglected Shu Yu. Shu's mother was so upset with Shu Yu that her bedroom was moved from the largest room upstairs to the nanny's room in the stairwell, so small and narrow that it only fit a 1-meter 2 bed. Chapter 32. Starting to feel sorry for Shu Yu, Shu Yu sat in the cramped room, inexplicably emotional. Previously, the one who lived here was Qin Curly. Now it's me instead. When Qin Curly worked in Shu's house, sometimes he would live in this room when he worked late. Then Shu Yu also had to walk the plot to walk the persona. All sorts of difficult Qin Curly, bullying her. Now it is good, the wind and water rotate, but it is her own turn. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Shu Yu, it's me. Shu Yu got up and opened the door as Shu Quan stood in the doorway with the ointment. Big brother? What brings you here? Let me put some medicine on you. He shook the ointment in his hand and walked in past Shu Yu. The room was narrow, and with his big 5 feet 8 inches man walking in, it felt even smaller. Shu Yu inexplicably looked rushed. This is a small room. Just sit on the bed. Big brother. Delivering medicine? You're not here to see me laugh, are you? Shu Yu was a bit skeptical. Shu Quan sighed and reached out to greet her. Come here. I'll put some medicine on you. Shu Yu sat down next to him. Shu Quan opened the box and gave her medicine. The ointment was cold and comfortable, letting the pain on Shu Yu's face ease a little. Shu Quan looked at her swollen face and couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Where did Shu Yu suffer this kind of aggravation when she was the Shu family's young lady? Does it hurt? Shu Yu shook her head. It doesn't hurt. It hurts. She said it didn't hurt, but in her heart she was wailing about the pain. She wasn't a person who liked to show her unbearable pain, which made Shu Quan feel even more guilty. Shu Quan's hand on her medicine became more and more gentle. Shu Yu stared at him. Shu Quan was also very handsome. He had a soft brow and bright eyes, a typical neighborhood big brother feeling. Thinking about how he looked earlier when he was blown up and lying in the funeral parlor, Shu Yu still felt a bit unreal. Is Shu Quan really alive? I'm not dreaming. Am I really saving him? When Shu Quan heard this, he accidentally used force under his hand, and Shu Yu sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. Ouch, looks like it wasn't a dream. I really got him back. It's good to get him back. If he dies, the plot will deviate and I won't be able to go back home. But I've known him for so many years, even if I wasn't doing the mission, I would have gone to save him. Shu Quan was in an inexplicably better mood, a smile lifting the corners of his mouth. All right. He capped it and instructed Shu Yu. This ointment must be applied morning and evening. Don't be lazy and not apply it. Understand? Shu Yu took the ointment he handed over and nodded. I know. It's getting late, brother. You should go back to bed. Well, I'll be heading back then. Shu Quan stood up and looked down at Shu Yu, the light in his eyes flickering slightly. Also, with brother here, I won't let anyone bully you in the future. Shu Yu felt her heart warm. Aha! Shu Quan had just left on the front foot, and then someone knocked on the door. Shu Yu opened the door and looked. It was Shu Chun. Fourth brother? What brings you here? Shu Chun somewhat awkwardly handed the tray in his hand in front of Shu Yu. I was hungry. I went to the kitchen and made pasta. I accidentally made too much. Everyone else is asleep. I thought you should be up, so I'll let you have it on the cheap. Shu Yu's eyes fell on the noodles in his hand. A bowl of tomato and egg noodles. Shu Yu's favorite noodles and Shu Chen's best. In the past, when she was hungry, she liked to go to the kitchen to steal food, and Shu Chun often did the subject in the middle of the night without sleeping. So she would eat a snack with Shu Yu. Shu-chun cooked the noodles, Shu-yu washed the dishes and developed a habit. I don't know when, but Shu-chun and I haven't had a midnight snack together. Shu-yu thought back. It seems like we haven't had a late-night snack together since Chin Curly came to work at Shu's house, and I haven't eaten the tomato and egg noodles cooked by Shu-chun either. Shu-chun sheepishly bowed his head. In fact, that period of time he often cooked noodles, but all cooked to Chin Rueshi eat. Think she was always bullied by Shu-yu as very poor. He shouted Chin Rueshi ate noodles once. She was like pestering him. Every time he cooks the noodles she will appear. With Chin Curly as a late-night snack hitchhiker, he forgot about Shu-yu. Now that I think about it, I'm kinda sorry for Shu-yu. It just so happens that I'm hungry. So thank you, fourth brother. Shu-yu smiled and took the noodles from him, wanting to go inside to eat them, and Shu-chun glanced at her cramped room. Or let's eat at the restaurant. Good. Shu-yu ate the noodles quickly, baring her teeth. Fourth brother's craftsmanship is as good as ever. It still tastes the same as before. Those words made Shu-chun feel even more guilty. Although Chin Rueshi was his own sister, he had at least spent 20 years with Shu-yu, but he began to neglect her because of a Chin Rueshi that he had just met not long ago. It's delicious, I'll make it for you every day afterward. Yeah. Shu-yu agreed quickly. It would be better if I could eat it every day. I've always felt that Shu-chen's bowl of tomato and egg noodles has the same flavor as the one made by my grandmother. Every time I eat it I think of my grandmother, and to be able to taste it in this world settles my heart quite a bit. She lowered her head. Tears ta-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Seeing this, Shu-chun was frightened and took a tissue to wipe her tears. She's so pathetic. Shu-yu wanted to wash the dishes after finishing her noodles, but Shu-chun beat her to it. I'll do the washing, you go back to bed. Shu-yu thought it was strange. Wasn't she the one who used to wash this? But happy to make himself at home, he went to his room. After Shu-chun washed the dishes and went back to bed, he passed by Shu-rin's study and was pulled in by a hand. You're the only one missing from the meeting, where have you been? And you don't read the group messages. Shizumi unlocked the door. What's with the sudden meeting if you don't have a cell phone? Shu-chun dragged in a chair and sat down. Shu-quan frowned and told everyone what he had heard from Shu-yu. Big brother, you mean you've died 3 times? Shu-zimming looked in disbelief. She made it up, right? Big brother, you're alive and well now. Shu-quan shook her head. No, what she said should be true. Otherwise, how did she know that it would explode? And also took Fu Jingshun and I to escape the explosion site in advance. Shu-rin pondered for a moment before speaking. Big brother, this is not the same as what Shu-yu said about your death at the beginning. Does that mean that the plot has really deviated as Shu-yu said, and that our deaths have been advanced? Everyone clammed up. No way, that sounds horrible. Shu-zimming's back went cold. Second brother has a point, this time it was big brother, next time it might be any one of us. Shu Huai also analyzed the situation in a rare and composed manner. Shu has the ability to go back in time. If she can save me, she can save you all, so that in the future, when we hear her heart, no matter who we go through the plot with, we have to take her with us so as to avoid situations like mine, and even if it happens, she can go back in time to save people. Everyone agreed with Shu Quan's statement, except Shu Huai, who wasn't happy about it. So then, aren't we using our sister? But if we die, Shuyu's mission won't be accomplished, and she won't be able to go home or be happy, and that's what you want to get? Shu-rin glanced at Shu Huai. Shuyu had used them. Why shouldn't they use Shuyu? Shu Huai, if you die, you won't be able to protect Shuyu, right? Shu Huai was silent when he heard this. What they say is not unreasonable. Chapter 33. What are you, a dog? Early in the morning before the sun came out, Shuyu's door was about to be knocked on. She struggled to get up from the bed, opened the door and looked. It was the aunt of the family. Auntie looked her up and down and said in a nonchalant manner, "The sun's up your ass. Why don't you get up and get to work?" Shuyu was confused. Work? Not so, since you live in this room, then your identity you are to figure out, you have to set your position, quickly change your clothes and clean up to go. Later the lady up to see the living room is very dirty. We are going to be scolded, deduction of wages. Auntie had a flurry of output. Shuyu instinctively reacted to change clothes and wash up, and just as she reached the living room, a broom and rag were shoved into her hand. Sweep the floor quickly, and then go over it with a rag, wipe it clean, and don't stain it with a bit of dust. Shuyu was pushed by her aunt to clean the house. Her status in the Shu family was really in tatters now. After half an hour, the aunt came over to check the hygiene. Originally thought that she, this petite young lady, certainly cannot do the work. Want to come to make things difficult for her. Who knows that she half kneeling on the floor, the nooks and crannies are scrubbed shiny and reflective. The words she wanted to nitpick were gagged right out of her mouth. Grandma used to go to other people's homes to do hourly work when she could still work, and Shuyue would go to help out after school, and little things like cleaning were a breeze for her, and she even did it in a very small way. Wiped pretty clean for you. Auntie walked past her. Her hands were halfway across the floor, still clean. There was no place to pick at the prick. Yeah, well, I thought I wiped pretty clean too. Shuyue smiled peevishly. She wasn't stupid. She could see that she was deliberately coming to nitpick. Nothing prickly to pick at. Then you have to make your own. Auntie kicked over the bucket next to her as she crossed over to Shuyue. The intentionality of that was really obvious. Dirty water from wiping the floor was splashed on Shuyue, who stood up at the first opportunity, but her pants were still wet. Look at you, why did you put the bucket in the middle of the road? Now it's all over the ground. It's almost 8 o'clock. Mrs. Young Master and Miss are coming down for breakfast. Are you trying to get us killed by making the ground so wet? She yelled, and a few of the other aunts looked at Shuyue with unfriendly eyes. Rich people have strange tempers, and they will be scolded if they don't move. If Shuyue does a bad job, she even drags them into being scolded, and she may also have her wages deducted and be dismissed, so of course the eyes that look at Shuyue are not friendly. Shu Rin just came downstairs and saw this scene in front of her. Naturally, she also saw that the water was kicked over by that aunt herself, deliberately picking a fight to scold Shuyue. He frowned, a cold light appearing in his eyes, and just as he wanted to step forward to defend Shuyue, he saw Shuyue pull up her sleeves and tug on that aunt's hair. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Yes, I'm not the Shu family's young lady anymore, but I'm also not their family's servant, much less yours. I've been holding back and not saying anything because I think it's better to do more than less. You have to come and pick a fight. Then don't blame me for not being polite. She was so strong that the aunt had a lot of her hair yanked out and was wailing in pain. What are you guys looking at? Don't come and help me. She tried to break away from Shuyue, but nay, she was tugged by her to death. I'll see who dares to come over here, and I'll make sure you all go bald tomorrow. Shuyue's sharp eyes swept over those few people, and they instantly lowered their heads to work, not listening to either ear. And you? Clean up the floor. If you don't, I'll pull your hair bald. Yes, yes, yes. I'll take care of the cleanup right away. That aunt immediately crouched down to deal with the water stains on the floor. Terrified, Shuyue looked at her and grunted. I want to bully me, not even the door I Shuyue is so good to bully? Seeing that she is so unscrupulous and dares to instruct me to bully me, she must have been instructed to do so, either by Qin Riling or her mother. Shu Rin heard her heart, her footsteps paused for a moment. Although she is not their own sister and daughter, at least they grew up together, no blood relationship, together for so many years, also have feelings. If his mom did it, that's really a bit much. Shuyue. Shu Rin outshouted her. Shuyue has not yet promised it. In the ground to wipe the water of the aunt heard the voice hastily stood up, open mouth began to cry. Second young master, you have to judge this girl, her own work is not serious, spilled a lot of water, but also my hair gathers down a lot, but also scolded me to beat me, this is not bullying it. She even pretended to drop a couple of tears out of her eyes. Shu Rin didn't even look at her and walked straight towards Shuyue. As the Shu family's young lady, are these dirty jobs for you to do? Ha! Shuyue was confused. Shu Rin frowned lightly. Don't throw the rag away and go wash your hands. We'll have breakfast later. Oh, good. Shuyue hastily threw the rag in her hand into the bucket. Seeing this, the complaining aunt continued. Second young master, Madam has ordered that she need not treat her as a young lady in the future. Shu Rin stopped and looked at that aunt, feeling funny. Not treating her as a young lady? Then you treat her as a servant? Even if she's not our Shu family's own daughter, she still lived in our Shu family for 20 years. She's also surnamed Shu. She's not a maid that you can make use of. What kind of thing are you? Just a dog. Do you think that you're the master of this house? That aunt was shamed by the scolding. Shuyue looked at Shu Rin with eyes bubbling with light and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Worthy of being my poisonous second brother, the cannon fire is full of power, scolding really dirty, Shu Rin, although usually look at the high cold and poisonous, not good to get close to the appearance, but in fact it is a knife mouth and tofu heart, but also to help me to stand out, really handsome, Shu Rin's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Shuyue's happy look. It's really nice to coax her. Just a few curses for her and she's happy. Come on, let's eat. Shuyue hurriedly followed Shu Rin to the restaurant. Not long after everyone came down one after another. Shu's mom just came down. The aunt who bullied Shuyue complained to her. Shuyue had only just taken a bite of her sandwich when she knocked it away. Who gave you permission to eat at the table? Shuyue licked the salad dressing from the corner of her mouth and raised her eyes to look at Shu's mother, who was inexplicably hostile to her. Before she could speak, Shurin took the lead. I want her on the table for dinner. he said as he took a new sandwich and handed it to Shuyue. Shu's mom frowned and glared at Shu Rin. Shu Rin. She's not your own sister nor my own daughter. She doesn't deserve to sit here and eat with us. How she bullied Curly in the past. Have you forgotten? Shu Rin put down the food in her hand and looked at Shu's mom, asking a rhetorical question. Of course I haven't forgotten, but Mom, what's the difference between what you're doing now and when Shuyue was bullying Slim at the time? Chapter 34. We can't let Fu Hemming develop. Hearing these words from Shu Rin, Shu Yu shouted out for brother justice. Brother, second brother, you are my righteous brother. Why didn't I realize before that you have such a positive outlook? I thought you were just a greasy bully, but I didn't expect you to be quite righteous. The corner of Shu Rin's mouth twitched slightly. That's just Shu Yu. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't speak for them. In fact, he used to dislike Shu Yu, thinking that this sister of hers was bratty, arrogant, bossy, had a difficult speech and liked to bully people. But ever since she was able to hear Shu Yu's heart and know quite a lot of things in her heart, she began to be unable to resist the urge to care for her a little more, feeling that she was quite pitiful as well, coming to a world that didn't belong to her and having to do quests to walk the plot. Shu's mom was dumbfounded by Shu Rin's sentence. Seeing that the situation was not good, Qin Riling hurriedly pulled Shu's mother to let her sit down. Mom, my sister has been living in this family for 20 years. Even if she's not related by blood, she's still considered half of your daughter. There's no need to be so harsh on her. Qin Ruishi looked like a sweet little cotton girl, which made Shu's mother very happy. It's still my family's curls that know how to behave, and anyway, it's not a problem for our family to have one more mouth to feed. Shu Yu rolled her eyes. Saying it like it's a handout to me, who cares? If it's not to keep an eye on the development of the plot, I wouldn't care to live in your house. Speaking of plot developments, hearing the keyword, several people at the table perked up their ears to hear what she had to say about the following plot development. After this plot change, I don't really know what's going to happen next. Crowd. Got to listen to it for nothing. I'm done eating. Shu Rin finished her breakfast and got up to leave when Shu Quan asked a question. Are you going to talk to Mr. Liao about that project in the south of the city? Shuren nodded and walked to the foyer. Well, we should be able to take the project today. Mr. Liao? The city south project, so familiar. Shu Yu frowned slightly. South of the city there is a new piece of land development at first was taken by Liao Tianqi, and then the development of the south of the city. The economy driven up, that piece of land appreciated quite a lot. Liao Tianqi's company's capital turnover is not open. Would like to transfer the land out of a number of companies to bid on the bidding. Shu Rin also looked at this piece of land. At the same time, Fu Hemming also looked at this piece of land, and he happens to be at this time to recognize a rich second-generation son. A couple of words to let the he also happen to know a rich son at the same time, and in a few words he let the person offer a higher price and bought the land. Shu Rin clamor. He today is mainly to find Mr. Liao to sign the contract. But this is all cut off and preempted? Shu Yu didn't notice the eyes of a few of them and thought about it while eating her breakfast. And that piece of land was given to Fu Hemming by the rich kid, which became an opportunity for him to start his own business later on. And there's a lot of treasure underneath that piece of land. Shu Rin's eyes darkened. Shuyue, you follow second brother. Shuyue froze for a moment, not responding. What? I said for you to follow your second brother to meet Mr. Liao.
Shu Quan spuka patianli.
I don't talk business. What am I going to do? But you can ride a horse. Shu Rin said, Mr. Liao loves horseback riding and has an appointment at the stable. Your horsemanship is better than mine. It's most appropriate for you to go. Shu Yu Metro old man looking at his cell phone expression looked at him. I'm the one whose legs are shaking when I get on a horse. And you're saying I'm a good horseman? Shu Rin looked at her with a raised eyebrow, her eyes carrying no doubt. It's horrible, this look. Shu Yu ate a few bites carelessly and hurriedly got up to follow. Just go. Qin Ruling looked at Shu Yu and Shu Rin's backs, her hand hanging down at her side clenched into a fist. Big brother was fine, but now second brother's turning to her too? It's clear that it didn't start out that way. In the car, Shu Rin had been swiping her cell phone, and Shu Yu didn't dare to speak. Shu Quan. Take Shu Yu with you and find out why exactly that land was taken. Figure out what she meant by there being a treasure in the land, and not give that Fu Heming any chance to grow up. Shu Rin. Don't worry, big brother. Shu Rin finished sending the message, put down the phone, and looked sideways. Shu Yu had already fallen asleep. Her head shook, and she looked like she was about to crook to Shu Rin's side. Shu Rin subconsciously caught her head with her own shoulder to make her sleep more comfortably. He stared at Shu Yu's sleeping face and thought to himself, She's still quite good when she's asleep. Soon we arrived at the horse farm that we had agreed with Mr. Liao. The duo had just entered when they were greeted and shown inside. Mr. Liao. Liao Tianqi heard the sound and looked over, smiling as he walked towards Shu Rin. Mr. Shu, it's been a long time, and this is? He looked to Shu Yu, and Shu Rin introduced, this is my sister. Mr. Shu's sister. Ah, that's my Liao Tianqi's sister? Can my sister ride a horse? He smiled and asked to Shu Yue, who nodded and shook her head. A little, but not much. It's okay. Just dare to get on the horse, Mr. Shu. Ride? The three men went to change into their riding clothes and then went to the stables to choose a horse. Shu Yu picked a mare with a gentle disposition. The two in front were chatting about business, so Shu Yu sat on the back of the horse, moving slowly, and did not dare to ride too fast. Mr. Liao, I've brought the contract this time, so if there's no problem later, let's sign it. Shu Rin was bound and determined to win, but after hearing Shu Yu's heartfelt words, he panicked a little. This piece of land for him is irrelevant. The building Liao Tianqi began to cover, according to the building construction initial design, can only do shopping malls. He wanted to disk down, can only take advantage of the low price to do a cost-effective deal. But now that Fu Heming was involved, then he had to take the land as soon as possible. Hearing Shu Rin's words, Liao Tianqi's face was a bit embarrassed. Mr. Shu, it's like this. What about this piece of land? I was planning to transfer it to you, but as you know, I'm out of funds, so it must be that whoever bids the highest price, I'll give it to whoever is the best. Shu Rin's eyes darkened. Someone has offered a higher price. Who is it? He'll be here soon, and Mr. Shu knows him. As soon as the words left his mouth, a voice sounded behind him, and Shu Rin turned around to see two people. One is Fu Heming. When Shu Yu saved him that day, Shu Rin saw it, and there is another one he also recognizes. It is the youngest son of the Lu family who bullied Qin Riling at the last Chen Shuer's birthday banquet. Mr. Liao, I've brought the contract. Shu Yu looked at the person who had spoken and felt emotion in her heart. It is really the wind and water turn. Last time this Lu family's youngest son Lu Jin was publicly humiliated, Shu family and Lu family cancelled the cooperation. Many people have isolated the Lu family, the result of a mistake, let Lu his father gas hospitalized. Life is not long. The Lu family of a few people fight for the family property, fight for the fight, found out that in addition to the Lu Jin, other than Lu's own children are not the old man of the land in turn, so that the family property is all in the hands of the Lu Jin. It's all of this is Fu Heming is helping him. Otherwise Lu Jin would not have disked this piece of land after the land to Fu Heming. Chapter 35. What treasure lies beneath the ground? Fu Heming and Shu Rin looked at Shu Yu's almost at the same time. Fu Heming frowned lightly. He had indeed been helping Lu Jin fight for the family property some time ago. But this was something he had always done in secret. How in the world did she know about it? And it seemed that she knew a lot of things, and she also knew that this piece of land would be given to herself by Lu Jin. Who the hell is she? Shu Rin glanced at Shu Yu, and then her gaze fell on Fu Heming and Lu Jin. Never thought that the things that happened before would let Fu Heming drill a hole. Then this piece of land, it is even more impossible to let. Hearing the sound, Liao Tianqi got off his horse and walked towards Lu Jin, reaching out towards him. Mr. Lu. Lu Jin naturally also saw Shu Rin. The last Chen Shuer birthday banquet thing, he's still harboring a grudge. Shu Rin broke the cooperation with their Lu family. Then he will not let him get this piece of land smoothly. Mr. Liao, I've brought the contract. Take a look at it, and if there's no problem, we'll sign it. Lu Jin handed the contract in his hand to Liao Tianqi, who turned it over and looked at it with a surprised face. Mr. Lu, this is still $100,000 higher than the price we discussed last time. Huh? Lu Jin smiled. This is my sincerity. Mr. Liao, the price is not a problem. This piece of land I also sincerely want. What price can Xiao Lu offer? I can add 100,000 on top of it. The financial strength of the Lu family is no match for the Shu families, and if you really want to compare money, Lu Jin is really no match for Shu Rin. He subconsciously looked at Fu Heming beside him. What should I do? Even if I get all of my father's property, that's not enough to compare with Shu Rin. That's just 1/10,000th of their family's financial power. Lu Jin is a bit beat back. Fu Heming's eyes fell on Shu Rin, very calm. Keep raising the price with him. Fu Heming helped him get his father's property. He still has some trust in Fu Heming, so he told Liao Tianqi to continue to increase the price, 100,000. But Shu Rin simply did not want to give him the intention. Lu Jin's forehead was sweating. Mr. Shu, this piece of land isn't worth much. There's no need for you to grab it from me, right? Shu Rin looked at him with a wry smile. Yes, it's not worth much, But I wouldn't want to be bought by you. Not convinced? Lu Jin looked at his face and wanted to curse, but didn't dare to curse out, and could only continue to turn to Fu Himing next to him. Little Mr. Lu, $50 million directly. Lu Jin was shocked. Are you crazy? A few tens of millions of dollars for a piece of land of little value. I'm directly dumping my family's money off? Xu Rin so biting to this piece of land. Then this piece of land is certainly unusual, but with the financial strength of Lu Jin really cannot be compared with him. Then let Xu Rin eat a little bit of loss. Originally a few million can take down the land, tens of millions of dollars to take down, is also considered to be a small piece of meat. Bit him down is not a loss. Mr. Lu, listen to me. Lu Jin is now riding a tiger, looked at Fu Himing, and then looked at Xu Rin, a clenched teeth, and said to Liao Tianqi, Mr. Liao, 50 million, my last price. Liao Tianqi's eyes widened in fear. $50 million? He and Lu Jin originally discussed the price of 8 million, not quite enough for him to return to the capital, also lost a lot of the heart is dripping blood. But now he directly opened price of 50 million, which earns a flip good. Really, Mr. Lu? Seeing how happy he was, Lu Jin's heart was clenched in pain, gritting his teeth and returning to him. Really? Xu Yu sat on the back of her horse, staring at their side with interest. 50 million, this price is too high for Xu Rin. This money is a small amount, but he felt that this piece of land is not worth it, so in the end must have let Lu Jin take it. But in the original plot is not the price only a few million on the deal, all of a sudden 50 million, much too much, but it is also worth it. That land in the things cannot be more than 50 million. It. Fu Heming's eyes brightened when he heard this. There's something in that ground? Hearing this, he naturally rekindled his desire for the land. In the beginning to Lu Jin to grab this piece of land, just holding that the neighborhood is under construction, there may be appreciation in the future, but if there is something underneath with a higher value, then this piece of land 50 million to take are still earning. But Xu Rin wasn't going to give them that chance. 51 million, Mr. Liao, if it's okay with you, I'll have my secretary print out the contract and send it over now. Liao Tianqi again shocked. He went out today, did not read the yellow calendar. His fortune so good? Lu Jin heard this and beat a retreat. Fu Heming clear. This piece of land he will not want. Can only swallow the words he wanted to say. Well, well, well. Mr. Xu is so refreshing. Liao Tianqi's face stiffened with laughter. Xu Rin's smiling eyesight looked at Lu Jin. Lu Jin was self-conscious of losing face, turned around and left. Fu Heming followed. When he left he happened to pass next to Xu Yu and gave Xu Yu a meaningful look. Xu Yu noticed the look in his eyes, but the most important thing at the moment was how did Xu Rin buy the land? Xu Rin is crazy, spending $51 million to take this piece of land? Although it's worth it, this piece of land is also quite important to Fu Himing. If he snatches this piece of land, then isn't that robbing Fu Himing's plot? Second brother, this land isn't worth that much. Do you want to stop thinking about it? Xu Yu shouts out to Xu Rin, wanting him to not take the land. But what Xu Rin had already decided, he wouldn't change, not to mention that he knew what Xu Yu had in mind. So he wouldn't give this piece of land away even more. This land, I'm not giving it up to anyone. Xu Rin's attitude was resolute, and Xu Yu knew that it was useless to say anything more. So she simply rode her horse slowly around the stable and waited for him to sign the contract. While in her heart she was calculating how to salvage the drama. It's still hard to think about it. One can only take one step at a time. Xu Rin's secretary quickly brought the printed contract. Both sides signed the contract. The financial hit money is also very fast. Less than 2 hours to Liao Tianqi. See the arrival of 51 million. Liao Tianqi mouth are smiling crooked. Mr. Xu, we'll have to work together again sometime in the future. Aha! Xu Rin took the signed contract and looked at Xu Yu, who was still riding her horse. Xu Yue, let's go. Xu Yu heard him call out to himself and pulled on the reins to turn around. But he didn't expect the docile horse to suddenly get agitated. It didn't turn around at all and ran straight ahead. I'll go. Xu Yu pulled the reins dead center and clamped the horse's stomach, trying to make it stop, but probably because Xu Yu's strength was too great. It in turn made it frightened and ran faster and faster. Not far away, Xu Rin realized something was wrong and hurriedly mounted his horse to catch up. Xu Yue. Seeing that the horse underneath her was about to hit the guardrail, it was fast, and before Xu Yu could react, someone on the side of her rode up, side by side with the out-of-control mare. Xu Rin had a strong hand and flipped onto the back of the out-of-control mare with great ease. He caged Xu Yu in his arms, grabbed the reins in her hand, and used dexterity to pull backward. The mare was instructed and quickly calmed down, stopping just as she nearly crashed out of the guardrail. Chapter 36. Why is he playing around with me? Xu Yu's legs were trembling as she dismounted. She was really scared to death just now. Mr. Xu, are you guys okay? The owner of the stable saw something was wrong and came running in fear. Shu Rin swept her cold eyes toward him. This horse was fine. How did it suddenly lose control? The sweat on the stable owner's forehead flowed. Don't worry, Mr. Shu. I'll immediately go and investigate, and will definitely give you and Ms. Shu an explanation. Turning to Shu Yu, he looked at her. Ms. Shu, I'm really sorry to have given you a fright. Shu Yu hadn't returned to her senses and stood frozen in place. Seeing this, Shu Rin bent down and picked her up easily. Ergo, what are you doing? Shu Yu was startled and subconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck to prevent falling. Take you back. Then put me down. I can walk by myself. I'm a bit scared when you suddenly hug me like this. Within the four brothers, the one I'm most afraid of is Shu Rin. He has a strange temper. He speaks poisonously and sharply, and no one knows when he's going to scold me or hate me. In short, I'm really afraid of getting too close to him. Shu Rin's footsteps paused and his face darkened even more, but he didn't put her down and carried her all the way out of the stable. Shu Yu looked at his gloomy face and didn't dare to say anything more. Shu Rin roughly shoved her into the car. Shu Yu sat next to him. The space in the car is narrow. The atmosphere is strange and awkward. Shu Yu had to look out the window scenery. Cake store. I want to eat cake so badly. But will he lose his temper if I ask Shu Rin to stop the car now? I think it will, so I'd better not say anything then. Shu Rin frowned, looking at himself in the rearview mirror. Was he that bad-tempered? Stop the car. As soon as he finished speaking, the driver immediately found a place to park, and Shu Rin opened the door and got out. While Shu Yu was still wondering what he had gone to do, he quickly came back again, and then Shu Yu had a large bag shoved into her hand. What? Shu Yu opened it and looked at it, her eyes rubbing together. So many desserts. Bought for me. She looked at Shu Rin. Her eyes were hot. It was hard for him to ignore them. He absently looked sideways out the window, his tone still bad. It's not like I'm a dessert person. The corners of his mouth turned up without a second thought. Thank you, Ergo. Shu Yu cried out sweetly, and then pulled out a shui mignon from inside. A bite down. The creamy sweetness filled her mouth, so delicious that she felt like she was going to ascend to heaven. Shu Rin is not so insensitive, and knows that I love desserts. Plus points, plus points. Shu Rin looked at her with a slight sideways glance, eating with cream at the corners of his mouth. Shu Yu has not yet reacted. Shu Rin's fingertips have already landed on the corner of her lips, gently wiped. The cream came to his hand, just a light touch. Shu Yu were scared a shiver, froze in place, completely afraid to move. Dig it. Shu Rin, what's he doing? Why is he rubbing the cream on my face? Why is he playing a flirtation with me? I don't play pseudo-orthopedic. Shu Rin realized that this action of his was indeed a bit ambiguous, and listening to Shu Yu's roaring heart, he awkwardly retracted his hand and took a paper towel to wipe it clean. Pretending to be fierce, she scolded her. Such an adult. You still eat food on your face? Is your cerebellum underdeveloped? Shu Yu was instantly relieved to hear him scold himself. It's okay. It's still the original Shu Rin. I was overthinking myself. Shu Rin mouth twitching, how, and he played ambiguous she still dislike on. It's so ungrateful. Shu Rin took Shu Yu to the company. He was in a hurry to have a meeting, and it was out of his way, so he didn't bother to send Shu Yu home. On the way, he received a call from the owner of the stable saying that a tiny silver needle had been found in the runaway mare, and an investigation of the surveillance didn't reveal who had done it. Looking at Shu Rin's increasingly cold eyes, Shu Yu felt that this stable wouldn't survive for long. The company Shu Rin manages is only a part of the Shu family's industry, but it's not small, and the company he works for isn't a building, but an entire corporate campus, and you have to take a ferry ride in to get to the main office building. Shu Yu was also here for the first time and was curious enough to look around. Mr. Shu, it's all waiting for you now. The assistant came over. Well, take her to the restroom, Shu Rin said, looking at Shu Yu. When I come out after the meeting, you can play here by yourself for a while. Shu Yu nodded. Soon the assistant took her to the restroom. Miss Shu, there's a movie room, gym and snack area over here. Make yourself at home. This rest area is also big. The power of money. Although she has been living a rich man's life for 10 years, but her seeing the world is still not wide enough. At the beginning to see them tens of thousands of money out of their pockets are shocked. And then their own pocket money are a few $1,000,000. She was shocked for a few days, and every day before going to bed to count how many zeros there are in the end. I had saved a lot of money, but unfortunately, thinking that I'm going to leave this world, I had a big extravagance in advance and bought a lot of luxuries. And now it's good, before the people leave, they've already become poor and the Shu family won't give me any pocket money. Shuyu sighed and walked over to the snack area and picked out a few packs of food, then ran over to the movie room, which was dark and the movie was still playing and no one was watching it. She walked in and found a seat. Ouch, ouch, ouch. She had just sat down on her, but when she heard a scream that scared her to her feet. Ghost! Ghosts? Where is there a ghost? Don't you scare me. The man screamed and threw his arms around Shuyue, who was faster in body than in head, and pushed him out of the room, only to hear the thumping of heavy objects and the wailing of the boys. Shuyu rushed to the door to press the switch, the lights came on, and everything in front of him was in full view. The boy in the white tee covered his waist and looked at Shuyu with a pained expression. Big sister, what's wrong with you? Shuyu was dissatisfied. Who are you calling big sister? The boy also looks like 15 or 16 years old. Not yet an adult, Shuyu mental age although there are 30, but her actual age in this world is only 19 years old. How can not shout big sister ah? Of course I called you big sister. The hand is not light, it hurts. The boy covered his smashed back and felt like it was going to break. I'm the one who told you to lie there and sleep with the lights on. What bad luck. You're unlucky. And I'm saying I'm unlucky. I'm taking a nap and you're sitting on your ass. Shuyu was surprised. Does he read minds? How does he know what's going on in my mind? The boy froze for a moment when he heard this. Heartfelt words? He looked at Shuyu with a slight shock in his eyes. What was she talking about? Why are you looking at me? Don't you have a backache? Big deal, I'll take you to the doctor. I'll pay for the medical expenses. Shuyu's scalp went numb from his stare, and she turned around to go out, not forgetting to call back to him. I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't come out, I'm not going to pay your medical bills. Chapter 37. Brother, your love rival has appeared. Your daughter-in-law is in danger. Ouch, 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 ouch. Doctor, take it easy. The boy wailed, covering his back. His features crumpled together in pain, and the doctor was helpless. I didn't even make an effort. But it feels like my bones are breaking. That's just your illusion. The bones aren't broken, just a few bruises. A dab and rub with a bruise medicine will do the trick. The doctor took out his fall medicine and handed it to him. Is it really unbroken? Why do I feel so much pain? He didn't believe it and asked again. It's really not broken? Do you not believe me? I've been practicing medicine for over 10 years. The doctor was rather speechless. It's a good thing the bones aren't broken. You look like you wish yours were. Shuyu said, pulling out his cell phone to scan the code to pay. You don't have to pay. It doesn't cost anything to see these little things on Shu's side. Shuyu took this boy on the way to the hospital, found out that Shu Rin industrial area has an infirmary. Lazy to run so far to bring him over, did not expect that it is still free. Are we free even if we're not employees here? The doctor looks at the computer and makes notes. Of course, the main thing is that outsiders can't get in here. You should be family members, right? Family members are also free. Remember to go back to apply medicine and rub more. Rub the bruises open and it will be fine. Okay. Thanks, document. Shuyu finished thanking him and took the lead to walk out of the infirmary. The boys covering their waists at the sight and followed. Hey, you! He Chilin. I blinked and you ran away. Are you tired of living you? A silhouette darted past Shuyu, and she backed away in fear of accidentally injuring herself. Sis, I didn't run. I'm just looking for a place to rest. Ouch, pain, 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 my ear. The boy named Ho Kirin yelled in pain. Shuyu looked over and said with some surprise, Cheryl Chen. Chen Shuer heard the sound and looked back. Her eyes lit up. Yeah. Why are you here? She tugged on He Chilin's ear as he accused her. But Chen Shuer didn't even listen, focusing on Shuyu. My second brother brought me here. Chen Shuer nodded. That's also true. This is originally your Shu family's territory, right? I heard this morning that yesterday you and your big brother and Chin Curl went to what's her newly opened summer resort, and then there was an explosion. She called Shu Chan when she got the news, and Shu Chan said they were all fine, which is why she didn't contact Shuyu. We're all fine. Got away with it. It wasn't a fluke. I had to backtrack 3 times to save the guy. Shuyu sighed in her mind. Chen Shuer frowned slightly. Backtracking? What did it mean? By the way, who is this? Shuyu looked towards He Chilin, who had a pained look on his face as she grabbed his ears. Only then did Chen Shuer let go of He Chilin and introduce him to Shuyu. By way of introduction, this is He Kirin, my cousin. Hearing the name, Shuyu froze for a moment. I'm not going to be able to do that. Good familiar name, ah. I think about it. Chen Shuer, mom's sister's son. Learning is not good and also rebellious, followed by a group of fox friends skipping classes every day. and then was sent to the Chun family to let Chen Shuer to look at him to reform him. How do you know? He Qilin looked at Shu Yu with a surprised face. He didn't know her. Why would he know so well? Shu Yu looked at He Qilin strangely. Know what? Seeing this, Chen Shuer immediately covered He Qilin's mouth. It's nothing. He's a bit of a nervous kid. Nervous and descriptive. Kirino. He wanted to protest he wasn't a nervous wreck. Shut up. Chen Shuer scolded him in a low voice, so he didn't dare to struggle. Otherwise, how could he fall in love with Qin Curly at first sight, and then with the same compulsion willing to die for her, to say the least? He Qilin is still the first character to die in this book, appeared not a few times in order to save Qin Curly was hit by a car and died. Cheryl Chan? Kieran Ho? Both men had disbelief in their eyes. He's a 7-foot man and he died for a woman? That's ridiculous. And he's underage. He's got a lot of time on his hands, so he can't think straight. Right. Shu Yu, are you coming to our house for dinner tonight? My mom and my sister are back. So it's a good time to introduce you to my sister, and also talk to my parents about making you the new tutor. She had to know what was going on with what Shu Yu had just said. She couldn't let He Qilin lose his life. Shu Yu was a little embarrassed. That's not good, is it? There's nothing wrong with it. Just tell your brother. Shu Yu couldn't refuse. Then I'll tell my second brother when he finishes his meeting. Good. It was already 12 noon after Shu Rin's meeting. He came to the lounge to look for Shu Yu, and together with him there was also Zhou Qi. Isn't Mr. Zhou going back after the meeting? Shu Rin looked at him. This Zhou Qi is only in his early 20s, but started a successful business and opened his own company. Very good. This time the project they brought is also very much to Shu Rin's liking. After a few hours of meeting and discussion, the contract has been signed. Zhou Qi was very elegant and his smile was light. I brought a friend with me when I came. She's waiting for me in the lounge. Shu Rin realized. When the two arrived at the lounge together, the 3 men inside were playing Need for Speed in a frenzy. I'm about to win. Why did you hit me? Brother, it's you who is less skilled. And la. Sister Shuer is a female racer. Aren't you making a fool of yourself by competing with her in Need for Speed? Shu Rin looked at Shu Yu smiling that happily, and unconsciously the corners of his mouth also rose. Shu Yu. Hearing the voice, Shu Yu turned around to see that it was Shu Rin, and her smile collapsed.
Su Rin.
Is he so unpopular with her? Chen Shuer also heard the sound and turned around to see the 2 people standing in the doorway. You guys finished your meeting, huh? How was the conversation? Zhou Qi glanced at Shu Rin standing beside him. The contract has already been signed. Not bad. I told you it would work. Chen Shuer walked over and patted Zhou Qi's shoulder. Zhou Qi looked at her and smiled. The gentleness was about to overflow from his eyes. Seeing this, Shu Yu took out her cell phone at the first opportunity to send a message to Shu Chun. Shu Yu. Brother, your love rival has appeared. Your daughter-in-law is not guaranteed. Chen Shuer didn't notice Shu Yu's movements next to her and instead looked at Shu Rin. I still hope that Mr. Shu will take care of Zhou Qi more. Shu Rin's eyes flicked back and forth between the 2 of them, raising an eyebrow in interest. Of course. Mr. Zhou, Miss Chen, do you have time to have lunch together? Chapter 38. She'll take back everything that's hers. Shu's industrial area has a number of restaurants. Western Chinese, Japanese, Thai food are available. Shu Yu cannot help but sigh. This if she works here. She cannot even dare to think of how happy it will be. On the way to the Chinese restaurant, he met Qin Curly. She approached with her lunchbox in both hands, walking briskly. Shu Yu half smiled at her. I go, worthy of being the heroine. This is only a few days. Her wound is healed. She walks with the wind, just like no one else. If I had a protagonist's aura, I would walk horizontally as well. Hearing Shu Yu's heartfelt words, everyone's gazes fell in unison on Qin Curly's body. Shu Rin frowned. Curly, what are you doing here? Second brother, I thought that you must be working very hard, so I personally cooked a few dishes for you. I worked at home before and I know second brothers taste very well. These dishes must all be what you love to eat, second brother. Qin Curly smiled and raised the lunchbox in her hand. The company has a restaurant, you don't have to cook for me on purpose. Not to mention you're not even healed yet. Shu Rin was clearly unhappy with this move of hers. But Qin Curly didn't see it, and instead continued talking. My wound is fine, second brother. You don't have to worry. I just feel that the company's meals aren't as clean and hygienic as the ones made at home. Don't you like my cooking, second brother? Her little aggravation is very well taken. Shu Rin is not good at all to reject her heart. Then you're coming with us. Qin Curly immediately laughed happily. Good. When Shuyu followed along, she caught a glimpse of Heechilin staring at Qin ruling. I forgot about this child Heechilin. Look at him, that straight stared at the Qin curls look. Afraid not love at first sight. Silly child, you just how old you play love at first sight this set. We'll let you die. Really a pity, what a good child, caught in the net of love. When Heechilin heard this, he was slapped on the butt by Chun Shuer before he could react. You'd better not give me any ideas that you shouldn't. Chun Shuer glared at him. Heechilin ate the pain to cover his butt. He did not want to face well, so many people in it. She hit him on the butt. What mind? I haven't moved my mind on anything. He just looked at Qin Curly purely because he thought she was good tea. Then his father's collection of that green tea flavor is still strong. Her looks and temperament are not as good as Shu Yu's. He wouldn't like her if he wanted to like her. He still thinks Shu Yu is a bit more beautiful. That's it? And let him fall in love at first sight and die? No way, not at all. Sister Chun, it's been a long time, and this is? Qin Curly was really seeing the wood for the trees, and all of a sudden she walked over to get close. Chun Shuer is not good to tear her face directly with her now. After all, she is the main female character and has the aura of the main female character. In case something unexpected happens when she tears her face off, it would not be cost-effective. My cousin, Ho Kirin. Qin Curvaceous smiled as she freed her hand and reached out toward Heechilin to make friends. Hello. My name is Qin Curly. Nice to meet you. Heechilin looked at her hand and silently stuck his own into his pants pocket. Sorry. I'm misogynistic. Shu Yu and Chun Shuer laughed out loud at his sentence. Qin Curly's hand hung in mid-air, embarrassed. It's fine. I was tutoring at Sister Chen's house before. How come I've never seen you before? Qin Curly is really a self-acquaintance. Pulling Heechilin to talk along the way, Heechilin is very frightened, holding Chun Shuer's hand and not letting go. Sis, someone is trying to murder me. He showed a hint of fear. Chun Shuer shook her head and sighed, shielding him, and only then did Qin Curl not continue to chat with Heechilin. When they arrived at the restaurant, everyone else had gone to order their meals, and only Shu Rin was being fed by Qin Curly. Second brother, try these sweet and sour pork ribs. Qin Ruling kept pinching dishes for Shu Rin, and before long the dishes inside his bowl piled up into a small mountain. An employee passed by right next to him and called out to Mr. Shu, then muttered something about the discussion. I haven't seen that woman in front of Mr. Shu. Is she his girlfriend? What they said wasn't exactly a whisper. Everyone heard them, and Qin Curly smoothly answered them by picking up the conversation. No, I'm Mr. Shu's sister, my own sister. She made a point of emphasizing the words dear sister. It dawned on those employees. So it's Mississippi. But Miss Shu doesn't look like this, right? I've met her once before. It seems like the one next to her is Ms. Shu. This was heard again by Qin Curly. Her voice was ridiculously loud, as if she was afraid that others wouldn't hear her. She's not biological, I'm the biological one. We were switched at birth, that's what caused the misunderstanding. Maybe some people are jealous that I'm from a good background. I just returned to the Shu family some time ago. It's normal that you guys don't know. Saying that, she again gave Shu Rin dishes. Brother, eat more food. Shu Rin held her forehead, and for the first time, she felt such a strong sense of powerlessness. Shu Yu mentally spat as she ate her food. Qin Curly, Qin Curly, you can really a conspicuous bag. Afraid that others do not know you are the Shu family, miss. Afraid that others do not know you are the main female, is it? And you have to pull and step on me, morally corrupt. A lunch eaten, all in watching Qin Curl acting to go. Brother, is my cooking good? Shurin nodded politely. Yummy. Qin Curly smiled widely. Then I'll make it back for you next time. As she said that, she looked at Shu Yu on the side with a hint of smugness in her eyes. She just wanted to brush her presence in front of her brothers. She was the Shu family's young lady. Why should one and all of them be all towards her Shu Yu? She was going to take back everything that was hers. Shu Yu's scalp went numb at her stare. Mr. Shu, I would like to keep Shu Yu for dinner at my house tonight. I wonder if that's possible? Chun Shuer looked at Shu Rin and asked. The Shu family and the Qin family have always had good relations, and Shu Rin had no reason to refuse, so she agreed. Sure. As soon as she heard that Shu Yue wanted to go to Chun Shuer's house for dinner, Qin Curvaceous quickly said, Sister Chen, can I go? This Shu Yu, who had robbed her brother and her best friend, was really excessive. Curly, I was planning to introduce Shu Yu to my parents, after all. She's now the new tutor I hired for my sister, and it's not good for you to go. Chun Shuer politely refused, and Qin Curly wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Zhou Qi. Excuse me, I'm taking a call. Zhou Qi got up and went to answer a phone call, and came back with a grave expression. Mr. Shu, thank you for the hospitality, we still have things to do, so we'll leave first. After saying goodbye to Shu Rin, Zhou Qi left the place with Chen Shuer and He Qilin. What's wrong? Chen Shuer saw the difference in him and got into the car before asking. The assistant called and said that Lisa came to the office, seeing as she did want to come to work with that intention. Chen Shuer's eyes deepened. That's a good feeling. Then let her come, guaranteed to come back. Chapter 39. Give me a chance to get rich overnight at least. Qin Ruling had wanted to stay by Shu Rin's side, but she was stuffed into the car and sent home by Shu Rin on the grounds that her wounds were not yet healed. Shu Yu had wanted to follow along and go back, but Shu Rin reached out and yanked her back. You follow me to see Mr. Liao's land. Shu Yu was 10,000 times more reluctant. Why does it have to be me? Shu Rin gave her a condescending look. There's no why. Just no toss me, you have the ability to toss Qin Curl to go Qin Curl you cannot afford to toss. Can this be a cannon fodder play? I am also very busy. I also have their own things to do. Shu Yue, you're really loud. Shu Rin pinched her brow with a look of impatience. Shu Yue pursed her mouth into a straight line. I didn't say anything. What's wrong with Shu Rin targeting me like that? Shu Rin's movement with the cell phone paused for a moment and didn't say anything. When I got out of the car at my destination, in front of me was the mall that had been shut down. The foundation was not even finished, it was a big dirt pit. Shu Yu looked at the large piece of land in front of him and went over to look down with interest. The foundations weren't dug too deep, just 2 or 3 meters. This large piece of land inside can all be treasure. Do not know who buried in it 1,000 years ago the treasure that can be more than 5 billion it if you can dig out. This person must be rich as a country. Shu Rin stood behind Shu Yu and stared at her back, her eyes flinching and her breath catching. What did she say? That there are antiques under here from 1,000 years ago. Originally these babies should be Fu Himing's, but unfortunately by Shu Rin halfway robbed. Fu Himing so that there is less of a growth chip. He relied on the back of these babies to make a fortune, know a lot of big shots so you can grow up in a short period of time, have their own forces. Then if the plot develops according to the current plot, then Fu Himing will not be difficult to grow up. How is my way home so hard? Shu Yu was still there in her misery, completely unaware that Shu Rin behind her had already called for workers to come over. Within half an hour, the workers arrived. Mr. Fu, are we still following Mr. Liao's previous plan to build a shopping mall? This place is far away from the city center, the customer flow is definitely low, if we do a shopping mall. Before the secretary could finish her words, she was interrupted by Shu Rin. First, follow Liao Tianqi's idea and lay the foundation for me. Yes. Soon, the workers began to dry, with Shu Rin and Shu Yu sitting in the car to supervise the work. Shu Rin was using the computer to process the documents, and Shu Yu had to poke her head out every now and then to see the progress outside. It's been an hour? Haven't you dug yet? She was also quite curious about what all the valuable treasures inside looked like. Shu Rin glanced at her, typed the last line, and covered the notebook. Just go down there if you're curious. Saying that, he took the lead in pulling open the car door and getting out, and Shu Yu also followed in a hurry. The 2 men had just gotten out of the car when they saw a worker hurrying up. Boss, we dug something up. Dig in? I'll go check it out. As soon as Shu Yu's words fell, the person ran out of sight, and Shu Rin hurriedly followed. Workers from the ground dug out a large object, covered with dirt, cannot see what, heavy and not very heavy, not like a stone, cannot get the idea, they had to call the boss to see. Shu Rin stepped into a crouch and knocked the dirt off one of the sides, revealing a small section of the pattern. Shu Yu followed suit and crouched down to look. Ergo, this looks interesting, why don't you give it to me? Antique. Sell it? I will not worry about food and clothing in my life. I still go to find what part-time job. It's a big profit. Shu Rin just glanced at her without saying anything and pulled out her cell phone and got up to make a call. It didn't take long for Shu Chen to arrive, with his teachers in tow. Soon, they surrounded the excavated object and carefully surveyed it, and in less than half an hour, Shu Chen came over to report the situation. It is indeed an antique, but the exact year and value of what has to be further tested. Shu Yu looked at Shu Chen. Her insides were dripping blood. No, Shu Rin Yu, why, you alarmed the cultural relic circle these people, that these valuable treasure will have to confiscate. This can be red ticket. Yes, he is not short of money, but I am short of leave me a blue and white porcelain to leave a cup or the heart hurts, the feeling of missing $100 million. Shu Chen's eyes fell on Shu Yu, looking at her pained expression and flirting. Shu Yue, You look like you're in pain, what's wrong? Where are you uncomfortable? Shuyu covered her heart and shook her head. No, I'm fine. I'm not heartbroken at all. Shu Chen smiled, looked at Shu Rin and talked to him about these artifacts, saying that they should be blocked off to continue surveying and digging to see if there are any other artifacts unearthed, and that all the artifacts dug up are to be handed over to the state. Shurin agreed. Like Shuyu said, it's not like he's short of money. But he won't let these things fall into Fu Hemming's hands either, confiscating them and still raking in a wave of impressions. There's nothing wrong with that for his career. Shu Rin left to go find the workers to explain, leaving Shu Yu and Shu Chun alone. What did you mean by that message you sent me today? Shu Yu was still immersed in her sadness that she couldn't get rich overnight. What does that mean? Shu Chun opened his phone and flipped to the message she had sent him at noon. That's the line, what does it mean? Shu Yu glanced at it, which reminded him of this. Just what I sent you, that means chanting. Cher's sister has a college friend. The two people have a good relationship. What is the name of that man? Shu Yu thought for a moment. Yes, Zhou Qi, he's quite nice, very gentle. And he even gave his sister food and handed her paper during lunch. Shu Chen frowned slightly. They're together? I don't think so, but I can feel it. He likes Chun Shuer very much. He should be pursuing her. Such a gentle and handsome boy chasing after me. If I were to change, I would also be moved. It's only a matter of time before my sister falls. Shu Yu watched Shu Chen's expression as he spoke, and could tell that he was a bit anxious. TSK, some people say on their lips that they don't like people, it's still not caring to death. If you don't get on the ball, Chun Shuer will really follow Zhou Qi to run away. I remember the back of the Chen Shuer to Shu Chen confession. Shu Chen refused. Zhou Qi took Chen Shuer out to travel to get away from the heart. Chun Shuer is also at that time to move to try with Zhou Qi together. Shu Chen's expression visibly stiffened. They were really together back there? Shu Yu's cell phone rang. It was Chun Shuer calling. Yeah. Where are you? Zhou Qi and I are coming to pick you up. Chapter 40. Of course, it's more important to please your mother-in-law. In the car, Shu Yu looked at Shu Chun, who was sitting next to her, and was quite speechless. Fourth brother. People are calling me to dinner. Why are you sitting up here? Shu Chen's eyes burned as he kept staring at Chun Shuer and Zhou Qi in the driver's seat and the passenger side. I'm not comfortable with you going to a stranger's house for dinner. Chen Shuer felt funny and looked back. Shu Chen, am I a stranger? Shu Chen looked at her. You're not, but he is. He was referring to Zhou Qi. I forgot to introduce you. His name is Zhou Qi, he's my college classmate. Hello. Chuki looked at Shu Chen in the rearview mirror. Shu Chen does not know him, but he can know Shu Chun it. Chun Shuer like 2 years of people well, he is very clear, just this guy old hanging Chen Shuer. Let him strange upset. Shu Chen stared at him, but didn't say anything. The atmosphere in the car was awkward for a while, and Shu Yu held her forehead. What kind of shura is this? The atmosphere is too awkward. I'm like a light bulb. Chun Shuer and Shu Chen silently coughed, but it was as if it was even more awkward. When she arrived at Chun Shuer's house, she hadn't even entered the password to open the door when someone opened the door from the inside. Sister, you're back. The girl was wearing a pretty dress and her hair was tied into pigtails. She was white and had dimples in her cheeks when she smiled. Cute as can be. Chun Shuer looked down at her and reached out to rub her hand on her head. How come it feels like you've grown taller after a trip to Grandma's house? Really? She bounced in to get her height measured and found that she had indeed grown a centimeter taller, and then excitedly ran back to pull Chun Shuer. It's really grown taller, sister. Come look. Chun Shuer turned back to greet Shu Yu and the three of them. Come on in, you guys. Zhou Qi was very skillful in taking shoes out from inside the shoe cabinet at the entrance. He took the lead in taking a pair of pink shoes and handing them to Shu Yu, then took a pair of dark blue ones to Shu Chun, and finally took a pair of purple ones for himself at the first shoe cabinet. Shu Yu and Shu Chen's shoes were both new and didn't look like they had been worn much, but Zhou Qi's pair of shoes looked like they had been worn many times, and the rubber soles all had obvious scratches. No need to be formal. Just make yourself at home. Zhou Qi said this while looking at Shu Chen. Shu Chen smiled politely, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Shu Yu pulled Shu Chen and whispered to him, Brother, you behave well in front of uncle and auntie later. Okay? Shu Chen gave her a look, didn't say anything, changed his shoes and went in. Meow meow. Look what brother has brought you. Chun Miao Miao saw Zhou Qi and ran over, sweetly shouting Brother Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi handed her the gift in his hand. It was the latest flat panel, just sold not 2 days ago. Chun Miao Miao's eyes lit up. Thank you, Brother Zhou Qi. You're bringing gifts for Myrtle again. At least half of her room is from you. Zhou Qi looked at Chen Shuer and laughed. Isn't Meow Meow fond of painting? I heard that this tablet has a very good touch for painting, so I just bought one to send her. Meow Meow, do you like it? Meow unwrapped the package and turned it on, tried to use it, and although it wasn't considered much of an expensive gift, she liked it a lot. I love it. Shuyu poked Shu-chun with her elbow. Brother, you don't look like you have much of a chance of winning. People are obviously prepared for this. Shu-chun stared at Zhou-chi with a rare foul face. Oh, Shuyu shrugged his shoulders. Forget it, brother doesn't get on even if he doesn't. That's right, Meow Meow, let me introduce you. This is your new tutor. Her name is Shuyu. You can call her Ms. Shu. Only then did Meow look over at Shuyu, who smiled and waved at her. Hello, Myrtle. Meow Meow glanced at Shuyu and asked Chun Shuer suspiciously. Sister Curly isn't coming to give me lessons? She's not coming. From now on it'll be Shuyue who teaches you. Shuyue is number 1 in her grade. She's better than Chin Curl. Myrtle was obviously not too happy to hear that. Okay. Her eyes then fell back on Shu-chan, and Chen Shuer was just about to be introduced when she ran up to Shu-chan, tilting her head to survey him. Sis, I know him even if you don't introduce me. He's Shu-chan, the guy you like, right? Shu-chan, whose face originally stunk like a rotten egg, inexplicably reddened the tips of his ears when he heard this. How do you know? When he said this, his gaze was falling on Chen Shuer, and as the two of them met their eyes, Shu Chen's gloomy mood from earlier was swept away. My sister's room has so many pictures of you, and pillows with your face on them. Myo Myo's mouth was covered by Chen Shuer. This kid has no sense of humor. My parents should be back soon. Let's eat together later, haha. It was true that she had made no secret of her fondness for Shu-chan, but it was kinda embarrassing to tell her that. She made a lot of Shu-chan's peripherals, what pillows, pendants, light paintings, badges, as many as she wanted, which, if she told anyone, would make them think she was crazy. Shu-chan looked at Chen Shuer's anxious cover-up and became more and more curious as to what exactly was in her room. Cousin, we're back. Kiran heard his voice before he saw him. Behind him were Chan Yongkong and his wife Lai Xian, the mother of Chen Shuer and Chan Miao Miao. Yo, so many people have come. I thought you had asked Sister Shuyue alone. Qilin saw the two men standing in the living room and flirtatiously walked over to Chen Shuer. Sister, what a blessing.
Roll.
Uncle, Auntie. Zhou-chi was the first to call out, earning a burst of goodwill. Shuyu simply poked Shu-chun, who then followed and called Uncle and Aunt. Uncle and Aunt. Excuse me. This is my fourth brother, Shu-chen. He didn't feel comfortable with me coming alone, so he followed along. Shuyu smoothly introduced a wave of Shu-chun. When Chen Yongkong saw Shu-chun, he hurried over to shake his hand. The last time Shuer had a birthday banquet, I didn't even have the chance to say hello to fourth young Master Shu. Come on, let's sit down and chat. Shu-chun was pulled by him to sit down, feeling that he was also quite liked by Chen Shuer's family. Unconsciously raised his chin, exuding a feeling of, how charming I am. Chen Shuer's mom, Lai Xian, seemed to like Zhou-chi more and greeted him with a smile as she went to help in the kitchen. Today's family meal, she's cooking herself. Shuyu looked at Shu-chen's smug look and couldn't help but spit. My good brother Chen Yongkong likes you, that's because you are the young master of the Shu family. He is profitable, you want to please the mother-in-law, Chen Shuer's mother. Look at others Zhou-chi, all went down to the kitchen to help, and you are still there smiling foolishly. When Shu-chun heard this, he rubbed his feet, and without waiting for Chen Yongkong to put in his words, he drilled into the kitchen. Chen Shuer looked at Shu-chen's back, then at Shuyu, and fell into deep thought. Why does something feel wrong? Chapter 41. Can you hear her heart too? Auntie, let me help you. Shu-chun went into the kitchen, Lai Xian was frying vegetables, Zhou-chi washed vegetables and cut vegetables. His knife skills seem to be a regular cook. The action is very sharp. Shu-chun walked in. There's really no place he can help. Standing behind the two men and not sure what to do. No. Just sit down and go wait for your food. Lai Xian concentrated on frying the vegetables, and without looking back at him, she told him to go out and wait. Shu-chun looked at Zhou-chi and Lai Xian's silent behavior, and couldn't help but suspect that he had been here many times. Otherwise, how could he be so familiar with their family's kitchen, knowing so clearly where to put the salt, where to put the oil, and where to put the raw pump? Thinking of this, the heart inexplicably held a ball of anger that was difficult to dissipate. He grayed out from the kitchen. Chen Yongkong was on the phone in the courtyard. Shuyu and Chen Shuer, the four of them were watching TV, and every now and then they chatted about the plot, chatting hot. Shu Chun walked over and sat next to Ichilin. Shuyu they were chatting about idol dramas, he couldn't interject. Miao Miao was concentrating on painting, he couldn't be bothered. Ichilin who was sitting next to him was playing a game so he could have a word or two. What game are you playing? Ichilin stared at his cell phone with a serious face. Fifth personality. Digging in. Meeting love around the corner. Ah, dirty things go away. He suddenly screamed. His expression dark and twisted as if he had seen something dirty. Shu Chen again cannot insert the mouth, sitting aside slightly formal until the beginning of the meal. He looks out of place. Fortunately Chun Yongkong from time to find him to talk. Drinking, Mr. Shu? Chun Yongkong raised the bottle of wine in his hand. Shu Chun opened his mouth and was interrupted by Chun Shuer next to him before he could speak. Dad, he doesn't drink. Seeing this, Zhou Qi obediently took the wine in Chun Yongkong's hand and poured it. Uncle, I can drink. I'll drink with you. Shu Chen glanced at Zhou Qi and also hurriedly handed over his own cup. Uncle, I can drink too. Drink your ass off. Chun Shuer walked over and snatched the cup out of his hand. Did you forget you're allergic to alcohol? How long ago was that? Maybe I'm not allergic now. Shu Chen frowned slightly. That was when he was 18 years old, that time high school just graduated, everyone about to go to the party to drink. He only drank a mouthful of people on the whole red with the scalded shrimp, and then began to crazy and singing and dancing. Chun Shuer is also at that time to know him. She even made a video of it. Thinking of the past, the corner of Chun Shuer's mouth couldn't help but raise a smile. You just can't drink it anyway. Shu Chen didn't say anything anymore and sulked his head to eat. Shu Yu's eyes swiveled from side to side. This drama was getting to be too much for her. Shu Chun alcohol allergy cannot accompany Chun Yongkong drink. He went into the kitchen and still cannot grab a seat. These two sides cannot be compared to Zhou Qi. Too useless, right? The two words useless stuck hard in Shu Chen's heart. Painful, so painful. Chun Shuer almost laughed out loud and gave Shu Yu a piece of meat. Don't just eat the vegetables. Eat the meat. Shu Yu was flattered. Thank you. Ichilin came to Chen Shuer's ear and whispered, Sister, I also think that Shu Chun isn't as good as brother Zhou Qi. Chen Shuer's eyes deepened as she glared at him. You can't even plug your mouth with dinner, can you? Fearing her, Ichilin hurriedly lowered his head and went to eat, not daring to say a word. Lai Xian glanced at Shu Chun across the table and couldn't tell what expression he had on his face. Just chucked a chicken leg and handed it to Shu Chen's bowl. Oh Tatsu, have a chicken leg. Shu Chun politely took it. Thank you, Auntie. A meal that was eaten with each mind. Chun Yongkong drank too much. Zhou Qi also drank a lot. His face was red, and after getting off the table, the two men ran to the courtyard to chat as brothers. Brother, here's your chance to show off. Quickly help clean up the dishes and wash them. Shu Yu hatefully slapped Shu Chen's hand. He then reacted and hurriedly walked to Lai Xian's side to help her. Auntie, I'll do it. Ri Xian didn't say anything when she saw him helping and joined him in the kitchen. Actually, my brother is still not bad, right? Shu Yu poked Chun Shuer. Chun Shuer glanced at Shu Chen's back and smiled. The person I like, of course he won't be bad. Miss Shu, school is about to start, and I haven't finished my homework. Can you come and teach me? Miao Miao pulled Shu Yu's hand, and Shu Yu hurriedly said it was okay and followed her to her room to tutor her in her homework. Only Chun Shuer and Ichilin were left in the restaurant. Chun Shuer glanced at Ichilin, who was swiping the video, and yanked him up towards the study. Sis, you're hurting me with your tugging. Ichilin pinched his hand that was hurt by her tugging. This sister of hers is pretty, but her temper is not too good. Her hands are still strong. Either she likes to pinch him or pull his ears. I didn't get a chance to ask you today. Are you able to hear Shu Yu's heart? Chun Shuer looked at Ichilin with a serious face. Ichilin froze for a moment and looked around to make sure no one was there before he dared to speak. Sis, do you think that strange voice I heard was Shu Yu's heartbeat? He thought he was hallucinating at first and didn't pay much attention to it. But now that Chun Shuer suddenly said that it was Shu Yu's heartbeat, he felt an inexplicable chill down his back. Looks like you can indeed hear. Chun Shuer knew she had guessed correctly when she saw his shocked look. In the daytime, it was fortunate that she reacted quickly, or else she would have been spilled by this kid, Ichilin. Chun Shuer told Ichilin everything that had happened since she met Shu Yu, except for Lisa's incident. Ichilin was shocked and his mouth grew so big that he could have stuffed a light bulb in it. You mean the world we're in now is the fictional world, and that Shu Yu is the real-world person who wore in? Chun Shuer nodded her head. That's right, and according to what she said in her heart, it's basically certain that she does know about the plot development and the direction of the plot. But what if we know where the plot is going? Ichilin words just finished, Was Chen Shuer knocked his head? Said you stupid? You really do not believe it. You did not hear Shu Yu Heart how to say ah. She said that you'd a Chin curl love at first sight? Don't say that nonsense. She's not even as good looking as you, sister. Would I fall in love with her at first sight? Fake. Too fake. He Qilin interrupted Chen Shuer excitedly, and Chen Shuer gave him a suspicious look. You're in such a hurry to deny it? It can't be because you really like her. Can it? He Qilin's eyes widened and he shouted very loudly, I didn't. Chen Shuer was so scared that she immediately covered his mouth. Fine, fine. You didn't. Don't say it so loud. What if you were heard? He Qilin gave her an okay sign, and only then did Chen Shuer let go of him. Chapter 42. Can I cure a bear child? After she said that you liked Chin Curly, you even lost your life for her, so we can circumvent it if we can know the plot, can't we? In that case, if we knew how the plot would develop, would you not have to die? He Qilin nodded. It seems like it. I'm still so young. I don't want to die. Right, that's what we're going to do. Then I'll just kidnap Shuiwe and have her tell us what the rest of the episode looks like. He Qilin said that he was about to go out and kidnap Shuyu, but was pulled back by Chen Shuer. Stop right there, your limbs are developed and brain is atrophied. It's been said that she's a bookwearer and she has some kind of system or something. Now that you've kidnapped her and asked her to tell us all about the plot, then do you think we'll die faster because we know the plot instead? The book was written by someone, so the plot was set in stone a long time ago. If the characters inside the book were made explicitly aware of the plot, would the world collapse and they all die? Or if they let Shuiwe know that they can read minds, will there be an accident because of it? Or will they never hear her mind again? These are all things to consider. That's why Chen Shuer has to get close to Shuyu and strike up a good relationship with her. Instead of telling her right from the start, I can hear your heart, you tell me how the plot develops, this risk can't be taken lightly. He Qilin listened to Chen Shuer's analysis and nodded repeatedly, giving her a thumbs up. Sister, you are worthy of being my only sister. Your words have enlightened me. Chen Shuer rolled her eyes at him. Don't hold me up here. She suddenly thought of something else and frowned slightly. Do you think that there could be someone else besides the two of us who can hear Shuyue's heart? The main thing is that Shu Chen's behavior today is really perverse. He usually sees himself hate to go around the road. Today inexplicably followed over for dinner even if, after Shuyu's heartfelt words, he can still make a series of reactions. It didn't help that she was a little skeptical. Shu Chen sharply helped Li Sin wash the dishes. He did cultural relics restoration is also meticulous work. Washing dishes and doing housework is still very simple for him. Looking at the polished and clean kitchen, a slight hint of satisfaction appeared in Lai Xian's eyes. Tatsu, hard work. Shu Chen shook his head. It's not hard, auntie. Your cooking is especially delicious. It's good that you like to eat. Ri Xian smiled and led him out of the kitchen. You're coming with me. Shu Chen followed her to a room. The wall of the room was plastered with pictures of Chen Shuer driving a race car, winning awards, and inside those pictures, there was also a picture of him. I don't remember when it was taken. It was at the beach. There was even a human-sized contour pillow of him on the bed, with his picture on it, just as Myrtle had said. This look was Chen Shuer's room. I shouldn't have brought you to Cher's room without her permission. Ri Xian walked to the front of the photo wall and tilted her head to look at Shu Chen on the wall. As you can see, Cher's room has a lot of stuff about you, and she likes you a lot. Shu Chen hung his eyes and didn't say anything. I know she pursued you for 2 years, but you have not agreed. Shuer, this child determined what that is what. Recognizing the dead. Hit the south wall will not turn back character. When I and her father strongly opposed to her to become what a race car driver, she and we quarreled a fight and directly left home to go abroad to race. Lai Xian looked at the medals that Chen Shuer had gotten from the competition. She is alone, stumbling, but also broke through, won a lot of awards. See her so happy. Her father and I did not object to this matter. As long as she is happy she likes, we let her go. But the relationship is not a career, is not a dream. You are saving up the energy to rush, do not necessarily get what you want. Shu Chen frowned gently. Auntie, what exactly do you want to say? Lai Xian turned back to look at him. What I want to say, you should know very well. You don't like Shuer. Don't hang on to her. Tell her what you really think. Let her die of this heart. Being frustrated emotionally is far more painful than being frustrated on the road of chasing your dreams. This won't get more and more frustrating. Our family's conditions are nowhere near as good as your Shu family's, and you and Shuer aren't on the same page. With her words so clear, it was impossible for Shu Chen not to hear what she meant. I know, auntie. It's good that you understand. It's getting late. You and your sister should go back early. Lai Xian stopped as she crossed over to Shu Chen. I just don't want my daughter to get hurt. Shu Chen hung his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other side, Shu Yu was about to be tortured by Miao Miao. Where is she to learn, obviously to torture her? Do those topics are the most basic? She froze a will not, taught half a day is still wrong. Didn't your sister say you've improved a lot? Why can't you answer such a simple question? Sure enough, kids can't be taught by just anyone. Miao muttered, a little aggravated. Then I haven't read or studied for a long time. I forgot. But you only have a week left before school starts. And you have so much homework, so what should we do? Shu Yu looked at the pile of summer vacation homework, more than she had ever had in her reading days. Miao Miao's eyes lit up and dripped as she pulled Shu Yu's hand and pouted. Then how about you help me write it for me, Sister Shu Yu? If you help me with my homework, I'll help you say good things about you in front of my sister and my mom and dad, and give you a raise. Shu Yu stared at her, her brow furrowed. You're bribing me? Miao thought for a moment. Sort of. So what do you think? Shu Yu silently pulled her hand out. Do your own homework. Miao beamed and grunted. Cheap. I don't want you to be my tutor. I want Sister Curly to be my tutor. Chin Curly won't be coming. It's only me. This homework, you have to write it even if you don't. This bear child, Shu Yu still do not believe that she cannot cure her. The Miao Miao's head forcibly twisted over. Let her look at the books on the table. She wanted to struggle, but Shu Yu's strength completely bound her. C cannot break free. She opened her mouth to bite. Shu Yu covered her mouth at the first opportunity. This trick of yours. I played the rest of it. Don't play mind games with me. You're still too tender. Tell me honestly before, were all your homework done by Chin Curly for you? She did not say anything, opened her mouth to bite Shu Yu. The door just sounded knocking. Shu Yu made a gesture and let her bite. The moment the door was opened, Chun Miao Miao's cries were that amazing. Ooh-hoo. Sister. Shu Yu, she hit me. I don't want her to be my tutor anymore. She's too mean. Chapter 43. Defeating Magic with Magic. Chen Shuer just opened the door, was pounced on by Chun Miao Miao. She cried loudly. Shu Chun just happened to come over to find Shu Yu home, heard the sound and rushed over.
见到书晨也来了，陈妙妙哭得更大声了，那眼泪哒吧哒吧地往下掉，好不委屈。
Sister, I don't want her to be my tutor. She beats me when I can't write. Oh, will you get rid of her? Seeing her sister cry, Chen Shuer was so worried. While pacifying Miao Miao, she looked to Shu Yu inside the house. Her words had not even begun to speak. Shu Yu ran over in an arrow step and hugged Shu Chun, who rushed over. She was so strong that she hit Shu Chun and almost fell, her chest hurting.
哥哥，他咬我呜呜呜，咬得我好疼啊！你看，都流血了。
She deflated her mouth in aggravation and raised her bitten hand. And there was really a blood mark on her palm. Shu Chen's eyes flinched and looked at Chun Miao Miao in Chen Shuer's arms. Shu Yu had been in their family for 20 years and hadn't been hurt yet. And this kid dared to bite her? When Chen Miao Miao saw Shu Chen's eyes, she hid in Chen Shuer's arms in fear. Sister, he looks mean too. Chen Shuer frowned and glanced at Chen Miao Miao in her arms, then looked at the Shu siblings. Miao Miao, did you bite the wound on sister's hand? Chen Miao Miao shrunk her neck. It was she who covered my mouth to prevent me from speaking. I bit it. Sister, it was she who was mean to me first. Bean-sized tears fell as soon as they were said to fall. Shu Yu marveled at how good this kid's sister was at acting. But she was not to be defeated, and hardened herself to squeeze out a few tears as well, defeating magic with magic. Brother, you don't even know. She wants me to help her with her homework, and said that if I don't help her with it, she'll beat me until I write it for her. I'm so scared. Shu Yu said while looking at Chun Miao Miao. Chun Miao Miao's eyes widened with anger. Her tears immediately stopped. Pointing at Shu Yu, she shouted, You're talking nonsense. I didn't say I'm going to hit you, you're slandering me. Shu Yu hid behind Shu Chun with a scared expression. I'm not the one who slandered you. Do you have proof that I slandered you? Chan Miao Miao stomped her feet anxiously. Sister, I didn't hit her. She's so much taller than me. How can I beat her? Shu Yu fanned the flames. That's not necessarily true. After all, I'm so soft and weak that I'll fall down when the wind blows. Shu Chun was originally really worried that she was bullied, and when he heard this, he instantly realized that she was just bolting, and also fell down when the wind blew, and on her ability to knock people down easily with that hand, who would believe it? I didn't. I'm just saying that you helped me with my homework, and I'll put in a good word for you in front of my parents. Don't you talk nonsense, don't slander me. Shu Yu raised her eyebrows. Oh? Then you are admitting that you want me to help you with your homework. Chun Miao Miao realized after the fact that she had fallen for Shu Yu's scheme. You're so devious. Shu Yu smiled. Thanks for the compliment. Against a brat like you, that is of course to magic to defeat magic. You will cry, I will also cry. You have a sister and I also have a brother. Ginger is still old and spicy, to say the least. Chen meow meow, a topic will not do. And the homework before should also be all Chin curl to help her to write, and then how the exams to test so much points progress huge. Shu Chin frowned slightly. He had previously thought that his kind and innocent own sister would do this kind of thing of helping children cheat. It really disappointed him. Chen Shuer's face darkened when she heard Shu use heartfelt words. How dare Chin Curly lie to her? Chen meow meow. Tell me the truth. Did you write your previous homework or not? In the face of her sister's questioning, Chen meow meow was a little flustered. She lowered her head and her eyes fluttered, not daring to speak. Chen meow meow. Did I not teach you to be honest and trustworthy? Chen meow meow shrunk her head, and only after a long time did she open her mouth and say, Sister, if I tell you, you can't scold me. By uttering these words, she was basically admitting that Chin Curly had helped her write all of her previous assignments. Chen Shuer at that time also felt that Chin Curly, this person is very reliable, gave her a lot of salary increase. I did not expect to help Chen Meow Meow cheating together. Then why did you improve so much on your exams? Chen Meow Meow whispered. It was Sister Slim who bet on the questions. I just memorized the answers she gave me. Shu Yu raised her eyebrows when she heard this and looked like she was watching the fun. Betting on a question is so good. She couldn't have stolen it, could she? Chen Shuer blackened her face and pushed Chen Meow Meow into the room. You give me a good introspection inside. Write a review. You can only come out when I'm satisfied. Chen Meow Meow wanted to find someone to ask for help, but when she saw that only Shu Yu and Shu Chun were there, she instantly wilted. In this family she likes her sister the most, and she is also the most afraid of her sister. Look at Chen Shuer, that expression, it must be very angry. She is going to be finished. Where are you going? Shu Chen pulled Chen Shuer's hand, and Chen Shuer glanced at him. You'll stop me when I say I'm going to settle a score with your own sister, won't you? Shu Chen lowered his eyes and watched as he took Chen Shuer's hand and spoke faintly. We'll go together. The three of them went back to Shu's house together. Chin Curly still doesn't know what's going on and is teaching Shu's mom how to make dumplings. Mom, you have to wrap it like this to make it look good. She taught her by hand, and Shu's mom didn't care at all even when she told her off. Instead she laughed a lot. Yeah? Mommy's clumsy and didn't learn. Curly, how do you think Daddy wrapped it? Papa Shu also handed over the dumplings he had wrapped for Chin Riling to inspect, and Chin Riling laughed. Dad, what you've wrapped here isn't a dumpling. It's a bun. The family is happy. The more Shu Huai wrapped the bag, the more impatient he became. Big brother, your hand with the scalpel and my fighting hand with the weapon are too wasted for dumplings. If he had known that he would have to make dumplings at home, he might as well have practiced for a few more hours in the dark core. Shu Yu and Shu Chun went to Chen Shuer's house for dinner. Shu Ziming was filming. Shu Rin was busy with the pile of artifacts he had just dug up, and it was just him and his big brother who had nothing else to do at home and were pulled over to make dumplings. It's not that it's not fun to make dumplings, it's that it's not fun to make dumplings with Chin Curly, who left a sentence about how poor I was when I was a kid and couldn't afford to eat, and write a sentence about how I don't care about money. As long as I'm with my family I'm happy, and then she started pulling on Shu Yue. This annoyed Shu Huai. Don't say that. Why don't you wrap some more and make it for Shu Yue when she comes back? At the mention of Shu Yue, his motivation came and the speed of wrapping the dumplings picked up. The sound of a combination lock opening came and everyone's eyes flicked to the foyer. Before he could see who had come in, he heard the man take the lead and yell. Chin Curly, thanks to me treating you so well before, your conscience has been eaten by a dog. I asked you to teach my sister, and you're the one who taught her to cheat? Chapter 44. Chen Shuer strongly abused Chin Curl writes a review. Chin Curly was completely unable to react in time before Chen Shuer threw a slap on her face. Her cheeks instantly reddened and swollen with a fiery pain. I'm going, it's so cool. The slap that landed on my face earlier. Someone returned it for me. Chen Shuer is awesome. Shu Yu inwardly shouted and waved the flag. If she had a tail, she was afraid that she would be wagging it at Chen Shuer right now. Everyone in the room was taken aback by the sudden slap. Shu's mother was the first to react and stood in front of Chin Ruling to protect her. Chen Shuer, what are you doing you? What are you doing? You just hit her after we invited her to mess with you? Where's the security? What are you doing? Why did you let all the cats and dogs in? Shu Chun walked over to Chen Shuer at the first opportunity. Mom, I brought her here. Shu's mother looked at Shu Chun with a puzzled expression, and without waiting for her to ask, Chen Shuer was the first to speak. Auntie, you might as well ask your good daughter what she did. Her cold gaze landed on Chin Ruler, who was still covering her face and pretending to be aggrieved. Sister Schwer, I don't understand what you're saying. Don't pretend Meow Meow has told me in the 2 years that I've had you as a tutor, you've written all of her homework for her, and all of the questions on her exams have been answers you've given her, which she's memorized and then filled in straight away, and that's what's made her get high grades. As soon as Chin Curvaceous heard this, her face instantly changed. Meow Meow originally did not love school, a word she could not read. I was afraid that she could not even do the elementary school questions. Good middle school cannot go. I asked you to do tutoring. I was looking at your ability. At that time you also want to do part-time work. But I did not expect that you would use such a disgusting tactic to gain my trust. You are pure fraud. I can sue you. The Chen family is not a family business like the Shu family, but her mom and dad fought their own business and they can do this today all by merit, so she is very clear about the importance of reading, but she does not force Meow Meow to be very good at studying, and how much she can learn is her skill, but at least she can't cheat and can't lie. And all of these Chin Curly taught her to do. Telling Chen Schwer how not to be angry? Your sister doesn't know how to read and wants to cheat. Who are you to blame our family curls? Your sister didn't learn at a young age. Don't you parents have any responsibility? Shu father also stood out to speak for Chin Riling. There are 2 thighs in. Chin Riling instantly unafraid, holding Shu mother's hand, aggrieved, called mother. Yeah, you guys know how to blame our family curls without thinking about your own reasons. Chen Schwer was exasperated and laughed. I used to think that my uncles and aunts were sensible people and were very capable, but now it seems that they are no more than vulgar people and speak so hard. Who are you calling hard to talk to? Why are you such an uneducated child? I'll have to call your father. Papa Shu said as he pulled out his cell phone to call Chun Yongkong. At this time, he was still pulling Zhou Qi to call himself a brother and was bragging about it, so he didn't have the time to answer his call. There's no need to fight. I'm here for one thing, and it's simple: either pay me double what I paid you before, or I'll call the police. It's no good even if the police come. No one is going to take away my family's curls. Shu's mom protected Chin Curly. Shu Yu shook his head straight as he watched from the sidelines. No wonder the back of the Shu family was Chin Curls harmed by the Shu family broke. The original is there are 2 daughter slaves head. You do not dump the family broke who believe ah. When Shu Quan heard this, his eyes darkened and he walked over to Shu's mother. Mom, since it's Curly who has done something wrong, then we need to educate her properly instead of just defending her. Mom! Chin Rueishi's face was red, with tears stored in her eyes. She looked so pitiful. Shu Quan, in the past, my sister suffered a lot outside and ate a lot of pain. Now it's not easy to come home. How can we let her be bullied? Whoever bullied her, we have to return the favor. Shu mother said. A slap towards Chen Schwer. Shu Chun reacted quickly, blocked in front of Chen Schwer. That slap landed on his chest position, not really painful. Shu Chen's brow furrowed. Mom, you disappoint me so much. Although Shu's mother's temper was not considered very good, but she was never such an unreasonable person. When exactly did she become like this? Auntie, I signed a contract with Chin Curly. She broke the contract. It's only right that I call the police to arrest her. Chen Schwer probed out from behind Shu Chun and took out her cell phone to call the police. Papa Shu saw it and stopped her. Curl, to compensate you for how much money? I double to give you, not just money. Our Shu family is the least of this money. If the police really came and this place was inhabited by non-rich people, it would not be good for the public to hear about it. Chen Schwer listened and put her cell phone away. Double compensation isn't enough, is it? You don't want to give an inch? Chen Cheryl pulled out her cell phone again, emboldened. Papa Shu said in a hurry, I'll give you $1 million directly. This amount of money was nothing to the Shu family, but Chen Schwer was cool with it. In addition to the $1 million, she has to write me a 10,000-word review. She pointed at Chin Curly, who protested. Why should I write a review? I'll call the police then. Right, she'll definitely write. Shu's father was good-natured and stopped Chin Ruler, promising Chen Schwer for her. Chen Schwer then guarded Chin Curl to write a review, and in the living room, with her red and swollen face, she tremblingly wrote the review, and behind her stood several people surrounding her to write. When has she ever suffered this kind of humiliation? Ah, when she raised her eyes, her sight landed on Shu Yu, who was not far away. Just now she came with Chen Schwer. She must have instigated it. Seeing Chin Curly's eyes, Shu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. What's that hateful look in her eyes? She doesn't think I did everything. Does she? I'm cannon fodder, yes, but it's not like I did everything. You're blaming me for your own stupidity when it's known? Insane. Shu Yu silently rolled her eyes. Chin Curly felt provoked. Soothing. Don't write yet. Chen Schwer's cold voice sounded behind her. Qin riling this only to continue to write a review. 10,000 words. It feels like writing a century so long. All her brain can think of all right again. Hands are sore. Chen Shuer picked up the review, didn't even look at it, and tore it up directly in front of Qin Ruling's face. You! She worked so hard to write it and she didn't even glance at it. I what? Chen Shuer raised an eyebrow, and Qin Curly instantly stopped talking. Chen Shuer, have you had enough? We've also given you the money, and Curly has also written a review. This matter should end here. Shu's mother painfully pinched Qin Curl's hand that was sore from writing. Chen Shuer smiled. It's time to stop here. The stop she'd made up to this point was biting hard, the meaning in her eyes unknown. She left with a check for $1 million, and Shu Chen hurried to follow. I'll walk you. Chapter 45. She can't enter my Shu family while I'm alive. Shu Chen caught up with Chen Shuer. The street lamps in the villa area were extraordinarily bright. Standing below, the shadows were drawn very long, and the shadows of the two people were close together, as if they were snuggling with each other. Chen Shuer looked down at the shadows of the two people on the ground, her tone bland. If you followed me up here to educate me, or to accuse me of bullying your sister, then please go back. I don't think I'm at fault in this case. Shu Chen followed her, 3 steps short of the distance, and neither closer nor farther away. Curly did the wrong thing in the first place. You did a good job, and if you don't teach her a lesson, she might not even think she's wrong. Hearing these words, Chen Shuer jerked her head back to look at Shu Chen, the light hitting behind her, her entire silhouette glowing. Don't you think I've gone overboard? Shu Chen shook his head. Not overly so. If it was me, I might have handled it even more excessively than you did. For my sake, you've been very kind. He and Chen Shuer had known each other for so many years. He had always known that she was a person who did things decisively with thunder and lightning, and he wasn't surprised that she had come to settle the score with her the first time she learned about what Qin Curl had done. But the surprise was that she didn't go overboard with Qin Curly. He also remembers that 18 years old was filled with alcohol allergy. Chen Shuer knew the first time to beat the other party into the hospital. The ribs are broken. The injury is tragic. I heard that in the hospital to lie for several months to get well. Chen Shuer looked Shu Chen up and down for a moment and twisted her head to walk forward. Shu Chen followed. I didn't say it was for your sake, Shu Chen. Me liking you and hating your family are 2 different things that don't interfere with each other. And I won't love the house. I'm just leaving a little way for my Chen family. Don't let the daughter I just recognized be bullied badly by me, causing your father to target our Chen family only. Compared to the Shu family, the Chen family was still a lot worse. She was just keeping it a little tighter, so as not to give Shu Chen's father a reason to suppress the Chen family. This matter Qin Curl originally did wrong. No matter what, they can only eat a dumb loss. You took $1 million from my dad. My dad will definitely put a thorn in his heart, and it's inevitable that he won't play any tricks on your family's company. Chen Shuer smiled and waved the check in her hand. So what if this $1 million is donated? Shu Chen's footsteps stopped, suddenly thought of something, half narrowed his eyes to look at her. She smiled so openly and brightly that made his breath stutter, and his heartbeat violently missed a beat. What are you waiting for? Chen Shuer waved her hand in front of him, and Shu Chen quickly reacted, dropping his eyes to avoid her gaze. You mean you're going to donate this money in my dad's name? No, it's going out in my dad's name and your dad's name together, and it's going to the poor students who can't afford it so they can read more. Chen Shuer had this trick figured out long ago. Donate the money, and once the media reports it, what can Shu's father say? He can't say or do anything but eat his words. I'd underestimated you. I was thinking of going back and saying more for you in front of my parents, begging for mercy. As soon as Shu Chen's words fell, Chen Shuer stood in front of him, tilting her head slightly to look at him and meet his line of sight. But doing this, your parents will definitely not agree with me and you together. Think about it, I'm still quite a loss. Otherwise you'd better go and say a few more good words about me to them, or else this future daughter-in-law of mine, it's not a good idea to do it. Her eyes were hot, staring at Shu Chen's heart beating faster and faster. But his eyes darkened again as the words that Chen Shuer's mother had said flashed through his mind. You should go back. It's getting late. Your parents will be worried if you go back too late. The smile at the corner of Chen Shuer's mouth suppressed. He always avoided her questions like this. Once upon a time when the two were friends, he had treated himself quite well. Ever since she had started to pursue him explicitly 2 years ago, the guy had always been avoiding her feelings. No, it should be avoiding his own feelings. Feeling bored, Chen Shuer turned around and opened the door and got into the car, without saying a word, and left the place. Shu Chen looked at the rear end of the faraway car. His heart inexplicably clogged. It was a feeling he couldn't describe. What are you looking at? Shu Yu was startled when Shu Quan suddenly appeared behind her. Look at fourth brother and Chen Shuer, ah. Just watch them mutter a lot of words. Chen Shuer turned around and drove away, although I didn't hear what they said, but fourth brother's elm brain must have made her angry. Shu Chan, this guy we're all good, is a bit of emotional evasion problem. He is always afraid to accept Chen Shuer show of love, a big man, don't twist, deserve you can't chase wife still be. Shu Chen happened to open the door and came in, and all of a sudden he heard Shu Yu's heart, poking him in the heart. I'm not on the same page as her. What do you mean it's not all the way? Not all the way, then you go all the way. I have created so many opportunities for you. You are a little bit can't catch. You are still thinking about is not all the way problem. If love doesn't have a few setbacks, what kind of love is it? Shu Yu really didn't understand his brain circuits. This pair of CP's sugar. When will she be able to eat it? Ah. Shu Yu went straight to her room, and Shu Quan came over and patted Shu Chen's shoulder. Shu Yu is right. You're just a coward. Shu Chen opened his mouth to say something, but felt that his big brother was right, and stiffly held back the words he wanted to say. Look at the beating given to my family's curls. That Chen Shuer is a shrew with no upbringing at all. Shu's mother looked at the swollen area on Qin Rueishi's face with heartache. Mom, I'm fine, Sister Snowy likes fourth brother. It would be bad if fourth brother heard you. Qin Ruling appeared to be placating Shu's mother, but actually lit another firecracker for her. She wants to enter my Shu family? Impossible, as long as there's a breath of me. She won't be able to marry Chun'er. All right, stop complaining. Instead of complaining about this, think about how to make the Chun family spit out this $1 million. Papa Shu is a businessman. All he cares about is profit. 1 million said not much, said less also not less, no matter what, this 1 million he must want Chen Yongkong to give him spit out. Shu Yu, after washing back to her nanny room to lie down to sleep, before going to bed must brush the phone. Originally saw a Shu Zimming gossip, clicked in to see her this third brother and which female star fried CP, the result of hand slip, clicked to the bottom of a mine of hot search. This place, it looks so familiar. Shu Yu squinted at the pictures until she saw the summer resort. The general content of the news is the discovery of a natural mine near the summer resort, which is full of extremely rare ores, crystals, etc., and a number of raw stones that can be cut out of emerald, and inside the mine 2 corpses were found. Chapter 46. Fu Jing-shun asks Shu Yu for dinner. Shu Yu clicked on the video and saw the coated body, and even though it was coated, she saw the iris armband on the man's cuff. It's the Shangguan family. The video flickered by and Shu Yu saw a figure, and although it flashed quickly, she recognized who it was. Fu Jing-shin. She remembered that he didn't come back with them last night. Could it be that these 2 Shangguan family members who died had something to do with him? What about the mine? Shu Yu's mind quickly flashed through the figure of another person, Mr. Sun, who was in the gambling business. The bomb was hidden in his lounge at that time, and he was in the gambling business. He appeared in the summer resort, most likely because of that mine. And the suspicious-looking men from Shangguan's family were probably the ones who planted the bomb. At that time, I was only concerned about rescuing Fu Jingxin and Shu Quan. I didn't even think to analyze the situation. Now it seems that the situation at that time was very obvious. Sun always came to see the mining cave and wanted to be included in the bag, but was stopped by the Shangguan family's people, and the target of this explosion has always been Sun. Thinking about this, Shu Yu searched for news about Mr. Sun, and sure enough he was also blown up into meat scraps. The people under him without a master should have been in chaos. The people in the gambling casino would have either rolled up their money and run away or robbed him of his resources. But apart from the news of Chief Sun's death, none of these had happened or no wind had leaked out, and Sun Tao's nephew had actually stepped forward to become the new master. And what role is Fu Jingxin playing in this? There's also Fu Hemming. It's definitely not a coincidence that he appeared at the summer resort with the Shangguan family. Shu Yu felt that this matter was far less simple than she thought. Something else must have happened at that time, and the current drama was slowly going beyond what she knew. Hotel Karshi. Mr. Fu, Xuantao's resources under me are integrated and consistent. Those who are willing to leave are gone, and those who stay are still willing to continue to do it. These are the information of the personnel who stayed behind as well as Xuantao's assets. The assistant handed the file in his hand to Fu Jingxin. Fu Jingxin looked up from his computer. He reached out and pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose with his ring finger. The lenses flashed the light from the display with a hint of coldness. Well done. He flipped through the paperwork in his hand to make sure there were no more problems, and then he explained that his assistant could go out. Mr. Fu, I still can't figure out why you want to let that mine out to become a national resource. You mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow in the back is not to take this mine? The assistant was puzzled. Fu Jingxin turned off his computer, removed his glasses, pinched his brow, and sighed deeply. You know Xuantao is dead, right? I know, blown to smithereens. The Shangguan family's people have also set their eyes on him and hit him so hard. If I don't lure the police to the mine and expose this matter to the media, then do you think the Shangguan family's people will go down the trail and find out about me? And will they go after me as well? Fu Jingxin got Xu Yuntao's news at the beginning and followed along to the summer resort. He just wanted to take that mine until Xu Yu knew through the Shangguan family people also came. He realized that the Shangguan family people also stared at the mine. No, it was stared at Xu Yuntao. They came down so hard to blow him up, surely not only for the mines but also want those resources under Sun Tao to get the resources, that is equivalent to holding on to a large amount of wealth. The Shangguan family covets these. If it wasn't for Xu Yu backtracking in time to save him, he would have died in the explosion. And he hadn't expected the Shangguan family to be so ruthless in their actions, not sparing innocent people. Since the Shangguan family has made a dowry, then he will take Sun Tao's things by the way and utilize them for himself. After the police intervene, the Shangguan family will definitely not dare to make a move on Sun Tao's mines in the open, and then Fu Jingxin can take advantage of the opportunity to take it down. The assistant realized, that's why you used Sun Tao's nephew's identity, so that the Shangguan family wouldn't get suspicious. And it's still Mr. Fu. Fu Jingxin pulled out his cell phone and typed back to him as he did so. Okay. Stop kissing ass and get out. As soon as his assistant left, he dialed an unfamiliar number. Xu Yu had just fallen asleep when she heard her cell phone ring, and she touched it out in a daze to answer it. Hello. Hello, Ms. Xu. It's me, Fu Jingxin. Fu Jingxin. Xu Yu's drowsiness was instantly gone, and she immediately sat up. Mr. Fu, it's so late. Why are you calling me? Fu Jingxin looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. It is quite late. Am I disturbing your rest? No, how could it bother me? Who's a nice person calling in the middle of the night? How harassing. You're just as annoying as my damn boss who wants me to change my program at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. The latter sentence Fu Jingxin thought must be her heart. It is impossible to say it openly, just did not expect through the phone, but also can hear her heart. You saved me yesterday. If it wasn't for you, I would have died in that explosion. So I'd like to ask you out to dinner. I wonder if Miss Xu is free? Ask her to dinner? It's flattering to be asked to dinner by such an important person these days. Although she didn't know what Fu Jingxin had planted in his heart, she had no reason to refuse. Of course there's time. Fu Jingxin smiled. Good. Then let's set it for this Saturday night. I'll send you the address of the restaurant. Okay, Mr. Fu. After the phone hung up, Xu Yu breathed a sigh of relief and buried her head into her pillow. So tired of living. Soon to Saturday night, Xu Yu went to the restaurant that Fu Jingxin sent. Hello? Do you have an appointment? I'm here to see Mr. Fu. Soon someone led Xu Yu in. Is the window position, the viewing effect is excellent. Can see the most prosperous center of the sea city, the night falls, the lights are on, the lights are gorgeous. This is the best location to enjoy the night view of the sea city. Fu Jingxin got up and helped Xu Yu pull out the chair. Thanks. Xu Yu sat down. Mr. Fu deliberately chose the most difficult to book restaurant in Haicheng and the most difficult to grab a seat. It seems that he really wants to thank me. Fu Jingxin pushed the menu in front of Xu Yu. Of course. I'm very sincere. Order your food, Ms. Xu. Xu Yu also did not intend to be polite with him, to come to such an expensive restaurant, naturally want to ruthlessly slaughter him, and ordered the most expensive dishes on the menu. I've ordered it, Mr. Fu. See what else you want to eat? Fu Jingxin took the menu and glanced at it, ordered another sirloin, and beckoned the waiter to bow his head, not knowing what to whisper. Xu Yu looked around in boredom. All the people who came were either rich or noble. The red figure attracted her and she fixed her eyes on it. I'm going, Xu Ziming? Chapter 47. She's not really looking at me, is she? Xu Ziming heard Xu Yu's voice and looked over in her direction, and Xu Yu immediately lowered her head to avoid his line of sight. Why is it so coincidental that Xu Ziming also came here to eat? I can't let him see me and Fu Jingxin together. Fu Jingxin and Qin Curly are the only ones who have an emotional line. If he and I are misunderstood and Qin Curly knows about it, then I really can't defend myself. But my kind of posture, Fu Jingxin should not be able to see me. He should like Qin Curly, kind of small white flower type, harm, whatever. I actually quite like him, handsome and more gold. The body is okay, especially the hand feeling is good. Fu Jingxin mouth corner twitching. Her surface looked quite quiet, a girl. Inner drama even if, but also so, colorful and daring. She is not really look at their own. In fact, Xu Yu's looks were not bad. Compared to Qin Curly, he thought Xu Yu's looks were better, and they were very durable and comfortable looks. I also don't know why they chose a Qin Curl like this to be the female lead. The two people had their own thoughts, and neither of them noticed that Shu Ziming had come over this way. Mind sharing a table? Shu Yu looked up and met Shu Ziming's smiling eyes. Didn't we make a reservation? Why are we sharing a table with them? The female companion traveling with him pulled Shu Ziming's hand in dissatisfaction. Shu Yu recognized her, the popular flow female small flower Hina, and Shu Ziming has a new drama just on. Only 2 days after broadcasting, the broadcast volume broke 50,000. It looks like the two of them are gonna hype a wave of CP. Yeah. Why would you guys want to share a table when you have a place to sit? Shu Yu put her bag on the empty seat next to her. But Shu Ziming grumpily pulled out the chair next to Fu Jingshun and sat down with his butt. Dude, mind if I sit here? Fu Jingshun glanced at him, and then at Shu Yu across the table, who scowled at him and folded her hands in a pleading gesture. Big brother, don't let him sit here. He's annoying. Let him go. There must be paparazzi near the two of them speculating on CP. I don't want to follow along and be on the entertainment news. Fu Jingshun ignored her plea for help, looked at Shu Ziming, and said with a smile, "Don't mind." Shu Yu's face instantly collapsed. Shu Ziming saw it and asked Shu Yu with a frown, "What, you don't welcome me as I sit here?" Shu Yu quickly waved her hands. No. How could I not welcome you?" She removed her bag from the seat so that Horna could sit over. Hina looks very pretty, palm face with delicate features like a doll, but her acting is not very good. I also watched the drama of the two of them. Her acting is really not to be complimented. The 5 senses are almost no expression. The only thing that can move is her eyebrow, a do-expression eyebrow with 2 caterpillars like twisting. But it's just beautiful to look at, that's why the capital likes it, and she debuted in almost all female lead roles, and this is not with Shu Ziming in a rival role. Shu Ziming is handsome, good at acting, very dedicated. His curiosity is far higher than Hina. I really don't know how he thought of acting with her and firing the CP. Sure enough, men are creatures who look at their faces. Shu Yu looked at Shu Ziming on the opposite side of the table and scared and shook her head. It was hard to hide her dislike. Shu Ziming was happy to hear her praise herself a second ago. The smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be hidden, but as soon as he heard her last sentence and matched her expression, Shu Ziming's face instantly darkened. Was this the image he had in Shu Yu's mind? Fu Jingshun on the side also couldn't help but lower his head and laugh out loud. It was still quite interesting to hear what she had in mind. Hina looked at Fu Jingshun and then at Shu Yu sitting beside her. "Ms. Shu, aren't you going to introduce these two?" It was then that Shu Ziming introduced her. "Her name is Shu Yu, my sister. Not pro-life." Shu Yu echoed. Shu Ziming was speechless. "Does it matter that much if you're pro-life or not?" "Of course I have. I don't want Qin Riling to think that I'm stealing her brother, or she'll make a demon out of me again." Shu Ziming didn't say anything anymore and looked at Fu Jingshun, who was on the side. "This one? Just introduce yourself. I'm not too familiar with it." "Hello, Fu Jingshun." Fu Jingshun made a simple self-introduction. Hina stared at him. He was handsome, but not nearly as good as Shu Ziming, so her eyes fell back on Shu Ziming. During the meal, Hina kept finding topics to chat with Shu Ziming, but Shu Ziming obviously didn't really want to talk to her. Originally, she was still quite interested in her. After hearing Shu Yu's heartfelt words, she felt that what she said was not unreasonable. This Hina has a face alone, nothing else. It is really not worth him to speculate on the CP. "You start school at the beginning of next month, right?" He cut his own steak all the way through, then switched plates with the one in front of Shu Yu. Shu Yu felt that Hina was looking at her in a very unfriendly way. She stifled a forkful of steak and chewed. "Ah, you don't have to worry about tuition. I'll give it to you if mom and dad don't. It's always going to get you through college." "No, I have the tuition." Shu Yu simply didn't want to get involved with them for more than a hint of interest. "Shu Yu, I'm your brother. Do you have a problem with helping you pay your tuition?" Shu Ziming stared at her and frowned. "It's not my own brother, it's really not necessary. I get paid for tutoring at the Chun family." "Then what I give you can be the same as what the Chun family gives?" "It does make a difference, that's what I earned on my own." Shu Ziming fell silent and was about to say something when Fu Jingshun beside him spoke. "Since Shu Yue can afford her own tuition, why should you, as an older brother, rush in?" "I'm catching up?" "Humph. She grew up in fine clothes, what can she suffer? I don't think you'll last more than a few months." Shu Ziming decided that Shu Yu couldn't take the pain. "I'm not a brocade, what part-time job I have not done, serving dishes, washing dishes, supermarket promoters, do sales, but also encountered harassment of my male customers. That guy even dared to touch my butt. Now think of my diaphragm. The result is that because I hit him was also fired. For nothing, I was $6,000 in wages." Shu Yu was still feeling good and angry just thinking about it. Fu Jingshun and Shu Ziming were both stunned when they heard this, could feel that bitterness and helplessness in her heart. Before she came to this world, she lived as if it was hard. Shu Yu suddenly felt a hot current underneath her body and was so frightened that she immediately stood up. I'm going to the restroom. I'll go. I forgot it was coming in the next 2 days. Who's coming? Shu Ziming glanced at Shu Yu, not understanding what she meant. Fu Jingshan's sharp eyes, but saw the dark color on Shu Yu's skirt. She wore a dark skirt, not detailed at all to see. He quickly realized that Shu Yu was having an aunt. Fu Jingxian got up. I'm going to make a phone call. Chapter 48. The pervert hiding in the women's restroom. Shu Yu's head was huge as she looked at the splash of red. How could I forget that I'm going to be on my period in the next couple of days and not have 2 Pampers in my bag? She took out her cell phone and clicked on the takeout software. In this case, she could only order a takeout, and this women's restroom didn't have any thoughtful hints, and such a high-class place didn't know to consider women's needs. Shu Yu chose the nearest convenience store to buy sanitary napkins, but it would take half an hour to deliver them. No way. I'm going to be in the bathroom for half an hour. Shu Yu was complaining when she suddenly heard footsteps ringing outside. She immediately called out, Sister, do you have an anti-towel to borrow? Fu Jingxin waited at the door for a while and didn't see anyone come out of the women's restroom, nor did he see anyone go in. He gritted his teeth and covered his face and went in by himself, and when he was worried about how to find Shu Yu, he heard her shouting. He took aim at the location and threw the object in his hand over the top of the cubicle. It hit Shu Yu right on the head. Shu Yu was just about to curse when she saw the tampon rolling on the floor, and she hurriedly changed her words. Thanks, sister. Fu Jingxian did not speak. Afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would expose himself, he finished giving sanitary napkins and wanted to leave. But when he heard the sound of high heels ringing outside, he turned around and pulled open the compartment next to Shu Yu and drilled in to hide. If this is seen, where will he put his face? Hona turned on the faucet to wash her hands, then refilled her lipstick. Shu Yu changed into her anti-towel and came out of the cubicle, just in time to meet Hina's eyes in the mirror. Hona saw her and put the lipstick in her hand back in her bag. I can see that you like Shu Ziming. Shu Yu, who was about to wash her hands, had a head full of questions. Where did you get that from? Holding her chest, Hina sized up the Shu Yu in front of her, and it was nothing more than that. Shu Ziming has a good family background, is handsome, and is a popular male star in the entertainment industry. There is no female who doesn't like her. But I'm warning you, he's mine, so don't even think about it. Shu Yu unscrewed the faucet to wash her hands and laughed out loud. What era? Don't have this kind of paranoia, and engage in female competitions. You have the time to talk to me about this here. Why don't you go and improve your acting skills, Sister Vase? Hina was poked in the heart by her sentence of Vase sister, and stomped her foot in anger. Who are you calling a Vase sister? Shu Yu looked at herself in the mirror and straightened the broken hair in front of her, then looked at Hina and shrugged. You should know in your heart who I'm talking about. She turned around to leave. Hina didn't seem to want to let her go, pulling her hand. Get your words straight. What do you mean by Vase sister? My acting skills are recognized by my fans as good. You dare to call me a Vase? That's just what your fans think. They're sure to praise you, but I'm just a passerby. I can't really complain about your acting skills. Shu Yu paused and pulled her hand out. Also, I don't like Shu Ziming. Shu Ziming won't like you either. He's fun-loving by nature. How many female celebrities in the entertainment circle have speculated on CP with him? You should know better than me. In a couple of days when your drama finishes airing, you won't have anything to do with him anymore. Shu Yu said these words just don't want her to fall too deep. Shu Ziming this extremely not serious about feelings. She also don't want a beautiful sister to destroy herself for Shu Ziming. I remember there was an actress in the episode who disfigured her face for Shu Ziming. I don't remember who it was. I don't think it was Hina. She's such a pretty person, she wouldn't disfigure her face for Shu Ziming. Hina's brows tightened when she heard Shu Yu's words. It's not your turn to judge my relationship with Shu Ziming. If he didn't like me, he wouldn't have dated me. Shu Yu wanted to say, whatever you think. He's dating a lot of other people. You're the last one? Fu Jingshan hid in the cubicle and heard their conversation end. There was no sound for a long time, and only then did he pull open the door and go out. But he happened to meet Shu Yu's eyes. Dig it, pervert. Hina left. Shu Yu was walking to the door, found his bag thrown in the cubicle, did not take back to pick up. She did not expect, will be and Fu Jingshan a photo. Fu Jingshan just wanted to explain. Someone at the door came in while talking. He had no choice but to pull Shu Yu's hand and rip her back to the cubicle again. Locking the door, Shu Yu wanted to run and was pressed against the door and covered her mouth. Shu Yu frowned. This trick again, the first time we met he also locked me like this. Can't see Fu Jingshan man like. But is a dead pervert into the women's restroom? Out, I'm going to call the police. Let the police uncle to educate him properly. Shu Yu looked at him with an unspeakable dislike and disgust. Fu Jingshan really had no defense. He didn't let go of Shu Yu until the person who came in went out. Shu Yu opened the door at the first time to run out and was stopped by Fu Jingshan. I'm not a pervert. I'm here to give you. Shu Yu hugged her chest and looked at him with a suspicious face. What's the gift? The tips of Fu Jingshan's ears reddened suspiciously. A delivery of sanitary napkins. Shu Yu raised her eyebrows slightly. Did you throw the anti-napkin that hit my head just now? Fu Jingshan hummed. Then why are you hiding in the women's restroom stall? I didn't have the nerve to come out just now when you weren't talking to Horna. He skimmed his head, looking embarrassed. Shu Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then we'd better not stand in the women's restroom chatting about this, or someone else will come in later and, in all likelihood, think you're a pervert who's going to call the police on you, too. As soon as he heard this, Fu Jingshan hurried out and ran as fast as he could. Shu Yu followed him out, looking at his slightly rushed back and shaking his shoulders with laughter. Fu Jingshan is kinda cute like this, but how does he know I'm here for my aunt?
Fu Jingshan walked faster.
If you don't come out, I'll think you've fallen down the toilet. Shu Ziming didn't forget to make a sarcastic remark when he saw Shu Yu. It's not as if your new date blocked the restroom and told me to be sensible and stay away from you, or I would have gotten out long ago. Shu Ziming glanced at Hina in front of him, who immediately revealed a smile when she saw him looking at her. The movie's about to start. Shall we go? When they arrived downstairs, Shu Ziming looked at Shu Yu and asked her, How are you going to get back? I'll give you a ride. No, you go watch a movie with Miss He. I'll just go back by myself. Shu Yu didn't want to be targeted by Hona. That's not good. It's so late. How unsafe for you to be a girl. Shu Ziming was uneasy. I'll just send her off. You guys better go on your date or you won't be able to catch the movie opening. Fu Jingshan said he could send. Fu Jingshan sent. Shu Ziming is even more uneasy. Who knows if this kid is not uneasy? No. It's all right, third brother. Just let Mr. Fu drive me. You guys go have fun. Have fun. Have fun. Shu Yu pushed Shu Ziming in front of Hina, who obediently wrapped her arm around Shu Ziming and headed out. Let's go. The movie is about to start. As soon as the two of them turned around, a black-clothed man suddenly scurried out, and he splashed water towards Shu Ziming, and Hina was the first to react and blocked in front of Shu Ziming. Chapter 49. Shu Ziming murdered by a mysterious man. The so-called water was splashed on Hina's face, and she let out a scream of agony as the water was splashed on her face with a moistening sound, like the sound of a roasted meat placed on a grill being moistened and roasted with oil and water. Ah, my face! It hurts! Hona tried to cover her agonized face, but just as soon as she touched her cheek, her fingers began to hurt strangely as well. Seeing that he didn't splash Shu Ziming, the black-clothed man pulled out a knife from his pocket, and with a straightforward stroke, he slashed through Shu Ziming's neck, and blood sprayed out, staining Shu Yu's eyes red. Sango! Shu Yu was so scared that she went forward to hold Shu Ziming, who was about to fall to the ground. The blood from the wound was bubbling out. Looking at this situation, it was a major artery that was cut. She pressed her hand on Shu Ziming's neck wound, trying to stop the blood from flowing out, but it didn't help. Hot blood flowed from her fingers like a rushing river. The black-clothed man who committed the murder killed someone and ran away, and Fu Jingshan immediately chased after him. Shu Yu looked at Shu Ziming's blood that kept bubbling out. Her brain went blank. It all happened so suddenly that she didn't have time to react at all. Brother, you're bleeding a lot, what should we do? Shu Yu's voice trembled with a sobbing tone, trying very hard to help him block the flow of blood. But it was no use at all. Next to her, Hina kept screaming in pain, disturbing her thoughts even more, and the whole thing panicked. Shu Ziming looked at Shu Yu's scared expression, opened his mouth to speak to her, but realized that he couldn't say a single word. The pain in his neck was already senseless, and it felt like his whole body was gradually becoming powerless. The murderer got away and wasn't caught. Fu Jingshan rushed back with a slight hint of apology in his tone. Shu Yu tilted her head to look at him, her tears falling uncontrollably. Fu Jingshan. What to do? My brother won't die, right? Oh. Seeing her cry, Fu Jingshan somehow felt his heart clogged. Don't worry. I'll call an ambulance to come. Kongyang Hospital is not far from here. At most 10 minutes the ambulance can come. Fu Jingshan hurriedly called an ambulance. Soon the ambulance came. The doctor was also shocked to see the blood on the ground, the first time to do the bleeding measures and then get Shu Ziming on the ambulance, a group of people in the ambulance to the hospital. In the car, Hoana had lost consciousness from the pain. Shu Yu saw that her face was already completely disfigured. Bloody. You can see the white bones. That person is afraid that the splash is not ordinary water, but sulfuric acid. Before the explosion came also caught off guard, but far from the scene just now to the frightening. Shu Yu now brain are still a blank, completely did not slow down, her shoulders panicked non-stop shivering, looking at the fainted Shu Ziming even more feel afraid. Fu Jingshan raised his hand and dropped it on her shoulder, gently soothing her. It'll be fine. Shu Ziming was sent into the operating room with Hina. Shu Quan just went back to work at the hospital today and just came back from a meeting when he heard about what happened to Shu Ziming and rushed over. Shu Yu, what's going on? Shu Ziming, how is he? As soon as Shu Quan came over, Shu Yu's originally stopped tears could not be controlled again. She took a step forward and suddenly stopped again. She was covered in blood, afraid of dirtying Shu Quan, stood in place, holding up her hand covered in blood, unable to stop her tears, aggravated and afraid. Sango, he got his aorta cut. That blood is poofing out. As soon as Shu Quan heard this, his face instantly turned white. Having his aorta cut, Shu Ziming's life must be in danger. The door to the operating room opened and the doctor came out. The two siblings were the first to greet him. Doctor, how is my brother? The doctor shook his head. The patient was cut through the aorta, lost a lot of blood, and has no vital signs. A thunderbolt from a clear sky crashed down. Shu Yu and Shu Quan instantly felt like they couldn't breathe. Their chests tightened with difficulty. How could this happen? Shu Ziming wouldn't have died at all, much less from having his aorta cut. He was lured into addiction after taking the powder and sent to rehab. He was the only person in the Shu family still alive. How could he have died? Shu Yu felt that all this was done deliberately by someone. Earlier Shu Quan and Fu Jingshan were blown up, and now Shu Ziming was killed by a mysterious person. All of this was not in the original plotline, like it was deliberately done to Shu Yu. Who the hell could that be? Shu Quan looked at Shu Yu and was just about to remind her if she could still time travel back when Shu Yu had already started to ask the system for time travel back. System, I have to go back to save Shu Ziming. She had to find out who was trying to kill him and what this was all about. Okay, host, scheduling time back for you right away. As soon as the system's words fell, white light flashed in front of Shu Yu's eyes. Her eyes closed, and when she opened them again, she was back at the entrance of the building, the place of the crime. Shu Yue, I'm talking to you. I'll take you back. Seeing Shu Yu froze, Shu Ziming dissatisfiedly reached out and pinched her on the cheek. As the pain hit, Shu Yu covered her face in pain and looked at Shu Ziming in front of her. The living Shu Ziming in front of her eyes gradually overlapped with the Shu Ziming who was covered in blood in her arms before, and Shu Yu's breath stuttered. I'm back. What's back? Shu Ziming frowned. Why is this backtracking at such a critical juncture again? It's simply too late to catch the murderer. Realizing that the murderer might appear in the next second, Shu Yu tugged Shu Ziming and ran inside the building. Fu Jingxian and Shu Ziming were both slightly different when they heard her heartfelt words. Back in time? She went back in time again? What was it for this time? Shu Yu took Shu Ziming and dragged him back to the building. The time had passed for him to be killed. Shu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This should, sort of, be considered saving Shu Ziming, right? Saving? Shu Ziming was confused. Why did he need to be rescued? Shu Ziming wanted to ask her why, but it wasn't good how to open his mouth to ask. And when he was about to speak, Shu Yu suddenly hugged him. What are you doing? Shu Ziming was startled. This girl often quarrels with him, never as intimate as now. Did she take the wrong medicine? Don't move. Let me hold you. Oh, he's hot, he's still alive, he didn't get his aorta cut, he didn't spurt blood. Even though I kinda hate Shu Ziming sometimes, but I really do take him as my brother, and I was really scared when he died in front of me, that blood poofed out, it was really scary as hell. Shu Yue wailed inwardly. Shu Ziming froze. What did she mean? Does she mean she's already died once? Fu Jingshan heard this from the side and his brows furrowed slightly. She's supposed to time travel back to save the day again this time. Last time it was him and Shu Quan. This time it's Shu Ziming. Shu Yu. Still saying you don't like Miss Shu, you're lying. Chapter 50. Shu Ziming is dead again. When Hina saw Shu Yu hugging Shu Ziming, she was instantly enraged and came up to separate the two of them. Shu Yu heard Hina's voice and only then noticed her, backing away from Shu Ziming's arms and staring at Hina's face left and right. It's okay. It's okay. You have a beautiful face as always. It turns out that Hina is the actress who disfigured her face for Shu Ziming. Oh my god. That sulfuric acid poured on her face was even more painful than when Shu Ziming had his aorta cut. Right? With her such a beautiful face disfigured, she's probably going to have to live in pain for the rest of her life. Hina suddenly heard her praising her for her good looks. The words she wanted to scold her could not be uttered at once. Her face flushed. I know I'm pretty. You don't need to pat me on the back. But she looked very taken with it. She couldn't hear what was in Shu Yu's heart, but Shu Ziming heard it, and he looked at Hina with somewhat complicated eyes. I'm not kissing your ass. I'm complimenting your beauty from the bottom of my heart. Shu Yue said it spoke the truth. The tip of Hina's eyebrow was slightly raised, and the corner of her mouth was hard to hide as she raised it upwards. Actually, you're not bad looking. She looked at Shu Ziming. Mr. Shu, the movie is about to start. Let's get going.
No.
Shu Yu blocked in front of the two of them. Hina frowned. Why not? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you complimented me twice. I mean, you won't be able to make it over there in time for the movie to start now, so why don't you wait for the next one, which is at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night? Shu Yu explained. What's there to see at 12 in the middle of the night? Horna wondered. Shu Yu came to her ear and whispered, there's a horror movie at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. When you see the scary plot and bridge, you'll be scared to go into my brother's arms, so that he won't be easily taken by you? Shu Yu appeared to be giving Hina ideas, but in reality it was to stall for time, a few more minutes of simmering and maybe the two of them would be completely out of danger. Hina's eyes lit up, extraordinarily excited. Right, you're right, what romance movie do we watch? The one that can promote the development of feelings most quickly. Is a horror movie? I'll book a horror movie ticket for 12 o'clock in the middle of the night now. She immediately pulled out her phone to book the tickets and then refunded her original movie ticket. Shu Yue, what's your bad idea again? Shu Ziming held his forehead, helpless. But thinking that Shu Yue was saving herself, she didn't feel that she was making a mess. 10 minutes have passed. The alarm should be lifted, right? The time has passed. Third brother, you and Mizzy go on your date, we won't bother you. Fu will always send me home. You guys have fun and be safe, haha. The last explosions all happen on time and on schedule, so the time of Shu Ziming's death this time should also happen on time and on schedule, and after the time point it should be safe and sound. Shu Yu felt that this time should be the same as the last time, and that after the time point was over it should be fine, so she just explained a few words for Shu Ziming to pay attention to safety and go home early. But she and Fu Jingshan just turned around and prepared to get on the car. Behind them came the scream of Hina, followed by Shu Yu turned around. The black-clothed man had already taken a knife and wiped Shu Ziming's neck. Blood sprayed out. It all happened fast and hard. Shu Yu rushed over to support Shu Ziming at the first opportunity, completely overlapping with her appearance from last time. Sango! What the hell is going on here? Isn't it past the point where Shu Ziming died? Why is it still like this? Shu Ziming looked at Shu Yu, unable to speak. He had clearly also prepared for the possibility of being assassinated. He also saw the man in black appear, but when he tried to resist, he was deadlocked in place, completely unable to move. All that could be done was to watch in awe as the man in black slashed a large gash in his neck. Compared to the first time, Shu Yu was a lot calmer this time, fixed her mind, and immediately said to the system, "Come on, a second flashback." The system didn't dawdle and immediately backtracked Shu Yu to before the accident. This time it was backtracking to the elevator a few minutes longer than earlier. Shu Yu chose to call the police this time, and the police arrived in time, but searched all the nearby places as Shu Yu said, and there was no man in black as she said. Little girl, in the future, don't waste police resources by filing false police reports over nothing. The police didn't have time to play this game with Shu Yu, they just withdrew. Fearing that the same thing would happen, Shu Yu froze and kept Shu Ziming for an extra hour before taking him quickly to the car to go home and not allowing him to go on a date with Hina. But no one expected that all the way to the doorstep, as soon as he got off the bus he was killed again. Shu Yu opened her eyes again and returned to the ladies' restroom. In front of her stood Hina, the same as in the beginning, saying those words to her to stay away from Shu Ziming. Shu Yu didn't pay any attention to her, and directly took out her cell phone to look at the time, calculating the time of the last time the police came out. It was about 20 minutes, and now it was something like 40 minutes until Shu Ziming was killed, which was plenty. That man in black was an uncertainty. In order to completely solve Shu Ziming's crisis this time, that man in black had to be captured to figure out why he wanted to kill Shu Ziming. Seeing that Shu Yu didn't pay attention to herself, Hina felt that she wasn't taken seriously, and once she stomped her foot, she left the women's restroom in a huff. As soon as Hina left, Shu Yu immediately called the police. She said very clearly on the phone, "Put the timer very detailed. The police think she is joking. How can someone put someone else's murder time in place so detailed?" Whether you believe it or not, it's all true, Uncle Policeman, you must save us. Seeing that Shu Yu is so sincere, the police still choose to go out to the police, otherwise what can be done if someone really died? Shu Yu hung up the phone, and when she was about to go out, she folded back again. Fu Jingxin opened the door of the cubicle and saw Shu Yu. Shu Yu did not have the slightest nonsense, pulling his hand to go outside. Fu Jingxin looked at Shu Yu's anxious back and felt strange. He heard everything she just called the police and said, "Who gets killed at what point in time?" Shu Ziming, if you don't survive this time, I really can't think of any other more effective method. Shu Yu quickly answered Fu Jingxin's doubts. Listening to what she meant, she should have time traveled back again, only this time the target of the backtracking rescue was Shu Ziming. When Shu Ziming saw Shu Yu come out, he was just about to open his mouth to flirt with her when Shu Yu answered first. "I didn't drop the toilet." Shu Ziming was surprised. "How did you know what I was going to say?" The corner of Shu Yu's mouth twitched slightly. "Not only do I know what you're going to say, I know you're about to get your neck wiped out and die." Chapter 51. Host, it's useless. You can't save her. Shu Ziming's breath stuttered and his eyes widened a few points. What did he just hear? Shu Yu said he's going to die? Are you kidding me? Mr. Shu, our movie is about to start. Hina spoke out from the side, reaching out and pulling on Shu Ziming's sleeve. And only then did Shu Ziming come back to his senses. Glancing at Hina and then at Shu Yu, he waited for Shu Yu's next words from his heart. He wanted to know why he was dead and who tried to kill him. Shu Yu didn't notice his gaze and looked down to open her cell phone to check the time. There are still 10 minutes until Shu Ziming is killed. Going downstairs is about 5 minutes or so. Walking to the front door is about 3 minutes. Making small talk is about 2 minutes, it's about right, and by this time the police should have arrived as well. Shu Yu had calculated everything in her mind and had some certainty. "Brother, let's go down." Shu Yu looked at Shu Ziming, who frowned slightly and didn't say anything. He was a little apprehensive and upset inside. He had known in advance that he was going to die, even down to a few minutes precisely. How was he going to take it for a moment? "Sango?" Shu Yu reached out and waved her hand in front of his face, and Shu Ziming was visibly flustered. "It's okay, go down." He was walking on the same hand and foot. Shu Yu didn't see the difference and thought it was Hina pulling him, causing him to walk on the same hand and foot. On the contrary, it was Fu Jingxin on the side who felt that Shu Ziming was strange. He had that look on his face just now, some kind of scared panic. Why would he be scared? Fu Jingxin followed behind Shu Yu, looking at the backs of their siblings. An idea suddenly popped up in his heart. Could Shu Ziming also hear Shu Yu's heart? As soon as the idea came to him, he was shocked. But on second thought, it wasn't impossible. He could hear Shu Yu's heart. It was natural that other people could hear it. But the more people heard Shu Yu's heart, it didn't have to be a good thing. It might be a very bad thing. Fu Jingxun's eyes turned deeper and followed into the elevator. Shu Yu's heart was drumming. This time it was obviously a lot more nervous than the last time she saved someone. Last time, she didn't even look at the bodies of Quan Shu Quan and Fu Jingxin, and they didn't die immediately in front of her. On the contrary, it was Shu Ziming. The blood sprayed out, soaking her clothes and staining her hands. Just thinking about it made her hands start to shake. The image of Shu Ziming being killed flashed through Shu Yu's mind, and Shu Ziming and Fu Jingxin picked it up almost immediately, even as if they had seen that image with their own eyes. Shu Ziming sucked in a cold breath in fear. No way, even if you can hear the heart, you can see the picture along with her. He died so horribly, so horribly. The elevator door opened, and just as Shu Ziming took a leg out, his legs went weak and he almost fell. Fu Jingxin's eyes and hands were quick, and he reached out to hold him at the first opportunity. "Are you afraid?" Fu Jingxian spoke tentatively. Shu Ziming didn't react and subconsciously picked up, "Nonsense. How can you not be scared when it's that scary?" Fu Jingxin raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that he really could hear Shu Yu's heart as well as his own. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Why do you look distracted? It wasn't like this twice before. Why does it feel like he was scared by something?" Shu Yu finally felt strange. Shu Ziming took a deep breath to stabilize his mind. "Nothing much." "Oh." The group of 4 exited the elevator and headed for the main entrance. And Shu Ziming hesitated a bit. Although Shu Yu said that the police had arrived, he was too scared to take a step out, just thinking about the image he had just seen. What if there was a deviation and he was killed? There are still 2 minutes left. Later that person will throw acid. Hina will block Shu Ziming's face. Then her face will be disfigured by acid. Then a sneak attack that didn't work. That man in black will slice Shu Ziming's aorta with a knife. And through acid? Shu Ziming subconsciously looked at the side of the Hina. Her face is as delicate as a doll. For him to block the disfigurement. then the second half of life would be worse than death. Shuyu continued to think in her mind. The police sent me a text message has already set up people at the door. As long as they move quickly enough, there should be no problem saving Shu Ziming this time. Shuyu has already laid out all the plans. Shu Ziming can't fail her even if he is afraid again. She should still be able to retrace her steps. If she can't do it this time, she will have to leave it to her to save herself next time. Every time they backtrack, their memories would be lost. So the rescue could only come from Shuyu. Shu Ziming also resigned himself to death. With a clench of his teeth, he stepped out of the revolving door. Mr. Shu, the movie starts in half an hour. Let's go. Hina took Shu Ziming's arm to head out. Shuyu counted down tens in her mind, and when she counted to 1, the man in black really rushed out. Uncle Policeman, help! As soon as Shuyu shouted, the police officers who were ambushed in the dark also rushed out. But their movements were not as fast as the movements of the black-clothed man who threw sulfuric acid in his hands. Seeing this, Hina was the first to block in front of Shu Ziming. The acid splashed on her face and zipped. She screamed in pain. Shu Ziming already knew that she would block in front of him, and was ready to push her away. But she was so fast that he didn't even have a chance to react before Hina had already shielded him behind her. His arm was also splattered with sulfuric acid, not a normal pain, which splashed on Hina's face. He just dare not think how painful it must be. Seeing that he didn't splash Shu Ziming, the man in black took out a knife from his arms, and this time the police caught up with him and sent the knife flying from his hand with a flying kick. The man in black, seeing that there was help, turned to run, but was tackled by another cop and pinned straight to the ground. Let go of me, let go. He was still trying to struggle, but it was not helping. Be honest. Hoana. Shu Ziming supported the unsteady Hina, whose face had become a bloody horror to the extreme. It hurts, it hurts. Hina wanted to reach out and touch her face, but Shu Ziming held his hand. Don't touch. Shuyu called out the system at the first opportunity to try to backtrack again. Host, you've already managed to save Shu Ziming. There's no need for you to backtrack. But Hina still got acid thrown on her. Her face was ruined. It's no less than killing her. I didn't save those people in the last bombing. I can't stand by and watch Hina get ruined this time. Shuyu was feeling that she had the ability to save her. Then she must. The system sighed. Useless host. Hina is just an NPC. She doesn't have much of a role at all. Her only plot is to disfigure her face in order to save Shu Ziming, so that Shu Ziming, the playboy prodigal son, will return to his heart and no longer wreak havoc on the girls he doesn't like. Even if you go back in time to save her, you'll still end up disfiguring her face. That's her doomed and only plot, and it can't be altered. Chapter 52. A deadly plot cannot be changed. The ambulance came quickly and Horna was taken to surgery. Shu Ziming crouched soulfully in front of the door of the operating room. His hands were still stained with Hina's blood, and everything that had just happened scene by scene was playing like a movie in front of his eyes, whipping him repeatedly as it were. He had never imagined that he would be protected by a woman who had been severely and irreparably injured by it. Sango, the police want to take a statement, so hurry over. Shuyu patted Shu Ziming's shoulder, and only then did Shu Ziming react and stand up, nearly falling over in a fit of dizziness. Shuyu held him up. Only then did she realize the wound on his arm. Her brow furrowed as she looked at him with a worried expression. Why don't you go tend to the wound first? Shu Ziming shook his head. It's fine. I'll go take a statement first. I can't keep the police waiting. Shu Yu and Fu Jingshan were also taken to take statements. With the experience of the last time, Fu Jingshan had to listen to Shu Yu's heart before opening his mouth to speak. But this time they were separated in the police station room to record the statement. Various a wall. Fu Jingshan cannot hear anything. Shu Ziming is also. The police officer's questions were answered by Shu Yue, who was now open-mouthed. You made the call to the police. How do you know the exact time of the crime? This incident, is it your plot? The police officer's questions were sharp, and Shu Yu didn't panic in the slightest. It's not that I know the exact time of the crime. It's that I surmised that the man in black had followed my brother before, and I sensed that there was danger and realized that I couldn't protect my brother on my own, and that's why I chose to call the police in the first place. Shu Yu guessed that the man in black was able to know that Shu Ziming ate at that restaurant and squatted at the door, and also followed him to the doorstep in one of his backtracks, so he must know Shu Ziming's life like the back of his hand. This must have followed him for a long time, or he wouldn't have known so accurately. The police looked at the message in his hand. It was indeed as she said. The man in black had followed Shu Ziming, and there were some images captured in the surveillance of the investigation. The police asked a few more questions next, and Shuyue's answers were perfect, and there were no loopholes. Fu Jingshen then told the truth, saying that he was not clear about this matter, and was completely confused when it happened. Xu Ziming, not to mention he is still confused until now. The police asked him about his enemies. He was a public figure, there were a lot of people who knew him and a lot of people who hated him, and it wasn't unheard of for him to be stalked by private fans and besieged by black fans in the past, so he didn't know who was trying to kill him. Mr. Xu, we'll let you know as soon as we have the results on our side. The man has been captured. It will take some time to understand the whole process and motive. Hard work, guys. Xu Ziming thanked the police officer. 3 people sharing a car. The road was quiet and no one spoke. Aren't they all curious as to why the police showed up so coincidentally? This feeling of secretly being a lightning rod and not being able to talk about it is so hard to bear. The feeling of Xu Yu saving someone but not being able to say it and longing for them to ask why was just too much. Even if they heard her heart, both of them tacitly pretended that they didn't hear it, and by striking up a conversation at this time, wouldn't they be exposing the mind-reading thing? Xu Ziming returned to the hospital. Hina's surgery was already done. Her whole face was wrapped up in gauze, and blood still permeated a lot on the white gauze. Her agent and assistant stood by. Nana-chan is so beautiful, and now that her face is disfigured, I can't even imagine how devastated she'd be if she woke up. The assistant whimpered. The agent frowned. The disfigurement destroyed not only her face, but her future, her life. Hearing the voice, the agent raised her eyes to see Xu Ziming, and she angrily ran over to question him. Xu Ziming, it's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, Nana wouldn't have gotten acid thrown on her. That acid should have been thrown on you. It's all because of you that Nana was victimized. Facing the agent's accusation, Xu Ziming bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry. Can I get Nana's face back if I'm sorry? Sis, Nana-chan needs to rest. Let's talk outside. The assistant pushed them both out. Don't worry. Regarding Hina's medical expenses, I'll be fully responsible for all of them, including her future living expenses. I've contracted for them. I'll take care of them. Xu Ziming took a step back and bowed towards Hina's agent. I'm sorry. Xu Ziming was notoriously high-minded in the circle, and being the young master of the Xu family, everyone treated him with respect, and he had never bowed so much to anyone when he was the crown prince's favorite in the entertainment industry. The agent didn't know what to yell at him for a split second. If you say that he was at fault, the acid was thrown at him, but it was Hina who took the initiative to block it for him. You shouldn't apologize to me. The person you need to apologize to is Nana. I told her long ago. Liking you is fruitless. She non-listened now. She didn't say anything after that. Xu Ziming was also clear that it was all his fault, and he would definitely take responsibility to the end. Fu Jingshin sent Xu Yu back, and all the way she stared out the window in silence. Other people are okay, all have a role in the drama of the role of the regiment, but Hina is just an NPC. Just because of this damn title will have to die, and the original owner, in order to give the Qin curl to make a position in order to plot development, will have to drown in the sea as unavoidable. When it is really sad, their own life cannot be dominated by their own. A life that has been written is like being trapped in a world with mirrors on all sides, only able to watch yourself walk according to a set plot, but powerless to change it. Fu Jingshin glanced sideways at Xu Yu, his eyelashes fluttering lightly. Trapped in a mirror? He didn't want to be trapped in a mirror. He wanted to smash those 4 mirrors and become his own master. The time backtracking was so traumatizing that Xu Yu's head was so dizzy that she leaned back and fell right asleep. In the dream, she came to a place. There were mirrors on all sides. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was a look of fear and terror struggling. She tried hard to find the exit, but she was trapped in the middle of the narrow mirror and couldn't take a step forward. When she couldn't walk out, she slammed her fist down on the mirror so hard that it shattered in response. But when she got out, she was wrapped in 4 more mirrors. Their lives are all set in stone. If they can't move on normally, they will all be erased. You can save them once. Can you save them a second time? A broken mirror will be repaired, and a written plot is not to be altered. The voice came from nowhere and Xu Yue looked around, but only saw her face. Who are you? You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that the plot that sets death in motion can't be easily altered, or else all these people you saved will die. Chapter 53. She really wants to leave this world. Xu Yue, wake up, it's here. Fu Jingshin gently poked Xu Yu's face. A little soft, the feel is quite good. Xu Yu had wanted to confront that voice, and was directly sobered up by Fu Jingshin's shout. She opened her eyes, and what met her eyes was Fu Jingshin's handsome face. So close, so close. Shu Yu swallowed her saliva and stared straight at Fu Jingshen's deep eyes, inexplicably nervous. Heartbeat thumping in his ears. Fu Jingshen heard it, but he didn't know if it was Shu Yu's heartbeat or his own. He hurriedly sat back in the driver's seat, one hand on the steering wheel. You're home. Oh, good. Shu Yu looked down to unbuckle her seatbelt and opened the door to get out of the car. Fu Jingshen also got out of the car. Ms. Shu, anything else? I'll add you as a friend, you have to pass it. Fu Jingshen raised the cell phone in his hand. Shu Yu hurriedly pulled out the phone and opened it to take a look, and found that he did send himself a friend request, and passed his friend request in person, and a note to him called 8-pack abs ripped man. Okay, Mr. Fu. Well, go home early and get some rest. Fu Jingshen watched Shu Yu go in before he got in his car and left. Qin Ruling stood by the window and saw Shu Yu and Fu Jingshen early on. Shu Yu was robbing her family before. Now she won't even let go of the men she's interested in. Her distaste for Shu Yu was unexplained. She just instinctively hated her. Sister, who brought you back? Shu Yu had just entered the door when Shu Huai suddenly appeared in front of her, startling her. A friend. You're up late? There is a situation in the back of the mountain. I need to go over there. Shu Yu was not sure exactly what the Shu family's dark core did. She only knew that Shu Huai often had to go on missions and always came back with some injuries of varying degrees. Then be careful and stay safe. Don't worry, sis, by the way. In these 2 days I'm not here, you have to pay attention to Qin Curly yourself. I think she's not kind to you. Last time Chen Shuer came over, she was aggrieved. She will definitely make a move. Shu Hui worriedly explained. Got it. This child just worrying about me. If I could take someone back in the real world, I would definitely take Shu Huai. Grandma would definitely love him. Shu Huai froze for a moment, his eyes unconsciously widening like a kitten, and his mood instantly changed for the better. Yeah. What's good? Shu Yu asked him suspiciously. It's nothing, so I'll leave you to it. Shu Huai went out happily. When Shu Yu went back to her room, Qin Curly came down from upstairs. She just wanted to talk to Shu Yu. Shu Yu immediately opened the door and closed and unlocked it, not giving her any chance to open her mouth. Qin Curly ate a closed door, grunted, and stomped back upstairs. When Hina woke up, it was already the next night. She opened her eyes, and there was a blankness in front of her eyes, as if there was a layer of cloth over her eyes, so that she couldn't see the light. She sat up from the bed in a panic, reaching out to pull the gauze off her face, and when she touched her face, she sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. My face hurts. What's wrong with my face? Anyone? Anyone? She realized what was going on and panicked, trying to get out of bed to call for someone. But she couldn't see the way and almost fell. Shu Ziming, who came in from outside the ward, saw this and took an arrow step over to help her. Be careful. Touching Shu Ziming, Hina looked like she had grabbed a life-saving straw and pulled his hand to death. Is that Mr. Shu? Shu Ziming lowered his eyes and spoke softly. It's me. Miss Shu, what's wrong with my face? Why do I feel like my face hurts and aches? Hina's voice was trembling. The piercing pain from last night was still fresh in her mind, as if the sulfuric acid was still evaporating on her face. When Shu Ziming heard her question, he didn't know how to answer her for a moment. Say something. Why don't you say something? The more silent he was, the more flustered Horna became. Shu Ziming wanted to speak, and it took a long time before he spoke. What that man threw last night was acid. Sulfuric acid? Hina's grip on Shu Ziming's hand suddenly loosened, and she took a step backward, her calf hitting the edge of the bed, which hurt, but not half as much as the pain on her face. You're kidding. How can it be sulfuric acid? Hina's voice could not stop trembling. In fact, she knew very well whether it was sulfuric acid or not. That kind of pain that goes deep into the bone marrow, a little bit of corrosion, she understands in her heart, but there is no way for her to accept it. Since she was a little girl, she was most proud of having been born with a good-looking face, and she received a lot of praises for growing up beautiful, and she was very successful in everything she did. She also loves beauty, and as an adult, she will try to dress up in every way possible, sparing her the trouble of hanging out in the entertainment industry, where she's not a good actress and can get a lot of teenage lead roles because of her good looks. Now that her face is ruined, it's like her whole life is ruined, and she can't accept that and she can't take it. Tears ran down the corners of his eyes, touching the wound and hurting him. Now she couldn't even shed a tear. So what was the point of her living? I'm sorry. This whole thing is my fault. That man came after me, and for you, I'll be responsible for the rest of my life. Shu Ziming was guilt-ridden as he bowed towards Hina. Through the gauze, Hoana saw the man who had once towered over her, dangling and flirting with her, now bowing solemnly and squarely toward her with an oath. Suddenly, I feel a little ridiculous. For his gesture of favor, it was exchanged for his face. She was very fond of Shu Ziming and was willing to block that glass of water for him. But that glass of water was sulfuric acid. Ruined her face, ruined her life. Spare a thought in exchange for Shu Ziming's concern for her. But it wasn't love. It was guilt for her. The last thing she needed. You go, I don't want to see you. Hina took a deep breath and stabilized herself, trying not to lose her temper in front of Shu Ziming. Shu Ziming wanted to say something else, but seeing how determined she was, he still took 3 steps back and walked out. The agent came in quickly. She spoke carefully. Nana, are you okay? Sis, will you think it's ridiculous that I'm destroying myself because of a guy? Hina couldn't tell this feeling. She felt that she liked Shu Ziming on one side, and now that she ruined her face she couldn't be worthy of him. And on the other side she felt that she shouldn't have lost the face that she relied on for his sake, and that she should have hated him. It's conflicted. It's devastating. It's tempting to leave the world. No, you're very brave. 1,000,000 times braver now than the Hoana who didn't even dare to hang on to her by her might. Horna paused for a moment, her heart aching. Was I brave? I just thought it was a glass of water. If I had known it was sulfuric acid, I would not have dared to block it. I don't want to be brave like that. Chapter 54. It's not your fault she's disfigured. Shu Yu hears that Hina has woken up and specially goes to the florist to buy a bouquet of Miss Zhu roses to visit her in the hospital. When she was at the door, she met Fu Jingshun, who was carrying a fruit basket. Mr. Fu, why are you in the hospital? Fu Jingshun walked into the elevator with Shu Yu. I'm also here to visit Miss He. Shu Yu nodded. Fu Jingshun is quite thoughtful, not bad. Fu Jingshun looked down at her. How did he hear from her tone the feeling of elders praising their juniors? Hello. May I ask if Miss Horner is in this ward? Shu Yu knocked on the door, and Hina's assistant rushed over when she heard the sound. Hi guys. This is a private room. No visitors. The matter of Hina's accident has not yet gone out in public for fear of affecting Hina, so the assistant is extraordinarily nervous. Let them in. Hona's voice came from inside. The assistant hurriedly made way for the two of them to enter. The gauze on Hina's eyes was removed. Luckily, it didn't hurt her eyes, even if she was blocked from all of her appearance. The eyes that were exposed were extremely beautiful, only they weren't as angry as they were when Shu Yu saw her at the beginning. Ms. Ho, how are you feeling physically? Shu Yu hands the rose in her hand to Hina. Hina sees the rose and freezes. Seeing something that looks good, she can't help but think of herself. The assistant saw this and took it from Shu Yu and went to find a vase to put it in. Much better, you guys sit down. Horner spoke breathlessly. Shu Yu and Fu Jingshun sat down next to each other and didn't know what to say by opening their mouths. It's all my fault with the empty ability to go back in time, but no way to save Hina. Looking at her like this, how should she live in the future? Shu Yue also felt guilty. Is it really true, as that voice said the other night, that there is no way to change these established plots? Having been here for a long time, she doesn't feel that these people are just framed characters, but living, breathing human beings who should have the ability to think for themselves and make their own choices, rather than go through the motions because of a framed plot. For the first time, Shu Yu had the idea of trying to save them. Host, unrealistic, they're just fictional characters. You can't save them at all. You'll be lucky to get yourself back. The system's words hit the nail on the head. Shu Yue couldn't save them. Fu Jingxin felt Shu Yu's deep helplessness. He even felt an inexplicable sense of powerlessness when he heard this. But he is not the kind of person who gives up lightly. Without the last moment, who knows if it will change fate. Shu Yu and Fu Jingxin accompanied Hina for a long time and felt that she was not abnormal before leaving the hospital. What made you think of coming to see her? In the elevator, Fu Jingxin asked Shu Yu. Shu Yu lowered her head. I'm afraid she won't be able to think about it. But today I see that she's in a pretty good state, quite optimistic, so there shouldn't be anything wrong. The actress who disfigured her face for Shu Ziming in the plot doesn't seem to have gotten off lightly. So nothing should happen to Hina. Trust her. She'll come out of it. Aha! After all, paper can't keep fire. Shu Ziming and Hina that night was captured by the paparazzi, borrowing the hand of the hottest marketing number of the moment to produce an article and send it out. Then another person in the know left a message in the comment section, saying that they saw Hina's assistant at Kongyang Hospital, saying that she had been disfigured and was now becoming strangely ugly. Underground comments have comforted Hina's fans, but there are also black fans who feel that it is just a means for her to put on a show. After all, what she is most proud of is a beautiful face, and using disfigurement to get on the hot search is just a means for her to gain traffic. The comment section was in an uproar for a while, and it quickly went to #1 on the hot search. Public opinion began to fester, and Horna's agent was so scared that she had to go and confiscate Horna's cell phone to prevent her from seeing the comments. But when she saw Horna looking intently at her cell phone, she knew she was too late. Nana, don't listen to those people. They don't know anything. They're just a bunch of assholes who grow up on the internet and only talk blindly on their keyboards. Hona turned off her cell phone and looked sideways at the bright green trees outside the window. Sis, I want to go for a walk. No, you're not healed yet. The doctor explained you can't go out in the wind. Oh, Hona didn't say anything anymore. The agent saw this and was about to say something when he got a call from his boss. Shu Ziming has issued a statement. She immediately went to see Shu Ziming's homepage. He just sent a statement, the ins and outs of the matter are clear, and promised Hina the rest of his life he will be responsible for. Those assholes netizens instantly went to Shu Ziming's homepage to start attacking, diverted fire, but also for Hina won a lot of passers by good sense edge. But there was no practical use for him to do so, and in this case, there was no best way to deal with it but to make sure that Hina was not allowed to be stimulated again. Soon the identity and motives of the man in black were revealed, and given the bad publicity, the police publicized his crime. This man is really crazy, no? As crazy as his wife. After Shu Yu read that long text, she felt terrible for Shu Ziming. His wife bastard powder, but also tracked to the hotel where you stayed, in your room squatting to treat you as her deep love. This is already very sick, but her husband because of this hate want to destroy you. See, the disfigurement did not work, but also armed with a knife to try to kill you. It is simply too mental illness. Shu Ziming pinched his brow with a headache. I didn't expect one of those either. He was already upset by the behavior of the private fans before and caught a few and locked them up for a few days. But he didn't expect such a bad situation to happen this time because of the private fans. If you ask me, you might as well not be a star. Shu Yu felt very insecure. I'll think about it. So what's next on Horna's end? Shu Yu asked. In a few days when she's in a better mood physically, there will be a trial, and I'm responsible for this. I'll get her the best lawyer I can. Shu Yu nodded. Treat Hina well. She's actually very nice. I know. Shu Ziming stared at the moving ornaments on the table with a complex expression. These days the pressure of public opinion is too much. Shu Ziming suspended the work in hand to go home to live. Just after arriving home, Chin Curly was the first to welcome him and present him with his gift. Sango, I made you a cake with my own hands. Eating sweets will put you in a better mood. Shu Ziming looked at the cake in her hand, frowned and shook his head. I don't want to eat it. Just taste it. How do you know if you don't? Chin Ruling handed him a piece, and Shu Ziming reluctantly took a bite. Ziming, this matter is not your fault. As long as your person is fine, everything will be fine. As for that Hina, it's not very realistic to give that kind of promise of being responsible for a lifetime. Shu's father felt that he owed it to him in this matter. Chin Curl nodded. Yes, she herself blocked over. She disfigured and not brother your fault. Responsible for a lifetime of this kind of words sent out for everyone to see. It is indeed not good. As soon as the words fell, Chin Curly's cake was overturned by Shu Ziming. Shut up. Chapter 55. Saying powerlessness is actually more of a fear. The last time Shu Ziming lost his temper was at Chen Shuer's birthday banquet, when he beat up Lu Jin because Chin Curly was being bullied. Now that he was losing his temper, it was still because of Chin Curly. The cake slammed on the ground. The cream splattered on Chin Rueishi's feet, and she retreated 2 steps backward, her expression a little frightened. Shu Ziming, what are you doing? The cake that Curly made for you with her own hands. You don't have to smash it even if you don't like it. Shu's father came up to teach Shu Ziming a lesson and turned to Chin Ruling. Curly, your third brother is just in a bad mood. Don't get angry with him, no. Chin Curly lowered his head, aggrieved. I was just concerned about Sango. I didn't realize Sango disliked my cake so much. Papa Shu reached out and stroked her head, soothingly, then looked at Shu Ziming, very unhappy with his behavior. Apologize to Curly. Shu Ziming locked eyes with him, stubborn as hell, and didn't say a word. Chin Curly pulled Shu's father's hand and whispered, It's okay, Dad. It's okay if brother doesn't want to apologize. As soon as he heard this, he felt that his precious daughter had been greatly wronged, and raised his hand to slap Shu Ziming on the body. Brat, you're an older brother and you're still bullying your sister like this. Do you think you've grown up and your wings are hardened you? Shu Ziming stood still and let him beat him, and when he stopped beating him, this is when he looked at Chin Ruling and opened his mouth. Hina was injured because of me. How is this not my fault? If it wasn't for her, the person lying in the hospital right now hating to die would be me. But where you have some conscience, you wouldn't have said such words. He had previously thought that Chin Curly was a very kind girl, but hearing the words she had just said made him very angry. Chin Ruling's tears fell straight from her eyes as she was ferociously aggravated by Shu Ziming. I'm sorry, Sango. I didn't mean it like that. I was just trying to comfort you. But I'm dumb and I can't talk. She was crying like a pear, literally as if someone owed her. It's a pity that Chin Curly doesn't go to be an actress. These tears fall as soon as she says they will. With this skill, she can get a very good role, right? Shu Yutsged. The original owner would not have stepped down if he had the ability to do so. Originally, Shu Ziming saw Chin Riling shed tears and still felt that he was not too mean to her. A little harsh, but suddenly heard Shu use words and came to his senses. Where he was mean, what he said was the truth. What Chin Curly said was wrong in the first place, and just because she shed a couple of tears doesn't cover up the fact that she spoke in a difficult and disrespectful manner. If you know you're stupid, learn it well. I have a book on the art of language in my room. I'll bring it to you to learn. Shu Ziming appeared to be teaching Chin Ruling, but in reality, he was secretly satirizing her. Shu Yu didn't hold back and laughed outright. Everyone in the room couldn't help but look toward her. Shu Yu immediately stopped laughing and lowered her head, silently continuing to be transparent. The first thing she had to do was to lower her presence. She didn't want to be missed by the heroine. Shu Ziming, how do you talk to your sister? She's still young. You should know how to tolerate her. It's adult, not young. Shu Ziming swept a glance at the still sobbing Chin Ruishi and went upstairs in annoyance.
秦袅袅视线随着他而去，眼底的情绪十分不甘心。以前这招百试百灵的，现在怎么不管用了？
Shu Ziming locked himself in his room and didn't come down for dinner. Auntie wanted to go up and bring him food, but was stopped by Shu's father. Around 10 o'clock, Shu Yu saw that he hadn't come down yet, so she wanted to go to the kitchen to cook him a bowl of noodles, and happened to run into Shu Chan coming back. What? Hungry for a midnight snack? Shu Chun put down the bag in his hand and walked to the kitchen to help Shu Yu. Fourth brother, why are you back? Weren't you busy restoring second brother's batch of unearthed artifacts? That artifact was well preserved, and the restoration was not a big job, so it's already been taken care of, Shu Chun said, taking out eggs from the refrigerator and beating them into the pot. How many eggs do you want? Hit 2. It's not me eating, it's Sango. He hasn't even eaten all night. He hasn't come down from upstairs. Shu Ziming's matter Shu Chun had also heard about it. He cracked another egg into it and cooked a bowl of noodles in no time. I'm going to go talk to him. So go to bed early and don't worry. Shu Chun took the noodles from Shu Yu and urged her to go to bed. And Shu Yu thought it was okay. Shu Chun and Shu Ziming although often fight, but the relationship is still good. When the two together did not do a lot of bad things when they were young, Shu Ziming climbed the tree to the neighbor's breeding birds' laid eggs pulled out. Shu Chun also took the blame for him to come. The corner of Shu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't want to take the blame at all. It was the neighbors who came to the door when Shu Ziming was the first to complain that he was defamed. And after so many years of explaining this matter, not a single person believed him. Forget it and don't bother arguing about anything. Shu Ziming sat in front of the window, looking out of the window at night and drinking wine, bored out of his mind. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door and he didn't answer it. But the person outside persistently kept knocking, and he took a deep breath and got up to pull the door open. Just when he wanted to curse, he saw Shu Chun standing in the doorway. Shu Chun went straight in with the noodles. I heard that you locked yourself in your room and didn't go out, and didn't eat dinner. What? Want to starve yourself to death? At least a historian, a learned man with a poor use of death. Shu Ziming pinched his brow, closed the door and followed him in. Shu Chun looked at the bottles on the ground and kicked one away. Drink so much. Be careful of stomach bleeding. Can't you expect anything good from me? Shu Ziming obediently sat down at the table and ate the bowl of noodles. I wasn't feeling hungry either, but the bowl of noodles smelled so good. Shu Chenbar had OCD and couldn't look at the floor so messy, so he helped him clean up. You're doing this because of what happened to Horna? Yes, not all. Shu Ziming ate his noodles and said vaguely, I feel quite guilty about her, but it's more of a feeling of powerlessness. Oh? Where did the powerlessness come from? Shu Ziming put down his chopsticks and looked at Shu Chun. His face was very red because of the wine, but those eyes were clear. You know, I had died just like what happened to my big brother, and it was Shu Yue who went back in time and saved me. Shu Chen's hand that was picking up the bottle paused for a moment. So she saved you? How come she didn't save Hina along the way? Shu Ziming lowered his eyes. She wanted to save it, but that system told her that Hina was just an NPC. Her only role and value in this book was to help me block that acid that was poured over me. And that was the plot that she was set to fulfill, and it couldn't be changed. My powerlessness comes from this, a powerlessness to escape what fate has in store for me, and more than that, perhaps a fear. Chapter 56. Chan Meow Meow's allergy after eating Junior's cake. At first he didn't think it was so scary that this world was a novel, and even thought that people were worrying about nothing, and since he had already learned that he was going to die, it wouldn't be better to avoid it. But after this experience, he realized that it wasn't something he could hide from just because he wanted to. Your fear of powerlessness stems from the unknown. You don't know what's going to happen, and there's nothing you can do to cope with what happens instead. We have to rely on Shuyue to learn what happens next in the plot, and to be saved by her to feel powerless. Shu Chun stood up and patted Shu Ziming's shoulder. Relax, both come and go. It's useless to think about it so much, but be sure that changing your fate will be a difficult thing. Get ready. This battle, it's necessary to fight, and it's a battle they have to win. They are all the best in their profession. They all have great prospects for a bright future. Why should they be set up to die or be crippled? Shu Chen's words lingered in Shu Ziming's mind for a long time, and what he said was not unreasonable. Elementary school is about to start because Chun Miao Miao read the best elementary school in Haiching. Teacher resources are tilted allocation, so the beginning of the school will be divided into class exams. The good test will be divided into a class to go. Chun Shuer called Shu Yu early in the morning and shouted for her to go over and help Chun Miao Miao with her tutoring. Chun Miao Miao opened the door, and when she saw Shu Yu, she scattered her legs and ran. I don't want her to teach me. Shu Yu reached out and grabbed her, then easily scooped her back up. Your parents and your sister aren't home today. No one is there to hear you yell. So be good and follow me and study hard every day. Chun Miao Miao struggled. I don't want. But nay, she was no match for Shu Yu, and in the end, under her compulsion, she turned over the test paper to do the questions. You can get such a simple arithmetic problem wrong? Shu Yu almost didn't die of anger when she checked the test paper. She looked at Chun Miao Miao's innocent blinking expression and took a deep breath. Here, I'll teach you one by one. That's a lot of money to make. Second miss. There's someone at the door looking for you. Says she's the master's secretary and has come to deliver the master's things. Do we need to let her in? Auntie knocked at the door. Secretary? Before Shu Yu could react to who the secretary was, Chun Miao Miao jumped up and ran out happily. Is that Sister Lisa coming? Shu Yu's eyes widened. Lisa? The mistress who's with Chan Wing Hong? What's she doing here? Shu Yu hurriedly followed. Sister Lisa? Are you here to see me? Chan Miao Miao ran over and hugged Lisa, looking like she knew Lisa well and liked her a lot. Lisa was wearing maternity clothes, and that belly was something that could no longer be hidden. She smiled at Chun Miao Miao and held up the cake she was holding. Look what I brought you. Cake. How did you know I wanted some? Chun Miao Miao pulled Lisa and headed for the living room. Let's go in and eat. Lisa locked eyes with Shu Yu as she entered. Shu Yu half narrowed her eyes to measure her. She is really bold, pregnant and still come to the Chun family. Not afraid to wear And this is. My sister got me a new tutor. Chun Miao Miao only focused on opening the cake. Why isn't Miss Chin your tutor anymore? Lisa asked Chun Miao Miao. Chun Miao Miao was too embarrassed to talk about the deal between her and Chin Curly. Sister Curly is now the Shu family's real daughter. She doesn't lack money anymore. It's fine. Shu Yu. She won't tell mom and dad that you've been here. Chun Miao Miao couldn't wait to take a bite of the cake and was satisfied. Mom, Dad, and my sister won't let me eat cake. And you're the only one who treats me the best, Sister Lisa. Chun Miao Miao has some slight egg allergies, but she is not allowed to eat any egg products. And it is through this that Lisa has pulled in a relationship with Chun Miao Miao. Her allergy is mild, not severe, which is why she is feeding her with impunity. Lisa nodded in understanding, then smiled and looked at Shu Yu. Ms. Shu, would you like to eat together? Shu Yu waved her hand. No, I'm allergic to eggs. I can't eat cake. Lisa's face darkened for a moment. How could Lisa not understand her words, with their implied meaning? This Shu Yu was definitely not as nice as Qin ruling. Lisa didn't sit for long, and when Chun Miao Miao finished that cake, she left the house, taking the trash with her. Finished eating? Shu Yu looked at Chun Miao Miao, who was not yet finished. Eat and then go up and continue working on your papers. Chun Miao Miao reluctantly followed her upstairs to write the paper. It was only in the evening, as the sun was about to set, that she finally produced a set of papers with decent marks. Just as Chen Shuer came back, Chen Miao Miao happily took Xu Yu's corrected papers to her. Sister, guess how many points I just got on the test? Chen Shuer put down the helmet in her hand. Looking at her happy energy, she must have done well on the exam. 60 points. Chen Miao Miao was dissatisfied. Am I only just passing in your eyes? I got 70 points in every subject. Really? Of course it's true. With that, she picked up her roll and showed it to Chen Shuer. Chen Shuer swept a few eyes. The scores on the top of the paper were indeed all around 70. Not bad. It's only been a day, great progress. She gave Chen Miao Miao a thumbs up. Chen Miao Miao was still a little embarrassed by the compliment. Chen Shuer looked towards Xu Yu, who had come down and walked towards her, handing her the bag in her hand. I heard your brother say you like cake, and stopped by to bring it to you, and teach Miao Miao to work hard for you. Xu Yu took the cake from her. It's not hard. Miao Miao is actually quite smart. Once taught, she'll know. Chen Miao Miao looked at Xu Yue as she took the cake, revealing doubts. Didn't you say that you're also allergic to eggs? You shouldn't be able to eat the cake, right? Are you allergic to eggs?
Chen Xuer asked Xu Yue.
Xu Yu shook her head. Not allergic. It's just that I simply don't want to eat the cake that Junior brought. It's a bit obscure. Chen Shuer's eyes darkened. Junior? She means Lisa? Baby, mommy, and daddy are home. Lai Xian's voice came from the doorway, and Chen Miao Miao immediately greeted her. Xu Yu was left for dinner, knowing that Miao Miao had done well on her roles today, and Xu Yu was complimented by them. That's all I'm supposed to do. Miao Miao, why don't you thank Mr. Xu? Lai Xian looked at Chen Miao Miao. The kid doesn't know what's wrong with him, and he doesn't eat, and he keeps scratching his neck. Miao Miao, don't have these little gestures while eating. Did mom tell you that? Lai Xian frowned, dissatisfied with this action of hers. Chen Miao Miao was aggrieved. Mom, I'm itchy. Chen Shuer was close, and when she heard her say this, she immediately pulled open her collar to take a look. Chen Miao Miao's neck was covered in a red rash that was frightening. Myrtle, did you sneak an egg? Chapter 57. Xu Yu's expulsion from the Xu family. Before the meal was finished, the family went to the hospital because of Chen Miao Miao's allergy. Luckily, it was found in time and was not life-threatening. Mommy, I'm itching. Chen Miao Miao couldn't help but reach out to go and scratch, but was stopped by Chen Shuer. When you're given medicine, you can't scratch it. The more you scratch, the more it itches, and it breaks the skin and bleeds. Chen Miao Miao had to hold back. Miao Miao, tell mommy the truth. Did you sneak an egg or drink milk? Chen Miao Miao is still mainly allergic to protein or acquired once she followed the school out on a picnic trek, ate a lot of protein-containing food, ate herself up, and then began to be allergic to protein.
No.
Chen Miao Miao never mentioned that she had eaten the cake. She was afraid of being scolded. Miao Miao, you can't lie, you know? All tested out she is eating protein to be allergic to. She also lied that did not eat. The last time the Chin curl thing she also lied like this. Chen Shuer has always felt that her sister is well-behaved and understanding, and every day under the eyes of their family, when did it become will lie and not listen to advice? Chen Miao Miao shrunk her head and lowered it, not daring to speak. Let Miao Miao have a good rest first. It's not a big deal. With this lesson, she shouldn't dare next time. Xu Yue came out to round up the crowd. Chen Miao Miao were dare to say it is given by Lisa Jr. openly to the home and also send her cake to eat. This if known, afraid to make a mess of the Chen family turned upside down. At least now Junior will not be exposed. To wait until the child is born, especially the birth of a son, Lisa bottomed out, the vicious battle will only begin. Chen Miao Miao is nothing more than a pawn used by Lisa. Chen Miao Miao doesn't know right from wrong. She knows that whoever follows her heart is a good person, and she agrees to Lisa's request to monitor her mom and dad, which is the same as what Qin ruling has done. Xu Yu's voice was like a thunderbolt that smashed into Chen Shuer's heart. I can't believe Lisa did this. She hadn't expected that this woman had already won Chen Miao Miao's favor, and had even taken advantage of their absence to throw her cakes and teach her to lie. Chen Shuer's hand hanging at her side couldn't help but clench into a fist. And you want to have the baby? Not even the door. Xu Yue's right. Let Miao Miao rest. She's already having a hard time. And you as a sister shouldn't make things difficult for your sister. Chan Winghong spoke up at the right time, defended his youngest daughter and won favor. Chen Shuer glanced at him, didn't say anything, turned around and left the ward. Xu Yu hurriedly followed. How embarrassing to leave her an outsider in there. It's getting late. Let me take you home. Chun Shuer walked ahead and got into the car. Is your third brother okay? Chun Shuer asked Shu Yu while driving. He's fine. He's been home for the past few days, just waiting for the online publicity storm to pass. Well, it's not like he wanted this to happen, Chun Shuer said, glancing sideways at Shu Yu, then asked, You were with Meow Meow all day today. How did she get protein food? The ants in the house know that she's allergic to protein and shouldn't have made it for her. She knew everything was Lisa's doing and asked Shu Yu nothing more than to hear her out and see if there were any other clues. I don't know about that one either. We both eat the same. Shu Yu can't tell her about Junior's existence. Timeline-wise, Junior is something they don't know about yet. They have to wait for the birth. Not hearing any useful information, Chun Shuer was a bit disappointed. She sent Shu Yu back to Shu's house. Shu Yu had just entered the door on the front foot and heard someone call out to her on the back foot. Are you Yeye? Shu Yu, looking for the sound, is a plainly dressed ant. She looked at Shu Yu, hot tears, reaching out to hug her, but arms hanging in midair, do not dare to go forward a little more. Hello, and you are? She's your birth mother. The person who said the words was Shu mother. Shu Yu looked over. At this time, Shu family, only Shu mother, Shu father, and Chin curl in. She said that the ant in front of her is her biological mother. Shu Yu instantly understand over their meaning. This was an attempt to get her out of the house while some of her older siblings were away. Sister, this ant is your real mother and she's worried if you don't come home. Chin Curly walked over and took Shu Yu's hand, as if she were two sisters. Shu Yu didn't move and pulled her hand out. Isn't it true that you think I'm an eyesore and don't want me to live in the Shu household? Chin Curly didn't expect me to say such a thing, froze for a moment, then commiserated. Sister, how can you think that about me? I do think you should be with your real mother. Mother and daughter should live together in peace and harmony. Shu Yue, Curly is doing this for your own good. How can you misinterpret her good intentions? Shu mother came over to protect Chin Riling, and then said to Shu Yu's real mother, Shu Yu, in our family pampered upbringing, temper is inevitably bad. If you go home to play temper, you just teach her a lesson. Shu Yu's real mother's name was Zhou Lan, and although she was dressed plainly, her skin was in superb condition, even better than the prime Shu's mother, and her temperament was extraordinarily outstanding, very much like that of a young lady cultivated by a large family. Her back was extraordinarily straight. My own daughter is not for you to bother about, Mrs. Shu. Shu's mother was dumbfounded, so she could only turn her words towards Shu Yu. You quickly pack up your things and follow your mother home. Oh, Shu Yu didn't bother to argue with them about anything and went to her room to pack her things. It's just that when she leaves Shu's house, she won't be able to watch those older and younger brothers of hers. And hopefully their drama won't run away with them again. It wasn't a bad thing that she left though. Maybe it was because she was in the house that the plot deviated and had both Shu Quan and Shu Ziming go through great hardships and almost die. Shu Yu simply packed a few clothes and came out. Pack up, then hurry home. And by the way, leave the card I gave you. Shu Yu looked at Shu's father, who was reaching out to ask for money. Your family is rich and powerful. Do you still lack this amount of money from me? Shu Yu still handed him the bank card from his wallet. There's still a couple $100,000 in there. What you've been eating and wearing all these years. You don't still want me to return the money I spent all these years, do you? Uncle, do you lack this much money? He can't be that petty, can he? Shu's father had wanted her to return it, but she had preempted him, and he had been too embarrassed to say anything instead. You don't have to pay it back. That's still what we're willingly spending for you. That's good. Shu Yu breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave with Zhou Lan. Coincidentally, as she turned around, a necklace fell off her body. Chin Riling exclaimed, Mom, isn't that the sapphire necklace you gave me? Chapter 58. Wanna frame me? There's no way. Huh? Shu Yu looked down, and sure enough, a sapphire necklace fell from her. Well, the drama of the frame-up has finally landed on her. Shu Yu, how dare you steal the necklace I gave to Curly? Shu mother questioned Shu Yu. Shu Yu could not defend herself. If I say I didn't steal it, do you believe me? Sister, this is my homecoming gift from Mom. You can't sneak away with it even if you like it more. Chin Ruling crouched down to pick up the necklace, and Shu Yue grabbed it first and got it in her hand. Weighing the sapphire necklace in her hand, Shu Yu faintly opened her mouth. You said I took your necklace, but the problem is, I didn't even go to your room. Just now everyone had witnessed. I was in the babysitting room to pack up a few pieces of clothes and then came out. How could I have the time to go up to the upstairs to commit the crime of stealing your necklace? Chin Curly's face did not blush. Then maybe I misunderstood my sister. Papa Shu came over to protect Chin Curly. Maybe you stole it sometime while Curly wasn't around, and not necessarily just now. If it were not for the fact that Shu Yu's hands were not allowed to be empty, she would have really wanted to clap her hands. She was going to leave, but she still wanted to set her up for a wave. What was the figure? You guys don't slander people. I believe that Yaya wouldn't be this kind of person. Zhoulan pulled Shu Yu behind her and confronted Shu's family. Shu Yu inexplicably touched a stranger who did not get along with her to believe her, Shu family parents and her to get along for 10 years because it just returned to the Chin Curls do not believe that she is a person but also help Chin Curls against her. She knows in her heart if she did it herself. Call the police. That's from Shu's mom. Shu Yu was surprised and suddenly felt funny. To her, she was just a puppy that had been raised for 20 years. The kind that could be sent away at will if she didn't like it. There's no need to call the police. There's surveillance in my room. Shu Yu coldly swept their family, opened their own cell phone to the monitoring screen. Chin Riling want to frame her must not be a whim, is a long time ago to think, and is to be in the Zhoulan to the home before. So she moved the time to the beginning of today's daytime, and she was at Chen's house all day during the day, giving Chin Riling the time to commit the crime. Soon, she found the video of Chin Curly entering the babysitting room and showed it to everyone. Chin Curly opened the door and went in, took out the sapphire necklace from his pocket, and the first thing he did was to stuff it into the bag next to Shu's school bag where she put her water cup. And then he also cut a hole in his hand in case this necklace didn't fall off when the time came. Chin Curly looked at the monitor screen, the whole person embarrassed, frantically shaking his head. No, I didn't. Mom and Dad, I didn't. The evidence is overwhelming, and you still want to deny it? Shu Yu, since she knew that the Chin Curls look at her eyes, left this hand, engaged in a monitor placed in the room, just in case, did not think that they really prevented the right, this Chin Curls to her to engage in framing this hand. Shu Yu, what is your intention of installing surveillance in your room? Shu's mom bit back. I'm a stranger living in your house, and it's not okay for me to put up a monitor to protect my personal safety? Shu Yu's sentence disliked her. Chin Curly, put away these tricks of yours. They don't work on me, and your priority isn't to deal with me. So figure it out for yourself. Shu Yu threw the sapphire necklace in her hand in front of Chin Riling. Chin Riling took the necklace and lowered her eyes complex. Let's go. Shu Yu pulled Zhoulan away. Zhoulan came on an electric bicycle, which was parked at the entrance of the villa area and was not allowed to come in. Yeah, this is the condition of our family, you don't mind it. Mom will try to give you a better life, although it's not as good as the Shu family, but it will still make you comfortable. Seeing her shabby electric car, Zhoulan hurriedly explained to Shu Yu, I don't mind, and it's been a while since I've driven an electric car, so I'll give you a ride. Shu Yu said as she took the initiative to pick up the helmet and put it on Zhoulan, picking up the other helmet and putting it on herself. Zhoulan looked at her with some concern. Can you really ride? A young lady like her, who grew up shouting about golden spoons, should have never been exposed to an electric car. Don't worry, I'll ride. Shu Yu told her to relax. Zhoulan half-heartedly sat in the back of her car. Shu Yu twisted the handle and the car sped out, frightening Zhoulan so much that she reached out and wrapped her arms around her waist. The evening breeze was blowing on my body, bringing away all the dryness. Shu Yu moved just a little bit, the electric car is out of power. To the end of the day also have to use her feet to pedal to walk to move a meter. Why don't we just take a cab back? It's still 10 kilometers from home. Zhoulan suggested from behind him. What about your car? It's fine. Just find a place to park the car and I'll come back tomorrow and tow it back. Between the two talking, a Maybach pulled up next to them. Shu Yu looked over, the car window behind her rolled down, and Fu Jingshen's handsome face appeared in front of her. Mr. Fu. Shu Yu cried out in surprise. The car's dead. Fu Jingshen watched Shu Yu's antics with a smile in his eyes. Shu Yu hurriedly stopped. Yes, would Mr. Fu mind giving us a ride? Fu Jingshen hooked his hand. Come up. Thank you, Mr. Fu. Shu Yu hurriedly pulled over to the electric car parking space on the side of the road. Get in the car, Auntie. Zhoulan froze for a moment when she heard her call out to her aunt, and didn't say anything. Send you guys to Shu's house? No, go to this place. Shu Yu pulled out her cell phone and opened the map to show the driver the location. Ms. Shu, are you sure you want to go here? The driver looked at Shu Yu through the rearview mirror with uncertainty. Yeah, go here. The driver didn't say another word and continued on. Shu Yu retrieved the phone, swiped to the surveillance video in the phone. It is the part of the Chin Curls falsely accused her of stealing. In fact, there is a video behind. Shu Yu did not show the others. That video was when Chin Curl found the notebook in her school bag, flipped it open and read a few pages, then immediately hid the notebook in her arms and took it away. Before Shuyu left, she said that letting her ponder over it was also intentionally nudging her. The notebook contained the plot about Qin Riling, which Shuyu had purposely written down and placed in her bag, just wanting her to find it. Qin curls always do not go plot. I am also very for difficult had to through this way to let her realize that she is the main female to go she should go plot and not just to deal with me and I fight with me jealousy. I hope that she can ponder to understand and in the future to go plot do not let me down as only. Although the plot in the notebook didn't write a lot, but it was enough to remind Qin Curly. So many critical events I told her. She should know what to do even if she is stupid. Fu Jingxin listened to Shu Yu's heartfelt voice while looking out the window at the night scene. A slight frown creased his brow, the emotion in his eyes unknown. Chapter 59. My 5 feet 9 inches hunk of a dad. Ms. Shu, it's here. The driver slammed on the brakes and the car came to a smooth stop in front of the neighborhood. Shu Yu opened the door to get out of the car. The first thing that caught her attention was the flickering street lights at the entrance of the district. The circuit is very unstable. Dark for a while, bright for a while. Here is a dilapidated old neighborhood, in the outskirts of the city, far from the city, but the victory is that the rent is cheap, 600 or 700 a month. Zhou got out of the car and carefully looked at Shuyu. Yeah, don't worry. When some time passes, your father and I will go to the city to look for a house. Just settle for a few days over here first. Even though it's an old housing area, there are still more people living here, and almost every house has lights on and people living there. Shuyu carried her own school bag and headed inside. It's okay. And you don't have to go downtown specifically to find a house to live in. It's pretty nice here too. I used to live in worse conditions than this place, basement snail, no windows, just a 1.5 bed, a folding table. When it rains, water leaks in, the quilt is often damp and moldy smell. The boss to give me a month of 2,000 wages in the big city is simply not enough to live. Shuyu that time just graduated from college, found a job, said in the office work, in fact, every day to the people serving tea and water nodding and smiling, with a salary of 2,000, living in 500 or 600 snail basement. She didn't even dare to bring her grandmother over to live with her until she changed jobs and met a good boss, which made it a little better, and rented a single room which brought her to live with her. Shuyu seems to be the kind of big-headed, very heartless, simple-minded girls. Fu Jingxin, every time he heard her, these experiences are difficult to imagine. How in the end she carried over. He also suffered a lot, think he used to eat a lot of suffering, but it seems that and Shuyu then is nothing, he even if he does not like the family, but at least in the food and clothing did not lack of his. But Shuyue doesn't have parents. Everything is on her own. Perhaps it was because of the amount of experience that Shuyu treated everything with a sense of indifference. Fu Jingxun was curious to know what it would be like to ask her to show her soft side. He stared at Shu Yu's back with a probing look. Unbeknownst to him, he had seen Shu Yu's vulnerable side long ago, when she cried and asked him what to do when Shu Ziming died. You're a friend of Yeye's, aren't you? Want to go up and sit for a while? Her dad should have dinner ready, or let's have dinner as a thank you for sending us both back. Zhou said to Fu Jingxun. He's supposed to be so busy he won't stay for dinner. Fu Jingxun was interrupted by Shu Yu before he could say anything. How could a big man like him stay in a place like this? Yes, auntie. Fu Jingxuan's reply made Shu Yu freeze. Zhou smiled and greeted him as he followed. There is no elevator in the building, so you have to walk up, which is good because the floor is relatively low on the 3rd floor. Just almost to the door of the house, the lights of the building suddenly went black. Shu Yu stepped on the air, fell backward and screamed. Careful. Fu Jingxin stood behind her and reached out to hold her up. The long hair brushed against the tip of his nose, tickling him a little and smelling good with an indescribable fragrance. Shu Yu's back was pressed against Fu Jingxin's chest, probably because it was so dark. Her ears became extra sharp. She seemed to hear Fu Jingxin's heartbeat. Thud. His heart is beating so fast. Fu Jingxin almost laughed out loud as he listened to the sound of his heart beating like thunder in his ears. It was clearly the sound of her own heartbeat, so why was it on him? The door was opened from the inside. Light poured out, and the man poked his head out with a floral apron tied around his waist and a spatula in one hand in curious excitement. Is Yeye back? Shu Yu hastily retreated from Fu Jingxun's embrace when she heard the voice, whispered a thank you, and took 3 or 2 steps to cross the steps. As soon as Shu Yu left Fu Jingxun's embrace, he noticed it, as if his own heartbeat was also a little bit too fast for his liking. Yeye, this is your father. Zhou was introduced to Shu Yu. Shu Yu sized up the man in front of him. He was at least 1.9 meters tall, healthy wheat-colored skin. Although he was in his 40s, he had a good body, robust biceps, and the muscle lines were still vaguely visible inside the black short sleeves. And he was also very handsome, and his eyebrows were a bit similar to Shuyu. Shuyu thought of 10,000 kinds of the original owner's own father's appearance, but only did not expect it would be in front of this tall and sturdy look, like a fist can whip her to death feeling. Even the 1.8 meters Fu Jingshin looked inexplicably petite when he stood in front of him. My 5 feet 9 inches father. It's a bit of a shock. Let me slow down. Fu Jingshin slightly tilted his head to look at the man in front of him. He also felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Shuyu, this father would definitely not be an ordinary person. The man looked at Shuyu with delight. You? Quick, come in and sit down. Shuyu was greeted by them and walked in. The neighborhood is dilapidated. The building is gloomy. But this home is extraordinarily warm. Shuyu surveyed. The decor as a whole is a warm tone. Each piece of furniture has a crushed lace gingham cover. It seems that the hostess has poured a lot of effort into maintaining this clean and beautiful home. Little Fu, don't stand there. Come in and sit down. Zhoulan greeted Fu Jingshin and came in. Only then did Fu Jingshin sit next to Shuyu in a hasty manner. The man went into the kitchen to cook, and Zhoulan poured water for the two of them. Shuyu sipped her water and surveyed the living room, noticing that there was a family photo hanging on the wall of the living room. Only the child in the photo was only 3 or 4 years old. That was taken when Curly was 3 years old, and we've mentioned taking another one, but she just wouldn't do it, so she's been hanging on to this one. Zhoulan explained, quickly saying to Shuyu again, You, don't worry. I'll put this photo away tomorrow, and if you're willing, we'll pick another time to take one as a family. She said this with a hint of expectation and caution in her eyes, again expecting Shuyu's answer and fearing rejection. Shuyu looked at her and smiled. Yeah, I'll make an appointment with the photographer then. We'll take one together then. Zhoulan froze for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Good. The food is ready. Come and eat. The man shouted and Zhoulan greeted Shuyu and Fu Jingshin to go eat. Yeah, Xiao Fu, I don't know what you two like to eat, so I've made a few home-cooked dishes. My craftsmanship is limited, so don't mind if you don't mind. Shuyu glanced at the dishes on the table. The whole 10 dishes, meat and vegetarian, are not heavy, and the appearance of the sale is also very good, look very appetizing. She took a cassoulet close by and tasted it. Well, the man looked at Shuyu expectantly. Shrimp shells crispy, shrimp meat tender, the taste is not too salty and not too light is just right. The entrance is not very oily, Shuyu eyes bright, thumbs up. Super yummy. This is the best shrimp I've ever had. Chapter 60. Fu Jingshin, you have a crush on me? Really? Like to eat then eat more. He took the communal chopsticks and gave Shuyu several prawns in a row, and then gave a few more to Fu Jingshin next to him. Little Fu, don't just look at it and not eat it. Thank you, uncle. Fu Jingshin also tasted it, and it was indeed quite delicious. Can you eat shrimp? No allergies, right? Shuyu asked him worriedly. How can you be allergic? Zhoulan pursued. Shuyu subconsciously replied, Oh, he's allergic to seafood. Fu Jingshin's eyebrows slightly raised. His remaining light looked at Shuyu on the side. How did she know that she was allergic to seafood? In addition to himself, basically no one knows about this matter. He is afraid of being known to be used against him. After all, if he unknowingly overdosed on seafood, it can be fatal, so he will eat a little seafood products appropriately when there are a lot of people just to keep out of the way. Seafood allergy, that eating shrimp is a bit of an effect. Eating too much can also trigger allergies. It's better not to eat it. Eat sweet and sour chops. It wasn't long before Fu Jingshin's bowl was piled with a few more pieces of sweet and sour chops. In the effort of eating a meal, both of them had basically never chucked a dish, having been fed by the two across the table, and had just emptied their bowls and chucked another bowl of food. And uncle's cooking is really good. Both of them can't help but eat a few more bites even after they are full. Uncle, you're so good at this. Why don't you consider opening a restaurant? Fu Jingshin sincerely asked. The couple looked at each other and smiled. We do have a restaurant. It's right around the corner. But it's far enough away from the center of town that business isn't considered very good. Then why don't you drive downtown? Uncle's definitely got a lot of customers with this cooking. I'd like to, but the rent in the city is too expensive, and we can't keep busy with just 2 people, so it's not bad to be able to make ends meet. We don't ask for that much. Fu Jingshin nodded and didn't say anything else. Shuyu rubbed her stomach, which was full of food, with a satisfied look on her face. This is definitely the best meal I've had here. Zhoulan smiled. It's good that you like to eat it. Let Dad make it for you every day in the future. There's nothing Dad won't make if you order it. Shuyu looked at the couple with some emotion. The two of them are so much better than Shu's parents. One is beautiful and the other handsome, eye-catching and good character, so when I think about it I don't seem to be at a disadvantage if I switch back with Chin Curl. Zhou Lan got up to clean up the dishes, but was stopped by her husband. You're not allowed to do any of the promised chores. Sit down. It's not easy to look forward to Yea's return, so I have to behave. What do you show? You're just responsible for having a good chat with the kids. There are so many dishes. What's wrong with me washing them for you? No, you just sit down. Zhou Lan's expression was slightly angry. Qin Deong, don't spoil me. I'll get angry. The previous episodes didn't mention the original owner's parents. Zhou Lan was mentioned once, but the father was uncredited. So Shu Yu didn't know that he was even called Qin Deong. What a scribbled name. Shu Yu and Fu Jingshin looked at the two people arguing in front of them and got up almost simultaneously. I'll do it. I'll do it. Shu Yu and Fu Jingshin glanced at each other, and the couple hastily refused. How's that going to work? You guys go sit on the couch and I'll wash it. Qin Deong pushed Zhou Lan over to accompany the two of them. In the end, Zhou Lan had to give up washing dishes. I'm sorry to make you two laugh, but he wouldn't be happy with me doing chores. I can see that uncle loves auntie very much. Fu Jingshan said as Zhou Lan's face was filled with a happy smile. Yeah. I heard that you and Curly went to the same school? Zhou Lan looked at Shu Yu. Shu Yu nodded. I was in the same class as her, both studying jewelry design. Zhou Lan took out a bank card from her pocket and shoved it into Shu Yu's hand. There's 100,000 in this card. It's not much, but it's enough to pay your tuition. Shu Yu hastily pushed the bank card back. No, I have my own money, I can pay my own tuition, and I have a part-time job right now, I can make money, just keep these for yourselves. How can that be? Mom and Dad didn't raise you in the first place. This $100,000 is just a little bit, you have to take it no matter what. Zhou Lan has a strong attitude. Shu Yu cannot say anything, so she can only accept the bank card, but the money in this card, she will not move. After all, she is going to leave. This money still have to leave the two of them pension use. Shu family has a lot of money, she casually spend, people will not go bankrupt. But the Qin family is not the same. This 100,000 yuan is likely to be the husband and wife saved for a long time to save, put in my place as a safekeeping for them when I have to go and then return to them. Fu Jingshin looked at Shu Yu, she thought about it. Every aspect was considered, only did not consider himself. This money is more or less. It is all she should take. Zhou Lan's eyes fell on Fu Jingshin's face. His eyes were staring at Shu Yu. There was an indescribable emotion under his eyes, but she clearly felt that there was curiosity and a hint of goodwill in that emotion. Just like the way Qin Deong looked at her back then. Little Fu, how old are you? Auntie, I'm 26 this year. Zhou Lan nodded. That's 6 years older than Ye. You should have joined the workforce, right? Have your own company, Auntie. Fu Jingshin had a question and answer. So are you married? Anyone? This conversation was getting more and more off topic, and Shu Yu wanted to open her mouth to stop the continuation of this topic, but she simply couldn't intervene. Fu Jingshin couldn't help but do a little more upright. Auntie, I'm not married, I don't have a date, and I don't have any plans to start a family at the moment. My career is on the rise, and I want to stabilize my career before I say anything. Zhou Lan nodded her head understandingly. At your age, it is indeed a time when your career is more important. But what about chasing after someone you like when you meet them? If you miss them, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Why do I feel like I'm on a blind date? She's not looking at Fu Jingshin to be her son-in-law, is she? Although I quite eat Fu Jingshin this trigram. But he is one of Qin Riling's men, make. Shu Yu shook her head frantically. He's got a crush, and he'll try to go after it. Shu Yu answered for Fu Jingshin. When she said that, Zhou Lan became more interested. Really? Then what's your favorite person like? Fu Jingshin glanced at Shu Yu next to him, smiled and said deliberately, she's a bit nervous. She also likes to interrupt, and she also loves to eat oily prawns. The first 2 points Shu Yu did not react, the latter one love to eat cassoulet prawns gave her a whole broken defense. She just finished a big bowl of cassoulet on the table. I'll be damned. Fu Jingshin, you have a crush on me. Chapter 61. We'll be neighbors from now on, so take care of us. Fu Jingshin originally wanted to tease Shu Yu, but when he heard what was in her heart, he choked himself instead. Shu Yu subconsciously handed him a cup of water over. Fu Jingshin took a sip, which made him more comfortable. Zhou Lan's meaningful eyes flicked back and forth between the two of them. Auntie, it's getting late. I have things to do, so I'll go back first. Fu Jingshin got up. Why don't Auntie give you a ride? Zhou Lan got up to see him off, and Shu Yu quickly said, I'll just go see him off. With that, she pushed Fu Jingshin to the door. unable to wait for him to hurry up and leave so that Zhou wouldn't ask any more shocking questions. The lights in the hallway were too dim. Shuyu took out her cell phone and turned on the flashlight, which made it possible to see the steps. Mr. Fu, what did you mean by what you just said? Fu Jingshun has long legs and walks fast. Shuyu jogged to barely keep up. Fu Jingshun saw this and slowed down his steps, letting Shuyu walk side by side with him. Which sentence? It's the things you say about the people you like. You don't tell me I'm itching me hard. I'm doomed to sleeplessness tonight, although I'm also a little bit of posture, a little bit of charisma. But if you like me, the plot is off, not very good. I'd better bear the pain to let you give Chin curl, although I'm horny, but I'm not so needy for a man. Fu Jingshun half narrowed his eyes and glanced sideways at Shuyu. Although the two of them didn't have much to do with each other, it was oddly uncomfortable to hear her say that she wanted to push herself onto Chin Curly. Chin Curly is not his favorite type at all, not to mention that it will also cause him to lose his family's money and be tortured afterward. Then he will not have a trace of relationship with Chin Curly. Making it up, don't take it seriously. His tone was irritated as he quickened his pace and pulled the door open and got in. Is he angry? What's the point of being angry for a good reason? I'm just curious to ask. Can't I? Shuyu watched the car start up and drive away without a shadow, before turning back. The lights hadn't come on when she went upstairs, so she turned on her flashlight and shone it upward, just in time to meet the eyes of the person coming down. Shuyu's pupils shrunk slightly, somewhat startled. Why is Fu Himing here? Fu Heming heard the voice and looked at Shuyu, who was standing below. The two people were not familiar even if they said they were. At least they did not greet each other head-on. Shuyu saw him looking at himself and hurriedly lowered his head, moving to the wall to give him a place down. Why is Fu Heming here? Does he live here? Shuyu was just thinking, when Fu Himing's voice sounded next to her. Hello? Are you a resident here? Shuyu froze for a moment. Are you talking to me? Fu Heming smiled and nodded. I live on the 3rd floor. There's just one family on the 3rd floor. What are you, Uncle Chin and Auntie Zhou's? Fu Heming looked innocent and harmless. Shuyu, if she didn't know that he was the villainous male lead, she would have thought that this kid could be really good. I'm the biological daughter they just recognized. Fu Heming nodded his head in understanding and reached out his hand towards Shuyu. Hello? My name is Fu Heming. I live on the 5th floor. From now on I'll be a neighbor. Please take care of me. I don't know if it was Shuyu's illusion, but the last 2 words of his care felt like they were bitten very hard, with a hint of curiosity. Shuyu didn't want to upset him for the time being, so she hastened to shake his hand. Hello? Just call me Shuyue. Well, I've got things to do, so I'll leave you to it and I'll talk to you next time. Fu Heming withdrew his hand and smiled as he continued down the road, and Shuyu breathed a sigh of relief. This Fu Heming lives upstairs. Qin Riling and he have never met? With doubts, Shuyu knocked on the door, and Qin Daong hurried over to open the door. Yaya is back. Aha! Shuyu for the time being could not call out such intimate names as Mom and Dad. Calling out Shu Mom and Shu Dad she had adapted for more than a year before she could call out. His own parents didn't even shout that hard. But in the end, he was still abandoned by Shu's parents and said he didn't want it. Yaya, come on. I've packed out the room for you. Come and take a look. If you don't like it, I'll decorate and furnish it for you again in the next couple of days. Zhou naturally took Shuyu's hand and walked towards the room. Shuyu lowered her head, and her eyes fell on Zhou hand holding hers, which was a little cold. Sheets quilt mattress are new. Afraid you can't get used to sleeping? Change Simmons mattress for you. You quickly sit down and try. Zhou pulled her in. The room is not big, but the arrangement is very neat and clean. The white closet occupies a wall, can put down a lot of clothes. The quilt looks to be a good material to do, reflecting the light flooded with bright colors. The desk is also new to play. Close also can smell a wooden fragrance. The whole arrangement is simple atmosphere, compared to the Shu family that the princess room. This to be more of a taste of home. Apart from her grandmother, Shuyu had rarely been treated so seriously. The tip of her nose was sore and tears were about to fall from her eyes. Seeing this, Zhou panicked and tried to help her wipe her tears. What's wrong, Yaya? Do you not like it? Don't like it, you tell Mom. Mom help you change. This room has not lived in someone's. Also is not Curl lived in, you don't worry. We moved to this side after she stayed one night, and then moved out to live in the dormitory. This room is completely belonged to you. Zhou didn't know why she was crying. She just told her everything she could think of to explain. What's wrong, what's wrong? Did Yaya cry? Qin Daong heard the sound and ran in from outside. When Shuyu saw this situation, her tears were hardened and held back. No, I love this room. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. but still looked at her with some concern. It's good that you like it. If there's something you're not happy with, you just mention it to mom and dad. Okay? Aha. Don't worry. No one will dare to bully you even with dad around. When Qin Daong exerted himself, the veins of that arm rippled, and Shu Yu was startled and gulped. Aha! With such a robust daddy around, she figured no one would dare bully her. Shu Chun returned from his work and habitually went into the kitchen to make a snack, then went to knock on Shu Yu's room door. Shu Yue, want a snack? No one answered him back. He knocked a few more times. Still no answer. It's a rare day when this little ninny doesn't stay up late and go to bed early. Shu Chun reached out and pulled the door handle, which was easily opened. She didn't lock the door, and the sliver of doorway that opened just allowed Shu Chun to see the folded quilt. He frowned and pushed the door open. There was no Shu Yu in the room at all, and the room was cleaned up and all of Shu Yu's things were gone. So the first thing he did was to put down the snacks in his hand and immediately went upstairs to knock on the doors of a few of his brother's rooms. But only Shu Rin was home. What happened in such a hurry in the middle of the night? Shu Yue is gone. Chapter 62. She's not our biological daughter. Shuren frowned. Gone? What do you mean? I just knocked on the door and yelled for her to have a snack, but no one answered me back and the door was unlocked, so I went in to take a look and found all her stuff gone. Ergo, you don't think something's happened to her, do you? Shu Chun was very worried. After all, in the beginning she was about to fall into the sea and drown. It was a fluke that she survived until now. And before that, she also experienced what happened to Shu Quan and Shu Ziming, so it's not unlikely that she was also killed. Shu Rin listened to Shu Chun and quickly calmed down. Hold your horses. I'll send for her right away. With that, he called out and ordered the other man very seriously. Find Shu Yue for me at all costs. Brother, what are you doing? The two people moved too much and woke up Qin riling downstairs, who stood on the stairs in her pajamas with sleepy eyes looking at Shu Rin and Shu Chun. Nothing. Shu Rin said and went and knocked on her parents' room. Shu's mom heard someone knocking on the door and opened it. What's wrong, son? What happened? Shu Yue is missing. Shu's mom froze and yawned. I thought something was wrong. She went home. Home? Shu Chun was puzzled. This is her home. Which home is she going back to? Of course it's back to her real parents' house. Went back in the evening today. She is not our real daughter. What's the point of always living in our house? And you guys too. Curly is your real sister. Don't always look towards an outsider. They've been with Shu Yu for 20 years. And just because she's not related by blood, she's an outsider? Shu Chun felt that his mom was strange now, at least compared to before. He felt that she had become more and more cold. Shu Yue, she's not an outsider. She's my sister. Shu Chun turned around to leave after saying these words, just in time to bump into Qin Riling, who was behind him. Fourth brother? Qin Curly called out to him in a small voice. Shu Chun glanced at Qin Curly and crossed over to her before heading down the stairs. Shu Rin lowered her eyes and didn't say anything as she turned to leave as well. Where are you going? Shu Rin pulled back Shu Chun, who was heading out. Of course I'm going to pick up Shu Yue and bring her back. You go to pick her back and then what? Mom and dad have curls already, cannot tolerate her. Otherwise would not send her away. Shu Yu, even if she came back, that situation status are not the same. Shu Rin is right. Shu Yu, even if she came back, there is no status name to speak of in this family. But with Shu Yu gone, how else are we going to understand the plot that happens later through her heartfelt voice? Shu Chun was the first to think of this problem after calming down. Shu Rin's eyes narrowed slightly. There's always a way. He sent a message to the group. Shu Rin. Shu Yu went to her biological parents' house. Shu Ziming. Why did she go there? For a good reason. Is our family bad? Shutten. It was mom and dad who let her go. Shu Huai. What will I do if my sister leaves? I'm going to the Qin family too. Shu Ziming. Save it, sis Panam. In what capacity are you going? Shuh, brother. Shu Ziming. And there is no blood relationship. Who believes that you really want to be her brother? Maybe her real parents think you are thinking of Shu Yu. Shu Huai sent a shoot you in the face emoji. Then sent a voiceover. No questioning my feelings and loyalty to my sister. Shu Ziming was wearing headphones, and that roar felt like his ears were going deaf. He pinched the voice button. Well, you're loyal to your sister with no second thoughts. Shu Quan. We still have to find a way to know the back storyline from Shu Yu. Whoever has the time later on, go and contact her more and learn more. It's good that she doesn't live at home. Do not live at home instead of a little safer for her. Everyone knows in their hearts that Qin Curl does not like her, and mom and dad have developed an aversion to her. When Shu Yu got up in the morning, Zhou Lan and Qin Daong came back from outside. and Qin Daong was carrying things in a big bag and didn't let Zhou Lan take them at all. Yaya is awake, huh? How did you sleep last night? Very good. There's breakfast left for you in the kitchen. I'll bring it out to you. Qin Daong hurriedly put down what he was holding to go to the kitchen to bring breakfast out for Shuyu. Zhou Lan, on the other hand, took the toiletries out of the bag. These are the toiletries I just bought. They're all for you, towels, toothbrushes, slippers, and all. Shuyu looked at her take out the same after another thing she can see are to buy the best toothbrush are bought electric at least a few $100s. You don't have to buy me anything so nice. I'm not that pampered. Of course I'm going to buy you the best. You weren't with us for the previous 20 years. Mom feels indebted, not to mention these are what you deserve. Zhou Lan obediently took out a dress from the bag. This dress was an instant hit with Mom. I just don't know your size. Try it on to see if you can wear it. She took out a new Chinese-style cheongsam, light pink, embroidered with lifelike butterflies on the body. The workmanship materials are excellent. Shuyu got it in her hand, the first time she saw the price on the tag. It's too expensive, I can't have it. Shuyu returned back more than $8,000 this if she wore on the body, sleep and food difficult. It's not expensive. It's the first gift you'll ever get from Mommy and Daddy, and you should definitely take it. Zhou Lan insisted on giving it to her, and after Shuyu pushed and shoved to no avail, she had no choice but to take it. Went inside the house and tried it, almost meant it was a little too big. It's pretty, just a lot bigger. Shuyu looked at the extra fabric around her waist. Zhou Lan obediently took the soft ruler up to help her measure her size. Then I'll take it over there sometime and have the master change it. Yeah. A knock sounded at the door, and Qin Daong put down his breakfast to open the door. Hello. May I ask if Shuyu lives here? Yeah, it's for you. Looking for me? Who is it? Shuyu walked over and saw Shu Huai standing in the doorway at a glance. When Shu Huai saw Shuyu, his eyes lit up with a touch of amazement. Sister. Shuyu didn't expect it to be Shu Huai. What brings you here? I heard that you went back to your birth parents' house, so I rushed over to see you right after I finished my quest, and I brought you a little something. Saying that, Shu Huai clapped his hands, and a group of people came in outside, with big bags in their hands, carrying a lot of things, and in a short while the living room was stuffed. Shuyu was dumbfounded as she looked at the floor of luxuries and supplements. You're emptying someone's store, aren't you? This is going to cost a lot of money. So hurry up and take it away. These are not expensive. It's my salary, I bought it myself, didn't spend a penny on Mom and Dad. All these supplements are also for uncles and aunts. Said he picked up a health product nearby. This healthcare product is good for the body. Together with the use of these devices, it can definitely strengthen the body. Uncle can definitely use it. He tilted his head to look at Qin Daong, the large one, and looked at him frozen in place. Chapter 63. Take the card. There's $1 million. Shu Huai looked at Qin Daong's height and size, and he was slightly silent with his eyes downcast. Whether his uncle used it or not he didn't know, but he felt he did. His physique looks like a professionally trained fighter, but he clearly investigated before he came. Shu Yu's father Qin Daong opened a restaurant. Her mother Zhou Lan is a housewife, usually at home to do embroidery handmade to earn a little money or something. There must be something fishy going on here. You're the youngest son of the Shu family? The one who could call Shu Yu's sister, and who was so generous with her hand, could only be Shu Huai. Yes, uncle. I am usually close to my sister, and I wanted to come and see her when I found out she was back. Shu Huai, who was usually quite a rowdy person, looked well-behaved in front of Qin Daong. Qin Daong sized him up, the emotions in his eyes unknown. Then come in and sit down. Shu Huai went in and sat on the sofa in a hasty manner, and several times he wanted to talk to Shuyu, but he felt the eyes of Qin's parents staring at him, which oddly embarrassed him. I'll go wash some fruit for you. Zhou Lan stood up and Qin Daong hurriedly followed. Let me help your wife. Once they left, Shu Huai was relieved. Sister, will you really live here from now on? Shu Huai surveyed the house. It was far worse than the Shu family. Of course, this will be my home from now on, and even though I'm not your real sister, you can always come and have fun, provided you're free, of course. Of course I'm free, as long as I'm here to see you. Shu Huai's face was sincere, those puppy dog eyes shining brightly, looking at Shu Yu's ears red. Brother, you do not say this kind of misunderstanding words, Strange, make me embarrassed. Shu Huai frowned slightly and stared at Shu Yu. What could he have said that would have caused her to misunderstand? By the way, you take this, there's $1 million in it. Shu Huai slipped her a card. What are you giving me money for? I know there's very little here, I'll give you more when I have money. You've just arrived in your new home now, you need money to stand on your feet, and you can buy something better with this money, clothes, makeup, you deserve the best. Shu Huai a serious face, he felt. Shu Yu should live well, eat well, use good. This home does not seem to be able to do. He can only do his own ability to let Shu Yu live a relatively good day. Shu Yu cried and laughed, returning the bank card to Shu Huai. I don't need it, it's better for you to have this money, you'll need it more than I do. Shu Huai will go through a crisis behind him, and when the time comes, he will be kicked out of the Shu family, and he needs this money far more than I do. Shu Huai originally wanted to push it back to her again, but after hearing these words from Shu Yu, the person froze. What crisis? Why was he kicked out of the Shu family? Sister, you said? Shu Huai's words were interrupted by the ringing of the phone. Shu Huai answered it and heard what the other party said. His brows locked and his face looked bad. I know, I'll be right there. Something urgent? Go on then, don't delay. Shu Yu urged Shu Huai to leave, and Shu Huai wanted to ask what was going on, but held back. Big Brother said that he couldn't let Shu Yue know about them being able to hear her speak from the heart. I'll leave then and see you next time. Shu Huai left after saying that. Just as he left on the front foot, Fu Hemming appeared at the door of the house on the back foot. Hello. I made myself some dumplings and came to share some with the neighbors. He smiled and looked at Shu Yu, who looked at the lunchbox in his hand and was about to refuse. But then he heard Zhou Lan's voice coming from behind him. Surumi is here? Did you have breakfast? Fu Heming smiled and looked at Zhou Lan. Auntie, I've had breakfast la. Boiled some dumplings I made and brought some over for you. He handed the lunchbox to Zhou Lan, who also took it directly without any politeness. Thank you for the dumplings. Then come over to the house for dinner tonight, just in time to introduce Yu to you. Yeah. Fu Heming agreed too quickly. Shu Yu simply did not have the qualifications to interrupt. This Fu Heming and the original owner's parents are also too familiar with each other, right? I thought I'd moved here to get away from the strife and let them go their own way with the plot. But now why do I feel like I'm making things more complicated instead? Shu Yu looked at Fu Heming's back as he descended the stairs and sighed deeply. Fu Heming's footsteps did not stop. The corner of his mouth hooked up if a smile. Yeah, it seems like things have gotten more interesting. Shu Yu went to the Chen family after breakfast, and it was only at noon that Chen Shuer picked up Chen Miao Miao, who had been discharged from the hospital, and returned. How are Myrtle's allergies doing? Shu Yu asked her. The doctor said there's nothing serious. Just watch what you eat and drink, and then get your medication on time. Chen Miao Miao sighed as soon as she came back. Sister, can't I stop studying when I'm all sick? No, the placement test is coming up soon. Do you want to be placed in the worst class? Chen Shuer had a strong attitude, and Chen Miao Miao had no choice but to follow Shu Yue upstairs to do her test papers. Chen Miao Miao is quite smart, just the mind is not in the study. Shu Yu also saw her painting very spiritual, maybe an outstanding painter in the future. Chen Shuer saw the two of them go upstairs and went to the courtyard to call Zhou Qi on the video. Why did you suddenly remember to call the video? Zhou Qi was supposed to be dealing with the documents, looking down for a while and then looking at Chen Shuer. How is Lisa doing at your place? As soon as Chen Shuer's words left her mouth, she heard Lisa's voice. Mr. Zhou, there's a document here that needs your signature. Chuch blocked the cell phone video with a book, but revealed the camera so that Chen Shuer could see her. But Lisa couldn't see Chen Shuer. Chen Shuer was also the first to react, turning off the microphone and opening her cell phone to record the screen. Let's see. Chuch reached out and took the papers from her, and Lisa walked smoothly behind him. She wore a very loose red dress of good material that sparkled in the sunlight outside and was just enough to cover her large belly. She looked down to look at the documents in Zhou Qi's hand, and the curly hair seemed to rub against Zhou Qi's cheek. Zhou Qi's meaty brows furrowed, his eyes holding back his impatience. Chen Shuer turned off her voice and couldn't hold back her laughter. It's really hard for him. Lisa, as a person, never talks about feelings. All she wants is power and wealth. Compared to an old man like Chen Yongkong, it was obvious that Zhou Qi was more to her liking. Even though she was pregnant, it didn't stop her from wanting to hook up with Chuch. Mr. Zhou, I heard that you work late every day. Won't your girlfriend be angry? She opened her mouth tentatively to inquire. Zhou Qi finished looking through the documents and signed them. I don't have a girlfriend. A smile floated under Lisa's eyes. A young and promising one like Mr. Zhou doesn't even have a girlfriend. Zhou Qi raised his eyes to look at her, seemingly smiling. Without meeting the right one, naturally. Chapter 64. What do you think of you and Fu Himing? Lisa smiled. Fair enough, you have to meet the right one to fall in love too. She then sighed. Unlike me, when I met someone who left me a child, he disappeared and I had to earn my own money to raise the child. She blinked and those tears fell out. Chan Shuer's expression was all over the place. How did Chun Yongkong eat this trick? It made her sick to see it. Zhou Qi also forced himself to endure the discomfort. How could he not see the smell of tea from Lisa, only pretending not to know in order to cooperate with her? Do a good job. And when you have the baby and keep coming back to work, I'll give you a promotion and a raise. Lisa asked in a pitifully resigned voice. Really? Really? Then thank you, Mr. Zhou. Lisa also understands moderation. She is now pregnant with a child, the charm value will naturally decline, and when the child is born after a while, she can continue to come to work to hook up with Zhou Qi can also be. Anyway, when the time comes, the baby, Chan Yongkong, will find a sister-in-law to help her bring it up. As soon as Lisa left, Zhou Qi breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly removed the book blocking the video, and at a glance, he saw Chan Shuer's smiling eyes. You're laughing at how messed up I am. Chan Shuer turned on the mute button. It's been hard on Mr. Zhou. When we settle Lisa, I'll give you a month's vacation so you can travel and relax. Will you come with me then? Chuch cordially invites. Chan Shuer pondered for a moment. It's not impossible. Then it's a deal. After tutoring Chen Miao Miao until 4:30 in the afternoon, Chan Shuer stayed Shuyu for dinner. No, Sister Cher. I'll eat at home. Zhou Lan had already sent several messages asking her what kind of food she wanted and when she was coming home. That's fine. I'll ask the driver to take you back. Then thank you, Sister Cheryl. When Shuyu arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, she happened to meet Fu Heming who came back, and she walked quickly inside with her head down. Can't see me, can't see me. Fu Heming originally did not see her, but she was yelling in her heart, really making it hard for him not to notice. Ms. Qin. Shuyu didn't react to the fact that she was being called, and still walked forward headlong in boredom until she was side by side with Fu Heming in the stairwell again. What a coincidence, neighbor. Shuyu snorted awkwardly, and Fu Heming laughed. Not coincidentally. I saw you at the door just now. I heard from Auntie Cho that you're the biological daughter they just got back. Aha. Shuyu didn't really want to strike up a conversation with Fu Heming, but Fu Heming didn't intend to let her go. Do you also go to Haichang University? Aha. Shuyu lowered her head, inwardly spitting madly. You don't want to find me talking although you look harmless now. But in the future it will be very perverted. I don't want to mess with you. A small life is important The corners of Fu Heming's mouth twitched slightly. Was he that intimidating in the future? I'm also attending Haichang University. School starts in a few days. Let's report together and take care of each other.
舒月一句话也没听进去，一直在地敷衍他。
Then it's a deal. I'll go upstairs and put my stuff away before I come back down. Already arrived at the door of the house. Shuyu hastily well, and then opened the door and drilled in, shutting Fu Heming outside. Fu Heming stared at the closed door for a moment before he turned around and went upstairs. It wasn't long before he came down the stairs and knocked on the door. Crane is here. Come on in. Zhou Lan opened the door and saw that it was him and hurriedly greeted him as he came in. Auntie, I brined my own beef. Bring some for you to try. Fu Heming smiled and raised the marinated beef in his hand. In the morning you'll bring us dumplings, and for dinner you'll bring us beef. It's not easy for you to be alone. Auntie, don't worry about me. I make a lot of money on the side. Shuyu sat in the living room and listened to the two of them chatting. They did seem to know each other very well. Fu Heming's family, what is the situation? Zhou Lan no. And don't stand in the doorway. Come on in, it's almost time to eat. Yeah. It's been a while since I've tasted Uncle's cooking, and I kinda miss it. Fu Heming walked in, saw Shuyu and greeted her. Zhou Lan then smoothly introduced Fu Heming to Shuyu. Yeah. This is our neighbor who lives upstairs. His name is Fu Heming. You two are the same age, and you're still in the same university. Shuyu smiles politely plus nods. Should have introduced him to Qin Curly to know it's useless to introduce him to me. I'm not the main female character. Speaking of which, he and Qin Curly don't seem to have made the slightest progress. What can be done about it? Shuyu was slightly sad. Fu Heming sat beside Shuyu and listened to her plan without a word. School will start soon, and the three of us are still in the same school. By the time school starts, there should be a chance to set the two of them up. As long as the hero and heroine fall in love, the plot behind will be good to hold. Shuyu quietly glanced at Fu Heming. Feeling her gaze, Fu Himing looked sideways. Shu Yu hastily retracted her line of sight. Fu Himing, ah Fu Himing. I cannot go home, depends on you. Qin curls do not compete, you have to compete, you are the villain hero, you have to have a ruthless, you have to reign supreme to become a hand in the sky of the Shangjing Ah. Otherwise how can I go home? I remember that not long after the start of the school year, Fu Heming into a research and development company internship, research so-and-so system, privacy is very high and strong, got the appreciation of the senior management, but also because of this, he was in the circle of a moment of fame and accumulated a lot of contacts and resources. I have to say that his strength is really very strong. Fu Himing quietly listened to her heart, originally pondering the truthfulness of what she said, and suddenly heard that she even complimented herself, and couldn't help but feel a little proud. There were a few people who complimented him, but what they had in mind he wasn't sure. But Shu Yu was actually praising him in her heart. After dinner, Fu Heming helped wash the dishes. Shu Yu saw him so diligent, not willing to lag behind, also want to go up to help. This is my home. Why are you so solicitous? Put it down and I'll wash it. Shu Yu was afraid that he would be too enthusiastic to endear himself to the Qin family and then bring them any troublesome matters. After all, Fu Himing was a time bomb. His heart was far more harmful than it appeared on the surface. Hubby, do you think it's possible for you and Himing? Zhou Lan watched the two of them fight for the right to wash the dishes in the kitchen, and she couldn't hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. Fu Heming, this child is good and kind-hearted. She likes it very much. Qin Daong looked at her helplessly. Last time you even said you would introduce Fu Himing to Curly. That's not because Curly hadn't been home during that time, so I didn't have a chance to introduce her. Qin Curly basically hasn't been back home much since she went to college, and only later did she learn that she had long ago gone to Shu's house for a part-time job, thinking that she might have known her true identity by that time. You also have to ask Yaya whether she agrees or not, not to mention that last night there was a Fu Jingshen. I think that boy is also good, and today that Shu Huai, although the age is a little younger than Yaya, but the body is strong and passionate about Yaya. Chapter 65. She's like Long Jing in a professor's thermos. Zhou Lan felt like her head was going to spin just from hearing that. Forget it, it's better to look at Yaya herself for this kind of thing. We weren't with her for the previous 20 years, and we're not in a position to judge her regarding who she likes and wants to be with. Zhou Lan was obviously a little down in the dumps when she said this. Qin Daong reached out and took her shoulders to soothe her. I'm already working on investigating who switched you and Curly in the first place. Don't worry, it won't take long to find out who did it. Qin Daong's gaze froze with a fierce intensity. If he finds out who it is, he'll be in deep. With Shu Yu missing from the Shu family, it felt like the atmosphere at dinner wasn't quite right. The Shu family's parents circled around Qin Riling, constantly giving her food and joking with her. Shu Quan brothers eat in silence, no one makes a sound. Shu Quan wondered if Shu Yu had drowned right then and there after jumping from the ship, and they hadn't heard her heart and didn't know that it was all an arranged plot to arrange a loved one's relationship. Would they have been as infinitely spoiled as Shu's parents? And then it will turn out to be what Shu Yu had in mind when she said that her family would break up and each of them would die horribly and become a stepping stone for the protagonist to become powerful. He wasn't sure at first, but now he felt that this was how it would turn out. But there was also some gratitude that Shu Yu wasn't dead, and that they could still hear her heart and prevent what happened afterward. Big brother. Shu Quan heard the voice and turned back to look at Qin Ruler. What's wrong? It's nothing. There's only one last chicken leg left. If you're in a daze, you won't get to eat it. Qin Ruling smiled and gave Shu Quan a chicken leg. She smiled gently, but Shu Quan only thought of Shu Yu. If Shu Yu was there, she would have been the first to grab the last chicken leg into her bowl and argue with Shu Ziming. The vivacious Shu Yu like that was the sister in his heart. Shu Quan lowered his eyes and picked up the chicken thighs and put them in Qin Ruling's bowl. I don't like chicken legs, you eat. He then put down his chopsticks. I'm full. I'll go up first. Qin Ruling looked at his figure leaving the table, the emotions under her eyes unknown. It's okay, Curly, you eat by yourself. Mother Shu spoke out to calm Qin Ruling. But this chicken drumstick, she had no taste for it. After dinner, Qin Curl accompanied Shu Mother out for a walk. Back when a brother did not see, all gathered in the study. She also wanted to join them, so from the kitchen end of the fruit went up to knock on the door. Shu Huai pulled open the door and saw Qin Ruishi. His eyes couldn't be described as friendly. What brings you here? I've come to bring you fruit. Qin Ruling smiled and raised the fruit plate in her hand, then crossed over to Shu Huai and walked in. Today they did all come back in unison, and Shu Ziming, who is often not at home, was also at home. Brother, are you having a meeting? Can I attend your meeting? Qin Curly looked at her several brothers with an expectant face. Shu Ziming frowned. You can't understand what we're talking about. Qin ruler revealed her disappointment. If willing to explain to me, I should be able to understand. The implication is, how do I know I don't understand if you don't talk to me? When Shu Qin glanced at her, he would think of Shu Yu. Qin Curly was very well behaved, not as rowdy as Shu Yu, but yet he always felt that she exuded a flavor all over her body, like the flavor of Longjing brewed in the professor's cool thermos. Even though she was his own sister, he didn't feel like he liked her much. We're talking about a topic you haven't covered, and it's not appropriate for you to participate in. He thought that was polite enough. I don't know if Qin Curly really didn't understand or pretended not to understand. It's okay. I'll just listen silently from the sidelines and won't bother you. Her statement is like saying, I came to join you. How can you kick me out? The main fight is a deadbeat. Shu Qin pinched his brow, he was so hard. In the end, it was Shu Quan who spoke up. Curly, isn't it time for school to start? Have you finished the homework assigned by your faculty? I seem to remember that you have to draw 10 manuscript drawings for jewelry design, right? When Qin Curly heard this, she instantly reddened her face. I'm not done painting. Then why don't you go back to painting? When you graduate, your family can also arrange for you to get into the best jewelry design company, or you can open your own studio if you want to. Really? Of course, but only if you've got the specialty down yourself. Upon hearing this, Qin Curvaceous really took the initiative to leave the study. Big brother, it's still you who has the solution. Shu Ziming gave a thumbs up. I went to my sister today and heard her say that I'd be kicked out of the house afterward, but I'm not sure what exactly. Shu Huai took the initiative to explain the news he got at Shu Yu's place today. Why were you kicked out of the house? Did something really bad happen that mom and dad couldn't stand you? Shu Ziming looked at Shu Huai suspiciously. I'm so good. How could I possibly make a mistake? Shu Rin touched the spot where he had kicked himself earlier, and it hurt now that she thought back on it. I don't know if you're well behaved or not, but you're really Mang, the youngest with the most reckless personality. Take it one step at a time, but try to find out more about the later episodes on Shuyua's side. Got it, big brother. Qin Curl returned from the study to his direction, was drawing a diagram, looking for a pen, pulled open the drawer and saw the notes left by Shuyu. Her notebook was filled with bits and pieces of stories, with unnamed protagonists, but experiences and encounters that she felt were much like her own. If we can get to the grand finale as stated above, the heroine will become the woman of the most powerful big brother in Shongjing. Qin Curvaceous looked at the words on the notes. Her eyes were deep, not knowing what she was thinking. Seeing Fu Hemming again is the day of the opening of the school enrollment. The suburbs are far from the city, and it's not convenient to go back and forth to the car to go home. So Shuyu planned to go to live in the school, packed her bags, and when she went out, she met Fu Hemming downstairs, who was also dragging a suitcase. Morning. Fu Hemming greeted Shuyu. Morning. Yeah. Give me the luggage? Qin Daong helped Shuyu put the suitcases in the trunk, and then proceeded to help Fu Hemming carry them. Mommy has something really important to do today, so I'll walk you to school. Come on, get in the car. Qin Daong took the lead and got into the car. Haiqing University is one of the best schools in Haiqing. Located in the center of the city, covering a wide area, the school also has an artificial lake. The building is European style, very rich atmosphere. When Shuyu and Fu Heming got off the bus, they happened to bump into Qin Riling, who also got off the bus, followed by Shu Huai and Shu Rin. Shu Huai jogged over towards Shuyu, and when he saw Fu Heming next to her, his brows furrowed straight up. Sister, why are you with him? Chapter 66. I'm the real daughter of the Shu family. Shuyu looked at Shu Huai and then at Fu Heming next to her, revealing a strange expression. Him? You know him? It's reasonable to say that Shu Huai hasn't met Fu Heming yet. How does he know Fu Heming? Is there a plot happening that I don't know about? Shu Huai realized that he had misspoken and quickly changed his words. I don't know. I just feel uncomfortable with my sister getting out of the car with a strange guy. Shu Huai deflated his mouth, feeling aggrieved. If he were a puppy, those ears would have to droop. Shuyu reached out and rubbed his head. Don't worry. He and I are just neighbors, we don't know each other well. It's really sis-pa man, this is all about jealousy. Shu Huai was in a good mood when she touched his head and glanced at Fu Heming next to him, and the two of them looked at each other, and Shu Huai clearly felt Fu Heming's hostility, but that feeling quickly disappeared again. Sister? What a coincidence. You're here to report for duty too. Qin Curly came over as soon as she saw a gap, and she was followed by Shu Rin. In the past, when I met her at school, she was dressed in plain clothes, but now she is wearing a brand-name customized body, and she comes to school in a luxury car. This time is different from the past, and Chin Curly has turned over and become a golden phoenix. Shu Yu had long been accustomed to facing her tea talk. Not coincidentally, it's junior year registration and start of school. Not to mention we're in the same class, so you really don't need to have a hard conversation with me about things like coincidences. Chin Ruling was disliked by her sentence and looked slightly overwhelmed as she looked at Shu Rin beside her. Facing her look of help, Shu Rin pretended not to see it. Go. Yeah. Let me help you with your luggage. Chin Daong parked the car, came up and helped Shu Yu take the suitcase in her hand. Chin Riling looked back at Chin Daong. The two people, although they have done 20 years father and daughter, Chin Daong is also sincere to have treated Chin Riling well, treat her as a biological daughter, but she took the lead to return to the Shu family. Do not want them to this parent. Chin Daong inevitably had a grudge in his heart, and he didn't want Shu Yu to misunderstand and make her think that her father was bent on loving his adopted daughter and not her. So he simply pretended that he didn't recognize Chin Ruishi and focused on following behind Shu Yue to help her carry her luggage. Seeing this, Chin Riling's heart was naturally unbalanced. Shu family, several older brothers and sisters all heart Shu Yu, and now her family members who had been with her for 20 years also turned toward Shu Yu. The jealousy under her eyes was visible to the naked eye. Shu Yu noticed Chin Ruishi's gaze and looked back with a big smile. What to look at? Don't think you are the heroine. I'm afraid of you. You always stare at me useless. You need to look more. Fu Himing. He is the hero. He is your true love. Now the whole thing, he looks like a transparent person. Shu Yu chanted in her heart and looked sideways at Fu Himing, who was walking in the outermost circle. He was almost hiding himself, whereas such a low-profile male lead. Fu Heming's expression was as usual, but there were already waves inside. No wonder Shu Yu saved him with the name of Chin Riling. Last time at the pool, Shu Yu also want to set him in Chin Riling, but also said what official match life and death sadistic love, this kind of words. Now this just understand over in this world, he and that Chin Riling is the hero and heroine. Fu Heming's eyes fell on Chin Curly's body. He frowned slightly. His looks were okay, but not his favorite type. Is Fu Himing looking at Chin Riling? Finally want to develop a relationship line? He frowned so tightly it should be thought of a plan to use Chin Riling to get the Shu family's property to develop their own resources strength. Chin Riling this kind of good to take the green tea love brain heroine, only to be used by Fu Heming's share. Shu Yu shook her head and sighed. It doesn't matter at all what the heroine looks like in order for the author to portray the hero. The world is a giant Edinburgh. Fu Heming frowned just thinking about why he liked Chin Curly. By Shu Yu's interpretation, he thought of another reason. Maybe he didn't even need to like Chin Curly, he just needed to make her like him. The Shu family was rich and powerful, and had almost no rivals in the entire Haichang. If he could get the shares of the Shu family's property, as Shu Yu said in her heart, returning to Shangjing would not be a problem. When Fu Heming raised his eyes to look at Chin Ruling, Shu Rin also looked towards him. His eyes were half narrowed. Those eyes were cold and indifferent, with a hint of inexplicable hostility. He wanted to use Chin Curly. There was no door. Fu Heming remembered that last time, Shu Rin also robbed the land that he had originally looked at, but before that piece of land was excavated, no one knew that there were so many antiques in it. At that time, the value of that piece of land is not worth the money he put out, not to mention Yu Tianqi anxious to go out, the price can even go down a pressure, unless Shu Rin knew that there is a group of antiques under the ground. This is to fight with Lu Jin. But so many antiques, he turned in as much as possible, but also on the news, which makes Fu Heming a little puzzled. Since it wasn't for that underground wealth, then all that money was spent to keep Lu Jin from getting that land? Look guys, isn't that Shu Yu's brother Shu Rin? I've seen him once before when I was a freshman. He's so handsome, and he's still a bully. Someone recognized Shu Rin and pulled the little sister next to her to commit nymphomania, and then jogged all the way to Shu Yu's front, and had to sneak a peek at Shu Rin when she struck up a conversation with Shu Yu. Shu Yue, your brother sent you to the beginning of school again this year? Huh? Shu Yu was very popular in school because of her status as the Shu family's young lady. Each and every one of them is so attentive. Isn't it because they see my status as the Shu family's young lady, wanting to be on better terms with me so that they can enter the Shu family's company in the future? And some of them even want to be my sister-in-law, but fortunately, I don't eat this set of words. Shu Yue thought, pulling her hand out of the girl's hand, and before she could say anything, a few more boys approached. Shu Yue, are you planning to live in school this year? Let me help you with your luggage. They boldly tried to grab the suitcase from Qin Daiyong's hand, and were glared at by Qin Daiyong. Then one by one, they shrunk their heads back, not daring to take another step forward. Shu Yu silently rolled her eyes. And these men, thinking of courting me and being with me so they can fly to the top and eat soft food? What a daydream. Shu Huai frowned at the men, all of them crooked and wanting his sister. Qin Ruling looked at all these people circling around Shu Yu. Naturally, she was a bit upset and coughed a few times to attract attention. Classmates, are you guys mistaken? I'm the Shu family's only and bona fide young lady. Don't tease. I recognize you. Your name is Qin Curly. You don't have the surname Shu. How can you be the Shu family's young lady? That's just it. Qin Curly prepared a new ID card from his own pocket that had been done long ago, and the 3 words Shu Curly were clearly written on it. In case you guys don't know, Shu Yu and I were carried in the wrong arms when we were in the hospital. I'm the Shu family's real daughter, and I changed my name a long time ago. Chapter 67. Your brother is too trenchant to donate a building. Several people gathered around to look at Qin Curl's ID card, and one of them exclaimed, Really I just saw her at the entrance of the school, and she did come down from the limousine. Could it be that she's really the real daughter of the Shu family? Everyone glanced at each other and decisively squeezed to Qin Curly's side. Curly, we have eyes but don't know that you are the real Chen Jin, and we are in the same class, and we have done design in a group before, do you still remember? Curly, that's a heavy bag you're carrying, isn't it? I'll carry it for you. Shu Yu looked at the scene and sked and shook her head. It's really a wallflower, crunching down, and you all who are too diligent in your attentions are easily turned into cannon fodder. Fu Hemming looked at Qin Curly's back. Want to attract the attention of Qin Curly, like these people will not be noticed by her, he just found out. Qin Curly is a little jealous of Shu Yu. If he does the opposite to pursue Shu Yu, then Qin Curly may be more likely to notice him. The corners of Fu Hemming's mouth rose slightly. Sister, you are my own sister in my heart. I'm not like those people. I won't turn towards her. Shu Huai immediately expressed his loyalty when he saw this. Shu Yu was amused by him. Got it. Qin Daong looked at Shu Yu's back, thinking that she must not feel well. After all, she used to be a lady from a rich family. Now she has become an ordinary person, and her family is still so poor, she must not be able to accept it. Shu Yu had never even lived in school before, and now because of the distance, she applied for a live-in place with her teacher and went to the dormitory building to sign in so that she could be assigned a dormitory. Uncle, I'm sorry. We stopped for men in the girls' dormitory. You'd better wait downstairs. Qin Daong was stopped downstairs and had to hand over the luggage in his hand to Shu Yu. Yeah. Can you lift it alone? Why don't Dad help you find a girl to carry it up with you? She's got a big bag and a 24-inch suitcase. It's not light. Shu Yu smiled. This weight, it's small. With that, she picked up the suitcase directly with one hand, and with her other hand, she carried the large bag over her shoulder with ease. Qin Daong was surprised by her strength. I'll just go up first. If you have something to do, don't you have to go back to open the store? Can you do it alone? Qin Daong was uneasy. I'm a grown man. I can do it. Shu Yu sighed helplessly. Qin Daong watched her go into the dormitory before he withdrew his eyes and left. Fortunately, the dormitory building had an elevator, and there was no need for Shu Yu to climb up carrying her luggage. Her assigned dormitory was on the 6th floor, 613, and when she pushed open the door to go in, 2 of her roommates had already arrived, and the 2 of them were getting together to look at their cell phones, talking and laughing, and raised their eyes when they heard the sound. Hello guys, my name is Qin Yu. She had already asked Qin Daong to take her to change her last name 2 days ago, so that she wouldn't be talked about for not changing her name. Qin Yu? Isn't your name Shu Yu? The short-haired girl sitting and looking at her cell phone looked at Shu Yu strangely. You know me? We're in the same class, Jewelry Design Class 3. Wuya, it's normal that you don't recognize me, but you, Miss Shu, are quite famous in school. Just call me Star. The long-haired girl next to Wuya smiled at Shu Yu. Shu Yu sized up the 2 of them. They did look a bit familiar. She had been around too many people before, and she couldn't remember who was who. That was all in the past. I'm not the Shu family's real daughter. Qin Curly is. Shu Yu carried her suitcase and found her bed and locker, then started packing. Star was surprised with her mouth wide open. Qin Curly is the Shu family's real daughter? What kind of melon is this? Tell me carefully. Shu Yu saw that she was interested, so she briefly said a few words. Quite interesting, that Qin Curl shall not demented crazy ah. Wuya burst out laughing, and the Star next to her chimed in. I'm guessing there will be a lot of people in the class to suck up to her again. Shu Yu raised her eyebrows as she listened to their conversation. So you guys aren't going to butter her up? What's the point of sucking up to her? We didn't suck up to you when you were Miss Shu. That's true. No wonder Shu Yu didn't look familiar with the 2 of them. Xingxing walked next to Shu Yue and watched her pack her bags. Are you going to live in our dormitory? Not obvious? Obviously. But we don't have the best temperament for spoiling a young lady with princess problems. The stars imply that you don't have any princess disease. No one in this dorm room is spoiled for you. Shuyu climbed onto the bed and went to make her own bed and set the quilt, all in one go, with skillful and smooth movements. Don't worry, I don't have princess disease. Just treat me like a normal person. The dormitory is a 4-person dormitory, but currently only the 3 of them live there. Shuyu packed her bags, Wuya and Stars happened to be going out, people walking to the door, or came back to shout Shuyu. We're going to dinner, are you going? Yeah, together. Shuyu got out of bed and changed her shoes and went downstairs with them to the cafeteria to eat. Just after leaving the dormitory building, Shuyu saw Shu Huai standing at the door. Sister. Shu Huai had originally lowered his head to kick the stones on the ground, but with a glance of his afterglow, he saw Shuyu and ran towards her with a smile. Why are you here? You haven't gone back yet. I'm not going back. I live on campus too. I'm staying in the boys' dorm next to you. Shu Huai smiled with all his upper row of teeth showing. I thought you weren't going to school? Didn't Shu Huai stop going to school after graduating from high school? Why would he come to Haicheng University to take classes? I don't feel comfortable with you being alone at school, so I came here specifically to keep you company. Shu Huai explained very seriously. But your high school grades. If I remember correctly, Shu Huai went on a mission at that time. He didn't even take the college entrance exam. How did he get into Haicheng University? Shu Huai smiled. Second brother donated a building to the school today, so I made an exception and came to school. He reached out his hand towards Shuyu as he spoke. Hello, sister. My name is Shu Huai, a long-distance running special enrollment in the physical education department. Shuyu froze for a moment and laughed out loud to shake his hand. You boy, you really do have money to spare. New housemates, no introductions? Wuya looked at the 2 in front of her who were so focused on talking that they forgot about the 2 of them. Shuyu then introduced them to Shu Huai, the youngest son of the Shu family. I'm her brother. Wuya and Star nodded in understanding. Understood. So let's go to the cafeteria together? Yeah. The cafeteria was bustling with freshmen and sophomores and juniors starting school together today. We purposely came early and this cafeteria is still so crowded. Star sighed helplessly. That's a little less. Go find a seat and I'll get your food. Wuya pushed her to find a seat just as Chin Curly passed by surrounded by people. Curly, your brother is too trenchant. He even donated a building to the school for you. Chapter 68. Don't know? But I don't like you. The gazes of Shu Yu's few people landed on the flanked Chin ruler. She smiled in response to what the man said. Not really. Donating a building is just chump change to my brother. A building is still just chump change, huh? Gosh. I've heard for a long time that the Shu family is the richest in Haicheng. Beyond my imagination. Your brother must have donated this building to you to welcome you home. After all, you've been away for 20 years. It's not easy to come home. He must hold you close to his heart. I thought you were pretty when I saw you at school before. Your identity must be extraordinary. I didn't realize you would be the Shu family's own daughter. Everyone praised Chin riling to the heavens with 1 word from you and 1 word from me. It's not as exaggerated as you guys make it out to be. The corner of her mouth was a smile that was hard to hide. She had long since noticed Shuyu outside the crowd, and deliberately said, I'm treating you today. Feel free to order whatever you guys want to eat. Don't be polite with me. Good eh? At least it's the Shu family's real daughter. The Shu family is so rich. Is it appropriate for you to treat everyone to the cafeteria? That's right, why don't you invite everyone to go out to eat Western food or Japanese food? That would be worthy of your status as Miss Shu. There were too many people. Chin Curly didn't know who said this. And when someone opened their mouth, someone else chimed in, and for a moment she was thrust into the limelight of having to treat herself to expensive Japanese food. Chin Curly clenched her teeth, smiled and assured everyone, there is no reservation, so many of us to go, certainly no place. Next time there is time. When I make a reservation I will definitely invite you to go. Don't next time There is a Japanese restaurant right in front of the school. There are enough seats on the upper and lower floors and no need to make a reservation, there is definitely a place. Yeah, just go eat at the one by the door. I had it once and it was pretty good. And there's definitely not a lot of people at this time of day. I think so. In the face of everyone's enthusiasm, Chin Curly, if you do not agree to simply cannot get down, and finally had to take them to eat Japanese food in front of the school. Seeing that large group of people leave the cafeteria, Star couldn't help but burst out laughing. Laughing me to death. Just now Chin Curly just refused to treat me. Right? Look at her dead pretending that way. The two people who had just raised a ruckus were Star and Wuya, and the two of them had teased Chin Curly with one sentence each. Shuyu thought the two of them were quite interesting. You guys don't go to flatter Chin Curly like them. Instead you are here to watch and tease her. You wouldn't have any problems with her, would you? Festival cannot talk about. Last semester group work she was in our group. Every day said to go part-time, 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 part-time. And finally hand in the homework, not to mention sketches, nothing to help, and finally dipped into our light to get a high score. Wuyu was all upset talking about it. Shu, you didn't know there was such a thing? Then you didn't talk to the guide? Star picked up, said she dropped 2 tears in front of the guide. The guide then said that she is not easy, her family is relatively poor, to earn money to pay tuition fees, and then said that her grades are very good, once or twice like this is okay, and want us to help our classmates. Is she still the Shu family's real daughter? It's really laughing my ass off. As Xingxing said that, she was suddenly pushed by Wuya and pointed at Shu Huai, who was still standing next to her. Senior, this is purely our personal grudge. I see that you're very kind. You shouldn't be saying these words to Chin Curl, right? Shu Huai shrugged his shoulders. I don't care. I don't really like her either. He had no feelings for Chin Curly, and he only recognized Shuyu as his sister. That's fine, let's go eat. Haiching University cafeteria tastes good and cheap. Shuyu also quite liked to eat in the cafeteria, but at that time her identity is special. Those who are like flocking to Chin Curl like flocking to her, eat a meal are not peaceful. Haven't had much of a cafeteria since. Shu Huai sat across from Shuyu and pinched all the chicken thighs from his bowl into Shuyu's bowl, along with her favorite sweet and sour pork. You're giving it all to me, huh? What do you eat then? I have a lot of them, Shu Huai said as he chucked them all to Shuyu. Oh, you're a little sweet, you brother. Star came up next to Shuyue and let out a long "oh." Shuyu felt that she had misunderstood, but before she could explain, Shu Huai sat down next to someone. Fu Himing. He sat down with his meal as well. Xingxing and Wu Ye looked over and instantly recognized Fu Himing. This is not the Department of Computer Science Fu Himing well. He has always been withdrawn and not close to others. Today as unusual Department of Computer Science has a secluded handsome Fu Heming we all know is not secluded, that is, he does not love to participate in collective activities, do not love and everyone to socialize. Freshman year when the opening of the various associations have invited him, after all handsome, who want to. But he turned them all down on his own and was hung up on the school forum. At the time, he was the toughest freshman to handle, and he had a reputation at the school. So the two of them also knew Fu Heming. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you over dinner. When he said this, he was looking at Shuyu and smiling. Shuyu felt that his smile was strangely scary, and a chill ran down her back. Not coincidentally, just in time for dinner. Being choked by Shuyu, Fu Heming did not get angry. Before I came here, my uncle asked me to take good care of you at school. My sister is an adult and doesn't need your care. Not to mention she has me and doesn't need you. Before Fu Heming could finish his words, he was interrupted by Shu Huai, who looked at Fu Heming with undisguised nastiness. Do I know you? You seem to dislike me. Fu Heming asked him curiously. Shu Huai rationalized. I don't know, I just don't see you. Shuyu looked down and almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Worthy of being my brother, this dislike has learned my essence. Being praised by Shuyu, Shu Huai was even more energized. Anyway, don't even think about getting close to my sister. I'll be watching you. Shu Huai pointed to his own eyes and then pointed to Fu Heming. Fu Heming was not annoyed and laughed softly. Whatever you think. He sat next to him to eat and didn't leave, and Shu Huai couldn't drive him away, so he finally had to pull Shuyu to sit somewhere else. School had just started, and there were no classes for the first 2 days. So Shuyu stayed in the dormitory and went to Chen Shuer's house in the evening to tutor Chen Miao Miao. She did well on the placement test, although she didn't get into the top class, but she was in the middle class, experiencing the sense of accomplishment that comes from rising grades. Chen Miao Miao studied very hard this time. Shuyu watched her do her paper seriously, so she took out her cell phone and swiped up her friend's circle, just in time to see Fu Jingshun retweet a job posting. She was looking so seriously that she didn't even notice when Chen Miao Miao came over. Angel Jewelry Design Studio. Sister Yu, are you going to apply for the job? And will you still come and tutor me when you go? Chapter 69. This post was originally intended for Shu Yu. Shu Yu turned off her cell phone and looked at her. Did you finish your homework?
No.
Chen Miao Miao immediately shrunk back again to continue her homework. Shu Yu continued to open her phone to read the job posting. Is recruiting jewelry design assistants 3 hours a day on duty can be, the salary is not high, But the time is free, she went to check Angel Jewelry Design Studio, found that it is a high-end luxury design studio, and the work has won a lot of prizes and then fell out of favor but some time ago inactive again. There is even a famous foreign jewelry designer, Shane, who is also stationed in this studio, and the assistant recruited this time is for her. Shuyu was a little heartened, although she had not been in this world for long. But if she could learn really useful skills in jewelry design, she could be a meal when she returned to the real world. One more skill, one more job. Shuyu thought it would be a good idea to give it a try. So he sent a copy of his resume to the email address left on the job posting. Hi, resume received. Please come to Angel Jewelry Design Studio tomorrow at 2 p.m. for an interview. The email from the opposite side was returned almost in seconds like an auto-reply. Shuyu thought if the opposite side forgot to turn off the auto-reply, so she sent another email over to ask about the situation, and sure enough, the same interview invitation was returned in seconds. When he received the email from Shuyu, Fu Jingxin had just come out of the shower, his lower body was wrapped in a towel, and his hair was still wet and dripping. He heard the computer ringing, walked over and sat down, opened the mailbox and opened the resume. Shuyue's photo comes to mind. His mouth curled into a smile as he typed a reply to Shuyue. Hi, you can just come over for an interview if you receive an auto-reply inviting you to an interview. This post was originally he left for Shuyu. The recruitment notice is only visible to her. That mailbox is naturally only she knows. Fu Jingxin, afraid to miss her mail, this set up an automatic reply. Shuyu didn't expect her email to be viewed and replied to in less than 10 minutes after she had just sent it, making her feel like it was a bit of a kill tray. But the opposite side has Xuene. If you can follow her to learn a little bit of skill, that is also excellent. Then go back to take a certificate is better than her back to the real world as that broken finance. The whole company she has the lowest salary but also to pay other people. Returning to the dormitory in the evening, Shuyu rummaged through the closet to find a set of formal clothes to go to the interview tomorrow. Yeah. You're going on a date tomorrow when you match such a nice outfit? Wuya had just finished playing the game, so he took the time to glance at Shuyu and realized that this was very wrong with her. I haven't seen her mixing and matching her clothes so carefully in the past 2 days. Something's very wrong. Something's going on. Not a date. I have a job interview. Interview. Star leapt out of bed at the sound of those 2 words, shocking Shuyu. That's fine. Where are you going for your interview? Shuyu then briefly talked to them. You guys can try your resumes too. I got an interview reply tonight in seconds. There must be quite a lot of people who want to follow behind Xuan as an assistant. Shuyu doesn't think she can be chosen. It's better to join together and see who is lucky and capable. If they can choose one in their dormitory, it's also quite good and they can also follow the light. Really? You send me the email and I'll pitch it right away. Star and Wuya rushed to do their resumes, then dropped them in the mailbox to go. And sure enough, they received a reply with an invitation for an interview. Both of them were so excited that they wouldn't let go of Shuyu when they hugged her. Yeah. You're such an angel. 2 days ago I said you had princess disease. Don't mind it. The two were so passionate Shuyu couldn't breathe. Wuya took a screenshot and posted a forum. WUYA. I had a chance to meet Mr. Shane. Soon the post was reproduced many times. She initially forgot to code, and then more people immediately to the mailbox to code, but it was too late, early to be seen. Copy and paste sent to a variety of groups. To the afternoon of the next day, 3 people came to the interview location. Squeeze cannot be squeezed in the vast number of people. I'm going to go. Are so many people coming to the interview? The chances of picking the 3 of us, how small that must be. Wuya's heart was like a dead weight as he looked at the line that could not be seen at a glance. It's normal for Ms. Shern to be popular and crowded. Star tugged the 2 of them inside, but they couldn't squeeze in at all, so they finally had to give up. Maybach parked on the side of the road. The windows rolled down. The assistant looked at the crowds of people. People are stupid. Mr. Fu, why are so many people surrounding the studio? Fu Jingxin was originally reading a book. When he heard the voice, raised his eyes to look out the window, that a large number of people, looking at his dense phobia. The security guard who was originally at the entrance to maintain order saw Fu Jingxin's car and ran all the way over, panting and explaining to him. Mr. Fu, all these people are here for interviews. Didn't you say that only one girl would come for an interview? There are hundreds of girls here. Which one is it? Fu Jingxin gave him the photo, but just now he took the photo and compared it for half a day and couldn't find Shuyu. Mr. Fu, what's going on? The assistant looked at Fu Jingxin in the back seat. Fu Jingxin opened the mailbox, a little bit in, and saw hundreds of resume emails. He felt that his head instantly turned into an inflated balloon, ready to blow up. He immediately turned off the auto-reply. Go set up these people for interviews. Take numbered cards for each one. And if you can't finish interviewing them today, have them come back tomorrow. What about the admission requirements? Or is it only Shuiwe who is admitted? Fu Jingshen looked at his assistant slyly. What do you think? The assistant quickly got off the car to do it. Because things are sudden, the number plate is taken on the spot to write. Sorry everyone. I didn't expect so many people to come. Everyone take the number plate and make sure to keep it safe. The first 100 interviewees will be interviewed today. The rest will come back tomorrow and the day after according to their numbers. The assistant was handing out number cards to people while going to see if Shuyu had come, and when he had sent it to 90-something, he saw Shuyu, and hurriedly sent the next number to Shuyu, and even Wuya and Xingxing next to him had number cards. Shuyu thought the person handing out the number plates looked familiar, but couldn't recall where she had seen him before. The first 100 to the studio inside to wait, call the number of interviews, 5 people together face, the speed is quite fast. When it was Shuyu's turn, the people had pretty much dispersed, and the last 5 people went in for interviews. Shuyu saw Fu Jingshen sitting in the center at a glance. I go, why is Fu Jingshen here? I said the person who just gave me the number plate outside looked so familiar. I remembered. He is Fu Jingshen's assistant. Fu Jingshen heard Shuyu's heartfelt voice and coughed softly. Let's start the interview. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves and then bring up some of your work assignments to look at. Chapter 70. Fu Jingshen. The philandering scum. After Fu Jingshen finished speaking, everyone took out their resumes and portfolios and handed them to the interviewer. What followed was a set process of interviews which was over in like 10 minutes, and people were told to go back and wait for notification. The front foot just out of the office, the back foot of the stars on the pull Shuyu, and we are excited to talk. You just saw it, just sat in the center of the interviewer. He looks so handsome, that a suit on the body, typical of the domineering president, Shuyu looked at her smiling face and silently thought in her heart. Finished. The stars have been mesmerized by Fu Jingshen's face. But yes, Fu Jingshen is really handsome, and I quite like his looks. Shuyue. Behind them, someone called out to Shuyu. Shuyu, 3 people turned around to look, and it was Fu Jingshen who chased out. When Xingxing saw Fu Jingshen, she excitedly grabbed Wu Ya's hand, and because of the excessive force, Wu Ya's facial features were twisted together in pain. You left something behind. Fu Jingshen stretched out his hand, palm lying a key, very small and delicate, or gold. Above carved a very complex pattern, vaguely like a word, but cannot recognize, is Shuyu. The day of the opening day of the school Zhoulan took to her, and did not say what is what to open the key of what. She only told Shuyu to take good care of don't ever lose it. Shuyu put it in her vest pocket and forgot about it. And this time she wore the dress again, so it must have fallen out when she reached for her pocket. Thanks. Shuyu reached out for the key, her fingertips crossed Fu Jingshen's palm, and it seemed like a string of electric current ran up from there to the tip of his heart, causing his heartbeat to miss a beat and his eyes to become flustered. You guys know each other? Xingxing looked at the interaction between Shuyue and Fu Jingshen that didn't feel like strangers, so she spoke up and asked a question. Recognize. Don't recognize it. Shuyu was interrupted by Fu Jingshen before she could finish her sentence. What's he trying to do by pretending he doesn't know me now? Shuyu was feeling puzzled when she realized that Fu Jingshen's line of sight fell on Xingxing and Wuya. What's he looking at Star and Wuya for? He's not looking at one of them, is he? I go, Fu Jingshen, you can't be like this to every girl, right? Last time he was flirting with me, and now he's winking at Star and Wuya. Sure enough, even the most handsome man can be a womanizer and a scumbag. Shuyu couldn't help but look at Fu Jingshen with eyes that turned disgusted. Fu Jingshen heard her heart. The corner of his mouth twitched. He wanted to open his mouth to explain something, but he couldn't say anything. Once again he felt what is called powerlessness in Shuyu's body. He just looked at the two of them just now, and she brainstormed such an outrageous thing, and he was inexplicably labeled as a philandering scumbag, having a hard time talking about it. And he pretended not to recognize Shuyu, also just wanted to protect her. This position was originally reserved for Shuyu. Fu Jingshen wanted to bring her around, through her heart, so as to understand the plot of what happened later, while Fu Himing has not grown up, so as to stop him from developing in order to prevent future problems. But I didn't expect to make a mistake and come to so many interviews. If people know that he and Shuyu know each other, then after the interview and as long as she passed the induction, it is inevitable that people will not be missed and trip her up. Shuyu, this little nymph, was good, but she actually thought of him so much in her heart. Then how do you know her name is Shuyu? Her surname is Qin now. Wuya felt that the way Fu Jingshen looked at Shuyu didn't look like he didn't recognize her. She had her former name on her resume, so naturally I remembered it when I looked at it. Fu Jingshen happened to be holding a stack of interview resumes in his hand. The top one was Shuyu's, and she did have a former name after her name. Wuya was half convinced. It's getting late. You guys should go home early. You'll be notified of the interview results by email in a few days. Fu Jingxin had opened his mouth to drive people out, and the three of them didn't have the sense to stay put. Yaya, do you think we have a chance to be selected? With the hundreds of people there today, I feel like it could be up in the air, and I also found out that more than half of those are from our school's jewelry design program, and I've just seen a few of my classmates. Star felt horrible thinking about the stand at the gate today, like a zombie siege. Normal, the opposite is Xuene, well-known jewelry designer, get awards get soft, who do not want to be her assistant, can be her assistant. That is really the ancestral tomb of smoke. I now go to ask my ancestors to give me the spirit of manifestation to go. Wu Ye said and opened the portrait photo left behind by his ancestor and then began to kowtow to his ancestor. Shu Yu looked at those two people worshipping their ancestors. She always felt that something was wrong. Why would Fu Jingshan appear in Angel Studio? Just as she was lost in thought, Shu Yu's cell phone rang. A message from Shu Chun. Shutun. Come on down. Shu Yue. Where to go down? Shu Chen. Downstairs in your dormitory, of course. Shu Yu got up and walked to the balcony to look down, and saw Shu Chan standing in front of the dormitory, although it was already dark. But a handsome man who was more than 1 meter tall and wearing a Chinese tang suit was still very conspicuous. Especially when he was standing under the street lamp, it was hard for people not to pay attention to him. When the girls back in their bedrooms saw him, they all took out their cell phones to take sneaky pictures. Seemingly sensing Shu Yu's gaze, Shu Chan raised his head and looked upwards, and then he met Shu Yu's eyes, his sword eyebrow raised, seemingly saying that you're still not coming down. Shu Yu saw this and rushed downstairs. Shu Chun saw Shu Yu running out of the dormitory building from afar and jogging to him. What brings you here? Rude. And now fourth brother isn't even called. Shu Yu stared at Shu Chen's face, and with the streetlight overhead hitting his face, Shu Yu could clearly see the layer of powder. You're wearing makeup? What's the point of wearing makeup at this time of night? Makeup caught? Shu Chen coughed and avoided the topic, handing her the lunchbox in his hand. It's not important. What's important is this. What? Shu Yu took the insulated lunchbox and opened it to look at it. Pigeon soup. Huh? Well, brought it from home. Drink it while it's hot. I have to go record a variety program later. So you can hold the lunchbox. I'll come back to pick it up sometime, or you can send it home yourself. Shu Yu didn't pay much attention to the latter words. Her mind was full of the 4 words variety show. What variety show are you going to be on? A variety show that specializes in cold careers. Go be a guest for a few episodes. He did not want to go, was strongly urged by the teacher must go, cultural relics restoration industry talent withering, and then do not incorporate fresh blood will be finished, and Shu Chan is their facade signboard. He showed his face, absolutely can attract a lot of people to come. Shu Yu frowned. It's not going to be the program exploring cold silence, is it? Chapter 71. If she can't be a sister, she can be a sister-in-law. Shu Chen raised an eyebrow. You know about this program? Shu Yue lowered her head. More than knowing, I also know that you will be on this program was designed to hurt the hand-it, but to say this is all thanks to the Qin curls. She returned to the Shu family, acted in a high profile, messed with a Taiyu. Taiyu's brother just happened to be in the program as a lighting technician. Shu Chun recorded the first phase of the airing, the Qin curls on the broader, this is their own 4th brother, and the results of the back of the recordings of the Shu Chun was designed to smashed into the hands of the person. When Shu Chen heard those words from her, a drum beat in his heart and alarm bells went off. As a heritage restoration practitioner, the most important thing he has is these hands. If he can't pick up the tools to restore the artifacts, then what value does he have? I've got a few audience tickets in my hand. Do you want to come along to the live taping of the show? Shu Yu opened her mouth to say that she didn't have time when Shu Chen interrupted her. You cannot go today, wait for the recording the day after tomorrow, you can call your classmates to go with you. I have your class schedule, you have no classes in the morning for a few days afterward. You will have complete time to come to support me in the evening. You wouldn't even be willing to support your brother's field, would you? It's for nothing that I've made you so many snacks. Shu Chen preempted Shu Yu and put her on a high ground, so that she couldn't get off and had to agree. Well, you give me the ticket and I'll be there. Shu Chen's purpose was achieved, the corner of his mouth raised in a smile. Tomorrow I'll ask someone to send you the tickets. Pigeon soup, remember to drink it while it's hot. Oh, I'll leave first. Shu Chen reached up and rubbed the top of her head, messing up her hair. As soon as Shu Chen turned around, the smile on his face disappeared. According to what Shu Yu said, nothing would happen for the time being in the first phase of the program recording today, but the next few recordings would be uncertain. But as long as Shu Yu was present, he could make sure that he knew who was trying to harm him, and he could avoid this unprovoked calamity. Shu Yu looked at Shu Chen's back as he walked away, gradually disappearing into the darkness. It wasn't that she didn't want to go see him record the program, but she was afraid of seeing his hand hurt herself and not being able to stop it. The only thing she had to do now was to make all the plots go on smoothly and according to the original track. She treated Shu-chun as a family member, and she would feel guilty for the rest of her life if she had to watch him get his hand injured and then not be able to fulfill his dream. What happened with Shu Quan and Shu Ziming before had already burned a mark in her heart, and she knew very well that she couldn't do anything to turn a blind eye in the face of these older and younger brothers. Shu Yue is full of spirit and good health. She seems to lack nothing, but she also lacks everything, especially love from her loved ones, and she has truly felt the love from them for her. I hope you don't blame me. Shu Yu thought, Shu-chan, if his hand is ruined one hand, then she must find a way to enlighten him. The right hand cannot. We will use the left hand. The next day Shu Yu was woken up by Wu Ya and Star. Yeah. Look. You're on the school forum hot search. Shu Yu was woken up by the two of them, her head still groggy, when she was pulled to her feet to look at her cell phone. What? Shu Yu half squinted her eyes in an effort to read the words on her cell phone. Last night someone photographed you on a date with a handsome man downstairs in the women's dormitory. The handsome man and beautiful woman were just too eye-catching, and you were on the school forum hot search. Star opened the photo on the forum and put it to the maximum to show Shu Yu, who fixed her eyes on it. Isn't that her and Shu-chan in the photo? She read the accompanying text again, saying that she and Shu-chan were a couple, and that the two were on a sweet date romancing under the dormitory building. The picture was taken just as Shu-chan was walking away rubbing her head. It does look intimate, but he kind of treats his sister just like that. These people really match a picture. The plot comes out of their mouths. What's your relationship with that handsome guy anyway? We both saw you talking downstairs yesterday, and he brought you pigeon soup. Star tilted her head and looked at Shu Yu, who was still sitting on the bed, her eyes blinking and gossiping. Shu Yu looked at the two of them and expressed her helplessness. Why didn't you two ask last night? Didn't have the heart to ask. Shu Yu sighed deeply, rubbed her messy hair, and waited for the drowsiness to pretty much run its course before she opened her mouth to explain to the two of them. His name is Shu-chan. He's the fourth son of the Shu family and my brother. Not my boyfriend. He just stopped by yesterday to bring me pigeon soup. Wu Ya nodded in understanding. Then it looks like several brothers of Shu family are quite good to you, treating you as their own sister. That Shu Huai is also always sending us messages in the past few days, asking if you've had a good meal or something. Yeah, it's obvious they care about you, and since you're not biological and not related by blood anyway, an orthopedic CP would be nice. Star was thrilled at the mention of it. Shu Yu got out of bed and tapped her lightly on the forehead. Put away your kowtowing schoolteacher radar. It's simply not possible for me to be with them. I treat them like my own brothers and sisters. So, do you want to take care of this forum post of yours? Wu Ya was still sensible. Don't worry about it, this kind of thing is just a momentary novelty for them. When there's more powerful news in a few days, no one will care what kind of relationship Shu-chan and I really have. Shu Yu said as she grabbed her toiletries and went to the bathroom to wash up. There was a first class this morning which was said to be a class, but was really just a handout of the new semester's textbooks, and then we all caught up on old times and the instructor gave a speech. When the three of them arrived at the classroom, a large portion of people had already come, and that large portion of people all surrounded Chin Riling. Speaking of which, it's always been Chin Curly at the top of that forum hot search of yours. She's been dominating the school forums since the beginning of the school year. It's exaggerated to death. Wu Ya spat in a small voice. Normal. Who made her the heroine? Shu Yu found a seat against the back. From the moment she came in, Chin Ruling noticed her, and she got up and walked over to Shu Yu. Everyone then gathered around, and some people whispered and chatted about that picture of Shu Yu from last night. Sister, I've seen the photos on the forum. These people are so excessive. How can they rumor that you and fourth brother are in that kind of relationship? Don't worry, I've already asked someone to delete the post. Soon this matter will disappear from the forum and people won't remember it. Fourth brother? The guy who dated Shu Yu yesterday was the Shu family's fourth son. What Shu Yu? She changed her name to Chin. She's not going to be a sister-in-law if she can't be a sister, is she? By the way, I also heard 2 days ago that the Shu family's youngest son is also in our school, and someone saw him eating in the cafeteria with Chin Yu. Is she planning to hook up with both her older and younger brothers? Hearing the voices around her, Shu Yu raised her eyes to meet Chin Rueishi's innocent and pure yet provocative eyes. Chapter 72, Fu Hemming's Show of Goodwill. Shu Yu had an expletive she wanted to curse out, and after holding back, she still said it. Nerves. Who are you cursing? Chin Curly's smile retracted and her brows furrowed. Shu Yu smiled at her. I'll scold whoever promises me. Gave her that notebook for nothing, she can write a whole night it, not the slightest idea how to put herself in the right position, the heroine does not have a little bit of heroine-like, and now she wants to engage in the female competition, what a real nerve. You! What are you doing? Class is about to start. Gather around and don't sit down. Waiting for me to ask you to sit down. As soon as the guide came in, he saw the huddle and raised his hand and tapped the table, making a loud noise, which got everyone's attention, and they each returned to their seats. School board, arrange for a few people to go to the textbook room and move the textbooks for the semester. When the guide finished, he took a call and went out. The school committee member of their class was Shuyu. She stood up and ordered a few boys to carry the books, but none of them listened to her. They all lowered their heads to play with their cell phones or talk, and turned a deaf ear to what she said. Chin Curly looked at Shuyu and smiled. Shuyu quickly realized that this was a ploy by Chin ruling. Yeah. The two of us will accompany you to move. Star pulled Shuyu's hand, and Shuyu glanced at Chin Curly and rolled her eyes. Childish. As soon as the three of them left, a few girls around Chin Ruishi spat on Shuyu with her. It's still Curly, you're nice, unlike that Chin-yu, when we used to play with her when she was the Shu family's young lady. She didn't even bother to pay attention to us, with a condescending look, very rude. That's right, I hate her face the most. It's still you who are nice. You treat us to dinner and play with us to give us a head start. After that young lady was taught a lesson by you last time, she will definitely not dare to come back to bully me again. She deserved it, who made her go after the boys you like. But after this, my best friend is you Slim. They complimented the words of Chin Rulin very used. Before she was in the class is the existence of a small transparent. They like to surround Shuyu around. Clearly Shuyu do not love to pay attention to them, or full of eyes only Shuyu a person. It's different now, the wind and water have turned. She is the only true daughter of the Shu family. Shuyu, is nothing. Chin Curly was just jealous of Shuyu, jealous of everything she had. I told you that this Chin Curly is not a good person, and those who surround her are as if they have been descended, so I really can't figure it out. The stars came out and spat on one another. Wuya added smoothly. They were subdued by Miss Shu's identity. Weren't they like this before when Yaya was Miss Shu? Star cupped her chin and thought for a moment. That's really it. Shuyu laughed out loud. Ever read a Mary Sue Dog Blood novel? This is just the regular routine of the real and fake Chenjin. They are all just passerby cannon fodder. Star gave her a thumbs up. That makes more sense when you put it that way. Shuyu was surprised that the two of them were different from these cannon fodder toolmen and wouldn't be attracted by Chin Curly's heroine aura. After chatting, the three of them arrived at the textbook room. There was a teacher at the door who inquired about their class majors and then registered them and let them go in to move the textbooks. It's junior year and there are so many textbooks? Wuya fell into silence as she looked at the textbook books in front of her that were stacked up taller than her person. There are more than 30 people in our class, and we're afraid it'll take a class to move it with just the three of us. I won't let you move for nothing. I'll buy you milk tea after class. Shuyu thought she couldn't let them give herself hard labor for nothing. Good I'll take the kind with all the little ingredients. As soon as she heard about the milk tea, Star got energized and quickly moved it, but she was weak and only had enough strength to move a box of textbooks. But Shuyu was different. She had Hercules skills and carried 5 boxes with ease. Holy, you're awesome. Wu Ye and Xing Xing's mouths closed in shock when they saw Shuyu carrying 5 boxes of books. Shuyu poked her head out from behind the boxes. Ki la. Let's go. Try to finish moving in 2 trips. Because she was blocked from view, Shuyu slowly moved to the door, but did not notice that there was a person in the doorway blocking her way, and accidentally bumped into him, and the topmost box rattled and looked like it was about to fall down. Careful. Shuyu only heard a cry of caution. She was pulled in a hand, straight in her arms, and the 5 boxes of books that were originally held in her hands fell to the ground. The cardboard box was fragile, smashed a few holes, and the books showed their corners from the inside. Shuyu looked at Fu Heming in front of her in a daze. Fu Heming looked at Shuyu worriedly. Are you all right? Shuyu noticed that she was being held in his arms, and a chill ran down her back as she immediately retreated from his arms. I am fine. I am very good. Just now if you did not suddenly pull me a hand, these books will not fall to the ground on my strength. These several boxes of books easily thing. The corner of Fu Heming's mouth twitched slightly. It seems that he heroically saved the wrong direction. Shuyu obviously does not eat this set. Let me help you guys move it. Fu Heming volunteered to help them carry the books, and before Shuyu could refuse, several boys from their class volunteered to come over and help Shuyu carry them, and the books in the hands of Xingxing and Wuya were also carried to them. There are fewer girls in the computer science department, and when they come over to move books and see a girl, it's like a hungry wolf seeing meat, eager to show themselves. How can you let a beautiful woman do this kind of hard work? We'll just do it. Which class are you in? We'll help you move over. Star and Wuya looked at each other. It would be nice not to have to carry it themselves. So they told them where their class was located. After the guide made the phone call, the front foot just entered the class, the back foot Shuyu. A few people carried the books back. But the people who followed behind them were obviously not from their own class, much less the students of this major. What program are you guys in? The guide looked at Fu Hemming's few people. Teacher, we're from the computer science department next door. And seeing as there are only 3 girls in your class moving books, we'll lend a hand. One boy told the truth, and the guide's brow furrowed at that, looking to the few 5 boys in the class. You 5 boys are the only ones in our class? You're not even willing to move a book? And you want the computer science department to help our class move the textbook? Do you have any sense of responsibility? The 5 boys who were scolded lowered their heads. What's the point of pretending to be deaf and dumb? Don't move the books in and hand them out. As soon as the words were spoken, 5 boys immediately came over to carry the books. I don't have your contact info yet. Add a friend? Fu Hemming pulled out his cell phone to try to friend Shuyu. As he was the male lead, Shuyu couldn't refuse and agreed. All of this was seen by Chin Curly. Chapter 73. A dinner date with Chin Riling. It's hard on a few students from the computer science department. Shuyu thanked them. It's no big deal. Next time you have this kind of heavy work, you can just call out to us. We're definitely better than those boys in your class who can't carry a shoulder or a hand. He said loudly, is deliberately said to their class of those boys to listen to. As soon as he heard this provocative words, the brothers to move the book to send the speed of the book quickly up, and even some people to move a large box to go up to send, was provoked a little bit not to lose. Is it convenient to have lunch together? After Fu Hemming saved Shu Yu's friend, he took the initiative to find her for a dinner date. Shu Yu showed her doubts. You're looking for me for a dinner date? Is Fu Hemming in his right mind? As she thought about it, she looked towards Chin Ruishi, who was sitting in the classroom. Chin Ruishi was also looking this way. The 2 people's eyes met in the air. Chin Ruishi lowered her head in embarrassment. Shu Yu saw her looking this way and mistakenly thought she was looking at Fu Hemming's. Chin Curly is peeking at Fu Hemming, which means that she has now become interested in Fu Hemming. Then he wants to ask for a meal, should also ask Chin Curly about what I do. Otherwise, I'll agree to it first, and then think of a way to make Chin Riling go to the appointment. Shu Yu thought and spoke confidently. Yeah, let's make a date at the Korean food place in the first cafeteria then. You guys go to the Korean restaurant, I'll go next door for hot dry noodles, and incidentally I can observe how you guys are progressing. It's a brilliant plan. Unbeknownst to her, what she thought was a brilliant plan was all overheard by Fu Hemming. Fu Hemming looked at the smile at the corner of Shu Yu's mouth. If he didn't know what she had in mind, he would have thought that she was so happy because she was going to have dinner with herself. The textbooks were handed out and the instructor explained what to expect for the semester. Yesterday I saw in the school forum that there is a jewelry design studio recruiting assistants. Everyone can go and try it out, and it's junior year. What about having this kind of internship to learn? We are also going to fight for it, and practice is important for you guys too. Of course we know that practice is important, but how can there be such a good opportunity? I'm sure I'm hopeless when it comes to being Ms. Shern's assistant. Star whimpered and sighed. Shu Yu is not sure. It doesn't have to be Mr. Xuan's assistant. We can go and find other internships. Accumulate more experience. It will definitely be useful after graduation. She has been to college once and graduated once, and knows that internship experience has a big impact on graduation afterward, affecting positions, affecting wages, and whether or not she can be employed in her field. When she first graduated, she didn't directly engage in the profession she studied in college, and people just don't take those without work experience, and when they enter the society, there are potholes everywhere. The bell rang, the instructor left, and everyone got up and rushed out to get high, before there were any classes, now or never for a few days. Chin Curly. Shu Yu called out to Chin Curly. Chin Ruler stopped to look at her. My last name is Shu now. Shu Yu was purely used to shouting and couldn't change her mouth. Row, Shu Curly. That's an awkward thing to say. Something wrong with you? Chin Ruling felt that she definitely didn't have good intentions when she called out to her. We'll have lunch together at noon at the Korean restaurant in Cafeteria 1, and there are some things I'd like to talk to you about. Curly, there won't be any conspiracy, right? The girl beside Chin Curly said with her. It was loud enough for Shu Yu to hear. Don't worry. There's no conspiracy. I just want to invite you to dinner. I'm sure you'll come. Shu Yu smiled slightly at her. Chin Ruling felt that things were not simple. She thought carefully and did not intend to go. Oh, yeah. Wasn't it you and Fu Hemming who made an appointment to eat at noon at the one cafeteria Korean restaurant? Why did you make another appointment with Chin Curly? At that time, when she and Fu Hemming were talking about this matter, Wu Yo was beside her and heard it all. Shuyu looked at Chin Curly's figure disappearing in front of the classroom door, lifted the school bag in her hand and carried it on her back. Fu Heming is not something that ordinary people like us can afford to mess with. I'm not blessed with it. I'd better let Chin Curly have it. Though they didn't understand what she meant by that, Star and Wuya held on to the idea of not understanding but respecting. Soon to the noon mealtime, Shuyu 3 people went to the first cafeteria in the hot dry noodles area to find a seat, and next door to the Korean restaurant in the middle of a glass wall, you can see the Korean restaurant, all the seats and eaters. Shuyu held the menu to block her face after ordering the noodles, and looked through the glass wall to find the figures of Chin Riling and Fu Heming. It wasn't long before Chin Curly came. She originally did not want to come, but as soon as she thought that Shuyu wanted to have a chat with her, she was very curious about the content of the chat, and her heart itched so much that she finally came over and didn't let anyone follow her. She was afraid that Shuyu would say some dirty words again out of her mouth, so how disgraced she would be. Shuyu watched as Chin Curl walked into the store and found a seat. Shuyu paid attention. She was sitting at table number 5 and quickly sent a message to Fu Heming. Shuyu, I'll be waiting for you at table 5 of the Korean restaurant in cafeteria 1. The message was sent out and I don't know if Fu Heming saw it or not, but he never returned. Shuyu then continued to observe Chin Curly. Chin Riling patiently waited for Shuyu, but the delay was not to see her come. Shuyu's side was also delayed to see Fu Heming come over. She was also a little anxious. This Fu Heming won't go halfway and not come, right? It's so hard for me to have a chance to set up a match. Hello? There's no one next to you, is there? Can I sit next to you? There was a sudden voice next to her. And Shuyu didn't react and returned, no. Then the man took the seat next to her in passing. Shuyu was still busy observing the situation of Chin Riling next door, and had no time to pay attention to the person next to her. Hyatt. Wu Ya calls out to her. And when there's no response, her feet under the table start kicking Shuyu. What's going on? The noodles are here? You guys eat first. I'll take a look. That guy Fu Heming hasn't come yet. He's not going back on his word. Is he? I didn't break my word. I'm coming. Shuyu froze for a moment when she heard the voice, then stiffened and looked back. Fu Heming was sitting right next to her, smiling towards her. I'll be damned. I had an appointment with you at a Korean restaurant. What are you doing here at Hot Noodles? That Chin Riling waited half a day, he is not over. Chin Riling shall not be anxious to die. This male lead key time, not reliable at all. Fu Heming listened to her heart, always with a smile at the corner of his mouth. We had an appointment at the Korean restaurant, but you were over here at Hot Noodles, so of course I came over here to find you. I had an appointment with you, not a place to eat. What he said wasn't without merit, and Shuyu ate his words. Her residual light looked to the next door Korean restaurant. Chin Riling can no longer sit, angry, stood up and wanted to leave, just past the glass wall, aside of the head, and Shuyu met the line of sight, but also saw sitting next to her Fu Heming. Shuyu felt like fire was coming out from under her eyes. Chin Curly glared at Shuyu. How dare you trick me? Chapter 74? Shuyu, you dare to trick me. Shuyu touched Chin Rueishi's line of sight and sheepishly lowered her head. Fu Heming, Fu Heming, you can make me suffer. Chin Riling this time think I played her. Next time I still how to set up the two of you. It is really sinful, the plot has progressed to the present, you two are not a little contact, said that the same life and death of the dog blood sadistic love it? You two are in love? Shuyu mentally spat madly. Campus romance is so beautiful. You two are not talking at all, anxious me. Fu Heming listened to Shuyu's heart, calmly drinking the water in his hand. The more anxious Shuyu was, the deeper the smile at the corner of his mouth. Shuyu lowered her head, and Chin Ruler quickly discovered Fu Heming sitting next to her. It's him again. Chin Curl has some impression of Fu Heming. The first time I saw is in the summer resort pool. He saved himself. The second is the day of the school year. He and Shuyu in a car down. The third time is this morning to move the book. She also deliberately inquired about Fu Heming lives in Jolan Chindaeong home upstairs. She did not go back much before and therefore have not seen Fu Heming. Fu Heming looks like he's pursuing Shuyu. Chin Curly's vision narrowed slightly. She couldn't understand why anyone would want to be friends with Shuyu when she was nothing now but the daughter of a restaurant owner's housewife. She was no longer the high and mighty Miss Shu. The way Chin Curly looked at Shuyu now was the same as before when she didn't know each other's true identities, with a hint of jealousy and a hint of envy. Chin Curly lowered her eyes and walked quickly to the hot dry noodle store next door. Standing in front of Shuyu's few people. Chin Yu? Are you thinking it's fun to fool me? Chin Curly's voice rang in her ears. Shuyu looked up at her, wanting to explain something, but not knowing how to make an explanation to her. She simply stopped talking. When she didn't speak, Chin Rueli was furious. Her eyes fell on Fu Heming. His eyes never fell on Chin Rueli at all, and he kept his head down and drank water. It was also as if he didn't recognize Chin Curly. Chin Curl inexplicably felt annoyed in her heart, huffed and puffed and stomped her foot, turned around and walked away, stepped on her high heels, kicked, and left with quick footsteps. Ha 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 ha. You play this trick well, I just saw Chin Curl that angry face green a black apiece. I guess the lungs are going to blow up. Xing saw Chin Curly leave and couldn't hold back her laughter. She liked to see Chin Curly this defeated and didn't bring to take care of her, who let her wreak havoc on her and Wu Ya's group work before. Shuyu held her forehead. She didn't mean to tease Chin Curly. Chin Ruling had just left the cafeteria when she met the two classmates who had been close to her in the past few days. Curly. When they saw Chin Curly, they waved and ran towards her very enthusiastically. Are you interviewing at Angel Jewelry Design Studio later? I remember you put in your resume the night before last, right? They do not mention the Chin Curls have forgotten about this matter. When the forum has a post about this is very hot, the amount of retweets quite a lot. She saw that everyone has cast a resume, she went along with it and also cast a past. I think Curly you are going to go in for sure, no problem. After all, your strength and your family is here. We are all just your accompanying runners. Yeah. The two of them spoke in unison, and Chin Rueishi, who was in a rage because of what Shuyue had done, heard their words and spoke back in passing. If I can get in, there will be no shortage of you. The two men's eyes lit up. Really, Curly? I'm a man of my word, not like her. Chin Ruling's mind was filled with Shuyu's face just now. It was really exasperating. If we can get this internship, then it will help us a lot in getting a job after graduation. For Chin Curl, this kind of practice is dispensable. She is now the Shu family's young lady. She wants to go to a good company or her own family's company or want to do something else. That is not an easy thing. This time, when she went for the interview, she was just going through the motions. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon to the interview location, or more than 100 people, Chin Ryling's number plate is still being helped to collect her. In front of the line, the second group went in. Mr. Fu, you won't be needed for this kind of meaningless interview. The assistant followed Fu Jingshin and refilled all the interviewers' tea. I've come to keep an eye on things in my spare time, and if there are any suitable people, it's possible to recruit 1 or 2 in. Fu Jingshin hadn't touched the piece of jewelry design, but since he had taken over this studio, he would treat it with all his heart. His principle in business is not to be the best, but to be better with a true heart. Though it started out as a way to get better access to Shuyue, he wanted to do this right at the same time. When Chin Curly went in for the interview, the first thing she saw was Fu Jingshin. Since the last time she parted from the summer villa, she had never seen Fu Jingshin again. No, she had seen him once, when he sent Shuyu home, but it was dark that day and she couldn't see his appearance. Seeing him again, I was still amazed by his appearance. Unlike the other men she had seen, his eyes were dark but not cloudy, clear and bright with a hint of mystery, seductive when they met each other without thinking. And the reserved air between his hands and feet called for even more diverting eyes. Last time, she went back to investigate Fu Jingshin's identity. Did not find out anything special, only know that he came from Shangjing, the most prosperous center city of China. People from Shangjing, either rich or noble, must be a big shot. Feeling the hot gaze falling on him, Fu Jingshin raised his eyes and saw Chin Ruling. He frowned slightly. Why is she here? Seeing Fu Jingshin looking at himself, Chin Ryling was stunned for a moment. Then he lowered his eyes and could not hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems he remembers himself. After the interview, Chin Curly made a call to Shu's father. Curly, what's wrong? Shu father is talking about business, saw when Chin Ryling's phone. The first time to put down the hands of things. Walked to no one's place, the latter answered her phone. Dad, I've come for an interview at Angel Jewelry Design Studio, but there are so many people this time, and the competition is fierce. I don't know if I'll make the cut. Her tone held a hint of resigned sadness. When Shu's father heard this, he felt that she was unhappy and was heartbroken, and immediately said, Don't worry, with Dad here, any studio in Haicheng will be competing to have you. Really, Dad? Daddy's a man of his word. Then I still have 2 classmates. Chin Curl words did not say very full. Shu's father volunteered back to her. Don't worry. You can all go in together for internships and employment. Chin Curly smiled and sweetly shouted, Thank you, Daddy. Chapter 75. Chin Ryling was forced into the studio. Halfway through the interview, Fu Jingshan's assistant received a phone call, hurriedly ran in from outside, and went to Fu Jingshan's ear to say a few words. Mr. Fu, it's Ms. Shu's father calling. Fu Jingshan raised his eyebrows. It's Mr. Qin? No, it's the Shu family one. Fu Jingshan's slightly surprised expression darkened and his brows furrowed together. What's the Shu's doing calling him? Fu Jingshan took the cell phone from his assistant and got up to go outside to answer the phone. Hello, Mr. Shu. Hello. You are Mr. He Zhili, the main manager of Angel Jewelry Design Studio, right? Fu Jingshan borrowed the external identity of a friend to plate this studio. After all, he did not want to expose his whereabouts in Haiching for the time being. It's me. I don't know if Mr. Shu is calling here to make an appointment for a jewelry design or… Yes and no. My daughter is also studying jewelry design. She praised your studio and told me that she would love to intern at your studio. Think she can learn a lot of valuable knowledge. He didn't talk very much and those who understood got it. He's here to ask for an errand for Qin Curly. Fu Jingshan, after all, is using the name of He Zhili. The studio has just been revitalized not long. It is not appropriate to call the shots with the other side, and Shu's family status in Haiching is not low. If he refused, then this studio, I am afraid that it will not last until tomorrow. Fu Jingshan had a number in his heart, and after contemplating for a moment or two, he agreed. Don't worry. Ms. Shu will be able to get into our studio without any problems. Papa Shu was pleased with his uptake. That's good. My daughter has 2 other classmates. Or you can come along, we're just short of staff at the studio. Master He, in the future, when you buy gifts for my wife, come to your studio. Shu's father's bright laughter came, and he chatted for a couple more sentences before hanging up the phone. Mr. Fu, how's it going? The assistant took the cell phone handed by Fu Jingshan and inquired. Fu Jingshan reached out and pinched his brow. He wants Qin Curly to come to the studio as well, along with 2 of her classmates. Although the assistant didn't know the relationship and the so-called plot, he also knew that Qin Ruler was the Shu family's real daughter, while his own family's Mr. Fu was interested in Shu Yu, the Shu family's fake daughter. If all these real and fake millennials were in our little studio, it wouldn't be a riot, would it? The assistant felt horrible just thinking about that image. Fu Jingshan originally didn't really want to have anything to do with Qin Curly, and even kind of wanted to avoid her, but couldn't resist that the plot was just going to help them get together, both come and go. He still didn't believe that he couldn't escape being tortured even though he knew the plot behind it. Shu Yu happened to be at Chan Shuer's house tutoring Chan Miao Miao's homework when she received the news of her entry. She looked at the email that came in and double-checked the word congratulations. I'm not blind, am I? You're not blind. It does congratulate you. Chan Miao Miao sneaks over to look at her cell phone again. Teacher Shu, are you really going to work? Then who's going to tutor me if you go to work? During this time Chin Miao Miao's grades have improved, even the teacher praised her. If Shu Yu left and she couldn't learn, wouldn't she be ridiculed and looked down upon by the teacher and her classmates? With such a good opportunity, Shu Yu was definitely going to go. Don't worry. I won't hold you up if you're tutoring on the weekends. I promised your sister I'd help you improve your grades and get into the best school. Go to be an assistant salary must not be high, a month top day a couple of thousand. But Chun Miao Miao side to do tutoring is different. Chen Shuer pay her monthly, a month of 5,000 plus performance. As long as Chun Miao Miao performance enhancement, she get 8,000 is not a problem. So to make money you still have to look at Chun Miao Miao side. But learning depends on the studio over there. I heard from Myrtle last time that you put in a resume. Chun Shuer opened the door and came in, carrying fruit on the table. Yeah, a jewelry design studio. They invited a famous foreign designer, Shane, to sit in on it, to recruit an assistant for her, and I went up. A smile spread across Shu Yu's face, unable to hide it. Chun Shuer was also infected by her good mood. Well, that's a good thing then. It's worth celebrating. And it just so happens that my friend called me out to hang out. Do you want to join me? Shu Yu was about to agree when she suddenly remembered her agreement with Shu Chun. Forget it. I promised Shu Chun that I would go to see the recording of his program. Shu Yu suddenly thought of something and pulled Chun Shuer's hand. Sister Shuer, you also go with me. My brother gave me several tickets. Setting up the 4th brother and 4th sister-in-law such a good opportunity. Of course I can't miss it, although they be later, but now can get high on sugar to get high on more, or else I'm the CP fan can be too sad. Chun Shuer froze for a moment as she listened to Shu Yu's heartfelt voice and burst out laughing. Yeah. She is bent on trying to set up her and Shu Chun, unlike Qin Riling, and I don't know how she listened to her words at that time, and put something in the wine to dominate Shu Chen's things. She can do it. When Chen Miao Miao finished her homework and it was almost time, Chun Shuer drove Shuyue to the Haiqing TV station. There are quite a few people lined up at the entrance to check their tickets to go in. The security guards are checking the tickets one by one. Shuyu pulls Chun Shuer and runs over to line up. I can't believe so many people came to see this program. Shuyu looked at the long queue that had formed, estimating that there were no less than 100 people. Did you see the last installment? Behind them came two girls who were discussing the last episode. I watched it. I was brushing to the clip video before I came to see it. Just that Shu Chun, he is really too handsome. Young is the national cultural relics restoration work of a hand, and long handsome, elegant temperament. Simply is my dream husband. I also came because of him. Originally the tickets for the program Exploring Cold Silence were very good. Not many people bought them. Now because Shu Chun is on fire, it's hard to find a ticket. Our dormitory grabbed a long time before we grabbed one for me to come over and watch. The more the two girls talked, the more excited they became. Shuyue raised an eyebrow. I can't imagine that Shu Chun has gained quite a few fangirls from his last program. Shuyu said, looking at Chun Shuer by her side. Sister Cheryl, have you seen my brother's program yet? Looked. Chun Shuer was the one who hadn't grabbed a ticket. So when she knew that Shuyu had a ticket, she agreed to it at the first opportunity. Other than that, Shu Chen's performance on the last program was really cool. Artifact identification, on-site restoration, that kind of serious sparkling look, deeply imprinted in her heart and mouth. Hyatt! Suddenly someone reached out and patted Shuyu's shoulder. Shuyu looked back. It was her brother's senior. Your brother said you'd arrived and asked me to pick you up. Chapter 76. She's not my sister. She's my lover. Sherfu pulled the two of them out of the line and walked over to the security and explained a couple of things, which the security then let go. Later you guys will just sit in the VIP area. I'll go on stage with your brother. Today's content is the identification of knowledge to explain, as well as teach them to identify cultural relics and treasure. You can also learn don't buy treasure in the future. Be lied to that. It is what thousands of years of cultural relics. Senior walked away while explaining to Shuyu and Chun Shuer what would happen next. Walking to the backstage area, a number of staff members are preparing for the work. Lighting photography hosts to prepare the script are in the backstage. Where's my brother? Shuyu saw that Chun Shuer's eyes kept turning and knew that she was looking for Shu Chun, so she asked a question. Shu Chun should be in the lounge. There's still an hour before the recording. Do you guys want to go sit in the lounge for a while? May I? Shuyue winked at him. Sherfu smiled. Sure. Shuyu hurriedly pulled Chun Shuer and followed her to the guest lounge. There isn't just one guest for an episode of the show's taping in addition to Shu Chun and Sher. There are other guests, just with different jobs, but all of them are equally chill. The program Exploring Cold Silence is a program to promote these cold jobs. Different segments of the program will introduce different jobs and guest interactions, and at the end of the program, several guests will swap occupations to experience each other's jobs. Shuyu and Chun Shuer went into the guest lounge. There were 5 people inside. Shu Chun sat in the most corner of the position reading a book. His head did not raise next to the 4 people, but they were chatting more lively. Their eyes looked over at the sound of the door opening. Chun Shuer into the door the first time the line of sight fell on Shu Chun. He was wearing a new Chinese-style lab coat. Hair was tended to, slightly curled, playful and very energetic look, and his usual rigid appearance is completely different, but he was very calm sitting there looking at the book in his hands. It was as if everything that was happening around him had nothing to do with him. Chun Shuer is a person. She is outgoing to do things, also thunderous big grin. She used to quite hate Shu Chun, this pair of dead suit-like, but found himself a little like him after, this dead suit-like, but also quite charming. It's kind of mind-blowing. Perhaps Chun Shuer's gaze was too hot. Shu Chun finally pulled himself out of the book and looked sideways, and the moment his eyes met, Shu Chen's heartbeat missed a beat, and the tips of his ears quickly reddened. He looked down, hiding his face with his book, and took a deep breath. Has it been too long since I've seen Michelle Chen? Why is it that when I suddenly see her, I find it a little difficult to breathe, and I feel that her whole body is glowing? Shu Yu's eyes were sharp, and she had long since seen Shu Chen's little hiding gesture. Shu Chun is really innocent. This look at a glance at Chun Shuer on the blush. But pure love to pure love, do not know the initiative at all, but also the other girl's initiative, really no fun. Chun Shuer laughed lowly. Shu Yu was really interesting. Shu Chun heard Shu Yu's heart, looked embarrassed at being poked and prodded, and straightened himself out, immediately looking up from his book before getting up and walking over. Forced composure. What brings you here? Shu Yu frowned and looked at Shu Chun with a strange expression. Brain burn? Wasn't it you who gave me the ticket to come? Shu Chun coughed lightly and looked at Chun Shuer with his afterglow. What about her? Chun Shuer usually wears more cool, is the kind of imperial sister style, but today wore a tie-dyed halter long dress, long hair draped, very small and fresh, also very beautiful. Shuyu took Chen Shuer's shoulder and said breathlessly, "You were the one who gave me 2 tickets and asked me to bring my friends to see it with me. I brought Sister Shuer. Is there a problem?" Shu Chun was dumbfounded by her dislike. "No problem. Miss Shu, are they your friends?" A middle-aged man walked over. The man was not tall, about not even 1.7 meters, his stunning gaze sizing up Shu Yu and Chan Shuer's bodies. "Just now when I came in I saw him talking to the female guest next to him. They obviously didn't want to talk to him, and he kept talking to himself. He came up to make conversation rashly. He must have been unsuspecting, and that look was very uncomfortable." Shu Yu felt offended by his eyes and was sick to her stomach. Shu Chen frowned slightly and turned to block Shu Yu and Chen Shuer behind him, looking at the middle-aged man. "Sorry, this is my sister, still in school. Later on, they still have to record the program together." Shu Chun is not good to say too full and too desperate, and politely rejected his idea of wanting to get to know Shu Yu and Chen Shuer. But the man didn't seem to understand Shu Chen's meaning. Instead, he came forward, bypassed Shu Chun, and reached out his hand towards Chen Shuer. "It's Mr. Shu's family, ah. All the more reason to get acquainted. Maybe we can even become in-laws." The lustful eyes fell on Chen Shuer, making her uncomfortable. She wanted to kick over but thought that this was a TV station, and if she was caught on camera it would inevitably be posted online to generate public opinion, so she held back. Chen Shuer looked at the hand he reached out to her and was a bit disgusted. Those hands had a lot of calluses, and it looked like the calluses were only worn out from years of doing handmade type of things. She didn't really want to shake his hand, but the fact that he kept holding it up and staring at Chen Shuer with those eyes kept her from going up and down. Just as Chen Shuer was torn between shaking his hand or not, Shu Chun reached out and shook his hand in his stead. "Sorry, she's not my sister. She's the love of my life." He bowed his head, his sharp, cold eyes falling on the man's face with a hint of warning. Shu Yu's expression bristled. "I go, Shu Chun, you can not a song said not a girlfriend is a lover? You don't love too much I'm dead. I'm knocked dead. Locked dead. Key I swallowed." Shu Yu's staggering voice rang in his ears, and Shu Chun was inexplicably flattered. Chen Shuer stared at the embroidered ink bamboo on Shu Chen's back, clearly hearing the sound of her heartbeat accelerating, and at the corners of her mouth was a smile that was hard to hide. The man tried to break away from Shu Chen's hand, but after half a day's effort he couldn't pull his hand out of his hand. Shu Chun was too hard. It wasn't until the man turned red and apologized to them that Shu Chen let go of him. The first moment he was released, the man walked quickly out of the guest lounge and didn't have the face to stay here. "What did you just say I was to you?" Chen Shuer deliberately teased Shu Chun, who pretended not to hear and didn't dare to look back at her because his face was really hot. Chen Shuer came around to him and originally wanted to ask again, but she didn't expect a staff member to come in from outside. "Teachers, you can go to the stage and walk through the process to rehearse. I'm off to rehearsal, so you guys go ahead to the audience." Shu Chen turned and ran away with the same hand and foot. A funny picture. Chapter 77. Chen Shuer goes to save Shu Chun. As soon as Shu Chen left, Shu Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. "No. How come he has the same hand and foot, ha ha ha. He must have been stunned by your beauty. But Chen Shuer's dress today is really pretty. It's a stark contrast to that cool and valiant style from before. If I were Shu Chun, I'd be very tempted too." Chen Shuer rarely felt shy and somewhat embarrassed. "Do you think I look better in this style now or the old one?" Shu Yu thought carefully and sized up Chen Shuer. "I think it's still more suitable for you to be in the previous kind of imperial sister style. Small freshness we can try once in a while, but what's more suitable for you is still the cool and valiant style because that's the most real you." Shu Yue was honest. Although by the current Chen Shuer amazing but more people heart is the real original her, she herself do not like this style, that if she dresses like this for a long time will lose her unique charm, and Shu Chen kind of soft hesitation nature. With Chen Shuer this kind of decisive nature is the best CP. Chen Shuer nodded her head repeatedly as she listened to Shu Yu's words. "I think you're right. And my brother prefers the more handsome you." Chen Shuer raised her eyebrows, a smile in her eyes. "Really? Of course it's true." The two chatted while being taken by the staff to the VIP section of the auditorium. The guests and hosts on stage were pairing up their scripts, the lighting and cameramen and even the director's crew were making adjustments, and everything was ready to go off stage as the audience filed in one by one. Because the program itself is very niche and cold, so the studio is not really big, the audience seat is not yet 200 places, usually can sit half are very good results. But today it's all full. The director knew his persistence was working when he looked at the packed stage, and his heart was filled with joy. Looking at the long line outside, I didn't quite think it was crowded. But when I came in, it was overwhelmingly crowded. The VIP area was at the very front, behind the director's team, the closest location for the best viewpoint, and you could see the dark heads as soon as she turned around. This shows that your fourth brother has a lot of charm. Chun Shuer looked at it, came 90% of the girls, there are people with a support sign to come. Above it wrote Shu Chen's name, froze into a star-chasing scene, it is crazy. Shu Yu looked at Chun Shuer. Then will you have a sense of crisis? Chun Shuer locked eyes with her and shook her head. No, with my understanding of Shu Chun, he easily won't agree to be with someone else. I've been chasing him for so long. I know him the deepest. Look at him. He's still unmoved. These girls who only like him because of his appearance, he's even more unimpressed. Shu Yu thought she had a point. Maybe my brother has had his heart set on you for a long time, but he's just afraid to admit it. What did you say? When Shu Yu said that, it was just as the program's theme song was playing in the studio, and Chen Shuer didn't hear it clearly. Nothing. The taping of the program began with the host coming on stage and starting to introduce today's guests in segments, the first of which was a guest demonstration of vocational skills. The first ones to take the stage were the short, middle-aged man who had just harassed Chen Shuer in the restroom and his companion. His profession was a doll maker, and the dolls he made were all equal-scale dolls, the same size as a normal human being, and the doll he brought up was as tall as he was, a female doll with pink curly hair wearing a Lolita dress with delicate features and beautiful makeup like the real thing. He showed the tools and some simple ways to make his dolls. No wonder his hands were calloused and rough-looking. Shu Yu looked at the delicate doll on the stage. Very beautiful. But with empty eyes, it looked strangely scary. The next pair of appearances is the mortician, is two girls, they too also joke cannot be on-site display technology, otherwise quite obscure. It explains their work at the time of some of the special means that will be used. The last pair to come up was Shu Chun and his senior brother. As soon as Shu Chun got on the stage, the girls in the audience applauded so loudly that Shu Yu felt like her ears were going to explode. The host was also very good at it, knowing that the vast majority of the audience was rushing to Shu Chun, and as soon as Shu Chun came, he immediately opened his mouth. I heard that a lot of our audience today came here after watching our Mr. Shu 6. Deo. Raise your hand and I'll see how many there are. More than half the people on stage raised their hands, and the host laughed and told everyone to put them down. Our Mr. Shu is handsome, professional, and very powerful. Cultural relics restore it. Next, let our Mr. Shu and his senior brother to teach you how to identify real and fake treasure in life. The host mobilized the atmosphere of the audience, and Shu Chun was oddly uncomfortable being stared at by a group of people. It's okay, junior brother. You have fans now, Sooner or later our industry will be bigger and stronger because of you. Senior joked aside. Shu Chun lowered his head, his expression bland. Senior. Recording a program. Don't talk nonsense. Sherfu, shut up. The two men then began to teach how to recognize the most common artifact sets in life and ways to identify them. After the first session, there will be a half-hour break. Because you can't bring your cell phone in, people in the audience are bored, so they have to find someone next to them to talk to. While Chun Shuer was talking to Shu Yu was clearly distracted. She didn't know what she was looking at. I remember correctly, Shu Chen's hand injury should be what happened in the second period. But there are several lighting technicians here, so who did the trick? Chun Shuer's pupils shrunk slightly as she looked incredulously at Shu Yu on the side. Does she mean that this time the recording of Shu Chen's hand will be injured? Shu Chun is doing cultural relics restoration work. His hand is especially important to him. If he is injured, that will certainly have an impact. Chun Shuer listened to Shu Yu's heartfelt words and also began to look around to see if there were any suspicious characters. These lighting technicians are all playing the lights in front of them, and the ones controlling the lights above the stage must be behind the scenes in the control room. Shu Yu sighed. This is the drama that's going to happen to Shu Chun, and I can't stop it. Luckily, it doesn't spill over into his life. When Chun Shuer heard this, she directly stood up to go out. Where are you going? Shu Yu asked her. Going to the bathroom. Chun Shuer left the studio and slipped backstage while no one was looking. When she found the lighting control room, Chun Shuer bumped into someone's arms head-on. The bump was so fierce that her nose was sore and acidic. She covered her nose and looked up at the person in front of her with eyes full of tears.
Sencher?
Why are you here? It was Shu Chun. Before Chun Shuer had time to speak, the door of the lighting control room next to her was opened from inside. Shu Chun took her hand at the first opportunity to hide in the empty room next door where there was no one. Chapter 78. The Kiss in the Closet. It was dark in the room without lights, but Chun Shuer clearly felt the heat coming from Shu Chen's hand that was grasping hers. His palm was sweating, hot and moist. Footsteps came from outside the house, accompanied by the sound of talking. Toss in the fact that we're just now free to go eat. So bring the boxed lunches back later and eat them, or we'll have to start recording again. No, no. The sound is getting smaller and smaller. Shu Chun opened the door and probed out to look. The person had already gone away. He just wanted to pull Chun Shuer out when he saw someone coming around the corner again. He backed away in a hurry. But I didn't expect the purpose of the person who came over was this room. When he pushed the door, Shu Chun froze in place before he could react. He was dragged into the cabinet next to Chen Shuer, the narrow cabinet, the two people hid in it, and there were many clothes which buried the two people completely in it. With the two people leaning together and the amount of skin area they were touching, the temperature in the cabinet couldn't help but rise upwards and get a little hot. The man opened the door, came in, turned on the light, and started rummaging through the props. So many people don't call out for me to move props? Am I some kind of very cheap cow or horse? The man muttered as he gathered his props. The light slipped in through the doorway, and the glimmer of light was printed right at Chan Shuer's collarbone. Snow-white skin, slightly raised collarbone, sexy and seductive. Shu Chen's eyes were attracted, and his heartbeat unconsciously accelerated. And in his ears and in his mind, it was thumping. Chan Shuer through the doorway to observe the movement outside, see the figure to the doorway then withdrew the line of sight, looked at the Shu Chun in front of him, his eyes blazing different from the past that cold. Chen Shuer was stunned for a moment, and as she leaned forward, she kissed the corner of his lips. Strange. What's taking Chen Shuer so long to go to the restroom? Shu Yu waited left and right but did not see Chen Shuer come back, wanting to go look for her when the program was about to start recording. The host went up to the stage to speak. Sherfu looked around at the side. All the guests were here, only Shu Chun was missing. This kid lost someone on a bathroom break? If he doesn't come, the program will start recording. Sherfu was in a hurry. How could he drop the chain at a critical time? Sherfu. Hearing someone call out to him, Sherfu turned around to see that Shu Chun had arrived, and he blushed furiously. You kid, where have you been? Why is your face so red? You don't have a fever, do you? Sifu reached out and touched his forehead. It wasn't very hot. Shu Chun avoided his hand and pulled away from the conversation. It's going to be on stage, Sherfu. Only then did Sherfu not pursue the matter further. The guests went on stage, but Chen Shuer hadn't come back yet. Shu Yu wanted to get up and go to her, but considering that Shu Chun would get hurt later, she still sat down. Forget it. Chen Shuer so big person should not be lost. Later that chandelier fell down to hit Shu Chun or more serious point. First look at Shu Chun say it. Shu Chen's eyes fell in Shu Yu's direction. His eyes darkened as he thought back to everything that had just happened. Chen Shuer hid behind the door of the lighting control room. The door opened from the outside just enough to push inward and hide her behind it. Walked out as two people, back as a person. The person who came in while eating walked to the console to sit down. He broad shoulders and thick back. It looks like a lot of strength. Chen Shuer is calculating to really fight with him. Then she has no chance of winning. The screen on the stage appeared in the monitor, which was convenient for the lighting technician to fill in the light at any time. And there were many buttons on the console, and Chen Shuer wasn't sure which one was controlling the chandelier to fall down. So she watched the man's every move very intently. The pale end of the earth is my love. The man's cell phone rang and he answered it. Hey sis, what's wrong? Shu Chun? What's wrong with exploring the guests of cold silence? His sister bullied you? Outrageous. Well, don't cry. Don't cry. Brother help you to take revenge. Really, brother don't lie to you. Now he's recording in the studio, don't worry. Brother has his own measure. Shallow help you to teach a lesson, no problem. When my brother goes to look for you when he's on vacation, I'd like to see how arrogant the woman who bullied you is. Chen Shuer's eyes darkened, although she didn't know what the other party had said. She still quickly understood what had happened with regard to the mere words this man had said. It seemed that he was the one who had caused Shu Chen's hand to be injured. The phone hung up and the man lifted his hand to land on a button. Damn, he really wanted to do it. Chen Shuer was fast and rushed straight over, covering the man's mouth with one hand and dragging him backward. He was sitting in a chair with wheels, and was easily disengaged from the console by Cheryl Chun. The man quickly reacted, and with a struggle, he easily broke away from Chen Shuer's restraints. Chen Shuer turned to run, and he grabbed Chen Shuer's arm and pulled her back. Who are you? The man was very strong. Chen Shuer couldn't struggle away. A foot stepped on his instep. The man grimaced in pain, but the strength in his hand didn't decrease at all. How dare you step on me? The man looked at her angrily, but realized that Chen Shuer had a few good looks, and his eyes instantly changed. You don't have a crush on me and wait in this place on purpose. Do you? Chun Shuer's eyes widened. So narcissistic a male. But she didn't say anything. It was now imperative to make sure that he wouldn't try to harm Shu-chan. Mr. Shu. Inside the studio, the host shouted several times for Shu-chan. He froze and did not respond. His senior brother patted his hand, and only then did he come back to his senses. The host joked. Mr. Shu is not thinking about his sweetheart, is he? Shu-chan lowered his eyes with an apologetic smile. Sorry. Let's get on with it. The host went on to talk about the next rules, but Shu-chan's mind was clearly not on this side. And if it weren't for his senior brother, he was afraid that he wouldn't have understood the rules. Strange, why is Shu-chan absent-minded? And Chun Shuer didn't come back. I always feel that something big is not good. It was crowded and noisy, but Shu-yue's heartfelt voice was extraordinarily clear in her head. Cheryl-chan, not back yet? Shu-chan couldn't help but sigh over. Shu-yu was the only one. Chun Shuer hadn't returned yet. Chun Shuer had studied Taekwondo and was still a black belt, but the strength of the man in front of her was not to be underestimated. And although he was not a professional, his moves were chaotic and confusing. I can't believe you're quite a fighter for someone who looks so weak. The man became even more curious about the suddenly appearing Chun Shuer, dodging her moves and not getting on top of them. But the further back he got, the more he reacted to what was going on. You don't suppose you're stalling me? Not sure what she was stalling for, but it did seem like stalling or something to just come and hit him without talking. The corner of Chun Shuer's mouth hooked. Looks like you're not stupid either. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door to the lighting control room was opened. Chapter 79. Shu-chan, trust me. Help! Chun Shuer cried out loudly, and the man who entered the door heard the call for help and walked in quickly. And 4 or 5 security guards came and surrounded the man in unison. What for? The man tries to struggle, but being held by 3 men, he can't break free for a moment. What for? You can ask what for when you go to the police station. Take it away. The man was dragged away, and on his way out the door, he glanced at Chun Shuer and quickly reacted. You did this. Chun Shuer straightened her clothes and didn't say anything. It's still not as easy to move around in a skirt as it is in pants. After the man was arrested, Chen Sher went to the bathroom to touch up her makeup before returning to the studio. Sister Sher? What's taking you so long to go to the restroom? When Shu-yu saw Chun Shuer come back, she couldn't help but ask her with worry. Chun Shuer sat down next to Shu-yu, her gaze falling on the stage as she looked at Shu-chan. I had a stomach ache, so I stayed a little longer. Is it going to be okay? Should we go out and get medicine? Shu-yu looked convinced. Don't worry. I'm fine. I'm just having an aunt. Chun Shuer smiled at her and Shu-yu nodded. Then go home and drink some brown sugar water or something. Aha! I thought Chun Shuer had an accident. She just came to her and that's not a big problem. But it's Shu-chen's side. The recording of the program is almost over, and I still haven't seen him have an accident. This kind of knowing that something will happen, but I can't stop it, and I'm worried about it is really an uncomfortable feeling. Hearing Shu use heartfelt words, Shu-chan turned his head to look at the audience, and his line of sight landed on Chan Shuer's face. His hanging heart dropped when he saw her sitting there unharmed. Shu-chan, are you able to hear Shu use heart? After coming out of the cabinet, Chun Shuer directly hit the straight ball of questioning him. Shu-chan was still sophomoric at first, but in the face of Chun Shuer step by step approaching and questioning. Last time you dined at my house I felt something was wrong, and that's when I saw you at the door of the lighting control room, and I was even more convinced of my idea that you must be able to hear Shu use heart. Shu-chan avoided her gaze. I don't know what you're talking about. Seeing that he didn't admit it, Chun Shuer wasn't annoyed. I'll take care of the lighting control room side, so go record the show without worrying.
No.
Shu-chan pulled Chun Shuer's hand. Chun Shuer looked back at him, her eyebrows slightly raised. Why not? Shu-chan's eyes flinched. I've already investigated that lighting technician. He was a gangster before. He squatted in jail for a few years for manslaughter. He just got out not long ago, and got a fake identity to work as a lighting technician in the TV station. If you get entangled with him, you won't necessarily have the advantage. And to say you can't hear Skylar's heart. This is not the time to talk about it, anyway. I'll take care of this matter, you can't interfere. Chun Shuer knew that Shu-chan was worried that her life was in danger, and she reached out and patted Shu-chan's hand that was gripping her arm. Don't worry, I have a black belt in Taekwondo, my force value is still okay. Nothing will happen. If you show up in the lighting control room and not in the studio, Shu-yue will be suspicious of you. You should know clearly that she can't know about us being able to read her mind right now. Shu-chan frowned. But I'd rather not put you in danger. Shu-chan, trust me. I'll be able to handle it. Chun Shuer's gaze was so firm that Shu-chan hesitated. Don't hesitate. There's no time to lose. I can handle it. You trust me. Shu-chan eventually nodded. I've already notified security about this. They'll be coming to arrest someone later. Just stop him from lowering the chandelier in front of me to smash me. And when security comes, you'll be fine. Drawing back from his memories, Shu-chan was relieved to see that Chun Shuer was safe and sound. She did do it. She was different from other girls. Chun Shuer was more capable than he thought. Chun Shuer was actually a bit flustered when facing that man. But fortunately that man didn't take her seriously at all and thought of teasing her a bit, which in turn bought her time. The back of the recording Shu-chan relatively relaxed a lot, and no longer distracted, play are very stable and the mortician exchange experience but also learn extraordinarily serious. He had his head down as he was applying makeup to the model's mask, and the light hit him, flooding him with a haze that looked like a painting, and it looked good. Chun Shuer stared at the glowing Shu-chan on the stage. It was this look of him that made one's heart flutter. She looked at the man she liked on the stage, and her brow gradually softened with a smile, nestling him into her heart. Fourth brother, watch out! The cry of caution was shouted by Shuyu. Not realizing that the crisis was lifted, she kept a constant eye on the danger and shouted when she saw an unknown object falling over the stage. But the studio was so crowded and noisy that she couldn't hear Shu-chan with this cry. Chun Shuer did hear it and got up to rush to the stage, but she was still a step too slow. Shu-chan was smashed off guard. Dozens of pounds of dolls fell from above and smashed on Shu-chan's body. Luckily he sidestepped a bit, but it also smashed on his right shoulder. It hurt so much that he collapsed backward and fainted when his head hit the ground. The waiter-height doll slammed onto the table, its head hanging twisted, its exquisitely beautiful face instantly turning horrifying. The studio was silent for 2 seconds, and the screams spread instantly, one after the other. Somebody, call an ambulance. Chun Shuer was the first to rush to the stage. Shu-chan's shoulder had obvious signs of bleeding, and he was in a coma. She was half kneeling beside Shu-chan, and she didn't dare to move him easily. The cell phone had been handed inside the storage locker when she arrived, and she had to beg the staff to help her call the ambulance. Shuyu was also shocked by the situation. She thought it was just lights falling down, but she didn't realize that what fell down was a mannequin. Shuyu looked upwards and realized that there was a hemp rope hanging above her. And when she looked down, she saw again that the short man was hiding in the shadows observing every move over here. Could it be him? The ambulance came quickly and Shu-chan was taken to Kongyang Hospital for surgery. Ms. Pei, at the moment your physical condition is very good. As long as you wait for the right heart you can arrange for your surgery. The cost of the surgery I'm also helping you to prepare for it. I've already prepared half of it, you don't need to worry. Shu Quan explained a few words to Pei Xiao when he checked the room. Pei Xiao looked to Shu Quan and smiled lightly as she thanked him. Thank you, Dr. Shu. If it wasn't for you, I might have been. If it wasn't for him, she might have jumped off the rooftop that day. Where would she have thought that she could still be cured and alive? You don't have to thank me, you have to thank yourself. You're the one who didn't give up on yourself to save yourself. The nurse passed by the doorway chatting. Not too loudly. Just in time for Shu Quan to hear. Just now a patient came to our hospital who was injured by a doll. You're talking about that artifact restorer that's been so hot on the internet lately. What's his name, Shu-chan, right? Chapter 80. Welcome, sister-in-law. Welcome, fourth sister-in-law. The last time Shu stood outside the operating room was because of Shu Ziming, but now it was because of Shu-chan, and the Shu brothers, one by one, were all lined up to enter the operating room. She sat on the chair outside the door and waited, because she knew that Shu-chan's life would not be in danger, which made her not as scared and worried as Chen Shuer. She looked to Chen Shuer, who had her hands covering her face next to her, and reached out to pat her gently on the back to soothe her. Chen Shuer wasn't crying either. She was just reviewing what happened tonight. Shuyu was right. Shu-chan was indeed injured, but it wasn't because of that lighting technician that he was injured. Rather, he was hit by a mannequin doll that fell from the sky without knowing what happened. The lighting technician has been captured, but Shu-chan is still injured. Is this the plot they can't escape and it's written? Chun Shuer felt a sense of powerlessness, like she knew exactly how things would happen, and had prepared and planned to deal with it, yet she would still be forcibly wrenched back onto what it considered the right track by the mysterious and powerful force. Shuyue. Shuyu looked up, it was Shu Quan. Big brother? What brings you here? Shu Quan couldn't avoid a worried expression on his face. I heard that Shu-chan was injured. Well, I was hit by a falling doll while recording the program, and I'm in surgery right now, but don't worry, it's not life-threatening.
Shu iwauriadli pasifia Shu Quan.
It's good that it's not life-threatening. I'll save him if his life is in danger, I can time travel back anyway, but I can't go back and save him if I have to go through a plot like losing a hand. Otherwise, I'm just destroying the plot track. Shu Quan and Chen Shuer each had their own thoughts when they heard this. To them, Shu Yu's time regression skill was also a way to be able to save their lives, and if they couldn't undo it in the end, they still had to rely on Shu Yu. That's why it's especially important to keep Shu Yue tied up. The surgery didn't end until 12 a.m. Who are the families? I am. Shu Yu walked over. Doctor, how is my brother? The right shoulder and wrist and fingers were hit by a heavy object and suffered a bone fracture. It's not life-threatening. It's just that it's going to take a long time for that hand to recover completely, so be prepared for that. It was the same as the plot. Shu Yu knew it could recover, but the recovery time was long, and to Shu Chun it was no different from losing a hand. Thank you, doctor. Shu Chun was transferred to the ward. The man was still in a coma and needed to be attended to. Sister Shuer, you go back first. I'll just stand guard here. Shu Yu see Chun Shuer has not gone back to the heart. Also afraid of her so late, well, not go home, family will worry. That would be a pleasure. What's the trouble? I'm kind of half a sister to him. It's only right that I take care of him. After Chun Shuer left, Shu Yu laid down on the couch in the hospital room. The VIP room is just great. The couch is softer than the bed. She can't go back. The school has a rule. After 11 o'clock the dormitory will not allow to go back. She simply just sleep here for the night. Sleeping until dawn, Shu Yu woke up when the doctor came to check on her. She waited for the doctor to leave before going into the bathroom to briefly wash up. Just as he went out, he collided head-on with Shu Ziming, who had come in through the doorway. He was wearing a mask and sunglasses, so he couldn't see his face, but with that flamboyant air about him, it was hard not to let Shu Yu recognize who he was. Shu Ziming, what brings you here? Shu Ziming hooked off his sunglasses with his index finger, and his eyes looked Shu Yu up and down, finally landing on her cocktail head. I've come to the hospital to see Horna and stop by to see Shuchen. Hona's not out of the hospital yet? It was hard to hide the tiredness in Shu Ziming's eyes. How can it be so easy to get better after having acid thrown on your face? She's in the hospital room all day now. No one is allowed to go in except for the doctor and her agent. I've been coming here for almost a month straight and she won't see me. Shu Ziming walked into the hospital room, inserted the flowers in his hand into the middle of the vase, and went to fetch water again. Shu Yu stared at his busy back. She doesn't see you? So you still come every day? It's what I owe her. I should come. It's you. I remember you have class in the morning, right? Shu Yu looked at him strangely. How did you know I have classes in the morning? How does each one of these know my class schedule? Shu Ziming coughed. You're in the same class as Qin Curly. Of course I know the schedule. Shu Yu came to a realization. Also is Qin Curl and IA class, they care about Qin Curl know her class schedule justifiable before how to not see care about my schedule it, but also really hard imbalance. Shu Yu mentally spat. Then I'll leave first, you watch over Shuchen here. Shu Yu grabbed her bag and hurriedly left the hospital. As soon as she left on the front foot, Shuchen woke up on the back foot. Yo, awake so early? Shuchen opened his eyes to the ceiling, his eyes aching. Shu Yu's heartbeat is as loud as it is in my head, and it's unlikely that I'd want to stay awake without her. I heard you cracked a bone in your hand. What happened? Shu Ziming moved a chair to sit down next to him and asked him with his head propped up in interest. Shuchen sidled up to his look of amusement and felt speechless. Will you stop gloating? My hand is now cracked in the bone, and I'm in a very bad mood. Are you trying to force me to jump up and slap you with my healthy left hand? Shu Ziming laughed out loud. It doesn't look too bad, all knowing how to dislike me. But it's just a matter of knowing it already and being prepared. Shu Chen thought that if he hadn't known about this a few days ago, he might have woken up a little broken. But it was as if he had mentally prepared himself in advance. And after this happened, he instead relieved himself and felt that the stone blocking his heart had fallen off. It's just a shame that he didn't escape the drama completely. Right, you bring me my cell phone. Shu Ziming handed Shu Chen's cell phone to him, and Shu Chen's left hand was very inflexible to open the password to go in. Not long after, Shu Ziming realized that he had pulled Chen Shuer into the group of just the 5 of their brothers. I'll go, Shu Chen, you kid can do it, progressing so quickly. As Shu Ziming spoke, he didn't forget to add Chen Shuer in the group. Shu Ziming at Chan Sher welcomes her sister-in-law. Then he sent out an exclusive red packet to Chen Shuer. H. Huh? I just got up. What happened? I have a sister-in-law? H. Hello sister-in-law at Chen Shuer. Shu Chuan. Welcome, welcome. Shu Rin. Then I'll send a red envelope too. Second brother is really trenchant. to directly transfer $200,000. Resumen. 200,000 is the software's cap, not Ergo's cap. Cheryl Chin. Thank you all, but it seems like there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. Shu Chun wanted to explain. Typing half a day had not finished, some annoyed. Simply directly hit a full voice call over. Chapter 81. We're all in each other's pockets. I was just getting ready for a meeting. Why are you calling? Shurin was the first to speak up. I'm getting ready to go to class soon too. It's not what I thought it would be. Why do we have to take English in college? I hate English. Shu Huai was in the cafeteria buying breakfast, and along with his voice there were other loud noises coming from the cafeteria. I've had a rare day off, and I've been given a snooze fest by your group messages and phone calls. Shu Quan was still yawning. His tone languid was that of not waking up. Shu Chun looked at the avatar of Chen Shuer, who was late in connecting the call, and opened his mouth slightly irritated. I'm a patient now. I'm in the hospital, and none of you care about me? Shu Rin's voice came. Concerned? We were going to form a group to see you. But Shu Yu said that your life wasn't in danger, so we weren't in such a hurry. It's not life-threatening, but I cracked a bone in my hand, and it's directly affecting my career. Shu Chun expressed his dissatisfaction. Can't he come to see him if his life is not in danger? Are they still blood brothers? Don't worry. I'm here to see you. Shu Ziming patted Shu Chen's hand, and Shu Chen's brow furrowed in pain. Sorry. Forgot you cracked a bone in this hand. Shu Ziming hastily withdrew his hand, and Shu Chan suspected that he was doing it on purpose. Speaking of which, why did you pull Chen Shuer into our group, fourth brother? Could it be that you guys are really together? Shu Huai finished buying breakfast and asked vaguely while nibbling. No, you guys. You've got it all wrong. Shu Chen and I aren't together. Shu Chun was just about to explain when Chen Shuer appeared at the door of the hospital room, holding flowers and breakfast in her hand too. Seeing this, Shu Ziming had the sense to stand up and offer her a seat, while he himself sat down on the sofa. Shu Chen, is Chen Shuer on your side? Shu Quan seemed to have heard just now that it was the voice coming from Shu Chen's side. Brother Shu, I just got to the hospital and came to check on him. Chen Shuer opened the breakfast in her hand. The doctor said that you've just finished surgery and your body is weak, so you need to eat something light. Shu Chen, you kid is blessed. Shu Ziming teased from the sidelines. Shu Chen glanced at him. Shut up you. I pulled Cheryl Chun into the group for something very important, and she can hear Shu Yue's heart too. What? Everyone's reaction was invariably surprised, and although they might have expected this situation early on, it was still unbelievable to actually know that someone could hear Shu Yue's heart as well as they could. Shu Chun is right. I can indeed hear Shu Yu's heart, and through her heart, I also know what's going to happen to our Chin family, and I also know that my existence is nothing more than a cannon fodder NPC to pave the way for the heroine. She didn't specifically say that it was Chin Curly, because she wasn't sure what exactly the attitude of these several Shu family brothers was towards Chin Curly. And do you know anyone else who can hear Shu Yu's heart besides us? Shu Kun asked this question very seriously. Chen Shuer didn't hide it. After she exposed herself last night, she was already a grasshopper tied to the same boat as them. It was just that it wasn't clear what kind of role they were actually playing in this novel. She got on this ship, or she could inquire with them about what the drama they had heard was like. And my cousin, Ho Kiran. Shu Chen frowned slightly. That's the cousin who ate at your house last time? Well, he can hear Shu Yue's heart too. As for the plot entanglement between He Qilin and Chin Curly, she didn't continue. Brother, you guys talk first. I'm gonna go to that damn English class. You guys can tell me what happened after we talk. Bye. After Shu Huai left, the phone was quiet for a long time. So quiet that only the sound of Shu Chan drinking kanji could be heard. I think there must be others besides us who can hear Shu Yu's heart. Shu Rin felt that there were 7 of them here who could hear Shu Yu's heart. So there must be more. They just didn't know who it could be. Then we can hear Shu Yu's heart. There must be an opportunity that we can connect. I always thought before that it was because we are a family spending time together that we can hear Shu Yu's heart. Now that there are more Chen Shuer and her cousin, it's not that simple. Shu Ziming was smart for once in a while. Could it have something to do with where we end up? Shu Quan's words were like an alarm ringing in his head. What's your end? Chen Shuer asked out loud. Shu Quan was the first to speak. Died horribly on the streets. Shu Huai will die in a terrorist attack. I'm not sure how I'll die for now, but my company will go bankrupt. Shu Rin then remembered Shu Yu saying that the business empire he had built would be ruined. Chen Shuer's sight fell on Shu Chun. My ending is to jump to death. Shu Chun was stunned for a moment and suddenly remembered that during Chen Shuer's birthday banquet, Shu Yu had spoken in her heart about the drama between him and Chen Shuer at that time, and if Chen Shuer was the one who could hear Shu Yu's heart at that time, then she would have already known the ending that would happen to the two of them in the future. I died in a cave collapse. Shu Chun lowered his eyes, inexplicably too weak to meet Chen Shuer's eyes. Then it seems that it's because our end is so tragic that we've heard Shu Yu's heartfelt words, which means that God is going to give us a chance to change our destiny as well. Shu Ziming's words were recognized by everyone. What Ziming said is right. Since we were allowed to hear Shu Yu's heart, then we definitely need to do something to change our fate. In the future, when everyone hears about the later episodes at Shu Yu's place, they will all end up sending it to the group. Don't carry it on your own to solve it just like Shu Chun did. The end result isn't still a smashed hand with a cracked bone. Shu Chun was slightly vain. He just felt that this matter was very small. There was no need to tell everyone. He could solve it, but he didn't expect that he still couldn't avoid this ending. It's strange, at that time, I had already arrested the one who was a hidden danger to Shu Chun, so it was reasonable to say that he wouldn't be smashed again. But at that time, a doll fell above the stage, something that shouldn't have appeared above the stage, and it was all too fishy. Chen Shuer's brows furrowed, feeling odd when she thought of this matter. The police are already working on this matter, and I'm sure there will be results soon. Perhaps Shu Chun's experience this time tells us again that it's not so easy to change our destiny. Shu Rin's voice echoed through the hospital room and left a mark on everyone's heart. Yeah, it's not that easy to change your fate. The phone hung up. Chen Shuer pulled He Qilin into the group. He was still in school, and it was already nighttime by the time he knew about the group. Kiran Ho. Hello, is everyone there? What's the meaning of this group? Is my sister and brother Shu Chun. Congratulations on the early birth. Chapter 82. You're the connected sister in our circle. No one wanted to take care of He Qilin. He sent a dozen messages in a row alone. No one took care of him. Intuitively uninterested, he went to play the game. News came from the police station that the dolls were lowered from the ceiling above the stage through twine avoiding the dead center of the camera, with traces of human control, and fishing line was found on the floor, through which the last link of the twine was cut. That's what caused the mannequin to fall and hit Shu Chun's body. And the most suspicious, naturally, was the short man from the doll-making room, with whom Shu Chun had clashed in the lounge at that time. After the investigation, at first he had another alibi. His peers testified that he had been with him at the time of the message, but there were no witnesses other than his peers until the surveillance was later found, and the man's flickering back was still captured. He was filmed going to the dark tunnel at the back of the stage where there was a ladder that went right up to the top of the stage, which was necessary because of the props that needed to be set up above the stage, and that's what he used to set up everything. But fortunately, Shu Chun had no major life-threatening injuries. After dodging the lighting guy at the beginning, I'm surprised I didn't dodge him. Shu Yu looked at the message sent by Shu Chun. How could she not expect that it would be the doll maker who did this, although it deviated from the plot she knew? But it seems that it did not completely deviate. Shu Chun was still injured. Then it looks like it's all on track. Shu Yu is pondering when the phone vibrated. Is her mailbox has mail sent? Open a look. Is Angel Jewelry Design Studio entry notice? She froze for a moment, zooming in on the email with wide eyes, going through it word by word. Confirmed 2 times. This just reacted to her, did not look at the wrong. Is indeed through the interview you can handle the entry and the work time flexibility if the performance is good after graduation directly to become a full-fledged employee, and you can pay 5 insurance and 1 gold. The treatment of welfare is super good. Shu Yu felt as if she had been hit by a falling pie. She'd never been so lucky in the real world. At that time, before graduation, she began to submit resumes for interviews, cast all the better companies, but invariably be sifted down. In this world, her luck still seemed to be good. Yeah. You look happy. Is something happy? Xingxing passed by holding a cup of tea and looked up to see Shu Yue holding her cell phone and smiling, unable to resist the curiosity of questioning her. Shu Yu also do not know whether to say, afraid of the two of them sad, but on second thought, all live in a dormitory. Now do not say, wait for her to enter the workforce. They will also know at that time. I just got an offer of employment from Angel. She handed her cell phone to Star, and Wuya immediately climbed out of bed when she heard the news. What? You passed the interview? The 2 men held Shu Yu's cell phone for a long time, their mouths unable to close. Are you guys upset? Shu Yu asked.
No?
We're very happy. So many people went for interviews and selected someone from our dormitory. This is a great thing. Yeah. If you see Ms. Xuan, you must get an autograph for me. You're my connection in the circle. The 2 people looked very happy and shouted excitedly when they pulled Shu Yu's hand, as if it was not Shuyu who had been inducted, but the two of them. You really don't feel bad about not picking you too? Shuyu also did not know whether they were pretending to be happy or what. She had met many people before, on the surface and you play well, everything for your sake, but behind the scenes they were shady themselves but also backstabbing. Wu Ya and Star tilted their heads at Shuyu with a sincere expression. How many pounds we still have a number in our hearts before you design works we have seen, and you also with the ability to take a lot of awards inside and outside the school, you get this entry qualification, is your strength your ability. Yes, we can follow the glory of you being inducted. You have to treat us tonight. Shuyu was infected by their smiles. Okay. My treat. Aya. Don't just be happy. You come down and change your clothes. There's gym class later. Just the first 2 days of school, the three of them on the computer in front of the selection of physical education class to learn what grab half a day did not grab others. Those most relaxed and interesting class students are full. The three of them were divided into the aerobics. I really don't want to go to that aerobics. I'm not limber. Star was holding Wuya with one hand and Shuyu with the other. The whole person unloaded and was completely carried by the two of them. We're going even if we don't like it, for credit. A number of students had already arrived by the time the three got to the class site. They are all junior students from various majors, and Shuyu went over to Fu Himing and came up to say hello. What a coincidence that we both picked aerobics. Shuyu saw the smile at the corner of Fu Himing's mouth, and on a bright sunny day, she actually felt a chill at her back. It's not good to be targeted by the male lead. Unfortunately, we were assigned by transfer without grabbing a class. Sister. As soon as the words fell, Shu Huai's voice came out, and Shuyu followed the sound to find him, and saw him running in the playground, turning back to greet Shuyu as he ran. Shu Huai, focus on running 3,000-meter test. If you don't meet the standard, you can have your punishment. Shu Huai was scolded by the coach. He withdrew his gaze, and with a push of his feet, he picked up speed. Shuyu is really rare to see someone can tame him. Shu Huai is just like a wild dog without a leash, doing things quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly without regard to the consequences. Seldom see someone will be so ferocious him, he did not dare to resist. Students, I'm sorry, because we have limited space, and the dance studio is now commandeered in preparation for the freshmen's party. So we're going to be in the playground for the rest of the month. The teacher clapped her hands and had everyone line up on their own, then began to get everyone warmed up and taught them the aerobics moves. Teacher, sorry we're late. The three girls walked slowly from the distance, having arrived 20 minutes after class had started. The teacher was a little disgruntled. Class, are you not taking my class seriously by being 20 minutes late for class? Isn't that Chin Curly and her two followers? Why are they on aerobics too? What bad luck. Star spat in a whisper in Shuyue and Wuya's ears. The girl beside Chin Curly cleared her throat and said with a slight arrogance, Teacher, there's a reason we're late. The three of us are going to Angel Jewelry Design Studio to go through the entry procedures. Chapter 83. His target is not only Shuyu alone. Most of the people in the aerobics class weren't jewelry design majors, so she was saying this to Shuyu and the girls, and there was just too much intentionality in that tone. How did the three of them get picked too? Didn't they say only one would be accepted? Wuya wondered out loud. Shuyu and Chin Ruishi locked eyes, and Chin Ruishi stared at her with a smile in her eyes. Boring, childish. It must have been Chin Curly's trick. If she hadn't utilized her identity to go through the back door, I wouldn't have believed that all three of them would have been selected. Star's loathing for Chin Curly went up another notch. Congratulations. While this is a joyous event, you are late for class and haven't asked me for a leave of absence. So you will be punished by standing in place for 20 minutes. The aerobics teacher didn't know what they were talking about in the studio. She only knew that these three people hadn't asked for leave and were late, so they deserved to be punished, and this was only the first class, and they had the nerve to be late, so wouldn't she be disregarded every day for the rest of the classes? The girl next to Chin Curly was not convinced and took Chin Curly's arm and screamed at the teacher. Teacher, do you know who she is? She's the Shu family's daughter. Her brother just donated a building to our school. Aren't you afraid of offending the Shu family and costing you your job if you punish us like this? When Shuyu heard this, the problem of embarrassing people on behalf of others came back to haunt her. I wasn't this middle-aged and arrogant before, was I? She looked down and asked Wuya and Star next to her. No, you can then this low profile much. At that time our school so many people to please you, you are a glance do not look at, and your grades door are good, but also get a scholarship, you then Chin Curl much stronger. In the face of the Star's compliments, Shuyu felt like the corners of her mouth were going up to the sky. I didn't think I was so good until you said so. What a sweet mouth. The teacher looked Chin Curly up and down, You're that newly recognized daughter of the Shu family? Chin Curly smiled and nodded. Teacher, it's me. The teacher reached up and pinched her brow, then gestured for her to return to the line. Go back. The three girls were immediately about to return to the line, but the teacher called them back. She can return to the team. You two will have to stand in penalty until the end of class. The two girls stopped and looked at Chin Ruishi for help, and only then did Chin Ruishi open her mouth. Teacher, they're my best friends. The implication is that you have to let them go. But they're my students, and I should have the right to penalize a student for being late and disrespecting a teacher, right? Chin Curly was dumbfounded by the teacher's sentence. Her face couldn't hang on, but she couldn't continue to say anything. So she let go of the girl's hand to return to the team by herself. The two girls saw that Chin Curly didn't help them either, so they could only resign themselves to standing outside the line for punishment, their resentful eyes undisguisedly staring at the teacher. Fu Hemming's line of sight fell on the side of Chin Ruling's face, and suddenly understood why Shu Yu said that by using Chin Ruling, he could bring down the Shu family and even get the status of wealth belonging to the Shu family. After class, Shu Yu rushed to check in and gave her things to Wu Ya and Star to take back. Chin Yu, are you going out? It just so happens that I don't have class either, so I'll give you a ride. Fu Hemming walked over and offered to send Shu Yu over. Shu Yu glanced at him, and before she could say no, Shu Huai popped up. Sis, where are you going? Shall I give you a ride? He came over to Shu Yu's side and raised his chin to look at Fu Heming with a hint of provocation. Shu Yu happened to want to get rid of Fu Hemming and immediately agreed to Shu Huai. Yeah, let's go. Fu Hemming looked at the back of the two leaving, his fists hanging down at his side clenched into fists. Trying to rip off Shu Yue is not a simple task. She seems to be aware of all the plots that will happen and is extra defensive of herself. I advise you not to waste your time on her. She likes rich people. My brothers and this brother of mine are all mesmerized by her. She won't give you a second glance if you don't have any money or power. Fu Hemming looked sideways. It was Chin Curly. His eyes narrowed slightly. Really? Then let's make a bet and see if she'll turn on me. Chin Ruler and Fu Hemming looked at each other, and his pupils were like black vortexes, hooking people into that abyss and losing their way. Chin Ruishi returned to her senses and turned around. This bet is no fun. Fu Hemming stared at the back of Chin Curly's departure, his target, not just Shu Yu. Where are you going, sister? The school parking lot, where Shu Huai's locomotive was parked. Since when do you boys ride motorcycles? Got a license? Shu Huai pulled out his driver's license from his pocket. I have a driver's license. I'm also over 18 years old. I can ride, and I'm very skilled. If you don't believe me, just come up and feel it. Shu Yu's expression looked like she didn't quite dare. So Shu Huai simply picked up the helmet and set it directly on her head, putting on her protective gear. Sister, don't worry. Even if something goes wrong, I'll protect you with my life and won't let a single thing happen to you. Cutie. Protecting yourself is the most important thing, and of course it's best for people to be selfish. Shu Yu sat in his car with a straddle, and because of her fear, her hands cupped the clothes around Shu Huai's waist, and Shu Huai looked down and grabbed her hands and directly encircled his waist. It was hot, he was wearing thin clothes, and I could feel the waistline of his abdomen going. You're in good shape, kid. When Shu Huai heard this, his ears, hidden beneath his helmet, grew red and he coughed. Hold on tight. He started the car and drove out of the school. An hour later arrived at the destination. You be a good boy and wait for me at the door. Shu Yue took off her helmet, straightened her hair in front of the rearview mirror, and trotted all the way inside. Hello. I'm Chin Yu, who's here to check in. The receptionist heard her name and immediately made a call. Miss Chin Yu has arrived. Before long, someone came over to lead Shu Yu inside. It's like this, Miss Chin. We originally planned to recruit an assistant for Ms. Xuan, but then the plan has changed. Now a total of 4 people have been recruited to come in. You'll need to compete fairly. The daily working hours are flexible. Depending on your class schedules, you'll be able to decide the working hours, which may be more than the original 3 hours. And after a month, there'll be an assessment, so that Ms. Xuan will be the one to decide who'll become her assistant. The man explained to Shu Yu about this examination while showing her around the studio. Shu Yue expressed her understanding. Weekends are vacation, you don't worry, but the monthly salary is not so high. The base salary is only 15,000, then 300 full attendance and commission performance. The most important thing is that after a month, if the assessment is not up to standard, then... She didn't go on, and Shu Yu understood. If the test isn't up to par, she's gone. Chapter 84. I told you you'd like her. Who let you make private changes on my manuscript? Do you realize that with one stroke of your pen, my work will be ruined? As she passed the conference room, a cursing female voice came from inside, but she spoke English. The door to the conference room was open, and there were 3 people inside, a man and 2 women, one of whom was blonde and blue-eyed, a typical foreigner look-alike. Shuyue knew her. She was Shane, and that's what Shuyue wanted to come here for. Xuan is 32 years old this year, is the most well-known jewelry designer at home and abroad. She gave a lot of noble ladies, princes and princesses have designed jewelry accessories. Please, her design cost is not high, but she is extremely picky about the eye edge. Even if you have a noble identity, take the money to hit her. She does not like is not like, how will not give you a drawing script. She was eccentric, but that in turn made her famous. The more difficult the designer, the more internationally famous she became. However, her designs are as if they have a soul, and they are very popular with female consumers. Only the jewelry is expensive and not everyone can afford it. I just think it's more sultry and glamorous to add a rose there. The male designer explains his original intention for the rewrite. The interpreter was beside himself explaining to Shane what he had just said. Shane was furious at the sound of that. Cheesy! And this client is mine. What gives you the right to alter the design I drew for the client? The male designer stretched his neck and retorted. This client was originally mine. It was you who came and robbed me of my client, and I've known the client for a month and communicated with her 7 or 8 times before and after, and I know more about the client's preferences than you do, and this rose is perfect for her. Shuyue laughed audibly at the door. You altered someone else's design manuscript in private, and you have a reason for it? Hearing the voice, everyone's eyes looked towards Shuyue. The person who brought Shuyue in pulled Shuyue and whispered, You haven't officially joined yet. Don't wade into this mess, or you'll have a good time afterward. My idol came to an unfamiliar place and was bullied. How could I sit back and watch? Who are you? Is security letting strangers in casually now? Security guard? Security? The man yelled. Ms. Judy. She's a new intern and doesn't know the rules, so don't get on her bad side. The woman wanted to pull Shuyue away, and before she could make a move, she heard a thick and powerful male voice from behind her. I heard that someone altered Ms. Shern's design privately to show it to the client. It's Fu Jingshan. Shuyue looked up, and his gaze traveled downward, right to meet her line of sight. Mr. He, this customer was originally mine, but in the beginning, I just add a few strokes on the design according to the customer's preferences. The customer is very satisfied, and we serve the customer, that is to put the customer's needs in the first place, right? When Judy saw Fu Jingshan, her arrogant attitude just now directly turned into fawning. Mr. He? Fu Jingshan also gave himself a vest? Rich people just know how to have fun. Yes, the customer's needs are at the top of the list, and you can add the rose design if you want. Hearing Fu Jingshan say this, the smile on Judy's face grew even wider, and she couldn't help but look at Xuan and say, Look, even Mr. He is on my side and supports my idea, so why are you holding on to it? Shane's face was obviously a little hard. This Judy was doing it on purpose. But you should never have added your ideas to Ms. Yukiun's design, and you ended up showing it to the client by yourself, and if I'm not mistaken, the signature of the design was written by you, right? Fu Jingshan's sharp gaze fell on Judy, and Judy's smile instantly closed. It has my design in it, so it's only natural that it has my signature. Fu Jingshan laughed coldly. As a jewelry designer, you should know very well the importance of autograph and originality. The main body of the necklace and the design concept was proposed and painted and designed by Ms. Xuan. You just added a few strokes and you think you have the ability to be able to autograph it? How many kilograms of yourself, upside down, clear it? I said when I came, you cannot have to go. But if it is still the previous style, I will not keep people. Do you want to take the initiative to resign yourself, or my side dismissed you? Shane was new to the city, and despite her reputation, she couldn't resist the fact that there were people who wanted to use her to cause trouble, and jealousy was often the worst of all. Judy's face darkened when she heard Fu Jingshan's words. Mr. He, Angel was founded until now. I've always been there. I'm an old employee, and I have a large amount of clients. If you sack me, the studio will lose a lot of money. She Xuan is very powerful, but she has a weird temper, and she never takes orders without caring about her own feelings. She's this big Buddha that we can't afford to provide for. I can afford to offer the big Buddha, but it's the little man that I can't keep. You want me to tell you about all the nasty things you've done over the years? Plagiarizing and warping clients. The list goes on and on. Judy's eyes were flustered. No. Mr. He, you're just listening to rumors. Rumors? I have all the evidence here. Do you want to go through them one by one? I just took over the studio. I thought I'd give everyone a chance to prove themselves. But you still do things like this that bring shame to the studio. Then I'll have no choice but to fire you. Fu Jingshun has always done things without mercy. Let Judy how to explain and plead. Fu Jingshun is not the slightest bit moved. The security came in to pull Judy away. The conference room only a moment of silence. Shuyu stood beside Fu Jingshun and looked at him, her eyebrows raised. This guy, he was quite handsome just now. The originally serious Fu Jingshun's mouth curled up when he heard her praising his handsomeness. The people and the environment here are so bad that I wouldn't even be here if it weren't for you. Xuan walked up to Fu Jingshun. I'm sorry to have shown you such a bad side. When Fu Jingshun spoke English, his voice was even more low and magnetic, carrying a different kind of charm. Oh my God. Such a perfect man. But not the male lead? Where's the justice in heaven? Shuyue growled inwardly. Shane's eyes fell on Shuyue, who was pretty and had white skin. Being stared at by her idol made Shuyu uncomfortable. Hello, Miss Shane. My name is Shuyu. I'm a fan of yours and I love your work. Shuyu introduced herself fluently in English. Shane looked at her and smiled, shaking her hand and saying to her in Chinese with an accent, Hello, you're lovely. Shuyu's face was all smiles when she heard her idol praise her. Xuan looked at Fu Jingshun. This is the girl you were talking about, right? She's cute and brave. When I used to get plagiarized complaints, they all looked at me funny. No one spoke up for me. She's very interesting. Shu Yu's brow furrowed. Is this English? Why am I starting to not understand it? It's kind of like French. Fu Jingshun glanced at Shu Yu and laughed out softly, returning to her in standard French. I told you that you would like her. Chapter 85. Luckily, I've insured your hand. The client's call came through and Shane left the studio first as he rushed to communicate with the client about this blunder. Fu Jingshun looked at the staff member next to Shu Yu. Take her to familiarize herself with the environment and the work. After completing the entry formalities, you'll officially start tomorrow. Is that okay? This he said to Shu Yu. No problem. How can I not think this studio will be Fu Jingshun disc down that Qin Curl also joined who finally Du Xuan's assistant a clear Fu Jingshun will certainly give her backdoor yet I have become a runner again. Shu Yu promised to obey on her face, but in her heart she cursed 10,000 dirty words. Bah! Hate backdoors. When Fu Jingshun heard her words, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and after Shu Yu left, he pulled out his cell phone and called his assistant. Don't give anyone a backdoor to the assessment in a month's time. Let them fight for an assistant spot this time based on their strength. The assistant was puzzled. Yesterday Fu Jingshun also explained himself to take special care of Shu Yu. What about Ms. Shu? Fu Jingshun glanced at Shu Yu's back, remembering her heartfelt words of accusation just now. She has the ability. She doesn't need to use the back door. Yes. Shu Yu felt a cold chill down her back and couldn't get any energy out of her body. The situation of the studio is roughly like this. You fill out the entry form with me. The work permit will have to be ready to send you in a few days. The 4 of you are in a school and a class. The schedule we have got. The work time will start from tomorrow afternoon. When you don't have a class, the specific time group notification, okay? The personnel pulled Shu Yu into a few groups, one of which was a group for interns, and the 3 Qin Curls were in it. After filling out the form, Shu Yu can leave. When she reached the door, Shu Huai was still waiting for her at the same place. Where are you going next, sis? Back to school. Go to the hospital and check on 4th brother. Shu Huai also had the same intention, so he drove Shu Yu all the way to Kongyang Hospital. When they arrived outside Shu Chen's hospital room, it was packed with people inside and out. Shu Yu and Shu Huai stood in the doorway and only saw quite a few heads inside. How could this happen? You're my favorite student. Your hand is so precious. How could something happen to it for good reason? Shu Chen's teacher sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Shu Chen's bandaged hand, and was so sad. Master, don't be sad, Fortunately for the master's resourcefulness, he had insured the hands of several of your brothers and sisters long ago, and with your hands you'll certainly be able to get quite a bit of compensation, and in time you'll be able to subsidize the restoration work done by the institution. Before Shu Chun could speak, he saw the teacher wipe a tear from her eye and instantly cheer up again. The corners of Shu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Your old man is really prescient. Senior brother, I was right next to you at that time. If I had reacted faster and pulled you, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. It's all my fault. Sifu also blamed himself. Senior, it's not your fault, it's my bad luck. The doctor said that the bone fracture is also very much able to be nursed back. Maybe in 3 years or 5 years, this hand of mine will be fine again. Besides, my left hand is no worse than my right. Shu Chun had intended to comfort his senior brother, but instead, he had made his senior brother think that he was open-minded and that he could even think about this. Told you everyone shouldn't all come in. It'll disturb the patient's rest. The doctor had just arrived at the door when he saw that the ward was crowded with people. 2 heads in one. Doctor, I'll explain a few things and take them away. The teacher looked at Shu-chan and said, it doesn't matter if your hand is injured, what's important is that your heart doesn't get hurt. The things in the institution and the things in your studio the teacher arranges for you. During this period of time you're responsible for recuperating from your injuries. Cooperating with the doctor's treatment is the #1 priority. Don't think about anything much, understand? Shu-chan nodded vigorously. I know, teacher. Don't worry. I'm not that fragile. That's good. I'll see you in a few days when your teacher comes back. Get some rest. After saying that, the teacher left with the people who came to visit Shu-chan. The doctor came over to check Shu-chan's physical condition and gave him a hangnail and fluids, and only after the doctor left did Shu-yu and Shu-huai go in. 4th brother. Hearing the voice, Shu-chan looked over. What brings you two here? Of course I came to see you when you were hurt. I bought some fruit for you on the way. Shu-yu carried the fruit basket, originally wanted to put it on the table, found that the table was full of food, the ground is also all the fruit baskets and bouquets put cannot even put. I got the thought, don't bring it next time. I'll eat these for a year, I won't be able to finish them. Shu-chan expressed helplessness. 4th brother. Do you still feel uncomfortable anywhere? Shu-huai looked at his bony hand that was wrapped tightly and swollen like an elephant leg. It hurt to look at it. It's okay. Nothing uncomfortable. Shu-yu stared at Shu-chan's eyes and spoke with heavy sincerity. That mannequin weighs more than 10 pounds, you were only smashed into your hand. It's really unfortunate. You're already luckier than a lot of people. You have such a good family, you have a brother, and you have a good career, and you're only a little bit injured, it doesn't stop you from shining. Shu-yu's eyes seemed to shimmer with light, as if surrounded by holy light. Shu-chan wanted to open his mouth several times to interrupt her, but when he saw her gushing, he held back. So don't ever give up on yourself. With your right hand wasted, we can still create a career with our left hand. Right? For the first time, I think I'm so gifted at enlightening others. Shu-chan is going to be moved to tears. Isn't he? Shu-chan tasted and exhaled, looked at Shu-yu and said seriously, you look like a pyramid scheme leader who's brainwashing me. Shu-yu scared. What are you talking about? I'm comforting you. Shu-chan smiled. Don't worry. I'm really fine. I have a strong mental capacity. Really? You're not secretly wiping your eyes in the dead of night, are you? I remember Shu-chan dropping tears in the middle of the night and being seen coming by Chen Shuer, and the feelings between the two got a little deeper that night. Shu-chan coughed. No, absolutely not. Well, if you say you won't, you won't. Shu-huai sat next to him and didn't say a word. Instead, he took out his cell phone and went to add Chen Shuer's friend. Chen Shuer happened to be replying to a message, and when she saw Shu-huai's friend request, she hesitated for a moment, but still clicked agree. Shu-huai. My 4th brother doesn't seem to be in a very good mood. If Ms. Chen is free tonight, come and talk with him. Cheryl Chan. Did your brother tell me to go? Or did you tell me to go? Shuh. What's the difference? Cheryl Chen. Big difference. Shu-huai glanced at Shu-chan on the hospital bed and replied to Chen Shuer decisively and firmly. My brother asked you to come. He needs you badly. The happiness of his brother and sister-in-law was in his hands. Chapter 86. The Vagaries of the Changing World. When Shu-yu and Shu-huai left, they met Shu Ziming, who was guarding the outside of Hina's hospital room, wearing a mask and a hat, just standing there, leaning against the wall, holding a lychee rose in his hand. The rose bloomed daintily and was very pretty, but it didn't fit with the hospital environment. Shu-yu was just about to greet him when the door to the ward across the street opened, and Hina's agent yelled for the doctor in a panic. Doctor! Doctor, help, doctor! When Shu Ziming heard the word help, he rushed up at the first opportunity. What's wrong with Horna? She locked herself in the toilet. I couldn't open the door, and she didn't answer me when I called her, so I was afraid she wouldn't be able to think straight. The agent's voice was trembling. Shu Ziming heard this and immediately went in and knocked on the door, but no one answered him. He gritted his teeth, took a few steps back and rushed forward, kicking the door open. Hina was lying on the ground, the mirror shattered all over the place. She was tugging at the glass shards with one hand, and the wrist of one hand was cut by the glass shards, cutting several wounds, and the blood was still poofing out. The scene in front of him made Shu Ziming's face pale miserably. Horna! Doctor! Doctor, help! The doctor arrived quickly and gave Horna emergency treatment, then took her to the operating room for surgery. This was the second time Shu Ziming stood outside the operating room because of Hina. The scene just now lingered in his mind. It was a blow to both his body and mind. Shu Yu looked at Shu Ziming from afar, and there was a hint of heartache in her eyes. If I remember correctly, Hina is supposed to die. Shu Ziming jolted at these words and looked up at Shu Yu just as the doctor came out of the operating room. The patient has lost a lot of blood into a severe coma and needs a blood transfusion, but the hospital doesn't have a lot of B-type blood in stock, probably. Doctor, I'm type B. I can give her a blood transfusion. Shu Ziming raised his own hand up to it. Let's get a test done then, and if we can schedule a blood transfusion. Shu Ziming tests for B-type blood and transfuses a lot of blood to Hina, but Hina never shows signs of waking up. Shu Ziming remembers Shu Yu's words and can't help but ask the doctor with worry. Doctor, why isn't she awake? The patient has lost a lot of blood and needs to rest. Shu Ziming still felt worried, and the doctor stopped the blood transfusion when he saw that it was almost done. Hina still has to be under observation, and Shu Ziming has arranged for a single room because of the excessive blood transfusion that caused him to fall asleep. Shu Yu and Shu Huai pushed Shu Chen over to see him. This is great. Our family is down too in the hospital. Shu Chen sighed, then let Shu Huai push himself back to the ward to rest. He had just laid down and stared at the ceiling without blinking. His eyes were a little sore. He subconsciously raised his right hand to rub his eyes and found that it hurt terribly. Then he remembered that his right hand was injured. Although he said to others that he was fine, but when he was left alone in the dead of night, he couldn't help but think about everything, and his heart felt like it was pressed with a stone, so heavy that he couldn't catch his breath. This time, it also made him feel the powerlessness of not being able to escape his destiny, and he couldn't help but think that if it was really like Shu Yu said, that they would go through all those sufferings and that everyone would die, then when the time came, what would happen? As he thought about this, a knock sounded at the door, and Shu Chan snapped back to his senses. Gomein. Chen Shuer pushed the door in. The light of the corridor was warm, reflecting on her body and radiating all around her. Shu Chun froze. Didn't disturb your rest, did it? Chen Shuer walked in gently, and Shu Chun sat up with difficulty and flipped the switch next to him, and the lights came on in the room. No, what brings you here? Chen Shuer sat down and stared at him with her chin propped up. Wasn't it you who wanted me to come? Where did I? Don't be sophomoric. You wanted me to come, didn't you? Chen Shuer smiled with arched eyebrows, and Shu Chun was stunned for a moment. Her face was reflected in his eyes, and again, he couldn't help but think of the question he had just remembered. If the plot was truly inescapable, would Chen Shuer be the same as the established ending? He seemed to be, a little bit, starting to be afraid that he would lose everything he had and even more afraid of losing Chen Shuer. His tear fell unexpectedly. Chen Shuer was shocked and subconsciously reached out to help him wipe his tears. No, I'm just kidding. Why are you crying? Shu Chen grabbed her hand. The two of them were very, very close, and the moment their eyes met, Shu Chun remembered the kiss in the cabinet and couldn't help but blush, letting go of her and lowering her head. No, eyes hurt. Let's see. Chen Shuer immediately cupped his face and carefully blew on his eyes with a serious expression, causing Shu Chen's heart tip to soften. If only it were possible, how nice it would be for time to stop at this moment. He didn't want that home-wrecking damn end. He wanted it to be beautiful and happy. Even if that path was hard to change, he was going to try. Shu Ziming seemed to be having a nightmare, his brow locked in a cold sweat. He saw bloody handprints all over the ground, crawling towards him bit by bit and finally onto his body, the invisible hands choking his neck, making him unable to breathe and in agony. When Shu Ziming struggled to wake up, it was already dark. It was not clear whether it was the first half of the night or the second half of the night. He only felt that his head ached terribly, and he had no strength in his body. Quick! The patient in Ward 603 has no heartbeat. Get Dr. Tang here. Quick! The voice of the nurse yelling outside reached Shu Ziming's ears, and he froze for a moment. Ward 603. Ho na! Ignoring the discomfort of his body, he got up and went out of bed. Shu Huai, who was guarding next to him, woke up with a start when he heard the commotion, and when he saw Shu Ziming running out, he hurriedly followed him as well. The doctors and nurses all ran toward 603, and Shu Ziming followed, but he was quickly driven out, and the door to the room was so tightly closed that he couldn't tell what was going on inside. Sango! Seeing that his legs were weak and he was about to fall down, Shu Huai hurriedly held him up. Shu Ziming's face was pale and weak. The doctor didn't know how long he had been resuscitated inside, only that the first rays of sunlight shone in at the end of the corridor, giving the cold hospital a hint of temperature. The doctor also came out of the ward, before Shu Ziming had time to ask the doctor about the situation. He saw the bed rolled out from inside. The white cloth covered it all up. He paused in his steps and heard the doctor say, "Patient 603 is losing vital signs. Notify the family." The suffocating feeling in the dream came to his heart. Shu Ziming felt breathless, and his entire body went limp, like a puddle of mud. Shu Huai held him up, his eyes full of worry. "Sango, are you okay?" Shu Ziming didn't say anything, and fainted when both eyes went black. When Shu Yu got the news and rushed over, Shu Ziming had already woken up, and he was sitting on the edge of the bed looking out the window, and he didn't know whether he was looking at the sun in the sky, the birds in the trees, or the people on the ground. Chapter 87. Your brother doesn't seem to like you too much. How long has he been in this position? Shu Yu saw that Shu Ziming didn't move at all, not even blinking his eyes, and was really afraid that he would sit petrified. Woke up like that. No one reacted to anyone calling him. Shu Huai pulled Shu Yu out. The situation hasn't stabilized after Sango gave Hina a blood transfusion, and the doctor said that her will to live isn't strong, and her life may still be in danger at any time. When she woke up in the early morning, Shu Huai's paused and his voice became a little quieter. She pulled her own oxygen tube out and the nurse caught it in time to do first aid, but she never breathed up and down. Then the doctor went in and defibrillated for ages, but it still didn't save her, and my third brother and I were out there witnessing it all, and it should have been a big shock for him. Shu Yu, just listening to Shu Huai say this, she felt that her breathing became difficult. Shu Ziming gave her so much blood transfusion. She actually could have pulled through, but she took the initiative to give up her life to make this decision. How much courage she had to have. When mentioning Hina, Shu Yu's mind was always filled with her bright and beautiful face. Although she had known about her end, Shu Yu still couldn't avoid feeling sad and sorry when she actually learned of her death. She looked to Shu Ziming in the hospital room. Shu Ziming had just gotten over the incident of Hina's disfigurement and wanted to make it up to her, but now he was hit even harder because of Hina's death. Because of that he was devastated, and there was also the later where he was tricked into taking something he shouldn't have taken and ruined his life. Shu Ziming, who was sitting in front of the window, heard her heart, and his eyelashes fluttered lightly. His eyes fixed on a sparrow that had stopped to rest in the treetops, and the child under the tree, seeing the little bird, picked up the stone on the ground and smashed it towards it. The sparrow was so frightened that he fluttered his wings and flew away. "Why are you here?" Shu Yu was talking to Shu Huai when she heard Qin Rueishi's voice coming. She raised her eyes to look. Qin Rueishi and her 2 followers are here. The followers are each holding a bouquet of flowers and an insulated lunchbox in their hands. It seems that one bouquet is for Shu Ziming and the other one is for Shu Chun. "Why can't I be here?" Shu Yu asked a rhetorical question. Qin Ruling grunted, ignored her, and walked straight into Shu Ziming's hospital room. "Third brother, I came to see you. Mom and Dad are a bit busy these days. They might not be able to come, but Mom specially instructed me to bring you tonic soup. You're weak from the blood transfusion. It's the right time to nourish your body. Drink it while it's hot." Qin Ruler signaled the people next to her to put the bouquet of flowers and the tonic soup away. The girl did as she was told while staring at Shu Ziming, her eyes glowing. "Curly, so Shu Ziming is your third brother? Ah. These things can't be found online. I didn't think he would be the son of the Shu family. Can you help me get an autograph for your brother later? I'm a big fan of his." The girl whispered in Qin Ruler's ear with an expectant face. Qin Curly smiled. "Of course." Shu Ziming finally relented and moved his eyes back from the window, and he glanced at Qin Rueishi, simply to give him, his own sister, some face. He walked over and offered to drink the soup, but within 2 sips, he felt sick to his stomach and wanted to vomit, so he hurriedly got up and went to the bathroom and vomited right out. The stomach was as painful as if it were on fire. He touched his stomach, looking up with difficulty, and saw himself in the mirror, pale and bloodless. The mirror suddenly started to break. The pieces shot straight towards him. He took a few steps backward in fear. Then he saw that in the broken mirror was the appearance of Hina collapsed in a pool of blood. She was lying on the ground, her blood-stained hand reaching out towards him as if she was begging for help. Don't. Shu Ziming reached out to grab her, but because he was too hard, he smashed the mirror in front of him, and all the visions from earlier disappeared. Hoana was now haunting him like a nightmare, unable to escape or shed. Shu Ziming took a deep breath to slow down, before opening the door and going out. Seeing Shu Ziming come out, Qin Ruling hurriedly took the pen and paper in her hand and handed them over to him. "San, my friend is a fan of yours. Can you sign an autograph for her?" Shu Ziming met the girl's expectant eyes. He still took the pen and signed his name. "Mr. Shu, I've always loved you since your debut. I've seen every drama you've ever acted in. You're my idol. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have had this kind of courage to hold on to my dreams." The girl spoke excitedly. Shu Ziming laughed to himself. What qualifications did he have to be an idol and role model for others now? Signed his name and returned the pen and paper. The girl is not yet finished, directly pulled Shu Ziming's hand, was very excited to say, "I know that you recently because of he nothing mood is not good, but you don't have to have a burden. You didn't do anything wrong. The disfigurement is her own self-inflicted. In addition to look pretty, acting, business ability, all can't. She can't match you." Chin Curly last time is because of a few words he na Shu Ziming angry. She clearly knows that this is Shu Ziming's thunder point. Want to reach out to cover the girl's mouth when it is too late. Shu Ziming's face darkened into charcoal. "Get the hell out." He shook the girl's hand off hard, stoically refraining from seething. The girl, not yet noticing anything wrong with him, pulled out her cell phone and continued. "Can I get a picture with you? It's always been my wish." Chin Ruling pulled her back, signaling not to say anything. But she didn't understand Chin Ruling's meaning at all, and was immersed in the joy of seeing her idol. "I say again, get out of here, you guys. Just take a picture. I've signed all the autographs anyway. It's not bad for a group photo." The girl was in selfie mode and was about to start filming when she suddenly heard Shu Ziming angrily say, "Get out." Seeing the big deal, Chin Ruishi dragged them outside. "Stop filming." As soon as the three of them went out, the door to the ward was closed by Shu Ziming with a loud bang. "Pfft." Shu Yu stood in the doorway looking at the farce in front of her and couldn't help but laugh out loud, and Chin Ruler glared at her. "Curly, why is your brother angry? Is it because I wanted to take a picture together and asked for too much?" She still didn't realize she'd said something wrong. Chin Ruling felt that she was also exasperated, not wanting to take care of her. She turned around and headed for Shu Chen's hospital room. The fourth brother had the best temperament. He definitely wouldn't be angry. The three people just arrived at the door of Shu Chen's ward. Before they had time to greet each other, they saw Chen Shuer assisting Shu Chan to come out from the bathroom. His pants zipper had not even been zipped up yet. A few people looked at each other, and Shu Chan blushed a circle. "Get out." Chin Curly hurriedly pulled them out of this ward again. Chin Curly's follower couldn't help but say, "Curly, your two brothers don't seem to like you very much." Chapter 88. Fu Jing Shen, you're too careful too. Chin Curly glanced at her. "No one will take you for a mute if you don't speak." The girl shut up immediately. She flattered Chin Curly mainly for her own future prospects. It was not easy to follow her to have the opportunity to meet Miss Xuan and also be able to learn by her side. She did not want to lose this opportunity because of pissing off Chin Curly. "How's your third brother doing?" Shu Quan had just finished surgery and got the news and rushed over to see what was going on. "Not so good. Horna's death hit her pretty hard. She's locked herself in right now." Shu Yu glanced at the closed ward door and sighed deeply. Shu Quan lowered his eyes. "Let him have a good rest. I just came when I saw Hina's parents in front of the hospital to make trouble. You are not the first day of work today. Don't delay you from the back door. I am on leave in the afternoon. Send you there." "Big brother." Just as Shu Quan finished speaking, Chin Curly walked over. According to his understanding, Chin Curly and Shu Yu are now employed Angel Jewelry Design Studio. Then he just said Chin Curly must have heard. She is at least his nominal sister. Not send her together is not good. "Curly, I'll walk you all there together later." Chin Curly smiled sweetly. "Good. Thank you, big brother." Elevator to the first floor. Shu Yu obviously heard the noise outside, went out and saw the two middle-aged couples in the door crying and making a scene. There are reporters next to the crazy video photography. Was surrounded by water. The security guards simply cannot pull away from these people, can only wait anxiously for the police to come. Shu Yu looked away, then followed Shu Quan towards the back door of the hospital. Shu Yu subconsciously wanted to sit in the passenger side, but Chin Riling grabbed the car door and sat in. "I'm sorry, but it's better for me to sit in my brother's co-pilot." Chin Curl poked his head out of it, apologizing, but with a winning smile. Childish. Shu Yue didn't bother with her and pulled open the door at the back of the car, trying to get in, but her little sisters occupied both sides and had no intention of making room for her. Shu Yu was just about to open her mouth to speak when Shu Quan in the driver's seat saw what was happening behind her through the rearview mirror. "Curly, if your friend is targeting Shu Yu based on your status, then I'm going to ask you to get out of the car." Shu Quan's voice was gentle, but there was an indescribable coldness to it. Chin Curly just grabbed Shu Yu's co-pilot, still complacent to come, and now with Shu Quan some words poured a pot of cold water, dissatisfied to look at the back of the two people. "Don't make room for her yet." Only then did the two men squeeze to the side to make room for Shu Yu. Shuyu sat up and couldn't help but give Shu Quan a thumbs up in her heart. Still have to be the big brother, which is right or wrong is still divided very clearly, did not have a one-sided toward the chin curls. Shu Quan looked at Shu Yu in the rearview mirror. The corner of his mouth raised a smile and started the car. It didn't take long to get the four of them to Angel's studio. You're all here on time, everyone. Here are your workstations. See if you like to sit. The personnel who brought Shu Yu on the tour last time took them in and pointed out a few positions, and before Shu Yu made a move, Chin Riling's little follower was the first to react, pulling Chin Riling to sit by the window. Curly, this side has a nice view, it keeps the mood up, so sit here and we'll sit next to you. The three of them were seated consecutively, leaving a separate open spot still near the trash can for Shu Yu. The personnel lady explained, that seat was added on temporarily, it may not be a good position, so you can sit on it for now. That's okay. Shu Yu had nothing to pick from and went straight over to sit down. People like her deserve nothing more than to sit with the trash. Chin Ruling's little follower spat in her ear, much to Chin Ruling's amusement. Fu Jingshan knew that today's first day of work, the morning after dealing with the company's affairs rushed over. Not yet arrived at the studio to hear the assistant said Shu Yu has arrived. He got off the car and came in the footsteps could not help but speed up a few points. Quickly walking to the office area, he caught a glimpse of Shu Yu, who was packing up her things in the corner. Our boss is really handsome. I wonder if he has a date. If not, the little follower's eyes lit up when he saw Fu Jingshan. Chin Curly also looked at Fu Jingshan. The young girl's heart was clear. She stood up, took the cookies in her hand and walked to Fu Jingshan. Boss, these are the cookies I baked with my own hands, specially brought to share for everyone to taste. Why are you sitting here? Fu Jingshan didn't even see her and walked straight to Shu Yu. Shu Yu was not at all surprised to see Fu Jingshan. She was horny, but not like other people who blindly showed gestures of adoration towards his appearance. It's the only seat left, so of course I'm sitting here. Fu Jingshan looked at the trash can next to her, and then looked at the workstation that was filled with people. There really wasn't room to add a better spot. Assistant Dawn, I remember there's a small utility room next to my office. I'll give you half an hour to clean it up and move her desk in. Assistant Tang froze for a moment, revealing a difficult look. Fu! Half an hour is not enough. An hour then. Shu Yu saw this and interrupted Fu Jingshan. I'm fine sitting here. Big brother. So many eyes are watching. Are you going to give me special treatment? Moreover, Chin Curly is also there. What are you doing giving me a separate office? You get her, She looks at me, eyes are on fire. Shu Yu really think Fu Jingshan this guy is not on the road. The heroine is standing next to him. He did not look at her. Look at their own why, he likes the person should be Chin Riling only right, Fu Jingshan glanced at Chin Curly with his remaining light. Recruiting her in was all just for the sake of General Manager Shu. And once he thought of all the things she would do to him afterward, how could he still like it? It's not good when I say it's not good. Fu Jingshan, this hegemonic general quote makes it impossible for people to refute it. Assistant Tang also resigned herself to tidying up the utility room, and an hour later, it was cleaned up, allowing Shu Yu to sit in it smoothly. The room wasn't large, but it was inevitably strange to be sitting in it alone. Still satisfied? Fu Jingshan leaned against the door and asked Shu Yu what she thought. Shu Yu looked at him pitifully. Mr. Fu, they are all interns. It's really not right for you to let me have a separate office. I'll be targeted to wear small shoes. If I have offended you in any way, I'll say I'm sorry, you'd better let me move out. He's not still harboring a grudge against me because of what happened last time, so he's taking revenge on me, is he? Then he's too careful. Careful. Fu Jingshan's heart aches. He frowned. No, this room is enough to put down 4 tables. Let all 3 of them move in. That's a solution, too. Shu Yu's eyes lit up. Mr. Fu is wise. Chapter 89. Let's have dinner. Originally still dissatisfied with why the same is new, but also our interns, Shu Yu has a separate office while the 3 of them do not, is spitting fierce was Tang assistant notification of their own tables and chairs moved to Shu Yu's office. Curly, don't move, we'll help you carry it. The 2 men hurriedly stopped Chin Riling's movements, nimbly helping her carry the table and chairs in, followed by their own. Shu Yu was relieved to see that they had all moved in. She does not want to engage in any special treatment. She used to work when she saw too much of this. Some seniors think it is the love of talent, just come to the trainee 100 good and recognize the master and called the apprentice, and finally by the villain targeting the frame became the backstabber. I thought you had this place all to yourself. I thought about how much face you had, but it turns out you don't have it all to yourself. As soon as he grabbed the opportunity, the little follower showed himself in front of Shuyu, afraid that he would not have a part, as if he had no part. Before they are not flattered Shuyu, but Shuyu do not take care of them, and now flattered on the Chin Riling can be better than Shuyu talk a lot and better to pinch. In front of Chin Curly, the more they show that they hate Shuyu, the more they let Chin Curly be satisfied. This is how long it is, they can all mix and work together. Have you packed your things yet? And when you're all packed, go to the meeting. A voice came from the doorway, and the four men hurriedly grabbed their pens and paper and followed them to the conference room for the meeting. It was mainly a training session for their 4 interns. The main speaker was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She was wearing a rather conservative dark blue dress, red glasses. Her hair was meticulously tied into a high ponytail. Not a single piece of broken hair in front of her forehead, and those eyes were very sharp. She kind of looks like a spicy schoolteacher from a TV show, just the mean kind. The little follower across the room snuck in for a chat. Don't tell me, it's really like that. The spicy female teacher swept her cold eyes over. We're in a meeting, who gave you permission to desert? Her voice was not too loud or too small, but she could hear that the tone carried a hint of anger, and the little follower didn't dare to speak. It was only then that the spicy schoolteacher began to introduce herself. Introduce yourself. I'm the head of the design department. My last name is Nyo. Just call me Head Nyo. Pfft. That's the first time I've ever heard someone around with the last name of Bull. The little follower couldn't control his laughter. Nyo supervisor has been in the studio from the time it was founded, is also a senior jewelry designer, although not compared to Ms. Xuan's reputation in the international arena. But she has won a lot of awards in the country. The first day on the job to laugh at the names of seniors. It seems that you guys do not want to come here to work it? Fu Jingshin didn't know when he appeared at the door of the conference room. He half leaned on the door. His cold sight swept over the 2 people who mocked the name of the cow supervisor. The little follower couldn't breathe now. I'm sorry, Supervisor Bull, we were wrong. Although Supervisor Nyo was angry, Fu Jingshin's face still had to be given. I'll leave you alone this time. If there's a next time, then there's no room for you here. This is a look that has not experienced the social beatings, but also brainless, only brainless follow the heroine ass fodder. This is if in the real world, afraid of laughing out loud, has been dragged out by the security guards, which is to have the heroine aura cover them. Shuyu viciously spat at this setup of hugging the heroine's thighs tightly to have meat to eat. Supervisor Nyo gave them a general overview of the studio's establishment and achievements over the years, as well as the direction of future development. And then it was another familiar routine for Shuyu. In the future, we, Angel, will definitely become the most well-known jewelry design brand in the country, and even internationally. By then, you will be the most outstanding jewelry designers. A familiar smell of painted pies. After that, Supervisor Nyo explained their daily work, mainly responsible for the design department of a few teachers to play as an assistant. After a month, will give each person a score, and then is the professional knowledge assessment. Both of these aspects are satisfied in order to continue to stay, in order to have the opportunity to become Ms. Xuan's assistant. Shu Yu's only target is Xue En, but she knows that strength and determination are not enough. But she also has to be able to fight past Chin Curly's heroine aura. This is not only a training session of time. Chin Curl was favored by the cow supervisor. She was the one who poured her a glass of water, sweetly called out to Ms. Nyo, and was taken away by Supervisor Nyo. Shuyu propped up her chin and looked at the back of the 2 of them leaving. What kind of compulsion is the heroine's aura? Whoever sticks to it will be compelled. I'm not compelled. Fu Jingshin also didn't know when he appeared behind him, and his cold voice startled Shuyu. Mr. Fu, can you stop being so godlike? It's weirdly scary. Shuyu touched her heartbeat, which was beating a little faster. Fu Jingshin smoothly pulled open the chair next to him and sat down. I haven't gone out since I came in just now. I've been standing behind you. Really? Then maybe I was too serious in class to notice you. And this class is over. Won't you leave? Why do I get the feeling that he's waiting for me on purpose? Shuyu half squinted her eyes as she surveyed Fu Jingshin in front of her. Fu Jingshin met Shuyu's gaze. She was right. He was purposely waiting for her. Going to dinner together after work? Asking me out to dinner? Why ask me to dinner? Shuyu was puzzled, not knowing in what name he was asking for a dinner date, and the 2 were not familiar enough to eat alone. Were they? You're my savior. Do I need a reason to buy you dinner? But you've already used that excuse to ask me out to dinner before. That reasoning is no longer valid. Fu Jingshin shrugged his shoulders and got up. The last time I invited you to dinner was disturbed by your brother. It doesn't count. I'm a person who doesn't like to owe other people favors. The meal is necessary to invite you to eat in place. His attitude was clear, and Shuyu agreed even though she felt that this reason was too raw. Well, wait until after work. When Shuyu left the conference room, she strangely looked at Fu Jingshin for several times. She always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell. The job of an assistant is not as easy as one might think, especially one who is at the disposal of all the designers. Qin Curly's identity we all know more or less. Have heard that she is the backdoor to the two small followers and Qin Curly good relations. This 1 to 2, all the chores fall on the shoulders of Shuyu. But no one asked her to help with the design of the manuscript. It has always been a trivial and thankless task of serving tea, copying documents, and communicating with clients. It was not until the office was empty that Shuyu took a break. Chapter 90. Fu Jingxian was carried by Shuyue. These guys, they're going really fast. Shuyu returned to the office to get their own bags. Qin Curl, those 3 people have long been off work and gone. The workstation is empty. Emotional first day on the job and she's tired of being alone. Shuyu packed up the things on the table and put them into her bag, and was just about to leave when the lights in the office suddenly went black, and the lights outside immediately went black as well. Holy, no way, such bad luck? Shuyu hurriedly took out her cell phone to turn on the flashlight, but the phone only had 2% of the battery left. She opened the taxi software while walking out, hoping that she could use this last battery to get a taxi back to school. Mr. Fu, the lights in the studio are all dark. Ms. Shu should be out soon. Assistant Tang looked at the studio lights are off. Should be busy, waiting for an hour, finally can go to eat, he is starving. Fu Jingshin glanced out the window and didn't see Shuyu come out. So he lowered his head and opened his cell phone first to return the message. It wasn't long before a call came in. Fu Jingshin, you've been in Haicheng for 2 months now. When will you return to Shangjing? Ah, that sister-in-law of yours has been inquiring about your whereabouts with me. I can't hide it anymore. He really can't stand the Fu family's sister-in-law's fierce questioning. 7 or 8 times a day to block him. He is almost crazy. Things aren't done over here yet, so let's wait. Haven't you found the girl of your dreams yet? Fu Jingshin frowned. What dream lover? Speak properly. Okay, not the dream girl. Then you really plan to find her and come back, ah? The situation in Shangjing is unstable, recently changed again, the Shangguan family know it. Before the death of a few people in Haicheng, lost mining resources, also do not know what madness, recently began to stare at the stock market, create momentum to let the Chinese medicine rise, a lot of people to buy in, my father have bought a few million. Chinese medicine going up? Whose Chinese medicine factory? Fu Jingshin frowned. Heji idea thought. I heard my father said to come. Seems to be the eastern suburbs in family's traditional Chinese medicine factory. Their family has all of China's largest traditional Chinese medicine plantation and sale qualification, although their shares have always been relatively stable, but the recent upward trend is too fierce. The Shangguan family's people began to create momentum to buy and earned a lot, so that the shareholders also followed. This matter must have something fishy. Anyway, come back as soon as you can, you're needed over here in Shangjing as well. Fu Jingshun was silent for a moment. I know. When I'm done with this side, I'll go back. You have to give me an exact time, right? Fu Jingshin looked towards the studio door. Shuyu was still late to come out. Looks like he's going to have to make this quick. 2 months, I think, and if it goes well, I'll be back in 2 months at the latest. That's what you said. Then I'll be waiting for you in Shangjing. He Jili hung up the phone at ease after saying that. Seeing his phone hang up, Assistant Tang then opened her mouth to talk to Fu Jingshun. Mr. Fu, Ms. Shu hasn't come out. It can't be something wrong, right? When Fu Jingshun heard this, his frown deepened. I'll go down and take a look. He opened the car door and got out. When he reached the door of the studio, this is when he realized that at some point the door was locked. He then remembered that as soon as the power was cut off, this door was turned on in automatic anti-theft mode, which could not be broken by any external force, and could only be opened by a specific key, but the key was in the hands of the security guard who came to work the earliest. After all, there was quite a bit of valuable jewelry stored inside. Shuyu car has not yet hit. The phone is dead. The phone is turned off, plunged into darkness. It was getting dark early, only 7 o'clock, and it was pitch black. Never mind. I'll just have to feel my way out. Tonight the clouds are thick, there is no moon, and the neighborhood is blacked out. The whole building is just Shuyu walking in the darkness. But because she can't see and is unfamiliar with the environment, so she keeps bumping into the table, and it hurts so much that she sucks in a breath of cold air. I kind of understand why people drink cold water when they are unlucky. She moved forward slowly and leisurely, when suddenly a light hit her side. Shuyue, someone called her. Shuyu looked sideways as a figure climbed in from the window in a strange position. Holy ghosts! Shuyu twisted his head and ran as Fu Jingshun reached out and grabbed him. Shuyu turned around and with a fling, she pulled him back from the window. Fu Jingshun fell straight over, and when he saw that he was about to fall on Shuyu, he reached out and fished the back of Shuyu's head, shielding her head so that when he fell, he didn't smash her head. When he did this action, Fu Jingshun felt some familiarity, as if he had hugged Shuyu like this before. The two people fell heavily to the ground. Shuyu's tears fell out of her eyes in pain, and just when she wanted to curse, she found that her lips were warm. She froze. Holy! A flat-out falling kiss appeared. No. Shouldn't this kind of horse-catching plot appear to the hero and heroine? Why me? Who's that? So unqualified, climbing the window and kissing me. Shuyu's heart roared, and before Fu Jingshun had time to react, he was kicked over by Shuyu. Her foot kicked him in the stomach and her ribs ached. She did the same thing the first time we met, slamming him to the ground in one fell swoop. She was really ridiculously strong, and it felt like a few random punches could kill him halfway through his life. Shuyue, it's me. Fu Jingshun gritted his teeth and hit the light of the flashlight on his face. Seeing Fu Jingshun's face, Shuyu was startled. OMO. Sorry, Fu General Manager. I didn't know it was you. I thought it was a burglar. Are you okay? I'll help you up. Shuyu fearfully got up to help Fu Jingshun. Fu Jingshun gently touched his abdomen and sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. Shuyue, you're laying down the law, aren't you? Shuyu was embarrassed. That's not because you fell down and kissed me. It was a reflex on my part. It's not like I kissed you on purpose. It was an accident. Yes, Mr. Fu. I see that you are also quite serious. We'd better hurry to the hospital. Shuyu saw that he was walking with a limp, so she simply carried him directly on her back. Fu Jingshun grew so big head for the first time by the female back. Others are messed up. There is a switch at the door. Press the gate and it will unlock automatically. When Shuyu carried Fu Jingshun out, Assistant Tang got off the car and came over, and Fu Jingshun buried his head in Shuyu's back in a very disgraceful way. Feeling his small movements, Shuyu stole joy in her heart. Fu Jingshun would not be embarrassed, right? What is there to be embarrassed about anyway? Qin Riling is not there, will not see him so humiliating side of the. Mr. Fu, what are you doing? Assistant Tang looked at the ambiguous and strange posture of the two people and was puzzled. Cut the crap. Get in the car and go to the hospital. Every word of Fu Jingshun was like a sound that came out from a dead bite. Chapter 91. Broken Fu Jingshun's ribs. Broke a rib and almost poked a lung. When the doctor uttered these words, Shuyu's mouth closed tightly, gulping furiously, her palms sweating. Finished, I broke Fu Jingshun's ribs by kicking him. In the novel, he is a person who is gentle and good to talk on the surface, but behind his back, he applies double revenge to those who have hurt him, so won't I have to break my whole body ribs for him to be demoralized? Just thinking about it made Shuyu feel her bones ache. Fu Jingshun heard Shuyu's heartbeat even as he lay inside. He frowned. Was he that careful? Carefully recalled, in the Shangjing his enemies were indeed all double revenge back by him. Bankruptcy, crippled, so think about it, it seems that it is indeed a little heavy-handed. But don't worry. It's still in good condition. Careful recuperation and medication will heal it in a month or so. The doctor explained all the daily precautions to Shuyu, who nodded her head while taking a memo to write it down, and she only responded when the doctor finished. Why is it accounted to me? The doctor looked at her quizzically. Aren't you the patient's girlfriend? I'm not. Assistant Don, you? When Shuyu turned around, where was Assistant Tang's figure? He had long since disappeared, leaving her alone here. Running so fast, Shuyu could only resign herself to staying behind to take care of Fu Jingshun. One by one, they're all going to the hospital. Is the hospital some kind of copy refresh point? Shuyu pushed the door in. Fu Jingshun was lying straight on the hospital bed, holding his cell phone up high to send a message, because he didn't dare to move freely for fear that the broken ribs would be more serious. Hearing Shuyu's voice, he looked sideways towards her. His hand was not steady for a moment, and the cell phone smashed straight into his face, smashing his nose and making his eyes bleed. Shuyu almost couldn't hold back her laughter and pinched her arm hard to hold it back. Mr. Fu, I'm sorry, you're injured all because of me. Don't worry, I'll pay for the medical bills and whatnot. Fu Jingshun rubbed his nose, his voice muffled. Not enough. What's not enough? Do you think the medical bills alone are enough compensation?
Fu Jingshun asked rhetorically.
Shuyu covered her abdomen, already feeling a vague pain in her ribs. He wouldn't really want me to break my ribs too, would he? Fu Jingxin looked at her and smiled. Shuyu felt that his smile carried a hint of cunning. Until I'm healed, you'll be responsible for taking care of my food and living. Shuyue HS. It's not convenient, Mr. Fu. I kindly went to save you and ended up being kicked by you and broke my ribs. How innocent the first am. Yet you are not even willing to take care of me. I have no one to rely on in Haichang and no acquaintances. His smile disappeared and was replaced by a resigned and innocent look. This acting skill, Shuyu sighed. Okay. I promise you, but I live in school and I have classes and work, so how am I going to take care of you? It's not convenient to cook either. You don't have to worry about that. Assistant Tang will arrange everything. The innocent expression faded after Fu Jingxin got his way. For words came to mind for Shuyue. Old cunning. Fu Jingxin smiled. She should be praising herself. Shuyu went to buy dinner for Fu Jingxin, and on her way back she saw a lot of paparazzi squatting in front of the hospital. Quite a lot of big news at Kongyang Hospital in the past 2 days. They were afraid they'd have to squat for quite a few days. Shuyue, are you here to see your third or fourth brother? Shuyu had just entered the elevator when she bumped into Shu Quan, who was wearing a white coat and should be here for the night shift. A friend of mine was also hospitalized, and he has no one to take care of him when he's so unfamiliar. I don't believe Fu Jingxin said what life is not familiar with no one to take care of it. Obviously is rely on me. He is so rich. Find a caregiver is not just good, but also blame me at that time too hard, otherwise would not have broken his ribs. It seems that in the future this force has to be put away a little. Next time if you are not careful to kick the person directly to heaven, then I can be more sinful. Shu Quan lowered his eyes to look at Shuyu. Fu Jingxin? Speaking of which, Fu Jingxin belongs to the second male role in Shuyu's heart, and he is the one who has an emotional line with Qin Riling. But now not only is there no news of any emotional development between him and Qin Riling, he is on the contrary close to Shuyu. Angel Studio he also went to investigate behind the scenes to disc the studio people called He Jili, but in fact is Fu Jingxin Qin Curl because of his father's relationship only through the interview to go into work, but Shuyu has no background. Shu Quan had to suspect that Fu Jingxin was trying to get close to Shuyu, and he must be doing it with some sort of purpose. Big brother, I'm here, so I'll go first. Shuyu carried the boxed lunch out of the elevator. When she returned to the hospital room, Fu Jingxin was already asleep. He'd only turned on the small lamp next to the bed, and the warm light hit his face, making his contour lines look soft and not as aggressive as they were when he was awake. Shuyu gently walked in, put his things down, and it was not good to wake him up, so he had to keep sitting next to him and sent a message to Wuya. Shuyu, I'm not going back to the dormitory tonight. I've already talked to my guide. WYA. Not coming back again. So where do you live? Shuyu. Hospital, my friend is hurt. I have to watch him. Wuya. Last time it was my brother who was hospitalized with me. This time it's a friend, or a male, so do you have a situation? What male friend needs you to stay with him in the hospital? She sent a gossipy emoticon. Shuyu was a little helpless. While typing, Fu Jingxin woke up. She raised her eyes and looked over. Her hand accidentally touched the send button. Shuyu, don't think too much. It's just a normal boyfriend. WUYA? Ordinary boyfriends? Then there are uncommon boyfriends? Shuyue had seen her when she tried to withdraw it. She wanted to hit her male friend. No point in being nice. But whatever misunderstandings were misunderstandings, it wasn't like she knew who this male friend was. Mr. Fu, according to what the doctor said, I ordered you a nutritious meal. Shuyu saw him wake up and attentively went to open the boxed lunch for him, all light dishes. Fu Jingxin just wanted to sit up. Shuyu immediately went to help him again. You be careful. You're quite the catch. Fu Jingxin saw that she was doing things nimbly and in a very natural and skillful manner. This is not for the sake of Mr. Fu's health. Before my grandmother was hospitalized and could not afford to hire a caregiver, I was waiting on the side, these jobs I can be too familiar with, and then in order to make money, and then went to work as a part-time caregiver for a period of time, which is simply not a person to do the work and reminds me of an old man before the shang smeared on the pillow. Shuyu made a gesture to you, while Fu Jingxin was already about to spit it out. Belonging to the situation immediately stopped him. Don't, Mr. Fu, you can't vomit later and hurt. The doctor explained to avoid vomiting and coughing strenuous exercise. You can't do this. Fu Jingxin didn't really want to vomit, he just felt sick to his stomach. Hard to hold back that disgusting taste. She used to do far more and miscellaneous work than he thought, and must have had a bad time of it. Chapter 92. The beginning of cohabitation. Subconsciously, Fu Jingxin began to feel sorry for Shuyu again. Aren't you going to eat? Fu Jingxin looked at her and saw that she only took a bowl of rice and a pair of chopsticks. I already ate when I went to get dinner. Fu Jingshin lowered his eyes. Originally I said I'd treat you to dinner, but now I've come to the hospital to eat. It's okay. There's plenty of opportunity to eat, as long as you get well quickly, Mr. Fu. If I take good care of you and you get well quickly, is it possible to leave me alone? Shuyue winked at him. As long as you don't kick me in the ribs, anything is fine. Fu Jingshin felt funny. He didn't even say this kind of statement about getting back at her. How on earth did she decide that she would kick her ribs out as well? He followed Shu Yu's words and continued. Then it's up to you. I'll make sure you're taken care of properly. Fu Jingshin finished eating. Shu Yu cleaned up the garbage, went out to throw a garbage effort, came back to see Fu Jingshin out of bed. She took an arrow step forward to help him. Mr. Fu, be careful. Let me help you. Fu Jingshin looked at her holding herself up, slightly arching her back in a position that was indescribably strange. Shu Yu, when you are serving the emperor, you bow your back as an eunuch? No, I take you for a matron. Shuyue was quick with her mouth and fell silent when she finished. Fu Jingshin sighed helplessly. I'm just going to the restroom. I'll help you. Special time. Be careful. Do not secondary injury. Shuyu assisted Fu Jingshin to go to the toilet. Standing in front of the toilet, Fu Jingshin's sight fell on Shuyu. Aren't you going out yet? Shuyu then reacted that the following content could not be read, turned around and went out, closing the door in the process. Mr. Fu, if there's something you need to call me, haha. Fu Jingshin is a big tall man of more than 1 meter 8, Pacific big broad shoulders 8-pack abs good body. That little brother should not be bad, right? Shuyu couldn't suppress a smile at the corner of her mouth when she thought of this. Even though I'm perverted, it's still so exciting to think about. Her perverted speech, Fu Jingshin heard it clearly inside, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. You're more than a little sick. You're very sick. It's hard to believe what nonsense Shuyue speaks in private. After going out, Fu Jingshin's mind was full of reverberations of Shu Yu's words, and he didn't dare to look directly at her at all, lying straight on the hospital bed, and didn't dare to move. He seems to be lying in a corpse like this, exactly the same position as he was lying in the funeral parlor last time. Fu Jingshin closed his eyes, and soothing heartbeats kept coming. He still looks handsome when he's asleep. His nose is so straight. His face looks like a good poke. Should I poke him? Forget it. I can't defend myself if I'm caught. Speaking of which, when I was in the studio, he fell down and seemed to have kissed me. That was my first kiss. I've grown up so much that I've never been in love, although I've had favorites, and when I think back carefully, his lips are still a bit soft. Shu Yu's eyes stared straight at Fu Jingshin's lips. Fu Jingshin's breathing became rapid, and he couldn't help pursing his mouth straight into a straight line. Following Shuyue's heart had begun to recall the comical kiss. As soon as I thought back to that image, my heartbeat quickened. After a long time, Shuyu's heartbeat did not come again. Fu Jingshin quietly opened his eyes and looked sideways. She had fallen asleep against the couch. Fu Jingshin looked at her sleeping face and whispered, "You still look better when you don't talk." The next day, Saturday, there were no classes at school, but Shuyu also had to go to work. Assistant Tang came to the hospital to pick up Fu Jingshin. After handing him over to Assistant Tang, Shuyu rushed to the studio. Rushing around, a minute short of being late. "New guy, you're late." Shuyu ran and out of breath because she had just joined the company and hadn't entered the punch card system. So there was no accurate time calculation at all. So the receptionist was free to say that she was late. Late attendance is subject to demerit points, which is also counted in your monthly assessment. So pay attention next time. Don't be late during office hours. Shuyu didn't explain or ask for her help. She knew it wouldn't work. She's only just arrived and can't even recognize all the people, so she has to resign herself to her fate. Got it. Shuyu rushed towards the office, and before she could go in and put her bag away, she was stuffed with a handful of papers and cups. "Hardy, go and print out the documents for me. They'll be needed for the meeting later. And also make me a cup of coffee." Shuyue took a deep breath to steady herself, then went to help her with these trivial chores. "Supervisor Nyo, are you really going to take us to meet the client?" When Qin Ruler's little follower passed by Shuyu, he deliberately raised the volume of his voice, fearing that she wouldn't be able to hear him. "The client I'm meeting this time is an old acquaintance of mine. What about taking you guys there? It's also to recognize your faces and familiarize yourself with the process of meeting the client so that you don't make any mistakes afterwards." "Thank you, Supervisor Bull." "Supervisor Nyo, isn't Qin Yu coming with us?" It was rare that Qin Ruler still remembered that there was a Shuyu. Supervisor Nyo glanced at Shuyu, who was copying documents. "She looks busy, so I won't take her. and the crowds will be annoying for that client of mine, so just the three of you come with me. Shuyu suspected that Qin Ruling asked this on purpose. She glanced at the men, a little speechless. What a poor workplace tactic. Is she going to be pissed off? No way. Today's work shift was early, ending at 4 in the afternoon, but she still had to go and tutor Chen Miao Miao in the evening. So she rushed towards Chen's house right after she got off work. After tutoring Chen Miao Miao's homework, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and after having a dinner at their house, Shuyu had to rush to the hospital again to take care of Fu Jingshun. She felt like a donkey, the kind that keeps turning in front of a stone mill and can't stop. She'd gotten used to this fast-paced life a long time ago, though she used to do more than this on her part-time college job for less money. And this was pretty easy. Shuyue is very cheerful. She had just come out of Chen's house when she saw Fu Jingshun's car parked in front of her. He rolled down the window and looked at Shuyu. Get in the car. Shuyue got in the car. Mr. Fu, why are you out of the hospital? I don't like hospital environments, and anyway, it's not a serious illness, so I'll just recuperate. I don't need to be hospitalized. So where are we going? Go home. Going home? Shuyu hadn't understood what he meant until Fu Jingshun led her to a neighborhood. The neighborhood here is close to your school and work, right in the middle of nowhere, and until I'm better, you'll live here and take care of my daily routine. Entering the door is a large bungalow with floor-to-ceiling windows on one entire side and cream-style decor, the kind that little girls love. I can't imagine that your family is so girlish, Mr. Fu. This is the house that Mr. Fu just bought today. The previous owner was a girl who desperately needed to sell, and Mr. Fu bought it especially for you, Ms. Shu. Assistant Don explained from the sidelines. Bought it especially for me? Shuyu couldn't believe it. Fu Jingshun glared at Assistant Tang. You need to talk more? Chapter 93. I'll ask you that one more time. Assistant Don chose to shut up and silently backed out. He didn't want to be a light bulb. As soon as Assistant Tang left, Shuyu and Fu Jingshun were left in this huge house. Shuyu inexplicably felt that the atmosphere was awkward, staring down at her toes not knowing what to say or do. Fu Jingshun squatted down with his back straight because his ribs were hurting. He opened the shoe cabinet and took out a pair of pink slippers from inside the shoe cabinet and placed them in front of Shuyu. Change into them. Shuyu was flattered. I'll do it myself. She hurriedly changed her shoes and followed Fu Jingshun inside. Mr. Fu, do you really want me to live here too? Or what? How are you going to take care of my food and living if you don't live with me? He looked back at Shuyu and pointed at his ribs. Don't forget, this is what you kicked and broke. Shuyu had originally thought of some phrases to reject him, but his last sentence directly snuffed out those phrases of Shuyu's. Okay, Mr. Fu. Shuyue, this is all your own sin, forget it. The doctor also said, at most a month we'll be able to get well. I'll just stay here for a month to forget it. Only a lonely man and a woman in the same room. Really will not happen any story? Fu Jingshun felt Shuyu's gaze fall on his body, and he subconsciously protected his chest. Frowning slightly, he looked at Shuyu suspiciously. You're not thinking of something strange, are you? Shuyu retracted her gaze. How could it be, Mr. Fu? I'm a person with a clear mind. I don't have much interest in men. Maybe there's a chance to see his abs mermaid line. It's exciting to think about it. If it wasn't for the fact that he could hear Shuyu's heart, Fu Jingshun almost believed her words. Your room is over there. Fu Jingshun casually pointed a direction. Shuyu hastily went over to check their own room. Has been set up, the bed is also made, the closet are still not removed hang tags of the clothes. Mr. Fu, these clothes are? Shuyu probed at Fu Jingshun, who was standing in the doorway, and asked. It's probably the new clothes Assistant Tang prepared for you because she thought your clothes were not good. I can't dress well? How can it be I? Shuyu suddenly thought of something, half squinting her eyes to measure Fu Jingshun. Mr. Fu, it's you who wants to send me new clothes, right? You said it earlier, that Assistant Tang is what shield. I take care of you is indeed quite hard. You give me new clothes, then I'm not losing out. I originally thought Fu Jingshun was a vampire capitalist, but he also prepared new clothes for me. It seems it's not as bad as I thought it was. Well, he's still quite considerate. Fu Jingshun, who had been poked and prodded, didn't say anything and turned around to head to his bedroom. Shuyu hurriedly followed. The two people's bedroom is directly opposite the door. Fu Jingshun, that room is twice as big as Shuyu's room. A hole is gray and white cold tone style. Very simple and very consistent with Fu Jingshun's persona. This is my room. As soon as Fu Jingshun turned around, he saw Shuyu following behind him and probing to see. I know, but I'm not going to take care of Mr. Fu's daily life. Then Mr. Fu's room pattern I have to be familiar with, so that I can take care of you. Shuyu spoke in a headlong manner and strolled through Fu Jingshen's room. Half an hour later, there was takeout at the door. Aren't you in charge of my diet? Is this how you feed your patients? Ordering takeout. Fu Jingshen watched Shuyu fetch the takeout in and couldn't help but teach her that this was wrong. Bought groceries? I'm not familiar with the neighborhood at this point in time. Where's a good place to buy groceries? Ordering takeout is the most convenient. Plus I ordered this for you. Shuyu took the sponge bumper strip out of the bag. What's this for? Fu Jingshen had never seen that thing before, and it wasn't until he saw that Shuyu had put sponge bumper strips on various places in his room that were easy to bump into that he reacted to what it was for. I remember this stuff for kids who are just learning to walk, right? Avoid them bumping into it. Fu Jingshen watched her busily putting on the bumper strips, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. I wrapped up is to prevent Mr. Fu you hit. You think, if you hit the fall, that rib injury will not be heavy on the aggravation. The loss is not worth the gain. I this move just in case. Then she also put a sponge carpet on the floor, and she tried it herself by rolling off the bed and falling to the floor, and it didn't hurt very much, which was reassuring and satisfying. Fu Jingshen pinched his brow, having the feeling of being taken care of like a child. Mr. Fu, although it's a little hard to look at right now, but when you're healed, it can all be removed. Shuyu patted his shoulder, signaling him to be at ease. I'm going to cook. Shuyu slipped into the kitchen. The kitchen utensils are very full. Shuyu just buy some dishes can start cooking. During this time she called her advisor and explained the situation of living off campus, and since she had good grades in a recent internship, as long as she didn't miss classes, the advisor quickly agreed and granted her a leave of absence for the last month for the nights she didn't live in her dormitory. Fu Jingshen sat in the living room, holding his computer to run an open video conference. Mr. Fu, that's roughly it. A voice came from the other end of the computer. Fu Jingshen nodded. Well, keep pushing this project forward. By the way, what's the situation with the Yin family's traditional Chinese medicine factory lately? Their stock price rose so much. Everyone was collectively silent for a while before someone spoke. The Yin family has acquired some of the retail Chinese medicine traders in Shangjing, plus the recent online Chinese medicine campaign has been very loud. Many people have started to see Chinese medicine practitioners looking for medicinal herbs to cure their illnesses, and the Yin family has been reaping the benefits of the fisher's nest, and the stock price naturally went up. But the increase is so strange. I think the Yin family is up to something. None of you are buying Yin stock, are you? Fu Jingshen frowned. No, it's absolutely nothing. Well, that's good. Tell the others not to buy either. Keep an eye on the stock market. The Yin family is afraid of a big move. Yes. Mr. Fu, so when will you be back? Let's wait until we're done with this one. That's the end of the meeting, you guys go get some rest. After saying that, Fu Jingshen hung up the video, and when he put the laptop down, his line of sight happened to fall on Shuyu, who was busy in the kitchen. The kitchen was semi-open and you could see her movements in there quite clearly. The aroma of the dishes wafted, tickling Fu Jingshen's stomach. He had been staring at Shuyu's busy back without blinking until he Jili sent a message and his cell phone vibrated to bring him back to his senses. He Jili, I heard from Assistant Tang that you have broken ribs, and you're living with a beautiful woman. What's going on? Tell me. Fujing, do you know what life is? He Jili, what the hell? Mr. Fu, do you eat ketchup? Shuyu probed out with her spatula raised to question Fu Jingshen. Fu Jingshen shook his head. Don't love anything about tomatoes. He finished and looked down at his keyboard. Fu Jingshen. When the aroma of rice came from the kitchen, when she probed me with her spatula raised to ask me if I would eat ketchup, I realized that my previous understanding of life was very superficial. He Jili. I ask you more. Chapter 94. She takes care a little too passionately. Rice on the table, color and flavor. Shuyu made 4 dishes, meat and vegetables, balanced nutrition, and all the dishes that Fu Jingshen loves to eat. You know my taste so well? None of the cooks in the house knew exactly what dishes Fu Jingshen liked to eat, and it wasn't like he hadn't experienced moments of being drugged and poisoned, so he easily didn't dare to take more than a few bites of his favorite dishes, and it wasn't until his big brother later turned into a vegetative coma that he was able to catch his breath. No, I just made a couple random dishes. I cannot know what you love to eat dishes, understand thoroughly. This is also thanks to the after the chin curls, because when you live together you do not guard her, so let her know your tastes. As the saying goes, to catch a man's heart have to catch his stomach. Chin curls also rely on this trick to take you. Fu Jingshen's line of sight fell on those several dishes. The side dishes that should be put in each dish but happened not to be his favorite were all picked clean by Shuyu. She takes care of people and is still very attentive. Yes? You've done everything to my taste in a few random dishes, so it seems like it was a good choice to let you live here. Fu Jingshin clamped the forefront of a mapo tofu. Tofu is very tender, pepper is very flavorful, in the mouth a sip on the melt, not too salty, not too light, the taste is just right. Well? Shu Yu looked at Fu Jingshin with an expectant face. Fu Jingshin nodded. Not bad. Just good? No other comments. Fu Jingshin smiled. Not bad. Is my highest evaluation. All right. I should be happy to be appreciated by Mr. Fu. Shu Yu shrugged her shoulders, then ate herself. After eating, Shu Yu was again very self-conscious and went to wash the dishes. Although Fu Jingshin's ribs were broken, they didn't affect his basic life. But Shu Yu was afraid that something would go wrong with him, and when Fu Jingshin was going to take a shower, she stopped him. Mr. Fu, you must be careful when bathing. Don't fall. If there's anything, you just call out to me. I'll stand at the door and guard you. Shu Yu stood at the bathroom door like a bodyguard. A door away, Fu Jingshin could still see her shadow standing in the doorway mapped on the glass door of the bathroom. Oddly enough, it made him uncomfortable. Fascinated by the thought, he didn't notice that the soap in his hand fell to the ground, and he subconsciously tried to bend down to pick it up, and he yelped when his ribs hurt. The voice wasn't too loud or too small, just enough to reach Shu Yu's ears. Mr. Fu. The bathroom door was unlocked and Shu Yu opened it and rushed in. Fortunately, Fu Jingshin reacted quickly and covered the key area as soon as he pulled the bath towel. You don't have to be so nervous about me, do you? Fu Jingshin began to wonder if his decision to let her live in was the right one. Shu Yu stared straight at his abs, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. Mr. Fu, I just heard you scream. Are you all right? It's okay. Get out. Good Lu Fu, general manager. Shu Yu slipped out. It's worth it to see the abs. Fu Jingshin looked at the closed bathroom door. It's so horny. When Fu Jingshin woke up in the morning, Shu Yu had already left for work, leaving her breakfast, milk and sandwiches on the table, and the sticky note Shu Yu left behind. Mr. Fu, I'm going to work. Don't forget to eat breakfast. Oh, at noon you can cope with a few mouths. I'll come back to cook for you at night. If you want to eat dishes, you send a message to tell me. I'll come back on the way to the supermarket to buy a good. I wish you a speedy recovery. Oh. She also drew a little man with a heart on the back with pigtails, kind of like herself. Fu Jingshin folded up the sticky note and put it in his pocket and sat down to eat breakfast. Shu Yu work is miscellaneous work, not compared to the Qin Curl and her two small followers, has been following a few designers to learn the real skills. Shu Yu went up to look at Two Eyes, they are consciously far away, do not want to get involved with her. At lunchtime, Qin Curly came over. Know why they don't want to teach you? Shu Yu replied to Fu Jingshin's message while eating. Don't want to know. Shu Yu. Mr. Fu, if you want to eat abalone king crab like this, then I can't afford it, you have to transfer it over for reimbursement. Fu Jingshin turned his head and transferred $100,000 to her, and Shu Yu received it in seconds. Shu Yu. Thank you, Mr. Fu. I wish you good fortune and long life. Receiving the money, she was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Qin Ruling looked at her smile and thought she was laughing at herself. Qin Yu, what do you mean? You're not putting me in your eyes now, are you? I haven't put you in my eyes ever. I know you hate me, and you're the one who told them to leave me alone. Your status is noble, I can't compare to it. So, there's no need for you to keep holding on to me. Shu Yu kindly advised. You should put your focus on the long term. Confined to me, it's hard for you to achieve great things. Qin Curly really bad brain, up to now has not reacted to their own main task is what has been consumed in her, what is the use of it? But my older and younger brothers only like you, that's my family. For me to leave you alone you can give me back my family. Qin Curly looked at Shu Yu with a serious face. Shu Yu didn't think she was counting on it. You're their biological sister by blood. My fake sister doesn't matter to them. You're thinking too much. They only like yours. After all, they died and went crazy for you. What's not love? Really? Qin Curly was very unconvinced by Shu Yu's words. Of course it's true. Go home and ask them. I'm sure they'll all tell you that you're the only one they like as their own sister. Qin Ruling felt that there was some truth in what she said, probably because she had just come home and her several brothers were still not quite used to it. But her jealousy and hatred for Shu Yu would not be reduced by half. Who let her hog her family for 20 years? Interns. There's an important announcement. Supervisor Nyo suddenly came in, and the four men hurriedly stopped what they were doing. There is a treasure auction this afternoon, we have 4 places here. The company is just a few of you newcomers still have little insight. This auction can broaden your horizons. So give you an hour to go and clean up yourselves, change into something more formal, then I'll take you to the auction site. As soon as Supervisor Nyo's words fell, the four people rushed back to change their clothes. Chin Curly pulled the two followers. I'll just make a call and ask the driver to send it. On the contrary, Shuyue had to take a taxi back to change her clothes. She came in and out in a hurry, casually wearing a shirt and jeans. It was hard to get a car at noon, and no one took Shuyue's order for a long time, and just when she was anxious, a Maybach stopped in front of her. Ms. Shu, the clothes are in the back, so please take them yourself. Chapter 95. Be her sister-in-law and live a life of glory and riches. The window rolled down and Assistant Tang's leaned forward slightly to probe and speak with Shuyu. Assistant Tang, what kind of clothes? Go to participate in the auction clothes. This matter is food general arrangement. No, you need to change clothes. Let me come to give you scent. Clothes are in the back. Trouble yourself to open the door to take it. Assistant Tang probably explained the cause and effect to Shuyu. Shuyu understood and then pulled open the car door and got the clothes that were in the back seat. Thanks. You're welcome. It's all I should do. After Assistant Tang finished speaking, he started the car and left. As Shuyu carried her clothes in towards the studio, she pulled out her cell phone and sent a message to Fu Jingshan. Shuyu. Mr. Fu, I got the clothes, thank you. Fu Jingshan didn't know what he was doing and didn't return the message. So Shuyu put away her cell phone and carried her clothes to the bathroom to change into them. It's an hour-and-a-half round trip by taxi from the school, plus she has to pick up her clothes and change and stuff. Do you think it's too late? It's definitely too late. And it's best if she doesn't make it in time, so she can't make the switch. That's right, who made her a selfish person who also bullied Curly and didn't put Curly in her eyes. Away from the Shu family, she's nothing. The person next door didn't name who it was, but Shuyu knew as soon as she heard it that it was Chin Curly's two little followers spitting on her. Hurry up and pack up, later on we will follow the cow supervisor to the auction. I haven't been to this kind of high-grade auction yet. If not for the curls, I won't necessarily be able to go to that kind of place in my life. The two men obediently patted Chin Curly's ass again. Chin Curly was very flattered. Who made you guys my good friends? Shuyu sighed as she changed her clothes and took Chin Curly in 3 words. Assistant Tang sent a slightly more formal new Chinese cheongsam. The peach-colored cheongsam was very good for Shuyu's skin, and it was playful and youthful without losing its dignity. The bag was also well prepared with cosmetic lipsticks. Fu Jingshan is still quite attentive. When Shuyu changed her clothes and pushed the door out, the 3 Chin curls were still fixing their makeup and heard the sound and looked over. Seeing that it was Shuyu, the 3 of them all inevitably got weak in the heart. They were discussing Shuyu so loudly just now. It couldn't have all been overheard by her. Could it? Chin Curly's gaze was fixed on Shuyu. Shuyu walked to the mirror without a word, took out the cosmetics and started to make up. She preferred light makeup, so she made a light base makeup, traced the eyebrows and applied lipstick. On the contrary, she looked even more beautiful because of the peach-colored cheongsam. Shuyu smoothed her lipstick and glanced at the 3 people next to her, all of whom were wearing somewhat flamboyant gowns. It's better to keep a low profile the first time you go to an occasion like this. After saying that, Shuyu turned around and walked out. Her demeanor was elegant, and her temperament was just very different from them. At least she had been a golden lady for 10 years, more or less still tainted with some sense of nobility that others could not learn. What does she mean? Is she saying we're overdressed? She still has the nerve to talk about us. What is she wearing herself? It's not classy. Not upscale at all. Don't you think so, Curly? Chin Curly didn't look too good. Didn't say anything, grabbed her things and went out. The 2 little followers looked at each other and also hurriedly followed. Supervisor Nyo's eyes lit up when he saw Shuyu, a dignified and gentle temperament beauty. The smile at the corner of her mouth then paused when she saw the 2 little followers coming out. What the hell are you wearing? It's not a banquet, just a slightly more formal treasure auction. Wearing such a flashy outfit. In contrast to the 2 of them, what Chin Ruling was wearing was still considered a relatively normal formal dress. Since everyone is here, let's get in the car. Supervisor Nyo drove, and Shuyu didn't want to sit with the 3 of them, so she sat in the passenger seat. Soon arrived at the destination. It was a 5-star hotel in Haicheng, and the treasure auction was held in the banquet hall. At first Shuyu wasn't sure of the purpose of this treasure auction until she saw Shu Rin at the door. Jumbo Auction, Shu Rin, and Chin Curl were also present. This scene, how do I feel somewhat familiar? Shuyu lowered her head to reminisce, not noticing Shu Rin looking over. Shu Rin's eyes landed on Shuyu, her brows slightly frowning. Why was she here? Ergo, Qin Ruling saw Shu Rin from a long distance away and trotted up to him and sweetly called out to him. Curly, what are you doing here? Our supervisor said that there is a treasure auction here and specially brought us here. I didn't expect to meet you here, second brother. Shu Rin nodded, and when she looked at Shu Yu, she happened to raise her eyes as well. And as her eyes met, Shu Rin heard her call out. Ah! I remembered this auction has a heavy-worked Cartier ruby necklace, or the last century why country queen succession ceremony wore, because Qin Curl very much like Shu Rin spent a lot of money and a mysterious person to compete for this Cartier ruby necklace, but also because of this thing Shu Rin's company was targeted and became the trigger for the closure of his company. Shu Rin was slightly surprised what mysterious person is so powerful. He single-handedly founded the company behind the entire Shu family and support. To be able to mess up his company, that must not be an ordinary person, but Haiqing and even the whole of Huaxia, such a powerful person is not more than 5 fingers. Curly, this is your second brother. The little follower looked at Shu Rin with eyes that were clearly in a state of infatuation. Follow Qin Curly not only has a good job, there are handsome men to look at. If you can be her sister-in-law, any brother, it can be a lifetime of glory and wealth. Shu Rin touched the gazes of those 2 girls and frowned. These 2 females weren't the kind with the wrong mind at first glance. The auction will start soon, go in. Shurin went in first. Originally, they are a few people are with the cow in charge of the side is only able to sit in the last position. The purpose of the auction is not for the treasures, but in order to appreciate the study of these heavy jewelry, sitting in the back is not too far away, but also can be seen on the stage of the object. But because of Shu Rin, Qin Ruling followed him to the front seat. Shu Yue, sit over here too. Shu Rin called out to Shu Yu, who hadn't reacted to the fact that he was calling out to her until he reached out and pulled her over. She sat next to Shu Rin on one side of the table with Qin Curly. Qin Ruling was originally still happy that Shu Rin was considered close to him, and when she saw that he had called Shu Yu over again, that feeling of elation vanished. Shu Yu didn't know why Shu Rin had called out for her to sit over, but sitting close enough to learn more, she pulled out her notebook, ready to jot down everything she saw at any time. Are you such a good learner? A low, magnetic male voice sounded behind her. Shu Yu felt familiar and turned back to get a look at him, but she was poked in the face. Don't look back. Chapter 96. What a generous male bodhisattva. Shu Yu heard it, it was Fu Jingshen's voice. Fu Jingshen? No wonder he didn't return my message, so he also came to this auction, broken ribs and still running around. If secondary injury occurs, he won't blame me, right? Shu Yu grumbled inwardly. These words were not only heard by Fu Jingshen, but also by Shu Rin. Fu Jingshen is here too. He slightly sidled his head and looked at the man behind Shu Yu. Fu Jingshen was wearing a black suit, sitting there demurely. His long and slender fingers interlocked and fell on his knees. Feeling Shu Rin's gaze, he also raised his eyes and looked over, his eyes met. Fu Jingshen nodded slightly toward him. Shurin nodded back, then withdrew his gaze. Could it be that the mysterious person Shu Yu was talking about was Fu Jingshen? Fu family in Chongqing is the head of the family. In the whole of China is also the strongest existence. Shu family in the eyes of the Fu family, not good to deal with, but it is not difficult to deal with, and he and Qin Riling still have emotional line. Shu Yu said the mysterious person also with him to rob Qin Riling like Cartier ruby necklace. I think that he is also in order to auction off for Qin Riling's gift. According to the logic of this, the mysterious person is the Fu Jingshen. Undoubtedly. Shu Rin thought as she did, and her heart was in the right place. Qin Curly and Fu Himing are the male and female lead, and Fu Himing is Fu Jingshen's nephew. Fu Jingshen likes Qin Curly, but Qin Curly likes Fu Himing, and because Qin Curly is using the Shu family to become powerful, it will threaten Fu Jingshen. That's why Fu Jingshen wants to crack down on his company and mess up the Shu family. A flurry of logic down, Shu Rin reasoned very clearly. It seems that, in the future, one has to beware of Fu Jingshen. Auction soon began, this time is mainly a jewelry auction, come up with a superb emerald ring, and are on the 50 years is considered antique jewelry. The price is certainly not exorbitant. These rich people auction them off. Shu Yu just takes notes carefully, recording all the design ingenuity she sees very carefully. It wasn't until halftime that she stopped to go to the restroom. The toilet on the first floor of the hotel was already full. Shu Yu could only turn up to the toilet on the second floor. She took the stairs up directly. Before anyone went up, she heard someone talking in the stairwell. She backed up and ducked. Why is Fu Jingshen here? Isn't he in Chongqing? Are you sure the person you saw was him? 1,000 times true, absolutely not wrong. He is sitting in the front of the second row of seats. Fu Jingshen, that face, how good to recognize. When did he come to High City? And he even appeared at this auction. Did he know something? Purposely coming after us. We came in with false identities. There's no way he could have known we were here. Maybe it's just a coincidence. There's so much jewelry here. He could have been looking at a certain item specifically. Fancy something? He couldn't have come for that Cartier ruby necklace as well, right? I'm bound to get that necklace. It's the key thing to get through to that big sister of the Shangguan family. Yes, no matter how much it costs, we have to take it, or else when we go back to Shangjing, the higher-ups will definitely blame it. The two chatted and walked down. Before Shu Yu could react, she was pulled to the corner of the stairwell, where the space was narrow, and the two of them were so close together that they could feel each other's temperature. Shu Yu's mouth was violently covered, and she subconsciously tried to reach out to push away the person behind her, but she heard the voice say, "Shu Yue, it's me." "Fu Jingshen?" Shu Yu withdrew her hand and almost hit him again. Why does he show up in this weird way every time? Almost I broke his ribs again. Wait, did you just hear any strange noises? One man suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. They had been about to pull the door open and walk out when they suddenly killed the door and looked toward the corner of the stairwell. Shu Yu reacted quickly, and with a turn, she walloped Fu Jingshun against the wall. Fu Jingshun understood what she meant and obediently buried his head at her neck. Shu Yu cursed delicately. Darn, it'll be seen. As soon as he heard Shu Yu's voice, he realized what the two of them were doing in such a dark corner. The two men looked at each other in dismay and hurriedly left the place at a quick pace. Shu Yu was relieved to hear them close the stairwell door behind them. "Shu Yue, it looks like you're very experienced in this kind of thing." Fu Jingshin's head was still resting against Shu Yu's shoulder, and when he spoke, his hot breath spilled onto her neck, tickling her a little. It's the first time I've helped cover for someone in this way. If it wasn't for me, you'd have been found out, Mr. Fu. You should be thanking me." What an ambiguous position. Why doesn't he get up? He's leaning in like this. My heart is beating faster. It feels like the temperature has risen. I'm getting a little hot. Fu Jingshin listened to her noisy heart, laughed lightly and looked up. "And how can I thank you?" Shu Yu speaks without thinking and opens his mouth. "Feel the abs. How do I say out of my heart, he will not think I am perverted, right? Help." Dimly lit stairwell. A woman told him she wanted to touch her abs, which seems, indeed, perverted. Shu Yu regretted it when she finished speaking and stammered, trying to find a defense for herself. "Mr. Fu, I'm just saying, in fact, you don't have to thank me specifically. This is a show of hands." Before Shu Yu could finish her sentence, Fu Jingshen pulled her hand, leaned forward, lifted over the clothes, and her palm landed on Fu Jingshen's 8-pack abs. The warm, firm touch made Shu Yu's brain go down. "Is it a thank you that is not needed?" Fu Jingshuan's voice rang in his ears, and Shu Yu gulped. "Need. I'm going. What a generous male bodhisattva. What tactile muscles. I'm out of breath." I touched Fu Jingshen's 8-pack abs. "It's worth it." Shu Yu was ecstatic inside, but her body froze, not daring to move at all. Fu Jingshen grabbed her hand upwards, and with every touch, Shu Yu's face burned up, until she touched the slightly protruding spot. "Feel that? It's that rib, broken and a little protruding." Fu Jingshan's short sentence was like a pot of cold water poured over Shu Yu's head. The slightest ambiguity was gone, replaced instead by a wave of heartbreak. "Is this really okay without bandages or anything?" Shu Yu asked him. "Not a big injury." Fu Jingshan laughed and loosened Shu Yu's hand. "Okay. Abs have been touched and I've said thanks, so I can go back." "Oh." When Shu Yu heard this, she turned around and left at a fast pace. Her heartbeat had been too fast to slow down. Chapter 97. Fu Jingshan takes the ruby necklace at auction. Shu Yu returned to the auction. Uncomfortable, she had just sat down when Shu Rin, who was next to her, opened her mouth to ask her. "Huh? No? Why would he ask that?" Shurin gave her a sideways glance. "You're blushing." Shu Yu reached out and touched her face. It was a little hot, and I guess it was quite red. "It's okay. I'm just feeling a little hot." "Something's wrong." There's a big handsome guy grabbing my hand and touching his abs in the dimly lit environment of the stairwell. This is a big deal. My heart is beating fast right now. Shu Rin had just taken a sip of water when she heard Shu Yu's heartfelt voice and choked and coughed. What did she just say? She touched a man's abs? Which man is so bold as to make light of his Shu Rin's sister? "Ergo, are you okay?" Qin Ruling saw Shu Rin coughing and rushed over to care. When she turned her body sideways, that's when she saw Fu Jingshan, who turned over from not far away. She froze, her expression changing for a moment. "Is he here too?" Why didn't I see him just now? It's okay. Shu Rin slowed down and looked at Shu Yu, who was still a little red in the face, probably still thinking about that. He would like to know who would make Shu Yu blush like this, and he would keep him from staying in Haichong. The next auction starts soon. To the last lot, the cloth cover lifted up. Dazzling ruby immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone stared straight at the Cartier ruby necklace, one eye's glittering. Hearing where it came from has made quite a few people stupid. This Cartier ruby necklace and the matching earrings and ring, a set of them, $15 million to start. I declare the bidding begins. As the words fell, someone had already raised the number plate in their hand. 16 million. Qin Ruishi stared at the ruby necklace on that stage, glittering under the light, beautiful and eye-catching. She dared not think how nice it would look if she put on that necklace. And it's still worn by the queen. Second brother, this necklace is so beautiful. I don't even have a decent piece of jewelry. Once upon a time I bought necklaces for a few dollars wholesale from the internet. Qin Ruling made a small move and pulled Shu Rin's sleeve. The meaning was obvious. Shu Yu noticed Qin Curly's movements. Beginning of the 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 end. Shu Yu sighed inwardly. Shu Rin heard her thoughts and crossed her legs, hands folded in her lap as she looked towards the ruby necklace. I'll have a couple of jeweled necklaces sent to you when we get back. Qin Curly spoke in a small voice. It doesn't have to be that much. Then send one. I kinda like rubies. Qin Curly all implied so obvious. Shu Rin still do not on the set, on the contrary, said, Ruby is not suitable for you, sapphire is more set off with your skin. It happens that I have a sapphire necklace, go back to take it to you. Not to mention Qin Curly. Shu Yu thought he was outrageous. No, why didn't Shu Rin follow the plot for good reason? You should have photographed this ruby necklace for her. Look at her. She has been away from the Shu family since she was a child. And she has lived in poverty since she was a child. Don't you feel sorry for her? Shu Yu whispered to Shu Rin next to her. Shurin nodded. Poor indeed. Right? I think that ruby necklace would be perfect for her. If you auction it off and give it to Curly, she'll be very happy, and it will bring your siblings closer together. Shurin looked at her sideways. You'd love for me to get on better terms with her? Sure. Shu Yu answered dryly. Qin Curly heard it from the side, but didn't know what kind of medicine she had in her gourd and why she was helping herself. Why? She's on good terms with you guys, so she won't keep coming after me. What Shu Yu said was also true. Shu Rin twisted her head to look at Qin Na Curl with a hint of a questioning tone. You bullied Shu Yue? Qin Curly froze and immediately shook her head. No, how could I bully her, although she's not second brother's real sister? But at least she's been together for 20 years. That's half a sister. That's my sister. How could I bully my sister? Qin Ruixiang deflated her mouth in aggravation. But her line of sight landed on Shu Yu's face. Shu Yu, I knew you weren't selling any good medicine in your gourd. So it's because you want to sow discord between me and second brother. Rubies don't suit you. Better go back and give you the sapphire necklace. Shu Rin's attitude was clear. He would not auction this ruby necklace. At this point, the bidding for the Cartier ruby necklace had been auctioned off at $20 million. When it gets to 20 million, there are fewer bidders. 25 million, someone shouted. Fu Jingxin glanced sideways at the people, the same two people who were talking in the stairwell. $25 million a time. 26 million. Fu Jingxian raised his hand. Shu Rin knew that the person bidding with him was Fu Jingxian, but this time he would not bid with him. He should avoid the trouble afterward, and hopefully he could avoid the big trouble afterward through this small thing. Fu Jingxian raised the price. The man stared at Fu Jingxian's back and said darkly, It seems he did follow us here. This necklace must be taken no matter what. He then raised his hand. $26.5 million. Fu Jingxian also raised his bid without hesitation. At the beginning those two people could still keep up. The increase in price span is still quite big. To the back only dare to 10 million increase has been bid to 35 million. Brother, we don't have that kind of budget. I know. Go call the boss and see what he has to say. I'll keep spending time on my end. 3,510,000. Fu Jingxian slowly raised his card. 35.5 million. Chin Curly didn't know his identity, and when she saw him say $35.5 million so calmly, she was dumbfounded. He must be something special, definitely more than just a studio owner. Shu Yu couldn't help but look back at Fu Jingshun when she heard this price. Fu Jingshun is messing up. Shu Rin does not shoot this necklace in favor of you to shoot it, is not it? Fu Jingshun's eyes fell on Shu Yu's incredulous face and calmly continued to raise the price. Even though the necklace was useless to him, he didn't want those two behind him to get it. Brother, the boss said that the necklace would be no more than $40 million at the most, so let's not worry about shouting. $40 million will definitely take it. And what if it's over 40 million? Just don't. The more both sides shouted, the higher the price. Everyone couldn't help but speculate who the Cartier ruby necklace would end up in the hands of. Seeing that it was about to exceed $40 million, the two men broke out in a cold sweat. Fu Jingshun's eyes were bland. 4,000 and 10,000. Chapter 98. What rantings are you spouting? In the blink of an eye, Fu Jingshun spent $40 million to take a set of Cartier ruby necklaces. It's over. We'll both be scolded for sure when we get back. Those two people failed in their bidding and left the auction in disgrace. Fu Jingshun is so powerful. Chin Curl is even more satisfied with him. Not only good-looking but also so rich, is a very good candidate for a husband. Crazy, crazy, crazy. How did this necklace let Fu Jingshun get it? Shouldn't it be Shu Rin bidding against those two? This is the plot of Shu Rin and the mysterious man. How did it become Fu Jingshun's plot? It's messed up. It's all messed up. Shu Yu was already messed up. It's good to know that this isn't too important of a plot, just the beginning of a fuse. The auction ended and everyone dispersed and left. It's already off duty at this point, so go back first. By the way, make notes on those jewelry pieces you saw just now. I want to personally check the notes you made in a couple of days. Supervisor Bull explained the task. Chin Riling followed Shu Rin to the car and went home together. Get in the car. I'll drop you back at school on the way. Shu Rin looked at Shu Yu outside the car. I'm not going back to school. Shu Rin frowned. Then where are you going? Go. Fu Jingshun took the necklace and came out from inside. Fu Jingshun? Mr. Fu. I've heard a lot about you. It's fate to know each other. Let's have a meal together. Shu Rin called out to Fu Jingshun. Fu Jingshun half squinted his eyes as he surveyed the people in the car. I'm sorry. I have other important things to do. Dinner is not necessary. He took Shu Yu's wrist and headed out the door, and was shouted at by Shu Rin again. Mr. Fu, do you know my sister well? He simply got out of the car and stood still in front of Fu Jingshun. The two were about the same height, but in terms of aura, Fu Jingshun was better, and he had a calm and steady temperament that Shu Rin did not possess. Although Shu Rin was the president and had been in the business world for many years, his character was still a bit impatient, and his expression was evident on his face. Fu Jingshun's grip on Shu Yu's hand tightened a few points. He smiled blandly. According to my understanding, her surname is Chin now. She is no longer the Shu family's daughter. Then naturally she is not the sister of Mr. Shu. My familiarity with her or not seems to have nothing to do with Mr. Shu. Although Shu Yu is not my real sister, but that we have been together for 20 years, I have long treated her as my own sister making friends, especially friends of the opposite sex. I as a brother still have to ask. The two men stared at each other, but the battle spread silently. Shu Yue raised an eyebrow. Wow, how can I, a cannon fodder, have two overbearing presidents fighting over me because I'm here? I'm actually a bit of a charmer, aren't I? Fu Jingshun laughed. Shu Total, don't worry. Me and her are just ordinary friends. 2 days ago Shu Yu kicked me and broke my ribs. She now has no power and no money. What can she take to compensate me? Then she can only make up for it by doing her best to take care of me next to me and cook for me. How much? I'll pay for her. Shuren said, about to pull out a check and write a number. Shu Yu didn't want to get involved in this kind of money deal with him. Shu Yu numbly stopped Shu Rin's movements. Brother, second brother, don't be like this. Keep your money for yourself. I don't have the money to pay you back if you help me lose it. I don't need you to pay me back. Shu Rin frowned. Where she used to give her money, where she pushed it away like this. In the end it was away from his heart. His sister's mind was not on him anymore. No, we're not related by blood and we're not family. There's no reason why you wouldn't return it if you compensated for me, so you might as well take it back. Shu Rin stared at Shu Yu's face. After 20 years of being together, must we become strangers like this? Shu Yu didn't say anything. Shu Rin added, there is a way I will compensate for you. You don't have to pay it back. What? We got married and this is community property. Before he could finish his sentence, Shu Yu covered his mouth. her little face white with fear. What kind of rant are you spouting? How can you say such treacherous things? Chin curl in the car staring at me and the eyes are gonna fire. Ruby necklace you cannot afford to give her to buy. To me here compensation directly to write a check. And now also say this to marry me words. Want me to knock on your door when said brother open the door I am sister-in-law this kind of words? Are you kidding me? I'm a person with morals. Okay. I've treated you as my own brother. You want me to be my own sister-in-law? Shu Rin, you're really talking out of your ass. With that big disease. Shu Rin stared at Shu Yu and blinked. He had only made a comment. She had really cursed him from the bottom of her heart. Chin Riling was in the car, but not far away. What they said Chin Riling heard very clearly. The hand that fell to his lap clenched into a fist. Shu Yu, do you have to take away my family? Now you won't even let go of someone I have a crush on and like, you're so close to him. Must you take away everything from me before you're satisfied? The farce stopped quickly, and Shu Rin knew what she had said wasn't quite right. I was just worried that you were being lied to and said something like that in a moment of anxiety. He insinuated that Fu Jingxin was a liar. Fu Jingxin was innocently hit by an arrow. I know, but that kind of talk can't be said next time. Even though we're not related by blood, I still think of you as my second brother, and I have a sense of propriety when it comes to this whole dating thing, and I've got some business to attend to, so I'll be going now. Shu Yue turned to leave. Mr. Shu, let's have dinner together next time we have the chance. Fu Jingxin finished and caught up with Shu Yu. Shu Rin looked at Shu Yu's back as she left, her chest annoyingly clogged. Assistant Don drove them both home. After a tiring day, Shu Yu collapsed on the bed as soon as she got back. The phone received a message. It was from Chen Shuer, saying that Chun Miao Miao went to her grandpa's house today, so she didn't have to go to tuition, which was a good thing. She could go to bed and rest early tonight, just in time to have an early 8 class tomorrow. Shu Yu changed the Chong Sam down to comfortable loungewear, and when she went out, Fu Jingxin was sitting in the living room using the computer to deal with documents, and the ruby necklace that he had bought back was thrown on the coffee table by him, like a cheap item just thrown around. Mr. Fu, are you treating this $40 million treasure so casually? Shu Yu walked to the foyer to change her shoes. $40 million is a small amount to me. He looked sideways at Shu Yue. Are you going out? Go to the supermarket to buy food. Not you said you want to eat abalone king crab. I have never cooked such expensive dishes. May not be very good. Later you can be more to bear. Shu Yu pushed the door and prepared to go out. Fu Jingxin walked behind her at some point. I'll go too. You want to go grocery shopping with me? It was really hard for Shu Yu to imagine him wearing such an expensive suit to go to the supermarket with her. Chapter 99. You're done. You're in love. There is a large supermarket near the district. Shu Yu went in and pushed a shopping cart. Fu Jingxin followed her. Because of the expensive dress, outstanding looks, caused many people to look over. Some of the older women's eyes are looking straight. This face of Mr. Fu is suitable for both young and old. Shu Yue joked from the sidelines. Fu Jingxin casually took a box of chocolates from the shelf and put it in the shopping cart. What about you? What? This face of mine, do you like it? Half of Shu Yu's body was lying on the shopping cart, and when she tilted her head to look at him, he also happened to look down at him, and her eyes met, and the sincerity in his eyes made Shu Yu's feet slip, and she almost fell headfirst into the shopping cart. Fu Jingxian picked up her collar, and only then did she stabilize herself. Seems to like it. Fu Jingxin let go of Shu Yu and muttered to himself. Shu Yu frowned. Where did you see that I liked it? You're too excited and your heart is beating fast. The corner of Fu Jingxin's mouth lifted up in an arc, and Shu Yu then realized that he was just being wicked and teasing herself. Mr. Fu is so handsome, of course I like it. Shu Yu simply went along with what he said, and what he said wasn't a lie anyway. Hearing her say this, Fu Jingxin was in an inexplicably good mood and took a few more boxes of chocolates and put them in the shopping cart. You can't eat too much chocolate, watch out for cavities. Shu Yue put it back for him. I'm the patient. All the more reason for the sick to not eat it. Shu Yu pushed her shopping cart forward, away from the candy section. There were abalone in the aquatic area, but no king crab. Shu Yu bought some abalone, and when she asked the master to help her with it, she subconsciously went to look for Fu Jingxin's figure, only to see him standing in front of the crayfish. There is no king crab, but I can make you crayfish, but crayfish is delicious when made heavy, and you're still injured, so it's better not to eat it. As soon as Shu Yu's words fell, she saw Fu Jingxin reach out and point to one of the crayfish that was frantically trying to climb up and said to Shu Yu, "Don't you think this crawfish looks like you?" Shu Yue. Is this some kind of new vocabulary for compliments? Fu Jingxin thought for a moment, fighting to climb out and having a big pincer with a lot of strength. Shuyu body has a kind of in trouble, also not willing to decadent degeneration. On the contrary, the more frustrated, the more courageous, with a cheerful and sunny positive. Even if the abyss is even higher, she is going to climb out of that strength. Fu Jingxin felt that he was praising her. Shuyu's expression was all over the place. Mr. Fu, if you don't know how to boast, don't boast hard. She reached for the abalone handed by the master, and in the next second she heard Fu Jingxin call out. Shuyu hurriedly looked and realized that it was the crayfish he was pointing at, treating his finger as a lifesaver, the pincers grabbing at it, hurting Fu Jingxin's brow. She was the first to pull out her cell phone and take a picture. Don't panic when things go wrong. Pull out your cell phone first to record the good moments. The master rushed to help him take down the crayfish. When Fu Jingxin raised his hand, his index finger was red and swollen. Shuyu didn't hold back her laughter. I told you you weren't quoting the right words. The crawfish can't even listen to them, ha 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 ha. Fu Jingxin slightly embarrassedly hid his hand behind his back. After buying the food back, Shuyu went directly into the kitchen. Fu Jingxin, depressed, sitting in the living room, recalling the scene just now, still feel a little ashamed. Give me your hand. Shuyu walked up to him at some point. Fu Jingxin obediently put his hand out. Shuyu half squatted down, opened the medical kit and took out iodine to help him sterilize. Be careful next time. You can get pinched for pointing crayfish around. Shuyu's shoulders were still shaking as she spoke. Laugh if you want to. The words came out of her mouth and she burst out laughing. But Fu Jingxin didn't feel embarrassed and awkward that she laughed at his own jokes. Instead, he felt that her laughter made him relax a lot. I did compliment you at the time. All the other lobsters were dead in the water. But that one, desperately trying to climb upward to survive, knowing that the glass tank had no support, was very much like that upward vibrancy in you. Fu Jingxin's voice is actually quite good, low and magnetic with power. Shuyu's hand that was helping him with the medicine paused for a moment and faintly laughed. When did Mr. Fu know me so well? It wouldn't be that he's secretly been paying attention to me, right? There's no sneaking. It's open and shut. Listening to her heart was indeed honorable. It wasn't like he was secretly listening. Shuyu tilted her head to look at him. Those eyes were like the sky at night, the darkness dotted with stars, very attractive. Finished. Why does my heart beat faster? And why do I feel his whole body is glowing? Fu Jingxin listened to her heartbeat, which was accompanied by a strong heartbeat. Get your medicine and I'll make dinner. Shuyue got up in a hurry and went to the kitchen. As soon as she left, Fu Jingxin felt that heartbeat become more pronounced. Strange. Being so far away. Why do I still feel the sound of her heartbeat stronger? Fu Jingxin raised his hand and touched his chest. Then he reacted that it wasn't Shuyu's heartbeat. It was his heartbeat. It was jumping fast, like there was a deer inside that was about to come charging out at any moment. His eyes slowly moved to Shuyu's body and soon lowered his head again, not knowing what he was thinking. During the meal, neither of them said more than a single word. Shuyu waited for him to finish eating as soon as he was done to pack up the dishes and go wash them, and then went back to his room to wash up and go to bed. Fu Jingxin looked at the door of her closed room, felt like she was avoiding herself. Shuyu went to sleep, now lying on the bed as soon as he closed his eyes, full of Fu Jingxin that face. The nth time she saw his face, Shuyu opened her eyes to the ceiling. Did Fu Jingxin put a compulsion on me? Host, you're finished, you're in love. The system that didn't appear for 800 years wanted Shuyu to punch it as soon as it opened its mouth. Yo, whose mouth is this farting? Host, civilized language. To you, can't be civilized a bit. I admit that I'm horny, but there's absolutely no way I'll really like Fu Jingxin. He's Chin Curl's male second, not to mention I'll have to go home later. Shuyue thought it was just farting. Then how do you explain this phenomenon you're having right now where your eyes are open and closed and it's his face? What is that not liking? Not to mention you're all kissing together and he's letting you touch his abs. Shuyu was silent when she heard the system's words. The system spoke triumphantly. Admit it. You just have a crush on him. It's over. I suspect that Fu Jingxin doesn't like Chin Curly and likes me. Otherwise, why would he let me touch his abs? Why would he use all sorts of methods to attract my attention and also want me to cohabit with him? He definitely likes me. I told you it wasn't right. So it was him deliberately seducing me. The more Shuyu thought about it, the more she felt that this possibility was high. Fu Jingxin's attitude towards her was really suspicious. I'm actually more attractive than the heroine. Chapter 100. Blame it on my attractiveness. The system wanted to retort, but felt that what she said made sense and couldn't retort a bit. Then if that's the case, the plot is going nowhere. Shuyu was distressed. This damn charm of mine. How did I make Fu Jingshun like me? System. There is an urge to curse. It seems like I have to set up Fu Jingshin and Qin Curly. I have to make Fu Jingshin like Qin Curly. Shuyu's journey home is a long way off. The next day in the morning 8 class, when Shuyu arrived at the classroom, Wu Ye and Xingxing had reserved a seat for her. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Didn't sleep well last night. You've got dark circles under your eyes. You're catching up to a panda. Shuyu sat down and slumped over the table with a sad face. Don't mention it. Dreamed all night. Nightmares? Shuyu recalled that she was chased by Fu Jingshen all the time in her dream, running from Haicheng to rowing a boat on the sea, and then being chased in the sky in a fighter jet. Anyway, chasing him all night, how could she not shake him off? Sort of a nightmare. Being chased by Fu Jingshin for the whole night was quite a nightmare. In order to refresh herself for class, Shuyu angrily drank a glass of iced Americano, which lifted her spirits for class. Yeah, you don't even go back to your dormitory to live lately? Where exactly do you live? Star whispered gossip from the sidelines. Shuyu returned to her while taking notes. There are houses off campus to live in. You still rent a room? That is not as good as living in the dormitory. A semester is only a few $100s. Your part-time job money are smashed rent, that is not. No, the rent is paid by the owner, I don't have to pay it, and I'm only staying for a month before I come back. Boss? What boss? Yeah, you wouldn't be. Star stared at Shuyu with an incredulous face. Shuyu then put down the pen in his hand to look at her. What are you thinking about? Not what you think. I kicked a person's ribs broken. Do not compensate for the money. You can only cook for him as a caregiver nanny. Hearing her explanation, Stars then breathed a sigh of relief. So, that scared me. Some students should not talk all the time. It's disturbing the teacher's class. The two moved a little too much, causing the teacher to get upset, and Star hurriedly shut up. This time leave a homework, the group divided into teams, 3 to 5 people a group, not only to have a design but also to make the physical object. Do not have to purposely use expensive materials to do. Cheap will do, fake can be, mainly to see everyone's hands-on ability. The next Monday's class, one group by one group to show. Before class ended, the teacher assigned homework and there was a wail. Let's team up the 3 of us. Just in time. Star took Shuyue and Wu Ye's hands. It's okay, I don't have a problem with it. With Shuyu, the school bully, we'll definitely get full marks on our homework. Wa agreed. Shuyu was fine with it, so the 3 of them turned in their names. Let me be clear, I have less time to spare, so I may need you 2 to come along with my schedule. With 2 part-time jobs and classes, Shuyue is indeed quite busy. We understand. Just at this time all 3 people have time. They found a coffee shop to sit and discuss the general design ideas, just homework, and do not want to be so complicated, intended to make a ring. One has a low score rate, make pairs of rings. Pairs of rings make even more points when they're done. Shuyue offered. I think it's okay. I agree. It's just that the time is rushed, and 2 weeks' time is not necessarily good enough, but with Shuyu around, the 2 of them are very relieved. She's never failed to do this kind of group work before. It's all brilliant and gets full marks. After discussing the theme and rough draft drawings, the 3 of them rushed back for another lesson, and Shuyu hurriedly finished her lunch and rushed to work at the studio. What is it? Shuyu just arrived at the office, saw a form on the table, picked up a look which realized that it was a voting form for the group building project. Teacher, do we interns have to fill out a form too? Shuyu asked a passing senior. Of course, the anniversary of the founding of the studio, you guys definitely have to go together. This is our practice all the time. Even if we are poorer, the anniversary reunion is definitely a must. Just vote for a place you want to go and an item you want to play. So it's the top vote gets to go, right? Senpai smiled peevishly. No, it's mostly about seeing what spends the least and going to that. The point of the poll is just to get you a little involved. Well, sure enough, there's still no escaping this boring reunion. Shuyue casually filled in a cheap-looking way to reunite, camping. But the form turned out to be real, so she had to write down her name and hand it in. Mr. Fu. Ms. Shu filled out the camping. Camping? Out of the country reunion she didn't choose. Fu Jingshen took Shuyu's group building voting form from Assistant Tang, and she didn't choose any of the first few luxury packages, and chose a camping trip, but everyone else chose to go abroad, and quite a few chose to go to Iceland to see the Aurora Borealis. In fact, I have never seen the Aurora Borealis. I think we have enough budget as also can go to see the Aurora Borealis. Iceland consumption is a little expensive, but I know Mr. Fu has never been a stingy person. Before Assistant Tang could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Fu Jingshen. Let's go camping then. Assistant Tang, go get started on the preparations. Assistant Don. Why don't you just ask Shuyu where she wants to go and play, and ask for everyone's opinion? It's really my living father. After the reunion location down, Shuyu also felt that the seniors said really right, stingy search boss or choose the most do not have to spend money on camping. It's set on a Thursday, avoiding the holiday weekend, and it's kind of humane to not take away from everyone's time off. Shuyu bought the things she needed for camping online in advance, and when the delivery arrived it was piled up in a big pile at the door. Did you buy so many deliveries? Fu Jingxian couldn't even get off the ground. It's not like we're going camping tomorrow, so I bought the essentials online ahead of time. Brick and mortar stores can buy them too. Mr. Fu, if you don't know the suffering of the poor, don't say such things. The physical store is expensive, and I only went there this once, so of course what I bought was all disposable. Shuyu carried the deliveries in one by one, sat down in the entranceway and started to unwrap them. Fu Jingxian glanced at the things she unwrapped and frowned slightly. Why are they all one by one? I'm using it alone, of course, it's my share for one. Without me. Shuyu looked up at him from the pile of deliveries. You're going too? Sure. Shuyu was there, so he definitely had to be there too. Save it. Mr. Fu, your injuries are not yet healed. What if you go out and get hurt twice? So you won't protect me when you go out? Fu Jingxian sincerely asked. Shuyu stared at him and was silent for half a day before spitting out a few words. I make you breakfast and dinner. I'm turning into your cook? And now you're going to use me as a bodyguard? Chapter 101. What a strong, overbearing presidential flavor. Fu Jingxian didn't say anything, took out his cell phone and scratched a few times, and soon Shuyu received a transfer from him. She counted 3 times before she was sure it was 6 digits. $100,000 to be my bodyguard for a month. Shuyu smiled and put the cell phone away. What are you talking about, Mr. Fu? I am willing to be your bodyguard. It is my duty to protect you. It's also about staying around rich people, making money when they say so, and making another $100,000 in anger. Fu Jingxian looked at her smile that he couldn't hide. Wealthy. Shuyu immediately went to get Fu Jingxian a camping outfit. Although it is said that only go for a day and a night, but the things that should be prepared still cannot be ambiguous. The temperature difference between day and night is big. Shuyu bought a removable rushing jacket online. When it is cold, the liner will be put on, and when it is hot, it can be taken off, but she bought cheap goods. The quality is very general. At the request of Fu Jingxian, she had to re-buy another one in the store, a penny for a penny, $100 for something and $1,000 for something that is qualitatively different. The pink and purple punching bag doesn't look bulky on Shuyu with the added liner. Fu Jingxian took a rushing jacket with the same pattern as hers, only the color was different. He was black and white. Shuyu looked at Fu Jingxian in the mirror and couldn't help but say, it's true that looking handsome means doing whatever you want. This punching bag is worn on you like a model walking down the runway. Fu Jingxian straightened his collar. You don't look too bad in it. Yes. Shuyu looked at the 2 people in the mirror wearing the same type of punching bag. Why do I feel like I'm wearing a couple's costume? It's not right, is it? Forget it. I don't think it looks very good on me. I'll just wear the one I bought online. I don't know when I'll wear it next. I'd rather not waste my money, said Shuyu about to take her clothes off. Fu Jingxian directly handed the card to the clerk. I'll take these too. Swipe my card. Mr. Fu, I don't need this one. When I say you want it, you want it. Fu Jingxian's words were not to be questioned. What a strong, overbearing flavor. Shuyu secretly spat. Fu Jingxian frowned. This didn't sound like anything good. After that, he went to buy large-capacity water cups and sleeping bags and disposable socks and whatnot, and the ones he bought for Fu Jingxian were of course the best quality and the most expensive ones, but he bought female models of each of them, in the beautiful name of his bodyguard not being able to use the cheapest things. Anyway, it didn't cost her any money, so Shuyu accepted it. The next afternoon, everyone met in front of the studio and boarded the bus to leave for the campground. Haiching has the sea and the mountains, and the place where we went camping this time was the campground halfway up Haiching Castle Mountain. It was 2 hours later at the campground, almost 4 o'clock, and another hour to watch the sun set over the mountains. Shuyu originally wanted to occupy a tent with a good view, sitting in the doorway to watch the sunset, but it turned out to be occupied by the 3 Chin Curls first. We'll stay here, you go to another tent. Shuyu didn't bother to argue with them, carrying a big bag to find the next tent. All the tents were provided by the campground, both double and single. Shuyu didn't have anyone she knew well, and no one would want to live in a tent with her as an intern. So she picked a single tent and was happy to be at home. This tent of yours is a bit small. Fu Jingxian didn't know when he appeared outside the tent. The sunlight poured in from outside the tent, and when Shuyu looked up, Her eyes were stabbed by the light and half squinted. Mr. Fu, I'm a single-person tent, of course it's small. I've already given your things to Assistant Tang. He'll pack them up for you. The implication is that I don't have what you need here, so you can go. I know. I just came to invite you to go watch the sunset with me. Fu Jingshen stood outside the tent, slightly bending down, reaching out his hand towards Shuyu. The sunlight sprinkled on his palm, glowing with a golden light. Shuyu stared at his palm in a daze and ghostly put her hand on it. His palm was large, and with a light grasp, he wrapped Shuyu's hand in it. The campground is an artificial lawn with guardrails along the cliffs. Leaning against them just in time to see the sun set in the west. Can also see that a blue sea, the light of the setting sun reflected in the sea, sparkling, beautiful like a painting. Shuyu looked at the view and was a bit frustrated. If I leave here, I'm afraid it will be hard to see such a beautiful sunset seascape again. Unconsciously come to this world has been 10 years. I still feel very unreal, like a sleep into a beautiful dream. Here, there is no cruelty of the real world. I do not have to run for life. This 10 years, food and clothing. I do not even have to graduate in order to find a job, and can choose. I do not own the favorite profession, but also do not have to deliberately try to please anyone anyway, sooner or later to go. Shuyu thought that if the day to go back came, she would still be a little reluctant. Fu Jingshen looked at her sideways. Her body was gilded with a layer of golden light. It was impossible to say how good it looked. Shuyue, if you were given a chance to stay in what you thought was your best dream, would you want to stay? Shuyu froze for a moment when she heard this question from him, then looked at Fu Jingshun and smiled gently.
No.
Why? Because I have important things to do, and I have important loved ones who need me. And dreams are beautiful but only dreams, and when you have them briefly, you have no regrets. The smile in the bottom of her eyes was like a small stone that hit Fu Jingshen's heart and caused ripples. I say, don't you guys just look at the view. The grill is up and we still have to take care of dinner ourselves. Supervisor Kao's voice came through, and only then did everyone go over to help set up the grill for dinner. You! Supervisor Nyo pointed at Shuyu. That's you. Come here and pick and wash the vegetables. Shuyue was ordered to walk over. Fu Jingshen's gaze always fell on her. Students at night, you do not run around. Be safe. Tomorrow afternoon we will go back to school. In the meantime, everyone eat and play well. The man's voice was shouted through the loudspeaker for everyone in the campground to hear. Shuyu was just curious and looked over sideways, and at a glance, she saw Fu Hemming in the crowd. Couldn't be helped, who made him the male lead with a male aura, and he was especially striking within the group of polytechnic men in plaid shirts. As if Fu Hemming felt Shuyu's gaze, he also looked over, and when he saw Shuyu, he nodded and smiled at her. The corner of Shuyu's mouth twitched slightly. Really coincidental, out of the group building can also meet Fu Himing. Wait, I today is intended to set up a Fu Jingshen and Qin Curl. Fu Himing popped up. Why? Chapter 102. She really dares to set him up with Qin Curly? Fu Jingshen's brows tightened when he heard this. What does she mean? She's planning to set him up with Qin Curly? Fu Himing heard Shuyu's heartfelt voice. His eyes turned around and landed on Fu Jingshen. He half narrowed his eyes with a trace of imperceptible hatred. Fu Jingshen naturally also saw Fu Himing. Only when he looked over, Fu Himing had already withdrawn his sight, with a look of pure innocence, very different from the look he had just had. The teacher dismissed them in place after assigning them tents, and Fu Hemming walked over to Shuyu at the first opportunity. What a coincidence. You love saying that so much. Shuyu disliked him. He said the same thing in his last aerobics class. Fu Hemming was used to being disliked by Shuyu, and obediently sat down next to her and helped her wash the fruits and vegetables in front of her. Are you on vacation for the 4th of July? Want to go home together? Don't be speechless. I don't know you well. Shuyue moved a few points to the side, slightly away from him. The corner of Fu Hemming's mouth twitched slightly. Why was she so difficult to handle? Neighbors upstairs and downstairs, you get familiar when you walk around more. He smiled at Shuyu. That smile was so harmless that if Shuyu didn't know exactly what he looked like, she was afraid that she would have been fooled by his appearance. In this world, the one who needs to be kept away from the most is Fu Himing. In his hands, I don't know what I will be tortured into. Shuyu could use Qin Curly's identity to save him to get close to him, but one couldn't use Shuyu's identity to get along with him. She wasn't sure what kind of chain reaction it would have. After all, Shuyu was dead to begin with. Yeah, is this your friend? Fu Jingshen walked over and moved a small matza to sit directly in the middle of the two. He knew Fu Hemming's identity, but he wasn't sure if Fu Hemming knew about himself, and he couldn't be easily exposed at this time. The upstairs neighbors. Neighbors, you just moved there. You don't know him too well, I guess. Fu Jingshun said while looking at Fu Himing next to him. The two of them just sat on the small horse zipper, one suited and booted with maturity and stability, one wearing a white t-shirt full of juvenility, and the moment those three-quarter similar eyebrows met each other's eyes, it reminded Xu Yu of a sentence written by the author when she was reading the plot. Fu Jingshun and Fu Himing have extremely similar childhood experiences, blood and sin, but Fu Jingshun still have a good heart, and Fu Himing is from beginning to end of the egoist, spare Qin Riling is just a stepping stone on his way to the pyramid. Xu Yu could never figure out why the author chose Fu Himing as the protagonist. Perhaps because the author herself was self-interested. Fu Himing smiled a sunny smile. His little heart was well hidden. Auntie Zhou and Uncle Qin are taking care of me, treating me like their own son. Yaya returned to the Qin family. I naturally treat her as my own sister, getting along more and getting acquainted. Curly. The boss looks like he's very unusual to Qin Yu. And that Fu Heming, several times I've seen him circling around Qin Yu. It can't be that he's courting her. What's so attractive about her? Anyway? The little follower was discussing this matter beside Qin Curl. Qin Ruler's eyes fell on those three people. She always felt that these were the halos that should have belonged to her. But now they were all snatched away by Xu Yu, and her heart was very uncomfortable. The teacher lined up. Fu Heming went back. Xu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This kid doesn't mean well for you. Fu Jingxin whispered at his side. You see it too? Xu Yu was surprised. He looked at you with imperative eyes, like he was looking at prey. That kind of eyes, Fu Jingxin is too familiar, and his big brother is just like his big brother. Fu Himing really looks like his big brother, especially that pair of eyes. The way he just looked at Xu Yu is just like the way his big brother looked at him back then. The look of treating him like prey as a game of chase. It makes people uncomfortable. That's a bit of an odd description for you, but it's kinda apartment. Xu Yu looked toward Fu Himing, who was not far away, and was puzzled in her heart. But why would he want to approach me? According to the plot setting, he should be trying to use Qin Curly to gain her favor and achieve further goals. I'm not the Xu family's real daughter, so he's undoubtedly wasting his time doing this. This was something Xu Yu could never figure out. When Fu Jingshun heard her words, a seed of suspicion could not help but fall in his heart. Does Fu Heming know something too? Qin Yu, go string up the dishes once they're washed. Qin Yu, go cut up the fruit. Qin Yu, there's no more charcoal. Go carry a box of charcoal. This one, when working to make Xu Yu, the group building also make her to make to go work, that is in order to learn things. This group building is out of relaxation. She is not so on the rush it. Xu Yu concentrated on cutting the fruit, not listening to anything outside the window. Qin Yu, do you hear me? The man was still screaming, and Xu Yu just wanted to dislike him when she saw Qin Curly coming over. It's fine. I'll just move it. She's working hard too. She can't do everything. If Xu Yu remembered correctly, this Missy had just been there taking pictures and looking at the scenery, and now that she knew she was coming to help, she even pulled and stepped on Xu Yu in passing. Look at how much people know, they're interns. Learn from them. That became Xu Yu's knot. Qin Ruishi glanced at Xu Yue and went straight past her to the car to carry the charcoal. Her two little followers also wanted to follow along, but were stopped by Qin Ruishi. I'll just go by myself. It was already dark, and the car they parked was in the parking lot outside the campground, some distance away, and Qin Curl went alone again. Xu Yu had an idea and pulled out her cell phone to send a message over to Fu Jingshun. Xu Yu, Mr. Fu, why don't you come to the parking lot? I have something I want to talk to you about. When Fu Jingshun received her message, he happened to be calling a meeting near the parking lot, where there was no one, and to avoid being overheard in the meeting. After hanging up the phone and seeing Xu Yu's message, he simply waited where he was. I didn't expect to wait for Xu Yu, but instead waited for Qin Curly. Mr. Fu, why are you here? Fu Jingxin used the light to see the expression on her face. You don't look surprised to see me. Qin Curly smiled and said, this neighborhood is all within the boundaries of the campground, so I'm not surprised to see you anywhere. In fact, she saw Fu Jingxin come this way early. Otherwise, how would she not let the two little followers come over, but alone, in the dark, walk a long way over to carry charcoal? Fu Jingxin looked at her, remembering Xu Yu's message just now, and combining it with what he had heard from her heart before, he quickly reacted that this was Xu Yu's bureau, to set him up with Qin Curly. His brow furrowed, he thought she was talking for fun, but he didn't think she was for real. Chapter 103. Fu Himing is a madman. Qin Curl walked to a private car and used the key to open the trunk. Inside the trunk there were ingredients and charcoal for this camping trip. The ingredients were enough, it was the charcoal that was not enough, at least 2 boxes had to be carried over. Qin Riling carried 2 boxes of charcoal down, and just as she was carrying them on, she was unsteady and almost fell, and the 2 boxes of charcoal fell directly to the ground. It's a good thing the box is taped shut so that the charcoal inside doesn't fall out. Mr. Fu, can you help me? I can't move this much by myself. Qin Curly turned to Fu Jingshen for help, with a look of pity. Fu Jingshen looked around and didn't see anyone, even though he knew that she was doing it on purpose, out of basic politeness and gentlemanly cultivation. He still helped her carry the 2 boxes of charcoal on the ground. You can't even move it that light? Fu Jingshen weighed the weight in his hand. About 3 pounds. I have little strength. Qin Ruishi lowered her eyes and carefully explained, as if she was afraid that Fu Jingshen would scold her for a glance. Don't take on this kind of porcelain work if you have little strength. Qin Curl. Got it. Fu Jingshen walked back with the 2 boxes of charcoal in his arms, and Qin Ruishi hurriedly followed. Shu Yu rushed to see how Fu Jingshen and Qin Ruling's progress was after she finished dealing with the matter at hand. She ducked behind the thick camphor tree and peeked out, noticing a light coming on and squinting in an effort to see who was coming. After seeing that it was Fu Jingshen and Qin Riling, she let out a sigh of relief. I can't believe you guys haven't progressed emotionally this time. Shu Yu opened her cell phone and found an audio clip from inside the phone, opened the maximum volume and clicked play. Soon the wolves howled, one after the other. Qin Curly also cooperated and screamed, directly hugging Fu Jingshen's arm. Mr. Fu, there are wolves. She trembled as she tried to burrow her head into Fu Jingshen's arms, and the more Fu Jingshen avoided her, the closer she leaned. He took a deep breath and tried to keep his tone calm. There are only pheasants, rabbits, and wild boars on the Green Mountains. There are no coyotes. But there was clearly a wolf cry. You heard wrong. As soon as Fu Jingshen's words fell, the wolf's howl continued to ring out, and Qin Curly leaned a little closer to him in response. Listen, it's really a wolf. Qin Curly shivered. Fu Jingshen was hugged tightly by her arms and couldn't shake it off. Just now he had said that he had little strength, but now he was holding her so tightly that if he wasn't holding 2 boxes of charcoal in his hands, he would have thrown her off. Shu Yu played a wolf's howl on her cell phone and looked at the 2 people who were not far away from each other, very close together. Originally, he was still happy that they finally made a little progress. But when he saw Qin Curl hugging Fu Jingshen's arm, he felt his heart sour again, and he couldn't tell the emotions. Woof, woof, woof. The sound of a dog barking suddenly sounded behind her, and when Shu Yu turned around, she found a burly Doberman staring at her warily, those eyes glowing with a fine light in the night. Instead of attracting wolves, the wolf howl attracted Dobermans. Shu Yu turned off the sound of the wolf howling in her cell phone, but it couldn't stop Dubin's hostility towards her, and it violently darted towards Shu Yu. Shu Yu was scared and ran away. Not far away were Fu Jingshen and Qin Riling, and she paused for a moment. No, it's not easy for the 2 of them to have a chance to be alone and develop feelings. I'd better not go over there and disturb the 2 of them, Shu Yu thought, twisting her head to run in the other direction. Fu Jingshen frowned. How did he hear Shu Yu's voice just now? Big brother, don't chase. I beg you. I'm not a bad person. Don't chase. Shu Yu didn't know where she ran to. There was no light at all, surrounded by trees. She ran and was yanked by a hand. Follow me. Before Shu Yu could react, she was pulled and ran. Woof, woof. Woof. The Dublin behind him was still barking. The person beside him suddenly stopped. The light of the flashlight swung towards the Dublin. The Dublin was dazzled. When it reacted, a silhouette lunged towards it. Before it had time to retaliate, a knife was plunged straight into its neck. A knife kills. Shu Yu froze in place, incredulously looking at the scene in front of her. It all happened so fast, she didn't react at all. Durbin had then fallen in a pool of blood, and the person half kneeling on the ground in front of it turned back towards Shu Yu. It's Fu Himing. His white t-shirt was red with Durbin's blood, and his face was stained with blood. That innocent and harmless-looking face turned into a demon in this moment. There was still a hint of murder in those eyes. Shu Yu felt that her legs were filled with lead, so heavy that she couldn't move halfway. Fu Heming pulled the knife out, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and took a step towards Shu Yu. Shu Yu looked at him in a daze. Her breathing couldn't help but become cautious, afraid that he would also plunge that dagger into her neck. I'm sorry, did I scare you? Fu Heming smiled at Shu Yu. That smile was gentle, but instead it seemed odd and weird. Shu Yu took 2 steps backward, and he wasn't annoyed. If we don't kill it, it'll bite us later, and it'll cost us more than it's worth, and it's better to get rid of the trouble as early as possible so that we don't put ourselves in harm's way. And besides, it's only a thing, and I don't think you're the kind of saintly person who'll think it's cruel for me to murder a dog, are you? His questions were thrown over, smashing Shu Yu's head. Crazy. Fu Himing is really a complete lunatic. Crazy. Fu Heming thought that he kinda liked that title. I don't know if it's because of the lack of oxygen from running for too long, or being scared by that scene just now. Shu Yu's eyes went black and the whole person fainted. Fu Heming didn't go to pick her up and just stood there, watching Shu Yu fall straight to the ground. He took off his blood-stained clothes. Fortunately, his pants were black and the blood was not too visible, wiped the blood from his face with his clothes, wrapped the knife again, walked close to the edge of the cliff, and threw it down with one hand. Only then did he pick Shu Yu up from the ground. When Fu Jingshen returned to the campsite with Qin Riling, he didn't find Shu Yu even after half a day of searching. Everyone has already started eating and she, the glutton, doesn't even come out? When Fu Jingshen got up and wanted to call Shu Yu, he saw Fu Himing, who was not far away, returning with Shu Yu in his bare arms. Fu Jingshen frowned, put his cell phone back into his pocket, and walked quickly towards him. What did you do to her? Fu Heming looked at him with an innocent face and opened his mouth. She's fine. She's just so tired she fell asleep. Too tired to sleep? It was strange how that statement hitched to his bare-chested look, and it was evocative. Fu Jingshen's face darkened, and he wanted to snatch Shu Yu back from Fu Himing, but Fu Himing didn't let him, and went straight past him to take Shu Yu to her tent. It's okay. She's light enough for me to carry. Chapter 104. I've never been with anyone. Fu Jingshen followed up and watched Fu Himing put Shu Yu in the tent. He opened his mouth and just when he wanted to say something, he was interrupted by Fu Himing. I'll just head back. Fu Heming did not wait for Fu Jingshen to speak and took the lead to leave. Fu Jingshen glanced at his back as he left. His eyes were very deep and he couldn't tell what emotions he was feeling. He burrowed into Shu Yu's tent and reached out, then probed her nose and felt her forehead, both of which were fine. But he was still unsure and made a call to the head of the campground. Soon the man in charge came with a doctor. The doctor gave Shu Yu a physical examination. Don't worry. She's fine. She just passed out. She'll be fine after a nap. It was the doctor's words that made Fu Jingshan breathe a little sigh of relief. But still worried about Shu Yue, he simply sat outside the tent to guard her. Qin Ruling saw that Fu Jingshan had been guarding outside Shu Yu's tent, so she grabbed some barbecue and walked over. Mr. Fu, just now I saw that you didn't eat much. Don't starve your body. She handed the food to Fu Jingshan, who didn't take it. Not hungry, thanks. Qin Curly was not annoyed by the rejection and simply sat next to him as well. Did you know my sister well? Fu Jingshan asked her in confusion. Your sister means Shu Yu? Aha. As far as I understand it, you should have been born on the same day and were carried in the wrong arms while in the hospital. There's no distinction between who's older and who's younger. The corners of Qin Ruler's mouth twitched slightly when she heard this. He was really good at choking people. Mr. Fu, it's better to eat more or less. Otherwise you'll easily get hungry in the latter part of the night. Fu Jingshan didn't even look at her. I don't like barbecue. You eat by yourself. He had a cold attitude, and Qin Curly had nothing to do, so he got up and left in a grayish manner. Curly, how's it going? When the little follower saw Qin Ruler return, he hurriedly asked her how the situation was. Qin Curly's face was irritated. Not good. This Fu Jingshan, she had struck up a conversation with him like this, and he froze without any understanding at all. It's okay, he's just a small studio owner. What are you and what is he? He is not worthy of you. That's just it. Qin Curly sneered. Have you seen a small boss who casually takes out $40 million? Cannot even blinking eyes to take out $40 million to auction that necklace. Qin Riling feel that he is not an ordinary person. The two little followers were silent. What Qin Curly said was not unreasonable. It's rare to come out to play and relax, someone suggested singing, so we brought the stereo and microphone, and singing at the campground was a great sense of atmosphere. Shu Yu was woken up by this ghostly singing. She struggled to get up from the crawl. Hearing the commotion, Fu Jingshan lifted the curtain of the tent and probed in. Shu Yu froze for a moment when she saw him. Why you? Fu Jingshan frowned. What? You don't want it to be me? Then who do you hope is here? Is it possible that she's thinking about Fu Himing? Shu Yue shook her head. No. Where's Fu Heming? I remember Fu Heming was right in front of me before I fainted. Sure enough, she was really thinking about Fu Himing. Fu Jingshan's face changed. Since you're awake, Get up and eat something. Shu Yu felt that he was a bit angry, but couldn't tell why he was angry. She came out of the tent in a daze. It was already nighttime and a little chilly, and Shu Yu shivered and went back to put her punching bag back on. Fu Jingshin also put on that rushing suit. Everyone's eyes looked over as the two passed together. Someone got up and said something. Mr. He, are you and Qin Yu wearing a couple's outfit? It was only then that everyone noticed that the two men were wearing almost identical rushing suits, except for the color, which was the look of a couple's suit.
No.
Fu Jingshin smoothly sat down, and Shu Yu also sat down. It feels like Fu Jingshin is angry, but I don't know why he's angry. What did I do to piss him off? Shu Yu stared at Fu Jingshan's side face and was puzzled. Mr. He, wanna play a game with us? What game? Truth or dare? Yeah. Fu Jingshin didn't refuse. Soon someone deals out the cards, and the person with the king gets to point out a random person in the suit to complete truth or dare. In the first few rounds, Shu Yu and Fu Jingshin escaped until Fu Jingshin got the big ace. Shu Yue was wandering off and he took the opportunity to see her flower color, which was Plum Blossom 6.0. Then let Plum 6 choose whether it's truth or dare. Okay, who is Plum 6? Everyone called Plum 6 several times before Shu Yu reacted to the fact that they were calling themselves. Ah, I'm Plum 6. I'll go with truth. Fu Jingshin glanced at her, then pulled out a note from inside the note of sincerity in front of him. Talk about how many relationships you've had. Shu Yu frowned. This problem? Digging into your minefield? Got a melon. Everyone's ears perked up excitedly to hear the gossip. Shu Yu scratched her neck. Sorry, I've never been in love. No way. You haven't had a single boyfriend?
No.
I'm so busy, where is the time to talk about the object came to this world, is busy enjoying the rich and noble life, and then do the task to go home, much less the heart to fall in love, but was secretly in love with a person, that is, Shu Chuan's senior brother Xiao Duo, but, unfortunately, the summer resort that the explosion, he was also blown up in the middle of it. Pity, in honor of the man I had a crush on. Shu Yu still felt sorry when she thought about it. So young and excellent doctor, died in that explosion, and she couldn't save him at that time. Fu Jingshin originally heard her say that she hadn't been in love and was a little bit happy, but then heard her reminiscing about her former crush, and inexplicably her mood went down again. After a round of games, everyone was tired of playing, mainly because there wasn't much of a slam dunk to blow up a bit. Last game, play through and we'll start making a snack. The cards were dealt down, and this time the king arrived in the hands of Qin Ruling's little follower, and the two of them glanced at each other, and the little follower understood Qin Ruling's meaning. Qin Curly sat on the side of Fu Jingshin, and it was easy to see his cards. She sent a message over to her little follower. The little follower then hastened to say, let's just skip the note draw and go straight to dare and play blind. It'll be fun. When someone seconded the agreement, the little follower rushed to say. The little follower then rushed to say, the 3 of spades kisses the person to his right. Fu Jingshin glanced at his 3 of spades and without moving, dropped the card in his hand on the floor, and when he lowered his head to pick it up, he switched the card that Shu Yu had placed on his lap in passing. The action was so swift that Shu Yu didn't even realize that something was wrong, and it wasn't until someone kept shouting who the 3 of spades was that Shu Yu glanced uncertainly at the cards in her lap. I'll be damned. She was clearly the 8 of spades just now. How did she become the 3 of spades? Chapter 105. Anyway, I've kissed you once before. If you say you have the 3 of spades, then you have the 3 of spades. Why are you hiding it? The boy who was the most active in the atmosphere directly spread out the 3 of spades in Shu Yu's hand so that everyone could see the cards in her hand clearly.
No. E.
Dare. No reneging. Come on. Kiss the person on your right. Shu Yu was interrupted before she could finish her sentence. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. The atmosphere is up, and one just watches and cries. Shu Yu looked awkwardly at Fu Jingshin, who was sitting on her right, very rushed. When Qin Curly saw this, she was about to explode with anger. She had clearly seen the card in Fu Jingshin's hand just now was the 3 of spades, and now it had turned into the 8 of spades. It must be Shu Yu's trick. Fu Jingshin half squinted his eyes with a hint of a playful smile in his eyes, looking straight at Shu Yu, expecting her next reaction. Shu Yu met his eyes and quickly lowered her head. In order to end this farce as soon as possible, Shu Yu's eyes closed and her heart crossed. Think of it as kissing a piece of pork, which I've done once before anyway, though it didn't feel like much. When she came over, Fu Jingshin reached out and blocked her mouth. Shu Yu opened her eyes and met his eyes with dissatisfaction. It just says kiss, it doesn't say where. The palm of your hand is okay, right? He swept over everyone blandly. They froze and rushed to say yes. This is the boss. You can't joke too much. Qin Ruling breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't really kiss on it. If Fu Jingshin liked Shuyu, he should have let her kiss himself at this moment, but he didn't. Does that mean Fu Jingshin actually doesn't like Shuyu that much? Thinking of this possibility, Qin Ruling felt hopeful again. Hello guys, we cooked our own broth. It's a cold night. Would you like to have some together to warm yourselves up? The student next door came over and asked. Hearing that there was broth to drink, everyone was excited and rushed over to share the soup. Qin Curly was thinking of Fu Jingshin and brought him a bowl as well. Mr. Fu, have some hot soup to warm up your body. She handed it over. Shuyu sat next to her and just swept a glance. And when she saw the meat with bones in the bowl, she was instantly reminded of the Dublin that Fu Hemming had killed not long ago. She didn't hold back the gagging, her stomach turning over in a terrible way. Seeing that she suddenly threw up, Qin Ruling asked her with dissatisfaction. What do you mean you threw up when you saw the soup I served you? She's not taking her too seriously, is she? Shuyu waved her hand. No, I vomited. Shuyu looked over again, the large chunks of bone meat. She looked at it. This time she really did not hold back, immediately got up and ran to the open space to vomit. Although Fu Jingshin had just been scolded by Shuyu in his heart for being pork, he still couldn't help but worry about her and handed her a bottle of water. It's okay. Shuyu shook her head and took the mineral water and took a sip, which made her slightly more comfortable. Why would they suddenly cook broth to drink? It's hard to believe that Fu Hemming gave that dog to. Shuyu didn't dare to think about it. The more she thought about it, the more she felt sick to her stomach. Fu Jingshin listened to Shuyu's heartfelt voice and looked to the crowd not far away. Fu Heming was sitting on the edge, holding a bowl of broth in his hand. Noticing Fu Jingshin's line of sight, he also looked over and raised the bowl he was holding as a greeting to him. Fu Jingshin frowned. What happened before he sent Shuyu back? Shuyu had nightmares that night. She dreamed that she was the Doberman that was slaughtered by Fu Heming. She was held down on the chopping board, unable to resist, only to see that the sharp kitchen knife was raised high by him, and then slashed down. Help! Shuyu woke up with a jolt, and she sat up, gasping for breath, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. She pulled back the tent's curtain and the fresh air from outside the tent rushed in instantly. Shuyu took a deep breath as the fear from the dream faded. The morning on the mountain was cool, and the fog enveloped the mountain like a light veil, breathtakingly beautiful. Shuyu put on her coat and shoes and walked out. She couldn't see the sunrise from this direction, so she moved a small horse zipper and sat outside the tent to look at the scenery to ease the horrible nightmare she had just had. Everyone hadn't gotten up yet. The various tents were tightly closed, and she was alone, and it was a comforting feeling that took her mind off her troubles for a while. She stood up, stretched, and when she looked at Fu Jingshin's tent, he happened to come out of it. He was on the phone with his cell phone. It also happened to see Shuyu. He half narrowed his eyes and stared in Shuyu's direction as he spoke to the other end of the phone. Go find someone to keep an eye on In-chi. Last time he sent someone to bid on a Cartier ruby necklace at the Haicheng auction. I reckon that he wanted to give it to that big sister of the Shangguan family. The plan fell through, and he will surely think of another way to bring in the Shangguan family. No matter what deal they reached before, it's very unfavorable to us and even the whole of Shang Kyoto. I know. After Fu Jingshin finished his explanation, he quickly hung up the phone and walked towards Shu Yu's direction. It's only 6 o'clock, up so early? Mr. Fu doesn't get up this early all the same. Shu Yu took out bread and milk from the backpack of the tent and handed Fu Jingshin one. Want some? She had eaten something last night, threw it all up, and now she was rumbling with hunger. Fu Jingshin picked it up and smoothly moved a small matzah to sit with her. Last night, you. Who the hell? Who killed my honey? I want him to pay for it. Before Fu Jingshin finished his words, the two heard a man's growl from not far away. Because of the loud noise, a number of people were woken up and came out to see what was going on. The owner of the campground came over to apologize and then asked for a favor to gather. Shuyu stood in the crowd and saw at once the Doberman wrapped up in a white cloth, his body long cold. It was owned by a tall foreigner with tattoos all over his arms and neck and covered in muscles. The foreign big brother crouched in front of the Doberman and cried his heart out. The owner roughly told everyone about the situation, saying that his dog disappeared last night and was found this morning, but it had been turned into a corpse and killed by a human being, and that everyone who was camping here was now a suspect. No way. A dog is just a dog. Dead is dead. What's the point of having a suspect? Is it hard to arrest and go to jail? That's right. We are happy to come out to play. How spoiled you guys are like this. Some people don't understand the challenge. The foreign big brother understood Chinese and immediately stood up and confronted the man who said this, with that fierce look in his eyes. You can say such things. Did you kill my honey? The man was a head shorter than him, and his aura pressed down, and he instantly wimped out. Not me, I didn't. Bang! Chapter 106. Shuyue, she's going to shred. The man in front of him suddenly just pulled a gun out of his back and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! Scared, everyone present covered their ears, panicked and wanted to escape, but did not expect that the foreign big brother's accomplices also had guns. Like a gang, each looking fierce. They were warned that if they escaped, they would end up in a bad way. Everyone immediately stood still and didn't dare to move. Fu Jingxin subconsciously protected Shuyu behind him. Shuyu took advantage of Fu Jingxin covering for her. She took out her cell phone and sent a message directly to the top group. Shuyue. Help. Aoyama. There's a gun. She had just sent the message out when the foreign big brother caught her little move. Hand over the cell phone. He forcefully snatched the cell phone from Shuyu's hand, and the cell phones of everyone present were inevitably confiscated up. We were just here for a vacation trip. We didn't expect my beloved dog to be killed. You are all suspects. Anyone could be the murderer of my honey. None of you are leaving until I find out who the murderer is. There were 10 of them in the group, all of them strong men, and they took twine and tied everyone up and took them to a villa near the campground. They had guns in their hands and no one dared to do anything rash. Hundreds of people were confined in the halls of the villa, which seemed very crowded. The foreign big brother has gone to investigate the surveillance himself. Because the campground is halfway up the mountain, if something happens to the tourists, the owner will have to take a lot of responsibility, so the entire scope of the campground and even places that are not within the scope of the campground, the owner has installed monitoring. The boss wiped the sweat from his forehead and grabbed the video of all the surveillance footage from last night for him. Shuyu crouched down in the crowd and looked around. These people are well trained, but also with a gun, certainly not properly come to China, must be smuggled over. The dog is Fu Hemming killed, but I cannot easily say it, do not understand the origin of these people easily if for fear of causing trouble. And the lineup of these people, it always feels like I've seen them somewhere. Fu Jingshun and Fu Heming both looked at Shuyu in unison, trying to hear clearly what was in her heart. Shuyue frowned as she recalled where she had seen the episode. If I remember correctly, this similar hostage-taking storyline should be in the early mid-stage of this novel. But at that time, Qin Riling and Fu Hemming hadn't yet broken through the window paper and weren't fully together. Because of this kidnapping incident of escaping from death, Qin Riling was rescued by Fu Hemming, and that's how they officially got together. Shuyu was a little puzzled. But according to the timeline, it's not yet time for this key event to start, and that kidnapping was in the biggest shopping mall in Haicheng, and these people's purpose was to provoke the authority of China. Did the plot advance and change? Shuyu's words undoubtedly did not let both Fu Jingshun and Fu Heming fall into deep thought. If that was the case, then Shuyu didn't know what was going to happen next, and it was up to them to survive. Did you find it or not? You're so slow. I'd better do it myself. Seeing that his boss's hands had been shaking as he searched for the surveillance, the foreign elder brother pushed him away to sit in front of the computer himself and began to rummage through last night's surveillance. There were more than 50 CCTVs in total, and it would take him quite a while to find them one by one. He lost patience after a while, and simply pulled out his gun and pointed it in the direction of the crowd. Damn it! I'm running out of patience. Which one of you killed my favorite dog? Step forward. If you don't, I'll get you all one by one, he said and shot the nearest boss in the leg. There was a thud, blood flowed, and the owner wailed in pain. Everyone was too scared to even make a sound, and the whole hall was quiet. Shuyu was also startled, her heart pounding. Why don't you give Fu Hemming away? But now he is like this. If he kills Fu Heming, what should he do? But Fu Hemming is the male lead, he has the male lead's aura, he can't die, right? Shuyu asked and answered in her mind. She was mainly torn. Even if she said it, these people wouldn't let go of everyone present so easily. But if she didn't say it, she felt that she had lost an opportunity. Anyway, Fu Hemming couldn't die, she couldn't die either, and she still had the chance to retrace her steps. Shuyu was just about to open her mouth to attract attention, when Qin Curly beside her opened her mouth first. Sir, last night I saw her come back with that boy, most likely the murderer. Qin Curly was referring to Shuyu and Fu Heming. Shuyu Metro old man looking at the cell phone as if looking at Qin Ruling. Holy, are you okay big sis? You just say Fu Heming. Why did you bring me along? And you don't know anything. In case you don't know, this is not only a naked frame-up. How much do you hate me? No, I can understand you hating me. You even want to kill your main man, your true love together. Shu Yu felt like her worldview had been collapsed. This is the worst heroine she's ever taken on. Bar none. You guys, come out. The foreign elder brother roared. And only then did Shu Yu stand up and walk out shakily. Fu Jingshun looked at her with eyes full of worry. The hand tied behind his back rubbed the smartwatch on his wrist. As long as the password is wrongly entered more than 5 times, it will be automatically alarmed to locate it, and the fact that it keeps vibrating means that it has been automatically alarmed. Hopefully the police will arrive before anything happens. You're the ones who killed my Hani. The foreign big brother's gun was directly pressed against Shu Yu and Fu Heming's heads. Shu Yu gulped straight and shivered uncontrollably. Fu Heme looked a little better than her, and was able to argue with him. We did go back together last night, but we didn't kill your dog. I just watched the surveillance. When you guys went back, she fainted and you were holding her. But you weren't wearing any clothes. Was it because they were covered in blood? If it wasn't for the dangerous situation right now, Shu Yu really wanted to give this big brother a thumbs up. That's really cool that he could guess that.
Fu Mei responded calmly.
The two of us were in a relationship, and the dress accidentally ripped and broke. So I threw it away, and she was too tired to fall asleep, and I carried her back. So there's nothing wrong with that, is there? Shu Yu's pupils dilated a few points. I'll go, brother. You're really my big brother. How can you say such nonsense? Shu Yu lowered her head, not daring to say more than a single word for fear of being exposed if she said a single word out. Originally she could have taken herself off the hook. It was all because of Chin Curly. She had to accuse the two of them, and now she was afraid to speak up. It was wrong either way. Really? I don't believe it. You guys must be lying. The foreign big brother did not believe it. Fu Heming said calmly. I have pictures on my cell phone taken last night that will prove it for us. Chapter 107. He did it on purpose. Then that foreign big brother really loosened the rope on Fu Heming's hand and let him go through the photos to prove it. Shu Yu looked at Fu Heming with a burst of shock. What kind of photos does this kid have to prove it? And this kidnapper big brother, your heart is also too big. So dilly-dallying. The police will be here soon. Shu Yu is really close to feel this kind of villain abrasive to the end, or by the protagonist group destroyed process, full of grooves. Soon, Fu Heming pulled out the photos taken last night. Shu Yu went over to take a look. It was a group photo of the two of them sitting in a chair snuggling together under the streetlight. By this time Fu Heming's clothes had been taken off. Although he was skinny, he was also muscular. It was the kind of broad shoulders and narrow waist. The selfie view was taken from above, just in time to catch Shu Yu leaning against his arms. Shu Yu's eyes tightly closed, looking asleep. When Fu Heming took the picture, one hand pressed the shutter. One hand pinched Shu Yu's cheeks. He smiled brightly and openly. The meaning of this photo throughout is that the two of us are a small couple. Shu Yu saw this photo and the person went into a trance. She didn't expect Fu Heming to take such intimate pictures after she fainted. He's able to take such intimate photos, so I won't be by him. Shu Yu pupils dilated, the thought of certain possibilities. Feel will be cold straight up goosebumps. Fu Jingshin stared straight at Fu Heming's back. The eyes penetrated a trace of murderous anger. If this kid really did something unforgivable to Shu Yu, he could not care whether he is the hero. Fu Heming death is inevitable. Fu Heming glanced at Shu Yu. Although he was ruthless, he wasn't the type to plot against women. You are indeed a couple. So you really didn't see my Hani last night? The foreign big brother sees the photo and acquiesces to Shu Yu and Fu Heming's relationship. No, we didn't see any animals last night on our date. The trail was broken again when Fu Heming bit the dog that didn't see him. The foreign big brother is obviously starting to get angry, pointing his gun at everyone in the crowd. In that case, you will all be buried with my Hani. He fired, and the closest and most innocent man crouching on the ground was shot in the stomach, and he fell to the ground, bleeding profusely, screaming in terror as everyone fled in all directions, but was quickly recaptured and thrown to the ground by the kidnappers, who punched and kicked him. They launched into a frenzy with no regard for human life, and in less than 10 minutes, 6 people had been shot. Shu Yu, if she doesn't tell that Fu Heming is the murderer of that Doberman, then everyone here will die. She frowned at Fu Heming beside her. Fu Heming also looked at her. The two people's eyes met, and Shu Yu felt that she saw a hint of smugness in his eyes. Shu Yu instantly understood something. He deliberately took that photo just in case, and Chin Curly giving us both up just gave him the opportunity to tie me to him by saying that the two of us were a couple. So that if he knew he was the murderer, he would die dragging me along with him, And he was also betting that I was the selfish one who would rather watch everyone get beaten up, or the one with a big heart who was willing to dedicate his life to denouncing him and saving everyone from the fire as well. Xu Yu's pupils trembled slightly, looking at Fu Himing's face. He felt even more that he was a person with an extremely deep city. As long as I don't give him up, he will be safe for the time being, and I can even use other people's lives to delay the arrival of the police, when he gets away with it instead, and everyone dies or is injured because of him. Xu Yu didn't understand that this kind of villainous persona, who didn't care about people's lives and deaths, would be the protagonist of this novel. Fu Heming lowered his eyes. Her guess was indeed good. He was betting on whether she would give him up. Once she did, the two of them were grasshoppers on a rope. This is indeed a test of humanity, and it's a toss-up for Xu Yu how to choose. But she had another bug which Fu Hime was unaware of. That is, she can't die in this world, so the proposition of Xu Yue is already just not valid in front of Xu Yue, who is not afraid of death at all. She already blamed herself for not saving those people in the last bombing. She couldn't let more people get hurt. Before the kidnappers could shoot, Xu Yu grabbed the opportunity to open her mouth. I know who killed your dog. The kidnappers withdrew their guns. The foreign elder brother looked at Xu Yu with a serious face tinged with anger. Didn't you guys just say you didn't know? Because I just remembered. I remember which woods and when. I can just pull up the surveillance and show you. She can't tell the truth with one mouth, and if there's a surveillance camera somewhere that captured it, then she can still clear her name a little. The foreign big brother half-heartedly asked her to check the surveillance. With yesterday's escape route and the campground's surveillance distribution map, Xu Yu deduced the location and then tuned into the corresponding time. The surveillance there just happened to catch Xu Yu being chased by Dubin, and as she ran, she was grabbed by Fu Heming. The foreign big brother grabbed the mouse from Xu Yu's hand and fast-forwarded it up. In the next second, he saw his beloved dog being killed by Fu Heming with a knife, killed by a knife, falling in a pool of blood. It was you. You're the one who killed my honey. I want you dead. He cursed angrily and grabbed the gun from his waist and fired it towards Fu Heming. Fu Heming moved sensitively and dodged with a sideways movement, and the bullet hit the wall, leaving an indented mark. It flew right over the top of Qin Ruling's head, and she was so scared that her whole body stiffened, and her tears couldn't control them. She's not going to die here, is she? How dare you hide? The foreign big brother said and rushed forward, raising his fist to punch him. Listen up, people inside. You're surrounded. Hand over the hostages. Hearing why there was a noise coming from the window, the kidnapper moved closer to take a look and immediately came over to tell the boss. It's surrounded by police out there. What are you afraid of? This is China. They won't dare to make a casual move against us. China preaches a peaceful system and will not easily shoot a person, even if that person is a criminal, and knowing this, they are emboldened. I'm going to use the knife myself and kill this brat. He didn't care about the police outside the house. Instead, he continued to deal with Fu Himing in front of him. The police surrounded the villa outside and adopted a reasoning mode, but the people inside would not listen and no representative came out to speak. Xu Huai to the scene of the first time from the first-floor toilet tumbled in. He is very fast, all the way fumbling to the location of the second floor. There is a platform above the hall. He went in the first time to find the right position to hide. He had just hidden himself when he saw a silhouette roll over from where he had rolled up as well. The man was tall, masked, and unreadable. Xu Huai stared at him warily. But the man's target wasn't him, and he too chose to hide in an overhead position, biding his time. Fu Herman's gaming skills aren't great, and he got a few punches in the back when his stamina got the better of him. Seeing that the man raised his dagger with murderous intent was about to wipe it towards his neck. Chapter 108. Xu Yu was shot. Fu Heming's eyes flinched, the limit of survival, empty hands to catch the white blade. The blood in the palm of his hand dripped downward, dripping on his own face, rolling hot and incomparable. As the knife went down, he clamped his legs around his foreign big brother's waist and flipped sideways with force, directly reversing his position. The other kidnappers see the situation, pull out a gun to be killed first, Fu Himing say. But Fu Himing is the male lead, that is so easy to die even if the hands continue to bleed. He also took the man underneath him to roll around on the ground. The bullet hit the foreign big brother and he grunted in pain. The kidnappers were terrified and rushed up to pull them apart first. It was also at this time that the police outside couldn't wait any longer and, hearing the gunshots, broke down the door at the first opportunity. The panicked kidnappers shot up indiscriminately, strafing the innocents. Xu Huai, who was on the second-floor platform, pulled out his own gun at the first opportunity and aimed it at the nearest kidnapper, killing him with a single shot. and the masked man next to him tumbled straight down from the second floor and landed firmly on his feet. He grabbed the kidnapper and snatched a gun from his hand in 3 tries. The police joined in, and soon the kidnappers were under control. But there were still leaks, and with one smooth move the man took the nearest Chin Curl hostage, holding a gun to her head. Chin Curly's legs were so soft and trembling with fear that she was held hostage by the kidnappers and walked backwards. "Stay back, all of you. Come here and I'll kill her." He knew it, these Chinese police officers ate this the most, and sure enough, everyone didn't act rashly, but instead began to persuade him to put down the hostages. Most of the hostages were safe. Only Chin Curl was in his hands and his life was extremely precarious. "Help me. I don't want to die yet. Help me." Chin Curly cried and looked across the room at the police. Shu Hui slowly moved towards the kidnappers. 2 steps away from the kidnappers, everyone watched him with bated breath. Just as he was about to make a move, someone among the kidnappers captured by the police shouted, "Watch out! There's someone behind you!" Shu Hui heard the voice, the first time to pounce on. The kidnapper was so scared that his men unloaded their strength, and Chin Ruling took the opportunity to bend over and avoid him. The 2 men wrestled and the kidnapper pulled the trigger straight away. But the direction aimed at was not Shu Hui's direction, but Shu Yu, who was getting up from the ground thinking she was safe. The bullets flew towards Shu Yu with great speed. "Shu Yue! Sis!" Fu Jingshin looked like he was about to run over, but the bullet was too fast and shot directly at Shu Yu's heart. Blood sprayed out and she fell straight to the ground due to inertia. Fu Jingshin came over with a sliding knee and caught her. Shu Hui also quickly ran to Shu Yu's side. He was even more afraid to touch Shu Yu, his eyes full of self-blame. If he hadn't pounced on him just now, Shu Yu wouldn't have taken this unwarranted shot. The masked man saw this and shot the kidnapper at the first opportunity. He hesitated in place for a moment, originally wanting to go over to see what was going on with Shu Yu, but in the end he turned around and rolled over the window to leave the place. "Shu Yue, don't close your eyes." The blood on Shu Yu's chest looked like a blooming rose, red and eerie, making people terrified and afraid. Shu Yu felt that her whole body's strength had been drained. The pain in her chest only lasted for a moment before it began to dissipate. She gradually began to not perceive her body anymore, and her eyelids were fighting, ready to close at any moment. "Where's the doctor? Where's the doctor?" When Fu Jingshin hugged her and shouted, Shu Yu clearly saw him drop a tear down, dripping onto her face, very hot. She didn't know what made him cry, but it was hard to see him shed a tear, as if it felt like the bullet in his chest had gone in a little further. She wanted to speak, to ask him why he looked so nervous, why he was crying, but her throat was so tight she couldn't get a word out. Consciousness faded, and she closed her eyes anyway. "Shu Yue, cease." Shu Yu closed her eyes before she heard these 2 guys shouting. "Really?" The noise made her ears explode. Shu Yu woke up again and found herself in the system's space. "Host, awake." Hearing the system's voice, Shu Yu sat up and rubbed her temples. "I'm dead." "No, you're forgetting that you can't die after missing that last point in time of death." "Then how did I end up here?" Shu Yu knew that she could not die, and at that time she gave Fu Himing up because she knew she could not die, so she dared to say it. She thought she was fine, but it turned out that she still took a shot for nothing, which was originally pointed at Chin Curl but ended up hitting her. "You only fell into a coma before waking up in system space, and when that body of yours gradually recovers its vitality, you'll be able to wake up from inside that body as well," the system explained. Shu Yue nodded knowingly. "Simply start dishing up the plot as it develops now. Do you still have that episode you sent me last time? I'll watch it again." "No more. That stuff is read and burned." "Burn after reading? There's nothing wrong with that. Do you expect me to memorize the entire plot just by reading that once? What's more, the plot now is completely different from the one you gave me, and the original owner of the latter plot hasn't experienced it either, and now it's biased to the point where I've been shot, and there's still no plot for me to read. What kind of broken system are you?" Shu Yu really couldn't help herself and rushed at the system. The system said it was innocent too. "This is set by the program, it's not something I can decide. It's okay for the plot to deviate, as long as you ensure that it's the same as the end. I can still use my discretion to help you, the host, and the main god to apply for a return to the real world." Shu Yu rolled her eyes. "It better be, unreliable guy. Throwing her inside this novel privately. She can't go back after she's easily completed her mission, and now she has to live with it until the grand finale. She's too hard." When Shu Quan came out of the operating room, Fu Jingshen and several brothers of the Shu family rushed forward. "Dr. Shu, how is she?" "The bullet has been removed. It didn't injure her heart. It deflected. And she is stable but not out of danger. She needs to be kept under observation. Shu Quan looks haggard. Shuyu, this surgery is the most difficult one inside all the surgeries he has done. He is not the first time to take a bullet, but it is the first time to take a bullet in the body of someone he values and cares about. The moment he saw Shuyu, his hands were trembling. But he wasn't comfortable with someone else doing this surgery, so he had to tough it out himself anyhow, and luckily the surgery went well. Shuyu was transferred to the ICU, but no one breathed a sigh of relief as long as she didn't leave the ICU for a day. Her life was still in danger. The bullet, just so coincidentally, shot straight towards Shuyu. Chapter 109. Glad she's alive. Shuyu out of danger has been the third day of things. From the intensive care unit to VIP single room after the transfer have not woke up. Big brother, do you think she'll just not wake up? Shu Chen's own hand was still in a cast, wearing a hospital gown, and worried that Shuyu wouldn't wake up. Shu Quan lowered his eyes fell on Shuyu's face. Her face was pale, not much blood. In the coma these days, she could not eat. She could only rely on glucose to supplement her nutrition. In just 3 days, she lost a lot of weight. Shuyu, so bright and flamboyant person, lying here so quietly, really makes people feel very uncomfortable, and also makes people feel scared and panicked. It'll wake up, she'll wake up. Shu Chun withdrew his gaze and looked at Shu Quan, who was on the side. Do you think she could have gone back already? Shu Quan knew what he meant by going back, and what had been a tightly locked brow, in turn, loosened a bit. It's good to be back. Good for her. Good for yous. He paused. It's kind of a good thing. After reading Shuyu's heartfelt voice, he actually felt stressed every day, and in turn, he didn't live as easily and comfortably as he used to. And he didn't know when he would die, when those episodes she mentioned would happen, and he wasn't sure if he could handle being able to change his destiny. If Shuyu did go back, he might actually be relieved. She didn't originally belong to this world either, and they, in turn, were just a set program for this world. Shu Chun was silent for a long time when he heard this. Maybe. The sunlight outside the window poured into the hospital room. Golden. Like a golden veil draped over Shuyu's body. Shuyu moved her fingers, fighting with her brain for a long time before she felt the presence of her limbs, and she slowly opened her eyes. Awake! A magnified, handsome face just appeared in front of her, and she froze for a moment, then cursed hoarsely.
Roll.
Fu Jingshin heard her scolding herself and laughed out softly. It doesn't seem to be much of a problem. It's all about cursing. But he still reached out and pressed the call bell above Shuyu. Patient 611 is awake. Please call Dr. Shu for me. Shuyu saw that his chin was black and blue, and he looked like he hadn't shaved in 2 days. Does it feel solid to the touch? Shuyu thought as she did, and did reach up and poke Fu Jingshan on the chin. Fu Jingshan froze for a moment and looked down at him with a somewhat strange expression. Solid? He asked. Shuyu awkwardly withdrew her hand. Kind of. How long have I been asleep? Fu Jingshan sat down next to him. For days. The first 3 days you were in the ICU. Oh. Why are you the one guarding me here? Because I'm idle. Your speech is really... Shuyu didn't know how to describe it. Your brother and the others all have things to do. They don't have time to keep watch over you all the time. I'm also somewhat responsible for your injury this time. If I hadn't arranged to go to the group building, this wouldn't have happened. I'll be responsible for the medical bills, hospitalization fees, and whatnot. I'll take care of you until you're healed. He said it with extraordinarily sincerity, and Shuyu stared at him sideways. Are you serious? Seriously. When the 4 eyes met, Shuyu always felt that something was different, but she couldn't tell. She said with a flirtatious smile, to have Mr. Fu personally take care of me, then I'm really honored. How do I feel that Fu Jingshin's eyes are looking at me a bit differently than before? Is it my illusion? Fu Jingshin heard her heart and somehow inexplicably felt at ease. Luckily, it's still the same Shuyu. Shuyu is covered with blood lying in his arms. He did not have the heart palpitations, panic, and fear. Then Shuyu is like a light paper, as if at any time will be blown away by the wind, giving him the feeling that he cannot catch and stay. But the good news is she's fine. Shuyu. Shu Quan walked in quickly. He was out of breath. It was evident that he had heard Shuyu's news and rushed over. Big brother. Shuyu called out to him. Shu Quan heard her call for herself, which put her at ease a little, and hurriedly examined her. Nothing serious. Must avoid this time, don't get out of bed, don't strenuous exercise. The wound is don't touch the water. The diet should also be light. Can't crave to eat those greasy food. Know it? Got it. Don't just nod your head. Transcending medical advice is a must. Keep it in your mind. Don't not take your life seriously. I'm off duty today at 5 p.m. I'm off tomorrow. I'll come straight over to stay with you and supervise you. Shu Quan crackles a lot. Shu Yu nodded her head while listening, but in reality, her thoughts had long drifted away. Shu Kun seems like an old mom. He's so nagging. I'm not a kid. I'm not that capricious. Hasn't he finished yet? Isn't he thirsty? I'm hungry, my stomach is growling, but I really want to eat fried chicken burgers and barbecue. Hearing Shu use heartfelt words, Shu Quan sighed and didn't continue. Especially fried chicken burger barbecue, you can't eat it. Anyway, just know in your heart, I have a surgery later, I won't accompany you. How did he know I wanted to eat fried chicken, burgers, and barbecue? What a doctor. He studied psychology, didn't he? Shu Yu's words caused Fu Jingshen to frown slightly. Yeah, how did Shu Kun know? Shu Quan looked at Fu Jingshen. Then I'll trouble Mr. Fu to watch her for me. I should. Not long after Shu Quan left, Assistant Tang came and brought food for Shu Yu. Assistant Tang, how did you know I was hungry? Shu Yu watched him bring out one dish after another, already craving for more. Assistant Tang glanced at Fu Jingshen. It was Mr. Fu who sent me a message to come. I can't imagine that Mr. Fu is so sweet. Shu Yu complimented him. Fu Jingshen was very flattered and the corner of his mouth curled up. It's all light enough for you to eat. Although it was a light diet without much oil or salt, Shu Yu had been hungry for a long time and it tasted delicious. Eat slowly. No one is taking it from you. Seeing her wolfing down her food in a hurry, Fu Jingshen was really afraid that she would involve her wounds because of eating. Ah, so satisfying. It's true. There's no happiness in living that can't be solved by a meal. Shu Yu touched her stomach, but she also accidentally pulled the wound, and it hurt so much that she hurriedly retracted her hand. By the way, what happened with the kidnapping the other day? Shu Yu ate her fill and then thought of a follow-up about that. Fu Jingshen took out his cell phone and pulled out the video to show her. The news has reported this matter, but because those people are not ordinary kidnappers but foreign military forces, it is difficult to judge in China. The final result of the fight is to extradite back. Wouldn't that be cheaper for them? They killed someone, made such a big deal about it, and I almost died, and they just extradite them back? And they won't necessarily be sentenced if they go back. Shu Yu's chest ached with excitement. Fu Jingshen put away his cell phone and frowned. They died the night before they went back. Chapter 110. I wasn't the only one that day. Dead. Shu Yu paused. How? Fu Jingshen told Shu Yu what he knew. He was killed in a hotel near the airport. The hotel lost power that night. They were all wiped out. This matter was secretly suppressed. The search has not found the murderer until now. Which warrior is so awesome? Shu Yu was close to clapping her hands. In the real world, it's a crime to do this. But this is the world of fiction, it's different. And here the bad guys should get what they deserve. This warrior has really done a great job. A great deal of good. You think, too, that he did well in this case?
Fu Jingshen asked Shu Yu.
Of course, not to mention the others. Hitting me with this shot, I would hate for them to go straight to 18 hells, not to mention the fact that they hurt so many innocent people. Fu Jingshen looked at Shu Yu's wonderful expression and was a little glad that he could still see her so lively now. It should be the problem of the injury. Shu Yu became drowsy and sleepy after eating. After seeing Shu Yu fall asleep, Fu Jingshen then got up and went out, closing the door of the ward. On the hospital rooftop, when Fu Jingshen went over, someone was already waiting there. What's the point of coming to me when you've already been given what you asked for? The man was wearing a ducktail hat and masked sunglasses, covering himself up. His voice was hoarse, like a broken gramophone. There's one thing I still have to tell you in person. I only killed one person that night. Fu Jingshen frowned. What do you mean? That night, with me for a purpose, there were two other men who struck much more ruthlessly than I did. Not in the least, and were evidently very professional men, and the others had their necks wiped out by them. Fu Jingshen lowered his eyes and looked at the tall buildings in the distance. Who else would do it but him? He only thought of Shu Huai, who had deep feelings for Shu Yu, and he was the one who shed the most tears when Shu Yu was shot that day. But besides him, who else would there be? Fu Jingshen's mind flashed to the masked tall man who appeared that day. He disappeared after helping people. Could it be him? It's something I just thought you should know. I didn't do all the work on the mission alone, and I'll call half the money back. After the man finished speaking, he turned around and left the rooftop, leaving Fu Jingshen there alone with the wind blowing. Shu Yu slept until the evening before waking up. This time when she woke up she didn't see Fu Jingshen. Instead she saw the 5 Shu family brothers. It's rare for them to appear together in such unison. Sister, you finally woke up? I almost thought you. When Shu Huai saw Shu Yu waking up, he had to hold back his tears again. Shu Yu was busy calming him down first. Look at me. I'm doing fine. Manly man, you're an adult, and you're still shedding tears. Say it. Won't people laugh at you? This child, why is he crying? This aggrieved and pitiful vigor. It's hard for me to watch. Shu Huai deflated in aggravation. I can't help but feel sad when I think of you getting hurt and if you leave. The aggrieved puppy whimpered. Shu Yu reached out and touched his head, and Shu Huai felt the warmth of her palm, which put him in a slightly better mood. He rubbed his cheek against Shu Yu's palm, trying to leave that incoming warmth of hers behind. The next time he encountered this kind of thing, he must be the first to stand in front of Shu Yu. He could die, but Shu Yu couldn't. It's good to be awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Shu Ziming looked even more haggard. Shu Yu shook her head and asked him back. I'm not uncomfortable anywhere. It's you, Sango. You look like you're in bad shape. He's been busy with the retreat lately, and he's come to watch over you all night, so how much better can he be? Shu Chen's words startled Shu Yu for a moment. You're retiring? Shu Ziming nodded. Well, it's been officially announced after finishing the few circulars in my hand. I'll officially retire. I might not be suitable for the entertainment industry. He hummed to himself. Shu Yu frowned. After the death of Hina, Shu Ziming should not have retired from the Circle A, but instead to paralyze themselves with work, and later became the youngest movie star in one fell swoop, and then was enticed to suck Diu, which ruined his life. He retired from the circle now, and then after the drama. Shu Yu people have been completely confused. This is completely different from what she imagined, Shu Ziming sucked in a breath of cool air when he heard Shu Yu say her end. Looks like he was right to back out of the ring. So what are you going to do after you retire? Look again. I can always find one I like. Shu Yu felt that there was a composure in him now that he hadn't had before. The old Shu Ziming was very floaty. The feeling of his feet not being on the ground, and philandering and fun-loving, and apart from acting, there was nothing worthy of his seriousness. Shu Yu smiled at him. Then I wish Sango to find what she wants to do soon. Shu Yue. I'm serious about telling you something. Shu Rin came to Shu Yu in a serious manner, causing Shu Yu to become serious. You say, moving back to Shu's house. Shu Yu froze. In what capacity? In the afternoon I heard someone say, Mom and Dad, Uncle and Auntie don't want you to have dealings with me. We can still meet outside and call each other brother and sister. But what about when we get to the Shu family? The Shu family has Chin Curly. I'm not your own sister. I'm not qualified to live there. In fact, I think that the thoughts you put on Chin Curly are too little. You should care more about her and walk around with her more instead of being all around me. The plot deviation must be because they didn't have a good relationship with Chin Riling. If according to the beginning I died, Chin Riling returned to the Shu family, and then they infinitely favored Chin Riling, then Fu Hemming would have started to use her because of Chin Riling's status in the Shu family, thus developing the later plot. Everything that is deviating now is because of me. Shu Yue was also right, it did happen because of her, and they wouldn't have gone off the plot if they hadn't heard her heart. Brothers, you're distressing me in this way. What can I do to make you favor me? Shu Yu just hoped they could get back on track. Is that really what you think? That you wish we'd treat Chin Curly better? Shu Quan spoke in a deep voice. Of course. She's the one who's your sister. No one said anything, and the ward was so quiet you could probably hear a pin drop. Got it. No what? Shu Yue stared at them blankly. But no one answered her question except Shu Huai, and the four of them left the ward together. Shu Huai looked at Shu Yu with a sincere face. Sister, I will always be by your side. No matter what happens, I will always be there. Chapter 111. Why do you want to be friends with me? Stay still if you're hurt. I'll help you. Shu Yu had wanted to get up and get a glass of water, but Chan Shuer held her down and went to help her pour a glass of water and handed it over. Thanks. What's there to thank for a show of hands? It's you who's so badly injured. I heard your brother say that if that bullet had deflected a little more, you'd really be dead. Chan Shuer was scared to death when she heard the news that she had been shot during the competition, and bought the earliest possible flight to get back after the competition. Although she approached Shu Yu in the beginning because of her heartfelt feelings, during this period of time, she realized that Shu Yu was really sincere as a person, and that the people who approached her in the past were all with an agenda like Qin ruling. Shu Yu was different. She was as sincere on the surface as she was in her heart, and her fondness for Chan Shuer was undisguised. Chan Shuer genuinely thought of her as a friend, so when she heard she was injured, she almost missed that game. I'm not fine. I have a great life, don't worry. Shu Yu herself was seriously injured, but she instead comforted Chan Shuer. Chan Shuer sighed. It's best if you're fine. You siblings are really, one by two, injured and hospitalized one after another. I don't want to shoot an injury as arranged plot. This is purely accidental. I now have a burst of fear. That bullet hit the body of the taste is really not good. People did not die, but the sin did not less suffer. Shu Yu's back went cold at the memory. Chan Shuer listened to the description of her heart, just imagining that picture. She was scared. If she was the one who was shot and laying here, she would definitely not be as psychologically strong as Shu Yu, and could still smile and come to appease others that she was fine. Chan Shuer looked at the smile at the corner of Shu Yu's mouth and felt a touch of heartache. How much has she gone through? And how much is death so unworthy of mentioning in front of her? By the way, how's your match going? Earlier you invited me to watch you compete, but I was just too busy to be there to cheer you on. The last race to advance was countered by the second at the turn. Chan Shuer acted a bit forlorn, and Shu Yu hastened to comfort her. I remember there is still a resurrection match, right? You ranked so high. Surely you can get the final place in the resurrection match, you biffed. Chan Shuer saw her so nervous trying to comfort herself. She didn't hold back her laughter. Don't worry, who am I? I'm the #1 female racer. He turned the corner to counter overtake me, and I also counter overtook him at the last corner, although there was a little mistake. But in the end, I still got the first place, and I will be able to go to Shangjing to participate in the finals at the beginning of next month. Shu Yu's eyes lit up. Really? You're great, aren't you? This race is an international event. Chan Shuer went to Shangjing to participate in the finals, and won the first place in one fell swoop, becoming the first female racer in the country to get the International Racing Championships, and becoming famous in one fell swoop, Super Bowl. Shu Yu looked at Chan Shuer blearily. If you're on fire, you can definitely give me an autograph. Chan Shuer arched her eyebrows and looked at Shu Yu with a smile, reaching out to pinch her cheeks. Don't worry. It's no problem to give you 100 autographs and 1,000 signatures. She's really, really cute. Shu Yu happy energy over. Hindsight before reacting to what? Eyes instantly fall down, coloring a trace of regret. After Chan Shuer got the first place, she had to go abroad to participate in the international bidding competition, although it was a year later, but it was also that time. She was lured to the woods in order to save Qin Curl. The wild beasts were infested, and bit her leg. If not for Shuqin, she might not even have a life. Chan Shuer's expression froze. Although he knew the ending from the beginning, he still couldn't help but feel his heart palpitating when he heard the details revealed by Shu Yu. But now that Chan Shuer has drawn the line with Qin Curly, this shouldn't happen, right? Shu Yu thought that the plot was starting to deviate anyway, so I guess a lot of things won't happen again. Chan Shuer suppressed the emotions in her heart, smiled and said to Shu Yu, "Last time I said that I must invite you to come and see me in my competition. Can you come to the final next month?" "Of course, I mean, if you're recovering well from your injuries." Faced with Chan Shuer's invitation, Shu Yu said that she certainly agreed. "If I'm quite well enough to get off the ground on the 2 days you're competing, I'll definitely be there to see you compete. Then it's a deal." Chan Shuer reached toward Shu Yu and pulled the hook, stamping her hand. "Actually, I've been meaning to ask you a question." Shu Yu stared at Chan Shuer, her eyes glittering with light. "Why did you choose me as a friend?" "Because there is no parents. Since childhood I have no friends. Children will only laugh at me without a mother and father. And then went to high school. There is a good friend who plays well and speaks from the heart, but also after the work into the same company was her backstabbing, stole my program to turn, and I even internships have not passed. I'm like this. There are still people who are willing to be sincere with me to make friends." Shu Yu is thinking that her whole life is kinda sad. Nothing is going well. So she is not surprised to know that she was hit and blown up by a tanker truck while riding a bus on her way to work. Chan Shuer stared at her bright eyes, not knowing why through her eyes she saw hidden sadness. In fact, she's very short of love, isn't she? I don't know. It just seems like it must be nice to be friends with you. Chan Shuer's smile was bright and moving, and Shu Yu froze for a moment, the tip of her nose slightly sour. Really? Really? Are you crying? Chan Shuer watched her eyes tear up and reached out to wipe her tears in fear. What are you doing? Fu Jingshun came in at an unknown time and came over in a hurry, separating Shu Yu and Chan Shuer. I'm not doing anything.
Tian Sue expressed her innocence.
What didn't you do that? She cried. Fu Jingshun looked at Chan Shuer with an obvious hint of hostility in his eyes. Mr. Fu, she's my friend. I was just moved to tears. She didn't bully me. Shu Yu pulled Fu Jingshun's hand. Fu Jingshun looked down at her. Then why were you moved to tears? Shu Yu was instantly embarrassed in place by his question. It's not convenient to ask about things between girls.
Chen Suer hurriedly covered for Shu Yue.
I brought you lunch. Fu Jingshun also did not seize this matter to ask questions. He spread the lunch he'd brought on the table, and Shuyu looked closer. This isn't the same store as yesterday, is it? I do. Shuyu looked at Fu Jingshan in surprise. You did this? What? Do I look like I can't cook? Fu Jingshan raised his eyebrows and asked rhetorically. No, it's just that I'm surprised that Mr. Fu personally cooked for me. I was the one who cooked before. Treating patients is still different. Fu Jingshan said, handing the spoon to Shuyu. The patient shouldn't need me to feed her, right? Chapter 112, his hand. That's not necessary. Shuyu hurriedly took the spoon with her left hand and began to eat with her head down, behaving herself. Fu Jingshan was satisfied and sat next to her to watch her eat. His eyes never moved away from Shuyu's face. Chen Shuer's eyes flicked back and forth between the two of them. These two people, they were not simple. She pulled out her cell phone and typed, then handed it to Shuyu. Shuyu looked at her strangely. Is there anything you can't say in the open? Chen Shuer smiled. You read it first. It was only then that Shuyu dropped her eyes to her cell phone. Cheryl Chen, are you guys in love? Who? Shuyu didn't react to what she meant by that. Chen Shuer then pointed to Fu Jingshan, who was sitting next to her. Shuyu followed the direction she was pointing at, and just happened to collide with Fu Jingshan's line of sight. Her heartbeat directly missed a beat, and she had the feeling of being a thief who turned out to be discovered. She hastily withdrew her eyes and shook her head at Chen Shuer, shaking it quickly, like a rattle. How could she think that Fu Jingshan and I are in a relationship? Fu Jingshan's love scene is with Qin Curly, not me. Fu Jingshan was originally wondering what the two of them were whispering about, and after hearing Shuyu's heartfelt voice clarified everything. He lowered his eyes to a long hair that had fallen to the floor. He didn't want to have any emotional scenes with Qin Curly. Chen Shuer glanced at Fu Jingshan, so he was the unlucky male second. But looking at him, it didn't look like he had feelings for Qin Curly. Instead, he was a bit interested in Shuyu. Chen Shuer retrieved her cell phone and didn't know what she had pounded. Chen Shuer. I feel like Fu Jingshan is interested in Shuyu. Shu Rin. I told you that guy was up to no good with Shuyu. Shu Huai. No matter who it is, I won't let him have the possibility to hurt my sister. Shu Quan at Shu Huai in the future, we still need to keep a distance from Shuyu. Situate. Why? Shuchen. It's actually for the best that we keep our distance from her. Shuh. I don't understand. Shuchen, you'll get it afterward. Cheryl Chin. Did something happen that I don't know about? Ho Kirin. I went to school. What fun did I miss? Cheryl Chen. Shouldn't you be in school right now? Why do you have a cell phone? I'll call your mom right away and confiscate your cell phone. Ho Kirin. The heart dies, do not disturb. Shu Chun at Chun Sher, you still on Shu Yu's side? Chen Shuer saw Shu Chen's message and turned off her phone to get up. Your fourth brother is looking for me. I'll go see him. Shu Yu finished the last bite of her meal and looked at Chen Shuer with a gossipy face. My fourth brother is looking for you? There's something important to talk about. It's not what you think. Chen Shuer knew what she was thinking without looking at her eyes or listening to her heart. Well, I thought you guys were in love. Shu Yu had a look of pity on her face and even paraphrased what Chen Shuer had just said. Your brother. There is a vague tendency to be taken down by me, isn't there? The corners of Chen Shuer's mouth rose inadvertently. Really? Is the CP I'm knocking on going to start sending out sugar? I'm definitely on the front line of the sugar rush. Chen Shuer left the ward, leaving Shu Yu and Fu Jingshan alone. Fu Jingshan was looking down at his cell phone. Shu Yu silently cleaned up the bowls and spoons in front of her. And when she heard the sound, Fu Jingshan put away his cell phone and got up and walked over. I'll do it. He took the bowl and spoon from Shu Yu and started to clean up. His hands were bony and long and good-looking, and Shu Yu stared at his hands, mesmerized. Nice sexy hands. Fu Jingshan paused for a moment, unable to say what he felt. His heart trembled as if touched by an electric current. It was strange to hear someone describe his hands as sexy for the first time. Shu Yu's ward was just a few steps away from Shu Chen's ward, and when Chen Shuer went over, Shu Chen was standing at the window looking out at the scenery. Did Miss Shu miss me? Chen Shuer walked in, closing the door of the hospital room in the process. Shu Chen turned back to her and quickly avoided her gaze again, looking flustered. I just wanted to ask if you were still chatting with Shu Yu. That doesn't mean you miss me. Chen Shuer smiled and walked to his side. Don't be tough, you just want to see me. The first few times you found all kinds of strange reasons to ask me to come to the hospital, but it's not just that you miss me. I went to the competition for a few days this time, and as soon as I came back, I went to see Shuyu. Will Miss Shu be a little jealous? She slightly tilted her head sideways and stared at Shu Chen in a slightly playful manner. The knot in Shu Chen's throat rolled up and down a bit before he spat out a sentence.
No.
How was the game? Took first place, going to the finals in Shangji next month. I invited Shuyu to watch the race. She agreed. What about you? Do you want to come along? You don't think you've ever seen me drive a race car, have you? I've seen it. Shu Chen's voice was small, but Chen Shuer still heard it. And she was a bit surprised. When have you seen me drive a race car? No, you misheard me. I mean, I haven't seen it, and if I have time, I'll go. Shu Chen hurriedly changed his words, and Chen Shuer stared at him suspiciously. Really? I've always had good hearing. Shu Yu was lying in the hospital for half a month. She was getting moldy, and the studio's examination was about to start. And in her condition, she was not confident at all that she would be able to become Xuan's assistant. What's wrong with the listlessness? As soon as Fu Jingshun came in, he saw Shu Yu's entire body lying on the bed in a big shape, lifeless. Mr. Fu, is my test hanging up directly? Fu Jingshun bent down and locked eyes with her. Is that what you're worried about? I didn't show up for work for half a month. I'm sure I won't pass my internship, and then I'll just roll with it. The more Shu Yu thought about it, the sadder she felt. I was quite confident that I would be able to pass this test and hopefully work with Ms. Yuki-un. But now it seems like a basket case, and I hate the person who shot at me. Fu Jingshun raised his eyebrows slightly. Don't worry, the assessment has been delayed. The content of the assessment is a proposition made by Ms. Xuan, although your attendance and performance have relevant scores. But in the end, it is still to look at the design manuscript. As long as your manuscript is excellent, you'll have a chance to become Ms. Shern's assistant. Don't you have any confidence in yourself at all? Shu Yu looked at Fu Jingshun and blinked. This guy is really 360 degrees. I see him from this angle and it's all very handsome. Of course I'm confident, but what's the delay? In a week's time, the propositions will be sent out to the group this evening, and you'll have a week to design them and submit them. If it wasn't for Fu Jingshun being able to hear her heart, it would have been unthinkable that she was so calm and collected on the surface. But inside she was praising him for being handsome. However, it was kind of flattering to use her compliments, and it felt like one's mood had inexplicably changed for the better. Chapter 113. Just a mixed bag of fish and dragons in Shangji. While Shu Yu was drawing designs, Zhoulan and Qin Deong came and brought Shu Yu a nutritious meal. These are your father stewed a few hours of soup. Cannot not eat good for your body to eat. Zhoulan blew the soup in the spoon cold. Bound to personally feed Shu Yu refused to no avail, so she put down the tablet in her hand and drank from the spoon. Is it good? Qin Deong carefully asked Shu Yu. Shu Yu looked to him and nodded with a smile. Delicious. That's good. This is the first time I've made this soup. I was afraid that you'd think it tasted bad and wouldn't like it. Qin Deong breathed a sigh of relief. Wife, you drink some too. You're weak and you need to be nourished too. Qin Deong said and went to help Zhoulan shing soup. Zhoulan obediently go to pick up. Did not end steady. See the bowl is about to fall. Qin Deong quick eyes and hands. Down a hand to hold the bottom of the bowl. The bowl didn't fall to the ground, but the soup spilled out, and Qin Deong's sleeve got a big wet spot. Is everything okay? Zhoulan hurriedly took a paper towel to help him wipe. Qin Deong was very stable. Put the bowl down, smiled towards Zhoulan and rolled up his sleeves. It's okay. Zhoulan looked at the back of his reddened hand and chided herself. Where it's fine, your hand is burning red. I'll take you to take a shower of cold water. She got up and dragged Qin Deong right to the restroom to rinse the burned area. Shu Yu's eyes were sharp, and when Qin Deong turned around, he saw an exposed scar on his little arm, like it was cut by a knife, spreading from his elbow all the way to the direction of his wrist. And although it had already scabbed over, it was still a little scary. Before he was wearing long sleeves, Shu Yu didn't pay too much attention to it. He just rolled up his sleeves because he was burned, which in turn allowed Shu Yu to see clearly. Shu Yu worriedly and anxiously opened his mouth and called out to him. Dad! Qin Deong froze in place, incredulously looking at Shu Yu. What did you just call me? Shu Yu had never called him that, and he knew that Shu Yu hadn't fully accepted that they were the real father and daughter yet, so he wasn't in a hurry to make her call her father. It was just that he didn't expect that she would call herself so suddenly, causing Qin Deong to react a bit. Shu Yu is also do not know how to address them, always feel that the word mom and dad is very difficult to call out. When I was a child, I did not call a few times mom and dad, and then called used to the Shu family parents, but those two did not seem to treat her as a daughter. Shu Yu, who had been abandoned by her parents twice in a row, did not dare to call out easily. It had just blurted out in the heat of the moment, and she hadn't realized how easy it would be to call out instead. She looked at Chin Daeong and pointed at his arm. Dad, your hand? How did you get hurt? Chin Daeong was shouted by her this father, the corner of the mouth are to grin to the ear. Is not accidentally want to scratch when working, nothing big, this scab will soon be good, then your injury is much lighter. Shu Yu's name Dad was like flipping a mysterious switch in him. He didn't even talk much before and always looked fierce because of his height and size. But now he was smiling and looked enthusiastic. My work has recently ended. I can take the next month off. Why don't I take you guys out for a trip as a family, just the three of us? Is that okay? Yeah. Chin Daeong looked at Shu Yu expectantly. Zhou Lan obediently walked to Shu Yu, touched her head and said with a smile, It's rare for your father to be free. So let's go out for a trip together as a family. How about it? Shu Yu looked at Zhou Lan, and then at Chin Daeong. Their eyes were full of longing for the future. This emotion also infected Shu Yu. She also vaguely looked forward to it. Yeah. Seeing her promise, Zhou Lan and Chin Daeong glanced at each other and revealed a smile towards each other, as if the word happiness had materialized at this moment. But I promised Cher at the beginning of next month that I'd go to Shangjing to watch her compete. So let's go on a trip when she's done. Zhou Lan's smile froze as she looked over at Shu Yu, her expression clearly a little off. You're going to Shangjing? Yeah. The finals of the national championship that Chen Shuer is participating in is being held in Shangjing. She invited me to go and watch her play live. What's wrong? Shu Yu felt that the two of them were strange. They were happy just now, and after hearing her say that they were going to Shangjing, their faces fell. Nothing much, so how long will you be gone? Your injury is not fully healed yet. Can you toss and turn? Going to Shangjing is very far. The airplane takes 6 hours, The worry in Zhou Lan's eyes made Shu Yu suspicious. Mom, my injury healed fast. It's only been more than half a month. I can get out of bed and jump around. The doctors all said that I have a good body and a strong ability to recover. As long as I don't press on the wound, it's not a big problem, don't you worry. Shu Yu was actually almost well. With the system in place, the recovery speed of her wounds was n times faster than that of a normal person, and it felt like it wouldn't take long for her to be completely cured and discharged from the hospital. Do you not want me to go to the capital? Shu Yu asked tentatively. There is not much description of this couple inside the novel, and they only appeared twice after Qin Riling returned to the Shu family. Once in the hope that Qin Riling could choose between 20 years of kinship and blood relations, and Qin Riling decisively chose the latter. The second time was at the original owner's funeral, where the two of them stood at a distance and waited for people to leave before coming up and leaving a jasmine on the grave. That's why Shu Yu wasn't quite sure what the couple was up to. How come? It's just that Shangjing is a big place and there are many fish and dragons, and it's already winter in Shangjing at this time of the year, and it's probably going to snow next month, so your mom is just worried about you. Chin Daeong came up and put his hand on Zhou Lan's shoulder and said the words for her. Shu Yu nodded in understanding. Don't worry. I'll only be gone for 2 days. I'll be back soon. Okay. We'll take a trip when you get back. Zhou Lan hid the emotions under her eyes and reached out to pat the back of Shu Yu's hand. Her eyes turned and landed on the tablet on Shu Yu's lap. She was drawing a brooch design, purple and white gradient jasmine half open. The whole thing was presenting a 3-dimensional effect, but it was only a draft, not yet detailed enough to see the final effect. Are you planning to make 3-dimensional brooches? That design is pretty common and not too out there. Zhou Lan pointed out her problem. Shu Yu smiled. Of course I know that this is not outstanding, but if you do it in a flower-wrapped way, the effect will be different. Although the test only requires a drawing of the manuscript, I think it is still necessary to make a physical object so that the work will have life. Zhou Lan's eyebrows slightly raised, looking at Shu Yu. This idea is good. Jewelry design is not only jewelry, but also a craft work method. Entwined flowers is also a non-legacy craft. In this aspect of the design used by very few people, you are very resourceful. Talking about this, Zhou Lan opened her mouth. Very knowledgeable. Shu Yu could not help but ask her. You know so much? Did you study jewelry design as well? Chapter 114. Crashing into Wu Yu's dilemma. Zhou Lan froze and quickly waved her hand to deny it. Where do I know all this? You forget, I work in a gold store, jewelry and all that, a little bit. Zhou Lan is working as a salesperson in a gold store. It is relatively normal to know about jewelry, and Shu Yu did not think much about it. It's a beautiful day. Do you want to go down and get some sun? Zhou Lan pulled away from the topic, and Shu Yu nodded as she glanced at the weather outside, which was indeed sunny. Yeah. Zhou Lan helped her out of bed and put on her coat. Chin Daeong also stayed by her side, afraid that others would bump into her, and kept protecting her. And right in the elevator, He also used himself as a meat shield to block Shuyu away from a certain distance. Both were careful with Shuyu. Shuyu would be lying if she said she wasn't moved. Kongyang Hospital has a courtyard with a lot of flowers planted in it, and many patients rest in the sun over here. It was quite pleasant to find a spot to sit and soak up the sun. Mom. The doctor said you couldn't move around. What are you doing down here again? A familiar voice rang in her ears, and Shuyu looked sideways. The man's back was to her, but there was something familiar about the short, sharp hair that fell in her eyes. It wasn't until she turned her head sideways that Shuyu saw that it was Wuya. Wuya supported an aunt who had a big belly and looked like a pregnant woman, afraid that she was about to give birth. It's okay. It's hard for me to be cooped up in the house all day, and I'm sure your brother doesn't want to be in the house either, so I came out for a walk. Wuya held her up. Very worried? The doctor said. You are a high maternal age. Now full term the child has not yet been born. Movement is very dangerous. You do not understand things. My father is also not around you to protect. The woman patted her hand, telling her to relax. Your dad had a job at the construction site. What about grandma? Grandchildren are what she wanted, right? And what she promised. I'd take care of you, right? And where is she? Your grandmother has gone to the doctor to inquire about me. She has had all this time to take care of me all the time. She has never been so kind to me. She was still smiling when she said that, and Wuya was really pissed off. She takes care of you. That's because in your belly is her Wu family's eldest grandson. You're so old and she wants you to give birth to a son. Why doesn't she give birth herself? It's fine for you to say this in front of me, but don't say it in front of your grandmother, otherwise she should beat you again, and then she will deduct your tuition fees again. It's not easy for you to go to college, and you must get your graduation certificate. The two were so close that Shuyu heard everything they said. She didn't expect that Wuya's family situation would be like this. She usually looks like she doesn't care about anything. It's hard to think that her family would emphasize boys over girls. No wonder she keeps her hair short. She's afraid that it's also because of her family. Mom, you don't have to worry about me, you. When Wuya turned her head sideways, she happened to see Shuyu. She froze for a moment and turned her head in some embarrassment, not daring to greet Shuyu. Mom, let's go sit over there. What's wrong? Is it someone you know? No, don't recognize it. Wa denied it. Shuyu didn't call out to her either. She knew Wuya didn't want people to know about this. It doesn't matter if you have a bad family history, but a bad family relationship is a disaster. It is also a scar that the child does not want to reveal to the outside world. Shuyu understood Wuya, so she wouldn't take the initiative to uncover the layer of covering she had put over her body. Come on, let's go up there. The sun is enough after a while. Shuyu got up and wanted to go up. Otherwise Wuya would be embarrassed to be here. What are you doing? My mom is pregnant. Why are you pushing her? Wuya's shouts came from behind her. Shuyu turned her head to look. She saw an old woman push Wuya's mom away. Wuya's mom didn't stand still. She fell to the ground, covering her stomach and wailing in pain. Wuya and the old woman argued. What she's carrying isn't even my Wu family's first grandchild. I've heard the doctor say that she's carrying a girl child. I've been serving you well for the past few months, and you're pregnant with a baby girl? One baby is not enough for you. I'll let you have one, she said with a kick about to go up to the pregnant woman's stomach. Seeing this, Shuyu busily shouted over Qin Daong, who was next to him. Dad, that's my classmate. Qin Daong reacted quickly. An arrow step rushed over. It is directly in front of the old lady, but also did not touch her. Her foot fell on Qin Daong's leg. Not pain, but to kick in the pregnant woman's stomach, that can be suspended. Old lady, this is a hospital. The police will arrest you for blatantly assaulting a pregnant woman. She's my daughter-in-law. What's wrong with me hitting my daughter-in-law? Who dares to care? The police can't control my family affairs even if they come. And you, who are you? The old lady questioned Qin Daong with a shrewish look. I'm no one. I'm just seeing what's right. The old lady snorted coldly. Seeing justice? You are afraid that you are not clear with this person, right? She spoke in an unpleasant manner, and Qin Daong couldn't help but frown. Enough. My mom's stomach hurts. I'm afraid she's going into labor. Human life is at stake, so don't make a scene here. Count on me to beg you. Wuya helped Auntie up and couldn't help but make a sound when she saw how much pain she was in. People were all around her, pointing, and she felt bad about it. The doctor came quickly and took the pregnant woman to the operating room. The old woman followed, cursing and shouting. Give birth to what? The doctor has said it's a girl doll in her belly. If it's a girl doll, we don't want it in the Wu family. The old lady pooh-poohed. Money loser. My mom is full term and you won't let her have a baby? You're doing a disservice. Your mom couldn't give birth to a boy. Then she even caused our old Wu family to break the lineage. The two men were arguing outside the operating room. Shuyu looked at Wuya from a distance and didn't go forward for fear of embarrassing her. It's your classmate. Don't you want to go up and say hello? Zhoulan looked at Shuyu wanting to go back and asked a question. No, she won't want to see me. In this position, Wuya definitely doesn't want to be more embarrassed. Just after arriving at the entrance of the ward, Shuyu saw Fu Himing standing in the doorway. He was also badly injured and came to see Shuyue just as soon as he was able to walk off the ground. Shuyu was instinctively a little scared when she saw him. What's Fu Himing doing here? How did he have the face to show up here? If he hadn't killed that Doberman, there wouldn't have been any of this, and I wouldn't have been shot and wounded. Shuyu subconsciously hid behind Qin Deong. Fu Heming saw the family and walked over. Auntie and uncle, I came to apologize. Fu Heming was sincere and bowed to Zhoulan and Qin Deong to apologize. I'm sorry for making you hurt. Zhoulan had a difficult face. Heming, Auntie knows that you killed that dog at that time also to protect you, but you let you almost die. Auntie and uncle really can't forgive you. Chapter 115. Then you're my Doryman. Shuyu looked at Zhoulan with some surprise. She also thought that they would be affected by Fu Himing's male lead aura and superficial innocent look. Thus they would forgive Fu Himing. But they didn't. Clearly the time they spent with them was very short. But Zhoulan and Qin Deong really had treated her as their own child. And take her own side and think of her. This matter started because of you. Yu is also a bit scared when she sees you. It's better for you not to appear in front of Yu for the time being. Qin Deong protected Shuyu behind him. Shuyu looked at his hand that stopped him and said nothing in her heart. This is what it feels like to have a mom and dad to protect you. Like, it's kind of cool. Shuyu still had a trace of fear in her just now when she saw Fu Himing, but when she saw Zhoulan and Qin Deong's attitude towards him, Shuyu's mood inexplicably became good again, like a child who was easily satisfied. As long as her mom and dad were there, it was like she could be afraid of nothing. Fu Heming glanced at Shuyu and lowered his eyes, the emotions under his eyes unknown. I know, but still I want to say I'm sorry to Hyatt. After he apologized, he quickly left and didn't pester too much. And as he promised, he didn't come back to Shuyu later. During this time of recuperation in the hospital, in addition to Fu Jingxin, Zhoulan and Qin Deong and Chen Shuer, the Shu family did not come again. Even Shu Chun, who lived on the same floor, did not come. She always felt as if those brothers of the Shu family were really alienating her. It was good to alienate her. Originally the original owner died at this time. They should also not have too much entanglement with Shuyu is. Up so early today? Fu Jingxin was idle and came over to see Shuyu almost every day, with the beautiful name of taking care of her as a duty. Sleeping every day. People are fainting in their sleep. Shuyu sat up and looked at the things Fu Jingxin had brought, her eyes shining brightly. What did you bring me to eat? Fu Jingxin smiled and took out quite a few things. I asked the doctor, you can stop eating so light. He brought a variety of Chinese specialties for breakfast, including soup dumplings, taro poi, soy milk, and scallion pancakes. How do you know I like to eat these? Mr. Fu, you're the roundworm in my stomach, aren't you? Shuyu was pleasantly surprised. A roundworm? That's not very nice. Then you're my Doryman. I can't believe you can change anything I want to eat. Fu Jingxin nodded. This is fine, try it quickly, but you can't eat too much. I know. Shuyu couldn't help but pick up a dunked soup bun. First instigated a mouthful of soup before she started to bite it. It was a bit hot. She immediately put the dunked soup bun back. Fu Jingxin handed her the soy milk. Be careful. Hello. May I ask if Shuyu is in this ward? Someone knocked on the door and Shuyu probed, her eyes looking around Fu Jingxin. It's Wuya and Star. Wuya? Star? What are you guys doing here? Of course we came to see you. If it wasn't for Wuya telling me that she saw you at the hospital and knew that you were injured and hospitalized, we would have thought that you were just busy with something and that's why you didn't come to school. Star walked in at the first opportunity and carried the fruit basket for Shuyu. You didn't even tell us you were hurt. Do you still think we're friends? Let me see. Where are you hurt? Star was anxious to check where exactly Shuyu was hurt. Shuyu laughed. The wound is in the chest area. You're going to strip me of my clothes to see. Huh? Star blushed. That's not necessary either. We've brought you some fruit and flowers, and we hope you get well and get out of the hospital soon. Will you place the flowers on the bedside table? And Shuyu looked over at her, remembering what happened at her house 2 days ago. It's good that people are coming. What gifts are they bringing? You guys chat, I'll go out first. Fu Jingshun saw that they had something to say and left the ward first. Isn't this the interviewer who interviewed us the other day? He came to see you too? Wuya asked curiously. The boss is sympathetic to his employees. Shu Yu didn't want to explain too much to them. By the way, I've heard that you have to take a test, and you can only stay if you pass the test, so how can you take the test if you're like this now? Star opened her mouth to ask her. It's out of a test proposition, Jasmine, and you can stay as long as you draw out the design drawings and pass the final selection. That's good. Otherwise your attendance is definitely not up to par. And the last time the three of us basically did all of our group assignments with your help, and even got full marks for the group. Yeah, you're so strong, you'll definitely be able to pass the test. Yeah, you're absolutely fine. Star and Wu Yu both felt that Shu Yu could definitely pass the examination, and Shu Yu smiled. Then I'll borrow your good advice. Xingxing talked more and kept pulling Shu Yu to chat, and Shu Yu noticed with her remaining light that Wu Yu was sitting next to her in a very formal manner, looking like she had something to say. Wu Yu, do you have anything to say? Wu Yu stammered for half a day before speaking. Yeah. Do you still have the original design drawings for the group assignment? I accidentally deleted it when I cleaned up my computer the other day, and I want to keep a copy. Shu Yu paused for a moment when she heard this. A hint of obscurity flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly hidden by her smile. That's the thing, wait. I'll find it for you. Shu Yu picked up the tablet, opened the mapping software, and scrolled upward when the nurse came in. Bed 34. Time to change the medicine. Going to change your medication? Huh? I'll accompany you, Star said as she was about to help Shu Yu out of bed. Shu Yu smoothly handed the tablet to Wu Yu. Then you can find it yourself. I'll go change the medicine first. Wu Yu took the tablet and wanted to say something, but held back. Good. Fu Jingxin took a call and came back. And when he was at the door, he saw Wu Yu in the hospital room through the glass on the door, flipping through something with Shu Yu's tablet, then got up to make a phone call and messed around with the tablet for half a day again. He didn't go in when he saw it and sat in a chair on the porch outside, until Shu Yu came back from changing the medicine. Shu Yu. Fu Jingxin called out to Shu Yu. When Xingxing had the sense to go in first, Shu Yu walked to Fu Jingxin. What's wrong? I just saw your classmate take your tablet. He thought about it, but he had to talk to Shu Yu. Shu Yu froze and laughed. I thought it was something. She said that she accidentally deleted the design for her last group assignment. So I gave her the tablet and told her to find it herself. Is it really just like this? Fu Jingxin wasn't being suspicious, it was just that he had seen people so many years ago, and when people were doing bad things, that look in their eyes was completely different. Mr. Fu, I still know what my roommate looks like, but thank you for telling me this. Seeing Shu Yu's attitude, Fu Jingxin did not say anything more. She has a number in her heart on the line. Chapter 116. Shu Yu plagiarized Qin Curly's designs. Soon it was time for the assessment. Shu Yu submitted her manuscript on time and then waited for the final result. The results came out quickly, and she received a reply the day after submitting the manuscript. But instead of a pass or fail response, she was called back to the studio to say that she needed to make an announcement on the spot regarding the assessment. Mom, I have to go to the studio. The test results are in, but I need to be there. Shu Yu said that she was about to get out of bed, and Zhou Lan rushed over to help her. Shu Yu smiled helplessly. I'm already much better. The doctors all said that this speed of my recovery is a medical miracle. So I won't need you to hold me up. Then I'm still not worried about you. It's not enough to publish the results of this examination online. Why do you have to go to the scene? Probably because it's more important. Shu Yu said as she went to take out the door's clothes and went to the restroom to change. Zhou Lan grabbed her bag and followed Shu Yu. I'll go with you. When Shu Yu and Zhou Lan arrived at the studio, everyone was already here. The small conference room was crowded with many people. So Zhou Lan waited outside while Shu Yu went in by herself.
Supervisor Bull.
Seeing Shu Yu arrive, Supervisor Nyo hummed and gestured for her to sit in the seat next to him. Shu Yu quickly said, I'm an intern. It's not appropriate for me to sit next to you. You're the only one of us in the studio who was seriously injured during the last reunion. Not to mention that you're still injured, so just sit down. Shu Yu heard this before sitting down. I've called you all here today because that's why we're having a little meeting about the retention of the 4 interns. Supervisor Bull stood up and turned on the cast screen. I haven't opened any of the 4 interns' assessment drafts this time, so I'm going to put them out on the spot, let everyone evaluate them together, and then choose the best design. Nyo Supervisor said while opening the assessment manuscript, the first 2 are the design of the 2 small followers of Qin Curl diagram, One made jasmine ring, one made jasmine necklace, are very conventional style, nothing new. The third one was Qin ruler's design, and the first time Supervisor Nyo opened it, Shuyu recognized that it was her manuscript. It's moved over completely as is, only the coloring piece is different. Shuyu's face sank as she looked at Qin ruler next to her. Qin Curly hugged her chest and looked at her smugly, with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Curly, this jasmine brooch is very ingenious. The three-dimensionality is very good. The white color is pure and flawless, more level than the previous two pieces. The teachers started to comment up from below, and Shuyu heard it all. Whose work was released first, then people would have preconceived ideas, and when Shuyu's work came out, they would definitely think that it was Shuyu who had plagiarized. It was hard for Shuyu not to suspect that this order had been deliberately arranged by Qin ruler. After everyone commented on Qin Curly's work, Supervisor Nyo opened Shuyu's work. Isn't this exactly the same design as the Curly one? Yeah, it's just a different color palette. This one is a purple and white gradient jasmine. But it's a little different. This Qin Yu one is more layered. Qin Yu, why is your design exactly the same as mine? Qin Rueishi preempted the attack and suddenly stood up to question Shuyu. Everyone looked at Shuyu. Could it be that she had stolen Qin Curly's work? Supervisor Nyo was obviously united with Qin Curly, and then went to ask Shuyu about Qin Curly's words. Tell me the truth. Did you copy Curly's design? Shuyu watched as they sang along and everyone pointed at her, feeling back to being backstabbed by her best friend. At that time, the plan she rushed out all night was taken away by her so-called best friend to be the first to get the boss's approval. She proved many times that she wrote that plan word by word, but no one believed it at all, and in the end, she was also fired. The best friend managed to stay in the company and was promoted. Shuyu smiled to herself. It was amazing that the same thing would happen a second time. How did it turn out? At the critical time, Fu Jingshin opened the door and came in, and following him, there was also Xuan. Supervisor Nyo saw Fu Jingshin and hurriedly said, Mr. He, we have a big problem right now. This Qin Yu, she plagiarized Curly's work. This kind of bad situation, we shouldn't have kept her in the studio, we should have fired her directly. Fu Jingshin glanced at the design on the curtain, and then looked at Shuyu, who was sitting below. She didn't seem at all anxious to defend herself. Oh? Then tell me specifically how it was plagiarized, and give both of your ideas and understandings of this design plan. Fu Jingshin and Xuan came in and someone made room for the two of them to sit. Qin Curl was the first to explain her creative thinking. White jasmine, simple and innocent. If just made into a ring and necklace, it is monotonous, small family, but made into a brooch style, more noble and reserved. Three-dimensional is to make this jasmine more true and more charismatic. Fu Jingshin nodded, then looked at Shuyu again. And your understanding? She's a plagiarist. What understanding can she have? That's it. Plagiarism is the most shameless. Qin Curly's little follower is stealing the show again. Shuyu is very calm. I have little understanding. Made into a brooch just because it can better reflect the effect of jasmine blooming on the branch, brooch more mature female charm, and the words of the rare and difficult to see purple and white jasmine just correspond to the mature and with charm. You think you can change the colors and take away what's mine? I have the entire manuscript to create. Qin Curl took out her cell phone and showed the video of the creative process to everyone. The drawing software has the function of automatically saving the creative process, and the video on it is also Shuyu's. She has a creative process and it's definitely her original. As long as whoever produces the evidence first, everyone has a preconceived notion that that is the original, and no amount of Shuyu's words can change their minds unless ironclad evidence is produced. I was there when my daughter drew the picture. I was the one who watched her draw the design. She's the original. Zhoulan didn't know when she came in, and she didn't know how much she heard. Anyway, the first time she opened her mouth, she shielded Shuyu. Hyatt is the one who originated this jasmine brooch. She's the one who plagiarized. No, stole Hyatt's manuscript. Shuyu didn't expect Zhoulan to come forward to help her, even confronting Qin Riling, who had already been mother and daughter for 20 years. You're her real mother, of course you're helping her. It doesn't matter if you speak. Qin Ruling also didn't expect that in just a few months, Shuyu had gained Zhoulan's approval. Zhoulan was just about to speak when he was interrupted. If my senior sister isn't qualified, then who else is? Chapter 117. You really think you've stolen your own? Shane spoke excitedly in broken Chinese, which caused everyone's eyes to look over. She had been sitting quietly by Fu Jingshen's side until Zhoulan's appearance, when she appeared to be nonchalant, and after Qin Curly questioned Zhoulan, she even stood up directly. Sister? Did I just hear you right? Although it's true that Miss Xuan's Chinese pronunciation isn't very standard, but the word senior sister, she still heard it. She should be calling Qin Yu's mother as senior sister. There was a lot of cross-talk. Miss Xuan's graduation school is the top school abroad. Look at that auntie dressed so plain. Can she have money to study abroad? Miss Xuan is only 32 this year, and Qin Yu's mother is 40 even if she's younger, right? There's a difference of more than 10 years. How can she be from the same school? That's right. Maybe Miss Shern recognized the wrong person. Everyone's eyes for a good show suddenly fell all over Zhou Lan's body. Xuan was very excited and gathered around Zhou Lan, looking her up and down, and when she spoke broken Chinese, she simply spoke English. Senior sister, the last time we parted, we haven't seen each other for 10 years. That time we met, senior sister taught me so much. I've always wanted to find senior sister to say thank you. But there has been no news of you, senior sister. I didn't expect to meet here. Shane, usually a man of few words and eccentric temperament, was seldom seen to be so warm to people, and the smile at the corners of her mouth never stopped. Zhou Lan wasn't surprised to see Xuan and just smiled gently. I heard that you've become an internationally renowned jewelry designer. Xuan lowered her head in embarrassment. Compared to senior sister, I'm still a lot worse. As she said that, her eyes fell on Shuyu and asked her curiously, Senior sister, is she your daughter? 10 years ago, I heard that senior sister had gotten married and had a daughter, but I had never seen her. No wonder when I saw her for the first time, I felt very kind. I didn't expect that it would be senior sister's daughter. Mostly because of the love of the house, Xuan is now looking at Shuyu is more and more like. Shuyu looked blankly at Xuan and Zhou Lan. Zhou Lan and Xuan are senior siblings? It doesn't say that in this novel, it's so messy. Fu Jingxin also looked at these three people with interest before seeing Shuyu's real parents. He felt that this couple is not simple. Zhou Lan and Xuan know each other. The relationship seems to be quite good. It seems that there must be some kind of unknown story. Ms. Yukin, is this really your senior sister? Supervisor Bull snapped and opened his mouth, asking the truth that everyone wanted to know. Shane's eyes fell on Supervisor Cao with contemptuous disdain, expressing all his dislike for him. Can't you see? This is my senior sister in the academy. At that time my graduation design also got the guidance of my senior sister. Otherwise it would not have been selected for the exhibition. My senior sister taught me a lot of life reasoning, also taught me the skills on jewelry design. Without my senior sister, there is no today's me. So my senior sister has the qualification to judge both of them who is plagiarized and who is original in their works. Shane's voice spoke at a low volume, but it was loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. To be able to make Xuan say these words, Zhou Lan was definitely not a simple figure, and might even have to have a higher status than Xuan. Qin Curly frowned and questioned. Auntie Zhou is already 45 years old while you, Miss Xuan, are only 32. There's a 13-year difference between you, so how could you have met each other at a college? What's more, I grew up in their house. Auntie Zhou used to own a clothing store, and now she works in a jewelry store in the mall, and she's never been to a foreign country, so how did she meet with you, Teacher Xuan, just 10 years ago? Zhou Lan really had these skills, why didn't she know anything about it? Unless, of course, they conspired with Shane. You mother and daughter gave Miss Xuan some kind of favor to get her to speak for you, right? It's so disgusting. Even if you plagiarized my work, now you're doing this kind of thing where you're trying to backpedal and frame me. Qin Rueishi's wickedness caused the originally shaken masses to be brought back by her words. That being said, if Shuyu's mother was some kind of big shot, why didn't she just let Shuyu become Xuan's assistant or arrange for her to go to a better company, instead of staying in this tiny studio? Zhou Lan watched Qin Curly tell lies without blinking an eye, and her heart said she couldn't say she was suffocating. Well, at least raised Qin Riling 20 years, has always been in a mother-daughter relationship. Zhou Lan has always felt that Qin Riling is a well-behaved and obedient good child. But since she returned to the Shu family, she found that she is more and more unfamiliar, lying with her mouth open. Curly, I always thought you were a good kid, but you're so disappointing me now. Qin Curly didn't care what she thought. The two of us don't have anything to do with each other anymore. And even if you're disappointed in me, it doesn't affect me. Qin Curly said, looking at Fu Jingxin. Boss, I'm sure she copied my work. The fact that I have a video of the painting here is enough to prove that I'm the one who originated it. This kind of person who plagiarizes other people's work has no right to stay. Shu couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Qin Curly glared at her in dissatisfaction. Shu laughed and looked at Qin, ruling, I laugh at you for being shameless, really taking what you stole as your own. Shu walked over to the computer and plugged in her USB drive, then opened a file. Here are more detailed design concepts and details for this work of mine. The drawings on it are also much more elaborately drawn, and the processes and techniques used are also labeled. Surprisingly, it's a non-legacy entangled flower. I didn't even see it when I looked at her design just now. It's indeed a very original point. Qin Ruler clenched her hands and stared at Shuyu. Even if you gave detailed design details, it doesn't change the fact that you copied me. Shuyu was speechless. Apart from the fact that you will verbally say that I plagiarized, what other evidence can you come up with to prove that I plagiarized? I have been hospitalized all this time. I have no access to you at all. How can I plagiarize your work? Shuyu said, looking down and rummaging through her own bag to find the entwined flowers of jasmine that she had stayed up late the past few days to make. It's a jasmine brooch that I designed and then handmade myself. Purple and white gradient jasmine. In the light flashing a fine flash of light, green leaves set off the flowers. There is a string of small pearls to do embellishment. Just that jasmine is closed state. With Shuyu gently touched the petals. That jasmine visible to the naked eye blossom, lifelike, shocking. This flower wrapping craft is not only beautifully done, it even has an organ ingenuity. In just a few days, you made it? It's incredible. Chapter 118. That's my mom's life-saving money. Everyone's surprise wasn't far from what Shuyu thought. This little ingenuity is also her special design. Blooming jasmine more charming, will make people want to go deeper understanding, while closed jasmine has a kind of mysterious stranger do not approach the feeling. Amazing! Xuan had not been exposed to this kind of non-legacy technology. When she saw the jasmine brooch, she was amazed, without using any jewelry or jade embellishment, although it was not so bright and flamboyant, but it still attracted people's eyes, so that people could not help but to look at it for a few more moments. And with the addition of that little ingenious organ of Shuyue's, it was a pleasant surprise for Shane. If I wear it to a party, I close the flowers when I don't want to interact with people, and I open them when I do want to interact with people, and it saves me a lot of trouble. Shane looks like he really likes this design work by Shuyue. Shuyue had just added an interesting thought into it, not really expecting to be able to explain it the way Shane did. Can I see it? Shane showed a lot of interest. Sure. Shuyue handed Shane the jasmine brooch. Beautiful, really beautiful. I didn't know about this process. It's so beautiful. How is it done? Seeing her interest, Shuyu introduced her to the flower entanglement craft and history. So that's how it is. Senior sister, why didn't you tell me when your country had such a good thing? The tone of Shane's voice when he spoke to Zhoulan had a hint of petulance. Zhoulan laughed. You've said it's something from our country. How can I tell you so easily? Seeing this, Fu Jingshin slowly got up and looked at everyone. Now this situation, I think we all understand what the situation, who is the plagiarist, we all know in our hearts, there are so many people I do not say anything more, to give some face, I hope that the plagiarism of the people can take the initiative to apologize for doing something on their own. Fu Jingshin didn't mention a word about Qin Ruishi, but Qin Ruishi had already lowered her head in shame, which was even more difficult than directly criticizing her. She hadn't expected Shuyu to have this skill, to be able to make the work right out of the box in just a week's time. It was impossible to let Qin Curly apologize to Shuyu, and with so many people present, she preferred not to lose face. And straight away she pushed open the door and ran out. Qin Curly's two little followers hurriedly followed. In today's examination, it was Qin Yu who gained the ultimate victory. Everyone has no objections, right? Supervisor Bull chimed in at the right time, and of course everyone was fine with that. I have questions. Fu Jingshan slightly raised his hand and interrupted Supervisor Nyo's words. Mr. He, what is your problem? Supervisor Nyo was respectful and did not have that air of arrogance in front of Fu Jingshan. Fu Jingshan faintly swept over her. I heard that during the internship period of the 4 interns, except for Qin Yu, the other 3 you took special care of. Supervisor Nyo's heart thumped, and he quickly explained. Mr. He, I don't have. There's no need to explain. These things have been reported to me long ago, Supervisor Nyo. I hope you can put yourself in the right position, and don't do things you shouldn't do. When Supervisor Cao heard this, he didn't dare to explain. Yes. Xuan happily looked at Shuyu. Then you'll be my assistant from now on. Not happy for 2 seconds. She grabbed Zhoulan again and didn't let go. Elder sister, don't worry. I will take good care of your daughter. Not long after the farce broke up, Supervisor Bull left his job. Everyone speculated that she had left after messing with Fu Jingshin, just like the guy last time. Originally, I thought that this new boss was nice and easy to pin down, but now it seems that he is only gentle on the surface and is actually very difficult to mess with. It's better to do your job and leave everything else alone, or you might be the next one to leave. Xuan wanted to ask Zhoulan to have dinner. Zhoulan was going to refuse, but could not resist Xuan pulling herself together with passionate fire, and finally agreed. Little Fu Yu will trouble you to help Auntie send back to the hospital. Don't worry, Auntie. I'll get her back to the hospital safely. After Zhoulan and Xuan left, Fu Jingxin got into the car with Shuyu. I rushed over there when I got the news and tried to help you out, but I didn't realize I wasn't even going to come in handy. Fu Jingxin gave Shuyu a sideways glance. Shuyu looked out the window at the scenery and didn't say anything. Fu Jingxin continued, Did you purposely leave this hand? No. I wanted to make this work from the start. I just didn't think it would come in handy. Originally also think that a week's time to do not come out of forget, but after Wuya's suspicion or stay up all night to rush out just in case, originally still have a glimmer of hope. I think Wuya will not be that kind of person, did not think. Shuyu pressed down the window and the wind poured in from outside, blowing on her face and sobering her up a little. Previously backstabbed by my good friend once, she took my planning to stay in the company not only turned but also promoted. Who would have thought that the same thing will happen to me twice? Fortunately I'm resourceful, or this time again to be Qin Curl got away with it. Fu Jingxin glanced at Shuyu. Dropping his eyes, he didn't say anything, but visibly slowed the car down. It's cooled down lately and you're still injured, so don't blow a cold. When they arrived at the hospital, coincidentally, Shuyu bumped into Wuya at the entrance. She was pulled by her grandmother, snatching the bag from her arms. Stinky girl. Give me the stuff. No, it's my mom's life-saving money. You can't take it. Wuya opened his mouth and bit on the old woman's hand, who wailed in pain and wouldn't let go. There's enough money here to support your brother all the way through college, and it's not even worth it to take that money to save your mom. The old woman fought to take the bag from her, then opened it and rummaged through it, finding a bank card straight out of it. You give it back. Wa reaches for it but falls over. The old woman gave her an indifferent look. What's the password? I won't tell you. I have a way to know if you don't tell me. Your mom got you this card, right? She must know the password. I'll ask your mom. Saying that, she was about to enter the hospital. Fu Jingxin's quick eyes and hands stepped forward and snatched the bank card from her hand. Seeing that the bank card disappeared, the old woman immediately looked over. Seeing that the bank card was in Fu Jingxin's hands, and he was so tall he definitely couldn't fight himself, so she simply sat down on her butt and started howling. Egu, everyone come and see This young man, he has hands and feet. He robbed my money in broad daylight. In the end there is no one in charge What your money? It's mine. It's my mom's life-saving money. Wuya got up from the ground and glared at her with a hateful face. Chapter 119. Don't bother morally abducting me here. The old woman glared back unwillingly. Then isn't your mom's money my money? The doctors have said that your mom is hemorrhaging and her lungs are diseased. That treatment is going to cost a lot of money, and with this money from the treatment it's all going to be enough to raise your brother. Wuya gasped and laughed. Who was the one who thought the doctor was hinting to himself that my mom was pregnant with a girl? And if you hadn't pushed my mom that way, my mom wouldn't have hemorrhaged, and the lung lesions were also because of that nice son of yours, who smokes every day and doesn't avoid people. Otherwise how could my mom have gotten sick? When the people around them heard this, they all started pointing their fingers at the old woman, who, seeing the situation was not right, relied on the ground and rolled on the floor. No heavenly reason, what an unfilial son. Your brother was just born and your mom is sick. If you give all the money to your mom, then where is the money to support your brother? But still, if my mom doesn't have the money for her treatment, she's going to die. Wuya said, looking at Fu Jingxin, wanting to get the bank card back, but froze when she saw Fu Jingxin, then saw Shuyu standing next to him. She became flustered in the flesh. You, me. Give her the card. After Shuyu finished speaking, Fu Jingxin returned the bank card in his hand to Wuya. Wuya wanted to say something, but Shuyu didn't want to hear it. She went straight past her and went into the hospital. Fu Jingxin followed. Looking at Shuyu's back, she gripped the card in her hand tightly, self-blame and guilt surging to her heart. Fu Jingxin followed Shuyu into the elevator, and she didn't say anything in her heart, and was surprisingly quiet. That money, it should have been given to her by Qin Curly. Fu Jingxin opened his mouth to break the calm. Aha! Shuyu just gave a faint hum and didn't follow up. Fu Jingxin looked at her side face, always feeling that her situation was not right, but he could not hear what was in her heart. Are you okay? Fu Jingxin's tone was slightly worried. Just as the elevator door opened, Shuyu stepped out. Nothing, what can I do? She said it was fine but didn't say a word, and the one who usually had so much mental activity wasn't willing to spit out a single word in her mind right now, so there must be something big going on. Fu Jingxin kept following her, and Shuyu stood and stopped at the door. Mr. Fu, you should still have something to do, right? Fu Jingxin of course heard that she was driving herself away, but for fear of leaving her alone in an accident, Fu Jingxin was absolutely not going to go. I have nothing to do, I'm idle. He walked right into the hospital room and sat his ass right down on the couch. Shuyu saw that he was not willing to go, and did not say anything else. The medical expenses hospitalization fees are all paid by him. She is not qualified to drive people away. Shuyu went to the restroom and washed her face. The cold water brushed against her face, sobering her up a little. When she raised her head, she happened to meet her eyes with herself in the mirror. In fact, this face of the original owner looked somewhat similar to her real appearance, not to say exactly the same, but at least 7 points of similarity. Is it because it looks like it, so the experience is similar? Although she hadn't spent much time with Wuya, she also treated Wuya as a friend, and she and Star weren't like those two little followers of Qin Curly, who only interacted with her because of her family background. But now to backstab her for something like this, it would be a lie to say it's not chilling. It's just not as sad. Probably used to it too. Shuyu sighed deeply, and when she opened the door to go out, Fu Jingxin happened to look up and met her eyes. Hyatt. There was a knock on the door behind her, and Shuyu turned around to see that it was Wuya. You guys talk. I'm going out. Fu Jingxin had the good sense to get up and go out. Sit down. Shuyu obediently sat on the bed, signaling Wuya to sit down and talk. Wuya glanced at her and didn't move, always standing.
I'm sorry.
Although Shuyu didn't say anything, Wuya could feel that she was angry. She must have known that she did it. After my mom gave birth to her brother, she had a hemorrhage, and after she was out of danger, the doctor said he found a shadow in her lungs, and further examination of the cancer-spreading lesions, and I can't afford to pay for the treatment. She lowered her head to explain to Shuyu, speaking in a voice that was not too loud and not too small, but it also allowed Shuyu to hear her just fine. At a loss, I was approached by Qin Curly, who didn't want you to be able to stay in the studio, so she asked me to find a way to steal your manuscript for her. The latter was known to Shuyu. Shuyu sat there, not saying a word, and Wuya was a little flustered. I know it's immoral for me to do this. Don't keep quiet. You can scold me or hit me. I'm really scared when you're like this. Wuya thinks Shuyu angry certainly will scold her, but scold her to beat her she accept. But biased Shuyu did not say a word, just sit there quietly. Let Wuya feel panicked in the heart. Shuyu laughed out loud when she heard her words, her eyes sweeping over indifferently. You're scared? I haven't said I feel scared. I treat you as a friend and you come to backstab me? If I hadn't kept my eyes open at the time, I'm afraid I would have really gotten a reputation for plagiarism. And it wouldn't have been a matter of being able to continue working at the studio. It would have been a matter of the entire industry boycotting me, and my career would have been ruined. Wuya hung her eyes, her hands squeezing her pants tightly. I'm sorry. My mom really needs too much money for treatment. I really don't have any money. Don't say things like that. You're saying things like that just to get my sympathy and then morally kidnap me. My life is ruined because of you and you got a fortune to save your life. You think that's the right thing to do? Shuyu didn't sympathize with Wuya at all. It was after all her own interests that she was damaging. You could have raised and borrowed the money and found a way to pay it back on your own. But you never should have hitched your wagon to my future and dragged me into this abyss of yours with you. Shuyu will not sympathize with her nor forgive her. They hadn't yet reached that point where their relationship was good enough to make friends, and she was using herself like this, so it was unknown what she would do to her in the future for the sake of Qin Curl. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Wuya was overwhelmed by her criticism and apologized profusely. You've done it, and now you're here pretending to be pathetic and apologizing. Who do you want to show it to? Pawn and stand up again. Isn't it disgusting? The grumpy female voice came from the doorway, and Shuyu raised her eyes. Chun Shuer rushed in sharply and pulled Wuya outside. If I didn't see you as a girl, I'd give you a little color. Don't get in the way here, I'm tired of looking at you. Shuyu is also tired of looking at you. Things have been done, apologizing doesn't mean you might as well go back and look at your mom, or else it's a waste of time for my family, you to suffer from this wrongdoing. Chen Shuer shoved her out and then closed the door behind her. Wuya stood in the doorway, looking at the closed door of the room. Her heart was indescribably hard to say. Chapter 120. He's definitely interested in you. Pissed me off, her own family matters, why did she involve you? Qin Curly is also really sick, at the expense of my previous thought that she is kind-hearted. I still regard her as a good friend, really a scourge. Chen Shuer huffed and puffed as she walked towards Shuyu. Shuyu stared at her and suddenly burst out laughing. When Chen Shuer saw her laugh, her anger was halfway gone. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you. It's obvious I'm the one who's aggravated. Why are you more angry than I am? Chen Shuer obediently sat next to her, pulling her hand with a worried face. Of course I'm angry. How can she bully you? You're such a good person, stealing your manuscript and falsely accusing you of plagiarism. If I didn't see that she's a woman, I would have already hit her. She fought for Shuyu. Shuyu stared at her excited expression, originally still having some hard feelings because of Wu Ya's matter. Her heart warmed by Chen Shuer's words. Can I really be good friends with Chen Shuer? She was a little unsure of herself. Chen Shuer paused for a moment and looked at Shuyu. She was like insecure about friendship. Without saying a word, Chen Shuer reached out and embraced Shuyu. Her embrace was warm, and when she breathed in she could smell the faint fragrance of her body. She didn't know if it was the smell of perfume or shower gel. In short, it was very reassuring. I told you last time, it's worth it to be friends with you, and I truly consider you a friend. So no matter what happens, I'll be on your side. You have to trust me. Okay? Shuyu's chin rested on her shoulder and she paused at that. Aha. Uhu. What she said also moved me too much. Uhu. No, I feel like I'm going to shed a tear. I have to hold it back. I can't let a beautiful woman look at me as a joke, but I can't help it. Uhu. The last time. She moved me once, and she's moved me again this time. How come she is so good at that? Uhu. Very few people would say this to Shuyu like this. She really felt like she was going to be taken by Chen Shuer, and she clearly felt that Chen Shuer was different from others. When she said this to herself, it was like she was holding out a true heart for you to see. How could Shuyu not be moved? You're not going to cry again, are you? Chen Shuer snickered, and Shuyu sniffled. No. But how do you know these things? These things just happened. How did Chen Shuer know about it? Chen Shuer let go of her and glanced in the direction of the door. The guy at the door told me, and I got the feeling that he really cared about you, and maybe he had a little thing for you. Shuyu touched Chen Shuer's playful eyes and dodged a little. How could it be? There's nothing impossible. It's normal for him to be attracted to you. Don't you dare snark on me. Seeing that Shuyu was a bit embarrassed, Chen Shuer stopped the conversation. By the way, next week, can you get out of the hospital? I'm pretty much healed and should be able to get out of the hospital. Here's the invitation. The tournament is the weekend of next week, and you'll be flying to Shongjing with me then. Shuyu took the invitation from her and opened the envelope, which contained 5 or 6 tickets. So many votes? Well, you could invite a few of your friends or family to see it. Shuyu raised an eyebrow. You want to invite Shu Chun to go, don't you? I personally invited Shu Chun. Whether he goes or not is his business, but the one outside, you can invite him. Chen Shuer intentionally brought the topic back to Fu Jingxin again, and sure enough, she saw Shu Yu's expression pause in an interesting way. All right, get some rest. I'm gonna go find your 4th brother. He's supposed to be packing up and getting out of the hospital today. And by the way, go invite him to come watch me play. Chen Shuer said and took an invitation from Shu Yu's hand. When she opened the door and went out, Fu Jingxin was still standing in the doorway, and when he saw Chen Shuer come out, he glanced at her and asked, How is she? She's fine and seems to be in a good mood. Chen Shuer looked him up and down. He was handsome, dressed with good taste, and standing together with Shuyu, it was indeed a good match and eye-catching. I'll go in and check on her, Fu Jingxin said and walked in past Chen Shuer. Chen Shuer looked back and then went to Shu Chen's hospital room. This one's for you. What? Fu Jingxin just went in and Shu Yu handed him an invitation. Fu Jingxin took a look and raised his eyebrows slightly. The final of the National Racing Speed Championship? Well, Chen Shuer entered the finals and is going to Shongjing to compete. Gave me a few invitations. I don't have many friends that I can invite. If Mr. Fu is interested, he can go and take a look. What about you? Fu Jingxin asked her. What? Will you go? Shu Yue froze for a moment. Of course I'm going. Fu Jingxin looked at the invitation in his hand. He had also planned to go back to Shongjing next month. He did not know how to say to Shu Yu yet. So let's wait until we arrive in Shongjing together. That night, Chen Shuer asked for Shu Yu's ID number, bought the air ticket for her, and followed her over to Shongjing at that time. Shongjing was in the north and Haiqing was in the south, separated by more than 3,000 kilometers, and it would take a few hours to fly there. Shu Yu was airsick and prepared airsickness pills in advance and stuffed them in her suitcase. It's only a 2-day trip. Are you bringing this much stuff? Fu Jingshin stood in the doorway of her room and looked at her. Just go to Shangjing for 2 days. Shuyu packed a suitcase of clothes and other things, and almost cannot cover. You didn't even have this many clothes when you got out of the hospital, did you? Fu Jingshun saw that she was struggling to pull the zipper of the suitcase, and went forward to offer to help pull it on. You don't understand. This is my habit when I go out of town, valuables all have to be taken away. I'm afraid that once I'm gone there will be thieves, and then it will be more trouble than it's worth. She won't even have a place to cry if we steal her poor later. With all the stuff you brought, that's a few more days of fun. It takes time and money to have a few extra days, and I've already delayed my education and career, so it's in my best interest to go for 2 days on the weekend and come back. By the time she came back, Shuyue would have to make up for all the ones she'd left behind, and she couldn't be so slack now that she was Xuan's assistant. Qin Curly is the back door in, although Fu Jingshin is not afraid of the Shu family's power, but if he left Haicheng, the studio may not be able to hold up the Shu family gunfire. So Qin Curly is to stay and continue to internship, but her little follower is not so good luck, were fired. It was also a warning to Qin Curly. But as long as Qin Curly is around for a day, I have to watch out for her for a day. I must not slack off in my own career, or else I will be drilled by Qin Curly again. Fu Jingshin knew her scruples, so he didn't say anything more. Chapter 121. Now you know that men and women are not related. When Shuyu and Fu Jingshin dragged their luggage down, Chen Shuer was on the phone with Shu Chun. You're really not going? Okay. Forget about going. What's wrong? Shu Chun isn't going. Shuyu walked up behind her and didn't need to think about it to know that she was calling Shu Chun. Chen Shuer hung up the phone, put away her cell phone, and smiled at Shuyu with a slight loss. If he doesn't go, then he doesn't go. It's not like he has to go. I have you anyway. She took Shuyu's shoulders and her eyes fell on Fu Jingshun behind her, her eyebrows slightly raised. I didn't know that you two even lived together. When Shuyu heard this, she was afraid that she would make blind guesses and talk nonsense, so she hurriedly explained, before I accidentally kicked him and broke his ribs, I didn't have the money to pay for the compensation, so it was convenient to take care of him, so that's why I moved over to live here. She looks like the panicked explanation of a parent who finds out she's living with someone of the opposite sex. Chen Shuer laughed and reached out to pinch her on the cheeks. I get it. You don't have to explain so clearly. Let's go and get in the car. Fu Jingshin took the initiative to help carry Shuyu's luggage to the trunk, and then wanted to sit in the passenger side, but was stopped by Chen Shuer. I get carsick. I'm used to sitting in the front. You accompany Yaya to sit in the back. After Chen Shuer finished speaking, she pulled away and sat in the co-pilot seat, and Fu Jingshin had to sit in the back seat. Shuyu subconsciously moved to the corner. I've never heard of Chen Shuer getting carsick. She let me and Fu Jingshin lean so close to each other, shouldn't be trying to set me and Fu Jingshin up, right? Originally didn't feel close to Fu Jingshin, since the last time he discovered that he might like himself a little bit. Shuyu always felt awkward and didn't dare to look at him more than once. Fu Jingshin silently listened to her heart and also moved to the side. The distance between the two of them was as wide as the Milky Way. Shuyu at first look at him are naked that eyes. Recently did a little to avoid suspicion. More look at him she feel guilty like quickly move her eyes away. Feeling that she was avoiding herself like this, her heart was indescribably suffocating and uncomfortable. Chen Shuer turned back to look and coughed lightly. Is it necessary for you two to sit so far apart? A man and a woman are not related. Shuyu said so. Fu Jingshin frowned slightly and looked at her sideways. Is this the time to realize that men and women don't know about men and women when it comes to looking at his abs and touching them? Fu Jingshin moved directly to Shuyu's side, right next to her. You're avoiding suspicion like this, as if there's really something between us. He suddenly moved over and Shuyu was startled. Her entire body began to tense up, her heart beating surprisingly fast. Shuyu's heart couldn't be heard, but her heartbeat filled the entire car, thumping incessantly. Chen Shuer almost laughed out loud as she looked in the rearview mirror at Shuyu struggling to suppress her emotions. This girl just did not learn to enjoy since it is a fictional world. Who cares whose man they like to snatch it? Look at her that hold back the appearance but also really amusing people laugh. Shuyu pressed down the window with a terse neck, and the wind from outside the car blew in and hit her face, only slightly sobering her up and blowing away the heat from her face. Fu Jingshin lowered his eyes. His line of sight fell on the knees of the two of them that were tightly next to each other. His emotions complex and unknown. 10 o'clock in the morning on the plane to Shangjing when it is already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Shuer has a fleet of cars. She entered the final fleet, has a good arrangement of accommodation. Shuyu and Chen Shuer live together. Fu Jingshin was originally Shangjing people, naturally back to their own homes. He was picked up by a driver as soon as he got off the plane. Don't look. The people are gone. Chun Shuer reached out and waved her hand in front of Shuyu, who snapped back to her senses. It's not like I'm looking at him. Yes, you didn't look at him, you had eyes that hated to nail him. Chun Cheryl laughed and shoved her into the car. Arriving at the hotel was already more than an hour later, and coincidentally, the two had just arrived at the entrance of the hotel when they bumped into Shu Chun, who was checking in. Chun Shuer saw Shu Chun from a long distance, his right hand hanging from his chest in a plaster cast. Very recognizable. Didn't certain people say they weren't coming? Chun Shuer pulled Shuyu over to her, deliberately raising her tone to get Shu Chen's attention. Shu Chun heard the voice and looked over, then quickly sidestepped and said in a somewhat unnatural tone, I'm just here in Shangjing on business, not specifically to watch you compete. Yes. Chun Shuer came over, very disbelieving. I remember after you were injured, your teacher wouldn't let you work, let you recuperate well, much less send you on a dispatch job. Shu Chun, if you want to come and watch me compete, just say so. Don't hide it like that, or I'll think you're secretly in love with me and don't dare to admit it. Chun Shuer had a smile at the corner of her mouth, and when Shu Chun wanted to retort, he happened to meet her smiling eyes, and suddenly had nothing else to say. If you want to think so, that's how it is, right? Shu Chun took the room card from the front desk's hand and took the lead in the direction of the elevator. Chun Shuer took Shu Yu's ID card and quickly went to register, taking the room card to catch up with Shu Chun. Wait a minute. She pulled Shu Yu into the elevator quickly and caught the same elevator as Shu Chun. You live on the 6th floor too, huh? Chun Shuer glanced at the button that lit up the light and struck up a conversation with Shu Chun. I also live on the 6th floor. Let's go eat together later. Aye. It's decided. You'll be joining us for dinner later, and we'll come get you when you're packed. Chun Shuer didn't give Shu Chun a chance to refuse and took the lead the moment the elevator doors opened. Shu Yu glanced at Shu Chun, then followed. Shu Chun sighed and walked out of the elevator, and when he got to the door of his room, Chun Shuer poked her head out of the next door to look at him with a surprised look on her face. Yeah, Mr. Shu lives next door to me, so that's even closer. Coincidence. Shu Chun hurriedly explained. Chun Shuer laughed. Of course I know it's a coincidence, you don't know which room I'm staying in. Why are you so nervous to explain? I'm going back to pack my things, see you later, oh. She finished and retreated back into the room in a hurry. Shu Yu opened her suitcase and raised her eyes to see Chun Shuer smiling. So happy. Of course, Yu, sister can tell you like a personate, you have to ride on the victory. Take it in one go, life is short. You take it you can wantonly enjoy the happiness that comes from falling in love with him, but you have to cower and dare not. When you get older, you will regret it. Chun Shuer patted Shu Yu's shoulder and said to her in a long and serious tone, It's most important to have no regrets and let yourself be happy, understand? Shu Yu looked at her, somewhat envious of her openness and cheerfulness. I understand all the reasoning, but I'm afraid to enjoy it. Chapter 122. Better to create good memories. Chun Shuer looked into her eyes, and Shu Yu's eyes carried a hint of helplessness. She heard her say, In the real world, I cannot go wrong step by step, go wrong, I cannot survive in this world, although it is false, but also because it is false, I do not dare to have, I will have to go back sooner or later if I have to have after I left the world. I do not dare to think. Shu Yue gave herself too many invisible shackles. She would warm those around her, but never kept one for herself. Chun Shuer didn't say anything and just patted her head. Get cleaned up, and when you're done we'll go to dinner, my treat. It was dark by the time we left the house. Shangjing is the capital of all of China. Haiqing gives a sense of life that is slow and unhurried, where everything can be done slowly, but Shangjing is very different, where people everywhere are immersed in their own worlds, walking hurriedly to catch the bus. At night, Shangjing was dotted with lights, showing all the prosperity. The buildings here were taller than in Haiqing, and every flower and grass here looked more delicate but lifeless, like they had been dressed up on purpose just to make them fit better into the feeling of the city's aura. It was November. The temperature in Shangjing had already come down. Shu Yu still wore less, wrapping the jacket on her body tighter, which didn't let the cold wind get inside her clothes. Chun Shuer hailed a car and got in, which was only slightly warmer. Shu Yu had the sense to sit in the front, leaving room for Chun Shuer and Shu Chun. Chun Shuer booked the restaurant in advance, a local cuisine restaurant with many favorable reviews in the neighborhood. The restaurant decoration is very upscale, no less than a Michelin restaurant. This restaurant is doing very well. The seats, if you have to book in advance. I'm also lucky that I was able to have a window seat with a temporary booking today, Chun Shuer said, handing the menu in her hand to Shu Yu. See if there's anything you want to eat. Shuyu took the menu and flipped through it. The local dishes in Plunging are heavy in taste. Shuyu has not eaten any meals with a focus on flavor in recent times. Her eyes lit up when she saw the dishes on the menu, and she hurriedly ordered a few dishes that were on the spicy side. Just as he finished speaking, Shu-chan snatched the menu from his hand. You're not even healed yet. Don't you want to die ordering something so spicy? Saying that, his eyes looked at the waiter. Don't want those dishes just now. Just order these lighter ones, and remember, put less chili. Okay. Shuyu watched blearily as the waiter took the menu away and brought her eyes back to look at Shu-chan. I thought you weren't going to talk to me. I haven't seen me since the last time a few of them talked about a bunch of his beans in my hospital room. And even Shu Huai, who's always hanging out in front of me, I haven't seen in a while. Shu-chan reached out to pour the water. His left hand was getting more and more dexterous in this time. Wasn't it you who told us to keep our distance from you? We're just doing what you want. Shuyu choked on his words. It's true that I said that, but you guys are too obedient to really say no to me. Shu-chan calmly returned to her. We've always been more respectful of your decisions. It's good to keep a distance so that the feelings fade, and when it comes time to walk into an important plot, maybe I won't feel so bad. Shuyu's heart was a little depressed. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two of them wasn't quite right, Qin Shuer hurriedly spoke to ease the situation. How come this family serves food so quickly? The waiter had already brought up the first course. It wasn't long before the food was quickly served. I'm going to the restroom first. Shuyu wanted to go wash her hands before eating, so she got up and went to the restroom. Once she saw Shuyu leave, Qin Shuer then spoke to Shu-chan. I forgot to ask you, why are you guys alienating Shuyu? Didn't we agree to follow her heart and avoid the fate of our development? Shu-chan's left hand is still not very smooth to clip the food. Just clipped up the food fell to the table, has been very patient, he gradually almost worn out patience. Have you ever thought that if all our fates have been changed, what about Shuyu's fate? Shu-chan simply put down his chopsticks and looked at Qin Shuer with a serious face. Qin Shuer froze for a moment. What do you mean? Shuyu has only one purpose. She wants to go home. And this is not her home, much less the place she's going to stay. She's meant to go back to that real world. But if she doesn't get her mission done, then there's no way for her to go back. Shu-chan lowered his head, his voice low. We originally wanted to use Shuyu to change our destiny, at least not to die in vain, but Shuyu saved us time and time again, and herself has walked through the ghost gate many times. Her true feelings are not like us to make a false band to take advantage of. She knew that these were missions and that they weren't real and living people, but she was still willing to treat them with a true heart, even going so far as to save them a few times. This made Shu-chan feel like there was a stone pressed on his heart and he couldn't catch his breath. We talked about not going to listen to Shuyu's heart to use her, letting what comes after that be both, and it would be best if she came home. Qin Shuer's talkative person was also rarely silent. At first I thought that you brothers were thin-skinned and not considered good to Shuyu, but now it seems that you really do consider her as a family member, or else you wouldn't have unanimously decided to accept the reality of the situation at this point in time and send Shuyu home instead. Qin Shuer paused and then said, but this doesn't prevent us from coming and going with Shuyue. Shuyue is also genuinely treating you guys as her brother. You guys don't take care of her anymore. She is actually quite sad. You should know clearly that she doesn't have any relatives. Nor does she have any friends. And there's nothing left for us if she goes back home. If you guys really want to be good for her, you can just create more good memories. What she said was not unreasonable, and Shu-chan looked up and locked eyes with her. Qin Shuer smiled. Does it seem like I have a talent for being a life coach? Shu-chan froze and burst out laughing. It is a bit. Shuyu washed her hands and came out of the restroom. And when she turned the corner, she accidentally bumped into someone else, and she hurriedly bowed her head and apologized.
I'm sorry.
Shuyue. Hearing that person call herself, Shuyu raised her eyes to look. It was a girl who was dressed exquisitely and expensively, not much different from her age. Shuyu saw her face and froze. Do we know each other? The girl smiled. You don't remember me? I do remember you. You look the same as you did 10 years ago. It's just that waiting for the proportions to grow up is just too recognizable. Shuyu frowned. 10 years ago? She suddenly thought of something and her face changed. You can't be Fu Turnip? Chapter 123. $200,000 to accompany me to the family banquet. Shuyu sized up the girl in front of her. She was made up and dressed up. She was also more mature, completely different from the childish ghost from 10 years ago. She really didn't recognize her. 10 years ago, Shuyu just crossed not long ago, followed the Shu family parents came to Shangjing, participated in the dinner party held by Fu, Shu family parents want to take the opportunity to get acquainted with the big brother. Kept letting Shu Yu go to call the uncles and aunts, and then perform the talent. Shu Yu is in that dinner party to know Fu Yiqing. Fu Turnip is just a year older than her, is the biological daughter of Fu Jingshan's elder brother, and is also Fu Himing's half-sister, which is Fu Jingshan's niece. Fu Turnip from childhood brocade is the Fu family's little princess, was spoiled lawless, arrogant and domineering. 10 years ago at that dinner party, Shu Yu and she wore the same gown. She then made a fuss to Shu Yu to take off the gown, and cried and messed up. Shu parents learned that her identity cannot be afforded to mess with, so they have to take Shu Yu to change the clothes. Shu Yu just came to this world. Also know that he will leave in a short time, no fear, so he is not used to her, froze and refused to change, but also split the smelly child. Fu Turnip angry face is red. In the banquet everywhere to Shu Yu trip, deliberately let Shu Yu fall, head smashed in the cake cream, with the crowd together to ridicule her. Shu Yu then grabbed the cream, jumped up and directly on her face paste, made a very unpleasant. Originally, Fu Yiqing's parents were going to settle the score with Shu Yu, but their family had a sensible grandmother who stepped in, and the matter was left unsettled. Shu Yu also thought that this life cannot see each other. Did not expect that she just came to the capital, met such a dead enemy. Fu Turnip, when I was a child and now, I really don't look the same. I'm getting prettier, don't you think? You recognized me with a single glance. It couldn't be that you've been observing my movements, so you know what I look like now, right? Shu Yu smiled at her, choking Fu Turnip so much that she couldn't say anything back. Less stinking beautiful, who will observe you? The two of us, a heaven and a hell, the difference between the clouds and mud, your family's small family, what to compare with our Fu family? If it wasn't for grandma stepping in to stop it at that time, do you think your Shu family could survive until now? She grunted and glared at Shu Yue. Yes, our small family naturally can't compare to your big family. Then if Miss Fu is fine, I'll leave first. Shu Yu was just about to cross over and leave when Fu Turnip tugged on her wrist. Wait. Shu Yu took a deep breath and patiently asked her, is there anything else, Miss Fu? Since we met, it's fate. It just so happens that my little uncle has returned and is holding a family banquet here, so why don't you accompany me? Shu Yu frowned. What am I going to do at your family banquet? Cut the crap. I asked you to accompany me to the family banquet. That's your honor. Push back. Be careful, I'll make your Shu family bankrupt. The Shu family's previous financial strength was indeed average, but now the Shu family was already the existence of the top of Haichang. If Fu Jingshan and Fu Himing hadn't made a move, Fu Qingyi alone would not have been able to shake the Shu family's position. Shu Yu was also clear that the fall of the Shu family would only happen at the hands of Fu Himing. Another thing was that she wasn't even a daughter of the Shu family anymore, and she wasn't the least bit afraid of these words from Fu Turnip. Shu Yu pulled her hand down and smiled. Miss Fu may not know that I'm no longer the Shu family's young lady. You can't threaten me like this. Turnip Fu's eyes widened. Huh, Ms. Fu. The news is very backward. Shu Yu sked and crossed over to leave, but Fu Turnip refused to let her go and still tugged at her. If you accompany me to the family banquet, I'll give you $100,000. 100,000? After leaving Shu's house, she definitely had no money to spend, and Fu Turnip felt that taking money was the best thing to do. And judging by the way her eyes lit up, Shu Yue would definitely say yes. Too little. Shu Yue said no. Fu Turnip gritted her teeth and said, $150,000. Don't give an inch. You're the Fu family's golden girl, favored by all. Your pocket money is more than 150,000. Isn't it? Shu Yu was also right, her pocket money was much more than that. It just depended on whether she was willing to pay it out or not. Shu Yu, $200,000. No more. Any more and I'll beat you up. Fu Yiqing's face was red. 10 years ago she was taken by Shu Yu. 10 years later, she was still taken by Shu Yu. It was simply not too humiliating. If it wasn't for the fact that her little uncle was back, she wouldn't have taken care of Shu Yu. Shu Yue arched her eyebrows and reached out toward her. A handshake won't be necessary. Shu Yu was rather speechless when Fu Turnip refused to shake hands. Who cares about shaking your hand? Are you going to transfer money from your phone? Or give me a check? Or give me a bank card? Fu Turnip looked at Shu Yu incredulously. Why are you so materialistic? I've always been materialistic. Rich don't be stupid, thought Shu Yue. Fu Turnip made a phone call. Not long after, Shu Yu's cell phone text message was sent, carefully counted, and it was really 200,000. The corner of Shu Yu's mouth hooked up with a smile. Miss Fu is really generous. Say it. What do you want me to accompany you to the family banquet? Your job is to deal with my grandmother and my little uncle. Other than that, you don't have to do anything. Just don't let them get a chance to talk to me, and I'll even pay you a fortune. Cool. Which box? Let's go. Shuyu pulled her about to go find a compartment. It's easy money, so why not? When it was time to go back to the real world, she would take the money and travel and enjoy life. Wrong way this way. Turnip Fu yanked her over. Before going into the box, Shuyu sent a message to Chun Shuer. Shuyu, I met an old friend, catching up, you guys eat first, I may take a long time. After eating, if I'm not back, you guys go back to the hotel first. Chen Shuer waved her phone in front of Shu Chun. Does this count as a date for the two of us? Shu Chun tactically grabbed a glass of water and drank. As Shuyu sent the message, the door to the box in front of her was opened from the inside, and she turned off her phone and raised her eyes. Fu Jingshen. Fu Jingshen saw Shuyu as soon as he opened the door, and he also froze for a moment. Jingshen is Turnip here? A pale voice resounded in the box, and only then did Fu Jingshen see Fu Qingyi next to Shuyue and don't look away. Well, Turnip is here. Fu Turnip was obviously a little scared when she saw Fu Jingshen. Little uncle. Well, come on in. Fu Jingshen made way, so Fu Qingyi immediately took Shuyu inside. The box was large, with 3 large tables, almost all of which were filled with people, at least 30 or so, oddly socially alarming. Turnip, this is a family dinner. Why are you bringing in people you don't know? Chapter 124. Introducing a boyfriend to Shuyu. The woman who spoke was dressed in an expensive manner, and those eyes were sharp when they looked at Shuyu, as if they were hiding knives. Shuyu recognized her at once. She should be the mother of the Fu Turnip, Tang Wanruit. Inside the novel plot, she is also a ruthless master. Fu Jingshuan's big brother to Fu Jingshuan's hostility are originated from her instigation. Want to take charge of the Fu family power, you need to get rid of the Fu Jingxian. But also her famous words, Fu Jingxian at that time to plan the car accident of his big brother and Tang Wanru. But Tang Wanru is because of halfway out of the car to avoid a robbery. Fu Jingshuan's ears twitched slightly, listening to all of Shuyu's heartfelt words. And Fu Himing, mother and son, also in her forced to leave the capital to go to Haicheng in order to survive in hiding. Fu Himing's character pathology also has her share of force. I remember, her latter end is also quite miserable. Shuyu sighed in her heart. This was all her own doing. Mom, she's not a stranger. Do you remember at a dinner party 10 years ago? There was a girl wearing the exact same dress as me, and she was that girl, Shuyue. Fu Turnip intimately took Shuyu's hand and walked over. Shuyu obediently shouted hello to her aunt. Tang Wanru frowned, sizing up Shuyu in front of her. It kind of rings a bell. But why are you with her? I've never heard you say before that you're still in touch with her, and it's not appropriate for you to bring her here for such an important occasion, is it? Fu Yiqing opened her mouth and was just about to explain when her grandmother, who was sitting next to Tang Wanru, took the lead. Grandma had a kindly look about her, and her hair was dyed black to make her look younger. I also have the impression that this little girl, at that time, even grabbed a handful of cream and jumped up to paste it on Turnip's face. Turnip went back, but because of this, she cried for days and refused to go out of the house. Ha ha ha. Grandma smiled with an arched brow. Fu Jingshan didn't know that this had even happened. He held back his laughter and looked at Shuyu. Shuyu felt everyone's gazes and lowered her head in embarrassment. That's all from being a kid and not knowing any better. If it wasn't for the $200,000 that Fu Yiqing gave me, I really didn't want to come. Everyone in this Fu family is a jackal, wolf, tiger, and leopard, and me coming in here is just like a white rabbit entering a monster's nest. It's weirdly creepy. Fu Jingshan's smile stuttered. What did Fu Turnip want to do by spending $200,000 to get her here? Aya. Don't stand. Sit down. You're a guest if you're here. Just sit down and eat in peace. Fu Turnip hurriedly pulled Shuyu to sit down. I don't have a problem with you making friends, but you have to see if they're friends worth making. Tang Wanru looks like she dislikes Shuyu. She felt that Shuyu looked like a deceased person she knew and hated, so she had some dislike for Shuyu. Got it, Mom. I have a point. Tarnip Fu smiled. Jingshin I heard that Jilly kids say that you went to Haicheng recently? Do you have any business over there in Haicheng? Grandma looked at Fu Jingshin and asked. There is a project being carried out in Haicheng, but it's not finalized for now, so I'm just going to visit to check it out. Jingshin not sister-in-law, said you, since you are now the backbone of the Fu family, then your center of gravity is to be placed in the Fu family. Those small things that do not need to worry about you do not bother. The transfer of 15% of the shares in the hands of your brother dragged on for half a year, it should also go to do. Tang Vanru reminded Fu Jingshin. Her husband became a vegetable lying in bed for some years. She also has no equity in the Fu family, can't intervene, and can't deal with Fu Jingshan. That's why she was anxious to transfer her husband's 15% equity to her own hands. This is something that has long been discussed by the family, But Fu Jingshun has been dragging his feet, and her heart is uneasy. Fu Jingshun's eyes turn deeper. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Absolutely not a penny less for you. Soon, the dishes were served, but no one moved their chopsticks. Shu Yu's hungry stomach rumbled, and she didn't dare to make a move to clip the food. They felt a full 10% oppression just talking. You guys are secretly fighting and talking with knives. Can you estimate my feelings? I'm so hungry. Shu Yu mentally spat. When Fu Jingshun heard this, he picked up his chopsticks and pinched the nearest dish into the old man's bowl. Mom, let's eat. Since it's a family dinner, eating is definitely a priority. The old man picked up a dish and tasted it, and only then did everyone start moving their chopsticks. Shu Yu spat in her mind while she was eating her food. The old man was over 40 years old when he found pregnant. Because of the advanced age of pregnant women, the doctor recommended abortion, but the person was not willing, so he risked his life to give birth to the child. Because the old man had a son, they are extraordinarily fond of this Fu Jingxian, but also because of this, so that his elder brother has scruples about Fu Jingxian. It's true that there are many disasters in the rich family, and sometimes it's quite impossible to be born in the rich family, isn't it? Fu Jingxian stared at the rice in the bowl. Indeed, being born into a wealthy family was not always a happy one, and all those encounters he had as a child were still a little scary when he thought back on them. Turnip. Fu Turnip was originally eating happily, but suddenly heard her mom call out to her. And suddenly the alarm bells went off, straightening her back and putting down her chopsticks and bowls. Mom, what's wrong? After this year, you will be 22, right? Soon also graduated from college, but also to the marriageable age, Mom and Grandma for you to look for. Shuyue, are you still single? Fu Yu directly interrupted Tang Wanru's words and looked at Shu Yu by her side. That squeezing her eyebrows, clearly needing Shu Yu's help. The corner of Shu Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Good man. You're waiting for me here with this $200,000. Shu Yu opened her mouth with a leathery smile. Yeah. Let me tell you, my grandma and my mom have a lot of resources of good men in their hands. There are a few that I think, and you can be a couple. Grandma, don't you have a picture? Bring it to Shuyue. As soon as he said this, old man came on, took out his cell phone and flipped through the photos, letting Fu Jingxin help hand them over. Not to mention, Grandma has so many good-looking guys here that you could really look for them. Fu Jingxin took the old man's cell phone and scratched through a few pictures, but they were still all pretty good-looking boys. Fu Jingxin's eyes darkened. I'm going to remember correctly. She should be younger than you. She's in no hurry. Seeing that Fu Jingxin was unwilling to bring his cell phone over, Fu Turnip simply went up to grab it. Little uncle, you don't know Shu Yu. How do you know she's younger than me? And it's not easy for her to come to Shangjing. Doesn't that mean she has to be introduced to her first? Now that she's identified, she'll fall in love for a few years, and she can get married at 25 or 26. What a good thing. I'm not in a hurry today. I'm going to let Shu Yu have this preferred opportunity. Fu Turnip said, handing her cell phone to Shu Yu. Chapter 125. Like the emperor declaring a showgirl. Shu Yu laughed awkwardly and took the cell phone from Fu Yiqing. Look at this one. This one is not only good-looking, but he has money. Fu Turnip excitedly introduced Shu Yu, each person she was very familiar with, and even able to say their strengths and weaknesses. Her words are dense. Shu Yu simply cannot interject. She also knew that Fu Turnip wasn't really trying to introduce her to anyone at all, and was purely trying to use her to plug her mom and grandma's mouths and draw the fire to Shu Yu. The girl does look pretty. It's possible to meet a few boys for a relationship. The old man looked at Shu Yu and was satisfied. I appreciated this child's personality back then. Turnip was spoiled beyond measure, and it was only this little girl who dared to go against her. Not spoiling Turnip in the slightest, a very interesting child. She spoke with Tang Wanru next to her, who could only smile in response. Yes, it was pretty good. She looked at Shu Yu, and her eyes carried a knife in them, making Shu Yu uncomfortable. Let people choose for themselves when it comes to things like relationships. How distressed she is when you guys introduce them like this. Fu Jingxin couldn't help but open his mouth. Fu Yiqing chimed in. Little uncle, you didn't say that about me before. You said that when I reached the marriageable age, I should look for a marriage partner. If you hadn't brought it up, my mom and grandma wouldn't have been so anxious to look for a boyfriend for me. Fu Jingxin was suspicious. He was a bit overly double-standard. You're my niece, of course I'm doing this for your own good. Although Fu Yi is arrogant and domineering, Fu Jingxin is still not too willing to let her participate in the Fu family this dark battlefield too. She can marry earlier, but also have another backing, but also can protect her safety.
富家的人表面上看和和气气的，实际上都一肚子坏水。这么大的家业， 这辈子、下辈子、下下辈子都花不完的钱财，都在死死盯着掌权人的位置。
Tang Wanru is no exception. Then I'm doing it for your own good, little uncle. Look at you, you're 26 this year, you'll be 27 next year, right? Why don't you find a date, why don't you get married? Grandma is still waiting for her grandchildren. You have to hurry up too. Fu Yiqing is relying on the fact that everyone is there to dare to talk to Fu Jingxian like this. Usually they don't dare to talk to him casually. Fu Jingxian frowned and glared at her. You can't stop your mouth from eating, can you? Then you don't eat. Fu Jingxian, Turnip is at least your niece, how do you talk to her? Tang Wanru spoke out in defense of Fu Turnip. Okay. Let's not talk about this to anyone. Let's eat properly. What's the point of always chatting? Bring your cell phone over. Tang Wanru reached out her hand, and Fu Yi hurriedly returned the cell phone. It's a rare occasion when everyone is gathered so well, so let's have a nice dinner. When the old man opened his mouth, everyone didn't chat about other gossip and focused on eating. Shu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this $200,000, not a bad profit. Fu Jingxian glanced at Shu Yu with his afterglow when he heard this. Did she think that just because of this matter, Fu Qingyi would be able to give her $200,000? So naive. Shu Yu comfortably dabbled in a meal, eating contentedly, just waiting for when to break up. Sorry guys, I'm late. Everyone had finished eating when someone knocked on the door from outside the box. Shu Yu looked over, it was a good-looking boy. The old man waved at him. Here, come on over. After one came in, there was a second, a third. Shu Yu carefully counted, 12 people came. Neat and tidy. Turnip, these 12 young men are all carefully selected by grandmother for you, 12 zodiac signs, younger than you, older than you, in all industries. Family conditions are very good. To the Fu family, marriage is also helpful, you come to get acquainted with Shu Yu front foot also wondered what these 12 people do. This cold introduction inexplicably poked her laughing point, snorting out a laugh. Is this how rich people choose their men? Like the emperor choosing a concubine, the treatment is good, quite good, the 12 Chinese zodiac signs are complete. I see this inside the year under the little puppy, the year under the little wolf dog, the year on the father's department, the year on the type of men of all types. This Fu Turnip's missy to do can be compared to my first 10 years of the Shu family, Miss Kula. Fu Jingxian frowned slightly. Fu Turnip laughed and pinched Shu Yu's arm as she spoke through clenched teeth. 220,000, 200,000. She was muttering so much that it was hard for Shu Yu to not hear her. Take the money and do the work. Shu Yu obediently got up and walked to the old man. Aya grandma. Turnip, she's not in a hurry here. I'm in a hurry. Can you see if you can give me a choice? Shu Yu smiled and winked. Those eyes were round and nice to look at. She spoke sweetly. A mouthful of grandma, coaxing the old man's heart to blossom. You're a kid with a generous and warm personality. I like that. The old man is no one to play with her and talk to her, will care about these things. Shu Yu's grandmother will often open up to her blind date, the mouth while saying that it is not necessary for you to get married and have children, but still from time to time will give Shu Yu call to say that you want to go to meet which boy or something. Its purpose is just to talk to Shu Yu more. It's all the same. Fu Turnip was not happy to take care of these things with her. Someone had to be willing. She had paid so much and specially called these 12 people here. If no one was with her to talk about this, then she was designated to be unhappy. Shu Yu said a few good words to the ear, and the old man smiled. Tang Wanru looked at Shu Yu with dissatisfaction. These are all the sons of famous and rich families in Shangjing. Are you qualified enough? Shu Yu was accused of not being by Tang Wanru. Shu Yu instantly condescended and looked at the old man. Also, if it wasn't for Turnip bringing me here, I wouldn't have been able to participate in your family banquet. My status is indeed unqualified, I'd better go. Shu Yu also took the old man's temperament in a short time. The old man grabbed her hand. You can't leave until grandma lets you. She then looked at Tang Wanru and said with a serious face, I'll like this child. If she wants to choose, then let her choose. What's there to match or not? I don't know what's going on. As soon as I see you, I feel very kind. Which one you like, just tell grandma. Grandma will make the decision for you. Don't be afraid. Her pale, wrinkled hand gently patted the back of Shu Yu's hand, and Shu Yu froze for a moment. Grandma just loves to do that to her and then tell her not to be afraid of anything. She's got grandma. The tip of his nose was inexplicably sore. Kind of misses my grandma. She whimpered inwardly, but smiled and said yes. Just as she finished speaking well, she regretted it a little. Those 12 people stood in front of her in rows, and surprisingly began to display their own personal charms. The comparison was so intense. Chapter 126. I like you better. One of them also lifted his clothes in public, revealing his 8-pack abs and biceps, displaying them in all directions in front of Shu Yu. Shuyu gulped in fear. My God. You're telling me this is the young master of the mansion? Those who don't know think I'm ordering male models at the White Horse Club. The other little puppy was not convinced and called out to Sister Shuyue in a delicate manner. Shuyu got goosebumps straight away. Turnip Fu laughed louder and louder behind her. Shuyu suddenly realized that she was not resisting the matchmaking and hated the marriage. But the ones her grandmother found were not normal people. Well, any favorites? Grandma's got you covered. These are the best-looking ones out there. The old man smiled and looked at Shuyu to ask her opinion. Shuyu's mouth twitched slightly in embarrassment. Grandma, you didn't look at Turnip Fu's grandfather in the first place just because he was handsome, did you? How do you know? Shuyu did a double take. Although I also like handsome men, but I like more normal handsome men. These are more or less some brains are not very good look, so I want to escape, but I took the Fu Turnip 200,000 then don't want this money, I directly run away. For the first time, Shuyu felt that a handsome man would be so hot in front of her. Looking at the old man's expectant eyes, Shuyu couldn't say no again. Mom, she's a kid, so don't make things difficult for her. Aren't you doing all this because you want Fu Turnip to accept Hijili? What do you know about reason? Shuyu thought carefully when she heard the name and recalled the plot. Hijili and Fu Jingxin grew up together. Naturally, they also grew up together with Fu Qingyi. The He family's status in Shangjing is not low, but not as intricate as the Fu family's family relations. Some years ago, when his father was still alive, he gave Fu Qingyi and Hijili a doll marriage. But Fu Turnip doesn't like Hijili. She just treats him as her brother. But Hijili is the most suitable person for Fu Yiqing. The two of them marrying for the Fu family He family can maximize the benefits, and the He family is an official. There are many big names in the political world. Once the two families marry, the whole of Shangjing and even China, there is no one that can shake their position. This in itself was a setup for Fu Yiqing to pick some crooked dates for her, so that she would feel Hijili's excellence and naturally accept him. However, Fu Yiqing wasn't stupid and naturally knew that this was directed at her, which was why she had Shuyu come to mess up and muddle through this family feast. Fu Turnip was just spoiled growing up, will not be so easy to accept the family's marriage, under a good set of circumstances, before it can be realized. Everyone knew it by heart, but once it was picked out by Fu Jingxin, the atmosphere in the box started to become strange. Shuyu always felt that there was an invisible war spreading between them. If it's all so clear what I'm doing this for, then why are you disobeying my orders? The old man was smiling 1 second, but became serious on the latter side with a wave of her hand. Those 12 people rushed to leave the box. Shuyu followed behind and tried to sneak out, but she was yanked by Fu Yiqing. She had to stay. Grandma, I don't like Hijili. You'll only cut off my happiness. Fu Turnip spoke up in dissatisfaction. Happiness? Born in the Fu family, is there any less happiness you have? Shuyu felt that this old man's amiability just now was all pretense, and this current appearance was her original face. Also, how can someone who has lived in a mansion for decades be so amiable? For the sake of the family interests, marrying Hijili is your life. Grandma knows you don't want to, but you can go and try to date and get in touch with Xiao He. Maybe you'll find out that he's not bad, and you'll fall in love with him, right? This was your grandfather's only wish before he died. Do you want to fail him? Tang Wanru also pressurized Fu Turnip. Although Fu Jingxun was now the head of the Fu family, he had no say in Fu Qingyi's lifelong affairs. What he hoped for was for Fu Yi to marry a good family that she liked and could protect her, rather than becoming a victim of the Fu family's marriage. Not to mention, if she really married Hijili, the power in Tang Wanru's hands would only increase. It'll all be used against him then. Fu Turnip voiced out to retort, and Fu Jingxin interrupted her. Fu Turnip, didn't you hear what your grandmother said? It's okay to go out for a date and cultivate a relationship. Little uncle, It just so happens that Hijili sent me a message that he wants to go see the latest movie that came out. I don't have time to accompany him to these boring things, so why don't you go with him? Fu Jingxun said, looking at Fu Qingyi with dissatisfaction. Don't go yet. The movie will start soon. Fu Turnip was blocked from all she wanted to say by Fu Jingxun's few words, so she had to say goodbye and then hurry to leave. Shuyu hurriedly followed Fu Turnip out. Their family just looks like they're all badass. It was also the first time she saw Fu Jingxun look so serious. Don't say a word about what happened today. If I hear any rumors, I want you to eat your words. Fu Turnip glared back at Shuyu. Shuyu couldn't get a word in edgewise with Fu Turnip before she left in a huff. Shuyu was relieved. It was so depressing in there. Shuyu just wanted to leave. The door of the box behind her opened, and she didn't dare to look back. She accelerated her steps to leave. The man seemed to be following. He came in as Shu Yu got into the elevator. What's all the tension for? It's not like I'm going to eat you. A low, magnetic voice rang in his ears, and only then did Shu Yu dare to look up. It's Fu Jingshan. It's you, Mr. Fu. I thought it was a bad guy. I thought his mom had sent someone out after me to kill me to silence me. Fu Jingshan had long hands and pressed to the elevator after crossing Shu Yu. Do you know Turnip Fu well? I don't know her well. I only met her once 10 years ago. She brought me over to deal with your mom and your sister-in-law. I'm just a cannon fodder. I knew that this money is not good to earn, and I do not know that when I go back, the Fu family will not be because of this matter to chase me. Tang Wanru at that time to find people to chase and kill Fu Hemming and his mother. It seems that I am still blinded by the money. I should not be so greedy. Some of the money cannot be earned. Shu Yu very much regretted agreeing to Fu Turnip. Fu Jingshan looked at her sideways. His eyes were deep. Don't worry. They won't do anything to you with me around. His current status position, Fu family temporarily still no one can shake, want to move Shu Yu, that have to pass him before. With Mr. Fu's words, I'm relieved. You didn't like any of those guys earlier? Fu Jingshan's topic jumped too fast. Shu Yu's brain didn't turn around for a moment, and she went straight back to him. I like you better. Chapter 127. Fireworks. First snow. Kiss. The atmosphere in the elevator became slightly ambiguous. Shu Yu reacted to what she said and immediately explained. I mean, with such an outstanding person like Mr. Fu present, those 12 people are not enough to look at, so how could I like them? Truly fast-mouthed over the brain, what did I just say? Fu Jingshan will not think I covet his beauty, right? Shu Yu lowered her head, not even daring to look directly into Fu Jingshan's eyes. Fu Jingshan could hardly hide his mood change for the better, and the corners of his mouth curled up. You still have a good eye then. Which hotel are you staying at? I'll send you back. The elevator door opened. Fu Jingshan took the lead and walked out. Shu Yu hurriedly followed. Jintai Hotel, please Mr. Fu. Chun Shuer sends a message asking why Shu Yu hasn't come back yet, and Shu Yu types back to her. Shu Yue, it's on the way back. Fu Jingshan gave Shu Yu a sideways glance. It's rare to come to Shangjing. Is there any place you want to go and have some fun? I can be your guide for free. Hearing his question, Shu Yu thought for a moment. I'm not familiar with Shangjing, and I'm not really sure what places are fun. Fu Jingshan glanced at the time. It's less than 8 o'clock now. There should be fireworks over at the Golden Beach. Want to go watch? Fireworks. Shu Yue acted interested. Yes, fireworks display. Shangjing can rarely set off fireworks. You came over in time, want to go watch? Could be. Gold Beach is near the main river in Shangjing. The river runs through the whole city and can be considered as the mother river of Shangjing. As it neared 8 o'clock, Gold Beach was packed with people waiting for the fireworks, which were set off at exactly 8 o'clock. Fu Jingshan drove his car around several times before he found a parking space. After the car was parked, Shu Yu opened the door intending to go down, just went out, felt that the cold air whooshing to their clothes inside the pouring. Instantly will be some of her confused head blowing awake. Help, it's cold. Shu Yu froze and shivered, hugging the coat on her body a little tighter. She knew it was winter in Shangjing, but she didn't expect it to be cold like this. When Fu Jingshan heard this, he opened the back seat door again and took out his scarf from inside. Before Shu Yu could react, he came around the front of the car and put the scarf over her head. Shu Yu froze and raised her eyes to look at Fu Jingshan. Fu Jingshan frowned lightly and carefully helped her put on the scarf, pinching it upwards to cover her ears so as not to freeze. I've warned you that it's starting to cool down this time of year in Shangjing, and you're still wearing a coat. Shu Yu blinked. But aren't you wearing a coat too? Can I be the same as you? You don't work out. Shu Yu pursed his lips. He was right. Shu Yu did not like to exercise, and naturally was not as resistant to freezing as he was. You gave me your scarf? Your neck isn't cold, is it? Shu Yu looked at his exposed neck. He also has a nice neck. That line and that knot in his throat, it's kinda sexy. Shu Yu stared straight at Fu Jingshan's neck. Fu Jingshan uncomfortably gulped. The knot in his throat rolled up and down, and Shu Yu's eyes looked straight. Oh, Mo. The knot in your throat is twice as sexy. Fu Jingshan was silent. He kind of realized that Shu Yu just craved his body. Come on. The fireworks are about to start. Fu Jingshan reached out his hand towards her. Shu Yu moved her eyes to his palm and asked in confusion, Why are you holding hands? It's crowded and I'm afraid you'll get lost. His reasoning was a bit strange, but Shu Yu couldn't think of any words to refute it. So she ended up pulling on Fu Jingshan's hand. Fu Jingshan's hand was quite a bit larger than Shu Yu's, and with a gentle grip, he was able to wrap Shu Yu's hand around it. And his hand was so warm that it made Shu Yu's hand, which was carrying a cool feeling, quickly warm back up. Gold Beach was crowded, especially near the river. It is not realistic to squeeze inside. Fu Jingxin led her to a slightly less crowded place. Watching from afar anyway, the fireworks bloomed in the sky above. Where to stand does not affect the viewing. It's almost 8 o'clock. Fu Jingxin reminded Shu Yu, who hurriedly took out her cell phone and opened the camera. I have not seen fireworks for a long time, or when I was a child my parents came home from outside for New Year's Eve. Will take me to the village to buy, so expensive, the kind of ascending fireworks, dozens of dollars. Burning a minute is gone, and then the national ban on fireworks I have not seen. It was probably the fact that everyone was looking forward to the fireworks display that infected Shu Yu and made her open her mouth to say more. Fu Jingxin looked at her sideways. Perhaps the light from the cell phone reflected in her eyes, appearing to be bright and shiny. She also didn't realize that she said the wrong thing, and Fu Jingxian didn't tear her down, and quietly accompanied her as she waited. As soon as 8 o'clock arrived, everyone heard the sound on time, followed by fireworks rising up and blooming on the other side of the river. The gorgeous fireworks lit up the sky with colorful colors, which were particularly dazzling in the dark night, and Shu Yu opened the video at the first time. Look good. She couldn't help but let out a gasp. The big brother in front of him held the child and lifted the child high up in the air, suddenly blocking Shu Yu's shot. Shu Yu wanted to step back, but behind him were all people again. Not only could her cell phone not take any more pictures, she had a somewhat obstructed view even with her naked eyes. Why are you blocking me? Fu Jingxin sensed her side of the situation and bent down and lowered his head to inquire in her ear. Or else I'll carry you. What? The fireworks exploded so loudly that Shu Yu didn't hear them. In the next second, she was directly picked up by Fu Jingxin. Her height was violently drawn up. Shu Yu held her breath and subconsciously wrapped her arms around Fu Jingxin's neck. Can I get a shot? Perhaps it was because of the close proximity. Shu Yu felt his voice ringing extraordinarily clear in her ears. Can. Fu Jingxin's strength is very strong and his hand is very stable. Shu Yu is relieved to let go of him and picks up his cell phone to shoot a video. I wish I could take this cell phone back with me, so I could tell my grandma about the beautiful views and people I took here. She would love to hear about it. The fireworks bloomed overhead like a painting of breathtaking beauty. Until the fireworks were over, Shu Yu couldn't come out of it for a long time. Fu Jingxin put her down, and Shu Yu shared the video she had just captured with him. I'm still pretty talented at photography, right? Shu Yu flipped through the video photos and talked to Fu Jingxin about the fireworks just now with great interest. Fu Jingxin stared at her, and he didn't know if he had listened her words in, until Shu Yue looked up. A shade fell, and Shu Yue felt her lips touch softness. Her whole body tingled with electricity and she froze in place. It's snowing. Hearing someone shout such a cry, then a cold snowflake fell on Shu Yu's cheek. Was her face too hot? The snowflake quickly melted into snow water. It was just a slapdash and Fu Jingxin quickly left. He turned his back and Shu Yu couldn't see the expression on his face. It's snowing. Go back to the car. Chapter 128. I'm gonna kill him right now. There were still a lot of people when the venue dispersed, crowding around. Shu Yu had to keep following Fu Jingxin closely so that she wouldn't lose him. His legs are so long. If he takes one step, I have to take two, walk slowly. I can't keep up. Shu Yu had just finished spitting in her heart when Fu Jingxin in front of her suddenly stopped, half turned around, and reached out his hand towards Shu Yu. Hold it, in case you can't keep up with me. The snow got heavier and heavier, and the snowflakes fell on his hair, coloring it white in large swaths. Shu Yu, by some miracle, put her hand up and held him tightly. Unlike that hand holding at the beginning of the drop-off, this one clearly carried a different flavor. It was clearly winter and snowing, but her palms couldn't stop sweating, and she felt like her whole body had been put into a furnace, so hot that she couldn't catch her breath. When she got into the car, Fu Jingxin turned on the heater, and she felt even hotter, and her heartbeat was surprisingly fast. Want some water? Fu Jingxin questioned her. Shu Yu shook her head, not daring to say one more word or look at him more than once. On the way back to the hotel, it was only a 20-minute journey, but Shu Yu felt that a century had passed. Arrived. Just as the car stopped, Shu Yu unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the door to get out of the car, moving very quickly. Fu Jingxin couldn't even get a word in with her, and could only watch her trot into the hotel as if she was hiding from something. Shu Yu's figure disappeared inside the hotel before Fu Jingxin came back to his senses. Recalling when he had just kissed her, he couldn't help but reach up and rest his hand against his forehead. He completely kissed up at that moment without even reacting himself. And it was no wonder Shuyu ran so fast. When I raised my eyes, I happened to see myself in the rearview mirror. My face was a little red, and I vaguely felt that my heart was beating a little fast. It was a very strange feeling, but it was also a little inexplicably addictive. Shuyu walked to the elevator, which eased her mind a little. Unlike that last kiss, the one before that was a complete accident. This one was real, he kissed it of his own accord. Shuyu's mind was filled with that image just now. Her heart beating faster and faster. Finished. How am I going to face Fu Jingshin? The other intimacies were fine, but this was a kiss, and she couldn't even face him as if it hadn't happened. Host, it's just a kiss, it doesn't matter. You're not the one being kissed, so of course you're standing around. Shuyu's eyes were full of grudges. Hearing the doorbell ring, Chun Shuer came over to open the door. You're finally back. Thought you were going to have an all-nighter. No, went to Gold Beach on the way back to watch a fireworks display. And was slighted by Fu Jingshin. Shuyu mentally muttered. Chen Shuer froze for a moment, her eyes widening, wanting to ask something but not feeling too good about it. So she stifled it. It's good to be back. Who brought you back? A friend. Shuyu had no intention of telling her it was Fu Jingshin. I knew that I would not agree to Fu Jingshin to see what fireworks, but also to go together tomorrow to see Chun Shuer competition. Then how do I face him well? Shuyu threw her bag on the bed, slightly depressed. Male, right? Chun Shuer walked over with a gossipy look on her face. How do you know? Shuyu looked at her strangely. Chun Shuer pointed to the scarf around her neck. This kind of gray and black scarf, would you buy it? At first glance, it's a men's model, it's quite considerate, and it also tied the scarf for you. Hearing her words, Shuyu only then reacted to the mirror. Neck is still wearing Fu Jingshin's scarf, lowered his head and smelled. There seems to be the smell of his body, a kind of indescribable fragrance. Quickly let her brain drilled out Fu Jingshin's face. She quickly shook her head, shaking Fu Jingshin's face away in her mind. Isn't thoughtfulness what a gentleman should be? Shuyu panicked and removed the scarf, carefully folding it again and placing it on the bedside table. Chun Shuer watched her every move and didn't even need to listen to her heart to sense that she was a young girl in love. By the way, it's snowing today, so what about your game tomorrow? Shuyu looked at Chun Shuer and asked. These organizers will take care of it, except for the extreme bad weather. The race is still going to be competed. The spectator seats will not get wet even if it snows, don't worry. That's good. I'm going to go wash up. Shuyue grabbed her pajamas and went into the bathroom. Before she went in, Chun Shuer went out and knocked on the door of Shu Chen's room the day after. Shu Chen came over to open the door, and before he could see who it was, the man dug in. He sighed helplessly and closed the door behind him. Chun Shuer, you're stealing a heavy sensei. Not bad. Mr. Shu has been surfing the net lately. You know such a trendy terrain? Chun Shuer smiled at Shu Chun with her hands behind her back. I came to find you because I have very important information to tell you. Shu Chen walked towards her. What kind of information? Chun Shuer looked at him very seriously. Your sister was slighted. Shu Chen? He frowned. What do you mean? It probably means that Shu Yu was sent back by Fu Jingshin. And on the way, the two of them went to Golden Beach to watch a firework. And then Fu Jingshin slighted your sister. Fu Jingshin, how dare he? Shu Chun rarely lost his temper, opened his cell phone and went to the group and popped a bombing call. Hearing about this matter, everyone is still calm. Only Shu Huai. Shu Huai in the video had a murderous look on his face. I'll fly to Shangjing overnight. I'll kill him. Shu Quan pinched his brow. Shu Huai, don't be so impulsive. I said last time, Fu Jingshin, this brat doesn't have good intentions towards Shu Yu. Otherwise, why would he ask Shu Yu to take care of herself and live together because of her injury? That is to say, is it possible that Fu Jingshin can also hear Shu Yu's heart? Otherwise, according to Shu Yu's said plot, Fu Jingshin and Qin Curl only have emotional scenes. But he is now extraordinarily different to Shu Yu. For once, the words Shu Ziming uttered were reliable. Everyone was silent for a moment when they heard his words. I think he has a point. I'm going to probe the bottom of this Fu Jingshin tomorrow and make him spit out what he knows to me. After Shu Chen finished, he hung up the phone. Chun Shuer opened her mouth and said to him, Fu Jingshin is, after all, the person in charge of the Fu family. You have to be careful when talking to him. Don't worry. I've got it covered. Chun Shuer's cell phone rang. It was a message from Shu Yu. Shu Yu. You disappeared as soon as I came out. You didn't go next door. Did you? Cheryl Chen. That's the right answer. Shuyu. So you're gonna sleep with Shu Chen? I'll leave the door open for you. Chun Shuer choked when she saw this, and Shu Chun, curious about what she saw, looked down. All of a sudden his face was a blushing mess. It is indeed late, you should go back, you have a match tomorrow. Get an early night, good night. Shu Chen shoved Chun Shuer out with one hand, and Chen Shuer pressed against the door, looked back at him and laughed. Mr. Shu, your face is so red. You wouldn't have thought of something you shouldn't have thought of, right? Chapter 129. I've thought of all the names for the baby. No, you should go back to bed. Shu Chen pushed her out the door, and before Chen Shuer could remember to say goodnight to him, he closed the door behind him. Chen Shuer stared at the closed door of the room and shrugged her shoulders. It's obvious that she's shy. You got kicked out by my brother? Shuyu didn't know when she opened the door to her room and poked her head out, looking at Chen Shuer with a slightly gossipy smile. Chen Shuer walked towards her. Can't really share a room with your brother alone? I'm a hungry wolf. I'm afraid I can't hold on to it, and the overlord will make it raw, and it won't be long before you'll be an ant. Shuyu looked at her back as she entered the house. Not bad. So raw that you even thought of having a child with Shu Chun. I actually have the baby name all figured out. Called what? Chun Tianba. Shuyu wanted to say something. It's fine to call Tianba, but how do I take your last name? Chun Shuer laid down under the covers and closed her eyes to brew sleep. There are only 2 daughters in my old Chen family, and 5 sons in the Shu family. It's not too much to admit a Shu Chun to my family, is it? Shuyu burst out laughing. Not too much, not really. If you had a child first, Shu Chen might actually be the kind of person who could fall into a family for a child. Chen Shuer didn't pay attention to Shuyu. She slept for a second, breathing evenly, and already didn't know whose dream she had gone to. On the contrary, Shuyu, she will not be able to sleep, lying in bed eyes closed. Is Fu Jingshen that face and that kiss? It's not that she doesn't like Fu Jingshen, on the contrary, Fu Jingshen is really her dish, but where does she dare to like him? The 2 people are not in the same world at all, how to fall in love, how to have a future. Shuyu rolled over and lay flat on her back, burying her head completely inside the pillow, the suffocating feeling only slightly clearing her mind and throwing away the Fu Jingshun in her mind. It snowed overnight in winter in Shangjing, and within an hour, some places were covered in a layer of white. When Fu Jingshin arrived at the mall, Fu Qingyi and He Zhili happened to come out from inside. Uncle Junior. Fu Turnip snatched her bag from He Zhili's hand and trotted in front of Fu Jingshin. Are you here to take me back? Fu Turnip was about to get into the car in a hurry, and Fu Jingshin didn't stop her. You kid. You came back without telling me. He Zhili is about the same height as Fu Jingshin, with a wolf tail and a pigtail. It's already snowing, and he's still fashionably wearing his leather jacket, which makes him look hangdog. He family is the most unproductive belongs to him after graduating from the university, but also did not enter the officialdom, but also did not enter the business circle. We all think that he relies on the he family's only male in the fool, only Fu Jingshin. No, this guy is bent on getting the computer. And also Fu Jingshin's intelligence station. There is no information that he does not know. Fu Jingshin can come to this point today, without the help of He Zhili. Came back on a whim. How was the date with Turnip? He Zhili revealed distress. Do not mention your home this Missy I really cannot serve, since childhood is not happy to play with her. But also let me and her dating blind date which really want to get married. I cannot watch a love movie others in the song extolling the greatness of love. She and that poo love brain watch down. I do not know how much I suffered from the secret white eyes. As soon as he mentioned Fu Qingyi, He Zhili was like a faucet that had been opened, pouring out bitter water. Fu Jingshin even laughed at this. You're still laughing. Arranged marriages are the most shameful. What's more, Fu Turnip marrying me will be favorable to the Fu family. But for you, it's not certain. If your sister-in-law wants to use my family's connections to take your power, then you really won't be able to carry it off. Fu Jingshen spread out his palm and caught a snowflake. The snowflake melted and he opened his mouth blandly. I won't stand in the way if you're really willing to marry Turnip Fu. I have ways to deal with that. It better be. It's freezing. I'm not talking to you. We'll catch up next time. You should hurry up and take that ancestor back. After He Zhili finished speaking, he ran out of sight. Fu Jingshin got into the car, and Fu Turnip started pouring bitter water on him again, saying which is not good and which is not good for He Zhili. Anyway, I'm not going to marry him, so you guys can just die. Fu Turnip grunted and suddenly felt something on her foot. She reached down and picked it up. It was a lipstick. She looked at the lipstick in her hand with wide eyes. Little uncle, you're in love? Fu Jingshin looked sideways and instantly recognized that the lipstick in her hand was Shu Yu's. So he rushed behind her and tried to snatch it. but was dodged by Fu Qingyi. No, that was a gift I bought for you. Fu Jingshin casually lied. Fu Turnip opened the lipstick and looked at it. Laughed. You don't lie. This lipstick has been used. Definitely not a gift you bought for me. You haven't bought me any lipstick. Every year on my birthday you will only send a necklace bracelet. Be frank and lenient. Who the hell is this? This lipstick brand and color number proves that this girl is a great beauty with great taste. Little uncle. When are you going to bring her home? Fu Jingshin snatched it when she wasn't looking and stuffed the lipstick into his coat pocket. If you dare to tell your grandmother and your mother about this, I won't help you with your marriage to He Jili. Fu Turnip hurriedly shut up. Fine, fine. I won't say anything. Chen Shuer's match in the afternoon. After lunch rushed to the competition venue. Chen Shuer took the player channel. Shu Yu and Shu Chun lined up into the audience area. She had just sat down on the front foot, and Fu Jingshin sat next to her on the back foot. Shu Yu stiffened. Haha. What a coincidence that you're sitting next to me. Fu Jingshin let out a light laugh. Not coincidentally. The ticket was for the connecting seat you gave me. Saying that he took out Shu Yu's lipstick from his pocket. You left it in my car yesterday. When Shu Yu saw the lipstick, that kiss flashed in her mind, scaring her so much that she hurriedly took the lipstick from Fu Jingshin's hand. Awkwardly, he laughed out loud. I wondered why my lipstick was gone. I left it in your car. I was wearing this lipstick when he kissed me yesterday. How am I going to face it from now on? When I see it I think of last night. God, it's so embarrassing. Fu Jingshin subconsciously pursed his lips when he heard this. Shu Chen heard Shu Yu's heartfelt voice, which reminded him of this matter, and just when he wanted to get up and find Fu Jingshin to talk to him, he came over to face a person. You guys good 24 is here, right? Shu Yu looked up. The one who came was no one else. It was Shu Chen's love rival, Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi laughed and looked at Shu Chen. Would you please give way? Shu Chen had no choice but to sit back down. Zhou Qi's position was right next to Shu Chen's, and as soon as he sat down, Shu Yu felt the temperature next to him rise rapidly. She was slightly agitated. Love rivals meet and share. With exciting racing, you really should have a popcorn this time of year.